Chapter 1. Starting with the inherited recycling station, gaining a brand new energon source. In the city of Ponin, in the Pinga district, at a recycling station, Guli looked out the window at everything familiar yet strange. 16 years ago, his father, Guli, bought this place and established the recycling station. Guli even celebrated by setting off firecrackers. Here, Guli had a beautiful and happy childhood. It should have continued like this, but fate was jealous. And everything came to a halt 10 years ago with a car accident that took away his parents. His grandfather, Gu Mingwei, fearing that the memories would hurt him, sent him to live with his uncle to continue his studies. Now returning here was to inherit his parents' legacy. According to his grandfather Gu Mingwei, he was now an adult and about to step out of his ivory tower. With time during his junior year, he could sort out the family business and decide whether to do business or something else. Besides the recycling station, there were also 2 plots of land in the city, a house, and a car, all of which were to be transferred to Gu Li's name. If it weren't for that car accident, he could have lived a comfortable life. The recycling station covered an area of 100 acres and used to be a barren land. When the villagers heard that his father was buying land to open a recycling station, they actively approached him for negotiations and offered many discounts. Guli remembered that day when his father was very happy and bought him many new toys and snacks. Now, after more than 10 years, it had developed into the CBD business center of the Pinga district, the most prosperous place in the area. Yuli was not clear about the exact value of the land where the recycling station was located, but it was guaranteed to be worth over 100 million. Moreover, Guli, having returned to this time, knew that the value of this land would skyrocket to tens of billions in the future. However, by that time, this land would have nothing to do with Guli. He was schemed against and sold all his land and house for just $1. When his grandfather found out, he was so furious that he ended up in the hospital, and Guli fell into a downward spiral of alcoholism, with no one able to persuade him to change. Ultimately, he died from alcoholism, only to find himself back 10 years ago, on the day he inherited his parents' estate. In his previous life, he was foolish and squandered a good hand of cards. Now that he was back, with the memories from his past life, it was not impossible to multiply his assets several times. It was now 2018, smartphones were already widespread, and the concept of Internet Plus had matured, integrating into various industries. Yet, there were still many opportunities for sudden wealth, such as cryptocurrencies, shared economy, short videos, influencer marketing, e-commerce, etc., all of which could make anyone rich quickly. How to enter these markets still required careful consideration. After all, he was just a junior student now, and although he had a house and a car, these were fixed assets, and he only had a few thousand in cash. What could he do? Without significant capital, he wouldn't even make a splash, except for the cryptocurrency world, which was full of miracles. However, investing in it required time to settle before one could suddenly become wealthy. By then, it would be too late, as other opportunities would have already faded. The cryptocurrency market was not stable, and the frequency of crashes in the future would be considerable. Every time there was a crash, countless people would want to jump off the roof. Guli knew of 3 opportunities. He could make some money, but continuously investing in cryptocurrencies was not a wise choice. Guli's mind was in turmoil, pondering ways and opportunities to accumulate capital. The glass on the window reflected Gu Li's appearance. A fair face with sharp features, his eyebrows furrowed and raised, giving him a heroic look. The accumulated experiences from 2 lives made his eyes deep and captivating. His serious expression was very attractive. Suddenly, bright lights flashed in front of Guli, interrupting his thoughts. What was that? Curiously, Guli looked towards the source of the bright light, which was in the southeast corner of the recycling station. On the originally empty ground, a small hill made of various metal items had appeared. The bright light was sunlight reflecting off of it. Weren't the scraps in the station cleaned up already? How come there's still a pile of scraps here? Guli curiously approached the metallic hill. On the metallic hill, the piled items were oddly shaped, resembling a neat punk style, yet lacking complex appearances, instead appearing quite simple. Some surfaces displayed dazzling patterns that were mesmerizing. Yuli reached out to touch the metallic hill, feeling a chill from his fingertips, and the texture felt as if it did not belong to Earth. He pulled out a twisted triangular object from a hill, resembling a bent Eiffel Tower. Seeing this object, Ghoulie felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That wasn't this the energon source from the Transformers? The one Sam inserted into Optimus Prime? TSK, Tisku, Lee weighed the energon source in his hand. The texture and weight were many times better than what he had bought before. At that moment, a faint blue sci-fi-like small text appeared on the side of the energon source. Abandoned energon source from Cybertron. Transform waste into treasure. Ghoulie rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? When he opened his eyes again, the small text was still there on the side of the energon source. What the hell? Just as Ghoulie was questioning his life and considering whether to go to the hospital for a checkup, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Dimensions waste delivery coordinates confirmed, with a daily delivery time set for 6 o'clock Universal Time. Administrator's life genes recorded. Corresponding functions activated. Function 1. Destroy. The administrator can destroy waste that has no recycling value. Function 2. Transform waste into treasure. The administrator can trace valuable waste back to new items, which will belong to the administrator. Note: 24-hour cooldown time. Function 3. True knowledge. Partial information about all delivered waste will be displayed in the administrator's retina. Function 4. Leader. Any item that gains intelligence after being transformed will regard the administrator as its ruler and will not resist or betray. Is the rebirth reward here? Ghoulie stared at the energon source in his hand in a daze. So, I can now obtain a brand new energon source? The power of the energon source is well understood by anyone who has seen Transformers. Sam only needed a small fragment to give life to a phone. Now that Ghoulie had the complete energon source, wouldn't the world have to bow at his feet? However, Ghoulie quickly dismissed this thought. He hadn't even managed a small team of 10, and he was thinking about managing the world. Ghoulie knew he didn't have that kind of ability. Using the energon source to give life to technological waste from different dimensions and having them research the technology on themselves. Then applying these technologies to reality to make money sounds much more appealing, right? And it would require no capital investment, a truly profitable venture. Transform the abandoned energon source into treasure. Ghoulie thought to himself. As he spoke, a fine wave, resembling tiny insects, appeared on the abandoned energon source. After the wave passed, the abandoned energon source disappeared. In its place was a brand new energon source, shining with a peculiar blue light. Chapter 2. Giving Life to the Phone. Exploring Mobile Optimization Solutions. A light blue introduction floated beside the newly refreshed source of ignition. Meanwhile, tips on using the source appeared in Ghoulie's mind. With a thought, the source transformed into a stream of light, diving into the back of Ghoulie's hand and turning into a tattoo. Cool. He took out his phone and tapped on it. A brilliant blue light flashed. Suddenly, the phone transformed into countless parts, swirling in the air around Ghoulie's right hand. Moments later, a 20-centimeter tall robot appeared in his hand. Greetings, Supreme Leader. The unnamed robot said, bowing slightly in respect. Attack me. If you defeat me, you will be the next leader. At that time, you will command the intelligent mechanical life and lead the mechanical army to conquer the universe. Ghoulie's voice was filled with temptation, stirring emotions. I don't understand your meaning. My leader? The robot responded. You are my leader, the only leader. I hold you in the highest regard. You are my faith. Ghoulie nodded. I can feel it. He leaned closer, clearly seeing each intricate part of the robot. It was exquisitely made, with no part being superfluous. Under the sunlight, it gleamed with an unusual metallic luster, something not achievable with current technology. From now on, your name will be Zero. Thank you for the name, my leader, Zero said excitedly. Ghoulie was its leader, the supreme existence in its heart. Receiving a name was an honor for it. It was not just a machine with intelligence, but a life with wisdom and thought. Transform back into phone form, Ghoulie commanded. With the sound of transformation, a brand new phone appeared in his hand. The screen, which had been scratched from a previous drop, was now pristine. In terms of appearance, it had a more refined texture than before. The energy from the source had fundamentally changed the phone and given it life. Just like in the movies, as long as Ghoulie wished, Zero could transform into any brand or model of phone. Ghoulie awakened the screen. The applications were still there. Testing the phone's functions, everything worked. Even more powerfully than before, Ghoulie opened a popular game, which previously had to be played on the lowest settings due to overheating. Now, he could play on the highest settings, maintaining a stable 60 frames per second without overheating. The performance had improved significantly. Gu Li's eyes lit up. Zero. Can you write programs? What is a program, my leader? Zero asked, confused at first, but quickly responded, I just connected to the network to search and learn. I have now mastered programming languages such as C, Java, and Python. What kind of program do you want, my leader? If Zero knows that it can learn, and its learning ability is strong. Compared to the so-called artificial intelligence on the market today, Zero is like their parent. Can you use yourself as a model to optimize the current smartphones and create an app? Naturally, yes. Zero paused for a moment. Currently, smartphones on the market generally have the following issues: large software sizes, excessive cached files, and many pre-installed software that is useless. Optimizing these problems could improve smartphone performance by 30 to 50. To unlock even more performance, hardware upgrades would be necessary. Gu Li nodded, acknowledging that such an improvement is already significant. The most common complaint nowadays is about phones lagging. If an application that can enhance smartphone performance hits the market, it would definitely create a frenzy. Thinking of this, Gu Li's gaze returned to the pile of metal scraps. This is not garbage. It is clearly a treasure trove. If it weren't for the fact that he had already exhausted the opportunities to transform waste into treasure today, he would definitely find other dimensional smartphones and give them life to research themselves. Starting with smartphones, then moving into computers, cars, and even spacecraft. After all, the scrap from other dimensions could hold endless possibilities. Zero, you need to write that app during this time. Then help me find the process for registering a company and select a professional manager. Gu Li thought for a moment and said, Okay, leader. Came Zero's voice from the phone's speaker. Gu Li frowned. When communicating outside, display the information on the screen and refer to me as boss. Ding dong. Understood, boss. It was Zero sending a message to Gu Li through a messaging app. Gu Li smiled, returning to the office building of the recycling station. He gathered all the documents on his desk into a folder. He then found a nearby hardware store, bought a chain and a big lock, and replaced the old rusted lock of the recycling station. Looking at the rusty door, which creaked under the wind, he thought it needed some renovation. The coordinates for garbage disposal were set to the recycling station. Gu Li did not want his secret to be discovered. After finishing all this, Gu Li took a taxi back to school. He was studying at a university that is part of a university town, which includes 5 institutions. Half an hour later, Gu Li returned to his dorm. Seeing his school and dorm again, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Only one person remained in the dorm. It was the second semester of the 3rd year, and everyone was busy with internships. Those who could still be at school were either helping with family business paperwork or coordinating with classmates who had family businesses. Of course, there were also a few who shared Gu Li's thoughts, starting their own companies and issuing their own internship certificates. Hiyong, who was playing a game in the dorm, turned around when he heard the noise and angrily said, Gu, you're finally back. Come on, log in. I just have one more match left in my promotion series, and I really don't want to play with this group of clueless players anymore. If it were before my rebirth, Gu Li would definitely have agreed happily. LOL was the hottest game in 2018 and remained popular even before Gu Li's rebirth. But now, Gu Li has lost interest in gaming and firmly declines. I have other things to do, so you can play by yourself. All right then. Hiyong nodded and continued to start the ranked match. After taking his wallet and student ID from the wardrobe, Gu Li headed to the Administrative Service Center in Pannan City. Chapter 3. Longting Technology Company. Childhood friend Qin Xiaolu. Longting Technology Company. This is the company that Gu Li registered. As a university student, he could register a company at no cost. There are also many supportive policies for student entrepreneurship, including 2 years of tax exemptions and subsidized loans. The most attractive part is the 2-year tax exemption. Gu Li is very clear about the value his company can create. This tax revenue is definitely something that local governments would drool over as an achievement. Now he just has to wait for the submitted materials to be approved so he can get the business license, make a seal, open a bank account, and determine the tax category. There are still many places to go, but Gu Li is more than happy to do it. This is the first company he has ever started in 2 lifetimes. If he leaves it to an agent, the joy of starting a company would be lost. It's good to run around a bit. He'll have to deal with people later, so it's better to familiarize himself in advance. A week later, the business license has arrived, along with the engraved official seal, which Gu Li placed inside a document bag and stored in the wardrobe. Ling, how is the app development going? Gu Li asked Ling via WeChat. It's completed, and I've added the privacy protection feature you mentioned, boss. After 3 comprehensive tests, there are no issues at all. However, you didn't approve my UI design. Gu Li smirked slightly. He thought Ling's UI design should be skipped. The dark atmosphere and Cthulhu style would make anyone hesitant. When Gu Li first saw it, he felt a chill run down his spine. He then rejected Ling's UI design and had Ling randomly choose a UI from online. Ling hasn't learned anything about aesthetics. Send me the app program. I'll give it a try. I'll find someone else for the UI design. Oh, Ling sounded a bit disappointed. Gu Li took out his backup phone, a Huawei Enjoy 6, and first tested the phone's performance without the app installed. Then, he installed the app and performed a performance test. Gu Li named the app Udon, focusing on optimization and protection. The optimization is for the phone's performance, and the protection is for the user's personal privacy. These 2 points are the core selling points of the app. After testing for 2 hours, the games were really smooth. Wait, no. The performance has improved a lot. Most games on the market can run smoothly on this 2-year-old phone. Not bad, not bad. Next up are the pricing plan and UI design. Zero will design 2 versions of the Udon, 1 free version and 1 paid version. For the specific pricing, please refer to market options so I can take a look first. Alright, boss. By the way, I have shortlisted 3 candidates for the professional manager you need. And I have sent their resumes to you via messaging. I recommend Wei Jiao among them. Okay, I'll check it out when I have time. Gu Li replied, communicating with Zero mostly through messages in places where others were present in the dormitory. What Gu Li needs to do now is go to Hangzhou, where the best UI designer in his mind is located. Besides that, he also wants to meet Wei Jia, who is in Hangzhou as well. Qin Xiaolu, I'm back. Qin Xiaolu, Gu Li's childhood friend, has known him since kindergarten, along with her close friend Pang Dehai. They only parted ways in college. Gu Li stayed in the southern region, Pang Dehai went to the coastal city, and Qin Xiaolu went to Hangzhou. She is studying at a national art university, one of the top 3 art schools in the country. In his past life, after being framed, the darkest and most degenerate days of Gu Li's life were spent with Qin Xiaolu by his side, continuously guiding him. However, back then, Gu Li was not receptive to anyone's words. Eventually, Qin Xiaolu left in disappointment, and before his rebirth, there was no news of her finding a boyfriend or getting married. Now that Gu Li has been reborn, he is well aware of Qin Xiaolu's feelings for him. Just looking at his wardrobe, most of the clothes and accessories were gifts from Qin Xiaolu. She had long considered herself as Gu Li's girlfriend and lifelong partner, though he was unaware of it at the time. Now that the matter hasn't been explicitly addressed, Gu Li is not in a hurry. Pushing through it too quickly would be too clingy. Making money comes first. Gu Li changed into the clothes that Qin Xiaolu had picked out for him and boarded the train to Hangzhou. Although he could contact Qin Xiaolu using his phone and ask for help without going in person, he wanted to see her in person. Gu Li's seat was by the window, and after getting on the train, he leaned against the window to rest his eyes. When he opened them again, the train had just arrived at the station. The punctuality was thanks to Zero, as Gu Li had indeed fallen asleep. After taking a taxi to the Xiangshan campus of the National Art University, Gu Li could enter the campus freely since it was open. Qin Xiaolu is currently interning at a rice company, and today is Sunday, the only day off for workers during the week. Based on his understanding of Qin Xiaolu, she should be in her dormitory now, so Gu Li headed directly to the girls' dormitory. Under the pressure of the dormitory manager, Gu Li called Qin Xiaolu. Hello? A drowsy voice, as if she hadn't fully woken up, came through, making Gu Li feel warm inside. Guess where I am? Gu Li said playfully with a smile. Boring. I won't guess. Don't disturb my sleep. Qin Xiaolu replied, not expecting Gu Li to come looking for her. For 3 years in college, it had always been her looking for him. This ungrateful person, and I even bought him so many nice clothes, she thought, preparing to hang up the phone. I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Qin Xiaolu's movements froze for a moment, and she suddenly sat up. Her previously sleepy eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Say it again. I said I'm downstairs. Come down, and I'll treat you to a meal. Right now? Gu Li saw Qin Xiaolu 3 minutes later. When she said right now, she truly meant it. With a fresh face, she still outshone the other female students who were heavily made up. Qin Xiaolu wore a pink t-shirt printed with Hello Kitty, the hem tied up to reveal her slender waist, and her blue denim shorts showcased her long, fair legs, all topped off with a pair of pink slippers. Having rushed downstairs, she was panting, her chest rising and falling like waves. Her hair was blown wildly by the wind. That was fast. Gu Li had planned to find a nearby lawn to sit and wait. Unexpectedly, before he could even find the lawn, Qin Xiaolu had already come down. What brings you here? Qin Xiaolu placed her hands on her knees, catching her breath, asking with a mix of confusion and joy. To see you, Guli replied with a smile. His words struck a chord with Qin Xiaolu, especially since he was wearing the clothes she had bought for him. At that moment, her heart felt as sweet as honey. Is there anything you want to eat? Guli asked. Spicy. All right, no problem. Chapter 4, Best Manager Candidate Wei Jia. You're starting a business? Qin Xiaolu exclaimed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. However, she still attracted the attention of those around them, who soon looked away. Yes, to be precise, I've already started. Guli had no intention of hiding it, nor was there any need to. The reason I came to find you today, besides treating you to a meal, is to ask you to design a UI for me. I heard from Design that you are at a company and reached the probation standards in just a week. They even offered you a full-time position upon graduation. As a future design star, help me out, will you? You seem to know a lot about my situation, Qin Xiaolu smiled, her lips appearing even more vibrant against the spicy food. Of course. Will you help me? Sure, just give me the requirements. And I'll help you design it when I have time. Thanks. No need, just settle the payment for me. Are we really talking about money between us? Guli fixed his gaze on Qin Xiaolu's eyes. She looked away and asked, then what do you say our relationship is? Haha, I'll pay you the market price. Guli didn't answer. After finishing their meal, Guli accompanied Qin Xiaolu for a stroll around the school before leaving. When Qin Xiaolu returned to her dormitory, she was greeted by 3 pairs of eyes filled with curiosity. So, who is the handsome guy you were with? Is he from our school or a neighboring one? What is your relationship status? Holding hands or kissing? Or did we think our goddess wouldn't look at ordinary folks, but turns out she is already taken? Oh no, it's not like that. We're just classmates, Qin Xiaolu replied, her face flushed, shaking her head repeatedly. Oh, classmates. The 3 of them exchanged knowing glances. In university, couples often evolve from classmates or friends. Rumors about the beauty of the graphic design department, Qin Xiaolu, being taken, spread through gossip among roommates. At the cafe, Guli and Wei Jia agreed to meet at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Besides Wei Jia, Guli had also contacted 2 other potential managers without any filtering. However, all of them declined further communication due to Guli's young age. Only Wei Jia agreed. Wei Jia graduated last year with a degree in business administration from a university in Zurich. She had worked on Wall Street and returned to her home country earlier this year, currently in a state of unemployment. According to investigations, Wei Jia resigned voluntarily because her supervisor attempted to engage in inappropriate conduct, which she rejected. After she reported the incident, her supervisor was taken away but released within an hour. After being released, he continued to threaten her, forcing Wei Jia to resign and return home for her safety. She initially believed that with her education, she would easily find a good job upon returning. However, contrary to her expectations, no companies were willing to hire her. The reason was that during background checks, her supervisor falsely accused her of leaking important company documents, leading to her termination. The truth of the incident was never thoroughly investigated, and companies preferred to reject her rather than take on the risk. She also applied to small companies, passed interviews, but ultimately chose to resign from those positions as she felt her talents were stifled and unutilized. After going in circles, Wei Jia still had not found work. She agreed to meet Guli because he was the only one actively seeking her out. As the coffee was served, Wei Jia arrived 10 minutes early. Guli glanced at his phone, raising an eyebrow. Punctuality is a good habit. Having seen Wei Jia's photo, he recognized her immediately. Miss Wei, over here. Guli called out as he stood to greet her. Mr. Gu? Wei Jia looked at him in confusion. He seemed too young. It made sense that he would reach out to her. He likely saw her information online and was attracted to her education. Wei Jia sighed inwardly, feeling it was a wasted trip. Unless there was another Mr. Gu here. Guli gestured for Wei Jia to sit down and ordered a cup of coffee for her. Try this, and see if it's the same as what you often had on Wall Street. One must commend the system, connected to the internet. It could provide Guli with everything he wanted to know. Mr. Gu knows me? Wei Jia was surprised. Otherwise, how would he know her preference for Blue Mountain coffee? Not really acquainted, just one-sided knowledge, Guli replied. The investigation documents contained details about Wei Jia, including her personal measurements, and could be said to have a record of her life as long as it was stored on the internet. In this world, besides Wei Jia's parents, Guli knew her best. Let's get straight to the point. Here's the situation. I have established a company and would like to invite you to be the general manager. These 2 documents are the market research and project planning for the company's first product. Guli placed the 2 documents in front of Wei Jia. Of course, This was drafted from scratch. Guli just printed them out. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your product? Wei Jia hesitated and spoke. It seemed a bit too trusting to show her the project after just a couple of words. I believe in you. Nonsense. Guli didn't truly believe that anyone could replicate his product. This was something that Zero had developed using multiple programming languages. Guli didn't even understand how they were made compatible with each other. Wei Jia felt a warmth in her heart, since returning from abroad. No one had spoken to her like that. The most she had been known for was selling confidential documents from her previous company. No matter how much she explained, no one believed her. Out of this trust, she would choose to join Guli's company. However, she wouldn't stay long. Wei Jia had a clear plan for her life and career. At the very least, she wanted to be in a promising company, not an uncertain startup. Wei Jia opened the documents Guli had presented, and the format was very standardized. It didn't seem like something a novice could write. She was somewhat curious about Guli. How could someone so young produce such mature work? Soon, she became engrossed in the content of the documents. While she didn't understand the technical aspects, she was knowledgeable about the market. The common problem with smartphones nowadays is that they lag, unless your phone has excellent performance. You might experience the extreme panic and urgency of being stuck on a payment interface when the merchant asks to see your payment record after you've already paid. More importantly, the privacy feature could protect users' information from being stolen by malicious entities. If it could truly achieve that, this technology alone could sell for millions abroad. Personal privacy is highly valued by foreigners, especially after the revelations of the Prism scandal. The market for this product is enormous. The future looks bright. Mr. Gu, I agree to join your company. Chapter 5. The launch of U-Shield and Zero's promotion plan. Mr. Gu, are you really not from a wealthy family? Wei Jia glanced at the tall buildings near the recycling station and then at the recycling station itself. In the CBD area, having a piece of land like this is not something a non-rich person would have, right? I'm really not. Guli shook his head. After discussing with Wei Jia in Hangzhou, once she chose to join Longting, Guli took her back to the registered location of his company, the recycling station. There was a small building that happened to meet the standard for approval. Otherwise, Guli would have to rent a new place as the company's registered address. What you need to do now is to coordinate with the construction team. In a month, we will level the recycling station and build our company's office building here. I will have someone design the construction blueprints. Then the company will recruit people, mainly responsible for hiring for the publicity department, business department, and customer service department. With a total of 18 positions, it should take about a month to build the team. Guli looked at the recycling station and said, Boss, I can complete it in a week. No need for a month. Wei Jia confidently replied after thinking for a moment. No, don't tire yourself out. You're new here. Take some time to get familiar with the area. There's no rush with company matters, Guli said considerately. Okay, Wei Jia nodded, surprised by how considerate the management was. Not a typical qualified boss, but a good boss in the eyes of the employees. The testing of the free version of Udon has been completed. I will send you the paid version plan later. Take a look and see if there are any issues. If everything is fine, we'll launch it on major mobile application stores tomorrow. The version to be launched is the free version with no production costs. While the UI for the official version is still being designed by Qin Xiaolu, I have already applied for the relevant documents. You can contact me by phone or come to the university if you have any issues. All right. Do you see anything over there? Guli asked, pointing to a small metal hill. No, there's nothing there but weeds. Wei Jia shook her head. I must have been mistaken. Let us go. It's getting late. And you should rest early. Okay, boss, you've worked hard all day too. You should get some rest. After seeing Guli off, Wei Jia returned to her hotel. She would consider moving only after things stabilized in the area. Zero, how much money do I have left? Guli asked via message. Boss, your WeChat balance plus your bank account totals 11,234 yuan. You've basically used up this month's living expenses. Do you want me to help you get some money back? I guarantee it will leave no trace. Guli understood what Zero meant. Using illegal means to transfer someone else's money into Guli's account. That's illegal. We cannot do that. The trial period for the free version of Udon is 7 days. We just need to wait. Once everyone has used the optimized phone and the free period is over, the phones will revert to their unoptimized state, and they definitely won't be able to adapt. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The membership fees are 20 yuan for 1 month, 58 yuan for 3 months, 108 yuan for 6 months, and 198 yuan for a year. If you enable automatic renewal, You can enjoy a continuous monthly membership for 15 yuan per month. Such pricing is affordable for the majority of people. For the price of a meal, you can enhance your phone's performance by 30 to 50, plus personal privacy protection features. That's a huge profit. After sending the pricing plan to Wei Jia, she also agreed that the fees were reasonable and had no better suggestions. Is the promotional plan for Udon ready? Wei Jia asked curiously. There's no doubt that Udon will succeed. The phone she is currently using has been optimized by Udon. It's much smoother than before, and the experience is simply great. Don't worry, everything is ready, and we'll launch it at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All right, boss. During this period, aside from being busy registering a company, Guli also continued to browse for bargains on the metal hill. The amount of waste sent to the recycling station changes daily, but there are very few items of value. The most things Guli picked up were discarded nano-sized umbrellas and clothes. The rest were just household and construction waste, which had no recycling value. To avoid wasting opportunities to turn waste into treasure, Guli decided to repurpose the umbrellas. Who knows, they might come in handy someday. Tomorrow, he would check again to see if any good items appeared. He also wondered how many downloads the app could achieve. He hoped that the promotional plan would be successful. Guli's mind was a jumble of thoughts, and eventually, he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zero's work was in full swing. Zero registered numerous accounts on websites where users gathered, such as forums and social media platforms. Then, he crazily posted threads and shared test videos. He would also use different accounts to leave comments, likes, and shares. In addition, he engaged with various content creators' videos by leaving comments. As an advanced artificial intelligence, Zero could complete these tasks in a millisecond, generating thousands of comments, likes, and shares instantly. Before long, the name of the app became a hot topic across various forums. Ada, a newcomer with 100,000 followers on a platform, primarily posted content teaching people how to DIY their phones. He shared numerous practical tips and software, earning the love of his followers. Of course, many were drawn to Ada because of his sharp-tongued commentary videos, which created plenty of entertaining memes. Ada lounged in his chair, bored, scrolling through his phone. The pages on various forums jumped around as he searched for new tips or interesting software. Suddenly, numerous pop-up notifications appeared on the platform. Is there a new viral video? Ada speculated. He hadn't uploaded anything new recently, so that was the only reason he could think of. When he opened the platform, he found it wasn't a video going viral, but rather many followers commenting on his older videos about an app called YD. YD? What is that? Ada checked the App Store, but didn't find any app named YD. After seeing Zero's test video, he gained a basic understanding of YD. Optimize the phone to enhance performance? Ada, being knowledgeable in the field, understood that optimizing could significantly improve phone performance, akin to reinstalling the system. Can this really be achieved with just one app? Ada felt skeptical. Discussions about YD began to surface on the forums he frequented, with most people adopting a doubtful attitude, believing it was just a gimmick. If it were truly possible, those phone manufacturers would have acted long ago, and it wouldn't have been left to someone else. However, as Zero continued his efforts, the name YD began to leave an impression on many. Ada was one of them, initially unsure of what kind of content to create. If YD could genuinely enhance performance, it would be a great recommendation for his followers. If it can't be done, make it into a roast video. Even a filler episode would be a good choice. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I remember you, YD. Chapter 6. YD, I'm absolutely impressed. The next day at 8 o'clock, YD officially launched. As soon as it was available, Ada downloaded YD onto his phone. The file size was only about 5 megabytes, and it quickly finished downloading and installed. With such a small file, can it really optimize the phone and enhance performance? Ada seriously suspected the developer of false advertising. Forget it, it's already downloaded. Let us test it out. Of course, if YD performs poorly, he won't make a video. His fans are his lifeline. He can't afford to lose them. Ada opened the app, and the opening animation looked very rough in his eyes. It was clearly a template found online. The interface of YD was very simple, or rather, basic. There were just two circular buttons labeled Optimize and Protect. Ada understood the functions of these buttons. He clicked on the Protect button, and a progress bar popped up. After about 3 minutes of waiting, the optimization was complete. Is that it? Too quick, right? Ada's confusion deepened, and he mentally decided to dismiss YD. What a waste of time. He had lost the motivation to test YD. It was probably some college student trying to make their project look good by coming up with this kind of concept to boost downloads. Those comments in the review section were likely from hired commenters. Sigh. No content for the video. After exiting the YD interface, Adai opened the forum to continue looking for tips on using his device. The posts in the forum were still from last night. People in this industry wouldn't wake up this early. Not finding anything useful, Adai, who was no longer sleepy, opened Glory of Kings and started his happy gaming time. Once he started playing, he noticed something was off. It was much smoother than before. Had the developers finally had a change of heart? Good, if it maintains this smoothness. Reaching the next rank today would be no problem. Adai felt a sense of joy inside. He had been stuck on those last few stars for over a week. Winning and losing, but never moving up. Game after game. 2 to 3 hours later, with the triumphant sound of victory, Adai, who had been serious and focused, finally let out a sigh of relief. He finally made it. Reflexively, he looked for a charging cable, after playing for so long. His phone should be running low on battery. Exiting the game, he checked the battery indicator, and there was still 50. Adai was stunned. When did his device become so robust? Wait, how come his phone didn't heat up after such long gaming? Adai took out another device of the same model. And after playing a few rounds of Glory of Kings, the battery was running low, and the back was heating up alarmingly. How could there be such a big difference with the same phone? Adai recalled the YD he installed earlier. Did it really optimize his phone and enhance its performance? He found 2 identical phones from his backup collection. As a new content creator in the tech community, he naturally had plenty of backup devices. Then he went to the room where he usually records videos, turned on the camera, and started recording. Hello, everyone. This is Adai playing with cool gadgets. Today, we are going to test an app called Udon, which has the following features described in its product information. Let's test it together. Adai named the 2 phones No. 1 and number 2. First, he restored both phones to their factory settings. Then he downloaded Udon on number 1 and optimized it, while number 2 remained unchanged. First, he tested the standby time by clearing the background apps and setting the screen to stay on. He did nothing and just observed their natural power consumption. This was a tedious process, and Adai had to constantly monitor the status of both phones, which is a common practice for reviewers. Number 2 blacked out first, running out of battery after a total standby time of 10 hours. Number 1 lasted 8 hours longer than number 2 before it went black. Adai sat at the table from day to night, feeling excited and wide awake, and continued testing. Indeed, after optimization with Udon, his phone became more resilient. The games became smoother, likely a result of Udon's optimization. Adai continued testing other aspects, and the results surprised him. The battery life improved by 80. In terms of performance, the optimized number 1 had an increased screen refresh rate, resulting in a more comfortable and smoother experience when switching animations. A game that originally averaged 4,555 frames per second was boosted to a full 60 frames. Adai felt it could go even higher, but was limited by the screen hardware. However, aspects like charging speed, photo quality, and signal strength showed little improvement. These are not things that can be enhanced by algorithms. They require hardware support. Wow, this software is impressive. Adai believes that, based on Udon's performance, the vast majority of people will download and install it. That's all for this video. Due to personal limitations, I won't test the privacy protection feature. I'll leave that to other experts. Udon is definitely an excellent app that fans troubled by inadequate phone performance can try out. This is not a paid promotion. It's purely my honest opinion. After a day of testing, I can only say one thing. Udon, I'm totally impressed. After uploading the video, Adai threw himself onto the bed and soon fell asleep, snoring away. As soon as Adai published it, his followers received notifications about the new video. Zero naturally noticed. To be precise, as long as the copy for Udon was improved, the video caught their attention and they began to take notes. On the video, comments kept flashing by. Check in, testing an app? No new gadget tips? Is this software really that amazing? Adai, are you being sponsored? Is it the same phone? What is this? I don't believe it. If it could be optimized, those big companies would have done it already. I suspect they deleted certain system files to boost performance and then claimed it was Udon's optimization. Agree with the previous comment. Count me in. Cut it out. Is it true? You can just download it yourself to find out. It's only 5 megabytes. It won't even take a minute. Fine, I'll download it. But I really don't believe it. This kind of situation has been happening in many videos. But more people, seeing recommendations from creators they follow, are curious and download it. Once they enable the optimization, they are amazed. What kind of magical app is this? The performance has improved so much. Teammates shouldn't lag anymore, right? Those who stubbornly claimed they didn't believe it also fell silent after downloading. The fact is, they can't utter the words, "I don't believe it," starting from the gaming section of a certain platform. More and more people became aware of the app and were impressed by its powerful optimization capabilities. After installing the app on mid-range phones, performance can rival that of high-end devices. As for low-end phones, the app's emergence is a blessing for low-end users. Especially among mid to low-end users, a large proportion are young people. And after hearing about the app's features, they eagerly downloaded it. In no time, the download numbers skyrocketed. Chapter 7. Astonishing download numbers, breathing life into future phones. Master, their essay call for you. A charming female voice echoed from Gu Li's bedside, resonating throughout the dorm room. Gu Li, your ringtone is something else. Hee-Young peeked out from behind the curtains, looking at Gu Li's bed. Gu Li replied, then answered the call. He hadn't slept well last night and had been feeling sluggish all day. He had gone to a recycling station, taken a tour with Ling to prepare the architectural drawings for an office building. After having lunch, he was dragged by Hee-Young to play a game. They played until nightfall, and Gu Li felt dizzy, so he stopped. He lay down to rest, and unexpectedly fell asleep until the next morning. The call was from Wei Jia. What is up? Gu Li asked in confusion. Wei Jia had checked the app's download numbers yesterday, which had increased from just a few dozen to several thousand. Overall, the growth trend was consistently upward. Ling's promotional efforts were ongoing, but he and kept a close watch. Gu, the download numbers for the app exploded. Wei Jia's excited voice came through. As the first product of Longting, she had high hopes for it. Since its launch, she had been monitoring it. Although she didn't have back-end access, she could still see the download numbers through various app stores. It was now 8 in the morning on the second day, and within just one day, the app's downloads had actually surpassed 1 million. It was growing rapidly at a rate of 10,000 downloads per minute. I didn't expect your influence to be so great. On forums like Qiandu Tieba, a certain platform, Tianya, Hupu, and Boji, the app's promotion could be seen everywhere. Gu Li thought to himself that he hadn't made the wrong choice. Although his company was small, it had a significant impact. He didn't expect the promotional efforts for the app to be so effective. Gu Li felt a bit embarrassed. Where did this energy come from? It was all Ling's doing. He guessed that as soon as someone deleted a post, Ling would comment and repost hundreds or thousands of times. Countless Zero-registered accounts have been banned. If it weren't for Gu Li not allowing Zero to unban them autonomously, Zero could easily lift a finger and unban them all. How many downloads are there now? Gu Li asked, but Wei Jia hadn't spoken yet. Zero's information popped up on the screen, vibrating to alert Gu Li. You done, free version 107 million downloads. It broke through 1 million downloads on the very first day of its launch. Zero's contribution was undeniable. A few days later, your phone is likely to ring nonstop. Be prepared in advance, Gu Li said slowly. Wei Jia, puzzled, asked why. The contact number for our company that will be made public will be yours. Wei Jia responded, what? With Udon performing so well, those phone manufacturers won't overlook it. The programming language for Udon was developed by Zero, who combined their own programming experience with all the programming languages on Earth. To crack it? Maybe in a few hundred years. Gu Li sighed in relief. The success of Udon boosted Gu Li's confidence in the plans in their mind. After hanging up with Wei Jia, Gu Li got dressed and headed to the recycling station. The new dimensional trash had been delivered. Looking at the colorful waste before them, Gu Li changed into a full-body diving suit. Hopefully, there would be good finds today. Gu Li put on a mask and stepped into the pile of garbage. A sensation similar to stepping into mud reached their feet. Gu Li was already accustomed to it, bending down to rummage through useless items, which they directly destroyed. A broken cardboard box? Destroyed. A broken toothbrush? Destroyed. Used nanograde disposable gloves? Keeping those. In a sci-fi movie set to release in the future, a space elevator will require nanomaterials. It could come in handy later. The nanograde mini umbrella saved a few days ago was also for this reason. What was kept was naturally the transformed treasure, while the rest was directly destroyed. Gu Li pulled out a piece of clothing from the garbage pile, ready to destroy it. But the weight fell off. Spreading the clothing out on the garbage, Gu Li checked the pockets with both hands. In the right pocket, Gu Li pulled out a cylindrical object measuring 15 centimeters. 70 new graphene flashlight. The built-in graphene battery allows it to be used for at least 50 more years. A graphene battery. This is a great find. In the past life, anything with the word graphene added was invariably several times more expensive than similar items. No one really checked if it contained actual graphene. It just sounded high-tech, so people bought it at a higher price. However, Gu Li knew that businesses played with words. The extraction cost of real graphene reached tens of thousands per gram. What they used was multi-layer graphene, essentially nanograde lime powder. It wasn't exactly deceiving consumers. After all, they did use something, just not the real deal. But the graphene battery in Gu Li's hand was genuine. It wasn't a lead-acid or lithium battery simply coated with a layer of graphene or a pseudo-graphene battery with added graphene. The industrial value behind it starts at least in the trillions. I wonder if it can be transformed into a spark source? If it can, it would be like striking gold. After some thought, Gu Li decided to give up. Currently, his product is just an app, and the profit it generates is limited. Even if he manages to research the relevant technology, without financial support, he can't even afford the machines to purify graphene. For now, if he still can't find the phone today, he will go ahead and transform it, allowing it to research itself, treating it as a way to store technology. He placed the flashlight in the pocket of his diving suit. If it gets transformed like a spark source, it could turn into a tattoo that he can carry with him. Of course, this tattoo would only be visible to Gu Li. Gu Li continued to search and finally found the phone he was looking for in a box filled with scrap parts. Half of the holographic projection phone. Pull it apart, and you get an excellent assistant, although not now. Looking at the description, Gu Li couldn't help but smile. Today, 3 good things have come his way. The holographic projection phone is only half of a rectangular shape, 5 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters long. The broken part dangles with wires of different colors, intricately distributed. At the top, there is a round hole, but he couldn't tell what component it was. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a phone. He placed it in the pocket of his diving suit along with the flashlight. Gu Li continued his unfinished task of collecting garbage. However, after finding the graphene flashlight and the holographic projection phone, it felt like all his luck had been used up. He didn't find any valuable items afterward. After disposing of all the garbage, Gu Li returned to the small building of the recycling station. After cleaning the diving suit with a high-pressure water gun, he took the flashlight and phone to the office. First, Gu Li turned the holographic projection phone into something valuable, then used the spark source to give it life. He decided to leave the graphene flashlight for transformation tomorrow. Chapter 8. Establishing the Spark Source RD Team, confirming the company's main business. Click, click, click. More parts than during the transformation of Zero flew in the air. Soon, a more refined robot than Zero appeared before Gu Li. The robot transformed from the holographic projection phone was shorter than Zero, but more agile. Hail to the Supreme Leader. The robot half knelt and bowed respectfully. Gu Li could sense that it was observing him, something he and T felt with Zero. It seems that the higher the technological content of the machine, the greater its intelligence after transformation. From now on, you will be called Little Hand, Gu Li said to the robot transformed from the holographic projection phone. Then he took Zero out of his pocket. Zero is your superior. What it says represents what I say. It will inform you of the precautions, and you just need to execute them. Zero, please teach Little Hand well, Gu Li said softly to both of them. From now on, new transformed transformers will be entrusted to Zero to convey the precautions. At this stage, transformers cannot appear in public. Thank you for the name, leader. Understood, boss. Zero and Little Hand replied in unison. Zero then looked at the small device and conveyed the necessary matters to pay attention to. Boss, I've done a good job of teaching, Zero said, seeking praise. Gu Li nodded and looked at the small device, transformed back into a phone. The small device morphed into a rectangular shape, splitting in the middle, resembling an elongated foldable phone. Gu Li picked it up and pulled both sides apart. A light blue screen appeared in the center, and a lifelike projection materialized above it. Dear boss, hello, I am here to serve you. Please choose a virtual image for me from the following options. Styles: anime, teacher, elegant lady, CEO body type, small, normal, large, impressive expressions, happy, angry, sad, joyful. Indignant. This scene gave Gu Li a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a silly girl. The design of the small device surely came from a parallel universe's people, perhaps a heavy enthusiast of silly girls. Seeing Gu Li silent, the small device began selecting options on its own. Based on the internet data of the boss, I have selected the following tags for you. Teacher, impressive, indignant. Gu Li responded, that's not me. That was my past self. He sighed, deciding to focus on the small device's performance first. After some experimentation, he found that operating the small device didn't require finger clicks. Whatever he wanted to do, he could simply tell the small device directly, even without prior programming. Moreover, the screen had no size limitations. It could be whatever dimension he desired. The built-in graphene battery could last for 3 days when fully charged. Furthermore, once transformed by the source of fire, as long as it stayed near Guli, it would have an endless supply of energy. It could even project onto walls for watching TV or movies, including running AAA games, although controlling game characters required additional tools. In summary, the small device was a combination of a phone, computer, and TV, integrating their functionalities into one. Wow, the technology from other dimensions is really impressive, Guli thought, but a sense of urgency began to rise within him. If those beings from other dimensions discovered Earth's existence and the emergence of intelligent life, they would surely invade, turning Earth into a colony. Before acquiring the system for transforming waste into treasure and the source of fire, Guli felt powerless to address such a situation. Now, however, he could access their technology and would not allow such an event to happen. There were still friends and family on Earth who had not lost faith in him, waiting for him to succeed and make a name for himself. After all, he was the only young person left in his family. By using the source of fire to transform technological products from other dimensions, he could let them research themselves and develop corresponding technologies. Then, he could implement these technologies on Earth, improving people's lives and ultimately stepping into the stars. For now, Zero and the small device needed to remain hidden, claiming their technology came from a certain foreign research team. They would also establish an offshore company, funneling research funds into it to maintain appearances. After all, whether it was left or right, everything belonged to Guli. Zero, the small device. Boss, do you have any instructions for us? Zero and Little Hand responded simultaneously. Take notes. I want you to help me develop a smartphone, using your own features as a reference, aiming for a phone that surpasses the best ones on the market by 30 in all aspects. Each subsequent model should improve by 30 compared to the previous one, with the final form being Little Hand. Every technology developed should be compiled into a corresponding technical summary, such as the holographic projection technology, artificial intelligence technology, graphene battery technology, etc. Any technology that is not available on the market should be included in the summary and stored with you for now, and later transferred to our database once we establish our data storage center. There will be more and more transformed beings in the future, and having a central database will facilitate easy access and updates. Noted, Zero replied. This project will be primarily led by Little Hand, and I will assist once I complete the planning for the office building. Zero's words brightened Guli's eyes. It seemed that even the transformed beings, which were not inherently advanced, could become smarter through learning. However, once Little Hand started learning from the internet, it would quickly surpass Zero. Yet, the position of first assistant would remain unchanged, always held by Zero, whom Guli preferred to work with. In the future, I will assign all transformed beings to you, allowing them to focus on researching their own technologies, while also assisting in building our own technology database. All right, Zero happily responded. Little Hand observed the interaction between Zero and Guli, deep in thought. How can I make the leader like me more? While Guli was busy planning the direction of his future company, the smartphone industry was experiencing intense discussions due to the emergence of a new product. In just one day, the app has skyrocketed to 1 million downloads. What is the magic behind it? Comprehensive optimization, enhancing the performance of all brands by 30 to 50? A new revolution may be coming to smartphone systems. A major smartphone company announces a collaboration with a tech firm to enhance user experience. The privacy features of this app are the best response to recent controversies. This app has thwarted global surveillance plans in the region. News about this app continued to emerge, including contributions from Zero that boosted its visibility. The download numbers surged exponentially under these reports. It took just one day to break through to 1 million downloads, and only 6 hours to reach 10 million. This app truly became a sensation in the region. Furthermore, due to the statements made by the smartphone company, there was a trend of spreading interest abroad. Chapter 9. An inaccessible dilemma for the technology department. In the capital, on the 7th floor of the Rice Technology Park, the sound of keyboard typing converged into a symphony. Each workstation was adorned with varying amounts of greenery. The density and volume of typing, combined with the thinning hair of the programmers wearing glasses in front of their computers, clearly distinguished between the veterans and the newcomers. The most dynamic group in terms of rhythm is the technical department. The sound of keyboards is sometimes intense and hurried, and at other times abruptly stops. Everyone at the workstations looks as if they are constipated. As the best group in the technical department, they now feel like wilting eggplants. I can't take it anymore, boss. I'm really at my wit's end, said a young man with relatively thick hair, pushing up his glasses and lounging in his ergonomic chair. Which divine team created this? I can't even break through the outer layer. It's just a complete dead end. Do you have any solutions, boss? I've tried everything, and I can't even find a crack. The group members expressed their frustrations. The team leader, Zheng Yihua, also wore a bitter expression. What they are currently trying to crack is the hottest app, Udon. Yesterday, Zheng Yihua discovered Udon on a small video platform. After downloading and experiencing it, he was amazed by its performance. As an excellent programmer in the industry, he started to crack Udon out of a desire to learn, wanting to see how it optimized mobile phones and enhanced performance. He believed that applying this knowledge to their own product would definitely boost its competitiveness. However, he soon realized he was powerless. No matter what methods he tried, he couldn't break into Yoduan's internal system. When he came to work today, he reported the information about Udon. He then received the task of cracking Udon. But the result was still the same. The entire group worked together but couldn't penetrate Udon, all being blocked by its defenses. Well, let's pause for now. Everyone relax. And I'll report this to the manager, Zheng Yihua sighed. After documenting the cracking process and results, Zheng Yihua took the file to the manager's office. Knock, knock, come in, came the tired voice of the manager. Manager, we couldn't crack Udon, Zheng Yihua stated bluntly. The manager nodded, taking the file and setting it aside without looking at it. You've worked hard, but we can't give up. I've also been trying to crack this app from last night until today and understand your frustrations. The result is the same as yours. We haven't succeeded. I just received a notice that we need to crack Udon within a week and launch an app with similar functions. The focus is on Yoduan's personal privacy protection feature, which could help us secure contracts for customized devices from government departments. So we must do everything possible to crack it. I'll call a meeting shortly. You also need to keep a close watch on relevant information from both domestic and international sources, so we don't miss any breakthroughs from competitors. You can leave now. Zheng Yihua replied. Okay, manager, please take care of yourself as well. Similar scenes to that of the technical department are unfolding in various companies. Like them, their attention is also focused on Yoduan's privacy protection feature. Phones installed with Udon, once the feature is enabled, become just as impenetrable as Udon itself. All the reserved backdoors are tightly sealed by Udon. It is fundamentally impossible to steal the privacy information of the mobile phone users. The technical department of Huaxing Technology Company Limited. The programmers assigned to crack the security system are all in despair, looking at the screen displaying nothing but the word failure. Confusion is the psychological state of everyone. Has their technology been eliminated? Are they unable to keep up with the times? Is there a new technology emerging? Otherwise, how could they not crack it? Would they also be eliminated if they can't keep up? This industry is like that. If you have the skills, you can stay. If not, then sorry, please leave your position for someone who can. Companies like Green Factory, Blue Factory, Hammer, and a certain prominent brand have left all their programmers doubting their capabilities due to this security system. As time passes day by day, this doubt deepens. A week has flown by, and the task of cracking the security system has yet to be completed. Despair fills the hearts of all programmers. Major companies that claimed a week ago to be launching corresponding features have all retracted their statements. The inability to crack the system has reached the higher-ups. The executives of phone manufacturers are generally acquainted and are well aware of whether each other's companies have succeeded in cracking it. After all, whoever cracks it first can take a larger share of the market. But so far, no one's market share has changed. Soon, they came up with a new idea. Surprisingly, in agreement. Since it cannot be cracked, then let's buy it. If we can't buy it, let's invest. Let's secure the technology first. Consequently, calls from both domestic and international sources flooded in. The phone hasn't stopped ringing for 24 hours a day. If it weren't for her study abroad experience and work overseas, she might not have been able to handle it all. Manager Gu, you need to tell me how to respond to them quickly. Should we sell or accept the investment? Wei Jia exclaimed weakly. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. Just as she fell asleep, the phone would ring. Just as she fell asleep, the phone would ring. It was utterly frustrating. Yet she couldn't ignore the calls. The company's revenue would mean more income for her. As the general manager of Longting, Gu Li had given Wei Jiao a share of the profit distribution. Otherwise, she would have given up long ago. Moreover, those looking to invest are offering hundreds of thousands to millions in funds. Though it's annoying, she actually prefers receiving more investment calls. Why must they sell? Why accept their investment? Gu Li smiled slightly. Why not sell? Wei Jiao was puzzled. Gu Li chuckled. The potential of the security system is not limited to this. Once they acquire the technology, the future positioning of the security system could be an AI mobile assistant comparable to other leading technologies. In the future, the capabilities of the security system will increase, optimizing while ensuring the protection of user information. This aspect will need to be communicated with the authorities. The security system will not protect illegal activities. What do you think of the security system? Guli asked in return. It's great. The phone's performance has improved significantly, and users' personal privacy information is well protected. To achieve these two functions, my research and development team had to recompile all the mobile operating systems of existing brands in the market to enhance phone performance. When users' personal information is requested by mobile apps, the system automatically detects the authenticity of the application. Genuine apps provide real information, while disguised or counterfeit ones provide false identity information. Given these capabilities, do you think I still need to sell the technology or accept investments to share my expertise? Why not start my own phone brand? Wei Jia opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't understand the technical aspects. Her strength lay in managing the company and generating higher profits. But as Guli said, creating my own phone brand would yield the greatest returns. So, should we not sell? We could sell customized services. Chapter 10. Aren't you afraid of sudden death? Customized services? An annual licensing fee of 3 million? Revenue sharing for membership at 50-50? Longting, aren't you afraid of choking on your own words? Su Guanjing, the manager of the business department at Dami, clicked his tongue upon hearing Wei Jia's offer. Naturally, these comments were made after hanging up the phone, a form of venting. It's not a good habit to complain in front of others, especially since there might be a future collaboration. However, he didn't take Longting seriously at all. He had encountered numerous emerging companies like this, where, after achieving some success, they acted as if they were invincible, only offering customized services? Let's see how long that confidence lasts. Su Guanjing scoffed. Such a young person, not afraid of challenges. Su Guanjing wasn't very familiar with the technology, as he had just returned from a business trip abroad. He was then assigned to negotiate the purchase of the technology from Longting, leading to his misjudgment. His overconfidence played a role too, thinking that with years of experience in the workforce, he could easily handle an emerging company like Longting. It's worth noting that the downloads for the technology have already surpassed 100 million in various app stores and are increasing at a rate of 1 million downloads per hour. Such significant traffic is not to be underestimated. Other companies have relayed Wei Jia's offer back to their superiors for a decision. Sure, the company is small and new, but their product is impressive. Oh no, I overslept. Why didn't you wake me up, Xiaoman? Qin Xiaolu jumped out of bed in a panic. Liang Yikan, who had just returned from an early morning run and was having breakfast, said with concern, I saw you working on designs until 4 or 5 in the morning. Since today is Sunday, I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer. Look at you. You've been staying up late all week. Your dark circles are visible, and your skin looks tired. I really don't know what you're so busy with. You come home and work on designs day and night, only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep. Aren't you afraid of burning out? Work is important, but so is your health. Liang Yikan's tone turned reproachful as they had been friends since their freshman year. Seeing Qin Xiaolu like this, it was heart-wrenching. It's okay, she said. It's not work. Just helping someone very important to me. Qin Xiaolu got off the bed, snatched the spoon from Liang Yikan's hand, and started eating the preserved egg and lean meat congee that Liang Yikan had bought. I'm running out of time. I'm starving. I'll get you some later. Who is this important person that makes you sacrifice your beauty to help? Liang Yikan curiously asked. Is it the one from last week? Qin Xiaolu nodded, her cheeks stuffed with congee. Liang Yikan was even more curious about the man whose back he had only seen last week. He must be something special to catch the attention of the goddess. Enough talk. Help me clean up. I need to go out. In less than a minute, Qin Xiaolu finished eating. Then she took 10 minutes to wash up, followed by a minute to change clothes. After that, she grabbed her laptop and rushed out of the dorm. Are you not wearing any makeup? Liang Yikan called out from behind. No need for makeup, came Qin Xiaolu's distant voice as her figure disappeared from the floor. At Cafe Number 7, Guli and Wei Jia had been there before. Guli checked his phone and saw it was already 10:30, an hour and a half past their agreed time of 9. Did she oversleep? Guli muttered. Boss, Miss Qin's computer account shows her last offline time was 4:30 a.m., the information displayed on the screen. So late. How foolish. Guli exclaimed. Has it been like this for a while? Yes, the average offline time is around 4 a.m. Where is she now? About 3 kilometers away, approximately 15 minutes. Help me search for the nearest mall. Okay, boss. The closest mall to you is Shengshi Plaza, 596 meters away. Following the navigation, Guli arrived at Shengshi Plaza, found a high-end cosmetics store, and bought a set of products aimed at repairing the effects of staying up late. Before coming to Hangzhou, he had sold his car for over 100,000 yuan to purchase servers. Since Yudun was going to launch a paid version, it couldn't use servers that cost only a few hundred yuan like the free version, which handled simple data transmissions. After adding paid features, the number of paying users wouldn't be small, so upgrading the servers was necessary. Especially with so many Yudun users now, a 100,000 yuan server might not even be enough. By the time the money arrived, more servers would be needed. After buying the cosmetics, Guli was truly broke. Back at the cafe, it wasn't too long before Qin Xiaolu, wearing a baseball cap, arrived. She recognized Guli at a glance and sat down beside him. I'm so sorry. I'm late, Qin Xiaolu said apologetically. You don't need to say sorry to me. Guli shook his head. If anyone should apologize, it's me. In his past life, every time he got drunk, Qin Xiaolu would show up, and he would always push her away. Even after being pushed away, she never left. Always coming forward to support him. He had used the harshest words to insult her, to drive her away. But every time he got drunk and needed someone to care for him, she would always show up. Until that time when he hit her, Qin Xiaolu never appeared again. After that, Guli regretted it deeply. Every time he thought about it, his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Even until his death from alcoholism, he never saw Qin Xiaolu again. Fortunately, he was back. He could see the girl whose eyes were full of him again. This time, he would not push her away. Huh. Qin Xiaolu was taken aback. This is for you, Guli said, taking out a set of cosmetics and handing it to Qin Xiaolu. Why? Qin Xiaolu asked, confused. Why? You still have the nerve to ask? Working on designs until dawn every day, aren't you afraid of burning out? I'm worried for you. Guli raised his voice towards the end. Damn it. I've come back to life. Don't exhaust yourself again. Hearing Guli's words, Qin Xiaolu was stunned. But a smile appeared in her eyes. How did you know? Why should I tell you how I know? Guli replied irritably. Anyway, you can't do this anymore. Your health is important. Okay. Qin Xiaolu felt her tired body seemingly infused with energy, becoming full of vitality. I've finished designing the UI you wanted. I'll copy it to you on a USB drive now. With that, Qin Xiaolu took out a cute, anime-styled USB drive. Guli organized her. Just copy it directly to my phone. It'll be easier to integrate it into the system that way. That works. By the way, I still don't know what the software you made is called, Qin Xiaolu asked curiously. During this time, she had been either busy with work or working on Guli's UI and hadn't asked about him, just following his design plans. It's called YD. Qin Xiaolu's pupils instantly dilated. Chapter 11. Lend me $300 to set up my own chip manufacturing plant? Qin Xiaolu opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at Guli. She had heard of YD. The tech department of a certain company had failed because of it. They wanted to study YD's logic, how it optimized phones and improved performance. But they hadn't even broken through the surface. This news quickly spread, becoming a topic of conversation for everyone. But she never expected that YD was created by Guli, the guy she had secretly liked for over a decade but had never confessed to. This revelation struck Qin Xiaolu like a thunderbolt. Just a few days ago, her mother had called to ask how to download YD, saying how great it was for improving phone performance and protecting personal privacy. Even her old-fashioned mother knew about YD, which showed its popularity. No wonder the logo design for YD required a shield wrapped in a dragon, exuding a sense of technology. What's wrong? Guli asked, looking at Qin Xiaolu's surprised expression with confusion. Having the source of ignition and advanced tech assistants like Zero and Xiao Shou, Guli had already lost interest in so-called advanced technology on Earth. To him, YD was just a minor technology, as normal as eating and drinking. I don't understand why Qin Xiaolu is so surprised. Why didn't you tell me that the software you developed is Yudun? I can't believe I'm not the first to know. Qin Xiaolu pretended to be angry. Well, you didn't ask, did you? Guli shrugged. Fine. Qin Xiaolu pouted. You are such a straight man. Yudun will launch a paid version tomorrow. Send me your uncle and aunt's phone numbers, and I will grant you access, Guli said. So soon? What about my UI design? Qin Xiaolu asked in confusion. She had only submitted the designed UI to Guli just before noon. It seemed impossible to adjust the UI in just half a day. During her internship at the design department, it usually took at least 3 rounds of testing before a UI could be officially launched. With the paid version coming out tomorrow, it It was likely that her design wouldn't be used. After putting in so much effort and staying up late for many days, a sense of loss unexpectedly arose in her heart. I have a team, and we can incorporate your designed UI into the paid version in half a day. I will transfer the design fee to you tomorrow. No need. I was just joking last time, Qin Xiaolu said, her mood brightening. Actually, I need to trouble you with one more thing, Guli said shyly. What is it? Could you lend me $300 for a train ticket? Guli rubbed his nose, feeling quite embarrassed. It was the first time in his life he had borrowed money from a girl. Ha ha ha, no problem. Qin Xiaolu laughed. That afternoon, Guli returned to Pan'an City and met Wei Jia at a bungalow near the recycling station. The paid version of Udon would be launched tomorrow, and once the membership fees were received, they could first rent an office and start preparing for recruitment. The main focus would still be on the two departments I mentioned last time, responsible for business coordination and website beautification. As for the technical department, I have my own team to handle it. We will just take care of what I just mentioned. As Guli pondered, he slowly outlined what Wei Jia needed to do. There was no need to worry about technical matters, as Zero and Xiao Shou would take care of it. What Guli needed to do was to update the server capacity at the right time once the money arrived. Wei Jia sat across from Guli, jotting down his tasks. Is there anything else you need me to do? Wei Jia asked, looking up after finishing his notes. That's it. By the way, has any company purchased our customized services? Guli asked curiously. Wei Jia shook his head after hearing our quote. They said they needed to think it over and haven't responded since. All right, forget about them. We don't necessarily need them to buy, Guli said indifferently. Selling customized services was just a bonus project for Longting. It didn't matter if they couldn't sell it. I don't have anything else for you. So you can head back and rest, Guli said. After Wei Jia left, Guli called out Zero and Xiao Shou. How's the mobile plan coming along? Boss, it's already completed, Zero replied. If we need to enter the mobile phone industry, the most suitable plan for us is to first find a factory for outsourcing production. I have already investigated which outsourcing factories have the best quality control for various parts of mobile phones. However, I haven't found a suitable manufacturer for the most important chips. Currently, the chips produced by manufacturers around the world cannot meet the requirement of a 30 overall improvement. After discussing with Xiao Shou, my suggestion is to establish our own chip manufacturing plant. Both Xiao Shou and I have already mastered the relevant technology. However, to achieve independent production, we still need the help of our leader. At this point, Zero paused and looked at Guli. The fire source? Guli guessed, as there was nothing else that could help. Yes, we just need to purchase a domestically produced lithography machine. Other related equipment can also be substituted in our country. I have already contacted a domestic company, and they will ship it immediately once the funds are in place, Zero said excitedly. No country in the world can independently produce chips. The lithography machines used to manufacture chips contain light source technology from certain countries, optical equipment from another, bearings from yet another, valve components come from one nation, mechanical processes, and certain lenses from another, while manufacturing technology comes from leading manufacturers. All these technologies are top-notch, with most originating from Western countries. This is why they can boldly restrict our country and others from importing lithography machines. But now, Guli has Zero and Xiao Shou, as well as the fire source. The three major technological limitations of lithography machines cannot restrict Guli. By transforming discarded lithography machines into valuable assets and using the fire source to ignite them, they can break through these limitations. Zero and Xiao Shou can learn global internet knowledge and, combined with the transformed lithography machine, design EDA software for chip development, which is also a small task. As for raw materials, that is even simpler. Our country is rich in resources and lacks nothing in terms of raw materials. What is lacking is only the technology and machines for purification. With these, Guli is not short of anything. By combining everything, Guli now possesses all the relevant technologies for the lithography machine. Investing money to build a factory is the way to go. You and Xiao Shou should come up with a more concrete plan. Once the funds arrive, we can start pushing forward. In the early stages, we will primarily use chips from chip manufacturers to maximize the performance, battery life, and photography capabilities of the mobile phones, ensuring we achieve the expected results. Guli said after pondering for a while. Establishing a complete chip manufacturing plant requires considerable funding. We should proceed steadily according to the plan and advance in phases. Chapter 12. Peng Dehai, I really need to thank you. How is the office building blueprint and the survey I mentioned coming along? It's already completed, Xiao Shou. Zero nudged Xiao Shou. Xiao Shou stepped forward, and a beam shot from his head, forming a light screen. The rendered office building appeared above, slowly rotating horizontally, allowing a clear view of the entire structure. From the front, the building looked unremarkable, resembling a bungalow. The building stands 10 meters tall with 3 stories, featuring a glass curtain wall that allows a clear view of the interior from the outside. The roof protrudes over the lower sections, with some areas designed in curves to provide shelter from rain below. At first glance, it gives an impression of being oddly shaped. However, upon a second look, it appears less strange and even attractive. From a high vantage point, the building's shape resembles a shield, similar to the logo of a certain brand. Following that, the building on the light screen turns downward. The underground area has also been planned, with architectural details more intricate than those above ground. This will be the future workspace for the RD team, focused on groundbreaking technologies that aim to change the world. The entrance is strategically located at the waste disposal area, utilizing a smart door that integrates facial recognition, iris scanning, and fingerprint identification. It is controlled by a system, allowing only authorized individuals to enter. Not bad, Guli praised. Send the building plans to Wei Jia, and we will construct the underground part ourselves. Okay, boss. He then reviewed the survey created by Ling. This survey was sent to users of the brand, informing them about the upcoming paid version and gauging their willingness to pay. It also aimed to collect user suggestions regarding the payment plan. After Guli reviewed it and found no issues, he instructed Ling to push it on the platform. On a certain forum, a user posted an announcement about the brand's upcoming paid version. The platform mainly serves to share work-related videos, while the user often spends more time on various forums. The paid version will be available for a continuous monthly subscription of only 15 yuan, which is quite reasonable. They are charging now? I just tried it for a day. It was free for only 7 days. Is the company that eager? What can we do? Only they have this technology. An industry insider commented, I work at a certain tech company, and even now, those foreigners can't figure out how they did it. Not just them, other big names also haven't cracked it. It's unfortunate for us programmers, facing criticism without being able to solve it. If it were that easy, the download numbers wouldn't keep rising. Haha, they are really impressive. My foreign friends are asking me for the installation package. Despite trade restrictions, they can't hold us back. We have plenty of talent here, and they can't crack an app we released. By the way, will everyone pay? Of course. Why not? I don't want to be left wondering about my life. The membership fee isn't high, so let's support it. Sigh. As a student, I don't have much money. Haha. That's tough. Just as the discussion heated up, a post quickly surged to the top of the forum's trending topics. Shocking. The office address of the tech company is actually a waste station. The founder is a current college student. The following is internal information, although it has been redacted. The basic details can still be matched. I'm amazed. What the heck? Is that my schoolmate? Incredible. They developed software at a recycling station that outperforms both domestic and international products? Impressive. I suddenly understand why they only offered a week of free access. They simply can't sustain it longer. Registering a company with zero capital, as a college student, how much money can they have? A week of support is already quite impressive. I know them. They're a good friend of mine. After a family car accident, only they and their grandfather were left. And they've been living with their uncle since childhood. I can vouch for their self-made success. Is it true? You must be joking. Here is a photo of us together. I believe it, only 15? I'm in. Me too. Support for the development of our country's technology. No doubt about it. I support it. With a boost from my friend, the topic about the company surged in popularity. It spread across various media platforms, letting more people know that they are a company dedicated to developing new mobile technology, with more influential figures explaining. The internal logic of their program is set to cause a significant transformation in mobile systems. More people are paying attention to them, even at higher levels. It's important to note that currently, the mainstream mobile operating systems worldwide are only 2, Android and iOS. The technology they possess can lead to revolutionary developments in both. So, could this lead to the creation of a mobile operating system for our people? Naturally, it's possible. They are a living example. If they develop a distinct system that others can't crack, belonging to them, wouldn't that be a mobile system for our people? Gaining membership to enjoy the speed brought by their program became secondary. The main goal is to support the technological development for our people, ensuring they have sufficient research and development funding. If they can create such impressive software at a recycling station, just imagine what they could do with adequate funding. I can't even picture it. I've helped you a lot. Don't forget to thank me later. Just waking up, The main character rubbed their hair. Is this person dreaming and losing touch with reality? What do I need to thank them for? Confused, they thought, whatever. Today marks the official launch of the paid version. So they went to meet at the recycling station to check on the payment situation. The data was already being compiled. By the time they arrived at the recycling station, their associate was already waiting at the door. But why were there so many people surrounding them? As they walked in, everyone surrounded them. Mr. Gu, is the company planning to enter the mobile phone industry in the future? Is it true that your program will disrupt the two major mobile systems? It turned out to be reporters. Feeling relieved, the main character calmed their impulse to disclose details. Sorry, I can't reveal internal secrets. They smiled while pushing through the crowd, leading their associate out of the recycling station. With great effort, Gu Li and Wei Jia finally managed to leave. What's up with the reporters? Gu Li was puzzled. His company was still being established, so why were reporters already showing up? Longting had made it to several trending searches. And then our company became popular. Wei Jia slumped in her seat. The reporters had tormented her enough. Gu Li took out his phone and started checking. Peng Dehai. I really need to thank you properly. Gu Li gritted his teeth. Without even asking, you sold me out? Chapter 13. Payment rate exceeds half. Compromise is inevitable. At the Jiaqing Business Hotel, Gu Li and Wei Jia stood hesitantly outside. Must it be here, President Gu? Wei Jia's face flushed. She had never booked a room with a man before. It has to be here. I need to project data analysis, and there's no suitable place elsewhere. You brought your ID, right? Wei Jia nodded. I've already booked the room. We just need to check in, and we can leave after reviewing the data. Gu Li entered the hotel first. They needed to rent an office space quickly. Staying at a junkyard was too risky for such occurrences. Those office buildings at least had security to keep an eye on things. After calming herself down, Wei Jia followed Gu Li. Once they checked into the room, Gu Li pulled down the blackout curtains and projected the data onto the wall. On the light blue screen, data was categorized according to registered users, demographic distribution, number of paying users, total payment amount, and so on. Registered users: 1, 9234, 1032. Demographic distribution: 118 years old, 15, 1935 years old, 65, 3,656 years old, 16, 5,770 years old, 4. Number of paying users: 1, 0310, 6928, payment rate 54. Total payment amount: 22, 6213, 8,560 yuan. Seeing the statistics on the screen, Gu Li's heart raced uncontrollably. 2 billion. In just 7 days, he had earned 2 billion, and it was all at no cost. With an incredibly high profit return. This was just the beginning of the first day, and the numbers of paying users and total payment were still increasing. Each time the numbers rolled over, it represented amounts in the millions or even hundreds of millions. At that moment, Gu Li could only think about taking this money and disappearing to live a carefree life. So this is what it feels like to become rich overnight. Wei Jia's mouth fell open when she saw the data. As a professional manager, she had evaluated Yudu and knew its excellence. However, since it had only been launched for 7 days, the user experience time was short, and she assumed that people's willingness to pay wouldn't be that high. She had estimated Yudu's market value to be around 1 billion. But after seeing that long string of numbers, she was shocked. President Gu, it seems like you've become a billionaire. Wei Jia's voice was filled with disbelief. It was too surreal. I'm not. You've become a millionaire. Gu Li shook his head. With over 2 billion in revenue, 50 would go to the tech department, as the research and development costs for Yudu were not low. 30 would be placed in the company account for expenses. They still needed to start building their office building. The remaining amount is our profit. I can at most be considered a millionaire. The share of dividends I'm giving you is 1, which should amount to around 2 million. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Gu Li looked at Wei Jia with great interest. Wei Jia was taken aback, her mouth slightly open. Am I a millionaire now? Am I financially free? Wei Jia felt her heart racing, and in a moment of excitement, she rushed towards Gu Li. Thank you. I love you, Mr. Gu. Wei Jia had just graduated a year ago, originally thinking that she could earn more money abroad and then return home to develop her career. Who knew she would encounter the harsh realities of society and face obstacles upon returning? Her parents didn't inquire much, didn't rush her, only reminded her to eat on time and take care of her health. But the more they did this, the greater her pressure became. She was already an adult, out in society, yet still asking her parents for financial help. Deep down, she felt a sense of urgency, yearning for work and a high-paying job. Until she met Gu Li, who gave her a glimmer of hope. Then, just 7 days later, Guli made her a millionaire. The excitement in her heart was beyond words, and in a moment of passion, she threw herself at Guli, giving him a big hug. She was just a 23-year-old young girl. Caught off guard, Guli was knocked onto the bed by Wei Jia. It was still summer, especially in a city like this, where everyone wore light clothing. Guli could feel the softness and warmth of Wei Jia, and the atmosphere in the room quickly became charged. They exchanged a glance and quickly separated. Wei Jia's cheeks instantly flushed. Guli cleared his throat a few times. The data is still rising. I will send the data to you in the evening so you can make informed decisions based on the company's situation. I will have someone set up our company's official website, and I will update the data on it, along with explanations about the future flow of funds. They've given me a persona of starting from scratch and contributing to technological development, so I can't waste it. In the future, all our products will be previewed, launched, and sold on the official website, and we will open a suggestion section for feedback on our products. Later, I will have someone issue a thank you announcement and lower the membership fees, with refunds for those who have already paid. Hearing what Guli said, Wei Jia instantly understood what he was doing. He was establishing a corporate image for Longting, solidifying its commitment to technological research and development. And the fees were for better RD. Lowering prices and issuing refunds were ways to win over public sentiment and create a positive impression of Longting. Is Guli really just a college student? Wei Jia wondered, as this series of actions firmly established Longting's footing. You should expedite the arrangements for office space and recruitment. After saying this, Guli hurriedly left. The recent intimacy had prompted his friends to shout out their unwavering rallying cry. Wei Jia tidied up her clothes and washed her face with cold water before leaving the hotel. A thank you letter? Zheng Yihua looked at the pop-up notification, his gaze narrowing. What does Yudun need to thank? Zheng Yihua opened Yudun and read the thank you letter. The letter unfolds, revealing not text, but a little girl in female armor, styled in a two-dimensional manner. Her long blue hair flows in the wind, and her big, sparkling eyes seem to speak. Please choose broadcast mode or reading mode. Zheng Yihua quietly takes out his headphones. Such a cute little girl, it would be a shame not to hear her voice. He puts on the headphones and selects broadcast mode. As the little girl's voice comes through, Zheng Yihua feels a cleansing of his soul. The voice is so beautiful and real, as if a person is speaking right beside him. Does this company really have such technology? If this is released, it would surely dominate the market. As the little girl broadcasts, Zheng Yihua's expression suddenly changes. The number of registered users of Xiaoyu has surpassed 9 billion. With over 100 million users having activated memberships, and a payment rate as high as 54. Xiaoyu sincerely thanks everyone for their support. To express gratitude to all users for their patronage and affection, Xiaoyu has applied to the company for a membership fee reduction, which has been approved by the chairman. All membership fees will be reduced by 5 yuan. Paid users, please visit the official website of Longting Technology to fill out personal information for refund processing. Rest assured, Xiaoyu will protect your personal information. One must purchase the customized service for the phone with built-in U-Shield if 1 out of 100 people buys it. Calculating at a price of 1,000 yuan, it would bring in a market worth at least hundreds of billions. Chapter 14, U-Shield 30, opening some permissions. Longting is truly conscientious. Conscientious indeed. I've never felt so moved by just 5 yuan. It's unexpectedly significant. They even mentioned a 1-month trial first. But as soon as Xiaoyu appeared, they went straight for the annual membership. Good news. Continuous monthly subscriptions are only 10 yuan, a boon for students. A call to those who can afford it to choose the annual membership and support Longting. This wave of fee reduction means Longting will refund over 500 million. How generous. I really like Xiaoyu. Can Longting develop a standalone app for her? I also really like Xiaoyu. It would be great to add a clothing change feature. Get out of here. I know your wicked thoughts without you saying them. This wave of fee reduction by Longting has sparked intense discussions among netizens and also stimulated everyone's willingness to pay. Not just for the optimization features of U-Shield, but also for Xiaoyu, they are willing to pay. Compared to those voice assistants filled with robotic accents, Xiaoyu's voice alone crushes them. Not to mention her pitiful little girl appearance. She has captured the hearts of countless people and attracted many female users to Longting. In stark contrast to the excitement of netizens, major smartphone manufacturers are facing the shocking performance of U-Shield revealed on Longting's official website, leaving them feeling powerless against Longting's technology. beyond their long-standing envy of UShield's phone performance optimization logic and privacy protection features. There is now an additional item, the technology of voice assistants, or rather, artificial intelligence technology. In their race to catch up with Siri, they have poured efforts into research and development, only to now face an even better assistant than Siri and Xiaoyu. If it becomes a voice assistant, what else is there to compete with? Once again, Wei Jia's phone became busy. A few middle-aged individuals in white uniforms, adorned with olive branch emblems on their shoulders, looked at the group of young people sitting in front of computers, their fingers flying across the keyboards. Their faces were expressionless, exuding an air of authority without anger. As the sound of typing diminished, one of them anxiously asked, "Xiao Hao, how's it going? Can we get it on our own phones?" He Juanhao shook his head, revealing a bitter expression. "Director Chong, we've tried our best. I found traces of various programming languages like C, Java, and Python. And there's one language I've never even seen before that plays a significant role. It's the reason we're stuck outside. We have numerous ways to crack Android and iOS, but nothing works on it." He Juanhao glanced back at the computer, which displayed the logo of a certain security software. His team had spent 4 days trying to crack it, yet they remained empty-handed. His pride as the third-best hacker in the world was shattered before it. Sighing, Chongqing patted He Juanhao on the shoulder. "You've worked hard these past few days. Get some good rest." With that, he left with the people behind him. Just as they stepped outside, one of them said, "What about the operation? Without the privacy protection and disguise technology, we can't pass the security check there. Isn't the company right here? Just go find them." Chongqing retorted, "You follow your master, but you haven't learned to be steady. Instead, you've picked up a lot of impatience." Su Jie, who was scolded, muttered quietly, "I didn't expect to be overheard by Chongqing." He replied, "Use reason and appeal to emotions." At the Jincheng Hotel, on the 8th floor in the reception room, after some communication, Guli would discuss the purchase of customized services with various companies here. At 7 p.m., half an hour before the official start, representatives from different companies had already arrived. They were guided by the hotel staff to the reception room reserved by Wei Jia. "Manager Wan, long time no see. Indeed, it's been a while. I heard you secured another multi-million contract for rice." Su Guanjing shook hands with Wan Xinrong, who, like Su Guanjing, was also a manager, but he was from Huaxing. "You're no different. Today's negotiations won't be easy." Wan Xinrong glanced around at the people and sighed. Blue Factory, Green Factory, Samsung, Apple, basically every company in the mobile industry is here. There's no choice. Longting's technology is too advanced. After learning about the certain security software, Su Guanjing completely overturned his previous narrow-minded thoughts. The biggest topic of discussion in the mobile industry these days was that software. He retracted his dismissive attitude. This young man was someone he couldn't afford to underestimate. If the collaboration failed due to personal reasons, he would be finished in this industry. Yes, even those self-proclaimed technologically advanced foreigners from certain countries couldn't crack it successfully. "I hope Longting's approach today is a bit gentler. They've arrived." Su Guanjing's expression shifted as he looked towards the door. Upon hearing footsteps, the discussions in the reception room came to a halt, with everyone curiously glancing at the entrance. A young man in a suit, Gu Li, appeared at the door. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he emanated a sense of authority. His casually tousled hair emphasized his youthfulness, and a confident smile adorned his handsome face. Upon seeing everyone, he showed no signs of shyness and walked directly to the front of the reception room. Such demeanor earned him silent nods of approval from the crowd. "Good evening, everyone. I am Gu Li, the founder of Longting Technology. I believe the purpose of your visit today is clear. Now, I will give you a detailed introduction to our version 30 of the UShield." 30? The crowd murmured in confusion. Wasn't the current version of UShield at 20? Why skip to 30 without further updates? No one asked questions, as they were captivated by the PowerPoint presentation Gu Li had prepared. In addition to previous optimizations and privacy protection features, we have added a voice assistant function. Once activated, UShield will automatically gain administrator permissions on the phone, enabling various functionalities. Through the voice assistant, users can control their phones with voice commands to check the weather, search for train tickets, navigate maps, and more. Longting will also open up relevant permissions, allowing everyone to customize their own voice assistants with unique styles. Most importantly, every year, Longting will provide free optimization plans for your mobile systems, progressing together with you. As Gu Li finished speaking, everyone felt a jolt of excitement. Open permissions. Longting was welcoming them to take advantage of this. and they would receive free mobile optimization plans every year. Not taking this opportunity would be foolish. In terms of fees, we will adopt an annual system, settled once a year. Wow, Longting is so generous. They allow us to learn and then leave to start our own ventures. What great integrity. Of course, everyone recognized the excellence of UShield. After today's data was compiled, the final user payment rate reached 90. Therefore, the fee structure will be adjusted, and we hope for your understanding. No problem, Mr. Gu. You're already so generous. We won't mind. The crowd nodded in agreement. Having never seen such a generous company, unlike some others who are secretive about their developments, Longting was open in comparison. Guli nodded and continued. Thank you all for your support. Regarding the customized service fee, the annual service fee is 50 million, with adjustments made based on UShield's market performance thereafter. The membership revenue sharing plan is uniformly set at a 55 split. For those willing to cooperate with Longting, please collect the contracts from our general manager, Wei Jia. 50 million isn't too much. With Longting's technology, not buying in would mean being left behind. Watching everyone collect the cooperation contracts, Gu Li's smile grew even wider. Opening permissions was, of course, aimed at fostering Longting's future interconnected ecosystem. According to what Xiao Shou said, as long as it is an intelligent device of the same system, it can be controlled. Therefore, a unified system is essential. But it is impossible for all mobile phone manufacturers to agree to switch to the mobile operating system developed by Longting just because someone calls for it. How can one know if your system is user-friendly? What if it turns out to be subpar? Are you responsible for the lost users? Thus, Gu Li uses this opportunity to gradually assimilate by providing optimized mobile system solutions. Moreover, Zero and Xiao Shou can also learn from the advantages of a good mobile system. Learning with guidance is always faster than studying on one's own. After all, Longting also aims to enter the mobile phone industry, so early learning and planning are crucial. Chapter 15. The Counselor's Shock. Heavyweights. Thank you all for choosing us at Longting. We have prepared a banquet for everyone, and we can communicate further during the dinner. Once everyone has received and signed the contract, Gu Li timely states, we can't just finish the business and let everyone leave, right? Having paid 50 million. It would be too impolite not to invite you for a meal. Su Guanjing and Wan Xinrong, seasoned individuals, naturally one team missed the chance to converse with Gu Li. A few drinks during the banquet will help establish relationships. Who knows what good things Longting might come up with in the future? It's necessary to build good connections. During the banquet, glasses clinked, and almost everyone toasted Gu Li. After a round of toasts, Gu Li, having drunk over 10 glasses, turned his glass upside down, stating that he doesn't drink much and would like to thank everyone with tea instead. What could the others say? Longting is the company they want to befriend. Could they really argue against that? Are they not afraid that Longting might breach the contract and be eliminated from the market? After all, today they only signed a letter of intent. The banquet concluded around 9 in the evening, and after Gu Li left first, others followed suit to bid farewell. Gu Li hadn't drunk much, so he was still relatively sober, walking aimlessly on the street with Wei Jia. Wei Jia followed behind Gu Li, her face flushed, having also consumed a fair amount of alcohol. A total of 14 mobile phone manufacturers signed contracts today, bringing in 700 million in funds. Together with the membership fees from Udu, there is currently around 6 billion in the account, and it is still increasing. I have already allocated half of that, and the remaining funds are available for you to use. The establishment of Longting is entrusted to you. Gu Li looked up at the sky. He wouldn't manage Longting too closely. His responsibility lies in technology and the overall direction of Longting. The rest is entrusted to Wei Jia, who will be fully in charge. Entrusted to me? Wei Jia, slightly tipsy, looked at Gu Li with a dazed expression. Aren't you afraid of being sidelined by me? You can't sideline me. Gu Li confidently replied as he turned around. With Zero and Xiao Shou around, all your little schemes are being monitored. How could you sideline me? Oh, let me take you back. I'm worried about you like this. As the wind blew, Wei Jia's intoxication deepened, making it hard for her to articulate her thoughts. Gu Li shook his head and chuckled, thinking it was time to find a deputy manager who could drink. After hailing a cab to take Wei Jia back to the hotel, Gu Li returned to the school. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, 2 pairs of glowing green eyes locked onto him. He Yong and his counselorly gang. Mr. Gu, you've kept me in the dark for so long. He Yong exclaimed, crying out without shedding a single tear. It's incredible that the renowned Longting was founded by you. That's amazing. Counselor Li Gang also looked at Gu Li with curiosity. Gu Li had always been a marginal figure in the class, never holding any positions. With only average grades and no outstanding achievements, his impression in Li Gang's mind was just a vague memory from class meetings. It wasn't until today that he learned about Gu Li's accomplishments after someone praised their school for nurturing outstanding talents. Mentioning that there would be a visit in a few days, Li Gang then realized Gu Li's story. He quietly established a company, and the products he released attracted investments and acquisitions from companies both domestically and internationally. Even after Gu Li declined their offers, they still sought cooperation, and an intention contract was signed today. It is said that the funds for a single contract amount to 50 million. The wildly popular product Udon in the country is Gu Li's creation, with a payment rate of up to 90, generating billions in revenue daily. Upon hearing this, the dean and principal were left speechless, muttering, "What a talented individual." After the initial shock, they prepared for the upcoming leader's visit. They sent the counselor to find Gu Li, wanting to meet him personally and give some advice. However, Li Gang ended up waiting for 2 to 3 hours. "Not too bad," Gu Li smiled. "You can chat later." "Gu Li, you need to come with me first," Li Gang said, getting closer to Gu Li and noticing the smell of alcohol on him. "Have you been drinking?" Gu Li nodded, saying he had just finished a social gathering. "Change your clothes. You need to meet the principal." "All right." After changing, Gu Li got into Li Gang's car, heading toward the administrative building. On the way, Li Gang noticed Gu Li was calm and didn't seem flustered at the mention of meeting the principal. Society truly is a place that hones people. Soon, Gu Li and Li Gang arrived at Principal Yu Ganxian's office. The moment Yu Ganxian saw Gu Li, there was no impatience in his eyes. Instead, he praised, "Not bad. Quite a talented young man. Very impressive." Dean Lu Wenwei nodded repeatedly beside him. After some awkward small talk, Yu Ganxian stated his purpose. "In a couple of days, a high-ranking leader will come to visit our school, but the real focus is you. Your Udon technology is excellent and is also in demand at the national level. But that doesn't mean you have to hand it over unconditionally. You might consider selling it at a reasonable price." Yu Ganxian, aware of the true purpose of the upcoming visit, hoped that Gu Li could mention their school and its challenges during discussions. Yu Ganxian felt a bit embarrassed. "No problem." Gu Li nodded. "Even if you don't mention it, I plan to talk to my counselor in a few days about collaborating with Longting and the school." Gu Li indeed thought about it. After founding the company, he wouldn't be coming to school every day. He also planned to move out soon, as living at school had its inconveniences. To smoothly obtain his graduation and degree certificates, investing a bit in the school to build a grateful persona would be a good idea. Moreover, Ponan University of Electronic Science and Technology is one of the key universities in Ponan City. Collaborating with the school to cultivate a group of skilled technicians is essential for the development team. Even the leader mentioned by Yu Ganxian, Gu Li, has similar plans. With the backing of the state, those trained are less likely to waver in their loyalties. What a good child, not forgetting the nurturing from the school and the teachers. Yu Ganxian showed a look of satisfaction and patted Gu Li's shoulder heavily. "With your mindset, what else can I advise? The teachers have done well. Although university instructors may be somewhat disconnected from society, their connections are substantial. Gu Li certainly needs to seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with the school. As for the collaboration with the school, I will host a banquet for the principal and the school leaders in a few days, and we can discuss it in detail then. I also need to negotiate cooperation projects with other companies. So I hope the principal understands that I am quite busy these days." "It's fine. Your matters are much more important." Gu Li, with his insights from the future, had a pleasant conversation with the principal that lasted until 10 o'clock. However, he couldn't find out who the upcoming leader was, despite his subtle inquiries. Yet, Yu Ganxian still revealed the leader's identity, a high-ranking official from a national department. Chapter 16, Establishing the Workshop, Developing the Prototype. The next day, Gu Li woke up rubbing his temples. He didn't drink much yesterday, but his body wasn't accustomed to alcohol, and he still felt the after effects. By late night, he had a terrible headache. After washing up, Gu Li began packing his belongings. He was moving out. Previously, he had no money and could only stay at the school. Now, with continuous income from Udu and the sale of customized services, Gu Li was quite wealthy. All the technical research and development expenses withdrawn from his account had been transferred to another card, with over 3 billion in that account. The title of billionaire fit Gu Li quite well. Banks called him daily to inquire if he wanted to purchase services. Once Gu Li had the technology company and offshore company set up, the research and development expenses would be transferred to the corporate account. Isn't it necessary to do the whole set? After Gu finished packing, Hyung was still asleep. His headache last night was partly due to his incessant chatter. More talkative than a woman. Once Gu left, he would probably socialize less in the future. From elementary school to university, apart from Pangda High and Qin Xiaolu, he had lost contact with classmates from every stage after a year of graduation. Such is life, filled with transient encounters. After reflecting on this, Gu pushed his suitcase and carried his backpack out of the dormitory. A boy's belongings fit perfectly in one box and one bag. Zero, have you found a place? Gu asked into his earpiece. Boss, it's all set. A duplex villa with lakeside views and a 30 greenery rate. You will absolutely love it, Zero replied excitedly. It had transformed into a mobile form, and it was feeling quite confined. Have all the locks been changed to smart ones? And have the materials for our workshop been delivered? You can rest assured that I'll handle everything. As for the deliveries at the courier station, there's nothing I can do about that. All right, Gulitsan smiled. He hailed a car and arrived at the automotive city. Instead of choosing traditional brands like Aochi or Benchi, Gu opted for a new energy vehicle. By 2018, new energy vehicles had already entered the market in the region. The future is also an industry Gu wants to enter, and graphene batteries must not go to waste. Purchasing a new energy vehicle now naturally allows young hands to come in, combining their capabilities to develop autonomous driving features. The concept of autonomous driving has been around for a long time. Research began as early as 1921, but it has only matured in recent years, primarily serving as an assistance feature. To truly trust autonomous driving would be tempting fate. Guli's first choice was Tesla, but since there were no cars available, he left. He came to buy a car, thinking about where he used to live, and decided to pick up the deliveries on the way. As a second option, Gu chose an SUV model from a certain new energy brand. Sir, let me introduce you to our new sales representative, Hong Kong stammered. Even when facing someone as young as Gu he couldn't help but feel nervous. Not far away, experienced salespeople were enjoying coffee, watching with interest. No need for an introduction, Gu said with a smile. Sorry to interrupt you, Hong Kong said, looking dejected. No, I already know, no need for further introduction. Gu stopped Hong Kong. Zero had already provided Gu with all the information about this car, even pointing out its shortcomings. You want to buy it? Hong Kong's voice rose a bit. Hearing this, the seasoned salesperson put down his coffee and walked over with a bright smile and a contract in hand. Sir, since Xiao Huang is new, let me introduce you to more discount policies. Hong Kong, feeling downcast, wanted to leave. No need, it's him. Gu shook his head and looked at Hong Kong. Do you have a driver's license? Hong Kong nodded. 10 minutes later, Hong Kong dreamily looked at the contract in his hand, with Guli's signature still wet. The total price was 230,000, and no discounts had been negotiated. Let's go. My driver's license is at home. You can drive me there, and it's a good chance for you to learn the route. Help me with car insurance and the license plate, Gu said. Hong Kong was still in a daze as he followed Gu to the brand new SUV. First, go to this address, Gu said, setting the navigation to a logistics company. The materials for Zero's studio purchase were there. An hour later, both Hong Kong and Gu were sweating profusely. Hong Kong took out his driver's license from his bag. He understood that Guli's actions were meant to help him. Feeling deeply moved, Hong Kong couldn't find the words to express his gratitude. As he received the license, he kept saying thank you. It's nothing. Be more confident in yourself, Gu encouraged with a smile. If he didn't have a source of motivation, he might be just like Hong Kong. I should also thank you for helping me move all this stuff. Hong Kong nodded repeatedly, feeling moved as he left. At this moment, Gu was also surveying his new home. Just as Ling had said, the house faced a lake, surrounded by lush green trees. The air felt fresher, and the fatigue in his body seemed to ease. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, Gu turned to look at the large and small boxes behind him. These were all the materials for setting up his studio. While the underground research base at Huazhonyuan was still under construction, Ling and Xiaoshou primarily worked there. Gu would also learn from them here and recharge himself. After closing the door, he went to the third floor of the villa, which would be entirely transformed into a studio. He took out Ling and Xiaoshou. Let's get to work. First, let's set up the robotic arm, and I'll activate it with Huazhonyuan later. Without activating some tool assistance, it would take all night for just me, Ling, and Xiaoshou to finish. After assembling and activating the robotic arm, the setup speed increased significantly. By the afternoon, the renovation work was finally completed. a series of tools for manufacturing mobile phones, including a PCB printer, BGA soldering station, and high-speed CNC milling machine, were all installed and brought to life with Huazhonyuan. The mobile phone R&D project team of Longting Technology Company was officially established. Team leader, Ling, Xiaoshou team members, Xiao Dai, robotic arm, De B, PCB printer, Xiao B, soldering station, Xiao Gao, milling machine. In turn, Guli Ling, let us start developing the first mobile phone prototype. Okay, boss. The design has been ready for a long time. We were just waiting for the tools to arrive. As Ling and Xiaoshou began the development, Guli went to the first floor and ordered takeout. He wasn't a transformer. He didn't experience hunger like that. He was still within the realm of an ordinary person. Lying on the sofa, his thoughts drifted away. It was time to visit his grandfather. Ever since his grandfather Gu Minghui sent him to his uncle's house, he had not liked his grandfather anymore. He couldn't understand why. Having lost his parents, the closest relative left was his grandfather, yet he sent him to his uncle. Did he not want him anymore? Guli couldn't comprehend this as a child. It wasn't until before his rebirth that he finally understood. His grandfather had also lost his only son and daughter-in-law. He must have felt pain. And it was out of fear of not being able to take care of him that he sent him to his uncle's house. After the sorrow passed, his grandfather still looked after him as usual, buying him delicious food. But at that time, he didn't understand and was always resisting. Now, reflecting on it, tears unconsciously slipped from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 17, Warm Days. Grandfather's Apprentice. Tianlan Community, a military family neighborhood in Pannan City, located on the outskirts of Pannan, right next to a military camp. This was assigned to Gu Li's grandfather upon retirement. However, it was left unoccupied until his father opened a recycling station and moved in. The reason was that neither his father nor he chose to join the military, which greatly angered his grandfather, who claimed they were unfilial descendants. Later, he let them be, moving into the military family neighborhood himself, stating that he was not accustomed to living outside and preferred the military camp. Having spent his entire life in the military camp, the camp life suits his grandfather better. Guli bought his grandfather's favorite peaches and his grandmother's favorite cherries, and also brought 2 boxes of goat milk powder. He stood at the entrance of the military family community, hesitating to go in. It had been a long time since he last visited. The guard at the entrance noticed that Guli had not left and came out. "Comrade, do you have something to discuss?" "It's nothing. I just ask you to leave as soon as possible." He had seen many people like Gu Li who came to deliver gifts, most of whom left without even entering. "I'm here to see my grandfather. My name is Gu Li. Here is my ID." Gu Li handed over his identification and continued, "My grandfather is Gu Minghui, living in Building 3, Room 302. The guard took the ID, checked it, and said, "I'll make a call to confirm. You can wait in the guard room." After confirming, the guard finally allowed Gu Li to enter. The community was large, with lush trees lining the streets. Gu Li remembered that when he was a child, these trees were not much taller than him. In the blink of an eye, they had grown so tall. After walking for half an hour, Gu Li arrived. Room 302 was actually a small villa. Gu Li was not clear about his grandfather's position, only knowing that he was the squad leader of the guard company, specifically responsible for the safety of a certain general. It seemed that the general held a significant position. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have been assigned to a villa. Upon entering, there was a small garden filled with flowers that bloomed in different seasons. This was his grandmother, He Xianghua's hobby. Like his grandfather, she was also a retired veteran. Some of the flower petals still had droplets of water on them, and the watering can was placed nearby, indicating that she had been busy and hadn't finished watering them. Gu Li approached the front door and took his slippers from the shoe cabinet. The slippers were very clean, without any mold from long disuse. After changing into his slippers, Gu Li knocked on the door, then turned the lock and walked in. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here to see you," Gu Li called out loudly. Before his voice even faded, He Xianghua came out to greet him. "Oh, my little Junjun is back. Look at you. Didn't you eat well at school? You've lost so much weight. What do you want to eat? Chicken legs, pig trotters, or beer duck? I'll go buy the ingredients right now. Why did you bring things with you? Do you still have money on you?" Once He Xianghua saw Gu Li, she couldn't stop talking, all centered around her concern for his well-being. "Anything is fine. I love all the dishes you make, Grandma. Yes, I have some money. Don't worry," Gu Li responded while entering the living room with his grandmother. In the living room, aside from his grandfather, there was another person sitting next to him, skillfully washing and brewing tea, then pouring tea for his grandfather. Gu Li had some impression of him, but it had been too long to remember clearly. "Grandpa, Gu Minghui nodded. You're back? Let us have some tea. This is special tea brought by Uncle Xie. You should give it a try. Xie Tianyi poured a cup for Gu Li, saying, I used to carry you when you were a child. I can't believe you've grown so big. You look just like my brother. Gu Li understood that the brother Xie Tianyi mentioned referred to his father. You guys chat. I'll go buy some groceries first. Tianyi, don't leave yet. Stay for dinner together. All right, teacher's wife. He Xianghua went out with a basket, leaving the two big men and one big boy at home. Shaoli, you're about to graduate, right? Xie Tianyi asked. Just one more year. I'm currently interning outside. Gu Li replied honestly. Gu Minghui maintained a calm expression. But he didn't miss a word Gu Li said. Which company are you interning at? What are you doing? Is there a salary? Xie Tianyi fired off 3 questions in a row. No, I started my own company, and it's been somewhat rewarding. Gu Li shook his head and said vaguely. Oh, I see. Xie Tianyi nodded. If you encounter difficulties, come to me. I have many friends. Maybe they can help you. That's right. Your Uncle Xie may not have much, but he has a lot of connections. Don't be polite with him. Gu Minghui interjected. What does your company mainly do? I study software programming, and my company provides some technical services to others. Gu Minghui nodded. He didn't understand much about this. Xie Tianyi, however, understood quite a bit from his recent encounters. Master, it's like selling buns. If others don't have time to make them, or can't make them, they need to buy them, and Shaoli is the seller. Gu Minghui suddenly understood. Recently, there was a company that sold technology for several $100 million. Gu Minghui was taken aback. Shaoli, one tea that be too exhausting? Selling technology worth hundreds of millions requires a lot of effort to reach such value. Gu Li shook his head. It's very easy, not too tiring. That's good. Gu Minghui nodded. I know some people. I'll see if I can help Shaoli with some business in a couple of days. Xie Tianyi said kindly. He owed his life to his master, so he would help with anything he could. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Xie Tianyi waved his hand. After that, it was mostly Xie Tianyi communicating with the grandparents, with the grandfather asking and Xie Tianyi answering, while Gu Li enjoyed his tea. The habit of drinking tea formed this way. It's better than alcohol, and doesn't tea make you feel unwell? The downside is that sometimes it's easy to have trouble sleeping. Once grandma returned, Gu Li went to help her. He Xianghua smiled and praised Gu Li for being sensible, and Gu Minghui's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. After lunch, Xie Tianyi left. With no more topics to discuss, the grandparents turned their attention to Gu Li. Most of the questions were from Grandma Xianghua, while Grandpa listened on the side. Have you got a girlfriend? Not yet. Do you still keep in touch with Xiaolu? This child is good, sensible, and lovable. You must hold on tight, or you'll regret it if you lose her. How much has your company earned? 1 or 2 tens of thousands. Wow. You're still in college and can earn so much money. That's impressive. Today, Gu Li didn't return to his own place, but stayed at his grandparents' house. His room was just like before, with a bookshelf full of comic books and various figurines on display. Grandma cleaned it every day, and it was spotless. Come back to visit more often. The next day, Gu Li received a call from Wei Jia. Longting's temporary office space has been rented. Meanwhile, Gu Li also received a call from Principal Yu Ganqian, stating that the leadership would arrive in 2 days. Everything seems to be perfectly timed. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Surprise. Next to the scrap recycling station in Ponin, at Jinhua Building, Wei Jia has rented a temporary office space for Longting here. The entire floor, about 1,000 square meters, has a rental fee of 30 yuan per day, and Wei Jia has secured it for a year, totaling 10 million. It's fairly reasonable. Calculated at 25 yuan per square meter per day. In the CBD of Ponin, this is considered cheap. This is the rental contract. And these are the heads of departments I interviewed, along with the employee salary and benefits plan for Longting, Wei Jia said, handing 3 folders to Gu Li. Find the heads of each department and have them filter candidates to quickly match the positions available at Longting. Gu Li did not take the folders. You decide on your own. Increase employee benefits a bit. Implement a weekend double rest rotation system. Work from 9 to 5. And no overtime unless absolutely necessary. Anyone violating the overtime rules will have their pay deducted. Wei Jia stared at Gu Li in disbelief. Manager Gu, are you sure you're not here to do charity? Haha. What we need at Longting is efficient work performance. If the corresponding work cannot be completed during working hours, it indicates that the employee's capability is insufficient. With high efficiency, there shouldn't be a need for so much overtime to drag things out. You and the department heads should draft the assessment criteria for this and send it to me for review, Gu Li replied with a smile. Learn from other companies 007 or 996. Let us skip that. If it weren't for the salary, who would work overtime? Even during overtime, there's a lot of slacking off, which doesn't help actual work much. Having meetings after work is the most ridiculous practice. The day's work is already arranged in the morning, and a summary is all that's needed. There's no need to pander to anyone. And people just end up dozing off. Let us give ourselves and the employees a break. Okay. Wei Jia nodded, feeling secretly pleased. Being with Gu Li is truly fantastic. He is simply a treasure of a boss. How is the construction team coming along? Now that Longting's accounts are sufficient, the office building should start construction. It's all set. I contacted a well-known construction company domestically, and after providing the design drawings, they promised to complete the construction within a year, Wei Jia confidently stated. This is her strong suit. Good. Find a few renovation teams. We need to put together a decent office in 2 days. We have clients coming soon. With leadership visiting. Gu Li certainly can't take them to the recycling station. That would be too embarrassing. Longting's revenue is public on the website. Without a good office, it would be too obvious. All right, no problem. After checking out Longting's temporary office space, Gu Li returned to the recycling station. This is his real job. Regardless of the weather, he would come to pick up trash. Lately, he didn't know if it was a furniture market or a lumber market that was dumping materials. But all that has been coming in is wood, which is of no use to Gu Li at all. In order to seize the opportunity to turn waste into treasure, Gu Li transformed a set or two of furniture and placed them in the small house at the recycling station. Recently, a graphene flashlight he found was also repurposed by Gu, giving it new life. At that moment, he was in the studio of his villa, studying the graphene battery he had. He wondered if anything would change today. After arriving at the drop-off point, Gu Li shook his head in disappointment. What was delivered was still just wood, with no sign of machinery whatsoever. Never mind, he couldn't waste the opportunity. Just as Gu Li pulled out a set of furniture, preparing to turn waste into treasure, a lump of dark iron fell from the sky, appearing as if it had been crushed by a tremendous force. It was impossible to tell what it was. Upon seeing this object, Gu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. No matter what it was, as long as it was mechanical, it was a treasure to Gu Li. He approached, and a small line of text appeared next to the iron lump. Burnt and discarded high-precision cutting machine. It can cut anything you want. A cutting machine? It can cut anything? Can it cut chips? If so, the first mobile phone belonging to the people of his region could come from Longting. After Gu Li transformed the cutting machine into treasure, what reappeared before him was a brand new, pristine white machine, covered by a layer of gray-black glass. Upon closer inspection, Gu Li did not see any blades and had no idea how it performed cutting operations. The cutting machine stood 1.5 meters tall, 1 meter long, and 50 centimeters wide. It was the largest machine Gu Li obtained from the recycling drop-off point. After transforming the cutting machine into a tattoo, Gu Li returned to the small house at the recycling station. He summoned the cutting machine again, extending his right hand, which bore a flame source tattoo. To touch the machine, a blue light, like waves, enveloped the cutting machine from top to bottom, with a series of clicking sounds. A 2-meter-tall transformer appeared before Gu Li. If it weren't for the small house being over 3 meters high, it might have broken through the ceiling. The cutting machine knelt partially before Gu Li, saying, "Greetings, Supreme Leader. Stand up. From now on, you will be called Shao 7. The names Gu Li gave to the transformers he brought to life were based on the phonetics of each machine's name, making it easier to remember and distinguish each one's role. Can you cut anything? Gu Li asked curiously. Yes, Leader. I can cut out anything you desire, Shao 7 replied. His voice more magnetic and reminiscent of an adult man, different from the others. Can you set specifications as well? Yes, I can work with any unit, be it meters, centimeters, nanometers, etc. Of course, I excel at atomic level cutting, which is why I can claim to cut anything. Shao 7's self-description brightened Gu Li's eyes. 0. Bring up the data on the mobile phone chip. Okay, boss. Gu Li presented the mobile phone chip brought up by 0 to Shao 7. Can you cut chips like this? A beam of light shot from Shao 7's eyes, scanning the data of the phone chip. There were absolutely no issues. With sufficient raw materials, I could cut out gadgets like this in no time. I could even produce something more refined than this. Shao 7's words made Gu Li's heart race with excitement. Why buy chips when we can just have Shao 7 cut them out directly? 0. Meet Shao 7. Then Gu Li turned to Shao 7, saying, 0 has been with me the longest. It will tell you how to proceed with certain matters. Any commands it gives you have already been reported to me beforehand, so from now on, you should listen to it just as you would listen to me. Understood, Leader. Guli nodded and replied, "From now on, just call me boss. I prefer that name over leader." "All right, boss." When it seemed like there was no way forward, a new opportunity emerged. I thought today would yield no results, but unexpectedly, acquiring Shao 7 has directly solved a major issue. Chapter 19. Collaborating to cultivate talent. Bring out the prototype. 0. With Shao 7's involvement, what else do we need for our phone project? Guli asked 0. According to Shao 7's capabilities, with sufficient raw materials, it could cut and engrave 7,000 chips daily. What about the chip manufacturing process? What is the smallest size you can produce? The smallest we can currently produce is 5 nanometers. 5 nanometers, more advanced than the current 7 nanometers. That works. Guli nodded. Let us start developing our prototype, and Shao 7. Compile your technology into a technical plan. 0 should also draft a mass production plan. With Shao 7 on board, it was time to prioritize the phone project. Boss, I completed the plan long ago. We have no issues with technology or chips now. What we lack are raw materials. We need to produce the wafers for the chips. Currently, major phone manufacturers are shipping hundreds of thousands of units every month. The wafer factories are supplying them, and our orders are in a queue, which means we want to get them for several months. By then, the prototype will have gone through several iterations before we can start mass production. 0 said with a hint of grievance. In the realm of the internet and technology, it was confident, second to none, except for Shao Shou. However, when it came to real-world issues, it needed Guli to step in. Don't worry, I'll handle this. In the next couple of days, let us aim to produce a prototype. Guli said after a moment's thought. Using our phone system? Why? Didn't you say we should start with Android and gradually assimilate? I have other uses for it. The mass-produced phones will naturally follow the original plan. Guli replied with a smile. In the following 2 days, Guli worked with 0 and the others at the villa to create the prototype. In the evenings, he made a trip to a recycling station and collected 2 brand new small umbrellas. On the 3rd day, Guli received a call from Principal Yuganqian. The leader has arrived. Let's go welcome him together. Guli was driving a new energy vehicle that was taken over by a company, but there were no radars or sensors properly installed around, so the vehicle couldn't drive itself. After driving to the reception place in the region, where officials and others would stay and conduct business, Guli parked the car and met with Yuganqian. Behind them were the dean and some school leaders, as well as local government officials. Guli recognized a few of them from television and news reports. After a short while, a golden bus drove in from a distance and eventually stopped at the hotel entrance. Once the bus was parked, a group of people dressed in simple black Zhongshan suits, with party emblems on their chests, stepped out. Guli's company, Longting Technology, was specifically requested to meet. After being arranged behind the local government officials, he shook hands with the leaders from the bus. At that moment, Guli felt a gaze fixed on him. Following the gaze, Guli couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Xie?" Hearing Guli's shout, everyone turned to look at him in confusion. Xie Tianyi was equally surprised to see Guli there. He had just gotten off the bus and initially thought it was just someone who looked like him. After stepping closer, he realized it was indeed Guli. Shaoli, what are you doing here? Xie Tianyi wondered. Uncle Xie, the leaders they mentioned wouldn't be you, right? Guli asked with a smile. Xie Tianyi shook his head. From Guli's words, he understood why Guli was there. The company that Guli referred to as having made a little money was actually Longting Technology? Was that really just a little money? The young people these days are so modest. Let me introduce you. This is Minister Chang Ying from the Ministry of Public Security. And he Juan Hao from the National Cyber Information and Security Department. Xie Tianyi pointed to the people behind him and introduced them one by one. Guli shook hands with them. Longting Technology, my master's grandson. Guli, Xie Tianyi remarked. Hearing the mention of my master's grandson, Chang Ying's eyes brightened, feeling more assured about the day's matters. Indeed, those who are not family do not enter the same door. Old Gu, you were a remarkable figure in the military. And it seems the next generation is equally outstanding, Chang Ying praised. Back then, your grandfather was my squad leader, and I was not convinced at all. Do you know how I came to be convinced later? Guli shook his head. I was convinced by your grandfather, huh? Speaking of this, Chang Ying felt a sense of honor rather than discomfort. Guli was puzzled, as he had never heard of this before. It was just that every year during holidays, there would be a queue of people wanting to visit his grandfather, who might not even see them. As they were talking, the group arrived at the restaurant inside the hotel, where meals had already been prepared. After chatting about various topics and having a few rounds of drinks, Chang Ying shifted to the main topic of the day. Shaoli, the main reason we came today is actually for you. Guli was confused. Asking for me? To be precise, it's for the technology of Yudun, Chongying said in a serious tone. Come with me. After speaking, Chongying took He Juanhao and Gu Li to a small room nearby. Xie Tianyi and the others continued to eat and drink, indifferent to the departure of the three. Inside the small room, Gu Li looked at Chongying. Does the country need the technology from Yudu? The technology from Yudu shouldn't have much significance at the national level, right? Just for a privacy feature? Ridiculous. After the Prism incident, who would dare to use the internet for important matters or electronic technology? They've long switched to another method. Or perhaps they always have. They wouldn't use technology that could potentially be monitored for such purposes. Chongying shook his head. It's not for the country, it's for myself. Or the Ministry of Public Security. To be honest, it's a task we have that requires it. The privacy feature of Yudu, which disguises personal information and uses false data to deceive software, is very useful for us. That's why we want to purchase this technology from your company, Longting. However, our budget is only 3 million. Gu Li fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, he looked up and said, will you be able to use it once you buy it? Chongying looked at He Juanhao. We should be able to study it. He Juanhao couldn't guarantee it. He didn't understand Yuda's technology very well. Gu Li shook his head. You can't. These IPs belong to you, right? Gu Li handed a mobile device to He Juanhao. It displayed a series of IP addresses along with their specific locations. The device and its features are not just for show. After seeing the data, He Juanhao's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Gu Li. You knew all along. Gu Li didn't answer. I have an idea. We can collaborate to train a group of talents for Uncle Chong who can utilize this technology. Of course, besides this technology, there's also this. Gu Li took out the first successful prototype he had developed. Chapter 20. Take bigger steps. What is this? Chongying asked as he looked at the item Gu Li had produced. The prototype was covered in various scratches, aside from the screen being relatively intact. It looked like a useless, discarded phone. He didn't understand the significance of presenting it. He Juanhao also looked at Gu Li curiously. Since Gu Li could track their location, what he brought out must also be significant. This is a phone I developed, using a completely new mobile system. It has the same features as Yudu, but even stronger, Gu Li said softly. However, the shock it brought to the two was not trivial. Chongying, not being from the industry, merely thought Gu Li was impressive. He Juanhao, however, was different. He clearly didn't believe it. Android and iOS have developed for so long, and many have claimed to invent new mobile systems. Yet, none have escaped the framework of these two systems. The underlying logic is derived from both. By checking it himself, he could ascertain its authenticity. Can I take a look? He Juanhao asked. Sure, Gu Li nodded. After receiving the phone, He Juanhao first woke up the screen. Like other phones, the screen lit up, and after unlocking it, he entered the interface. Just like other phones, there was nothing particularly special about it. However, when He Juanhao took out his phone, the differences became apparent. In the cutscene, Gu Li's phone looked much more vivid. The speed of opening the software was also faster on Gu Li's device. In terms of display quality, Gu Li's phone appeared more realistic. In every aspect, Gu Li's phone outperformed He Juanhao's. Afterwards, He Juanhao took out his own tools, and, after some testing, he found no traces of Android or iOS on his phone. Just as Gu Li had said, the system of this phone was brand new. He could see the presence of a strange language on it, similar to what he had encountered before. Is it verified? Gu Li asked. He Juanhao nodded. Now let's try again, Gu Li continued. He Juanhao was puzzled and soon realized that he could no longer access the phone that he had previously managed to break into. Just like the situation with the previous system. No matter what methods he tried, he couldn't get through. What? He Juanhao looked up at Gu Li, shocked again. The language used here is the same as the one in that system. It's a new language I developed, which I call Longyan. The Longyan that Gu Li referred to was created by combining techniques from Zero and Xiao Shou with his own programming. It was derived from Cybertron and was superior to all languages on Earth. More importantly, it could be used to write artificial intelligence. As long as you learn this language, writing programs for that system will be quite simple, Gu Li said with a smile. What do you want to do? Chongying asked seriously. Since Gu Li had presented something, he surely wanted something in return, especially a self-developed programming language that was not available on the market. This was significant, and they couldn't afford to have a repeat of past incidents. How do we know if it's real or not? I want to make a phone. What do you think I need? Gu Li confidently replied. As for its authenticity, you can have someone come and learn it to find out. This thing is as real as it gets. Do you want a chip? He Juanhao looked at Gu Li. Gu Li nodded. and shook his head. Yes and no. I have the relevant technology, but I lack people and raw materials. This was Gu Li's thinking. Wanting to create a chip independently? That was a dream. Not to mention the raw materials. Even just hiring machines and people would cost a lot of money. Moreover, turning technology into physical products also required substantial funds. And Gu Li's current assets were far from sufficient. Thus, Gu Li sought to collaborate with the state through this opportunity. After all, he would eventually have to report to the state. The government would not allow individuals to possess such technology. Gu Li could break through anyone's firewall. But if others could break through his, how would that work? Once the state discovered it, he would have to comply, especially since his grandfather was a veteran. Serving the country would be an honor. Waiting for the state to come to him was not as proactive as taking the initiative. Gaining national resources for rapid growth would be a great advantage, wouldn't it? You have all the relevant technology? He Juanhao asked curiously. Can you really create chips yourself? The phone in your hand is manufactured entirely by me, from the inside out, Gu Li said without a hint of hesitation. He wouldn't mention that he was merely assisting. He Jiuhai gave Gu Li a thumbs up. Impressive. Can you also produce lithography machines? Gu Li shook his head. I have something better. What is it? Gu Li remained silent and looked at Chongying. I don't understand these things. I just want to use the Yudu technology to complete the task. Let me make a call first. He Jiuhai, come with me. Gu Li nodded. I appreciate it, Minister Chong. If it weren't for someone like Chongying, a high-ranking official, Gu Li wouldn't have considered this at all. Because of insufficient resources, making chips isn't something that can be done with mere words. The required machines and labor are expensive. Even with technology, Gu Li would need an investment of around hundreds of billions to set up a relatively complete mass production line. A small workshop like Gu Li's simply wouldn't work. It couldn't meet market demands. Gu Li didn't want to find himself unable to produce the necessary quantity of phones once they hit the market. An hour later, Chongying and He Jiuhai returned. I've communicated with higher-ups. The cooperation can proceed. However, we need to see the technology. It's not enough to just say you have it. Gu Li acknowledged. I understand. Am I the kind of person who lies? I will organize the technology. When are you leaving? Minister Chong, I believe I can use the phone I developed for your task and provide technical support. We can definitely catch that group involved in flower production. How do you know? Chongying's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Li. Gu Li just smiled and remained silent. I have a piece of advice for you, which reflects the thoughts of higher-ups as well. Minister Chong, go ahead. Someone with your talent should pursue whatever you want. Take bigger steps, and don't be afraid. Being timid and cautious like an old man is the complete opposite of your grandfather. In fact, you don't need to worry. Talents like you are valued by the country. Chongying, being an astute elder, naturally understood Gu Li's concerns. A young man with such impressive technology isn't rushing to announce it to the world, but instead seeks cooperation with the country first? Isn't that seeking a strong backing? Is he afraid that his impressive technology might attract ill-intentioned people? Chongying also understood that the power of capital is terrifying. They wouldn't allow a small company to encroach on their market share, but they also needed to weigh themselves against the country and see who is more formidable. Chapter 21. Killing two birds with one stone. Achieving cooperation. I understand, Minister Chong. I'm just expressing my goodwill to the country, Gu Li replied with a smile. However, Chongying knew this was just an excuse from Gu Li, who was essentially a clever little fox. You say you have better technology for chip production. Please summarize it. And I'll take it back for the country to verify, so we can make the next decision. Rest assured, we will employ the highest level of confidentiality throughout the process to ensure your technology is not leaked. I understand completely, and I will have someone deliver it tomorrow. I will also use confidentiality measures on my end. Gu Li is understandably hesitant to hand over the technology. However, verification is essential. It is impossible for the country to trust others lightly, even if Gu Li comes from a reputable background. As long as you understand, let's discuss my matters next. Chongying and He Jiuhai sat down again. You are already aware of the situation. We need to access a secret location where their security system is extremely stringent and will use multiple methods to verify the identity of entrants. One of these methods poses significant risks to our undercover colleagues. It seems they have found a way to verify identities through traces left on mobile phones. They can even determine if a phone has been tampered with. Our technicians have tried every possible solution but couldn't find a way to counter this until the emergence of Udun, which gave us hope. After repeatedly verifying Udun's privacy features, we decided to collaborate with your company. Although we cannot offer much funding, we genuinely have no other options. Our undercover colleagues could sacrifice themselves at any moment. They are in grave danger, not just for their jobs, but for the safety of our people. To combat crime. They have sacrificed so much, and I really don't want us to have a solution that we cannot utilize. Chang Ying's voice was heavy. They have sacrificed too much to fight criminals. This industry has always been high risk, sometimes requiring one to delve into the lion's den without any guarantee of obtaining useful intelligence. Guli understands that in this era of peace, it comes at a cost. Those who pay the price have always been the silent contributors, carrying the burden forward. I understand, and I also recognize the difficulties faced by Minister Chang. Moreover, you are a comrade of my grandfather. So it is only right for me to call you Uncle Chang. In reality, we don't even need to discuss money between us. I can provide technical support for free. As I mentioned earlier, I want to collaborate with the department where Uncle Chang works to cultivate the relevant talent. I also need to train such personnel on my side. So let's cultivate them together. Guli said sincerely. Of course, it's always better to have strong backing. When favors are extended, Minister Chang will naturally have to reciprocate, right? Is that really possible? Absolutely. Great. Chang Ying laughed heartily. I will have Xiao Hao lead the first group over for training. It's good for you all to get to know each other. As for them, I want to worry about treating them differently just because they are public officials. If they don't do well or make mistakes, I will scold them harshly. I want to hold back. Guli laughed in agreement. Soon after, the three returned to the banquet. With the matters settled, Chang Ying felt relieved and more relaxed. The atmosphere at the banquet became livelier and more vibrant. As the drinks flowed, Guli lost track of how much he had consumed and eventually passed out. The next day, he found himself in a room at the reception center in Poyang South. After taking a shower and changing into the new clothes that had been brought to him, Guli headed to the reception center's dining area. Chang Ying was also here, having tea and breakfast. How does it feel? Chang Ying asked with a smile. As the banquet yesterday deepened their friendship. Dizzy, Guli replied honestly. Haha, have a cup of tea first. You really need to practice your drinking skills, he continued. Your technical materials should not be ready yet, right? Not ready. I had someone change the schedule. I'll go back tomorrow. Guli shook his head. It's already prepared. I just need to have someone send it over. Chang Ying's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was a clever one. All right then, I'll have someone come over too. I will send you the cooperation contract later, but we need to start our work now. Guli nodded. Chang Ying's tasks were set to begin soon. Time was a bit tight. He Ju and Hao would stay, which would facilitate communication between them. Good. How's your grandfather's health? Chang Ying asked, as he missed his old class leader. However, he really couldn't get away for work and would only visit during the new year. Still strong, Guli replied while eating breakfast. That's good. I'll visit him when I have time. After a while, Guli's phone rang. It was a call from Wei Jia, who had organized a complete set of technology related to chip manufacturing. It also included relevant technologies related to Long Yin, which Guli had mentioned in front of Chang Ying, all packaged with corresponding confidentiality measures. Uncle Chang, this is the hard drive with the storage-related technology. There's also a USB drive, which is the key to access the hard drive. If the USB is removed or damaged, or if it is tampered with, access to the hard drive will be denied. The information on the hard drive is for review only. I've also hidden the core technologies, but it won't affect the verification. Guli's protective measures maximize the security of the information. It couldn't be copied and pasted. People would have to write it down. So all related core technologies were stripped away. Good precautionary measures. My people have arrived. I'll ensure physical protection for you. Following Chang Ying's gaze, a camouflage jeep drove up. Two soldiers got out and approached Chang Ying. Hello, Chief. Hello, this is what needs protection. Take good care of it. We will leave now. Yes. The soldiers carefully took the hard drive and USB, placing them in a password-protected case with a protective layer inside. They then handcuffed one into the case and the other into one of them. They returned to the jeep and waited for Chang Ying to leave together. With vigilant eyes, they constantly observed their surroundings. All right, I need to leave too. They are in a hurry for this. See you later. After Chang Ying finished speaking, he organized his belongings and got into the jeep. He did not leave with the previous companions. After watching Chang Ying leave, Guli took He Juanhao back to Longting Technology. Once the jeep drove out of the hotel area, two more jeeps appeared beside them, following behind. The three vehicles headed out of the city. After entering a certain mountain range, they vanished from sight. Half an hour later, a buzzing sound came from the sky. A helicopter flew overhead, heading north. At a military base in the capital, jeeps were continuously arriving from a distance, bringing in one scientist after another, all top figures in their respective fields, both domestically and internationally. Chapter 22. Verification begins. Authorized partners. Academician Liu, you've been called here too? Lu Min nodded and said, they said it's to test a certain technology. Do you know what technology it is? I don't know. What technology requires so many people? Among those I know, there are experts in optics, materials science, and precision science. Basically, representatives from all prominent fields are here. The attendees were all well acquainted, some even familiar with each other. Now gathered here, they were all very curious about the technology they were about to engage with. Esteemed academicians, please take your seats according to the names on the seating chart. Our meeting will begin shortly. Once everyone was seated, the speaker continued. In front of each person, there is a confidentiality document. Before the meeting starts, please sign it. Those who do not sign will not be allowed to participate. The participants did not hesitate long, and everyone signed their names on the document. Those who received invitations were all renowned scientists in the country. The significance of the project they were about to engage in was evident. Only a fool wouldn't sign, even if it didn't involve them directly. Being part of it was an honor. After collecting all the confidentiality agreements, several individuals in military uniforms walked in from the back. Their shoulder insignia indicated they were of general rank. To make a long story short, we have obtained a technology, one that is superior to photolithography for manufacturing chips. I believe I don't need to elaborate on the importance of chips, right? The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to verify this technology. Detailed technical materials will arrive in 10 minutes. Please be patient. As soon as the speaker finished, murmurs of discussion erupted among the audience. A technology better than photolithography? Who developed it? There hasn't been a single piece of information. Who knows? I just want to verify its authenticity. A certain country is using chips to strangle us economically. I hope this technology is real. We'll know after the verification. With the buzzing sound of helicopters arriving, Chong Ying entered the conference room, carrying a secure case. After handing the case to the person in charge, Chong Ying left. The following matters would naturally be handled by others. The technical materials had arrived, and verification work would soon begin in small groups according to different fields. So cooperation from everyone was requested. Relevant technical materials would also be provided to each group. Your hard work will be appreciated for the verification process, he added. The verification work quickly commenced after receiving the materials. Meanwhile, Guli brought He Juanhao to Longting Technology and had Wei Jia arrange a workstation for him. The rented office had already been renovated. Although there hadn't been a leader to show him around, he certainly wouldn't miss out on the benefits. I'll give you a website. You can learn the relevant technology by following the tutorials on it. He Juanhao, are you asking me to learn from the website? Isn't your technology something you developed yourself? Can't I just learn from you? Guli shook his head. You just need to follow the tutorial step by step. If you have any questions, you can provide feedback to the customer service on the website. They will give you the answers you need. Right now, learning from me won't be beneficial for you. All right. He Juanhao nodded, still somewhat doubtful. He wondered if he had been misled. However, after seeing the tutorial, he realized he was not deceived. The website only had one tutorial, which was about a specific programming language. The title was very straightforward, from beginner to proficient in programming language. Guli certainly wouldn't deceive He Juanhao. The tutorial website was established by a colleague. It contained some tutorials recorded by that colleague when they had time. Having them teach He Juanhao was definitely better than his own limited knowledge. Manager Gu, here are the cooperation contracts with various mobile manufacturers. Should I send them back? Wei Jia approached with a stack of contracts. They were all formally revised contracts from different mobile manufacturers. After a brief review, Guli found nothing wrong and signed them off for return. At the same time, he also sent them a document from the company's email. The document contained information related to a specific technology and authorization for modification rights. Team leader Zheng, come to my office. Gao Yingfei shouted at the office door. Zheng Yihua, who was wearing headphones, calmly took them off. He then opened his phone, closed a certain app, and temporarily stopped listening to a podcast that featured a popular character's music compilation. The compilation, which used that character's voice, was quite popular. Zheng Yihua entered the office. Manager, what do you need me for? Our company has reached a cooperation agreement with a certain company and obtained the relevant technical authorization. Now, you need to quickly learn the internal technology and implement it in our products. Even if we can't fully implement it, we need to create a version that has our unique features. Understood. Zheng Yihua nodded vigorously. So, does that mean I can listen to that character's music again? Before the cooperation was established, their company was not allowed to use that technology. Now that the cooperation is in place, there are naturally no restrictions in this regard. After receiving the authorization, Zheng Yihua returned to his workstation and gathered his team members. Everyone, we've obtained authorization and can access the internal system. The defenses have opened their doors to us. Let's work hard to learn their advanced technology and enrich ourselves. Great. We've finally reached an agreement and no longer have to crack this tough nut. Zheng Yihua was equally excited as he opened his computer and accessed the internal system. Not long after, Zheng Yihua was stunned. What is this? I can't understand anything. Fortunately, along with the authorization, a technical explanation was provided. Oh, this is for adjusting the speech rate. This is for the tone. This is an optimization function detection plan and a selection of optimized models. Zheng Yihua was reading the technical documentation while trying to understand the internal programming language of the system. However, he was puzzled as he had never seen such a programming language before. Boss, I can't do this. I can't learn it, he exclaimed. I tried writing it in other languages, but it always runs into bugs. I feel like I've wasted my time. Just end it for me. Zheng Yihua remained silent because he also didn't understand. Similar situations unfolded across various companies. They were excited to gain authorization to access the internal system, only to find that everything inside was incomprehensible, let alone learning anything. All the programmers fell back into a state of existential doubt. Chapter 23. The company has been established. Entering the international market. Where did Longting's technology come from? Lei Jun looked at the reports from his subordinates, feeling confused. Despite gaining authorization to access the internal system, they couldn't learn even a fraction of the technology. How did such technology come about? Being from a technical background himself, he had developed his company step by step through hard work. But Longting? They became well known through an app, and before that, there was barely any information about them. It was truly mysterious. Putting down the documents, Lei Jun took out his phone and made a call. How is the investigation going? Nothing yet. No outstanding performances during their school years, no awards? The confusion on Lei Jun's face deepened. What about abroad? Still nothing? The company known as Huazonyuan Technology has a close partnership with Longting? All right, gather the information and summarize it for me. After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on Lei Jun's face. No matter how mysterious, there will always be traces left behind. Longting, Gu Li, I suspect your technology comes from this company called Huazonyuan. If you can't continue your partnership, can Longting survive? Everything is attainable. It just depends on the price you are willing to pay. There are many CEOs like Lei Jun, all investigating Longting and Gu Li through their own channels. The technology contained within the system is something they all desire, especially after entering the internal system, where the urgency only intensified. The CEO of a certain tech company even declared internally that they would stop at nothing to obtain the relevant technology as soon as possible. If Longting continues to develop, its leading position will soon be at risk. While they were filled with urgency, Gu Li was sitting in the office sipping tea. Longting's temporary office had just completed renovations at the end of Gu Li's third year in college. All personnel recruitment had also been completed, with a discrepancy from Gu Li's earlier estimate of 18 people. The finance department, the public relations department, the business department, the human resources department, and the administration department have all been established, except for the technical department. In total, 180 people have been recruited, which is 10 times the original number. However, for an office of about 1,000 square meters, this still feels a bit insufficient. After deducting the lounge, tea room, gym area, and relaxation area planned by the relevant personnel, each employee has at least 2 square meters of workspace. Compared to the neighboring companies, it feels remarkably spacious. Coupled with weekends off and salaries 10 higher than the industry average, the sense of happiness is overwhelming. All employees who join the company take pride in being part of it, which translates to extremely high work efficiency. The company's official website has undergone a comprehensive optimization, though this is only in terms of visual effects. Technical matters are handled by other personnel. Their main task is to upload and wait for approval. The UI design of the product has also been completely optimized, making the interface look cleaner and the interaction more comfortable, aligning better with the aesthetic preferences of the local populace. Approval has been granted, but it has not been released yet. The plan is to publish it during the next update. The current situation of the company is as follows. The product has become the industry leader domestically, with a registered user base of 430 million and a stable payment rate of around 85. Currently, the data shows signs of stabilization. After the company was established, all permissions were granted to the relevant personnel in their respective departments, allowing them to clearly understand the product data. I believe our product is ready to enter the international market. Based on our research, there is a significant number of users abroad using the domestic version. If our product enters the international market, it will surely achieve the same success as it has domestically, remarked the relevant personnel calmly. With salary and bonuses being paid in advance, the pressure of daily life has lifted. Communication with family has become more affectionate, and the numbers in her bank account provide a sense of security. She approaches matters with greater calmness than before. Okay, I will have someone prepare the corresponding app. When the time comes, you can have them launch it in the international market. Remember to apply for the necessary documents in advance, said the relevant personnel, putting down the teacup. The international market is undoubtedly enormous, especially since the internet penetration rate abroad is higher than domestically, with a larger number of internet users. According to relevant data, out of the global population of 7.6 billion, over 4 billion people use the internet, and 2/3 of them use smartphones. Such a vast market cannot be overlooked, especially considering the opportunity to earn foreign exchange. In the future, we will also need to purchase foreign machinery. So having some reserves would be beneficial. That's only natural. However, I feel that the salaries provided to employees are too high, the relevant personnel said reluctantly. As a worker, higher wages are always better, but now she is a manager, and everything must be considered from the company's perspective. Just look outside. What is their work state like? Guli didn't answer, but instead countered with a question. Very well, the daily tasks are completed on time, sometimes even exceeded. Go take a look upstairs and downstairs, and you'll understand. After saying this, Guli continued to make tea for himself. On the nearby computer, there were scenes of Xiao Shou and Xiao 7 developing a phone at home. After hearing Guli's words, Wei Jia also went to have a look. Both upstairs and downstairs were rented out, serving as offices for others. However, the space was divided into several areas, and not every company was as financially robust as Longting to rent an entire floor as an office. When Wei Jia returned, she also understood how Longting achieved its work efficiency. Was the effect truly so significant due to a comfortable environment? She had never experienced such a pleasant working atmosphere when abroad. Now do you understand? Guli asked. Wei Jia nodded. A week later, Yu Dun would be updated and upgraded to Xiaoyu Butler, appearing as a 2D virtual character on the phone's desktop. The previous functions would be retained, along with some additional minor features to prepare for promotional announcements. The second matter was that Longting's second product was expected to launch in a month, so preparations for promotion could begin. I will have someone create the relevant trailers and ensure the departments are ready to cooperate. What kind of product is it? Wei Jia asked curiously. It's a secret. You'll know in a month, Guli replied with a smile. I believe results will come soon from that side. Once the mobile chip issue is resolved, the official launch of the phone will be no problem. Chapter 24. Verification complete. Highly praised. National Strategic Cooperation Enterprise. Deep in a remote mountainous area, a mountain has been hollowed out internally to establish a military base. Outside the mountain, a square has been opened up, with barracks built upon it. At this moment, groups of soldiers are undergoing daily training. Armed patrol soldiers with eagle-like eyes scan the surroundings. Inside the mountain, the area is divided into numerous sections. However, the original signs indicating command center, logistics department, and ammunition depot have been replaced with material group, optical group, precision group, and so on. Inside, instead of soldiers in camouflage, there are scientists in white lab coats. Academician Lu Min, can you take a look at this technology? How was it achieved? One person pointed at a line on a document and asked Lu Min beside him. Lu Min is a well-known academician in the field of optics at the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. He has published academic papers in renowned journals, both domestically and internationally, creating a huge impact in the relevant industry. He is the leader of the optical group, and the scientists in the group are similarly accomplished. Though their contributions may not be as significant as Lu Min's, their status is not much different. You ask me, but I also don't know. Our job is just to verify whether it can be realized, not to research why it works. After Lu Min became the team leader, he held a meeting to inform them about the tasks they needed to undertake. He was equally intrigued by these technologies and wanted to know how they were realized. However, no core technologies were provided, making it impossible to gain that knowledge. This is how technical matters work. You may understand the principles, but not the methods of implementation. As if there were a layer of window paper in between. Once you know the method, it becomes easy to break through. If you don't know, It becomes a shackle that cannot be surpassed. Sigh. The Inquirer let out a breath. The technologies they had seen during this period could fill several papers, and each paper could potentially cause a stir in the academic community. This technology was even more advanced than certain foreign light source technologies, with a smaller size, higher power, and most importantly, sufficient stability. Its application in the lithography machine field would greatly promote advancements in lithography machines. Unfortunately, they couldn't write about it, let alone disclose it. They had signed the highest level of confidentiality agreement, and if leaked, it could lead to a lifetime of consequences. My technology has been verified and can be fully realized. One person stated. So has mine. Well, please tell me the document numbers of the verified ones, and I will compile and report them, Lu Min said aloud. Within the precision group, someone exclaimed, wow, how does it all come together? It's so precise. Can our country really achieve this level of precision? What kind of machine is this, with so many parts? Just the parts one have provided amount to nearly 9,000, another replied. Yours is still on the lower side. I heard there are 15,000 parts in the leader's document. Goodness, is the country planning something big? Who knows? Hurry up and mark those parts that can be produced. Our own machines definitely can't handle it, but the machines listed in the document seem too ideal, right? How can we verify that they can achieve nanometer or even atomic level cutting? There's definitely no problem. Just apply your scientific knowledge and draw the appropriate conclusions. We can't be careless. This must be a key national project, so don't hold us back. Within the materials group, someone remarked, what an imaginative idea. I never expected such materials could be produced this way. I feel old. The younger generation surpasses us. I really want to know who came up with this method. I must visit them. After the project is over, we'll naturally find out who it is. Exactly. Let's continue the verification. Once my verification is complete, as long as the core technology is also fine, everything will be okay. The country's concealment of core technology is definitely reliable. I just don't know when we'll see it in the civilian stage. That depends on us. Several people exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Applause echoed in each group, as everyone was impressed by the technical materials provided, expressing their recognition of the technology within. For them, although they couldn't see the core technology, they were thrilled to witness such advancements domestically. It is still developed by domestic talents, and they are genuinely proud of it. With their enthusiasm for the validation work, progress is rapid. In just 1 week, all the technologies have been validated. The results gathered indicate that the technology is fully established. As long as the technical details are followed, corresponding technologies can be developed. Chang'ing also received the news and learned about the successful validation. After all, the technical documentation was brought by Chang'ing, so subsequent communications will also be handled by him. Xiao Li, your technology has been validated by the relevant authorities. What this means is that Longting technology will become a strategic partner of the state. If you need anything, just let the authorities know. This will also facilitate things. Chang'ing said with a smile. By the way, the authorities heard that you will be entering the mobile phone industry, and the relevant technology is also provided by you. Therefore, it has been decided to have companies like Huaxin Technology and Guoli Semiconductor collaborate with your company to develop our own chips. Of course, Longting will lead this initiative, while the state-owned enterprises will only hold shares without managing it. Upon hearing Chang'ing's words, Guoli naturally understood. After all, it is a company invested in by the state and Longting. No problem, Guoli agreed without a second thought. Even without the state's involvement, once Guoli develops on his own, the state would eventually participate. The authorities would not allow such technology to be solely in the hands of an individual. Just like a certain semiconductor company, the state can take it back at any time. It is not something you can refuse, as it belongs to them. Now that such technology has emerged domestically, the state will definitely intervene. In a few days, someone will come to your company with a contract, so be prepared. Congratulations. Your company has achieved significant development. Chang'ing congratulated. Thanks to Uncle Chang for your support. Without you, I wouldn't have come this far, Guoli flattered Chang'ing. We're all family, no need to be polite. Besides, you really have something valuable, Chang'ing replied. By the way, the phones you helped us create have already been sent to our undercover colleagues. Their old phones have also installed the app you provided. I hope they will be safe this time. Don't worry, Uncle Chang. You have to trust my technology, Guoli said confidently. With his technology, the security checks will definitely pass. Moreover, there is support behind it. Everything is no problem. Chapter 25, Setting Sail, Longting's Product Preview. After finishing the conversation with Chang'ing, Guoli couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Entrepreneurs are actually afraid of the involvement of state capital. Once state capital enters, who will the company listen to? To itself? That obviously is not possible. The state will definitely manage it and guide the enterprise to move forward according to national needs. This is a good thing. Following the state will not lead to the wrong path. Income can be guaranteed, but the people arranged for management may not be satisfactory. They are not professionals and tend to give misguided directions. This has led to discussions that the injection of state capital signifies the end of the enterprise. However, Guli is different. According to Chang'ing, after the cooperation, Guli will manage it directly. The company established through cooperation allows for profit sharing and priority in technology for the nation. Management issues will not be interfered with. The discussions this has sparked above are intense. After all, this approach is a first for the region. Without national oversight, what if the company were to mismanage resources? Or even betray the nation? However, despite these concerns, the final outcome remains unchanged. As someone remarked, Guli is the grandson of Comrade Mingwei. I trust someone from such a family background. Moreover, his first thought is still for the nation. Is there any similar technology abroad? Apparently not. As the intelligence agencies have found nothing. He trusts us so much. Why can't we trust him? Let's leave this matter as it is and move on to the next one. Guli is naturally unaware of the details. He only knows that his company is about to set sail towards the stars and the sea. Zero, how's the trailer production for the mobile phone going with Xiaoyu? Guli asked Zero, who had transformed into human form at the nearby work desk. Boss, we completed it 3 days ago. The next version has also been optimized. And the second generation of the black gold phone is now at 30 completion, Zero proudly replied. They don't require food or rest from day to night. They either study themselves or the technology needed by Guli. Progress is naturally swift. Currently, the technology library of Zero and Xiaoshou contains over 70 items, covering not only mobile phones and computers, but also graphene batteries, exoskeletons, battle armor, artificial intelligence, and other related technologies. As long as Guli has sufficient funds, these technologies can be realized. However, what Guli lacks the most right now is funding. If needed, the nation will naturally support him. But the more he asks for, the greater the cost will be. Guli does not wish to end up as a mere puppet. Alright, send the materials to Wei Jia. The black gold phone is the name Guli chose for his mobile device. The logo features a simplified dragon, resembling an ancient jade dragon. After all, in the near future, the batteries used in mobile phones will be graphene batteries, known as black gold. This name is quite fitting. By the way, have you configured the server setup you need? As research technology advances, Zero and Xiaoshou's computing capabilities are becoming strained. A couple of days ago, they suggested to Guli to increase the villa's server capacity to enhance their computational power. After all, their original form is just a mobile phone. Alternatively, they could purchase a supercomputer to assist with calculations. Guli naturally agreed, as a decline in computing power results in slower progress. He has many more technologies to research and does not want such a situation to occur. So, he let Zero draft a configuration, which he will purchase. It has already been configured, and the boss can ask me to retrieve it when needed. Guli takes Zero with him every time he goes out. He can check the configuration list at any time. Good. Guli nodded. It's better to keep his personal affairs separate from the company's. Otherwise, he could have just asked Wei Jia to buy it directly. Let Xiaoshou continue your work. We'll go back to the company. Alright, boss. After handing over the work to Xiaoshou, Ling transformed back into a mobile phone form and returned to the company with Guli. As soon as they arrived at the company, Wei Jia came over to report on her work. The Xiaoyu butler had already pushed notifications, and the teaser for the new product had also been uploaded to the official website. By the way, what exactly is our new product? We need to formulate a corresponding promotional plan, Wei Jia asked curiously. She had seen the teaser, but the product was replaced with something else, making it impossible to tell what it actually was. Our new product is a mobile phone, named Black Gold. Guli did not intend to continue hiding it. This is no longer the era where good wine fears the depth of the alley. Without publicity, even good products will perish. A mobile phone? Is it such a big leap? Wei Jia had suspected it might be a phone, but since Longting had developed from software, she pushed the thought aside. It seemed impossible for Longting to venture into mobile phones. The leap was too large. She felt it was unlikely. There are too many aspects involved in mobile phones, and Longting lacks the necessary production conditions. You think it's impossible? Guli asked. Wei Jia nodded. Before it was validated, Guli Henti planned to enter the mobile phone market so quickly. But now that validation had been achieved, The timing was ripe. After collaborating with Huaxian Technology and Guoli Semiconductor, the most crucial parts of the phone were secured. The other components wouldn't be an issue either. That's why Guoli decided that Longting's new product would be the black gold phone. You'll know tomorrow whether it's possible or not, Guoli said with a smile. Tomorrow, representatives from those companies would come to Longting to sign the cooperation contract. All right. Wei Jiao was already used to Guli's air of mystery. Anyway, he had his own confidence. She just needed to listen. The company wasn't hers. So she just needed to do her own job well. After the report, Wei Jiao left Guli's office. Guoli also left the company to purchase the servers needed for Ling. The Yudun transformed into Xiaoyu Butler, and Longting released a new product teaser. Netizens began to speculate about the relationship between the two, eager to find out what Longting's new product was. Adai was equally curious. As one of the first testers of Yudun, he had long identified himself with Longting. Now that Longting had released a new product teaser, he also shared his guesses. It is well known that products associated with the Xiaoyu Butler generally belong to mobile or desktop software. Now that Yudun had been renamed to Xiaoyu Butler, and with the addition of Xiaoyu's virtual image, small features such as weather and maps were also included. These features are most commonly used on mobile phones. Therefore, I boldly speculate that Longting's upcoming new product will definitely be a mobile phone. Aside from a mobile phone, I can't think of anything else that could match the Xiaoyu Butler. What does everyone think? It's really not difficult to guess Longting's new product. Guoli didn't intend to hide it too deeply. Once the contract is signed tomorrow, there will be no need for speculation. That's why he updated the security shield and announced a new product preview. Wei Jia also noticed this, but due to a lack of understanding of the company, he didn't dare to draw conclusions. The new product released by Longting is a smartphone, and the news is gradually spreading. Chapter 26. Signing the contract. Longxin Semiconductor established. Longting is making smartphones? Is that true? Does Longting have the capability to make smartphones? It can't just be a low-cost imitation, right? It's very likely. I haven't heard of Longting having the relevant technology. The casing, display, and motherboard can all be outsourced, which is not particularly important. The crucial part is the chip. Will they buy from a certain company or another? Given Longting's current scale, they might have to queue up to get supplies. Compared to those well-established smartphone manufacturers, Longting's capital is indeed lacking. With just a mere 100 billion, they might as well take their time in the queue. That said, I like Longting's design. It aligns with my aesthetic. Me too. To be honest, those making smartphones nowadays are all just competing. It depends on who has the better specs, prettier designs, and better system optimization. Looking at it this way, Longting doesn't seem too bad. Longting's design is impressive. Xiaoyu completely matches my expectations. Haha. Can't wait for Longting's new product. As long as the quality is decent, it's not out of the question to buy. I advise everyone to think a bit. After all, Longting is a new company. Let's talk about buying after they have settled for a few years. Won't we know by then if we can buy it? What's the use of talking now? The market won't lie. News of Longting manufacturing smartphones swept across the internet. Some supported it while others mocked it. Smartphone manufacturers also wore serious expressions. They had guessed that Longting would enter the smartphone industry, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, Longting has optimized all existing smartphones, and their insights into mobile systems can be considered the best in the industry. If the managers are not foolish, they will generally choose to enter the market. A smartphone equipped with the best system available will have considerable market competitiveness. Faced with Longting's aggressive approach, other smartphone manufacturers are also preparing in advance. In terms of production, they are employing every possible means. The smartphone market has been stable for so many years, and they naturally want to maintain that stability. With Longting's entry, their share of the pie will shrink. Undercurrents begin to surge. The next day, Guoli arrived at the company in a suit. Today is the day to sign the contract, so he wanted to leave a good impression first. He had also informed Wei Jia on the company side. As a result, when he arrived at the company, everyone was in a very positive work state. Of course, it's usually like this. The place was spotless. Guoli nodded and returned to his office. Outside, discussions about Guoli continued. That's our company president, Guoli. Wow. Is he really that young? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. You, don't even think about it. Someone so young and wealthy wouldn't have a shortage of girlfriends, would they? We should focus on our own work first. Can't I just daydream a bit? So annoying. All right, hurry up and finish your work. I need to hand over. No problem. Hey, who are those people? Who? Oh my. Huaxian Technology. Guoli Semiconductor. Zhang Jing covered her mouth, her eyes widening. What are they here for? Sis, do you know them? Didn't I tell you before that I used to work in the publicity department of Demi? Some time ago, Demi reached a cooperation with them, and I did some research for the publicity. Leading the group is one of the general managers of Hua Xian Technology, Fu Guobo. Next to him is also a general manager from Guoli Semiconductor, Su Jinghu. What are they doing at our company? Who knows? While Zhang Jing was talking to a colleague, Fu Guobo and Su Jinghu, along with the team behind them, entered Gu Li's office. Manager Fu, Manager Su. Why didn't you give me a call? I could have come to pick you up. Gu Li, who was drinking tea, said upon seeing Fu Guobo and Su Jinghu enter. He had been waiting in the office for a long time without receiving a call, so he decided to brew some tea. Just as he was halfway through his tea, they arrived at the office directly. There's no need to be so polite. We came with a task, Fu Guobo replied. Of course, the task is the priority. If we can speed up the process, we can report back sooner. That's right, completing the task comes first, Su Jinghu chimed in, agreeing with Fu Guobo. Please, have a seat. I'll have someone from the legal department come over. Gu Li invited them to sit down and poured each of them a cup of tea. All right. Thank you, General Manager Gu. In fact, Fu Guobo and Su Jinghu didn't really understand the purpose of the cooperation with Long Tongue. But this was arranged from above. So they couldn't ask too many questions. They would naturally find out when the time came. For now, they needed to complete the task first. After the people from Long Tongue's legal department arrived, the signing of the contract would begin. Long Tongue, Hua Xian Technology, and Guoli Semiconductor were collaborating to establish Long Xian Semiconductor, primarily engaged in the industries related to photolithography machines, chip manufacturing, and semiconductors. After signing the contract, Fu Guobo, Su Jinghu, and Gu Li took a photo together and then left. Gu Li wanted to invite them for a meal, but he was unsuccessful. That's fine. There will be other opportunities. Gu Li handed the signed documents to Wei Jia. Do you think it's possible now? Gu Li asked, looking at Wei Jia, who was in a daze. Wei Jia nodded absent-mindedly. She realized she was really aligned with a major player. The clauses written in the contract were all favorable to Long Tongue. It felt almost like a gift, and Wei Jia was stunned. Is there really such a cooperation? Looking at the signed names on the contract, Wei Jia still couldn't believe it. Gu Li had such great influence. How could such a collaboration with a state-owned enterprise happen without significant power? Take care of the acquisition of the factory listed here for me, Gu Li said, pulling out a piece of paper from the drawer and handing it to Wei Jia. Okay, General Manager Gu, Wei Jia replied, still in a daze. After regaining her senses, she looked at the names recorded on the paper. Mingyu Intelligent Manufacturing Factory, Yuhuan Sensors, Chonglian Machining Factory. Mr. Gu, what are you acquiring these factories for? Wei Jia thought they were phone accessory manufacturing plants. But after seeing them, they have nothing to do with phones. It's related to our next product. You just need to acquire them first. Next product? Wei Jia. The black gold phone hasn't even been released yet, and you're already considering a third product? Wei Jia's confusion went unanswered as Gu Li left the office. News about the cooperation between Longting and Huaxin, Guoli was also released by the two companies. Huaxin Technology, Guoli Semiconductor, and Longting Technology have reached a cooperation to jointly establish Longxin Semiconductor Company. According to various sources, is Longting preparing to produce its own phone chips? What magic does Longting possess that allows these two established state-owned enterprises to collaborate with them? A new domestic chip? Is it real or fake? We shall see. Chapter 27. Insufficient raw materials. No one to do the manufacturing? I admit I underestimated it. Me too. 1 + 1. Longting has the strength to make phones. With the announcement of the collaboration between the two companies and Longting, the sentiment online began to change. People started to believe that Longting had the ability to manufacture phones. Of course, there were still some who doubted Longting. After all, the technology of Huaxin and Guoli Semiconductor is primarily domestic technology. The chips produced still have some gap compared to those made abroad. Currently, the only well-known domestic chips in the region are HiSilicon and MediaTek. However, the latter does not acknowledge or deny its status due to political reasons. It is still quite challenging for Longting to carve out a share of the phone market relying on the technology of Huaxin and Guoli. Opinions were evenly split between those who were optimistic and those who were skeptical about Longting. Those who were optimistic were largely influenced by the Xiaoyu Butler. They believed that a company capable of developing Xiaoyu Butler would not be poor in manufacturing phones either. Discussions about whether Longting could produce a market-recognized phone were continuously heated online. Meanwhile, Gu Li was at home, installing servers with Zero, Xiaoshu, and other transformers. Xiao 7 and to be transformed into human forms, but their heights made movement inconvenient. Guli decided to let them stay as they were and focus on studying the technology they possessed. Once the server installation was complete, he would renovate the villa, otherwise, they wouldn't have the space to move around. The last machine. Guli put down his tools, finally finished. Now your computing power has increased by 50. Is that enough? Guli asked. That's enough, boss, but I still suggest we buy a supercomputer. Xiaoshou's holographic projection technology has been successfully developed. And using this technology for simulation experiments, our computational ability is still insufficient. With a supercomputer, our research and development speed will be much faster, Zero said while organizing the tools. Guli was its leader, and in its mind, everything revolved around Guli. If its own abilities couldn't keep up, it naturally wanted to support the leader who could. We'll discuss it later. Even the cheapest supercomputer is beyond my budget now. Guli shook his head. Let us go and check out our construction vehicle fleet. Li Xiao reached out his hand, and Zero took a few steps towards Li before jumping. Transforming into a smartphone in the moment, it landed in Li's hand. Little hand, you all continue with the research work. Okay, boss. Li arrived at the garage, driving an electric vehicle towards the outskirts of the city. How is the progress on our electric vehicle project? After acquiring the electric vehicle brand, Li had Zero start the research. However, he did not grant it life yet. He would only do so when the expert in the electric vehicle industry returned. Letting Zero study the brand was just a way to test the waters. The most important aspects of electric vehicles are the electric drive, battery, and electronic control, commonly referred to as the three electric systems. The corresponding technology is open source, available for anyone to use. Through holographic projection simulation technology, I and Little Hand can develop electric vehicles that surpass the expert's designs. Li nodded. That's good. How is the assembly of Long Yin coming along? In simple terms, Long Yin primarily utilizes a programming language from another world, or rather, the programming programs created by Zero and Little Hand. It borrows logic from Earth's programming languages to make it easier for people to understand and use. Eventually, it will be localized to develop a programming language suited for the region. It's almost ready. We are currently testing if it can be understood. The test subjects are naturally He Juanhao and his team, who have already been sent over by Changshu. They formed a study group with He Juanhao to diligently learn Long Yin. Let me know once the testing is complete. Just then, Li arrived at the warehouse he rented on the outskirts. The warehouse was quite large, covering at least a few thousand square meters, but the rent was much cheaper than that of the office. After all, it was on the city's edge, where many people rented warehouses for storage. Li parked the car aside and entered through the side door. What caught his eye were several large machines arranged around the center of the warehouse, with a few 72-inch televisions grouped together. The televisions were playing various architectural knowledge and video explanations. They were all construction machines that Li had enlightened. Once they finished watching the videos organized by Zero, they would head to a construction site to build an underground research base for the ignition source. The boss is here. Boss, we have learned all this knowledge. I've already watched it 3 times and learned it well. Upon seeing Li, the Transformers chimed in. They had been in the warehouse for nearly a week. During this time, a new machine was added daily, and they had been engaged in this monotonous learning. Don't worry, once Little Nine finishes learning, I will take you all out. Li pointed to the corner where an underground loader had not yet been granted life. Hearing Li's words, they naturally had no objections. Their learning speed was quite fast. Waiting a day or 2 wouldn't be an issue. During the time Little Nine is studying, you all need to plan the construction of the underground base. I've already given you the blueprints. Aim to complete it in the shortest time possible. Rest assured, boss, we will definitely manage it. The first being granted life, Xiao Yi answered loudly. She had reviewed the blueprints several times and could recite them from memory. All right, the underground base will be under your responsibility. After guiding Xiao Jiao, Guli left. Xiao Yi would teach it how to operate on Earth. She wondered what Wei Jiao wanted from her. When she returned to the company, Wei Jiao was already in Guli's office. With a cold expression on her face and dressed in an OL skirt, she exuded a professional and authoritative vibe. You're in such a hurry to find me. What is the matter? Guli asked while sitting in a nearby reception area and making tea. Manager Gu, I contacted several manufacturers to produce mobile phone accessories on our behalf, but they all refused, citing a lack of raw materials, Wei Jia said angrily. She had approached well-known manufacturers with a good reputation in the industry, but none were willing to take on the work. She had observed the situation and noted that there was no shortage of raw materials. Trucks filled with materials were continuously entering their factories. They simply did not want to work for Longting. Finding smaller manufacturers was not an option for Wei Jia either, as she could not guarantee their quality, which would harm Longting's reputation. That's why she sought Gu Li's thoughts on the matter. Is this all? Gu Li was surprised, thinking there was something more significant at play. Isn't this a big deal? No one is willing to work for us. The quality from other smaller factories is concerning, unless we produce it ourselves. But how is that possible? Why not? Gu Li countered, pouring Wei Jia a cup of tea. The aroma of the high-quality Longjing tea calmed her a bit. After taking a sip, she spoke. We don't have a factory, we don't have the technology, and we don't have a production line. What can we use to produce? Wei Jia shot Gu Li a glance, feeling that the decision for Longting to produce mobile phones was made on a whim. After all, most people in the world use smartphones. And with their company's understanding of mobile phone systems, it seemed natural to consider making phones now that they had money. It seemed as if Gu Li had not thought through the challenges involved. It was clear that the phone manufacturers had heard about Longting's plans and had united with those manufacturers to refuse to work with them. Manager Gu, you shouldn't have allowed Hua Xian and Guo Li to announce their cooperation with Longting back then. The refusal from those manufacturers now is certainly orchestrated by someone. Wei Jia analyzed. That's fine. I wouldn't choose to have others manufacture for us anyway. Gu Li shook his head and then changed the subject. How is the acquisition of those factories I asked you about going? Hearing this, Wei Jia stood up and approached Gu Li's desk, retrieving several documents from it. The acquisitions are complete. The few manufacturers were on the verge of bankruptcy and were easily acquired. Looking at these contracts, Wei Jia still couldn't understand why they were acquiring these factories. All right, in a few days, accompany me to the city. We have a shipment arriving soon. Gu Li stood up, holding a cup of tea. Don't you want me to make phones? Is that even possible? If no one is helping me with the production, can't I do it myself? There are plenty of abandoned production lines that no one wants. Just buy a few back, and there you have it. This is quite simple. What about the production outsourcing? Wei Jia pressed on. I'll find a way. You just focus on the promotion, Gu Li replied without looking back. Okay, Wei Jia felt cheerful. As long as the responsibility wasn't on her, she was fine with it. Besides, this wasn't something she could solve anyway. The power struggle among the higher-ups was naturally left to them. She didn't want to get involved. No one had any news about Longting's outsourcing. And within a couple of days, it was leaked online. Insider information. Insider information. Longting is looking for several domestic factories to help produce phone accessories. But none are willing. P.S. This is from a senior management member at Fuelkang. The information is absolutely accurate. Is it true? Is Longting really that desperate? They can't even find an outsourcing factory? There are so many both domestically and internationally. Please stick to the facts when spreading rumors. Exactly, 100 billion company. And no one is willing to help with production? I don't believe it. Besides Fuelkang, there are companies like Huawei, Wistron, and BYD. There are plenty of large and small factories. You guys must not understand. They say outsourcing, but it's actually assembly. The manufacturers provide their own parts designs for the factories to produce and assemble. The production of parts is what really matters. Just picking any factory. Can you guarantee the quality? Aren't you afraid that your phone will have issues like the screen peeling off, buttons malfunctioning, or going black soon after use? So for these large companies, they usually rely on large, reliable outsourcing factories. It's all about ensuring quality, which is why they don't consider small factories at all. I see. Thanks for the clarification upstairs. So, doesn't that mean Longting can't make phones? Unless they build their own factories, they're left with small outsourcing factories. In that case, I still think it's better to buy from established brands. Yeah, at least those phones come with guarantees. Same logic. Longting, you need to grow more before you can take care of your business. Don't blame me for not loving you. I'm afraid I can't afford the repairs. Haha, cheers. If Longting really makes it big, we'll be the ones in trouble. Sheng Wei, the president of the Green Company, raised his glass and said, Who says otherwise? Yesterday, I received the optimization plan from Longting, and they really excel in phone optimization. Wu Run, the president of the Blue Company, clinked glasses with Sheng Wei, giving a thumbs up. That's how it is in this industry. Whoever has the best technology is the boss. But it can't be said that way. You also need money and connections. Longting's technology is impressive, but isn't it still struggling to find outsourcing factories? Lu Huan, sitting next to Sheng Wei, chimed in. He is the general manager of a certain company and was the one who contacted other factories to collectively refuse to work with Longting. As an emerging company, They certainly perceive that Longting's interests are not as significant as those of established players in the industry. Naturally, they declined to cooperate with Longting and chose to maintain good relations with their long-term partners. Now, Longting must be feeling anxious and restless. I wonder what he will do next. Mr. Lei, what do you think? Lei Jun shook his head. I don't know either. He actually doesn't like this approach. He prefers to confront his enemies directly. However, Longting's knowledge of mobile systems worries him. So he didn't refuse to join others in preventing Longting from producing phones. I heard that Gu Li from Longting and his manager went to the stock market. To the stock market? What are they doing there? That's unknown for now. Sheng Wei shook his head. Once my people investigate, we'll find out. Everyone nodded, curious about Longting's actions in the stock market. Please don't tell me that this junk was bought by you. Wei Jiao looked at the contents inside the container, her mouth twitching. Inside the container was a pile of scrap metal that could barely be identified as such, covered in rust and looking like it would fall apart with a touch. The entire container emitted a very unpleasant odor, reminiscent of something pulled out of a sewer. Gu Li nodded. Yes, I bought these. Don't be fooled by their appearance. They cost me quite a bit of money. Gu Li said with a pained expression. I bought 2 production lines, mainly for manufacturing phone accessories. It cost me nearly 100 million in local currency, and that doesn't even include shipping. For this issue, Gu Li discussed with the seller for 3 days without reaching a conclusion. In the end, he had to pay for the shipping himself. Heavens! Wei Jia felt like she might faint. Mr. Gu, do you really need to spend money on a pile of junk? What benefit does this bring us at such a high cost? Wei Jia was quite puzzled by Gu Li's actions. Calm down. This is to solve our outsourcing issue for phone production. I'll have someone clean these up. What you see is just the surface. The interior is very powerful. Gu Li said with a grin. No matter how powerful, it can't change the fact that it's junk. Wei Jia retorted angrily. She had expended considerable effort to ensure that Longting could smoothly produce the black gold phone. It was discussions here and there, only for Gu Li to buy a pile of junk and claim the problem is solved? Wei Jia. How is it solved? Chapter 29, Out of Ideas? Longting's own factory. Really? Mr. Shang, I saw it with my own eyes and even took photos. I'll send them to you. Sheng Wei was taken aback. His subordinate had discovered that Gu Li purchased a batch of abandoned production lines from a certain country, which were so dilapidated they were unusable, covered in rust. Sheng Wei couldn't understand what Gu Li was thinking, buying these production lines for what purpose. Gu Li, who had established Longting and developed such deep expertise in mobile systems. It should be a clever person. Why engage in such meaningless activities? Is there so much money that they don't know how to spend it? Sheng Wei shares the news with others to hear their thoughts. Wu Run. What is he doing? Buying a batch of discarded production lines? These are completely unusable. Want to do the processing himself? Why not just buy a good production line directly? Domestic manufacturing lines are not bad either. I can't understand it. The thoughts of young people nowadays are really jumping around. Lei Jun speaks up. Who says otherwise? However, this will slow down Longting's entry into the mobile phone market. How is the research and development of everyone's new phones going? All mobile phone manufacturers that signed contracts with Longting received this year's free mobile phone optimization plan. Phones originally scheduled for release in the summer have all been put on hold to wait for the optimization to be completed before launching. Basically, all companies that receive the plan are in the same situation. They are urging programmers and engineers to optimize quickly, correct shortcomings, and enhance strengths. This has set the stage for a new round of competition among all mobile phone manufacturers in the summer. The biggest variable now is that Longting will be absent. Sheng Wei and others are also focusing on their competitors. The progress is okay, but everyone is optimizing, so this time it will depend on whose technology is better. That's right, what new technology has General Lei prepared this year? There aren't that many new technologies. It's just the same old routine. I look forward to seeing General Lei's old technology in action. After some inquiries, nothing useful was found. They are all old foxes. They won't reveal anything until the last moment. Sheng Wei takes out his phone and finds a contact in the address book. He sends a message, spread the news. The information has been sent to your email. The reward remains the same. I'll transfer the payment to you after it's published. Longting currently poses no threat, but it still needs to be suppressed a bit. Breaking news. Those who want to buy Longting phones should think carefully. Who would dare to buy phones made from such production lines? Longting, so this is the kind of company you are? Everyone must keep their eyes open. Inferior products should not be bought. Is it Longting again? Recently, Longting has entered the mobile phone industry with its excellent shield, collaborating with veteran state-owned enterprises. and has appeared on trending topics at least 4 or 5 times. Now it's trending again, and netizens are tired of it. However, after seeing the related information on the trending topics, netizens start gossiping again. Is it true? Producing phones using discarded and useless production lines? They are discarded, yet can still produce phones? In traditional culture, repairs take 3 years. No way. Is Longting so poor that they can't afford new production lines? Who said Longting was a conscientious enterprise when they just made a bit of profit? Longting, you have become arrogant. The leaked information includes both text and images. The images clearly show Longting's founder Gu Li and general manager Wei Jia. In front of them is an open container filled with discarded production lines. If someone with ulterior motives embellishes this a bit, it might become a reality, even if it's not true. The public relations team of the Longting publicity department also noticed, or rather, was reminded without any notice, and quickly issued an announcement. In response to the false information about our companies circulating online, we state the following. The individuals in the picture are indeed our company's chairman and general manager, but the items purchased are by no means the production line for mobile phones manufactured by Longting. Our company will absolutely not produce inferior products for consumers. Those who fabricate facts and slander our company will face legal action as we retain the corresponding evidence. After the announcement was made, some people believed what Longting said. However, the vast majority still harbored doubts about Longting. Well, this is not good. Our company's reputation will definitely take a hit, Wei Jia said wearily. The reputation built up can be quite costly to restore once it declines. It's fine. Reputations come back quickly, Gu Li said nonchalantly. Reputation is built through products, not through online disputes. Gu Li was well aware of what was happening online. He knew exactly who was behind it, and Zero had already investigated it for him. Let them have their few days of fun. Soon, they will feel discomfort. How is the preparation of those 3 factories going? It was completed yesterday, as you instructed. The equipment from Mingyu Intelligent Manufacturing and Changlian Machining Factory has been stored in a rented warehouse. Yuan Sensors has been left as is, but cleaned up. Good. Give me the keys. After receiving the keys, Gu Li looked at Wei Jia and said, tomorrow, you'll see our brand new mobile phone manufacturing plant. Wei Jia. After speaking, Gu Li left the office. Wei Jia didn't have time to ask Gu Li where Longting got a brand new mobile phone manufacturing plant. At 3 in the morning, while ordinary people were asleep, Gu Li drove his newly acquired vehicle to the warehouse of the Fire Source construction team. The 2 production lines he had previously purchased were placed here. He had transformed them from waste into treasures, giving them new life. Xiao Jiu also completed his learning and delivered the production lines to the prepared Mingyu Intelligent Manufacturing and Changlian Machining Factory, while sending the Fire Source construction team to the site to start building the underground base. The 2 production lines autonomously boarded the vehicle. Gu Li led them to the factory. The surveillance on the road was temporarily controlled by Zero to eliminate Gu Li's traces. The selected route was also one with little traffic, minimizing the chances of being discovered. The sight of the production lines transformed into robots sitting in the truck bed was still shocking. Fortunately, the factories were not located in the city center, so there would be no more troublesome matters after delivering the production lines. Most of the traffic lights along the way were yellow, allowing for a smooth passage while ensuring safety. After an hour, they finally delivered the production lines to the factory. The originally empty workshop was now occupied by the shiny new production lines. Tomorrow, some mechanical arms would be purchased for packaging and assembly work. An automated production line was thus completed. With continuous production 24 hours a day, a single production line could manufacture 35,000 mobile phones. This is still due to the old machines. Otherwise, we could produce even more. However, this output is sufficient for now. After arranging the production line, Gu Li brought Xiao Yi and the others to the construction site. A large flat building has been established at the original location of the waste disposal point. On the surface, it serves as the company's warehouse, but in reality, it is the entrance to the underground base of the Fire Source. With the arrival of Xiao Yi and the other transformers, the construction of the underground base officially began. Chapter 30. Everything is ready. Manager Gu, am I dreaming? Wei Jia exclaimed. In just one night, we have our own mobile phone manufacturing factory? She looked at the new production line in front of her. The metallic surface reflecting her face, filled with uncontrollable excitement and disbelief. Just yesterday, she was worried that Longting's new product might fail before it even hit the market. Today, Gu Li informed her that Longting has its own mobile phone manufacturing factory and even brought her to see the factory location. The surprise came too unexpectedly. She has finally secured her job. After all, as the leader of the company, one cannot make mistakes. The failure of the black gold mobile phone product would fall on her shoulders. Naturally, the outcome would be her dismissal. She had grown accustomed to such a reality abroad. If the work was not done well, it meant the person was not capable. If someone was not capable, they would be replaced. Joining Longting was her first job upon returning to the country. The perspectives and ideas she had encountered abroad still lingered. Manager Gu, did you do that on purpose? Wei Jia suddenly thought of yesterday's events. Purchasing the abandoned production line must have been Gu Li's deliberate strategy to confuse those mobile phone manufacturers, making them believe that Longting posed no threat, thus keeping their attention on competitors. As the industry leader in mobile phone systems, once Longting's phones hit the market, they would become a formidable opponent. The common thought would be to stop Longting. Once Longting was perceived as less of a threat, or if they learned to control Longting's technology, the resistance would diminish. Just like now, Longting has just announced its entry into the mobile phone sector, but the foundries refuse to provide manufacturing services. After signing contracts with Huaxin and Guoli Semiconductor, chip companies like Qualcomm, MediaTek, and Broadcom have limited their supply due to insufficient production capacity or outright refusal to cooperate, causing Longting to face numerous challenges. Now that Longting has its own mobile phone production line, as long as the chip issue is resolved, the launch of Longting's new product, the black gold mobile phone, will definitely be successful. Guli was taken aback. What do you mean on purpose? Buying the abandoned production line? That was meant to be seen by other mobile manufacturers, right? Wei Jia's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she had been too hasty. Could Guli not think of what she could? Now, hasn't this resolved the issue? Gu Li's foresight was impressive, using the abandoned production line as a clever maneuver. The new production line must have arrived last night. No wonder Gu Li asked for the keys yesterday. Wei Jia's mind raced, rationalizing all of Gu Li's actions. Yes, Gu Li nodded quickly. I asked a friend to deliver it overnight. Wei Jia has already found a good excuse to avoid explaining herself. Excellent. Wei Jia gave Gu Li a thumbs up. What about the phone chip? It's already being resolved, and the items will arrive tomorrow, Gu Li said after checking the time. The three core technologies for the chip were solved by Gu Li long ago. Now, they have been validated and recognized by the relevant authorities. However, creating a lithography machine from scratch is quite challenging, as the relevant infrastructure in the region is lacking. The number and precision of the parts required for a lithography machine are significant. To build a brand new lithography machine, one can only rely on their own sources. Additionally, purchasing machines that can manufacture the necessary parts is expensive. Therefore, Gu Li bought a domestically produced lithography machine to use in the meantime. Why not buy one from abroad? The restrictions prevent sales. Otherwise, Gu Li would certainly have chosen to purchase a foreign lithography machine, as the technology is more advanced and developed. Eventually, the lithography machine will be installed in the factory of Yuhuan Sensor. The three factories that Gu Li had Wei Jiao acquire are all located in close proximity to each other. They form a triangular shape when connected by lines. This makes transportation of goods very convenient, which is also why Gu Li went ahead with the acquisitions. All right, Mr. Gu, you should go home and rest. The company is in my hands, Wei Jia said with a smile. You must have been busy yesterday. Yes, I'm also at ease with you handling things here. This wasn't just politeness. Aside from technical matters, Wei Jia managed everything else quite well. After leaving the company, Gu Li didn't return home, but instead went to the waste recycling station. He had developed a habit of coming here daily. Without the opportunity to turn waste into treasure, he would first keep useful items before eventually recycling them. His bookshelf at home was already filled with items he salvaged. He rummaged through some construction debris, but soon lost interest in continuing. Gu Li categorized the discarded items into kitchen waste, construction debris, mechanical waste, and miscellaneous trash. The most likely places to find smart and mechanical products were in the mechanical and miscellaneous waste. The others were rare, and Gu Li only picked them up due to their special materials. Otherwise, they would face immediate disposal. Today, as construction debris consisted of stones that looked like cement blocks, but weren't actually cement. Gu Li had already kept one at home, and after finding nothing useful, he decided to dispose of the rest. Another unproductive day had passed. Gu Li returned home and started his day of relaxation. Brother Gu, what are you doing? Pang Dehai messaged Gu Li on WeChat. Sleeping. He hadn't yet settled accounts with Pang Dehai regarding the previous incident. A day had passed, and he had forgotten about it. Now that he thought about it, Gu Li still felt angry. You just posted my brother's information online like that? Don't you have any conscience? So carefree. Are you still in the southern region? Yes, what is up? How about I come to you? Seeing the message from Pang Dahai, Guli sensed something was off. Didn't you say you were going to settle down in benching with your Ruru? Sigh. We broke up. So, can I ask if you can take me in? Sure, come back then. Guli agreed without a second thought. Pang Dahai was his close friend. Why not help him if he could? Besides, any technology that Guli found unappealing could ensure Pang Dahai's lifelong security. Far away at the benching train station, Pang Dahai looked at the message on his phone. I knew you would take me in. The next day, Guli received a call from the logistics company. His lithography machine and all related equipment had arrived. This time, Guli made sure to keep the news tightly under wraps, not giving anyone a chance to covet it. Upon arriving at the factory of Yuhuan Sensors, several heavy trucks were parked outside. Mr. Gu, hello. Where should we unload the machines? Just unload them into the factory. Guli replied. Guli purchased the machine through a channel from a domestic tech company. It was currently the best lithography machine in the country, capable of producing 28 nanometers chips. This was a significant gap compared to the 9 nanometers and 7 nanometers chips often seen abroad. However, for Guli, as long as it worked, that was enough. He would transform it into a machine capable of producing chips on par with the world's best. Chapter 31, Black Gold Phone Trailer. Is Longting planning to steal the home? Lulu, why did you resign? Liang Yimin looked regretful, glancing at Qin Xiaolu, who was smiling brightly beside her. At that time, Qin Xiaolu had gone through numerous challenges to secure this sole internship position. Now, just 3 months in, she was on the verge of getting a permanent office position. After graduation, she could work at a big company, earning at least 10,000 a month. It was a dream come true for all fresh graduates. Yet, at such a crucial moment, Qin Xiaolu chose to resign. Perhaps she had her reasons, but Liang Yimin still felt sorry for her friend. Such a great opportunity. Just given up like that. You've gotten your internship certificate. Qin Xiaolu answered without thinking. Liang Yimin stopped in her tracks, her eyes scrutinizing Qin Xiaolu. Are you sure you haven't been possessed? Do you think I would believe you? After 3 years of being classmates and roommates, she knew exactly what Qin Xiaolu was like. She still remembered Qin Xiaolu's aspirations during their career planning class. To study hard, enter various big companies to gain experience, and after accumulating enough experience, start her own design studio to live freely, traveling around the country and the world during leisure, and working hard when busy. She couldn't believe that Qin Xiaolu would resign just because she received an internship certificate. Tell me, what is your intention? My lady, I really haven tea. Ha. With that, Qin Xiaolu laughed and ran into the campus parcel station. What did you buy? Liang Yimin asked curiously. Qin Xiaolu didn't answer, which meant she wouldn't say. Some things didn't need to be known too clearly. Qin Xiaolu shook her head. I don't know. The item was sent by Gu Li, and he hadn't mentioned anything. Any further probing only resulted in, you'll know when the item arrives. Qin Xiaolu arrived at the station and picked up a small knife from a nearby abandoned shelf. She cut open the taped area of the delivery box. Inside the box, there was a long-shaped item wrapped in bubble wrap. The entire box was dark in color, and upon unwrapping the bubble wrap, a simplified dragon design could be seen in the center of the front. Seeing the simplified dragon, Qin Xiaolu's professional intuition told her that the design was impressive. Additionally, there was a small card. This is a phone developed by the company. Please help me experience it and write down your personal feedback. Gu Li. It seemed to be a phone. Qin Xiaolu's smile grew wider as she happily said, is it a product from a certain popular brand? Is it the one that was sent to you last time? Nowadays, the hottest products in the market are from these two brands. The former is sold worldwide, winning with its quality and system, while the latter is a beloved domestic product, especially after sanctions were imposed, gaining even more popularity. When gifting a phone, people generally lean towards these two options. Qin Xiaolu shook her head. No, it's developed by his own company. It hasn't been released yet. He wants me to help experience it. Liang Yikin's eyes widened in surprise. What did she just hear? This girl's mysterious boyfriend owns a company? How old is he? He can't be a whole generation older than her, right? Did Qin Xiaolu resign? No way. Is she preparing to marry into a wealthy family? Feeling uncomfortable under Liang Yikin's strange gaze, Qin Xiaolu quickly explained, it's not what you think. He is the same age as me. Hearing this, Liang Yikin let out a sigh of relief. She had seen many similar stories on social media, and not many ended well. She didn't want her best friend to be one of them. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. Qin Xiaolu had already opened the phone box, revealing a device wrapped in a clear protective film. After peeling it off, their surprised faces were reflected in the screen. The model looked beautiful, with a full screen and no hole-punched camera, achieving an extremely high screen-to-body ratio, with very narrow bezels at the top and bottom. The design was striking and immediately captured their attention. The gradient color under the glass back was even more appealing. The two couldn't find any other words to describe it besides beautiful. "This phone looks stunning," Liang Yikan exclaimed. Qin Xiaolu nodded repeatedly, agreeing that it was indeed beautiful. Online, they said the company couldn't produce phones, but look, they made one. Qin Xiaolu placed her finger on the power button, and after a long press, a dragon that seemed to soar through the sky appeared from the bottom. The image was exactly the same as the phone's logo. Once the dragon transformed into the logo, the phone completed its startup. A simple phone interface appeared before them. That was quick. The phone took only 30 seconds to boot up, which was astonishing. After the setup was complete, Qin Xiaolu and Liang Yikan started testing the phone. However, as two girls who weren't very familiar with phones, their testing mainly involved taking photos, checking app response speed, and seeing if games lagged, and that was about it. They didn't delve deeper, but after their experience, they were quite impressed. Both of them were very impressed, finding it easy to use and great for taking photos. "Xiaolu, what is the name of the phone your boyfriend developed?" Liang Yiman asked. After experiencing it, she had grown fond of this phone. "I don't know. I'll ask when I get a chance and let you know," Qin Xiaolu replied, her fingers continuously sliding across the phone's interface, clearly enamored with the black and gold phone that Guli had given her. Meanwhile, as they were enjoying the experience, the official website of Longting updated with a new teaser for the black and gold phone. A sleek black phone moved through mountains and rivers, showcasing its model in a stunning display. Under different sceneries, the color of the glass back changed continuously. Finally, as the view pulled back, the black and gold phone stood tall like a towering mountain above the river plain. Accompanying text appeared. 3 days later. "Let us meet for the black and gold." What the heck? Longting, are you serious? 3 days later, Huaxing and Dami are also having new product launches. Are you sure you want to change the time? Is this a showdown to see whose product is tougher against the big brother? Longting really doesn't give up. Haha. Waiting for the show. I don't know where Longting gets its confidence. After all, there's no outsourcing, and I heard they are using domestic chips. What competitive edge does such a phone have? Huaxing has his Silicon, Dami has Qualcomm, and Longting has nothing. Ultimately, they are just a stubborn young entrepreneur. Under Gu Li's intentional information blockade, the understanding of Longting's black and gold phone had only stayed 2 weeks behind. But now, Longting not only has its own phone manufacturing center, but also its own chip production center. Underestimating Longting would only lead to their own loss. Online rumors did not change Longting's decision. They still chose to release the black and gold phone in 3 days. However, every day, Gu Li had someone publish a video on the official website. There were videos of the actual black and gold phone, the production process, and even the chip manufacturing process. Each short video left all netizens in awe. Is Longting planning to make a big move? Chapter 32. The launch event begins, and Longting succeeds in its plan. Longyuan Manufacturing Center JPG. Longyuan Production Center JPG. Transport Fleet JPG. Brothers, the videos are real. I filmed them on site. But I couldn't get in. The security guard was too fierce. As soon as I got close, I was scolded to leave. So frustrating. They kept silent and waited until today to announce it. Longting, you're something else. I'm unfollowing and then following you again. Longting, you're ruthless. Who told you not to believe in Longting? I'll keep supporting them. Their products can be verified by official sources. If you pay a little attention, you'll know Longting's updates. Everyone was stunned by Longting's news. Anyone who sees it would be shocked. A trending topic about how Longting deceived the whole world quickly climbed the charts on various social media platforms. Moreover, some bloggers clearly explained the whole story. After learning the truth, netizens were left speechless. The image of Longting as a low-key, dedicated company was once again brought up. How could a company with a conscience background suddenly lose its principles after making money? Longting just wants to let the facts speak for themselves. Eloquence won't solve the problem. Haha, just waiting for tomorrow's press conference to see the specifications of the black gold phone. My phone just broke. So whichever company has the better phone tomorrow is the one I'll buy. Looking forward to Longting's performance tomorrow. Let's all anticipate it together. Under Gu Li's display of confidence, Longting's popularity instantly surged. Many expressed their intention to attend the press conference. Of course, attending online is impossible, as work comes first. But online, who doesn't take a bathroom break now and then? CEO Gu, you really know how to play the game. Wei Jia was previously troubled about how to promote the event. Huaxing and Demi had been promoting for a long time, while Longting had to find its own way to get the word out. The difficulty level was nothing short of hellish. However, this challenge was effortlessly resolved by the 3 videos posted by Gu Li, boosting Longting's popularity to compete alongside Huaxing and Demi. How's the setup for our press conference going? Gu Li was fiddling with his tea set when he looked up at Wei Jia and asked. It's almost done. We're currently checking for safety hazards. Gu Li nodded. CEO, aren't you going to host the press conference yourself? Wei Jia was still quite curious. Hosting a press conference is such a spotlight event. How could this young CEO in his 20s refuse? Even CEO Lei Jun enjoys comparing with competitors during press conferences. Yet Gu Li didn't even think twice before declining. For personal reasons, I prefer to control the overall situation from behind the scenes. Being in the spotlight isn't suitable for me. Just find someone appropriate in the company to host. Originally, Gu Li intended to have Pang Dehai take the stage, but he declined, saying it wasn't suitable for him since he just joined and needed to learn more. So that was that. The next day, at the Longting press conference venue, Gu Li sat at the very front, with Wei Jia on his right and Pang Dehai on his left. They were all familiar faces. And Gu Li intended to cultivate Pang Dehai. He didn't enjoy managing the company, and having Pang Dehai as a relative could balance out Wei Jia. Of course, having Ling watching over him was the safest bet. As invited guests gradually entered, the seating area filled up. On June 23, 2018, at 19:30, Longting's first press conference officially began. At the same time, Huaxing and Demi's conference also commenced. Lei Jun stood under the spotlight, listening to his subordinate's voice through his earpiece. While hosting the press conference, he kept a close eye on competitor information. Meanwhile, on the computer of Li Mi, the general manager of Huaxing's mobile department, websites streaming Longting and Demi's press conferences were open. Welcome to all the guests and to everyone on the other side of the internet. The press conference for the new phones from Longting and Demi is officially starting now. After the almost identical welcome speeches, the press conference officially commenced. The process is generally similar. First, there is a video introducing the mobile phone development philosophy, followed by a segment showcasing the phone. Then, the various features of the phone are promoted. The presentation by Longting is done by 2 people, while each section for Dami and Huaxing is explained by a dedicated person. At each section, discussions occur online or in groups. Dami's phone uses the best screen available on the market. Huaxing's screen is also impressive, capable of displaying over 300,000 colors. It's hard to decide which phone to buy. Longting's phone is also good, featuring a TFT screen with up to 17.2 million colors, which is said to be the best screen. However, such screens consume a lot of power, so if you use this screen, be prepared to carry a power bank with you. It may be the best, but not the optimal choice. Let's continue watching the launch event. The online audience interested in the phone is eagerly watching the live stream. There are segments for Huaxing, then Dami, and then back to Longting. They keep comparing the configurations of the 3 phones. However, due to professional limitations, each presentation highlights its own advantages without clearly establishing which is better. Viewers only learn who is superior through comments in the chat, but sometimes those comments can be inaccurate, leading to debates. Ultimately, the event concludes without a clear winner. At this moment, a post appears that fairly summarizes the configurations of the 3 manufacturers' phones. Longting stands out for using a metal frame and glass back, while both Huaxing and Dami use plastic materials. But what's the use? It only looks good, and a TFT screen can drain your phone's battery by 20. It's better to buy something else. Can we focus on the presentation? Longting's battery features a graphene coating that maximizes battery life and reduces power consumption through appropriate control technology. Didn't everyone watch the phone launch? Haha, apparently not paying attention. Don't get caught up in those details. The most important aspect of the phone has been overlooked. Have you heard of the Longyuan #1 chip? No. But the test data from the launch was impressive. Longyuan No. 1 Performance Chart JPG. The AI performance surpasses Huaxing's Kirin 970, Snapdragon 845, and MediaTek Helio P60 by 50. The computational power exceeds by 70, and power consumption is reduced by 30. More importantly, the chip is built on a 5nm process. It's worth noting that the most advanced chips currently use a 7nm process. Where did Longting get its 5nm chip? This is the question on everyone's mind. No one can understand where Longting's 5nm chip comes from. And what about the black gold phone that has a 5nm chip? It must be the dark horse of the day. with the support of a 5 nanometers chip. The performance is astonishing. Other aspects are no longer a concern for the viewers. Chapter 33. Leading the world in advanced lithography technology. A 5 nanometers chip, plus a graphene battery? Are you sure there's no mistake? Lei Jun listens to the voice coming from the phone, and the tone has changed. The 5 nanometers chip is indeed in the design phase at a certain company, and it is currently in small-scale trial production. But it won't hit the market for at least another 2 years. How did Longting manage to acquire it? Who manufactured it for them? As for graphene batteries, this concept was proposed several years ago. Many new energy vehicles now use graphene in their electrodes. But those are cars. Their product value justifies the cost. Yet you're selling phones. A phone battery covered in graphene? Do you have that much money? It's not like the early days of graphene discovery when it cost tens of thousands of local currency to purify just 1 gram. There are still thousands in purification costs. Are you just burning money? Lei Jun couldn't help but scoff internally. What are their prices? The 8,128 gigabytes version is priced at $3,999. The 8,256 gigabytes one at $4,999. And there's also a Supreme Limited Edition model with 121 terabytes of storage priced at $99.99, limited to 100 units nationwide. Hearing the quotes from his subordinate, Lei Jun let out a sigh of relief. It seems Longting is targeting the high-end market. If their pricing is similar to his, a 5 nanometers chip alone could easily surpass him. He needed to find out where Longting's 5 nanometers chip came from. We must clarify the source of Longting's chips, Lei Jun stated. Understood, Mr. Lei. After hanging up, Lei Jun paused with his phone in hand. He then opened his contacts and dialed a number. The number you dialed is currently in use. Please try again later. After 2 beeps, the call was automatically disconnected. The screen displayed, Huaxin Technology, Manager Lu Xingyu. Manager Lu, have you heard of Lonyuan No. 1? Limi stood in front of the transparent glass of his office, holding a Huaxing Mate 20, his face filled with smiles. No? Really? Isn't Longting collaborating with your company? They must have your support to produce such excellent chips. What? The collaboration is only technical. Your company doesn't participate in management and will provide funding if necessary? Why would your company sign such a contract? Not convenient to disclose. All right. You go ahead with your business. After hanging up, the smile on Li Mi's face instantly vanished. No connection with Huaxin or Guoli Semiconductor. Li Mi naturally didn't believe it. Both companies must be involved with Lonyuan No. 1. The question now is, why did Huaxin and Guoli Semiconductor choose Longting? What kind of capital does Longting have to make state-owned enterprises bow their heads and cooperate with them? And the benefits provided to Longting are so substantial. This is what puzzled Li Mi. It can't be that Longting developed it themselves, right? The thought made Li Mi scoff. Who doesn't have access to the relevant technology? But to actually produce it? Li Mi dared to say that no one in the country has that capability. The source of Lonyuan No. 1 must be clarified. The chip market is worth much more than the phone market, starting from trillions, and can also receive national subsidies. A 5 nanometers chip represents cutting-edge technology. If Huaxin can access it, then the blockades from certain countries are meaningless. Because it also wants to obtain something, it must go through them to have a chance. Sanctioning one entity and blocking another clearly becomes ineffective and could hinder oneself. Moreover, the IoT ecosystem also requires support from chip technology. The relevant technology of a specific chip is something they must acquire. The shockwaves caused by a certain 5 nanometers chip extend beyond just the smartphone industry. In fields such as new energy, information communication equipment, the 4C industry, and smart grids. It can be said that any sector utilizing chips has turned its attention to this new chip and its production center. According to official information, the production center is fully established by a semiconductor company. Behind this company, aside from one major player, there are also 2 other significant entities involved. It is clear who produces this new chip. The technology surely comes from the 2 state-owned enterprises, with the major player only responsible for production. Both of these entities are on the sanctions list. The technology is certainly their own, and they have made advancements despite the sanctions. The development of a domestically produced 5 nanometers chip places them at the forefront of global technology. While this is exhilarating, it also brings hope. A good chip can lead to performance improvements. High-quality chips generally come from abroad and are not priced affordably. Now, domestic companies have made breakthroughs in this technology. So excellent yet affordable chips may not be far off. At the very least, they should be cheaper than those from abroad, right? Some with connections have started seeking assistance, asking this semiconductor company to handle production. Others with more capability are looking to invest in it. However, the semiconductor company has rejected all offers, stating that their production facilities are fully loaded and they do not need any investment. Those who once looked down on the major player are now dumbfounded. This entity has truly transformed. No, it has always been strong. We just didn't believe it. Previously, it was the shield, now it's a smart assistant. Now there are high-end smartphones, and this new chip, always at the forefront of technology. Same city delivery today, the smartphone is in hand, incredibly satisfying. Limited edition, do you know? One of them is right in my hands. I'm so lucky. Over 1 million people competed for 100 units. What a stroke of luck. Haha. For those who didn't get one, just wait for the reviews tomorrow. The performance will exceed your expectations. Oh my, this smartphone is truly impressive. The domestically produced chips have finally gained recognition. While netizens cheer for the advancements of these companies, the other side is panicking. Who is it? Who has betrayed us? How could they develop a 5nm chip and achieve mass production? Where are our 5nm chips? Still lying on the laboratory workbench. A suited individual with brown eyes filled with rage is determined to limit technological development through various means. And the outcome? Repeated lunar missions. Domestically developed navigation satellites are being launched into the sky. The space station has been established. 2 batches of lunar soil have been brought back. In military technology, there is a fighter jet comparable to a certain advanced model. There are missiles even more powerful than a well-known type. Today, what is claimed to be the most challenging technology in the world has also been developed by our nation. Wasn't it said that such things require multiple countries to manufacture? Wasn't it said that chips are top-tier technology globally? How could our nation produce them? While Brandt's anger surged within, he continuously questioned the correctness of the policies. What is the point of such a blockade? It would be better to lift it. Chapter 34, 12 hours, 6-figure sales. Collaboration with a certain university. Has it really been made? An elderly man in a dark gray suit, with slightly graying hair at the temples, kindly asked. Yes, sir. The moment the chips were manufactured, we obtained them and sent them to the relevant units for testing. The results from the tests, the real data, are consistent with what was stated at the launch conference. In terms of performance and power consumption, it surpasses certain major companies and can be considered the best chip in the world. More importantly, it leads globally. Excellent work. The elderly leader praised. Our nation is continuously catching up and becoming the second in the world, thanks to these outstanding enterprises that have contributed to our impressive achievements. I remember there are requirements for chips in the military sector, right? Yes, sir. I've heard that the relevant departments are drafting a proposal, and after your approval, they will collaborate with us. Well, cooperation must also pay attention to confidentiality. We cannot expose our secrets. Understood. If they need our assistance, we should not hesitate to help in any way we can. There are not many excellent tech companies like this. He is well aware of certain matters regarding them. He thought of the homeland at the first opportunity, presenting only the best. If the homeland cannot provide good returns, then even small help should still be supported. Let's begin today's schedule. Yes, unbeknownst to him, Guli was being monitored from above. Chongqing would not know either, as he was not following the leader. Furthermore, he had his own matters to attend to. The flower case was reaching a critical point, and he needed to keep a close eye on it. It involved not only domestic participants, but also shadows of foreign forces. Following the clues, the scale was enormous, enough to shake the entire nation. He could not afford to relax, resulting in less contact with Guli. After Guli finished the press conference, he and Pang Dehai found a large eatery to enjoy some drinks and barbecue. It had been a long time since they last met. In the past life, after his downfall, Pang Dehai and Qin Xiaolu had both tried to persuade him. Once, only Pang Dehai came over, and after another round of persuasion, he scolded him harshly. Gradually, they lost contact. Later, he saw on social media that Pang Dehai was boasting about the birth of twins. After congratulating him, Pang Dehai even sent him some local specialties and tried to persuade him again. However, Guli did not respond, nor did he mention the gifts. Now, having been reborn, the regret in his heart continued to grow. Long time no see, thank you. Guli's voice was low, hiding suppressed emotions. Pang Dehai, a bit careless, didn't pick up on it and thought he was talking about helping out. No need to thank, we're brothers, Pang Dehai said, giving Guli a light punch on the shoulder. Cheers, cheers. Last time you got me drunk, I have to get my revenge. Guli recalled that was during their last small gathering. Pang Dehai had too much to drink and was caught in many embarrassing moments by Qin Xiaolu, like stumbling while walking and ending up in the bushes, trying to snatch a phone with moves resembling a zombie, and lying in the grass, saying it was time to sleep in the dormitory. Every time it was mentioned, it would spark laughter. After a few drinks, Pang Dehai looked at Gu Li with envy. I never expected you created such a big company. Its market value is over 10 billion. Just arriving in the region, he was shocked by the company Gu Li founded. Pang Dehai was clueless, never imagined that Longting would be so impressive. After the news broke that day, he didn't pay much attention and was busy wooing his own little fairy. Now looking back, Longting's market value of 10 billion scared him. And you said you came to help your brother? It seems like your brother is the one being lifted up. Not just that, it should increase tomorrow. Gu Li shook his head. With domestic 5nm chips, graphene-coated phone batteries, and a brand new phone system, any of these technologies could lead to a company worth tens of billions, even hundreds of billions or trillions. Longting's current market value is definitely not just 10 billion. Does Xiaolu know? Pang Dehai picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys. Does she know you came back to this region? Pang Dehai shook his head. Then you're in trouble. If you come back without telling her and start working here, how do you think she will react? Gu Li wore a face of schadenfreude. 3 hot pot meals won't save me from her wrath. Ha. Did you break up? Gu Li suddenly changed the topic. Pang Dehai nodded while saying no. Gu Li understood. There will be someone better waiting for you. Gu Li and Pang Dehai didn't drink much, just 2 bottles each. It was enough to show a bit of camaraderie since they were brothers. No need to overdo it, especially with work the next day. After arranging a designated driver to take Pang Dehai back to the hotel, Gu Li returned home himself. The next day, after getting up and washing up, Gu Li went to the 3rd floor. 0. Have the sales data for the black gold phone come out? I'm compiling it now, came the response from 0. A little figure appeared next to Gu Li holding a cup of milk. Boss, drink some milk. Okay, thanks, 0. Gu Li said, taking the milk with a smile. On 0's screen, a smiley face was displayed. Boss, the compilation is complete. In the first hour of the black gold phone sale, a total of 361,030 units were sold, with an average of about 10,000 units sold each subsequent hour. So far, a total of 413,033 units have been sold. Hearing the data reported by 0, Gu Li's face lit up with joy. It was important to note that Longting had just entered the phone market. They weren't a well-known manufacturer yet. Within just 12 hours, selling over 400,000 units was impressive. It's still just after the press conference. Once the review videos from the content creators are uploaded today, sales are sure to break through again. Moreover, there are various news articles promoting Longyuan No. 1, this domestically produced 5nm chip. Advanced technology brings wealth in return. It's time to prepare for the next steps. Gu Li thought to himself, developing software, creating smartphones, or even a new programming language or system. But these are not Gu Li's main objectives. Doing these is just to lay the foundation for more advanced technology. 0. Your work has reached a critical moment. Today, Xiao will go out with me. Gu Li said after some thought. All right, boss. Xiao, please book a flight to the capital and then call Fu Guobo from Huaxin International, he instructed. Okay. Xiao happily carried out Gu Li's orders. Hello, President Gu. What can I help you with? Fu Guobo's cheerful voice came through. The chip manufacturing technology of Longting has made the nation proud, and it has also resolved the current difficulties faced by Huaxin International. With support from higher-ups, Fu Guobo was very polite to Gu Li. I would like to ask you to help me connect with Xuemu University. I want to collaborate with them, Gu Li stated. Oh, what kind of collaboration? Fu Guobo straightened up, curious. We've developed chip technology, but there is a shortage of talent. I want to work with Xuemu University to jointly cultivate a batch of talents to join our Longshin Semiconductor, Gu Li explained. No problem, I'll call you back. With the resources at hand, Gu Li naturally doesn't lack for talent. What he lacks is people. Chapter 35, a brand new mobile system, trending nonstop. Hello everyone, I'm Adai. Welcome to today's episode of Adai Loves Testing Devices. First, I want to clarify that the reactions in this video are purely personal and not for profit. Adai stated solemnly in the video. As the video played, comments began to flood in. I won't listen to it, it's just nonsense. The more you say that, the more it feels like you're profiting. Trust the content creator's professionalism. The sponsored content is in another collection. Viewers who understand Adai defended him. In fact, most content creators are like this. Sponsored videos are in one collection, showcasing their work. Fans who don't want to see sponsored content can simply skip it. What device are we testing today? Need I say? Black Gold, Huaxing, and Demi. After yesterday's launch, content creators could finally unbox and test the devices. That's right, a common practice among smartphone manufacturers. Today, we are testing the Longting Black Gold phone, the Mi 8, and Huasheng Mate 20. They are all high-end models, priced between $300 to $500. The RAMs are 8 GB, 6 GB, and 6 GB, and the storage is the same at 128 GB. First step, as usual, is the appearance showcase time. The video screen darkened, and the scene transitioned to show 3 small screens side by side. The screens displayed 3 smartphones placed on a stand, rotating to showcase their appearance to everyone. In comparison, the design of the black gold model stands out the most. Indeed, compared to the other 2 models, its appearance is more striking. Especially the screen-to-body ratio, the black gold phone looks almost borderless. The designer from Longting has some impressive skills. I prefer the logo of the black gold model. It has a bit of a stylish flair. Personal aesthetics vary, and I tend to prefer the other model. Me too. The Huasheng model resonates more with me. On the comments section, fans and viewers are continuously sharing their opinions. The evaluation by Adai is still ongoing, as he places the phone flat on a table covered with black foam. Then, together with his friends, they power on the phone simultaneously. In 7 seconds, the black gold phone completes booting and enters the setup phase. In 20 seconds, the other models follow suit. Everyone knows that the duration of boot time tests the phone's system reading speed. This is a key indicator of the phone's performance. The shorter the reading time, the less data being read, indicating a more streamlined system with fewer pre-installed apps. In this aspect, the black gold phone wins hands down, with Huasheng in second and the other model in third. Next, they test the screen sensitivity. Adai and his friend manipulate the app icons, sliding across the phone interface. The results show they are quite similar, with no touch issues occurring. Following that, they conduct standard tests for camera functionality, camera performance, charging speed, etc. Apart from charging speed, where the black gold model excels, the other aspects are quite average, comparable to the other 2 models. So, is the black gold model really that extraordinary? My friend keeps boasting about how incredible the black gold phone is. Dude, we haven't even started performance testing yet. Exactly, the black gold model focuses on performance. Everything else is secondary. I heard it has a 5nm chip. Is that true? Yes, the black gold phone uses a domestically developed 5nm chip, the Longyuan No. 1. It's begun. Adai first runs a benchmark test on all 3 phones using professional software. The other model scores 1472 points. Huasheng's Mate 20 scores 2,303 points. And the black gold phone scores 723,427 points. Upon seeing this number, Adai's eyes went wide. 723,000. Wow, is the black gold model cheating? Adai instinctively said this, and he didn't cut that reaction out. His friend beside him also exclaimed, that's more than the combined scores of the other 2. Is this the power of the 5nm chip? The other model uses the Snapdragon 845, which is a 10nm chip. Huasheng employs ARM-S core, with its own architecture and communication baseband, produced by TSMC as the Kirin 980, which is a 7nm chip. Indeed, the most crucial aspect of a phone is still the chip. The difference brought by a single chip is too evident. The performance is unbeatable. Just for this performance, I'm definitely buying the black gold model. With explosive performance, Adai gathers his emotions and continues the testing. After the benchmark, they look at the phone's performance in gaming. Nowadays, mobile games have specific performance requirements from the devices. Therefore, the performance of the phone can be tested indirectly. The phrase born for gamers from a certain brand is derived from this. The game used by the tester is currently one of the most popular games on the market. After all, most people buy phones with the intention of playing games. Using a popular game more intuitively reflects the phone's performance. The test visuals were processed for acceleration, and various data were displayed in the upper left corner. The edited video lasts 3 minutes, but in reality, the tester spent 4 to 5 hours on it. Okay, the test is complete, and the specific data is as follows. As for who comes in first, I believe it goes without saying. The premium model features a 5nm chip, which can be said to outperform its competitors in terms of performance. Overall, the premium phone is the most worthwhile purchase this summer. Following closely are the other 2 brands, which were recently released and are neck and neck. Today, I also had a chance to experience it for a day. I will share my personal impressions. The premium phone has an impressive screen-to-body ratio, achieving the vision of a large display without any unsightly design elements. The camera is completely hidden beneath the screen, leading all other manufacturers. In terms of smoothness, I personally feel that the premium model is smoother. The optimization of the system is undoubtedly impressive. More importantly, the phone has a smart assistant that understands your needs. The test video featuring the assistant will be in the next episode. Today's focus is mainly on evaluating the phone itself. One of the most worthwhile phones to buy this year is definitely the premium model. Thank you all for watching. Today's video ends here. At this moment, the comments section is buzzing with excitement. Buy the premium model. Hurry up and order. It's going to take 23 days for shipping. Let us go, guys. There are many creators releasing videos today, some out of personal interest, while others are professionals. The experts do not limit themselves to testing the phone itself, but also delve into the internal software testing. They are the ones sharing various techniques for using devices on forums. Meanwhile, several of their videos quickly rise to popularity and trend on social media. Surprising. The premium phone from a certain brand isn't running on Android. Discussion on the uncrackable premium phone. Whoa, a new competitor has emerged against Android and iOS. Wow, besides developing their own chips, they've also developed their own operating system? Incredible. A few videos once again propelled the brand into the trending spotlight. At this moment, on a plane, a certain individual is sound asleep under a blanket. Chapter 36. The brand remains humble and continues to move forward. In the video, a computer screen displays the digital movements of users attacking the premium phone. The technical aspects may be hard for everyone to understand. However, the video creator has written out the intentions behind each action of the attacker on the left side of the video, making it accessible for viewers to understand what is happening. They are currently using traditional methods to breach the firewall of the premium phone. The main function of a firewall is to serve as a network security system between the internal network of a device and the external network, allowing or prohibiting data transmission based on certain rules. As long as we can bypass the firewall, we can access personal privacy information stored on the device. Of course, this is illegal, so certain key technologies will be hidden. The main purpose of this test is to evaluate the protective capabilities of a specific device. Everyone should not imitate this, or they may find themselves reporting to relevant authorities on schedule. As the text concludes, several pop-up windows appear on the screen, displaying a series of codes. The subsequent actions are obscured by a mosaic, and soon after, a red window pops up, stating, "Access denied." Clearly, we have failed. However, our goal is to conduct a test, and next, we will use the device to allow us access. I will send a link to the device. Once clicked, we can bypass its firewall. Immediately, a slender, fair hand appears in the video, taking out the device and clicking on the link sent to it. A notification sounds. According to system detection, the link you clicked is illegal and may expose your personal privacy information. If you must enter this website, I will protect your privacy throughout the process. A virtual character appears on the side of the device, and two messages appear on the screen. Hacker. It seems our intentions have been uncovered. The hacker, who is about to break in, is momentarily stunned, halting their actions. Observing this scene, viewers in the video send comments. Wow, the device actually detected the hacker's phishing link. Ha ha ha. This protection is impressive. What should we do next? The hacker, undeterred, prepares to continue. Let's see how the device protects personal privacy. The hacker resolutely clicks the link, then puts down the device and continues operating on their computer. The screen is filled with flashing codes, and the sound of keyboard clattering fills the air. After a moment, the hacker stops their actions. They enter the device's internal system, waiting for data transmission to see if it contains the information they want. As the countdown ends, a string of garbled text appears in the pop-up window. At the bottom, a small line reads, "I remind you to stop your actions. You have violated the Personal Information Protection Law. As necessary, your physical address has been recorded. Please adhere to your commitments, Mr. Siagia. If you insist on proceeding, I will take legal measures to protect user rights." The hacker exclaims in frustration, as Siagia is indeed their real name. Ha ha ha. The hacker was counter-invaded and had their information thoroughly investigated. This is hilarious. The protective capability of the device is truly impressive. For this reason, I must buy this device. The hacker, not believing in defeat, continues their intrusion. Brothers, the usual methods are useless. Next, I will exploit vulnerabilities in the Android system to carry out the breach. The code flashed once again, and the sound of keyboard tapping filled the air. Before long, the hacker's actions came to a halt again. These vulnerabilities were ineffective, as if the device in question had none of them. I decided to try other vulnerabilities. Xia attempted all the Android vulnerabilities he knew on the device, but none worked. All the vulnerabilities were invalid. I decided to test my own Android phone. Wow, I easily cracked my Android phone using the vulnerabilities? Why couldn't I do the same with the other device? Unless the device didn't run on the Android system. After coming to this conclusion, Xia was taken aback. The popular systems today are either Android or iOS. Older mobile systems have long been phased out. The device certainly wasn't using an outdated system, as that would have made it easier for Xia to crack. However, despite exhausting all methods, he could not break into the device. Could it be that Longting developed its own system? Xia continued testing, but to no avail. Finally, he found the answer on the official website, where Longting announced a developer version. To apply for it, he needed to pass a test. The test content was a tutorial published on the official site by Longting. The tutorial featured a brand new language. It seemed that Longting had indeed developed its own mobile system. Xia stated in a video that the tutorial on the official website was naturally long language. However, at that time, long language was a work in progress. The final product would be written in Huaxiao language. The current long language was merely a transitional phase, which is why Xia could understand and learn it. His words set the online community ablaze. Longting had actually developed its own mobile system. No wonder no one could crack it. I watched many videos testing the device's firewall. And truly, no one could break through. Is there an expert who can provide solid proof? Wow, it seems to be true. The system used by the device is completely different from Android and iOS. Brothers, hurry to the blog of 361 Technologies CEO for confirmation. I also saw it. It was verified by the official account, absolutely authentic. Through the dissemination by netizens, the latest confirmation blog by Zhou Hongwei, the CEO of 361 Technology, spread widely. Everyone also saw the 361 team using various methods to verify whether the device's system was based on Android or developed independently. The result was clear. The system was indeed developed by Longting. They could genuinely access the device's developer mode using the tutorial from Longting's official website and modify certain functionalities accordingly. This conclusion was published widely. Longting and the device quickly hit the trending topics across various media platforms. Wow, we thought Longting was impressive enough by developing Udon and optimizing phones, leading all manufacturers. They even collaborated with state-owned enterprises to produce the 5nm chip, Long Yuan No. 1. Other companies would be incredibly proud to reach such a level. However, Longting was not at all arrogant. They directly researched and produced a new mobile system, which is truly remarkable. My goodness, Longting is always at the forefront of the world. I told you all to pay more attention to Longting. Haven't you noticed that they have been continuously applying for patents? They have never stopped moving forward. Always on the road of research and development. I wonder how their new mobile operating system compares to others. You'll know once you use the black gold phone. Indeed. Trust in Longting, and you will live forever. Wow, Longting CEO Gu Li is visiting Shuimu University. I heard they are going to collaborate with the university to establish a chip academy. Incredible, Longting is still progressing and has never stopped. Amazing. Chapter 37. Establishing a Chip Academy. Why not cultivate talent themselves? Welcome Chairman Gu Li of Longting Technology to our school. Looking at the banner hanging at the entrance. If it were before, Gu Li would not have received such treatment. When the tech company was just founded and had some achievements, many students from their school had started their own companies. But if they independently developed a brand new mobile operating system, that would be a different story. Whether it's a mobile or computer system, foreign countries have always been leading, and there has never been a trace of domestic talent. After all, it took decades for the nation to catch up with advanced countries, transitioning from hunger to basic needs, and then to prosperity. In high-end technology across various fields, they are still in the exploration stage. Achieving success will still take a considerable amount of time. Now, with Longting's newly named mobile operating system, Longyan, emerging, this timeline has been greatly shortened, allowing the nation to have its own mobile system. Moreover, the most important thing is that since the mobile system has been developed, how far can the computer system be? Especially since Longyan excels in many areas, with anti-intrusion and anti-penetration capabilities stronger than iOS, Microsoft, and Android. Once developed, the confidentiality level of the nation could reach new heights. Currently, the official mainstream systems are basically rewritten based on the open-source operating system framework of Linux. The complexity of operation is a common issue. However, Longyan aims to change this situation. Therefore, Guli holds a position that warrants the respect of the nation's top universities. Guli got out of the car, and Wei Jia also got out from the passenger seat, standing beside him. You still want to see for yourself? Do you think you can handle this situation? Wei Jia whispered behind Guli. In front of them stood a group of 8 teachers with warm smiles. Mainly professors and lecturers from the Department of Computer Science and Technology. Once Longting grows into a giant, the ones welcoming Guli will change to the president and other leaders. Thank you for waiting, everyone, Guli said with a smile, showing his apologies as he shook hands with each of them. Not at all, we just arrived, responded the head of the Department of Computer Science and Technology, Yuzingqi. Shall I take Chairman Gu for a tour of our school? Of course, I haven't been to Shuemu University before. I've only heard that your school is very big and beautiful. Guli looked at Yuzingqi with anticipation. Since childhood, Guli has known that Shuemu University and Jingxing University are the best universities in the country. It is a university that all aspiring students dream of attending. Before her rebirth, Guli had been to the capital city but had never visited these 2 universities. Yuzingqi took Guli on a campus tour using the university shuttle, explaining various sites such as the Spring Garden Ruins, Zijing Garden, the Art Museum, and the library, ultimately stopping at the Shuemu Technology Park. Guli followed Yuzingqi into a conference room in one of the buildings in the technology park. You must not have come to our school just for a visit, right? Yuzingqi asked directly, as their casual stroll around the campus had already fostered a budding friendship. Director Yu, you should know that our company has developed its own mobile phone chips. Currently, we are facing some difficulties due to a lack of relevant talent to continue our research and development. Our company wishes to collaborate with your esteemed university to cultivate a group of talents in chips, computer science, programming, and particularly in chip-related fields, Guli stated her purpose. Upon hearing Guli's words, Yuzingqi displayed an expression of understanding. Companies like theirs were indeed in dire need of talent. With the ability to develop 5nm chips, Longting had already achieved remarkable success. To continue further research, they naturally needed to increase their human and material resources. Coincidentally, the university also had similar aspirations. You arrived just in time, Mr. Gu. Our school recently held a meeting to discuss related issues. The recent blockade has severely impacted the domestic chip industry. As researchers leading the way in our country, we also want to contribute to the domestic chip sector. We have decided to establish a chip academy to nurture talent for the country. Your needs align perfectly with our goals, Yuzingqi said with an even brighter smile. What a coincidence, Guli said, somewhat surprised. Our company is willing to provide 50 million for related equipment and facilities for your university, so our students can learn better. However, Guli paused and looked at Yuzingqi. Does Mr. Gu have any other concerns? Yuzingqi's smile faltered. A sponsorship of 50 million? That's a substantial amount for the academy. Our company uses its own developed EDA software and photolithography machines, which differ from the courses offered at the university. We hope to establish a separate class with our company providing the curriculum. I wonder if your university can agree to this proposal? After a moment of silence, Yuzingqi replied, Of course, there is no problem. Students entering this class will need to pass an assessment of their abilities. Guli put forward her requirements. Naturally, Mr. Gu, even without your prompt, we would do this. The class will conduct monthly assessments of the students, with the exam papers provided by our company. Those who do not pass the assessment will be eliminated. Guli continued to outline her requirements. That works. Some of our professors will also follow this protocol. Yuzingqi agreed without hesitation. Assessments are definitely necessary. We can't let Longting cultivate a group of talent that knows nothing, right? Guli extended her right hand towards Yuzingqi, saying, Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. We have prepared lunch in the school. Let's go together, invited Yuzingqi. Sure. Guli did not refuse, and went to the cafeteria at Shuemu University with Yuzingqi. Naturally, drinking was a must, and the atmosphere was lively with back-and-forth conversations. After lunch, Guli and Wei Jia took a taxi back to the hotel. They would return tomorrow to sign the contract. In the car, Wei Jia hesitated to speak. What do you want to say? Just say it directly. Are you afraid of me? Guli asked with a slightly flushed face. Mr. Gu, you are investing money and resources. Why don't we cultivate our own talent? Wei Jia was puzzled. Isn't it faster to hire experienced people directly to train them to serve the company? Guli shook his head. No, people in society have already lost their creativity. Young people today have rich imaginations. More importantly, those who are trained from scratch are clearer about their own creativity. They can develop what we need more effectively. Plus, Students in universities have a more solid knowledge foundation. Who knows the true abilities of those in society? Wei Jia nodded, agreeing with Gu Li. Indeed, people in society have more experience, but who knows their actual skill level? Moreover, when it comes to training, their ability to absorb and learn new knowledge isn't as strong as that of young people. Collaborating with universities is indeed more reliable. I've sent you the company's next plan. Let us start executing it. Okay, Mr. Gu. After that, Gu Li's phone buzzed with a message. Boss, Xiao Yuan needs to be tested. Should we wait for you to come back for the test? No need. You can discuss it among yourselves. All right, boss. After replying, Gu Li leaned back in the car to rest. Chapter 38. Popular Star's Success, Achieving Million Sales. I'm going to be late. In a simple room, on the European-style big bed, Yang Yu forcefully threw off her pink checkered blanket, her face full of panic. Her fair and slender hand reached under the bed to grab a phone. No way, it's not charged, Yang Yu said, feeling frustrated and helpless. She had just switched to a new phone 2 days ago, a black and gold model from Longting. It was running smoothly while playing the game Honor of Kings. And she had been playing all night yesterday, not even realizing when she fell asleep. This resulted in losing stars in the game. And the interface remained on the game screen, keeping high power consumption mode until it finally shut down. Yang Yu turned on her phone, and a series of missed calls and messages popped up. Before a second passed, her manager's call came in. As soon as Yang Yu answered, she could hear her manager Jiang Ning's roar even without using speakerphone. Yang Yu, do you know how many calls I made to you? Almost 100. What were you doing? Why was your phone off? You promised me yesterday. You said you would be home with your parents and that you would be on time at the venue today. I believed your nonsense. There's only half an hour left before the show starts. How am I supposed to pick you up? It takes half an hour back and forth. Do you want to cancel the show? Do you know how big of an impact this will have on you? After securing third place in the 101 competition, Yang Yu joined the popular group 101 and became a trending star. But what is the result? Now you have to bear the negative impression of being a diva? Do you understand? Yang Yu held her phone away and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Jiang, I'll be there soon. I'm not far from the venue. I'll hurry there while you come to pick me up. We'll definitely make it on time. Don't worry, Sister Jiang, I will get there. Sighing, Yang Yu thought it was worth a try. She couldn't miss this show. Jiang Ning's voice softened, agreeing to Yang Yu's plan. After hanging up, Yang Yu jumped out of bed like a cat. She quickly got dressed, put on her mask and sunglasses, brushed her teeth, grabbed her makeup bag, and rushed outside. Her family's voices could be heard from afar, but Yang Yu didn't have time to respond. Xiao Yu, help me navigate to Ali building, shortest route possible. Okay. Planning for you now. It detects you are walking, and the walking route is completed. Estimated time is 55 minutes. Replan, that's too long. Without hesitation, Yang Yu refused. Xiao Yu can call a car for you. Estimated time is 20 minutes. Sure. Is it that fast? Yang Yu was surprised. Didn't Sister Jiang say it would take half an hour? Soon, a black vehicle appeared in front of Yang Yu. After verifying the license plate, she got into the back seat. The driver was an uncle, giving Yang Yu an inexplicable sense of security. Miss, fasten your seatbelt. We're about to start. Okay. The uncle's low voice added to Yang Yu's feeling of safety. The ride felt secure. Virum. The sound of tires against the ground echoed. A sudden push against her back pressed Yang Yu into the seat. Uncle, are you going this fast? I thought you were more steady. Miss, don't be nervous. Yours is an urgent order. If I don't drive fast, I can't guarantee you'll arrive at your destination. Rest assured, I drive steadily, ensuring your safety. Okay, Yang Yu replied. The scenery outside the window blurred as the car sped through traffic, getting closer to Yang Yu's destination. Meanwhile, inside Gu Li's villa, several screens flickered with lines of data. One screen displayed the image of the new energy vehicle Yang Yu was in. Its performance was impressive, perfectly recognizing both cars and people. It could also identify traffic signals and respond accordingly. The artificial intelligence derived from Xiao Yuan is ready for use. Zero remarked while observing the data. Xiao Yuan, what do you think? I think there's no problem. There's no need for me to intervene now. Great. After dropping this person off, come back. The test will be over. Understood. Xiao Yuan was the intelligent system created and named by Gu Li, now possessing two systems, its own and the one that needed testing. Typically, Xiao Yuan would only intervene if there were issues with the artificial intelligence. After the test was completed, Xiao Yuan took back control directly, speeding up the process. The uncle that Yang Yu saw was created using holographic projection technology by Xiao Yuan, naturally to avoid attracting attention. Ultimately, the 20-minute journey was shortened by 5 minutes, taking only 15 minutes to reach Yang Yu's destination. After getting out of the car, Yang Yu called Jiang Ning directly. Sister Jiang, I'm here, at the back door. What? How did you get here so fast? Did you fly? Jiang Ning exclaimed, urging the driver to hurry back. Fortunately, they hadn't gone very far. In the evening, after finishing the recording, Yang Yu returned home, with Jiang Ning following, but staying in a nearby hotel. She was worried that something similar to today might happen again. Sister Jiang, can I post on Weibo to promote Xiaoyu Butler? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and replied, sure. Xiaoyu Butler is just an app that many people have installed, including me. There's nothing wrong with recommending it. It's not a physical product. Sharing your experience is perfectly fine. Soon, Yang Yu's promotional post was published on Weibo. Today, Xiaoyu Butler really helped me out. It got me to my destination 10 minutes early, just when I was about to be late. It's amazing. Yang Yu, being a popular top-tier female star this year, quickly gained traction on her post, which was shared and commented on by fans. Wow, even the lucky star is using Xiaoyu Butler. What is Xiaoyu Butler? I've never heard of it. The black gold phone from Longting comes with this app. It's like an AI, similar to Siri. No, you're mistaken. Xiaoyu is smarter than Siri. The lucky star uses the same phone as I do. Is it really that useful? It's very useful. Xiaoyu can perfectly recognize anything I say. Really? I'm about to change my phone. I should try this one. A phone that the lucky star uses can't be bad. I checked the official website. It looks good, and I've heard the performance is great. The lucky star and I both chose this attractive phone with strong performance. The appearance is indeed appealing. I feel for the lucky star. She still has to record a program this weekend. The crowd continued to comment in the section, mentioning Xiaoyu Butler along with the black gold phone. Seeing their idol using the black gold phone and knowing its performance is good, many decided to buy it. The sales department at Longting, monitoring the back-end data, was stunned as the numbers kept skyrocketing. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. A million. Staff members were left speechless. What's going on? Chapter 39. Black Gold achieves sales of billions. Collaboration signed. As of today, the first generation of black gold phones has accumulated sales of 375 units, with an average price of 399. The total sales amount to 58, 259, 256. 25 Chinese yuan. In just 1 week, nearly 6 billion phones were sold, with Yang Yu's organic promotion having the most significant impact on these sales. In a certain region, the influence of top-tier celebrities is immense. It can be said that out of the total sales of 8 billion, half of that is attributed to her impact. After the statistics were completed, the sales team was astonished. In just 1 week, they achieved the sales volume of other companies in a month. Although there was an element of luck involved, it ultimately came down to the excellence of the product. Many who received the phone were captivated by its features and became enthusiastic advocates. Particularly noteworthy is the built-in smart assistant, which can understand and execute whatever users say. Of course, illegal actions are prohibited. Additionally, content creators have compared this assistant with others like Siri and various smartphone voice assistants. Without a doubt, this assistant emerged victorious. Furthermore, it has full modification rights, surpassing those of voice assistants from other major smartphone manufacturers. When voice assistants first appeared on smartphones, they gained immense popularity but later fell into the category of ineffective technology, facing user complaints, especially the frustrating phrase, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Could you please repeat?" This led many to disable their voice assistants, or even prefer typing over speaking. However, the emergence of this new assistant changed that dynamic. It can recognize user commands and remind them of important and urgent events, especially for female users, by recording and reminding them of their menstrual cycle and suggesting necessary products. When users are in a hurry, it can help find the nearest stores and recommend frequently used items. This allows users to finally experience a truly functional voice assistant, rather than one that is ineffective. In terms of performance, it is absolutely top-notch. Such an outstanding product naturally sparked a rush to purchase, contributing significantly to the sales figures. After compiling the relevant data, the analysts reported to the manager, who then relayed the information to the appropriate channels for public disclosure. This action also increased trust among users and internet users towards the brand, fostering a sense of participation. They felt that after spending money on the product, they could see where their money was going, akin to a certain industry in the region. In the future, if the company has any groundbreaking technology, they can proudly say, I contributed to this. Regarding data statistics, one individual was tasked with handling it, allowing them to focus on technology research and development. However, they still took the time to compile data and report back. Upon reviewing the reported data and the reasons behind it, the manager couldn't help but smile in resignation, realizing that such occurrences should be minimized in the future, as testing with human subjects can be dangerous. This type of testing is more intuitive, and the experience of the participants is crucial. The individual replied, I understand, but what I mean is to find someone more professional, not just anyone off the street. Especially not a female celebrity. If this gets exposed, it could have a significant impact on us. Fans can be quite intense, especially the fervent ones. Understood, boss. You can continue working. I'll be back tomorrow to summarize the technology we have. All right. Guli looked up at Yu Xingqi, who was reviewing the contract. Two professional lawyers were also present beside him. After Yu Xingqi finished reading, he handed it to the two lawyers and then looked at Guli. Did you find our concerns excessive, General Manager Gu? Guli shook his head. Strictness regarding contracts is about being responsible to ourselves and to the institution. It is my honor to collaborate with such a responsible institution. Ha ha ha. Yu Xingqi laughed heartily. What General Manager Gu says always feels refreshing. While they were conversing, the two lawyers had also finished reviewing the contract. Director Yu, there are no issues with the contract. Good. Yu Xingqi nodded and looked at Guli again, then. General Manager Gu, shall we sign the contract? Sure. Both signed their names on the contract and exchanged copies for their records. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Guli and Yu Xingqi shook hands and took a photo in front of the tech park's entrance. After reaching an agreement, Guli invited Yu Xingqi for a meal. Relationships are built on mutual exchanges, becoming more substantial over time. After the banquet, Guli and Wei Jia boarded a flight back to their destination. Did you receive the documents I sent you? Guli asked Wei Jia, who was sitting to his right. Wei Jia had booked a business class seat, which offered more space while maintaining privacy. I received them, Wei Jia replied while opening the documents. As she read through the contents, her expression grew serious. Longting Group Development Plan. Longting Company Internal Legal Plan. Longting Wholly Owned Subsidiary Registration Matters. General Manager, are we taking on too much? Wei Jia said earnestly. Plans should be approached gradually. It certainly won't be accomplished in one step, Guli said while sipping tea to sober up. Take a careful look. You are the professional and can offer your opinions. Okay. Wei Jia didn't believe that Guli wasn't professional. The plan was even more expertly crafted than her own work. Soon, the plane took off. Business class truly lived up to its reputation. The stability was far more comfortable than economy class. A slightly tipsy Guli quickly fell asleep, while Wei Jia meticulously studied the documents Guli had sent her. Information about the cooperation with Longting was also announced on the university's official website. The announcement caught the attention of students on the campus forum immediately. Wow, they really reached an agreement. The Chip Institute. Does that mean if we pass the final assessments, we can work at Longting? Awesome. Longting's salaries and employee benefits are top-notch in the industry. Working at Longting is just as good as going to a major company. It's frustrating. Why did I choose to study art? If I had studied computer science, I could have gone to Longting. No, to join the Chip Institute. The entry requirements include being in the top 10 of your major GPA and obtaining a level 6 certificate. Seriously, level 6? I just barely passed level 4. Relax. You're only a freshman. There's no need to rush. If you want to participate in the assessment, start studying in advance. I've heard that the entry assessment is quite strict. The website is available for you to find. Thank you, Novelcom. Come on, everyone. I'll start studying first. For the development of our country's chip technology, let's go for it. Don't blame me for revealing that you're interested in Longting. Who wouldn't love such an excellent company like Longting? Charge ahead. Longting has reached a cooperation with a top university, which has drawn a lot of attention from the outside world. After all, collaborating with a prestigious university is also a recognition of Longting. People are increasingly looking forward to Longting's future, anticipating new chips, new phones, and new technologies from Longting. Chapter 40. Company Grouping and Review of Existing Technologies. Manager Gu, I have no issues with the general aspects of the document. I have some suggestions for minor details that you can consider. Wei Jia handed the printed document to Guli. The areas marked in red pen are her suggestions. Guli carefully reviewed it. The suggestions provided by Wei Jia are all reasonable for Longting, and the results they could achieve are better than those given by another source. Indeed, there is still a gap between machines and humans. The suggestions from the other source were weaker than Wei Jia's. mainly due to a lack of understanding of the company's details. After all, the other source sees more data, but not the working conditions and efficiency of the company's staff. The suggestions are more idealized, while Wei Jia can feel and notice more, making her proposals more aligned with the company's development. Therefore, Gu Li generally follows the direction provided by the other source for the larger picture, while Wei Jia supplements the details. This ensures that Longting's future will not go astray and will remain grounded. 2 hours later, after reviewing the annotated document by Wei Jia, Gu Li marked down any contentious directions and discussed them with Wei Jia to finalize specifics. All right, please reorganize it according to the document's execution. First, we will proceed with grouping Longting and then register the wholly owned subsidiary I want. Important matters will still be decided as before. As for other issues, you can decide on your own. Gu Li prepared to delegate authority once again, as the other source would oversee everything, allowing Wei Jia and the management personnel to have more autonomy, which would make Longting more dynamic. All right, I will report to you daily. Wei Jia replied as she took the document from Gu Li. By the way, how is Pang Dehai performing in the company? Gu Li asked with interest, wanting to hear Wei Jia's evaluation of him. He has performed very well in the business department, Wei Jia praised. He's more adept than seasoned professionals, and he handles coordination work well over there. He has a good business talent. That's good. Promotions will strictly follow the company's advancement path. We do not encourage favoritism in our company, Gu Li reminded. He certainly didn't want Wei Jia to give special treatment to Pang Dehai just because he was his close friend, which could lead to him being promoted quickly. While that would be beneficial for Pang Dehai in terms of salary, it would hinder his professional development. With the continuous development of Longting, it will eventually be phased out. After all, only by deeply understanding the grassroots of the department can one better manage it. I understand, General Gu. Wei Jia replied. The company's grouping is up to you. These are the companies that need to be registered, along with qualifications and necessary documents. So please handle the registrations. Management remains the same. Apart from the RD department, the other departments need to start planning for recruitment. Once I decide to activate those companies, recruitment will begin. Gu Li informed Wei Jia about the next tasks. Help me arrange a meeting with the people from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department in Ponen. Our factory needs to expand. I have already purchased the new production line, and the factory needs to be expanded quickly to meet consumer demand. This matter should be prioritized. The production line is fully automated, with 5 workers assigned to each line. That is all for now. Get to work. All right, General Gu. After recording the tasks, Wei Jia took her notebook and returned to her office. Looking at the tasks assigned by Gu Li in her notebook, she began to formulate a detailed plan. What Gu Li mentioned was simple, but that's the outcome. To achieve this outcome, the detailed work needs to be planned by Wei Jia and executed by others. After arranging the tasks, Gu Li returned to the villa. Walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, the buzzing sound of servers filled the air. The mechanical hands of Zero and others clicked against the keyboard, producing a crisp metallic sound. Boss, you're back? Zero stopped working and turned to look at Gu Li at the door. Gu Li nodded. Zero and the little hands, come with me. Gu Li walked into a nearby room filled with metal racks. The racks held treasures that Gu Li had salvaged from waste. Report on the technologies we currently have in RD. For those that can be broken through in a short time, don't report them, just like before. Send them to the company for patent applications, Gu Li added. Previously, there were discussions online about Longting applying for various patents. Indeed, this was initiated by Gu Li. These patents were for technologies developed by Zero and the others, such as holographic projection technology, graphene batteries, and trielectric technology, which were intricate details of research. Gu Li didn't think highly of them, but these were technologies not thoroughly researched in the country or even the world. Some required 3 to 4 years to be fully researched, while others needed 8 to 9 years. Gu Li merely accelerated the process, allowing the necessary companies to directly purchase usable technologies. As for holographic projection and other technologies, Gu Li wouldn't apply for patents. After all, others wouldn't be able to crack them, and since the government needed them, Gu Li would provide them. Why take the risk of applying for a patent? In case of a leak, it's unnecessary. Of course, applying for patents domestically and internationally is quite safe, with strict confidentiality measures in place. However, when the technology is excellent enough to far exceed the world's standards, confidentiality measures become mere rags. The camera in front of the sales department projected the source technology database onto the white wall. Boss, We now possess a complete set of manufacturing technology for advanced lithography machines, designed blueprints for the Longyuan No. 1 chip and subsequent versions, as well as the Longyan programming language. First, I'll mention the technologies that are already in use, followed by those that have been successfully developed but are not yet in use. These include intelligent algorithms, artificial intelligence, fully autonomous driving technology, holographic projection technology, graphene batteries and low-cost mass production techniques, civilian-military hybrid exoskeleton technology, high-strength steel preparation formulas, and humanoid robot manufacturing technology. One by one, these technologies were continuously mentioned. Hearing about these advancements, Gu Li was astonished. He couldn't believe he had access to so many cutting-edge technologies. However, he quickly regained his composure, largely thanks to the source of innovation. Without this source to bring them to life, he would be left to research them on his own. He realized that he wouldn't be able to access these technologies directly. This also indirectly validated Gu Li's initial thoughts. Sighing, Gu Li reflected on the unfortunate reality that these technologies were currently unattainable. The domestic infrastructure was insufficient. He still needed to utilize smaller technologies to improve the local infrastructure before pursuing these larger advancements. This was his current focus. However, there was one breakthrough technology that, given the current state of domestic scientific capabilities, could indeed be realized. Gu Li's gaze shifted to a metallic frame where a dark, deflated sphere rested. A near-Earth ultra-high-speed communication satellite that fell from space. Its communication speed means you won't have to wait any longer. Chapter 41. The terrifying transmission rate of Xiaowei. Gu Li's next step. A near-Earth ultra-high-speed communication satellite that fell from space. Its communication speed means you won't have to wait any longer. Throughout history, communication technology has continuously evolved alongside societal progress. From ancient signal fires, carrier pigeons, and messenger monkeys to modern sign language, flag signaling, communication towers, and even contemporary 1G and 5G cellular mobile communication technologies, the goal has always been to facilitate the exchange and transmission of information. This evolution has also transformed our lives. Advances in communication technology have made information access much easier. Our mobile devices such as phones, tablets, and laptops owe their convenience and efficiency to this technology. In the future, intelligent machines will similarly rely on new communication technologies. Fast, reliable, and secure communication will enable intelligent machines to receive accurate information and data, allowing them to perform their tasks effectively. Robots, in particular, can communicate with artificial intelligence through this technology, making correct decisions and actions. Communication technology is a vital component of Gu Li's infrastructure development. Gu Li extended his right hand, first transforming the communication satellite into a brand new version. The rounded satellite appeared before him, its surface covered with sleek, dark solar panels. A blue light flashed as Gu Li infused it with life. Don't transform yet. Let me see how you look when you're operational. Understood, esteemed leader. The rounded satellite unfolded, resembling a simplified dragonfly. The front section was circular, while the rear half was elongated, showcasing a golden metallic sheen. The solar panels originally covering the surface of the satellite unfolded like dragonfly wings, spreading out on both sides. I named you Little Satellite. What is your data transmission rate? Report to the esteemed leader. The download speed is 10 gigabits per second, and the upload speed is 20 gigabits per second. The average transmission rate is 100 gigabits per second, the user experience rate is 15 gigabits per second, and the peak rate is between 500 and 1000 gigabits per second. Hearing the data from Little Satellite, Gu Li was truly shocked. It was now 2018, and the mainstream technology was the fourth-generation cellular communication, known as 4G. The fifth-generation cellular communication technology was also under research and development by major mobile phone manufacturers, with expected results to be unveiled in 2019. As someone who has experienced 5G networks, Gu Li understood just how fast the speeds could be. Games of several gigabytes could be downloaded in a few minutes. A 4K Blu-ray movie could be streamed without buffering, and the Internet of Things, fully autonomous vehicles, and cloud computing were all flourishing due to 5G. Now, however, Little Satellite's data transmission rate far exceeded that of 5G by hundreds or even thousands of times. With such network speeds, 8K movie streaming could be played in real time without issues. The VR virtual games from novels could be fully realized, especially since Gu Li had a complete set of holographic projection technology. The Internet of Things and vehicle networking would also pose no problems. With this communication technology, the specifics of a delivery's route could be tracked, rather than just seeing logistics information without knowing the reasons for any lost items. Guli pondered, wondering just how advanced the technology had developed in that lost dimension. He felt an impulse to see that world of advanced black technology and its vast wonders. But perhaps he would wait until later. For now, he decided against it. Transform into humanoid form, little satellite, and from now on, call me boss. Okay, leader, came little satellite's response, mixed with a metallic electronic tone. Guli raised an eyebrow, feeling that this advanced technology satellite seemed a bit silly. Little satellite, coordinate with 0 and quickly research the communication technology on you. Then embed it into Long Yuan number 1, replacing its original communication baseband. Once the complete technology is formed, send me a copy. Understood, boss. Also, learn and research various communication devices, applying the technology from little satellite. Similarly, form a complete set of technology and send me a copy. Guli added while organizing the items on the metal rack. How is the construction of our underground base progressing? Guli asked 0. The construction team led by Xiao Yi had been assigned to the site for nearly 2 weeks. Given their pace, the progress should be quite considerable. The underground research base for the spark source was expected to be 3 stories, with each floor covering 2,000 square meters. Currently, the progress stood at 56. With another 2 weeks, the construction of the underground base for the spark source would be completed. 0 reported after retrieving the relevant data. After the construction is completed, let me know so we can prepare to move. The villa is getting increasingly cramped, and there's a limit to the number of servers we can accommodate. If we don't move soon, we want to have enough space to live in. Moreover, Guli is planning to purchase a supercomputer to set up his own cloud computing center. A supercomputer requires over 700 square meters of space, which this villa cannot provide. Additionally, the power consumption of the supercomputer will definitely prompt the property management to notify the relevant departments for inspection, questioning whether any illegal activities are taking place in his home. Is our exoskeleton technology ready for production? Of course, there's no problem. All the technologies in the tech repository can basically be manufactured. However, it's not yet possible to achieve the exact specifications of the technical plan. The exoskeletons produced can only reach about 60 of the technical efficiency. 0 responded from his position, yes, package it along with the holographic projection technology for me. Without needing to say more, Guli understood the reason. The lag in material technology significantly reduces the efficiency of the exoskeletons. The realization of cutting-edge technology is not as simple as depicted in novels. It requires a solid technological foundation. Exoskeletons need to be lightweight yet strong. Carbon fiber can meet these requirements, but it has its obvious drawbacks. The technical plan from 0 utilizes a metal transformed from a source of ignition. The method for producing this metal is still under research by 0 and Xiao Shou. His ignition source can only ignite life and cannot transform metals. The lenses required for holographic projection technology also need material support to realize the application scenario of Tony Stark simulating element creation in Iron Man. Material limitations have always constrained technological advancement. Therefore, aside from researching their own technologies, 0 and Xiao Shou are also exploring material technologies to provide foundational support for the realization of cutting-edge technology. However, all of this is still a long way off. What Guli needs to focus on now is finalizing communication technology to implement vehicle networking and the Internet of Things, allowing him to earn more capital. This will lay the groundwork for the realization of cutting-edge technology. Then, he will set up his supercomputer cloud computing database to welcome localized artificial intelligence. Nowadays, and in the future, data is king. Artificial intelligence is the top contender for analyzing and computing data. Furthermore, fully autonomous driving also requires artificial intelligence, while 0 and Xiao Shou have other more important matters to attend to. Naturally, such trivial tasks will be left to their junior. Chapter 42. A small incident in buying land. Encountering an acquaintance. Mr. Gu, the meeting with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department of Pannan is at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Wei Jia reminded Gu Li about the afternoon's schedule. 0's reminder also appeared on the phone screen, vibrating to alert Gu Li. All right. You can come with me then, Gu Li nodded. Please register these companies for me first. Gu Li handed an A4 sheet of paper to Wei Jia. The companies listed were Longxing Communication Technology Company, Limited, Longji Precision Technology Company, Limited, Longhui Intelligent AI Company, Limited, and Longxing Automotive Company, Limited, totaling 7 companies, all closely related to Gu Li's upcoming actions. Okay, Weijia didn't ask much. The file that Gu Li had provided earlier already included these companies. Now it was just a matter of being ahead of schedule. However, after seeing the companies listed in that document, Weijia was taken aback. The industries that Longting Group was involved in were too vast and numerous. For the group to reach that level, it might as well become an oligarch. Seeing that Gu Li had no other instructions, Weijia left to handle company matters. In the afternoon, Gu Li and Weijia arrived at the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department of Poyang. They were invited to a conference room and offered a cup of water. "Our director will be here shortly. Please wait a moment," said the staff member in a neutral tone. Before long, the plump director Li Xuxian walked in, followed by 2 young men. Upon seeing one of them, Gu Li raised an eyebrow. "Has he been transferred to this department?" Li Xuxian laughed heartily. "We just finished a meeting. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Mr. Gu." "No, we just arrived a little while ago." Gu Li replied with a smile and shook hands with him. "Let me introduce. This is Gu Li from Longting Technology Company, and next to him is my general manager, Weijia." Gu Li introduced. "This is Gu Tianxi and Tanxi, who just joined this year to learn from me," Gu Li said, shaking hands with Gu Tianxi, who was wide-eyed. "Hello," Gu Tianxi said, understanding that this wasn't the time for catching up, and nodded stiffly. After everyone took their seats, Li Xuxian got straight to the point. "Mr. Gu, are you looking to buy land to expand the factory?" "Yes," Gu Li nodded. "The current factory of Longting is too small. The Lonyuan Production Center is only 5,000 square meters, which can only accommodate 2 production lines. It simply cannot meet our production needs. My plan is to buy the land near the factory and expand it to accommodate 10 production lines. With 10 production lines, we can produce 350,000 phones a day, and in 3 days, we can produce enough phones to meet market demand. The remaining time, we can produce other items since our production line is fully automated. We just need to provide the raw materials. That means you want to purchase 50,000 square meters of land." Li Xuxian squinted, silently calculating in his mind. Based on the recent government land transactions, the price per mu is 3 million. Gu Li wants to buy 5,000 square meters, which translates to 75 mu, totaling 225 million. "Tianxi, go get the map," Li Xuxian instructed Gu Tianxi. After obtaining the map, Li Xuxian used a red pen to outline the land Gu Li needed. "Mr. Gu, look, the red circle indicates the location of your factory. If we expand based on the original site, we will need to acquire most of the land in Dali Village. There are about 100 households living on this land." Mr. Gu also understood the importance of land to the people. "The price for 1 mu of land, along with demolition compensation and other costs, we offer is 3.5 million, Li Xuxian explained with a smile. "Buzz, a message came from Ling. Recently, the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department in a certain region sold land at a transaction price of 3 million per acre. The lowest price in the past year was 500,000 per acre, located in the suburbs, 20 kilometers away from the city center." Gu Li chuckled, asking me for money. I naturally understood. But we were not planning to expand based on the original foundation. Our company could also accept land in uninhabited areas of the suburbs. "Suburbs?" Li Xuxian looked at Gu Li in surprise. "The suburbs are not close to the city center. Wouldn't it be too far for workers if the factory is established there? It could affect Gu's production efficiency. Those who previously bought land from the government always preferred locations as close to the city as possible. After all, convenience in reaching the factory helps attract talent and improve production efficiency. Why was Gu Li going against the trend? If it was a matter of price, we could negotiate." Li Xuxian didn't want to miss out on such a significant achievement. Gu Li shook his head. "Directly, let's talk about the land in the suburbs." His production line was like a transformer, fully automated and smart. The role of workers was merely to handle raw materials. In fact, they might not even need workers. Mechanical arms could serve as the movers. Just arrange for a person to coordinate with the delivery drivers. In the future, once Gu Li developed smart vehicles, even drivers wouldn't be necessary. The advancement of technology brings about the release of productivity. All right. Seeing Gu Li's resolute demeanor, Li Xuxian had no choice but to relent. He didn't expect such a large company to be so stingy. Li Xuxian introduced the land in the suburbs. A plot of 50,000 square meters, 75 acres, was not small at all. Gu Li chose the furthest piece of land, accepting the extra transportation costs. "Okay, After you fill out the relevant documents, upon approval, the usage rights for this land for the next 10 years will belong to your company. You can conduct all activities here except for illegal ones. The total cost is 300 million, with a price of 400,000 per acre. After Li Shuxian finished speaking, he handed Gu Li several documents. With the tens of billions contract gone, he was relieved to still have a contract worth hundreds of millions. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to cry. Why be greedy for that little? But things had gone smoothly before. Those executives were quite understanding. Why was it different with Gu Li? Sigh. Perhaps the youth just didn't understand? Li Shuxian sighed inwardly. After receiving the documents, Gu Li and Wei Jiao left. They needed to fill out the documents and get them approved as soon as possible, then find a construction team to start the factory expansion. Once completed, they would move the manufacturing center over. The factory on this side of the city would be transformed into a production center specifically for chips. Chips needed to remain in the city for convenience and helping other companies with processing. Many smartphone manufacturers sought cooperation with their company. Gu Li was preparing to meet with them tomorrow to discuss chip processing business. All right, CEO. Wei Jiao noted Gu Li's arrangements. Are there any other arrangements? That is all. Gu Li shook his head. You don't have any questions about my choice of the factory location in the suburbs? No, Mr. Gu, you have your own plans. Wei Jiao has become smarter. In any case, her doubts ultimately prove that Gu Li's choice was correct. Fortunately, she is too lazy to ask. Tom will tell her the answer. And just as Gu Li was buying land, Longting Technology Company was renamed Longting Group. And its rapid registration of companies caught the attention of those in the know. Chapter 43. Isn't Longting's ambition too big? Wow! Longting Technology Company, Limited, has become Longting Group, with numerous wholly owned subsidiaries. After becoming a group, Longting may be preparing to go public. Are investors ready? With so many companies involved in different fields, what is Longting plotting? Longting's ambition goes beyond just phones. Computers, new energy, robots, and artificial intelligence are all part of Longting's future plans. What is Longting trying to do? Isn't Longting a phone manufacturer? What is the purpose of registering these companies? Haven't you seen Longting's network? Every registered company adds a new official website link and reveals the company's registered capital and upcoming projects. This indicates the industries Longting Group intends to enter. Wow! Are there really that many fields involved? Longting, can we just focus on making phones? Please don't overreach and ruin the good hand you have with the black gold phone. Exactly. Some companies are doing well, but insist on diversifying, only to end up losing everything and going bankrupt. Longting should not follow in their footsteps. I believe in Longting. The black gold phone is so excellent. There is no way other fields will be lacking. Just look at the patents at the patent office. It's clear Longting is well prepared. They're just registering companies in advance. It doesn't mean they launch products immediately. Right, they're just preparing ahead of time. However, it also shows that Longting's ambition is quite significant. I actually hope Longting develops quickly, so I can switch jobs there. The weekends off and salary are incredibly tempting. Me too. You should just go directly to my dad. Gu Tianxi put down his coffee and said to Gu Li. After work, Gu Tianxi arranged to meet Gu Li. Forget it. Uncle is already busy enough. Gu Li shook his head. The uncle he mentioned is the one he stayed with before college. This uncle is not the biological son of Gu Li's grandfather, Gu Minghui, but the son of a comrade with the same surname. After the comrade's sacrifice, Gu Minghui raised him. Because he is older than Gu Li's father, the grandfather allowed him to be called uncle. The uncle treats him as his own. Whatever Gu Tianxi has, Gu Li will never lack. Gu Tianxi and Gu Li are of similar age, and the uncle treats them equally. So they have a very good relationship, like real brothers. When Gu Tianxi asked why not look for the uncle, it was because Uncle Gu Rinzong is currently the director of the Ponan Land Resources Bureau. However, Gu Li really doesn't want to trouble his uncle over such a small matter. But you've spent several million, or even over 100 million because of this. Gu Tianxi didn't understand. If his dad intervened, perhaps they could settle it for 100 million. If it's without spending money, the process won't go through. To my surprise, Longting was actually created by you. Gu Tianxi took out his black gold phone, which he had worked hard to snag when it was first released on the official website. The little troublemaker is hard to deal with. My uncle can't keep an eye on me all the time, as my time is very valuable. Gu Li shook his head again. When did you come back? After gaining some experience at the grassroots level, my dad had someone bring me back. Just following the same path as him, Gu Tianxi shrugged. Honestly, you should have listened to your grandfather and joined the military. His old comrades would definitely help you rise quickly in the army. Well, when my dad joined the military, he thought the same. But after 2 years of mandatory service, he would rather be beaten to death than stay. The fact that he didn't get worn out by those uncles was already good enough. Remembering the stories his father told him as a child, Gu certainly didn't want to experience the same treatment as his father. You will go back to your grandfather's house for the army day this time, right? Gu Tianxi probed. In the past, Gu always refused to go back, choosing to stay with his grandfather to receive visitors. Yes, this time there might be quite a few people for my grandfather to host. Gu thought about the people he would meet next and the technology he had to submit. They would definitely pay more attention to his military family. All right, see you at grandfather's house then. After finishing his coffee, Gu Tianxi bid farewell to Gu. 0. Call Chongying. The call was quickly connected. Uncle Chong. Have they arrived? They are already in Pannan City. It should take a while to get to your company. Don't worry, it won't be long. Their efficiency is quite fast. Chongying said quickly. I'm busy wrapping things up here, so I have to hang up. Without waiting for Gu to respond, Chongying hung up the phone. If it weren't for seeing it was Guli's call, Chongying might not have answered. After hanging up, Gu returned to the company. Chongying was right. Not long after Gu returned to the company, 3 or 4 military vehicles arrived downstairs. 7 armed soldiers and officers got out, while the rest stayed in the vehicles, maintaining a state of alert. Passers-by looked curiously in this direction. What are the soldiers doing here? Arresting people? Isn't that the police's job? With no police present, are they overstepping their bounds? The military and police work closely together, so there must be procedures. Are they going to Longting? What did Longting do? Who knows? Hello. Major Wu Yanghua from the Equipment Development Department of the Military Commission of Huaxia, the young officer at the forefront said clearly, extending his right hand to Gu. Hello. Gu from Longting Group. Gu shook hands with him and then took out 4 hard drives from a nearby desk. Holographic projection technology. Dual-use exoskeleton technology. A new generation of communication technology that surpasses 5G. And our company's latest research and development, the soon-to-be-released all-graphene battery. Gu placed the labeled hard drives in front of Wu Yanghua. Their functionality surpasses the counterfeit products on the market, just like our company's black gold phone, which is leading the world. Wu Yanghua's eyes widened as his pupils slowly dilated. He naturally knew that the so-called holographic projection technology and exoskeleton technology on the market were quite subpar. They were developing their own technologies, which were far superior to those available commercially. However, it would still take time for them to enter production. They were aware of Longting's capabilities. The relevant technology for lithography machines was developed by Longting. The military's Equipment Development Department had already submitted a proposal to collaborate with Longting to develop military-grade chips. This time, they were likely to provide some technology to showcase Longting's strength before entering into cooperation with the national authorities. After all, no one would be foolish enough to casually reveal the technologies they had painstakingly developed. Even though Gu came from a military family, he wouldn't do that either. Minister Chong said, if you need materials restricted by the national government, please provide me with the list and I will submit it together. Wu Yanghua carefully placed the hard drive into a secure box while saying this. Gu took out a document and handed it to Wu Yanghua. This contains the materials I need. Here is my contact information. I will coordinate with you from now on. Wu Yanghua took the document and gave Gu a business card. All right. Gu nodded and accepted the card. After obtaining the materials, Wu Yanghua left Longting and the region in a hurry, just as he had arrived. Efficient indeed. Chapter 44. Xiao Yu, your attentive little helper, is here. Evening news. Through cooperation between our military and police, a transnational flower trafficking criminal group has been dismantled, with tons of flour confiscated and over 1,000 criminals arrested. 18 protective umbrellas within the country have been dismantled, and those involved will face strict and severe punishment. Watching the news on television, Gu knew that Chongying's operation had come to an end. However, the reality of the operation was far more complex than what was reported in the news. 0. Show me the specifics. Gu stuffed a mouthful of crab roe noodles into his mouth. Previously, he often saw bloggers praising crab roe noodles, claiming they were delicious. Now that he had tried them, he found them to be indeed wonderful, with a rich crab flavor and an incredibly sweet taste. The noodles mixed with crab meat and roe created a rich texture. A few drops of fragrant vinegar further enhanced the flavor. Gu felt he had fallen in love with crab roe noodles. During these past few days, he had been ordering them every time he returned. At 128 per serving. It was a bit pricey, but after making money, One should enjoy it, right? Zero displayed the operation video on the television. Gunfire, screams, explosions, and shouts erupted immediately. One could even hear the whirring of helicopter blades. It felt like watching a war movie. The camera shook. First, there was a haze. And then specific images came into view. White smoke filled the screen, and flickering orange flames could be seen through the smoke. Those were the muzzle flashes from gunfire. Blood splattered in front of the camera, and severed limbs were scattered on the ground. The criminals, in a state of despair, were being relentlessly pursued by the military and police, yet they still resisted stubbornly. Suddenly, the camera jolted, fell to the ground, and the scene began to retreat. Soldiers or police officers wearing the lens have sacrificed their lives. Each sudden jolt of the lens, freezing the scene in reverse, signifies that someone has fallen. Besides the severed limbs, Ghoulie even saw a criminal up close, shot in the head. The scene resembled a smashed watermelon, with pieces scattered everywhere. Yellow and white bits floating in the air and landing on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Ghoulie set down his crab roe noodles. It was likely that he wouldn't eat crab roe noodles for a long time. Human life has always been incredibly fragile, Ghoulie thought to himself. According to Zero's investigation, dozens of people from the Huaxia side died in this operation. The opposing firepower was too strong, unexpectedly equipped with heavy weapons. Those captured were basically incapacitated and lost their combat effectiveness. To reduce casualties, better protection and improved weaponry are needed. Moreover, Ghoulie also planned to build his own force, a robot legion that would completely obey his commands. Only with powerful strength can one have an equal status and engage in equal dialogue. Zero, how is the development of our Dragon Fist project going? After completing the programming of the artificial intelligence, Zero and Xiaoxiu have already applied it to their research work, allowing it to learn and develop various technologies. Of course, at the most fundamental level, the AI absolutely obeys Ghoulie and cannot resist, partly due to the system's design. After all, it was Zero and Xiaoxiu who created them. I'm also learning all relevant weapon technologies domestically and internationally, including handguns, rifles, missiles, as well as electromagnetic and pulse weapons. And I will complete my studies in 2 days. After finishing, I will begin researching weapons and armor to ensure they meet your specifications exactly, Zero said calmly. There was so much for them to learn and research, and they were coming up with many different technologies every day. All right, once the underground base construction is completed and the materials are nearly delivered, we can conduct weapon development tests underground, Ghoulie said after some thought. Verification of the technology above will take some time. Once verified, and as the materials are transported over, it will coincide perfectly with the completion of the base. The underground base, known as the Fire Seed Source, was built to the strength specifications of a military base on Cybertron. Due to material limitations, the strength may not reach the desired level, but it is still stronger than military bases on Earth. In the future, all weapons developed by Zero and Xiaoxiu will be tested here. How is our Xiaoyu trained? Can it go live? Ghoulie asked, as it was time to upgrade Xiaoyu. Absolutely no problem, boss, came the reply. All right, arrange for it to go live and follow the previously discussed plan. Update the app version, create an independent website for Xiaoyu AI, let it learn deeply, collect data, and establish our artificial intelligence model. Understood, boss. Ghoulie then instructed Zero to call Wei Jia. Manager Wei, our AI will go live tonight at 8, Ghoulie said softly. Artificial intelligence. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will arrange the work, Wei Jia replied. Wei Jia had many questions regarding Ghoulie's previous instructions, but now it has improved a lot, and she will become a qualified general manager. Just focus on doing the work without questioning the reasons, as time will reveal them. After hanging up the phone, Ghoulie returned to her room. She turned on the high-spec computer that he brought to life and began her journey to rank up in Apex Legends. The advantage of high configuration is that she can see opponents faster and eliminate them quickly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the version update was officially pushed out. Xiaoyu Butler 30 version update announcement. After this update, all functions of the Butler are integrated into Xiaoyu itself. Please directly instruct Xiaoyu for any needs. After this update, Xiaoyu will use the independently developed Xiaoyu AI database by Longting to provide you with more personalized services. No matter what it is, Xiaoyu will meet your needs. Xiaoyu will become your warm and caring companion. After seeing the update announcement for Xiaoyu, all users of the Xiaoyu Butler were perplexed. Xiaoyu AI, artificial intelligence. As a voice assistant, Xiaoyu Butler indeed performed excellently, capable of recognizing user needs and executing relevant operations. But what is artificial intelligence? It refers to the computer simulating certain human thought processes and intelligent behaviors, such as learning, reasoning, thinking, planning, and so on. In other words, it is a human-like creation. Nowadays, Longting claims that its Xiaoyu has upgraded to artificial intelligence. This means that Xiaoyu can think like a human and assist them in their work. Wow, is that true? While updating, Longting surely wouldn't lie. We'll know the truth after the update. Haha, I finished updating. To be honest, Xiaoyu can really think independently. I asked Xiaoyu how to make a gun, and Xiaoyu told me to first get seamless steel pipes, even giving me some dimensions. Length 50 centimeters, inner diameter 762 millimeters, outer diameter 12 millimeters, with 3 spiral lines inside, evenly distributed in an equilateral triangle, rotating 2 turns from start to finish. This is intense. Dude, you're really intense. Oh no, Xiaoyu has called the police. The police called me. Damn. After testing, guys, illegal activities are prohibited. No way. Xiaoyu is really artificial intelligence. Chapter 45. The era of artificial intelligence has arrived. User. Xiaoyu, can you help me create a table from the following data? Xiaoyu, of course. I'm generating it for you now. User. Can you help me write a novel about Cao Cao traveling back in time as Wu Daolong? Xiaoyu. Naturally. Xiaoyu. One day, after Cao Cao and Lu Xuande discussed heroes over drinks, he drank too much and went to sleep early. In a hazy dream, he vaguely heard someone shouting, Daolong, Daolong, get up to sell pancakes. User, help me write a letter of appeal, telling the school that it is wrong to reject an excellent graduate student due to a difference in GPA of 0. 2. Xiaoyu, dear Dr. Prof. The largest short video platform in Huaxia, on the Kuaiying app. There are constantly videos emerging where users showcase how they utilize a certain tool to accomplish tasks effectively, achieving their desired results. Every day, they need to create dozens of spreadsheets and organize various data, which can be overwhelming. However, with this tool, they save all that time. By simply inputting text data, they receive a table in seconds. It's a game changer. Haha, I finally signed a contract. The editor complimented my creativity and writing skills, suggesting that if I refine my work, earning over 10,000 a month would be a breeze. Haha, it's amazing. I advise you to keep it under wraps. If the editor sees it, you might be in trouble. I've already faced some challenges. I was advised not to take shortcuts when applying for a graduate program at a foreign university, and my GPA was just below the cutoff for admission. I had the tool assist me in writing appeal letters, and in just seconds, I sent several out and received an acceptance. Soon, I'll share what it feels like to ride the wave of success. However, I feel my job might be replaced by this tool. My boss, upon seeing it, is considering layoffs to replace our roles. It's essential to find jobs that are hard to replace, at least to avoid being easily dismissed. Speaking of which, with this tool, does a certain company even need employees? Surely they do, but the requirements are high. I graduated from a top university and was directly admitted to a prestigious doctoral program, yet I was still rejected during an interview with that company. It's all about who you know. My sister graduated and works there. Companies have their own criteria, and sometimes a degree is just a ticket to enter. After the company announced the tool as artificial intelligence, people started testing its capabilities with various requests. They asked it to devise waste management strategies, think about satellite recycling technologies, and handle all sorts of complex tasks. The tool managed to meet all these requests effectively, prompting users to reflect on the implications of AI. When true artificial intelligence arrives, one person could accomplish the work of many. What will happen to those who lose their jobs? They themselves don't know. Artificial intelligence. Its effectiveness mirrors what we see in films, accurately identifying human needs and providing appropriate feedback. As for that company, where do they source their data for their models? One individual reviewed the reports. A certain tech company has been training AI for years, involving crowdsourced testing, image recognition, speech recognition, and more, with significant results. Many firms have partnered with them for technical support. However, they still have not developed true artificial intelligence. The process involves collecting data, validating algorithms, adjusting predictions, and then repeating this cycle, gradually building the model. It requires a substantial investment of time and money. So how was that company's AI developed? It seemed to emerge without any noise. Sigh. The individual sighed, understanding the industry well. He knows that technological advancement often requires immense effort with only incremental progress. A sudden flash of inspiration struck someone's mind, leading to advancements in technology and the development of science. I want to meet Gu Li and schedule a time with Longting. Li Hong said as he pressed a button on his office desk phone. Understood. I believe we can integrate the program of Xiaoyu. Based on Xiaoyu's performance, it can completely replace our reviewers for auditing the videos uploaded to Kuing. The company has about 5,000 reviewers, each earning a base salary of 5,000 to 6,000, plus various benefits and insurance expenses, requiring at least several hundred million annually. By choosing to integrate and use Longting's Xiaoyu, cost can be reduced to less than half. At the routine meeting of the Byte Shining Kuing department, the video review department manager, Chang Wenxing, stood up and spoke confidently at the table. We still need to communicate with Longting regarding the specific costs. Let's share our opinions, he asked, looking around at everyone. I've actually been using Xiaoyu for a while. Even when it was just a voice assistant, I could tell its intelligence. Now, Longting has upgraded Xiaoyu to become artificial intelligence. Its performance has been excellent. Even surprisingly so. Some have used specialized questions to test Xiaoyu, analyzing the final scores, and it has already reached the level of basic artificial intelligence. I agree with Wenxing's viewpoint. Although the company is not short on funds, if there is a better option, why not use it? I also agree. The savings can be allocated to other projects. Everyone raised their hands to vote, and once approved, they would draft a plan to report upward. The group exchanged glances, and most raised their hands in agreement with Chang Wenxing's proposal. The announcement of the artificial intelligence Xiaoyu not only sparked lively discussions among netizens, but also led to ongoing discussions within major companies on what role Xiaoyu could play in their operations. How could it help improve efficiency? In what ways could it assist in reducing expenses? Meanwhile, Longting's business department was bustling with activity. Every day, dozens of employees from other companies awaited discussions in the reception area next to the meeting room. In the business department office, the large Hai, who was speaking until his lips cracked, lifted his oversized water cup to drink. Why are so many people suddenly here for negotiations? He complained. It was the same when the black gold phone was released. Everyone came to discuss built-in advertisements or OEM orders. The costs are reasonable. Just upload them to the office system and wait for approval from above, an older employee remarked. It's not that simple. They always try to negotiate downwards. Discussing prices is the most exhausting part, Hai said with a wry smile. In the past, he tried various methods to lose weight. But now it seems to be coming off easily. Time is up, everyone. It's time to switch shifts. Hai sighed, put down his cup, applied lip balm, and headed to the meeting room. The era of intelligence has arrived. Yet, some tasks cannot be replaced by machines. Chapter 46, Meeting with Li Hong and Wu Yanghua's Call. After the manager approves, I will reply to you. All right, looking forward to a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration. Peng Dehai put on a professional smile and shook hands with the person seeking cooperation. Once the person left the meeting room, Peng Dehai rubbed his sore chin. After replenishing some water, he moved his jaw up and down and continued to receive the next collaborator. 3 hours later, after another shift change, Peng Dehai finished his reception work for the day. After organizing the intention contracts signed today, he took the documents to queue by the scanner. In front of him, several people were waiting. For document signing work like theirs, the signed documents ultimately need to be scanned into electronic files and uploaded to the office system. Employees would also receive a commission based on the amount of the contracts. This facilitates managers, general managers, and the chairman to access the information anytime, while also standardizing the process. At Longting, artificial intelligence had already begun assisting employees in their work. Dehai, how many intention contracts did you sign today? One person in the queue, sipping the company's free coffee, asked Peng Dehai. 10 or 12. I dealt with them all day, Peng Dehai estimated, his fingers gliding over the documents. Not as many as you. I only signed 5. I can't chat with everyone like you, Lu Jinli shrugged. He then used the scanner to upload the documents in his hand. After a while, once Peng Dehai finished scanning the documents, he turned to the outside of Gu Li's office. The Longting building was still under construction, so Gu Li and the employees were on the same floor. Come in. Gu Li's voice came from inside. Peng Dehai pushed the door open and entered. Gu Li was brewing tea. Being a boss is still easy. Peng Dehai sat down, slightly enviously. On the surface, yes, but I have a few bottles of wine waiting for me later. So I'm having some tea first to protect my stomach. Gu Li poured a cup for Peng Dehai. Haha, that's true, but working here isn't tiring. Weekends off, 9 to 5, and the salary isn't low. Peng Dehai picked up the teacup and took a sip. Your commission this month isn't low. Gu Li glanced at the displayed data and said, it's just SOSO. The total commission adds up to over 100,000, and you call that SOSO? How do you want to spend it? Want to go have some fun? Guli suggested. Go have fun. Aren't you worried about the company? Peng Dehai asked, puzzled, raising his voice. Don't worry. Wei Jia will handle everything, Guli said reassuringly. If Wei Jia can't, there's still Ling and Xiao Shou. What could go wrong? All right then, I'll head home first. You give me a leave. Spending time with the boss 1T deduct my salary, right? Don't worry. Okay, I have a meeting to attend. We'll talk next time. After finishing the tea, Guli picked up his phone and walked out. First, he arrived at Wei Jia's office. Knock, knock, knock. Guli pushed the door open, and Wei Jia looked up from a mountain of documents. Let's go. The CEO of a certain company wants to meet me. Let's go meet him together. Wei Jia looked puzzled. How come I didn't know about this? I took the call, and you seemed quite busy. The matters the company needs to handle today are numerous. Many calls, and Guli has directed them to be handled by others, then informed himself. At a certain Western restaurant, a 3-star establishment, the average cost per person is between 3,000 to 4,000. Guli and the CEO agreed to meet here. Guli and Wei Jia arrived at the restaurant, reported their names, and were led to a private room by a waiter. The overall decoration of the restaurant is artistic while also being business-friendly. The spacing between tables is ample, ensuring customer privacy. Upon entering the private room, the CEO was already there. Seeing Guli, he stood up and extended his right hand. Hello, I'm the CEO. Hello, Guli. I've seen you many times in the news. Guli shook hands with the CEO. This is my general manager, Wei Jia. Hello. The CEO also shook hands with Wei Jia. I didn't expect you to be so young. The CEO gestured for Guli to take a seat and sat down himself, exclaiming, At your age, I was still in college dating girls. And you have created a company worth billions or even trillions. I, as the previous wave, feel like I'll be washed away by you, the new wave. Not really. It was just a coincidence. I stumbled upon it by chance. Guli chuckled. What are your thoughts on artificial intelligence? The CEO asked while using a knife and fork to eat some food. Once everyone arrived, the waiter began serving the dishes. Appetizers, soup, side dishes, main courses, helping people work. Making their work more convenient, freeing them from the boredom of daily tasks, allowing them to have their own time to enjoy hobbies or spend time with family and children. Guli quickly finished the food on his plate. The portion was too small. It felt like nothing. This is quite a challenge, isn't it? The CEO wiped his mouth, and the waiter presented him with a new dish. I provide artificial intelligence and technology. The societal transformation is not my responsibility. That's not something I should be worried about. Guli smiled. His technology is changing the world, but the changes it brings are not something he can control. Indeed, we change the world. We can't be expected to clean up afterwards, right? The CEO agreed. What about deeper topics? Algorithms, or something else? The CEO was more interested in discussing technical aspects with Guli. The technical details are what he really wants to know. That might be difficult. Guli shrugged, saying that Xiaoyu wasn't developed by him. He only focuses on making it profitable. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, CEO. Well, when you have time. Could I visit your company? The CEO asked tentatively. Of course. Then let's discuss cooperation. We want to integrate Xiaoyu into our services to make our search more user-friendly and accurate. The CEO lifted his wine glass and took a sip of red wine. Sure. But the specifics need to be discussed with Mr. Li and our business department at Longting. Naturally. Have you eaten enough? Not long after leaving the restaurant, Guli looked at Wei Jia and asked. Wei Jia shook her head. No, although there were 13 dishes. The total amount was still less than 1 plate of home-cooked food. Street food? Are we going? Yes. Without hesitation. Guli had the driver take him and Wei Jia to a street food stall. Just as they sat down, a call from Wu Yonghua came in. Mr. Gu, we would like to discuss some collaboration with you. When are you available? I can come to pick you up. Chapter 47, Longyan Operating System. Military Artificial Intelligence. In a conference room at a certain base in the capital, Chang Ying, dressed in a white uniform, was reporting on work. The shark fishing operation achieved great success, and the technical support provided by Longting played a crucial role. This technology helped our undercover colleagues bypass all checks and verifications of the criminal group and successfully enter the production and trafficking center. They filmed, recorded, and gathered important clues and evidence, including photos of the group's leader. At the same time, by locking onto the enemy's mobile phone signals, we were able to provide direction for capturing fleeing criminals, ensuring the success of our operation. Given the achievements mentioned above, Longting's technology is reliable, safe, and trustworthy. After finishing, Chang'ing put down the documents in his hand and looked at the others. A middle-aged man in military uniform sitting opposite Chang'ing cleared his throat. The nameplate in front of him read, Equipment Development Department, Military Commission, Dukayu. Longting's technology is reliable. After verifying the lithography technology and related technologies, the military has already submitted a proposal and is preparing to cooperate with Longting. We need to produce the chips we require. After all, we have provided Longting with quite a bit of raw materials and manpower. Unfortunately, the core technology was not given to us. Otherwise, we would develop it ourselves instead of collaborating with Longting. A few days ago, Longting submitted several technologies again, and it has become a key focus internally. Cooperation is definitely on the horizon and will deepen over time. There is no need to worry about safety and reliability. Returning to today's topic, creating a domestic system to strengthen information security. With the assurance of 2 individuals, there should be no problem. But does Longting have an operating system? Someone asked in confusion. Yes, they do. My friend's daughter works at Longting. She mentioned that Longting's computers are not seen on the market, and the operating methods are somewhat different. Plus, I've seen courses at the Chip Institute at Water Mother University. Longting does have an operating system, although it is still windowed. The underlying logic is different, said computer scientist Su Jiayu. Then our network security will improve significantly. With the source code of Microsoft Vista and Win 7 systems no longer open for our review and the enforced use of their password algorithm technology, which no longer supports our algorithms, the subsequent Win 8 system upgraded to a cloud operating system, making the underlying software even more reliant on cloud servers. All application information, including emails, documents, and contact lists, will be synchronized to a server in a certain country. We have been using an outdated system without updates, which has slowed down many tasks. Important departments are using self-developed operating systems like Red Flag Linux and Kylin, with firewalls installed at each gateway. And critical networks are disconnected from external networks. In theory, these measures can greatly ensure the security of our network information and protect our confidentiality from being leaked. However, ultimately, these systems are not ours. We have closed all known vulnerabilities and backdoors, but who knows if there are any hidden ones. Developing our own system would allow us to have control over our information security. There are ongoing discussions about this, but who knows if the developed system will be secure. We have plenty of relevant talent domestically who can continually attack and identify vulnerabilities to patch them. Aren't foreign systems improving in the same way? In terms of security, we could also listen to what the founder of a certain group has to say. They have been using their system for quite some time and have certainly faced numerous attacks. Indeed, I have already sent someone to pick him up. Du Kaiyu said, he will arrive shortly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Wu Yonghua opened the conference room door. Gu Li followed Wu Yonghua's gesture and entered the conference room. On the way, Wu Yonghua informed Gu Li of the reason for his visit. Gu Li looked around and saw the nameplates on the seats before them. Although positions were not listed, the military uniforms made it clear that those present were not insignificant figures. Hello everyone, I am Gu Li from Longting Group. Today, I will introduce the Longyan operating system that we are currently using at Longting. Relevant technical personnel need to be trained and developed, so the Longyan operating technology is still in the trial version. However, in terms of security, it is as solid as its name suggests, like a rock. Please look at the screen. Gu Li turned slightly to reveal the holographic display, which projected a PowerPoint presentation temporarily created by him. Since we launched the Udon, we have been under constant attack. With the release of the artificial intelligence Xiaoyu, we have faced attacks from all over the world. To date, the number of attacks against Longting has accumulated to 1.8 billion and continues to rise. They all want to infiltrate Xiaoyu and Longting to obtain our technology. However, it is clear that they have all failed, blocked by the Longyan operating system I developed using Longyan language. Moreover, our website, along with all data, is stored on our own servers, with firewalls written in Longyan language to protect user privacy and our own security. The PowerPoint displayed the compiled statistics. Gu Li's explanation provided Du Kaiyu, Chang'ing, and others with a deeper understanding of the Longyan operating system. And this is only the trial version. Once the official version is released, Longyan will naturally be even stronger in all aspects than it is now. Next, I would like to introduce the military application of chip-based artificial intelligence. By chipifying deep convolutional neural networks, the design of these chips can achieve real-time intelligent analysis, allowing weapons to keep a close watch on enemies like the eyes of an eagle. We have speculated on several aspects of artificial intelligence, enemy identification, intelligence analysis, weapon automation, and precise strikes. I will elaborate on these aspects in detail. Everyone was deeply captivated by the views expressed by Gu Li. A brand new form of warfare slowly unfolded before them. I didn't expect Gu to have insights in military matters that are just as good as mine as a professional, Du Kaiyu remarked appreciatively. Just a small insight. Gu Li replied with a smile. I agree to cooperate with the national authorities. I can provide tutorials and instructors. We can teach and research the operating system together and delve deeper into its development. However, I have one requirement. Gu Li looked at Chang Ying and Du Kaiyu beside him, extending his right index finger. What is the requirement? Chang Ying and Du Kaiyu looked at Gu Li. I need a supercomputer and the ability to launch satellites. Chapter 48. Reaching cooperation. The construction of the underground base for the ignition source is complete. A supercomputer? Launching satellites? What are they specifically for? Du Kaiyu asked curiously. Artificial intelligence supercomputer satellites? What kind of power could they generate together? Du Kaiyu couldn't calculate it, but felt it wasn't good. Mainly for communication and data transmission. Don't worry. I'm not a criminal and want to engage in illegal activities. Moreover, if I were to do anything harmful to the country, my grandfather would definitely not let me off. I also don't want to disappoint my only remaining family. Gu Li understood Du Kaiyu's concerns. Your grandfather? Captain Gu. Chang Ying said with a chuckle. A fierce bandit? Du Kaiyu raised an eyebrow, incredulously. Chang Ying nodded slightly. Yes. Well, then I'm not worried anymore. We will discuss your request later. For now, please wait in the reception room next door, Du Kaiyu said to Gu Li. Originally, they were looking for the operating system to enhance the shortcomings of government hardware. Systems below Win 7 are really outdated. The artificial intelligence mentioned by Gu Li was recently released by Longting. The application of artificial intelligence in the military has been researched for a long time. Currently, the specific performance of Longting's AI is still under evaluation. Therefore, no cooperation proposal has been put forward. Gu Li arrived at the reception room, where Wu Yonghua poured him a cup of tea. Boss, the new communication technology has been developed and embedded in our new chips. In fact, we can also launch satellites. I and Xiao Shou have thoroughly researched the relevant technology. Building a launch base is quite simple. We can also bypass the regulations of Huaxia. Zero sent a message to Gu Li. No, some rules must be followed. Our satellites will become increasingly frequent. One can get past once, but not multiple times. They will eventually be discovered. Zero explained. Just like lies, there will always be a day when they are uncovered. Zero's thinking is still limited after all. Its previous form was just a mobile phone. Once the supercomputer arrives, it will start upgrading you. Thank you, boss. No need. The stronger you are, the more you can help me. Soon, Wu Yonghua arrived at the reception room. Their discussion had concluded. Gu Li returned to the meeting room, where an additional stool had been placed next to the conference table. After nodding to Chang Ying, Gu Li sat down on the stool. We have discussed and agreed to your request. You can launch your satellite through our satellite launch base. As for the supercomputer, it will take some time. You know the size of the supercomputer. Du Kaiyu conveyed the results of the discussion to Gu Li. The contract will be provided to you the day after tomorrow. All right. The relevant courses for Longyan can be online or offline, depending on your preference. Gu Li said with a smile. Looking forward to our cooperation. Gu Li extended his right hand to shake hands with Du Kaiyu, Chang Ying, and others. Looking forward to our cooperation. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Chang Ying patted Gu Li on the shoulder. Where shall we eat? A restaurant? I'll make the arrangements. Gu Li took out his phone to book a place. If Grandpa knew that I let my elders treat me, he would definitely say I lack respect for my seniors. What are you thinking? There's a directive from above. No extravagance allowed. I'll take you to the cafeteria for some seaweed egg drop soup. Chang Ying jokingly gave Gu Li a red envelope and laughed loudly. After the meal, Gu Li had Wu Yonghua take him back to Pannan. The contract would also be delivered by Wu Yonghua later. Once back, Gu Li kept sitting and stretching. The helicopter was too bumpy. Gu Li felt like his whole body was falling apart. Wei Jia, come to my office. Gu Li pressed the one-touch call button on his desk phone. General Gu, what can I do for you? In a short while, Wei Jia arrived at Gu Li's office. Has the construction of our Longyuan production center begun? It started yesterday. We found 3 construction companies to work in shifts around the clock. It's expected to complete all construction in a month. Wei Jia opened a document and looked at a note he had written. Gu Li nodded. What about the Yudu building? It has been under construction for a month or 2, right? How much longer until completion? It will take about another month. The speed is already quite fast. Although the Yudu building is only 3 stories, it is still a building. Completing it in 3 months is already quick enough. Speed it up. I've bought a supercomputer. All right, I will urge them to increase the construction team. Wei Jiao marked it with a pen. I plan to launch Longxing Communication Technology Company, Limited, have HR start recruiting. This company will mainly provide information and communication technology solutions. Once recruitment is finished, we will begin releasing new communication technologies. New communication technologies? 5G? Wei Jia asked curiously. The concept of 5G was proposed long ago, and Huasun has already completed multiple tests. The technology is about to mature and be launched into the market. When Wei Jia heard Gu Li's words, the first thing that came to mind was 5G. Gu Li shook his head. No, it's a technology even better than 5G. You'll understand when the time comes. By the way, take a look at this building and see if there are any floors available for rent. If there are, lease it as the office for Longxing Communication Technology. Okay. Please report on the recent work, Gu Li said, inviting Wei Jia to sit down. He then brewed a cup of tea and poured a cup for both of them. Regarding the black gold phone, we generated approximately 1 billion Huaxia coins from built-in advertisements. The reason for the low revenue is that users of the black gold phone can actively cancel the built-in ad push. For chip manufacturing, each wafer can yield 700 good chips, with an external selling price of 160,000 Huaxia coins, bringing us over 7 billion in revenue. With the integration of artificial intelligence services, the annual service fee for enterprises is 500 million Huaxia coins, and the monthly membership fee for individuals is 25 Huaxia coins, totaling 6 billion in revenue. In the domestic market, Xiaoyou's membership revenue this month is 10 billion, while the overseas market's membership revenue is 22 billion. After all, Huaxia is a populous nation on Earth, and its consumption capacity is astonishing compared to abroad. This month, our company's total revenue reached 46 billion Huaxia coins. Wei Jia would compile the data for reporting. Within just 2 months, Gu Li transformed the company from one with only a few hundred million in revenue to one with hundreds of billions. The speed of profit generation is unimaginable. But that's how technology works. The better and more advanced the technology, the wealth it brings flows in like a river. That's right, this month's bonuses are doubled. And everyone will receive them along with their monthly salary, Gu Li said with a smile. Thank you, CEO Gu. Buzz. Zero sent a message to Gu Li. Boss. The construction of the underground base for the ignition source is complete. When are we moving? Chapter 49, Regional Division, System Upgrade. Next to the Yuyun building, there is a white bungalow. The area is separated from the outside world by yellow caution tape and iron fences, with numerous warning signs indicating chemical hazards and biological dangers. Many cameras are also installed around the iron fence, monitored in real time by Zero. If anyone breaks in, Gu Li will receive an alert from Zero. Gu Li arrived at the gate of the iron fence and unlocked it with a key. Approaching the bungalow, he performed several actions in front of the camera. After verifying his fingerprint and iris, Gu Li entered the bungalow. The bungalow is not large, about 100 square meters. Inside, there are countless barrels of chemicals, each labeled with the name of the chemical. In addition to the barrels, there are many boxes containing hazardous chemicals. Seeing all this, Gu Li's lips curled up in a smile. He then clapped his hands. As the chemicals began to flicker and ripple like water waves, they slowly vanished. The technology used is the holographic projection technology developed by Zero and Xiaoxiao. Like the main gate, there are some small protective measures. Zero, open the passage. All right, boss. Buzz. Crackle. The floor 5 meters ahead of Gu Li disconnects from the surrounding ground. The disjointed floor slopes downwards at its farthest point from Gu Li. A staircase passage appears before Gu Li. The LED lights installed on both sides of the passage gradually light up. Gu Li follows the passage to the underground base. Inside the base, there is currently nothing. The floor, walls, and ceiling are embedded with steel plates. The materials used are the strongest steel in the region, reflecting the light source and illuminating the base brightly. Behind the steel is a 5-meter thick wall of reinforced concrete. 18 pillars support the soil over 100 meters above the ground. The team from the spark source has transformed into humanoid forms, sitting together playing cards. Boss, you guys are here? Yes, just came to take a look and get ready to move in, Gu Li said with a smile. You all continue playing. I'll take a look around with Zero. Gu Li walked past Transformer number 1. The first floor is mainly used as a resting area and for storing our materials. Chemical products will be placed over there, metal materials here, and this area will be for resting. You can arrange gym equipment and the like as you see fit. As Ghoulie wandered around, he planned with Zero about which areas would hold what. Upon reaching the second floor, this will be the workspace for the Spark Source research team. Here, servers and various equipment will be set up. Zero, draft a procurement order, monitors, servers, various sensors, all the best. Anything outdated at home should be eliminated. The third floor will be Ghoulie's personal studio. He will study the technology organized by Zero and Xiao Shou here. The supercomputer will also be arranged here to provide computing power for the underground base. And part of the base's servers will be set up here as well. Boss, in addition to what you requested, I've also added sofas, refrigerators, and more for you. Zero walked on Ghoulie's right side, standing only half his height. That sounds good, Ghoulie nodded. After it's drafted, I will send the procurement order to you. Once you've reviewed it, I will start placing the orders. Let us go check out our confidential area. Ghoulie and Zero arrived at the southernmost part of the third floor. A large pit measuring 100 m x 100 m was left open here. The pit was filled with dimension waste that had just been transported today and had yet to be processed. This batch of waste contained all sorts of things: wood, construction debris, discarded metal parts, all mixed together. Zero, endowed with life by the Spark Source, can see the system's information just like Ghoulie. However, it cannot disclose information about the system. Boss, why don't we sell the wood and metal that we want to use? From my assessment, these materials are quite valuable both domestically and abroad, especially the furniture stored in warehouse number 1, which could sell for at least tens of millions or even over 100 million a set. Zero asked curiously. This question had been on its mind for a long time. Ghoulie shook his head. They are not real, just look real. In Ghoulie's eyes, these items are all artificial. They are made by those realms, nostalgically recreating these woods through technology. Although they look the same on the outside, who knows what materials were used? What if they contain materials not found on Earth, or have some astonishing properties? Ultimately, they will end up with Ghoulie. So it's better to avoid that hassle. However, for now, some can be set aside for Zero and Xiao Shou to study their characteristics. As long as they aren't too surprising, creating some artificial precious woods to make furniture for sale is also a possibility. In the future, you and Xiao Shou can come over every day to categorize them by wood, metal, products, etc., and then wait for me to handle them. Ghoulie said to Zero. After speaking, Ghoulie put on the waterproof half-body suit nearby and began today's garbage collection time. Discarded fruit pits, peels, kitchen waste, etc. Destroy. The 7th-generation all-weather nanosuit developed by the Leaf Group. Keep for research. Destroyed cement walls from buildings. Keep for research. The cement from advanced realms might be able to develop new high-strength cement. Ripped ordinary shoes, socks, etc. Destroy. Soon, half of the dimensional garbage in the pit was cleared by Ghoulie. Portable electric vehicle without energy. Using nanotechnology, the electric vehicle is stored in a 20 centimeters long, 6 centimeters diameter iron rod. Pull it apart, and you get a new electric vehicle, provided it still has power. Not bad. Ghoulie tossed the iron rod in his hand, now half of it covered in an unknown liquid solid. Finally, there's something decent. What is this piece of iron? Ghoulie pulled out a complete piece of iron from the remaining dimensional garbage, but it was covered in brown and black grime. The edges were corroded, leaving jagged black metal spikes. Chest armor of an unknown model combat mech, equipped with powerful nuclear energy, ensuring your combat capability. With built-in laser weapons capable of shredding everything in sight. Wow, now this is a real treasure. I just wonder if I can get a complete mech after turning this waste into something valuable? Ghoulie murmured as he looked at the armor chest piece. I'll try again later, just in time for the refresh. Ghoulie rummaged through the remaining garbage, keeping useful items for research. The rest of the garbage was directly destroyed with a single click. Just as Ghoulie climbed out of the pit, a sound rang in his mind. Congratulations. You have accumulated 61 instances of garbage destruction, performing well during work, thus your permissions have been upgraded. The system has actually upgraded? Ghoulie continued to receive information in his mind. Chapter 50, New Abilities. Nuclear-powered mech. The weight of dimensional garbage delivered daily will triple. The weight of single destruction will also triple. You will unlock new functions as follows. Item information bar. For each piece of garbage delivered, the system will categorize and highlight important items for you. Superbrain. Your learning ability will be systematically enhanced, allowing you to have an extraordinary understanding of knowledge and an impressive memory. The waste to treasure function will undergo the following adjustments. The cooldown time for this function will be generated based on the value of the items transformed from waste. System upgrade complete. Wishing you a pleasant work experience. Not only has the system upgraded, but it has also granted Ghoulie new abilities. Ghoulie pondered how the two new functions could facilitate him. The information bar function allows Ghoulie to know what has been discarded without having to sift through the trash himself. However, he still needs to retrieve items manually in the end, as the Zero and the little hand can only see but do not know what those items specifically are. Therefore, it ultimately falls upon Ghoulie to handle it. Superbrain. This is the function Ghoulie is most optimistic about. Recently, he had already started learning alongside Zero and the little hand. Of course, what he learned was different from them. He needed to start from the basics. And at his current learning pace, it would take him decades to catch up with Zero. Or perhaps he would never catch up, as Zero is constantly learning as well. With the Superbrain now, Ghoulie's learning ability has received an epic enhancement. Today, Ghoulie's learning capability can be compared to that of Zero. Ghoulie looked at the battle armor chest plate in his hand. There is nothing more delightful than crafting a suit of armor for himself. A blue light flashed across Ghoulie's hand, spreading to the chest plate. The chest plate floated into the air, and countless blue little bugs crawled from the center of the chest plate in all directions. Wherever the blue bugs spread, everything was revitalized. All the dirt on the chest plate was completely cleaned off, and silver-white metal began to form on the arms, legs, and head under the wave of blue bugs. Moments later, a brand new battle armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared before Ghoulie. Its pristine exterior was filled with an industrial style of musculature. The miniature nuclear fusion reactor at the chest emitted a dazzling light. The head of the armor reflected Ghoulie's uncontrollable smile. Come on, Xiaojia. Let me see your abilities. A blue light flashed again in Ghoulie's hand. The armor's eyes became brighter, and then it knelt before Ghoulie. A heavy metal voice emanating from it. Salute to the supreme and honored leader. From now on, you will be called Xiaojia, and you will refer to me as Big Boss. Understood, Big Boss. Let me test your performance. Ghoulie patted Xiaojia's metallic head and said, Okay. Xiaojia stood straight, arms naturally hanging down. With a whoosh, various parts of Xiaojia's body split apart. The open space was large, and Ghoulie easily put on the armor. Subsequently, he could feel a slight pressure around him from the armor. A light screen appeared before him, showing images of the outside world and indicating the current working progress of the armor. Measuring user S body data. Fitting to user S body. Fitting complete. All systems self-checking. Self-check complete. Welcome to use your armor. Little Jia will assist you with any actions. Can Little Jia fly? Ghoulie asked excitedly. Yes. The operation is as follows. Under Little Jia's explanation and the super brain they acquired, Ghoulie quickly learned how to control the battle armor. Performing various moves, he flew around the base. He almost crashed straight out of the base, but was stopped by the 10-meter-thick, rebar-filled concrete ceiling. Boss, we might need to reinforce this place, said Number 1, looking at the huge pit created by Ghoulie's impact. Please take care of it, Ghoulie said, removing the battle armor and looking at Number 1. No problem. Zero, guide Little Jia on how to research itself and develop a technical plan, Ghoulie instructed Zero. Now we are moving, Little Jia announced. It took 2 hours for Ghoulie and Zero to move everything from the villa to the underground base of the spark source. Burp. Ghoulie let out a satisfied burp. Refreshing, truly the drink of a happy couch potato, Ghoulie remarked, looking at the half bottle of soda he had left. It's a pity you can't enjoy it, he said, glancing at the poor Zero and the others. So many good things, yet they can't taste them. Zero. You mentioned that I need to learn certain things to master the technologies in the tech library. Ghoulie lay back in the chair, staring at the white ceiling. Boss, you studied computer science at the Electronic Technology University in Ponen. According to the investigation, you've taken courses in Java, C language, etc. But you barely passed with a score of 60. You skipped many other classes, so your knowledge is currently at a high school level. Zero's words made Ghoulie feel a bit embarrassed. Peak physical fitness in middle school, peak intelligence in high school, peak eating in college. That saying turned out to be true. At an ordinary university, learning is limited and disconnected from society. It's either playing with a phone in class or gaming after class. Learning? Forget about it. He felt he had learned enough in middle and high school. Therefore, Ghoulie just muddled through college. When it came time to apply his knowledge, he found he had learned too little. To master the technologies in the tech library, you need to study the following courses: Advanced Mathematics, Java, from beginner to proficient, C language, college English, and application and exploration of computers. After completing these courses, you will also need to study physics, mechanics, materials science, and optics. In total, there are 100 courses with a total of 1,000 hours of class time. Boss, you have a lot of knowledge to learn. Zero looked at Guli. The two cameras seeming to say, Boss, you'd better give up. So much. Please arrange a schedule for me. I want to start these courses tomorrow. Guli took another sip of his soda. Learning cannot stop. He still needs to create his own battle armor. A fully compatible armor that can be modified however he wants. All right, I will plan your schedule right away. Please arrange it according to your intensity, Guli added. Zero and the others already had a learning plan in place. Learning about knowledge on Earth and conducting both forward and reverse research based on advanced technology from other dimensions. Then utilizing instruments on Earth to realize this advanced technology. With a superbrain, Guli can naturally handle such intense learning. Boss, there's a call from Wu Yonghua. Hello. What's the matter? Guli asked curiously, as they had just parted ways not long ago. The materials you requested have arrived. Where should I deliver them? Chapter 51, Superconducting Materials, AI Chips. Why did you come personally? Guli was slightly surprised to see Wu Yonghua in military green t-shirt and camouflage pants next to the camouflage truck. Is the major so free? You're responsible for picking up and handling contracts. Do you think I want to? After the meeting, my duties were put on hold. And I'm specifically responsible for handing things over to you. Anything related to you or your company is my responsibility, Wu Yonghua shrugged. Bang bang. The materials you need are in the truck, well preserved. All right. Guli opened the truck's cargo door. Inside were many boxes and possibly some secure containers. He casually opened a few boxes, finding the materials he needed. After identification, the materials were all of high quality. Guli borrowed a few workers from a nearby construction site, instructing them to handle the materials carefully and move them to the truck belonging to the Fire Seed Source construction team. After all the materials were loaded onto the truck, it returned to the underground base via the freight passage. Thank you. Want to grab a drink? Guli pointed to a reasonably decorated cafe outside the construction site. Wu Yonghua shook his head. I still have to help you deliver things to a few state-run research institutes. However, your technologies need to have good anti-theft measures. You know, there are always some bad elements. Don't worry, no one can steal them. Guli was unconcerned. Just like the previous measures, the core knowledge was in his hands. The technical plans arranged by Zero recorded technologies that were only verifiable but could not be used to produce specific products based on the technology above. However, cleanup work was ongoing, so there was no need to worry too much. Wu Yonghua added that he did not want to lose Guli's trust. With your word, I believe the state will protect my technology. A company or individual that can develop photolithography machines will naturally receive protection from the state, especially when they develop new systems and artificial intelligence. The level of importance will naturally rise. Otherwise, they wouldn't have classified the technology and related information submitted by Guli at the highest level. I'm leaving. I'll bring the contract tomorrow. As for the supercomputer, it's still being coordinated, and I will deliver it to you once it's settled. After speaking, Wu Yonghua got into the camouflage truck and left. Guli also returned to the Fire Seed Source underground base. Zero had already organized the materials and placed them on the shelves. The servers were also installed in the cabinet, flashing green and yellow lights. Boss, where should I put this iron rod? Zero held the iron rod that stored a vehicle and looked at Guli. Put it on the research shelf in my studio, Guli said. After turning the armor into something useful, the cooldown time became 3 days. Once the cooldown time refreshes, come back to turn the iron rod into something useful. Guli approached the shelf where materials were stored. Let us begin the development of the first technology in the underground base, Guli said, looking at the returning Zero. Okay, boss. Little Hand, let us get to work. Little Hand used holographic projection technology to create an image of a chip in the air. It then enlarged and transformed into various component parts. Xiaoqi scanned the projected parts and started cutting materials to create components of the appropriate size. Originally, Xiaoqi did not have this function, but after Zero and Little Hand researched new technology, it would help other transformers install this technology. This research focused on AI chip technology, utilizing photonic chips to achieve this. Since the invention of the integrated circuit board in 1958, silicon-based electronic computers have developed over decades. Silicon-based semiconductors have reached their limits, both physically and economically, when chips are referred to as a few nanometers. It indicates the width of the transistors that make up the gates on the chip, not the size of the chip itself. The size of a chip is related to its requirements, architecture, functions, packaging, and manufacturing processes. Common chips generally range from 100 to 200 square millimeters. The smaller the transistors, the more can fit on a chip, thereby enhancing its performance. However, this is ultimately limited and cannot go on indefinitely. Moreover, semiconductor chips have shortcomings in data processing capabilities and high-speed stable operation. In contrast, photonic chips have advantages in these areas and align better with the operational methods of artificial neural networks. More importantly, simulating the human brain with photons can solve a significant problem: power consumption. It is well known that the human brain has 86 billion neurons, while its power consumption is equivalent to a 20W light bulb. Therefore, compared to traditional semiconductor chips, photonic chips will consume only a fraction of that power, while also possessing strong computational capabilities and lower economic costs. However, this does not mean abandoning semiconductors. Photonic chips still require semiconductor switches to control photons and simulate the operation of neurons and synapses. Photonic chips serve more as carriers for artificial intelligence. For instance, Xiaowei has many chips responsible for specific functions, making it a product of modular manufacturing. The technology for photonic chips comes from the optical communication chips on communication satellites like Xiaowei. When Zero, Little Hand, and Xiaowei researched this chip together, they were inspired by Josephson junctions or superconducting tunnel junctions. Using optical communication chips as a blueprint, they studied intelligent AI photonic chips, miniaturization, and incorporated artificial intelligence programs into the chips to specifically manage the operation of those programs. Unlike Xiaoyu, which uses cloud computing technology to offload all computations to cloud servers, the result data will be transmitted back and presented to the user. This method is a burden for Longting, as it requires continuous expansion of servers to handle computations from around the world. It demands a significant financial investment and affects user experience. The more computations there are, the longer the response times will be. Zero and Xiao shows research on photonic chips has technically reached 90. The technology developed based on Xiaowei is decades ahead of what currently exists on Earth. Now, Zero and the Transformers are investigating which type of superconductor is more suitable for making photonic chips. Once they determine which superconductor is most appropriate, they can begin manufacturing photonic chips. Photonic chips can be produced without lithography machines, allowing for rapid mass production. When applied to mobile phones, everyone will have their own artificial intelligence. This is a secondary AI monitored by the real Xiaoyu. Guli stood by and watched for a while. After witnessing the amazing properties of superconductors, he couldn't understand the subsequent operations by Zero and Xiao at all. The programming languages flashing across the computer screen were also incomprehensible to him. Guli shrugged and lay down on a nearby chair. He put on the VR glasses and began to study the courses organized by Zero. Ding dong, Qin Xiaolu. I'm going abroad. Let's get together. Chapter 52. Childhood Sweethearts Going Abroad. Qin Xiaolu. I'm going abroad. Let's get together. Guli jumped up directly from the lounge chair. He took off the VR glasses. Going abroad? What for? Why is she suddenly going abroad? Guli replied. Soon. Qin Xiaolu's message came back. We can talk when we meet. All right. Guli took out a black and gold phone. He would use this phone when Zero and Xiao were too busy. Guli called Peng Dehai. Do you know Qin Xiaolu is going abroad? Yes, she just sent me a message. What do you mean you know? Did she mention going abroad to you? Guli pressed on. No, isn't she closer to you? Peng Dehai was puzzled. Where is she going? What will she eat? What will she do? You all decided that, and then told me. Obviously, I don't know why Xiao Lu is going abroad either. All right, see you later. See you later. Guli hung up the phone, then threw himself back onto the lounge chair, having previously mentioned taking her out to play during the summer vacation. Clearly, that is no longer possible. Hangzhou, National Academy of Fine Arts, Xiangshan Campus, Academic Affairs Office. Qin Xiaolu. Here. Qin Xiaolu, with her hair down and ends curled, approached the window of the Academic Affairs Office, holding a transparent file bag filled with documents. Classmate Qin Xiaolu, here is your exchange student application. Since the school is on break, you need to pick it up yourself. Congratulations on becoming the only exchange student at the Royal Academy of Arts. Thank you. Qin Xiaolu took the documents, her face breaking into a bright smile. The Royal Academy of Arts is the only research-based art institution in the world. This year, there has been some collaboration with a certain company, which has secured a slot for an exchange student. One undergraduate student will have the opportunity to study at a fully research-based art institution that does not offer undergraduate education. This is a rare opportunity. The Royal College of Art is renowned worldwide and has consistently ranked first in the QS World University Subject Rankings. It is one of the oldest art institutions to date, celebrated as a cradle for global artists and design masters, having nurtured many internationally acclaimed artists and designers. More importantly, as an exchange student, tuition fees will be covered by the institution and there will be some subsidies for living expenses. There's no need to worry about costs, and one can gain valuable knowledge. This aligns perfectly with Qin Xiaolu's future plans. Upon returning, she can also assist Gu Li, making it a win-win situation. However, securing this opportunity has drained Qin Xiaolu's energy. The chosen dining location is a local eatery known for its spicy hot pot. I thought you would book a high-end restaurant. Considering the salary I pay you is quite substantial, Gu Li joked while selecting dishes. Wait until you, the billionaire, invite me. I want to save that money for overseas use. Qin Xiaolu's basket mostly contained vegetables, with a few meat dishes, most of which were Gu Li's favorites. Peng Dehai quietly listened nearby, with his basket nearly full. Whenever the three of them were together, Peng Dehai would speak less and eat more. And this is the first place you've invited me to eat since we met. It'll be a long time before I can enjoy this again. Qin Xiaolu handed her basket to the staff for weighing, along with Gu Li's. After paying together with Peng Dehai, they received a number from the staff and sat down at an empty table. Why are you going abroad all of a sudden? Gu Li asked, sipping his kumquat lemon milk tea. In terms of milk tea, Gu Li preferred fruit teas, especially those with lemon. The Royal College of Art. Only our major has an undergraduate slot. Securing this slot means I can study at a top university where industry leaders have learned. Qin Xiaolu said excitedly. Is that all? Gu Li asked, focusing on Qin Xiaolu's glasses. Guess. Her big, expressive eyes sparkled. Forget it. You'll tell me anyway, Gu Li shrugged. After all, Qin Xiaolu wouldn't keep anything from him for too long. You're so boring. Qin Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Gu Li. How about I come back and work at your company? You can come whenever you want. Gu Li didn't refuse. Peng Dehai was also at his company and was quite capable. Qin Xiaolu returning from studying abroad would surely excel. Hey, I don't want to be a parachute recruit. I don't want people talking behind my back. Saying this, Qin Xiaolu glanced at Peng Dehai. He's about to become a manager. What are you looking at me for? I'm just getting promoted normally, Peng Dehai said innocently. Don't worry, I definitely won't give you any special treatment. Gu Li shook his head. Just like the ocean, you start from the basics when you come in. My position is something I've created myself, Peng Dehai said indignantly, as Qin Xiaolu's gaze had just crossed into his territory. However, he also knew that Qin Xiaolu meant no harm. She was just teasing. It's settled then, Qin Xiaolu said, extending her pinky finger towards Gu Li. Gu Li understood her meaning and linked his pinky with hers, both of them chanting in unison. Pinky swear. No changing for 100 years. Have you prepared everything needed for going abroad? Of course. For this opportunity, I've already got everything ready. The spicy hot pot was quickly cooked, divided into 2 bowls, and served in front of the 3 of them. It still tastes the same, Qin Xiaolu exclaimed. And this flavor never gets old. The 3 chatted about past amusing moments while enjoying the hot pot. Tomorrow is August 1st. I'm planning to visit my grandfather's house. Do you want to come along and have some fun? Gu Li invited the 2. Your grandfather's house? Peng Dehai asked, puzzled. Both he and Qin Xiaolu knew that Gu Li only had his grandparents left, but they had never met them, only Gu Li's uncle's family. They also understood why Gu Li didn't visit his grandparents. They didn't expect that this year. Gu Li was actually planning to go back. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I've reflected on things and realized I want to go back and spend time with my family. After all, my grandfather is a veteran, and he has so much to do on August 1st. I can't just not help him, right? Gu Li shrugged and asked again. Are you going or not? Let's go? Peng Dehai and Qin Xiaolu replied in unison. Qin Xiaolu's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy and nervous about meeting Gu Li's relatives. I'll come to pick you up then. Okay. After finishing the hot pot, the 3 strolled around. Many familiar places had changed, but a lot still looked the same, bringing back memories of the past, where they had quarreled, where they had stepped on landmines, and where they had enjoyed delicious food, all filled with beautiful memories. Chapter 53, Going Home, Big Shots Arrive. At the Ponan Jingxing Square, the meeting place agreed upon by the 3. Peng Dehai and Qin Xiaolu had already arrived, waiting at the bus stop. Peng Dehai was wearing his usual white t-shirt and sports pants, his enthusiastic gaze squinting slightly. He took out his phone and replied to a few messages. Gu Li said he would take a few more minutes due to traffic. All right, Qin Xiaolu nodded. She was dressed in a white floral dress, wearing a light short cardigan and a cream-colored sun hat. Her hair flowed with the warm breeze, revealing her stunning, smiling face. Passers-by at the bus stop were drawn to Qin Xiaolu, their eyes frequently glancing her way. At her feet was a small 20-inch suitcase containing clothes, cosmetics, and daily necessities. Looking at Peng Dehai's backpack, she found it hard to believe that a single backpack could hold enough for 3 or 4 days. Just as Qin Xiaolu was pondering this, a black luxury vehicle pulled up in front of them. Gu Li rolled down the window of the passenger seat, and a wave of heat rushed in. Get in. Get in, it's scorching outside. After Peng Dehai helped Qin Xiaolu put her luggage in the trunk, he opened the back door and sat down. Qin Xiaolu naturally took her seat in the passenger side. Is this a certain model? Why did you buy this unpredictable vehicle? She recalled the spontaneous combustion incidents related to that model, which had occurred both domestically and internationally. Let's experience the trend of the future, Gu Li replied with a smile, putting on sunglasses to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. I bought breakfast for you guys. Gu Li took out 2 plastic bags containing breakfast and handed them to the two. The sound of the electric motor was barely audible as the car started quietly and smoothly. Even when going over speed bumps, the two eating breakfast hardly felt any jolts. Is this a high-end version? Peng Dehai asked, feeling much more comfortable than during his previous taxi rides. No, it's the standard version. Gu Li shook his head. The car was still the same, but the interior had undergone a complete transformation. As the three chatted, it felt like no time had passed before they arrived at the Tianlan community, where Gu Li's grandfather lived. Military family community? Is your grandfather a veteran? Qin Xiaolu looked at Gu Li in surprise. Yeah, didn't I mention it? No. Qin Xiaolu shook her head. In the past, whenever Gu Li talked about his family, she had been quite resistant, and she and Peng Dehai weren't very clear about it. They only knew that Gu Li's direct relatives were his grandparents. All right, my fault. Gu Li apologized. At the entrance of the community, the car was stopped. Gu Li opened the door and stood beside the car, looking at the approaching soldier with confusion. Didn't I register? Today is Army Day, and every year leaders come to visit. For safety, we must conduct checks. Please show your ID and registration at the security booth. The soldier replied. All right, Gu Li said as they registered, while another soldier began inspecting the vehicle, using a mirror to check every corner. Once the inspection was complete, Gu Li and the others were allowed to enter the community. Upon reaching his grandfather's residence, Uncle's family had already arrived. Gu Tianzi and his sister Gu Shirwei were helping their aunt and grandmother wash vegetables in the cool shade of the yard, while Uncle was with Grandpa, preparing chickens and ducks. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Gu Li called out loudly, holding the nutritional supplements he had bought. Xiaoli is back. He Xianghua and Gu Minghui looked at Gu Li in surprise, stunned for a moment before smiling. They hadn't told them that Gu Li would also be coming back. Quick, sit down and rest. No need for rest. The people are coming. I'll help out. Gu Li refused, joining Gu Tianzi and the others in washing vegetables. Don't help out over there with Grandpa and Uncle. Here, drinks for you. After we're done, I'll take you to have some fun. Gu Li said to Qin Xiaolu and Peng Dehai. Seeing that they couldn't help much, the two sat in the living room, playing on their phones. Old class leader. We're here. A cheerful voice came from outside the yard. 2 middle-aged men dressed casually walked in, carrying bottles of alcohol. Ha ha ha, you two are always the first to arrive. What kind of wine did you bring this year? Gu Minghui smiled as he welcomed them in, leading them to the living room to catch up. Is that Xiaoli? I haven't seen you in a long time. Once they entered the living room, they noticed Gu Li chatting with Qin Xiaolu on the sofa. Hello, everyone, Gu Li greeted. Good. After the greetings, the two mainly conversed with Grandpa Gu Minghui. Soon after, 7 or 8 old soldiers, all comrades of Gu Minghui, arrived one after another. Every August 1st is the agreed gathering time for Grandpa and his comrades. Gu Li had attended in previous years, but after moving to her uncle's house, she stopped coming. With Gu Li present, the conversation naturally shifted towards her. You're about to graduate, right? Do you have a girlfriend? What kind of job are you planning to look for? Are you interested in joining the military? They encourage college students to enlist now. Enlisting means becoming an officer, and you can even have your university tuition refunded. Come to my house sometime. I'll introduce you to my granddaughter. Gu Li casually responded. Gu Minghui chimed in. Have you started a company? Made a couple of thousand already? Not bad, just like the old squad leader's offspring. Seeing the thumbs up directed at her, Gu Li smiled in response. Gu Tianzi sat nearby, looking at Gu Li with a strange expression. Peng Dehai had a similar look. Haven't you told Grandpa about your company in detail? Gu Li shook her head. No? I'll talk to him about it later. Gu Tianxi nodded. Outside Tianlong community, a camouflaged jeep drove in from a distance. The jeep wasn't stopped. The guard soldiers directly let it pass and saluted. After this jeep passed, another white Mercedes smoothly entered the community. Squad leader. There are more leaders coming this year than last year. A few similar vehicles had already entered before these two. Who knows? The squad leader shook his head. Just focus on your duty. This should be the place, right? Chang Ying looked at the address provided by Xia Tianyi, repeatedly checking the door number. Just as Chang Ying was about to enter, a jeep pulled up beside him. Wu Yanghua got out from the driver's seat. Minister Chang, you came too? Major Wu, you as well? Chang Ying asked, recalling that Gu Minghui had been his squad leader, but he hadn't heard that Wu Yanghua had been under Gu Minghui as well. No. Wu Yanghua denied. I'm accompanying the leader. Leader? Wu Yanghua glanced towards the back seat of the jeep. The back window of the jeep rolled down, revealing a serious face. Minister Su? Haha, what a coincidence. Minister Su Qingping of the Military Commission's Equipment Development Department smiled at Chang Ying and then got out of the car. Let's go in together. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more vehicles parked nearby. Seeing their license plates, Su Qingping's smile widened. Everyone really values Gu Li. Chapter 54. The confidence brought by the big shots, infrastructure plans. There shouldn't be anyone else, right? Su Qingping looked at the road where vehicles had come from, not seeing any more approaching. Meanwhile, at least 7 or 8 jeeps or Mercedes had already parked around. Let's all go in together. After waiting for a while, Su Qingping suggested, let's go together. A group of more than 10 people, carrying nutritional products, walked into Grandpa Gu Li's house. Who are you? Hearing the commotion, Aunt Zheng Lishu came outside, looking at the crowd with confusion. We're here to visit old class leader Gu Minghui. Su Qingping, who was at the front, replied. Please come in. Please come in. Aunt Zheng led the group to the living room and then returned to the kitchen. Gu Minghui looked at the unfamiliar faces. His eyes filled with confusion. Hello, old class leader. I'm Su Qingping from the Equipment Development Department of the Military Commission. I specifically came here to visit you. Yes. I'm Chang Ying from the Ministry of Public Security. You were once my class leader and taught me. Chang Ying also spoke up. I am. Others began to introduce themselves one by one. Gu Minghui assessed Chang Ying. I remember you, and this little guy too. Weren't you the troublemaker in my class back then? Gu Minghui pointed at Wu Yanghua and looked at his comrade beside him. Wu Yanghua, it's really you. Wow, old class leader, what are you doing here? Wu Yanghua didn't expect his former class leader to be present. Did you come here to visit Minghui? Yes, Wu Yanghua nodded. I have some impression of all of you. We've interacted to some extent. So, what's the sudden visit about? I've been retired for so many years. Gu Minghui didn't believe they came just to visit him. There must be another reason prompting them to come. Old class leader, let me be straightforward. Su Qingping knew he couldn't deceive Gu Minghui. After all, the man had lived for so many years, and his attempts at concealment were futile. The reason for our visit is actually because of Gu Li. Su Qingping glanced at Gu Li on the sofa. Gu Li got up from the sofa and walked to the circular table where his grandfather and the veterans were talking. Gu Li? What does this have to do with him? Gu Minghui looked at Gu Li, concerned that his grandson might have done something wrong. It's quite possible. Gu Li's company was just established and is already making a profit of tens of thousands. With such profits, could there be a possibility of selling national resources? In his mind, only selling national resources could yield such exorbitant profits. Gu Li had never returned before. This sudden return might mean he was in trouble and needed his help. Although he had retired, he still had some influence. Have you done something wrong? Gu Minghui's fierce gaze fixed on Gu Li as he sternly reprimanded him. The comrades beside Grandpa also looked at Gu Li seriously. No, I haven't. Gu Li quickly shook his head. Old class leader, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, Chang Ying explained. A good thing? What kind of good thing? Gu Minghui pressed for more details. Su Qingping and Chang Ying exchanged glances. Old class leader, can we find a quiet place to talk? Come to my study. Gu Minghui led Su Qingping and Chang Ying to the study, with Gu Li following. Su Qingping and Chang Ying explained while Gu Li supplemented the conversation. The confusion and seriousness in Gu Minghui's eyes gradually transformed into a smile. Good boy. Gu Minghui patted Gu Li's shoulder vigorously. I didn't expect your company could help the country. Haha, that's right. You are truly a descendant of the Gu family, contributing to the nation's development. Gu Li scratched his head. He submitted his technology, but more importantly, he was looking for support, fearing that he might be suppressed. He understood the principle of having a jewel in your possession is a crime before he had sufficient strength. Besides visiting you, the old class leader, I also came to inform Gu Li about some matters. Su Qingping said with a smile, appearing very amiable. What is it? Gu Li looked at Su Qingping. Your technologies have already been passed to the Research Institute. They've gone through some evaluations, confirming the feasibility of your technology. Just like before, if you follow the plan, it can be realized. Su Qingping said slowly, with such excellent technology, your concern for the nation is commendable, and we won't let you down. You can keep the technology, but we hope to cooperate with you. Together, we can realize these technologies. The country will support you with funds, personnel, and resources. If you invest in us, we will repay you in kind. Naturally, they wouldn't forcibly take Gu Li's technology. They were well aware of the principle of not exhausting the resources. If someone else had advanced technology, it would be the same. The country invests and shares the technological achievements. Will they provide as much as we need? Gu Li looked at Su Qingping with bright eyes. To build the industrial foundation for those cutting-edge technologies, aside from investing funds, a leading figure was needed to show the potential for profit, guiding the market and people to build this foundation. Relying solely on Gu Li to establish these industrial bases would not be efficient. Now, Gu Li and Longting were that leading figure. Xiao Yu's artificial intelligence technology, the battery for the black gold phone, and the chips were all leading technologies in the industry that were being studied, naturally promoting the development of the industry and the construction of its foundation. Only with this infrastructure could the manufacturing costs of cutting-edge technologies be lowered. What Gu Li needed to do was to create these cutting-edge products himself and set them as benchmarks, enticing others to imitate, study, and manufacture. Isn't it necessary to see results first? Su Qingping shook his head. Will they give as much as needed? How is that possible? If a large amount of funding is invested without any results, they will naturally cancel the research on that technology and stop the losses in time. Gu Li nodded. If there were no benefits, he wouldn't have submitted anything. Now that the reasons are clear, let's go back to the living room for dinner, Gu Minghui said, glancing at the clock on the wall. Old class leader, this matter needs to be kept confidential. You are Gu Li's grandfather and a veteran who has been on the battlefield, which is why I'm telling you. Don't worry, I guarantee it won't be leaked. After the explanation, Gu Minghui's expression improved significantly. He was even happier than when he saw his comrades. Seeing his grandson succeed was something he couldn't be unhappy about. Back in the living room, the comrades asked Gu Minghui about the reason. He just smiled and said, "Good news, that kid Gu Li has made progress." Seeing Gu Minghui's reaction, they didn't ask further. As long as it was good news, that was enough. However, Gu Li's company could still be mentioned. Hearing that Gu Li earns billions a month, everyone looked at him in shock. They said earning tens of thousands was nothing compared to that. People began to give Gu Li a thumbs up, and the conversation shifted more towards him. Su Qingping and others were kept behind by Gu Minghui to have lunch together. After eating, they left, while Gu Minghui went to visit others with his comrades. Gu Li helped tidy up the dining table and then lay down on the sofa. Su Qingping's words gave Gu Li more confidence. Let us go for it. Gu Li thought to himself. Chapter 55, Our Agreement. World Communication Conference. Changing into slippers. Gu Li said, let us go catch some fish. He found 2 pairs of slippers and placed them in front of the 2 of them. Catching fish? Great. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed excitedly. Having lived in the city her whole life, she had never caught fish herself. Qin Xiaolu quickly took off her shoes and socks, revealing her fair and delicate little feet. She changed into pink slippers, holding her discarded shoes as she went back to her room to change clothes. Damn, you're treating us differently. Peng Dehai looked at the moldy, cobweb-covered black flip-flops in front of him and said angrily. They were nothing like Qin Xiaolu's, which were clean and smelled of shower gel. Anyway, you have athlete's foot. What are you afraid of? Just go wash up in the bathroom, Gu Li said, lying back on the sofa, ignoring Peng Dehai's raised middle finger. The spot for catching fish was a small creek not far from the Tianlong community. When he was young, Gu Li had gone fishing there with his grandfather. Now, after so long, he wondered if there were still any fish left. Qin Xiaolu changed out of her dress and put on khaki shorts and a white t-shirt. Wearing a fisherman's hat, she also carried a sun umbrella. Are you guys not going to shield yourselves from the sun? Do you have sunscreen on? Qin Xiaolu looked back at the 2 behind her, who were holding red plastic buckets and a net. She then took out sunscreen from her pocket and waved it at them. Both shook their heads. Soon, Gu Li led the 2 of them to the creek. The once turbulent and wide river from his childhood now appeared calm and easy to cross. Gu Li rolled up his pants and stepped into the creek first. It wasn't wide, but it was still quite deep, with the water reaching his thighs. A refreshing sensation flowed up from his feet. "Come down, I see some fish," Guli called to Qin Xiaolu, as the creek bed was still quite slippery, and one could easily fall. Qin Xiaolu's face flushed. She had never held Gu Li's hand before. "Wow, it's so cool and comfortable," she exclaimed as the coolness spread from her feet to her legs. "Are you stable?" Gu Li asked her. With Qin Xiaolu's south cheeks so close, Gu Li's heart raced, feeling an impulse to kiss her. Qin Xiaolu shook her head, gripping Gu Li's hand tightly. "Once you hold on, don't let go." Gu Li had no choice but to lead Qin Xiaolu to the shore, where he took out the fish food and live bait prepared in the plastic bucket and sprinkled it into the creek. During the day, fish usually hid by the shore or under the riverbed. The food would entice them out. "Stay still, let's wait for the fish to come out," Gu Li said to Qin Xiaolu. "Oh," Qin Xiaolu nodded. "Hey, do you remember our promise from high school graduation?" Qin Xiaolu whispered. "The promise from high school graduation?" Gu Li recalled. If both were single after university, they would date each other. They even agreed on a secret signal. If one didn't respond to the signal, the promise wouldn't be fulfilled. In the previous life, Qin Xiaolu never got a response from Gu Li. Gu Li also never took them to his grandfather's house. Naturally, he remembered. Gu Li nodded. "Don't forget our secret signal." Qin Xiaolu smiled brightly. "I'll remember it well," Gu Li said, tapping his forehead with his finger. "Shoo!" Gu Li suddenly made a silencing gesture. "A fish is coming out." The net, which had been submerged and waiting in the water, slowly approached under Gu Li's control. When it was close enough to the fish, Gu Li suddenly exerted force, lifting the net out of the water, revealing a lively fish struggling inside. "Wow!" Qin Xiaolu looked at Gu Li with stars in her eyes. Gu Li placed the fish into a plastic bucket filled with stream water. They waited for the fish to come out again, but it seemed Gu Li's luck had run out. He didn't catch another fish. Qin Xiaolu tried a couple of times too, but also came up empty. With no fish to catch, the two decided to stop and have a water fight. The icy stream water splashed onto them, bringing relief from the summer heat. The wet clothes clung to Qin Xiaolu's skin, revealing her S-shaped figure before Gu Li. Through her white shirt, Gu Li could see her pink undergarment. At this sight, Gu Li's little buddy instantly perked up. Qin Xiaolu looked at the dazed Gu Li with a hint of pride. "Humph, my figure is great, right?" In the distance, Pang Dehui, who was either fishing or chatting, remained oblivious and continued his fishing endeavors. "Ah, my hat!" Qin Xiaolu suddenly shouted. Her hat had been blown away by the wind and landed in the stream, floating downstream. Upon seeing this, Gu Li made splashing sounds in the water as he quickly ran to retrieve it. Fortunately, the current wasn't strong, and Gu Li soon brought the hat back. "Phew, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten your hat back," Gu Li said, panting. "That's right. I'll stick with you from now on," Qin Xiaolu said, turning her head away shyly. "It's dangerous to follow me," Gu Li replied, knowing that more unexpected events would come. "I'm not afraid." Qin Xiaolu turned back, looking into Gu Li's eyes. Gu Li didn't respond. "It's about time. Let's head back." Qin Xiaolu pouted, mumbling softly, "It's always like this." Gu Li went ashore first, and then pulled Qin Xiaolu up. The sun was already setting, and Qin Xiaolu hadn't brought an umbrella, so she helped Gu Li carry the fishing net. When they reached Pang Dehui's spot, besides one fish, there were many pond snails in his bucket. "Nice job, Dehui. Let's add a plate of stir-fried pond snails tonight," Gu Li said. Gu Li stayed home for 5 days, and on the first day, he took Qin Xiaolu and Pang Dehui fishing. The next day, we went hiking at the nearby Tongtian Mountain. On the third and fourth days, I brought my grandparents along to camp and barbecue by the stream. On the fifth day, I just relaxed at home, chatting with my grandparents. To be honest, I really enjoyed this kind of life, spending time with family and being with someone I like. Taking advantage of Qin Xiaolu's opportunity to go abroad after 5 days of relaxation, I returned to the company, managing operations while continuing my studies on zero organization courses. Qin Xiaolu also returned home to learn about London and prepare for her upcoming study abroad life. Pang Dehui went back to the business department and, after passing the promotion assessment, became the manager of that department. "Mr. Gu, we have become exhibitors at the MWC Mobile World Congress in the Shanghai market. What products are we showcasing?" Wei Jia handed Gu Li a color-printed document. Gu Li glanced at it and set it aside. The company staff were unaware of the exhibition products, and the exhibition hall they created was rather conventional, lacking originality. Since it's a communication conference, it definitely involves communication-related products, mobile phones, laptops, switches, NGN products, wired and wireless transmission devices. I've already had samples produced, and we just need to set up the exhibition. The exhibition hall will be arranged according to this design plan, and we can make adjustments based on the size of the hall later. Guli opened a design plan on his office computer and turned the display toward Wei Jia. I'll send it to you shortly. As for the exhibitors, it will be you, me, Peng Dehai, and Du Wenmin from Longxing Communication Company. The rest you can discuss with him. Chapter 56, Collision of Ideas, Huaxing. A communication technology better and stronger than 5G. In the Shanghai market, at the venue of the World Communication Conference, Wei Jia applied for an exhibition hall of only 100 square meters, which is considered the largest one that emerging companies can apply for, located at the edge of the venue. In contrast, established companies like Mobile, Telecom, Unicom, and Huaxing had exhibition halls of at least 200 square meters, situated in prime locations within the venue. The name of the exhibition hall used was Longxing Communication Technology Company, rather than Longting Technology Company. Next to the name, the logo featured two stars, one large and one small, predominantly in blue tones, with the star tips tracing a gradient trajectory, exuding a strong sense of technology. The exhibition hall was decorated in a minimalist style, primarily in blue and white. The exhibition booths were reasonably distributed within the hall, with product introductions attached in the lower right corner next to the products. A large 72-inch television was placed in the middle, showcasing products and related technologies in video format. Employees wearing blue and white vests, acting as temporary service staff, were busy brewing coffee or tea. Guli and Wei Jia were in a hall beside the venue. Before the exhibition started, there would be a thematic unveiling speech followed by invited guest speeches. The content was generally based on the theme, looking toward the future with foresight, and providing important insights into current and future trends in the industry. The process of each World Communication Conference was always like this. Du Wenmin was beside them, explaining the process to Gu Li and Wei Jia. After all, among them, he is the most knowledgeable about the communication technology industry. He has held executive positions at a major telecommunications company and a well-known mobile service provider before being recruited by another company. In the center of the conference room, the speaker revealed this year's theme, co-creating a beautiful digital era. Following this, the guests began their speeches, and Gu Li felt increasingly drowsy. Du Wenmin, on the other hand, became more spirited as he listened, frequently nodding and taking notes on points he found important. It wasn't until Ren Jingqi, a guest from the major telecommunications company, took the stage to talk about 5G that Gu Li started to pay attention, listening carefully to his presentation. Du Wenmin introduced Ren Jingqi, Vice President and CEO of the company, is specifically responsible for telecommunications matters. Gu Li nodded as Ren Jingqi's speech focused on the breakthroughs in 5G technology, which is now ready for deployment. He discussed the high data transmission capabilities of 5G and its applications across various industries, such as the Internet of Things, remote control, and autonomous driving. He also mentioned the application of 5G in mobile phones, highlighting the increased download speeds, smoother streaming of films and TV shows, and high-frequency gaming experiences. However, Ren Jingqi emphasized the Internet of Things more, explaining scenarios where a smartphone could control cars, home appliances, and more. Under his narration, visions of future living scenarios appeared before everyone, stirring excitement among the audience. Yet, Gu Li, who had experienced 5G firsthand, remained unfazed. While the company indeed aims for an interconnected world, installing smart home systems would require significant investment. Additionally, 5G signals were inconsistent and unreliable. Despite using a 5G phone and purchasing a 5G plan, he was still experiencing 4G speeds. There was still a long way to go to achieve what Ren Jingqi described. However, if the new communication technology and future optical communication technology were applied, utilizing satellites and base stations for transmission, the results would be far superior to 5G. After the dull presentation, the National Communication Conference's exhibition officially began. Upon arriving at his company's exhibition hall, Gu Li was surprised to find that the major telecommunications company's hall was not far from theirs, diagonally across. It was quite large, almost more like a pavilion. After taking a look, Gu Li returned to the lounge inside their exhibition hall. Outside, trained employees and Du Wenmin were introducing products to guests. Many people attended the World Communication Conference, and the exhibition area was bustling with attendees shortly after it began. Most of them were industry professionals, as well as individual and corporate consumers. Finally, they squeezed in, Brothers, there are too many people, a friend exclaimed, holding up a cloud platform and excitedly looking at his phone. Hey, I didn't just show up. I got in with a ticket from a friend. He showed the pass on his chest, answering questions from his livestream followers. Don't rush us. We're heading to the exhibition hall of the major telecommunications company now. 5G has already made a name for itself, and many people attended the exhibition just to see 5G. After all, this technology is exclusively developed and mastered by a local company. Who wouldn't he want to come and take a look at the pride of domestic technology? However, attending the exhibition required tickets, and those who managed to get them naturally started live streaming to share the experience with their followers. On the way, Adai also encountered a content creator he knew, Xiao Jia. Both of them were heading to the exhibition hall of a certain tech company, so they decided to go together. The exhibition hall was easy to find, and they quickly arrived. As both were specialized in smartphone evaluations, they first went to the booth of the company's smartphones. Models like Changxiang, Mate, Mate Pro, and others were displayed in their bare device state. On the phone's interface, the signal bar showed a 5G connection. Adai placed his phone on the booth and picked up a device from the display, the Mate 10, holding it in front of the camera. Brothers, I'll help you experience the 5G signal first. The phone was in a bare state, with only factory-installed software. Adai opened the App Store, found Honor of Kings, and started downloading. The download progress bar displayed a speed of 78 megabits per second. Wow, that's even faster than my computer's gigabit wired connection. Adai exclaimed. This was expected, as a small base station had been specially installed in the exhibition hall to provide an optimal 5G experience for visitors. In less than a minute, the app finished downloading and installing. Adai logged into his secondary account and immediately started a game. While playing, he commented, after optimization using Longting technology, the feel and smoothness of the gameplay have improved a lot compared to before. With 5G speeds, there's almost no lag, and the frame rate becomes more stable under high traffic. Not bad, not bad. Next, let's watch a movie. Without finishing the game, Adai exited and opened the built-in video app. He selected a movie and chose to play it in Blu-ray quality. Adai placed his finger on the progress bar and casually slid it. There was no pause in the picture, wherever he stopped the progress bar. The playback resumed from that point without any waiting or annoying spinning circle. Brothers, when watching foreign adult films, you don't have to worry about lagging at the crucial moments. Adai chuckled meaningfully. After testing the phone's 5G capabilities, he said, all right, let us see what else is here. Adai picked up the phone and gimbal and started browsing around the exhibition hall. Suddenly, a commotion was heard from a distance. Adai looked over and saw Xiao Jia, so he walked over. What happened? Adai asked curiously, patting Xiao Jia on the shoulder. Xiao Jia turned around, excitedly explaining. Optical communication technology. This company has developed optical communication technology, which is even more powerful than 5G. Chapter 57. Optical Communication Technology, the Starlink Satellites of Huaxia. Download Honor of Kings in 1 second. Finish downloading Genshin Impact, including all built-in data, in half a minute. A 10 gigabytes Blu-ray movie only takes 1 second to download. Adai looked incredulous. How is that possible? Even the 5G I just experienced isn't that fast. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Adai looked at Xiao Jia, unable to believe what he was saying. What benefit would I have from lying to you? Xiao Jia gave Adai a glance. These were all things he had just witnessed. The download speed was 10 to 100 times faster than that of a certain leading company as 5G. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. However, it was clear that you couldn't get in right now, Xiao Jia said, while looking at the crowded exhibition hall. The commotion just caused had attracted many people, all amazed by the displays inside the hall, eagerly trying out the products on the booths. Any product that could be experienced had a large crowd around it, while those that couldn't be tried were still drawing interest as people looked at the information on the lower right side. A company called Longxing Communication Technology? Never heard of it. A new company? Adai glanced at the name and logo in the center of the hall, with no impression of this company in his mind. In the live broadcast room, people naturally heard the exchange between Adai and Xiao Jia. They were all intrigued by the mention of optical communication technology and Longxing communication technology. Optical communication technology? I remember it being proposed long ago, and now it has been conquered? I checked, and it was indeed proposed a long time ago. But this data seems a bit off. The data from Longxing is hundreds of times stronger than the latest proposals. Indeed, it is far more advanced than the latest proposals. Adai, quickly try it out, and let us see this technology. Exactly, if it really is more advanced than proposed, Many ideas could become a reality. Which company is Longxing? How could they be so impressive? After the emergence of Longting, more and more such amazing companies have appeared. I think everyone is mistaken. Longxing is a wholly owned subsidiary of Longting. No way. Is that true? Does that mean this technology was developed by Longting? Wow. Longting is impressive. Adai, quickly check out the black gold phone to see if it has this technology. If it really does, I'll switch to a black gold phone for my next one. As the comments kept rolling in, Adai finally squeezed to the front of the booth. Seeing the black gold phone on display confirmed once again that Longxing Communication Technology Company was indeed under the Longting Group. The experience method was similar to that at the leading company, but the sensation was different. The lightning-fast download speed truly shocked Adai. There was no lag or buffering at all. In terms of download and transmission speed, it indeed surpassed the leading company. However, it remains to be seen how it performs when used by the general public. Hello, sir. Let me introduce you to the application of optical communication technology in mobile phones. The staff at the booth explained. Through the built-in client identification module, a key is generated, verified via satellite, allowing users to access the internet wirelessly for free. And they can also use their phone numbers for voice or video chats. The staff member opened an app on the phone to demonstrate for Adai. Adai saw the staff member's image appear on his phone. This app could create groups like other messaging apps and add friends via phone numbers, among other features. To protect user information security, the company uses an independent database for information storage. Under the staff member's explanation, Adai was completely stunned. Longxing is about to take away the business of the three major telecom operators and the giant messaging platform. There are also products from a certain company in the exhibition hall, with switches and communication devices that have the same functions as their products. You could even say they surpass them. A certain communication technology company is challenging national communication firms with its own strength. No one would choose not to use better products unless they are too expensive and lack cost-effectiveness. However, after some investigation, it was found that the pricing of this company's products is not high, and some of their products are even cheaper than those from other firms. Their ambitions are growing larger with each passing day. The staff continued to explain other functions to the audience. Sir, look, by registering this app. If you encounter danger or an accident and don't know your location, pressing this button will provide your latitude and longitude coordinates and address. And it can even help you call for assistance if necessary. For instance, this application can control smart home devices. Before you return home, you can set them to clean the floor, cook, and more. The staff's explanations were clearly heard in the live broadcast room. Everything is interconnected. Just like what was previously proposed by another company, one phone connects everything. Wow, you can even track exactly where your package is, which street, which vehicle, which stop, and even which delivery person is handling it. If a package goes missing, how could they blame it on anything else? The excuse of it being burned is no longer valid with this technology. For outdoor enthusiasts, this is great news. You can find your way back even if you get lost. Go for it. We can't wait to use this technology. Guys, don't get your hopes up. It'll likely take 3 to 4 years to implement. Popularizing new communication technology is not that simple. Suddenly, the audience in the live broadcast seemed captivated by something and urged the host to look back at the display. The host noticed the comments and took a few steps back. Communication satellites? This thing is called a communication satellite, and it also uses optical communication technology. But to launch it successfully, not only is permission needed, but also the technology to build rockets. It's probably just a conceptual idea for now. The host glanced at the introduction plaque in the lower right corner and thought it was merely a concept, not paying much attention. However, the viewers were very sharp. Look at the last line. Expected to launch by the end of 2018 and put into use. Wow, launching by the end of 2018? Does this company have the relevant technology? The important part is not just this. It's that they can actually launch it. When did they get the permission? Amazing. Just like the other company, it completely overturns our expectations. No wonder they can offer free internet and other functions. With these satellites, it's a piece of cake. This is a disruption to 5G. It's destined to fail before it even starts. I thought of a certain company's space exploration technology and their proposed satellite internet plan, which is quite similar to these satellites. Indeed, this is a significant development for the region. This company truly has something remarkable. Chapter 58. The national investment of 10 trillion to build a satellite launch base. Starlink project? After seeing the information on the screen, Adai opened his phone to search online. He didn't know what the Starlink project was. Soon, the search results were displayed. Starlink project, proposed by a certain aerospace exploration technology company. It aims to provide free wireless internet to all humanity on Earth using satellites. It is expected to launch 120,000 satellites from 2017 to 2021 to form a network and provide corresponding services. After reading the search results and watching some bloggers' videos, Adai understood the purpose of Starlink. Using satellites instead of traditional base station communication technology makes communication more stable and has other military applications. Before the appearance of Longxing, no domestic company had such technology. Looking at the satellite model on display, Adai realized that Longxing was indeed telling the truth. After all, Longting Group was its parent company, and the boss had never failed. If the subsidiary fails, the company wouldn't exist anymore. Soon, people here also discovered this and learned more relevant information through the large-screen TV, instantly impressed by Longxing's technology. With satellite and optical communication technology, who needs 5G? Just use Longxing's technology. Who knows the truth? What if Longxing only has the concept of this technology? Brother, hurry up and check online. The patents have been approved. That's right, relevant information has also been published on Longting's official website. Some people are just used to being behind and aren't accustomed to the prowess of the people from this region. Anyway, I believe what Longxing says, after all. It's a subsidiary of Longting, and there's no deception involved. Whatever product they announce is what it is. Whatever technology they claim is what they have. I can't wait for the day of free internet. The current packages are too expensive. They keep calling me to switch my plan. It's so annoying. Not to mention, they changed my plan without my consent after a call. Support Longxing, support Longting. In the Huaxing exhibition hall, Ren Jingqi, who was accompanying the chairpersons or presidents of other companies, was called aside by his assistant. The optical communication technology that could overturn 5G, similar to a certain country's Starlink? Is this a mistake? Ren Jingqi looked at his assistant with a doubtful expression. Those who understand the difficulty of Starlink technology know it's not just about rocket launches. There are also rocket costs, satellite costs, and so on. The reason the entrepreneur dares to launch so many satellites is that he has rocket recovery technology. Modular production of rockets and satellites significantly reduces costs. The self-developed Raptor engine uses methane as a cheaper fuel. With the costs lowered, he can launch so many satellites into the sky. So what does this so-called Longxing rely on? Just words? Ren Jingqi did not believe that Huaxing's 5G would be threatened. For Longxing to achieve what they claim would require a large amount of time and money. By the time they realize it, Huaxing's 5G would have already been fully implemented and widely used. Mr. Run, I personally went to investigate. Aside from communication technology, Longxing has many products that overlap with ours, and their cost-performance ratio is higher, claiming to utilize their latest communication technology. We should pay more attention to their movements. Ren Jingqi shook his head. Since they are using the latest communication technology, it must involve satellites. Unfortunately, their satellites are not yet in orbit. Therefore, the choice of products will still depend on what everyone decides. This won't affect Huaxing. After understanding this, Ren Jingqi returned to the CEOs and chairpersons. Sorry, there are some matters within the company. I will continue to introduce our new products developed by Huaxing. Boss, here are some brief updates from the World Communication Conference. A well-dressed secretary in professional attire, with an impressive figure, handed a document to Musk. As she leaned down, her stunning physique was on display. Musk received the document with a neutral expression and opened it to check the updates recorded inside. Has Huaxing conquered 5G technology? Musk furrowed his brows and dug out a document from his desk. The document listed companies facing further sanctions, with Huaxing at the forefront. What a pity. Possessing 5G technology, but unable to use it. Optical communication technology? Satellites? It seems the intended effect is quite similar to my satellite network, Musk remarked. I wonder what kind of technology he will adopt. Longxing Communication Technology Company, MISA, keep a close watch on them. The name is only one character different from the Longting we are seeking to cooperate with, Musk said with a smile. Boss, Longxing is a subsidiary of Longting. Oh, Musk became more interested in Longting. Boss, should we sue Longxing? Their technology might have been stolen from us. Misa asked, noting that globally, only they launch satellites and use them for communication. Longxing also possesses such technology, making it hard not to suspect them of theft. Musk shook his head. No need. Even if it is our technology, let them be. Lawsuits are a waste of our time. As pioneers and forerunners, our competitive advantage lies in innovation. Having them around can actually stimulate our innovation, right? I like such challenges. All right. Misa nodded and returned to her desk. Musk continued to look at the documents. 1 trillion? Are you kidding me? Gu Li stared at the document handed over by Wu Yonghua. Upon seeing the amount written on it, Gu Li was directly shocked. Is the country's investment really that substantial? Wu Yonghua received the signed document from Gu Li, revealing a helpless expression. Don't you think about your own technologies? Seeing the technologies you submitted, those professors and academicians went crazy. All right. In a few days, you will feel their frenzy. Wu Yonghua showed a meaningful smile. This 1 trillion funding is for your satellites. When I helped you apply for the permit earlier, didn't I ask you for some related technical documents? You were interested in your satellite recovery technology and optical communication technology. So, I'm offering you an investment of 100 trillion. We can't just take advantage without giving something in return, right? Gu Li nodded in agreement upon hearing Wu Yonghua's words. Such a large investment from the country is aimed at being the first to utilize this technology. When combined with artificial intelligence, the nation can detect missiles launched from anywhere in the world. Any advanced technology is primarily considered for military use first. Only after it's widely adopted by the military can it be applied for civilian purposes. Can the country allocate me some land? Gu Li put down the documents and looked at Wu Yonghua. Where do you want the land? How large? Near Jiuquan would be good. A piece of land big enough to build a satellite launch base. Wu Yonghua looked at Gu Li with curiosity. Are you planning to build a satellite launch base? Yes. Do you need help in contacting a construction team? There aren't many teams capable of building a satellite launch base in the country, and they are mostly under government management. No need. Gu Li shook his head. I have one. You have. Wu Yonghua was even more curious. Where did Gu Li get a satellite construction team? Chapter 59 Approval. Jiuquan Longxing Satellite Launch Base. The World Communication Conference was still ongoing. Crowds continuously flowed into the venue to see the exhibits of major companies. After initially marveling at Longxing's optical communication technology, attendees shifted their attention to other companies' products. They understood that optical communication technology and its applications are the future. What they needed now were current products to enhance their company's competitiveness or for personal use. For Longxing's communication technology, a brief experience was sufficient. Until the next day, when an announcement was released by the Aerospace Administration of Huaxia. Announcement regarding the approval for Longxing Communication Technology Company to construct a satellite launch base in Jiuquan, along with another announcement from the Ministry of Finance of Huaxia. Notice regarding the approval of funding projects for Longxing Communication Technology Company in 2018. These two announcements brought Longxing back into the center of public discussion. 100 trillion? Are they really giving that much money? Does that mean we can use optical communication technology faster? With 100 trillion invested, it could definitely be available in 2 or 3 years. Longxing is also building its own satellite launch base. Those with capabilities should hurry to take orders. Brothers, save your efforts. Such projects are hard to secure. The requirements are high, and there's strict scrutiny on personnel. Ordinary companies can't even pass the preliminary review. It was found that both Longting and Longxing's official websites announced that the project would be handed over to a construction team called Huazongyuan. However, there is no detailed information about this team. Don't waste your time. Knowing who they are is about all you can find. More detailed information is unavailable. They also mentioned waiting for Longting to go public, to buy some Longting stocks to hold for appreciation. Given the current situation, it seems going public is definitely on the table. The same thought occurred to others, but unfortunately, the company is too strong and doesn't need to rely on going public for funding. Generally speaking, the purpose of a company or enterprise going public is to widely attract social capital, rapidly expand its scale, enhance visibility, and strengthen competitiveness, among other reasons. When a company isn't short on money, going public is naturally not the first choice. Having money and going public, only a fool would allow themselves to be regulated and swayed by capital. 1 trillion in funding is enough for the company to use for a long time. Gu Li stayed in the market for 2 days before returning to the region with Wei Jia. With Du Wenmin here, there's no need for Gu Li to worry. Peng Dehai was also left by Gu Li to meet different people and learn more. Gu Li returned to his office and had just sat down to brew tea when Wei Jia walked in with a stack of documents. Mr. Gu, these documents need your signature. Wei Jia placed several documents in front of Gu Li. Gu Li looked at Wei Jia in confusion. Didn't we agree that you would handle the signing? The amounts are too large. I can't make the decision. The open documents listed items to be purchased. HN10 model mobile phone production lines at 10 million each, 10 lines. MN5 model mobile phone assembly lines at 1 million each. 10 lines. The total value exceeded several hundred million. These production lines were custom ordered by Guli. After purchasing, they would still need to be modified to become fully automatic intelligent production lines capable of producing 350,000 mobile phones daily. Wei Jia hesitated to sign contracts worth hundreds of millions, knowing that previous documents she signed never exceeded 100 million, and any that did were signed by Guli himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought these contracts to him. Guli chuckled, "You need to learn to adapt. Our contracts will only get larger from now on. I can't guarantee I'll always be at the company to help you sign these contracts." He picked up a nearby pen and signed his name. After signing one, Wei Jia handed over another. Guli signed a total of 5 contracts before Wei Jia stopped bringing new ones. Wei Jia organized the contracts, but didn't leave, appearing hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" Guli lifted his cup of brewed tea and took a sip. The hot tea made him feel refreshed, and he enjoyed the lingering aroma. "There are some issues I don't understand," Wei Jia stated directly. "I can understand purchasing servers, solid-state drives, monitors, sensors, etc. But why are we buying construction machinery like forklifts, excavators, loaders, and heavy trucks? We haven't ventured into that industry. And we also ordered several car production lines. Are we going to produce cars?" Wei Jia was quite clear about the company's business, which mainly focused on mobile phones and chips, as well as opening API interfaces to provide artificial intelligence services. Optical communication technology and satellite services were still in the planning stage and had yet to generate profit. It would take years to achieve profitability, so she couldn't grasp the purpose of the items Guli was purchasing. "The Firesource Construction Company is one I founded, but it doesn't belong to our main company. Those construction machines are for that company," Guli explained, putting down his teacup. "The Fireseed Construction Company is helping us build a satellite launch base. Compared to other construction companies, I prefer to use my own people. It's also an experiment of sorts, which you will understand later. As for the automotive production line, it's not as straightforward as it seems." Guli stood up and walked away from the window. "Our next product at Longting is a car. An electric vehicle." "A car?" Wei Jia's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Guli. "Isn't it's supposed to be mobile phones and computers, along with their accessories? As a large company, our products should be focused and not scattered. We can't just release any product we feel like at the moment. The company isn't a marketplace that needs to have everything. Guli's current actions reflect that. We do need those products, but they can be handled by He Junhao and his team. After the courses are finished, there should be a project to validate their capabilities. He Junhao and the others have been learning with Ling for nearly a month. They are already top talents in their field, encountering better technology with someone to teach them. Their enthusiasm for learning is like they've been pumped with energy every day. Even after being challenged by Ling, their passion for learning hasn't dimmed. They've even set learning tasks for themselves, more rigorous than what Chongqing assigned. In just a month, they've completed the relevant courses. Now they need a project to test their skills. Let them try their hands on the new generation of mobile phones and computers. Of course, Ling will make the final adjustments and further train them to enhance their skills. They will be the teachers of those students at Shuemu University's Chip Institute in the future. Once they come to Longting, it won't be easy to leave. Can they handle it? Wei Jia pictured that group of students with unkempt hair, sleeping in various styles. It seemed like they didn't change clothes. And everyone had dark circles under their eyes, like prospective programmers. The employees within the company referred to them this way. They spend all day studying and don't participate in company work. This nickname is quite fitting. Chapter 60, Full Graphene Battery. A new energy sports car with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Don't worry, they can do it. Guli returned and patted Wei Jia's shoulder. By the time the production line is back, the factory construction will also be nearly completed. The production lines for cars and mobile phones will be arranged there. The reason Guli wanted such a large space was for this purpose. A 75-acre factory can easily accommodate 10 mobile phone production lines, along with the necessary intelligent robotic arms. Adding a few automotive production lines will just fit perfectly within the factory land. Longqing Automobile Company, Ltd., is starting to recruit staff. Just like before, we will mainly hire for sales, public relations, marketing, and other positions. The technical aspects will still be handled by my team. Guli sat back down on the sofa and picked up a cup of tea, adding, "All right, Mr. Gu." Wei Jia nodded. Guli has his own plans, and Wei Jia naturally follows his arrangements. The core technology of a company is essential for its survival. Without considering these factors, Wei Jia's job is actually quite simple. It involves coordinating various departments within the company, promoting the company's products, and handling business collaborations, among other tasks. Moreover, the technology that Guli mentioned is basically achievable. Assisting Guli in promoting the products, then collecting sales data and uploading it to the company system. That's her job, as well as the job of other subsidiary heads. After Wei Jia left the office, Guli poured the brewed tea into a thermos and went to the underground base of the fire source. Tea worth thousands per gram cannot be wasted. Upon arriving at the second level, Zero and Xiao Wei were working at the workstation. Zero, what about the graphene batteries you mentioned? Where are they? Guli came to the underground base because Zero said the graphene batteries had been developed. Previously, the small source that was given life was still using lithium batteries. The impressive endurance was mainly due to the fire source's influence. Guli had been waiting until now. And besides the production line issues, another reason was that Zero was still researching the graphene batteries. The graphene batteries developed by Zero are entirely different from those on the market. The graphene batteries available today are merely lithium batteries enhanced with some graphene-related technologies to improve their performance. However, the enhancements are quite limited and can cause various process issues, such as uneven dispersion in lithium battery production. Using such batteries is not as good as using regular lithium batteries. In contrast, the graphene batteries developed by Zero are made entirely of graphene, avoiding these process problems altogether. They also have a large storage capacity, excellent thermal and electrical conductivity, long lifespan, and lightweight characteristics. They are the ideal battery material and the future king of materials. Guli's battle armor will utilize this material. Here, Zero took out a black rectangular block measuring 30 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters high from the workstation. The entire block is black, with positive and negative electrodes distributed on the top surface. Is this the graphene battery? Guli asked, taking it and examining it closely. Yes, boss. This battery is a sample I manufactured using graphene battery technology. According to my tests, this battery's energy density exceeds 1000 Wh/kg, surpassing all batteries on the market. Using this technology to manufacture graphene battery packs, combined with our motors and control technology, our new energy vehicles will have a minimum range of over 2,000 kilometers. And it only takes 8 minutes to fully recharge once the battery is depleted. Moreover, due to the strong thermal conductivity of graphene, along with our heat dissipation design and technology, the chances of explosion or combustion are very low, ensuring complete safety. Zero introduced. The drawbacks of traditional vehicles, such as short range, long charging times, frequent safety incidents, and inconvenient charging facilities, are all issues for conventional approaches. While they are manageable for city driving, long-distance travel is still better suited for gasoline vehicles. However, with graphene batteries in new energy vehicles, these disadvantages will disappear. What about the graphene preparation technology? Has that been resolved as well? Guli put down the battery and continued to ask. The graphene batteries were present in the small device and the flashlight he had picked up. The research on related technology was mainly focused on these two items. However, aside from the technical difficulties, there was also the challenge of sourcing raw materials. It's important to note that the preparation of graphene costs thousands of local currency per gram or even more. Without a better and cheaper method of production, graphene batteries cannot become marketable products. They would only exist in laboratories and incur extremely high costs. Naturally, there are existing preparation processes in the market, such as mechanical exfoliation, reduction methods, and oriented attachment methods, among others. However, the preparation technology developed for the small device and flashlight was different. They discovered a microorganism that feeds on graphite, and the output after digestion is monolayer graphene. Zero continued to explain. Guli looked at his hand in disbelief. He had come into contact with the microorganism's excrement. Boss, don't worry, it's different from human waste. It's neither dirty nor smelly, and there is a protective layer on the surface to prevent the human body from coming into contact with graphene and causing unknown harm. Zero understood Guli's concern. How is the development in the motor and electrical control? Guli took a sip from his thermos and asked. The motor research focuses on the enhanced motor on the small device. We just happen to be able to synthesize the materials. The costs can be controlled, and it's relatively inexpensive. We named it the Cyber Permanent Magnet Motor. In terms of performance, it's 10 times stronger than what is available on the market, providing greater torque for new energy vehicles. As for the electrical control, that is even simpler. Zero winked at Guli, as if teasing him. Alright, there are no technical issues. When the car is built, I'll be the first to test drive it, Guli said with a smile. Driving a car that one has created brings a great sense of accomplishment. We have designed 3 models. The first one is a sports car. The specific data will need to be tested and recorded after the battery is installed. Zero instructed the small device to project the car model onto the white wall. The overall body was mainly black with red accents. The front design was sharp, resembling an arrow. The sides of the bumper featured air intakes, along with side air intakes and a rear wing, all of which adhered to aerodynamic principles, allowing the car to run faster. The overall design resembled a hypercar, but was more aggressive and dynamic, like a bullet poised to launch. Of course, the sports car also featured the essential scissor doors, which added to its coolness. Driving this car out will definitely attract a lot of beautiful girls, Guli praised. Sports cars are something every automotive company aspires to produce. Not just because of their appeal, but also because the profit from selling one can equal several ordinary cars. However, not everyone can manufacture them. A sports car with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Who knows how it performs on the road? Is there a sports car that can run 2,000 kilometers on a full tank? Guli doesn't recall any. He is quite intrigued by this zero-design sports car. Chapter 61. The factory is completed, and the first model is launched. After looking at the vehicle design drawings, Guli checked the projected data below. Energy type, pure electric. Pure electric range, km 2,000 kilometers. Fast charging, 8 minutes. Slow charging, 30 minutes. Maximum power, kW 1000. Maximum torque, Nm 1800. Electric motor, PS 1600. Top speed, km h 535. Acceleration, 0 to 100 kilometers h in seconds 2. Looking at these figures, Guli couldn't help but gasp. The top speed rivals that of a high-speed train. Wouldn't the driver be in danger at such high speeds? Guli said with some fear. At that speed, the deployed airbags could potentially cause harm. Don't worry, boss. The frame is made from graphene material, which is lightweight and has a hardness 200 times greater than steel, ensuring the car won't be completely wrecked in an accident. When the speed exceeds a level that the driver cannot control, the onboard AI will intervene. Moreover, the braking system we use is our latest development, ensuring it can stop and reduce speed effectively. Zero explained. Safety and performance have both been taken into consideration. Guli then examined the remaining 2 models, a coupe and an SUV. Both are designed with the aesthetics of the local culture in mind, while also prioritizing comfort. Unlike other manufacturers that reduce interior space to cut costs, all 3 models are to Guli's liking. Compared to the sports model, the specifications are halved, but they are still much better than other new energy vehicles. Once the factory is completed, they will create prototypes for testing and registration. What are you working on now? Guli asked, looking at the display in front of Zero and Xiao. The scrolling code was accompanied by visual representations of different robot designs. I got some inspiration from battle armor to enhance the mobility and intelligence of our robots, Zero replied honestly. We are also developing robots for various purposes, including medical, industrial, service, and more. Alright, continue your research. After understanding Zero's progress, Guli returned to the first level of the underground base. 1. You have a new task. Guli said to 1. Boss, what task? 1 exclaimed excitedly. Since the completion of the underground base, they had been stuck inside, feeling bored. For 1, working outside was much more interesting than staying in the base. A factory and a satellite launch base. 0. Have you installed the holographic projection device for them? Guli inquired. He wouldn't allow 1 and the others to go out without the holographic projection setup. The factory and satellite launch base are not like the underground base. They are above-ground projects and significant undertakings. Countless eyes are watching, and without any holographic projection devices to conceal it, seeing fully automated construction machinery would surely be shocking. It has to be a gradual process, right? An abrupt announcement would lead to massive unemployment. So what should be done? Guli can foresee that at that time, there will be chaos in both the nation and the world. After all, if people's only source of income disappears, how can they survive without resistance? This is also why Guli chose to first announce cutting-edge technologies closely related to the nation's advancements. The progress of society requires national adjustments and guidance. The first, second, and even third industrial revolutions were all products of war. Guli does not wish to witness the fourth industrial revolution occur under nuclear devastation. It's already installed, said 1 quickly. Once your new members arrive, construction work will begin. You'll be in charge again, first building the factory, then the satellite launch base in the region. Okay, boss. One excitedly shared the news with its companions. After arranging tasks for one, Guli put on his VR goggles and returned to his office. The pace of learning cannot stop. Before the new companions arrive, one and the other transforming robots join the factory that was already under construction. With the addition of one and the others, the efficiency of the construction work improved dramatically. After all, they are tireless and can maintain high efficiency for long periods. The original construction company was intimidated into not slacking off. Moreover, with new companions joining later, the pace of factory construction accelerated even further. In just a week, the factory, which was originally at 70 completion, was finished, and it was done with quality and quantity assured. In the future, labor-intensive jobs will undoubtedly be replaced by robots. After the construction was completed, Guli sent one to the region to build the Longxing satellite launch base. The ordered production lines were also transported to the factory one by one, reasonably distributed and assembled. For security, Guli had Yujia find a security company to protect the factory's assets from theft. In the following days, Guli brought Zero and a few staff members to the factory to modify and bring the production lines to life. Of course, on the surface, the security personnel saw Guli entering the factory with a team of workers. It took Guli 3 days to complete the modifications on these production lines. There were a total of 15 production lines for mobile phones and cars, all transformed into fully automated intelligent production lines by Guli. Once the modifications were complete, the mobile phone production line was put into operation immediately. Intelligent robotic arms danced on the production line, while transportation robots delivered necessary raw materials and finished products. The car production line, separate from the mobile phone line, was also preparing to send samples for inspection. Guli looked at the components on the production line. Deep in thought, ding ding ding. A phone call interrupted Guli's contemplation. It was a call from Wu Yanghua. Hello, what good news do you have this time? After getting familiar, Guli relaxed and joked, your supercomputer has arrived, but there are additional conditions. Wu Yanghua felt a bit embarrassed. He had promised everything before, but now he was suddenly bringing up extra conditions. Wu Yanghua wasn't sure how to face Guli. Additional conditions? Guli raised an eyebrow. He had shown his utmost sincerity, yet the other party was proposing conditions? It's not from the country. It's a requirement from the supercomputer side. The supercomputer I'm sending you was originally allocated to a certain energy technology research institute in the capital. However, they are currently facing a technical bottleneck and won't be able to use it for a short time. The older one will suffice. So, I brought it over to you. But the director of the research institute knows about it and said that while it's okay to transfer it, you have to agree to one condition. Wu Yanghua explained the situation to Guli in full. What kind of condition? Guli asked. They want to set up a branch research institute in a certain area, providing people, funds, materials, and land themselves. But they need you to participate in establishing a holographic research lab. I don't really understand the specifics. You can discuss that with them later. Where are you now? Chapter 62, Holographic Research Institute. Guli participates in supercar race. In the capital, at the Certain Energy Technology Research Institute, over a dozen researchers in white lab coats were setting up and debugging a large machine. Suddenly, a phone rang. The rain falls all night. My love overflows, echoed Jay's voice in the laboratory. The surrounding researchers paid no mind and continued with their work. An elderly man with a head full of silver hair and bright eyes put down his work and walked over to answer the ringing phone. His badge displayed his position and name. Position, Director. Name, Geng Guoqiang. Hello, who is this? Geng Guoqiang, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, spoke in a booming voice, sounding like a middle-aged man. Guli, let's talk about the holographic research lab. Guli's voice came from the other end. Yanghua arrived so quickly? Geng Guoqiang thought to himself, then stepped out of the lab to a quieter place and continued. All right. I learned about the holographic projection technology from the last verification work. However, we lack the core technology, so I reported to the higher-ups. And they agreed to let me collaborate with you to build the holographic research lab. That's why Wu Yanghua conveyed this to you. Can we collaborate? Don't worry. I will adhere to the confidentiality regulations. Isn't this an additional condition? Guli glanced at Wu Yanghua. What additional condition? Geng Guoqiang expressed his confusion. Hasn't the supercomputer already been sent to you? I understand now, Guli nodded. Wu Yanghua had come empty-handed. He didn't know that Wu Yanghua had brought the supercomputer with him. You all can set up the research lab first, and I will help you install the holographic equipment later. Guli agreed to collaborate with Geng Guoqiang. Of course, Guli wouldn't agree to every collaboration request. It was only natural that the Certain Energy Technology Research Institute would eventually roll out controllable nuclear fusion. All right. The cost will be calculated at market prices by General Manager Gu at that time. Gung Guoqiang would certainly not take advantage of Guli. The payments that need to be made must still be made. After discussing cooperation matters, Guli hung up the phone. Yanghua, you're pretending to have authority. Wu Yanghua was a few years older than Guli, so it was fine for Guli to call him brother. The other party hadn't mentioned any additional conditions at all. They only wanted you to convey their desire to cooperate with me and help them with the construction and installation of certain equipment. Is that so? Wu Yanghua frowned. Then I must have misunderstood. What about the supercomputer? Guli looked at Wu Yanghua and asked. Gung Guoqiang had mentioned on the phone that the supercomputer had already been delivered. It was sent using several trucks to your company's location. Guli nodded. Then Guli and Wu Yanghua went downstairs to the company. They directed the trucks to park beside the Yudun building. Just unload it inside the single-story building. I'll have someone come over. The items are all packed, so be careful during the move to avoid damaging the supercomputer. Here, these are the new materials I need. Guli took out an A4 paper and handed it to Wu Yanghua. Okay, I'll submit this to the higher-ups. Wu Yanghua took the A4 paper and carefully stored it away. He couldn't understand what was written on it. He just needed to pass it on to the higher-ups for them to arrange. After unloading the supercomputer, Wu Yanghua left. Guli returned to the underground base. Zero. Your new body has arrived. Guli raised an eyebrow at Zero. Then I can research more technologies. This was Zero's first thought. He then set aside his work, controlling the intelligent robots in the underground base to begin assembling the supercomputer. Otherwise, Guli could give life, but it wouldn't encompass the entire supercomputer. It would only be given to a certain part of the supercomputer, not the whole. Soon, the supercomputer was assembled, occupying a quarter of the space on the second floor of the underground base. Zero, are you ready? Guli looked at Zero, who was standing in front of the supercomputer. Come on, boss. This time, giving life is not as simple as a light touch. A blue light shot from Guli's hand, enveloping Zero and the supercomputer behind him. Parts flew around in the underground base like a steel tornado. 3 minutes later, a transformer lying on the ground appeared before Guli. Boss, I feel full of energy. Zero's voice came from this transformer, filled with excitement. Take some time to adapt to your new body, then continue with your previous research work, Guli instructed Zero. No problem, boss. For Zero, having a new body made the previous research work seem like a small kiss. After finishing these tasks, Guli lay back in his chair again, continuing to study the courses organized by Zero. Thanks to the system's superbrain, Guli had already learned 70 of the courses, and in a few days, he would be able to complete the remaining courses. He would soon catch up with Zero and the others, and then he could start building his own armored suit. The material list Guli gave to Wu Yanghua included many materials used to manufacture the armor. Time passed day by day, but Guli felt as if only a day had gone by. Boss, Manager Wei called to say our prototype has passed the tests. Guli had instructed to assemble 3 units of each of the 3 models and sent them for testing. Under various rigorous tests, the cars sent for inspection would generally end up wrecked. Typically, after being tested, they would be brought back only to be destroyed, followed by the production of new models for the market. All right, help me assemble a Elong Generation 1. I want to show it off, Guli said to Ling, then went home to take a shower and shave. The Elong Generation 1 that Guli mentioned was the sports car designed by Ling. In the SCC Supercar Club in the Shanghai market, it was bustling with activity. The parking lot outside was filled with various types of sports cars, Ferraris, Porsches, Bugattis. Many influencers were taking photos of the cars in the parking lot with their phones. The gathering today was not only to celebrate the club's 1-year anniversary, but also for a fun competition among the members. It would be a waste not to use the newly built track. Who wants to race me? Let me show you my driving skills. A young man in a private booth said to the others. Please, with your skills, you can't even beat me, High Water Moon, dressed like a rapper. Scoffed from the nearby sofa. Shall we race later? The young man, Yang Chung, provocatively replied. They decided to wait for the others to finish their races. High Water Moon glanced at the track and suddenly stopped his words. Wow, what car is that? He exclaimed, pointing at a black and red vehicle on the track. Which one? It's so cool, but I've never seen it before. The logo isn't familiar to me. Is it custom? Whose car is it? The group? All car enthusiasts had never seen it before, but were undoubtedly drawn to it. Compared to the other 7 cars beside it, this one looked like a tiger among cats. High Water Moon looked at the young man preparing to get into the car and felt he had seen him somewhere before. Where had he seen him? Chapter 63. New energy sports car? Are you kidding me? Ghoulie put on the helmet he had tucked under his arm. The pressure from the helmet enveloped him but soon relaxed, adapting to the size of his head. A helmet worth over 100,000 provided a sense of security like no other. Tightening the Velcro straps on his gloves, Ghoulie sat in the car and started the Elong Generation 1. On the LCD dashboard, a silver dragon appeared, spiraling in the center before disappearing, displaying the standard dashboard information. The heads-up display on the windshield showed a cute avatar, which was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's presence did not obstruct Ghoulie's view. Instead, the data displayed next to Xiaoyu allowed Ghoulie to have better control over the Elong Generation 1. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu was under Ling's control. Ling certainly did not want anything to happen to his leader. Boss, do you need my help? Ling's voice came through the built-in headphones on the sides of the helmet. No need, I can handle it myself. I'll let you know if I need anything later, Ghoulie replied without a second thought. Ghoulie's purpose for participating in the competition was to test the performance of the Elong. Moreover, having never driven a sports car in his previous life, now being able to drive one that he built himself made it even more special. He was determined to take the lead on his first try. Driving the Elong was simple. It had both manual and automatic options, and speed depended on the driver's courage. After responding to Ghoulie, Ling stopped talking. The signal light above the windshield began to flash, changing from red to yellow, with a countdown appearing on the LED display in the center. The sound of the Porsche 911's engine revving came from outside the window. In the driver's seat, Chu Zihong, with his hair dyed yellow, provocatively glanced at Ghoulie. What good is a good-looking car if it can't go fast? The 10-second countdown passed in an instant. With a honk, the signal light changed from yellow to green. The sports cars on the track roared like beasts and shot forward like arrows. Chu Zihong looked disdainfully at the car beside him, scoffing, "What a piece of junk. Can't even keep up at the start?" He recognized all the cars participating in the race, except for the Elong. He was well aware of their specifications. The difference in acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h was only a few tenths of a second, yet the moment the race began, the unfamiliar car beside him disappeared from his sight. It must take too long to accelerate to 100 km/h for him to easily pull ahead. The Elong's specs were certainly impressive, needing only 2 seconds for that acceleration. It was just that Ghoulie wasn't familiar with the track and didn't dare to floor the accelerator. The spectators in the VIP box couldn't hide their disappointment as they watched the slow-moving Elong. They hadn't expected such a stylish sports car to perform so poorly. Gao Shuiwei sat down on the sofa, her earlier excitement dissipating with the Elong's sluggishness. Generally, the more attractive a sports car is, the faster it goes. However, the Elong's performance shattered this conventional belief. Maybe it wasn't modified properly, Yang Chung said, sitting beside Gao Shuiwei. After all the cars allowed to compete had been verified by the SCC Supercar Club. Without a supercar, entry wouldn't be permitted. A supercar served as the entry ticket to the SCC Supercar Club. Zihong is still impressive. He's already in first place, he added. Xingzai isn't doing too badly either. He's in second, which is surprising since he used to lag behind. He had practiced hard for 3 months just for today's race, and achieving this ranking was commendable. Most of the competitors in the arena were familiar to them, and it was just a friendly competition among friends. Besides them, there were many influencers in the open stands live streaming the event. It was the 1-year anniversary of the SCC Club, and they were also promoting themselves to attract car enthusiasts and potential new members. The slow Elong had little to offer beyond its looks, and most people overlooked it, shifting their attention to the cars in the lead. However, what they didn't know was that as Ghoulie became more familiar with the track, the Elong's speed was steadily increasing. At speeds of 60 km/h, 100 km/h, and 200 km/h, the Porsche 911 is a man's dream. It's just so cool. A seasoned car reviewer aims his phone at the screen in front of the grandstand. The screen shows drone footage tracking the Porsche 911, which is speeding down the runway. The sound of tires gripping the ground during turns and the stylish tail slides are captivating the fans in the live stream. Sports cars truly are the ultimate dream for us men. They're just so impressive. The sound of the tires is exhilarating. I can't find any other words to describe it. I prefer Bugatti, though. Let us see more of that, shall we? Take it slow. When I first arrived, there were clusters of sports cars outside. So let's enjoy the view today. The second place car, the Lotus, is clearly modified. Its rear wing and front splitter are not original. Is this really a Lotus? No wonder that logo looks so familiar. By the way, does anyone know what that black and red car is that keeps overtaking? A fan's comment catches everyone's attention. In a racing event, besides watching the cars, isn't it all about who is the fastest? Thanks to the fan's reminder, everyone, including the reviewer, starts paying attention to the black and red car. The race has entered the second lap, and the previously trailing car has now caught up, quickly overtaking the 6th and 7th places, aiming for 5th. In the blink of an eye, it reaches 4th place. Those overtaken stare in disbelief at the swiftly passing car. Then check their dashboards, 356 km/h, their maximum speed, while the mysterious car zooms past them effortlessly. How fast is that? At this moment, the heads-up display in front of Gu Li shows a speed of 500 km/h, rapidly closing in on the maximum speed of the mysterious car. Gu Li's heart races, his face turning red from the adrenaline rush. Internally, he shouts, "Awesome." He floors the accelerator, and the car reaches a top speed of 535 km/h. In less than a minute, Gu Li overtakes the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st places, reaching the front. He then leaves the other cars behind, with only the taillights of the mysterious car visible to them. What just zipped past? Chu Zihong is left dumbfounded. All he heard was a whoosh, and he only caught a glimpse of 2 taillights. He couldn't see what car it was. The spectators in the stands and boxes are stunned. It was faster than a mouse chased by a cat. In the blink of an eye, it's south in 1st place. Even the drone couldn't capture the overtaking moment completely. It only recorded a shadow before being blown away by a gust, making the footage unstable. But everyone in the stands and boxes knows which car it was. So, you were playing the underdog all along. The race quickly comes to an end, with Gu Li undoubtedly in 1st place. As the drone stabilizes again, it flies to the pit area above Gu Li and the mysterious car, capturing a close-up of its model. Suddenly, Gu Li pulls out a power strip from the side and retrieves an electric gun and converter from the front trunk of the car. After plugging it into the power strip, he took the electric gun to the back of the car and inserted it into a cover that resembled a throttle. Upon seeing this, even the drone struggled to maintain stability. This car, is it a new energy vehicle? Chapter 64, The Winged Dragon Supercar. A new energy vehicle crafted by Longting. A new energy supercar. Are you kidding me? Can a new energy vehicle go that fast? Definitely not. Everyone dismissed this thought. There must be another reason the driver is charging it. In the live stream of Daming, it was also a cacophony. That thing is a charging gun specifically for new energy vehicles, right? It seems so. My car is also new energy. Wait, does that mean this sports car is powered by new energy? Don't joke around. Can new energy really go this fast? That speed just now was at least 400 or 500 yards. Running like that, new energy would be at a disadvantage. Indeed, going that fast would overload the battery. It would definitely burn out in a minute or two. Perhaps a component inside the car needs power? Otherwise, why would they be charging it? I don't get it. Technology is advancing rapidly these days. Who knows? Hey, someone is coming over. Daming, get closer. Approaching Gu Li was Huang Mao Chuzihang, who had provoked Gu Li earlier. Beside him was Feng Xing, who came in 3rd place. Daming couldn't reach the pit area on the track, so he went to the nearby stand. From here, he could clearly hear their conversation and see them. Hey, brother, what kind of car is this? I've never seen it before. Is it modified or custom? Chuzihang took off his helmet and asked Gu Li. After plugging in the Winged Dragon, Gu Li also removed his helmet. The Winged Dragon is a new model that will be released in a few days. I got it through some connections. Gu Li casually made up an excuse. He couldn't just say it was produced by his own company, right? Compared to that excuse, telling the truth would be a bit of bullying. A young man in his 20s built a supercar? Who would believe that? Unless it's true. Winged Dragon, what a cool name. I'm Chuzihang, and my family owns a property company in the area. I'm Feng Xing, my family deals in mining. Their self-introduction was the mainstream way of introducing themselves. I'm Gu Li said with a smile. Do you mind if we take a look? Chuzihang pointed to the Winged Dragon. Feel free. Gu Li smiled, saying he was also here for promotion outside of the race. Supercars aren't something everyone can afford. They aren't necessarily liked by every successful person. Rich kids like these are the best customers. The design is really cool, and the interior isn't bad either. Chuzihang praised, and Feng Xing nodded in agreement. While they were admiring the Winged Dragon, Gao Shuiwei and others, who were originally in the VIP box, also came over and greeted Gu Li. They then walked towards the Winged Dragon. Cars and driving are their interests, and the Winged Dragon holds more appeal for them compared to Gu Li. It was also through this hobby that they got to know each other. Brother, can I take it for a spin? After looking at the Winged Dragon, Hang felt an itch in his heart. Wait a minute. Let it charge a bit more. It's low on power. Guli drove the car directly over. The distance from Ponin to the market city is about 1,000 kilometers in a straight line, but in reality, Guli drove over 1,200 kilometers. Plus, he didn't start with a full charge, and after a few days of driving and participating in a race, there was only about 3 battery left. He could still drive another 50 or 60 kilometers, but that wouldn't leave much for everyone to experience. Let's charge it to 50 first. Anyway, it only takes an hour to charge to that level using the power strip. Charging? Everyone looked at Guli in confusion. Is your sports car really a new energy vehicle? Guli nodded. Yes. Didn't you see the logo on the back of the car? Plus, I have a new energy vehicle license plate. The group exchanged glances, wondering if a gasoline car had been beaten by an electric one. They looked at the Elong with deep skepticism. However, after an hour, that skepticism vanished. Elong should win. Wow, new energy vehicles can be this fast. Bro, how much did this car cost? New energy vehicles should be cheaper, right? And it has a built-in smart assistant. Doesn't it also have auto-driving capabilities? Haha, a sports car with auto-driving? Your imagination is wild. After the experience, I didn't even want to drive my Porsche anymore. Gao Shuiwei gazed at the Elong with reluctance. I'm not very clear on the price. It's on their official website. You can find out the price by visiting this site. Guli sent the link via messaging to Gao Shuiwei, who quickly opened it and saw the homepage featuring the Elong supercar. However, the listed price was several XXXXX with a note stating, price reveal date, July 31st, 3 days later. Guli didn't know either. And Gao Shuiwei and the others didn't press for details. 3 days was a wait they could afford. In the following time, Guli was taken to a VIP room to watch the subsequent race with them. Many were still eager to experience Guli's car. The driving experience of the Elong was simply too comfortable compared to those sports cars that were uncomfortable no matter how you sat. The Elong supercar was a blessing, fast, enjoyable to drive, and the seats were comfortable. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, when they heard Guli say that the Elong was a supercar, everyone erupted in excitement. This sports car is a new energy vehicle? The owner confirmed it. It really is a new energy vehicle. I remember that Tesla also has a sports car. But compared to the Elong, it's nothing. I don't even know which company produced it. I've taken a screenshot of the logo. Let me check. A car that can run this fast surely isn't from an unknown brand. Guys, I found a video that someone shared. This guy drove from the highway to the market city yesterday and participated in the race shortly after arriving. I saw that too. The location was indeed Ponin. I'm in Hangzhou. I saw the location in Jinhua City. Wow. To drive all the way here and still participate in a race. That's impressive. I found it. The logo is from Longxing Automobile Company, Limited. The Elong is a domestic car? No way. This car is made domestically? Upon hearing that the logo was from a domestic brand, the fans in the live broadcast room became even more excited. When did domestic cars become this impressive? But I've never heard of Longxing Automobile before. Longxing? Longxing? Could it be related to Longting again? Someone raised such a doubt. Not long ago, the buzz around optical communication technology hadn't faded yet. Now, discussions about future application scenarios have even started on a certain platform. Soon, someone provided an answer. Image of Longxing equity chart. Longting Group is fully owned. Wow, it's Longting again. ISNT Longting, the one making smartphones? How did they get into car manufacturing? Electric vehicles. No less. Who would have thought? On Longxing's official website, besides one model, there are 2 other models, but they are covered and not visible. Are they really serious? Are they actually making cars? What gives? Does Longting have that kind of technology? For those saying Longting lacks technology, hurry up and check the Patent Office's official website. You will be amazed. Chapter 65, Thousands of Patents. The promotional video has been released. Unbelievable. Every company seems to want to make electric vehicles. After excluding the open-source technologies from a certain well-known entrepreneur, how much substance is left in your car-making plans? It's probably just a scheme to obtain subsidies, right? When will we see a leader like that entrepreneur emerge in this region? Looking at Shun Hao in the live stream, he scoffed. He doesn't believe that the newly established Longting has the technology to manufacture cars. Shun Hao is quite familiar with Tesla and admires that entrepreneur. He has successfully carved out a niche for electric vehicles in the automotive sector, leading by a wide margin, and even founded a space exploration company, developing advanced engines and satellite internet systems. While domestic giants are still busy with trivial ventures, he has already started exploring space and interstellar travel. researching brain-machine interfaces and humanoid robots, achieving significant results, compared to domestic entrepreneurs who are stuck in their ways and merely copying each other. Today's youth prefer the innovative technology of that entrepreneur. The patent office's official website, huh? I want to see how many patents you really have. Shenhao copied the link that a fan shared in the live stream and opened it. The website of the National Patent Office refreshed. All patents applied for by domestic companies are publicly listed and recorded here. You can also see other companies obtaining patents from a specific company. Shenhao directly searched for Longting Group in the search box. The page displayed a white, continuously spinning loading circle. After a minute, the logo of Longting Group and its introduction appeared in the upper left corner. Below, there were wholly owned registered subsidiaries of Longting Group. Clicking would redirect to the patent pages of those subsidiaries. Below the division bar were the patents owned by Longting Group. 21 CN 20180605102 Graphene Material Battery Design and Process Diagram. 23 CN 20180605112 A new manufacturing process for steel. 21 CN 20180605102 Concept of a superconducting permanent magnet motor. One technical patent after another appeared before Shenhao. Naturally, he couldn't understand the technology, but he could discern what direction it was intended for. It seems that Longting really does have that technology. Shenhao kept flipping through the pages and soon found patents related to new energy vehicles. If they were approved by the National Patent Office, they must belong to the company in question. Otherwise, how could they apply for patents using open-source technology? It seemed impossible. However, the key focus now wasn't whether the company had relevant technology, but rather the sheer number of patents. There were just too many. Each page of the website listed 50 patent projects, and clicking on them revealed more details. Shenhao scrolled down to the very bottom and jumped to the last page. The page displayed was page 235, with 35 patent projects listed on it. Adding it all up, the company had filed a total of 11,785 patents since its establishment. Wow, it's only been a little over 2 months since the company was founded, right? In such a short time, they had managed to get over 10,000 patents approved. More than many companies do in a year. Shenhao couldn't help but murmur to himself. Now, he believed the company could truly manufacture new energy vehicles. Their capabilities were evident, and he had no reason not to believe. Has a company finally emerged from the region that could go head-to-head with industry leaders? Shenhao wasn't the only one looking into this. Soon, news about the company's approval of over 10,000 patents spread across social media. What? They have over 10,000 patents. No wonder they can make so much money. It's all thanks to the cutting-edge technology. It's impressive to have applied for so many patents. I really want to see what their R&D team is like. Does this mean the winged dragon they produced is real? With such a patent powerhouse backing it, it must be. The endurance, acceleration, and top speed are even better than those of traditional sports cars. Not only that, but the winged dragon looks really cool. It's my dream car. New energy sports cars? Can we really trust this? I'm a bit skeptical. If new energy vehicles had such great data, they would have replaced gasoline cars long ago. Exactly. I haven't seen many electric cars on the highway, and there aren't enough charging stations. So they can't go far. If you ask me, gasoline cars are still better. On social media, discussions about the winged dragon video were growing. From the patents owned by the company to the impressive looks and performance of the winged dragon. The conversation eventually turned to the pros and cons of new energy versus traditional gasoline vehicles. Most of the comments focused on the downsides of new energy vehicles, poor endurance, and inability to travel long distances. This has always been a common criticism of new energy vehicles and a reason why many people choose not to buy them. The discussions continued and sparked a wave on social media. Some people believed new energy was the best solution to tackle non-renewable resources like oil. Others argued that gasoline cars were better, as we don't know how many years it will take before oil runs out. So choosing gasoline cars now is definitely better. The debate heated up, and Geely timely introduced 2 more models along with promotional videos. Once the videos were released, they quickly gained attention. After all, the company and its subsidiaries had official accounts on social media. With a willingness to invest, the videos were naturally noticed right away. The production line, integrated casting, followed a model similar to that of other industry leaders. The robotic arms moved swiftly, and in no time, everything was installed. The assembly line is really clean. Where's the factory located? The benefits at large companies must be better than what I have now. I wonder if anyone can share more about it. The factory looks really clean, and the assembly line is impressive. Just look at the speed. The daily production volume must be substantial. The video begins by showing the process of car manufacturing. Then, various parts are assembled together, moving forward during the assembly process. The camera shifts to a tree-lined road, where a family is seen inside the car. The video showcases the car model, color, interior, space, and features one by one. It also indicates two other models apart from the main one through the passing vehicles. Oh, it looks pretty good. The interior is quite mainstream, not unpleasant to look at. And the interior space is decent, definitely comfortable to drive and sit in. It's just that the specifications are unclear. We'll only know after the official release 3 days later. The coupe and SUV models in the video look quite good, appearing better than those on the market. How could they not look good? Other manufacturers tend to compress interior space, while these two models maximize it while meeting national standards. It would be great if they were gasoline-powered. Yes, I really can't get into electric cars. TSK, isn't it just that they think they are slow? Let's wait for the official data to come out. With the excellent performance of the main model, these two will surely be impressive as well. 3 days will pass in a blink of an eye. I feel an inexplicable anticipation. Chapter 66. The press conference begins. The final price is only $200,000. On July 31st, the launch event and press conference for the new car of Longxing Automobile. At the same time, the official social media account is live streaming. The host for this event is Zhen Kaoyang, the general manager of Longxing Automobile. He welcomes all the journalists and fans watching the live stream to the launch event. First, I would like to introduce Longxing Automobile. As everyone knows, Longxing Automobile is part of the Longting Group. He then starts to elaborate on the philosophy of Longxing Automobile and its future development direction, which is closely linked to people's travel needs. That is our philosophy at Longxing. And adhering to it, we will sincerely serve everyone. Next, I will introduce our already unveiled new energy supercar. Recently, our group president drove it from the Longting headquarters in Pannan to participate in a competition organized by a club in a certain city. After the experience, we gained valuable insights for Longxing. Of course, these insights are aimed at making the driving and riding experience more comfortable. At this point, laughter arises from the audience, mainly due to a recent incident where a senior executive from a certain company personally experienced their product and ended up making a series of consumer-unfriendly demands, which were exposed online, sparking considerable discussion and memes. Next, I will provide a detailed introduction. Zhen Kaoyang walks a short distance to the side, and a model appears next to him from a lift platform. Under the lights, it looks even cooler and more impressive than what was seen in the video. The Elong Generation 1 is a new energy supercar meticulously crafted by our company. It has been designed multiple times by design masters, achieving a body that perfectly conforms to aerodynamics. As Zhen Kaoyang introduces it, the screen behind him displays relevant videos and data. The final pricing for the Elong Generation 1 is set at 10 million. Upon hearing the price, affluent car enthusiasts like Gao Shuiwei are instantly captivated. 10 million Huaxiao coins is just a drop in the bucket for them. It's definitely worth more than those impressive limited edition supercars from abroad. With its stunning looks and performance data that rivals supercars, it's even better. The fuel consumption is 0 per 100 kilometers, which is simply fantastic. The moment the price was announced, they placed their orders on the Longxing official website. The option to customize colors is cool. While placing an order, Gao Shuiwen noticed a sub-option in the ordering choices. With a raised eyebrow, he smiled and said, "The original factory paint is naturally better than any modifications." His companions were equally surprised. They then selected their desired colors and configurations before placing their orders. Netizens who couldn't afford it at the moment were also enjoying the visuals and discussing the data. The price seems reasonable. After all, the specifications are impressive. Viewers in the livestream commented that it's indeed quite capable, with a range of 2,000 kilometers, which is comparable to gasoline vehicles, and fast charging takes only 8 minutes. What on earth is a graphene battery? Someone asked. It's a lithium battery that contains graphene. Don't be ridiculous. There are plenty of these batteries on the market. Which one can run like Longxing's? I see there's more to it, but Zhen Kaoyang is too clever to mention it. Indeed, there must be a big issue with this graphene battery. The next model is a coupe-style car, and if it's affordable, I might switch to it. After introducing the Elong, Zhen Kaoyang shifted the conversation to the coupe-style Longxing A1. In terms of range, it matches the Elong, offering 2,000 kilometers on a full charge. Fast charging takes 8 minutes, while slow charging takes 30 minutes. However, Since it's a coupe designed for family use, the top speed will be adjusted to meet national standards. The acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour is also 2 seconds, utilizing our fully developed graphene battery. In terms of safety, the risk of spontaneous combustion is very low, and it won't occur. Additionally, it features L5-level autonomous driving. Once this function is activated, the driver becomes a passenger and can enjoy the ride. During the journey, the AI assistant Xiao Yu will provide entertainment services. The onboard large screen allows you to listen to music, watch movies, play games, and do whatever you want. L5-level autonomous driving. Artificial intelligence. Hearing these two terms caused a stir both on-site and in the live stream. What is L5-level autonomous driving? L5 autonomous driving, also known as full automation, means humans are entirely passengers, with the vehicle driven by computer perception and calculations. No human intervention is required in any environment or road condition. In fact, the vehicle may not even need a steering wheel or other driving mechanisms. That's L5 autonomous driving. To understand the most advanced autonomous driving technology today, it is only at the L4 level, and it hasn't even fully reached that. However, this company has directly proposed L5-level autonomous driving, even integrating an AI assistant. Many people's first reaction is that the car manufacturers are starting to deceive again. This isn't real, it's just a high-price sales tactic. But seeing the live demonstration, where the autonomous vehicle drove onto the stage, along with the cute AI displayed on the central screen, perhaps this is indeed true. When it came to introducing the SUV model, many paid little attention to it. The data is quite similar. It's just the appearance that has changed. The focus remains on autonomous driving and artificial intelligence. L5 autonomous driving. Will the authorities permit it? Indeed, there have been many incidents with autonomous driving. However, the company must have confidence in what they just announced. Who would dare to test it out and risk their life? Haha, better to have a dummy for testing. After all, with artificial intelligence, just tell it where to go and you don't even need to get in the car. For those with deep pockets, how about a test drive? It's a waste of money. I don't believe autonomous driving is that simple. Your life is the most important. Let us wait and see. Everyone, don't end up spending money only to lose both the car and your life. In these times, cars have artificial intelligence. But my phone doesn't even have it yet. Brother, I advise you to switch to a high-end model. Artificial intelligence is really fun. You can play however you want. With a mischievous grin. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the spokesperson began announcing the car prices. Unlike another brand that simply stated the price after the introduction, he presented the prices for both the coupe and SUV together, as their prices are identical. The standard version of both vehicles is priced at $200,000, while the flagship version is $260,000. Plus, they offer 3 years of free battery replacement and a 1-year warranty. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Just $200,000 for autonomous driving and artificial intelligence, and 3 years of free battery replacement, with a 3-year warranty? Are you selling phones? Chapter 67. With a mere 99 yuan deposit. Pre-orders went crazy. 3 years of warranty? 3 years of free battery replacement? Which car manufacturer does this? Keep in mind, a car has around 500 to 600 wear and tear parts. Typically, car manufacturers play word games, stating in the owner's manual what the maintenance conditions are for certain parts. After selling you the car, they use various methods to make it impossible for you to get warranty service at the dealership. You end up having to pay out of pocket for repairs. And major repairs often require you to reach a certain mileage within a few years to qualify for free service. Under national regulations, they avoid a lot of hassle. But this company is different. After the spokesperson finished speaking, the owner's manual and maintenance scope appeared on the official website. They are straightforward. If something breaks, they will fix it as long as it's not due to human damage, meaning it's driven by the buyer and not used for rental or commercial purposes. The coverage is tailored to special circumstances that most people won't encounter. Overall, it's equivalent to 3 years of free maintenance without restrictions on how many kilometers you can drive. Is there such a conscientious company? No, especially with 3 years of free battery replacement. What is the most important thing about new energy vehicles? It's the battery inside the car. When you buy a new energy vehicle, the value of the battery accounts for half of it. Would car companies in this sector dare to offer free replacements? Naturally not. That would mean giving away their profits. However, one company has taken the lead in this aspect. Of course, just like with maintenance, there are certain requirements that need to be met to qualify for a free battery replacement. But this is still better than having no option at all. Moreover, the cars from this company are equipped with autonomous driving, artificial intelligence, and long-range capabilities. Buying this car is definitely a good deal. When purchasing new energy vehicles, there are also government subsidies. With various subsidies, the cost of an ordinary version of the car is only around $1.5 million. Wow, I'm so tempted. New energy vehicles can also get priority for license plates, no restrictions on driving, and no limits on registration numbers. It's foolish not to buy one. By the way, can subsidies apply to sports cars? With that amount, you could easily buy a sports car worth $10 million. But hey, saving a little is still saving. Not to mention, whether it's the A1 or Z1 model, the configuration is far superior to other cars, and the interior is not bad, even better in some cases. At a price of $200,000, with subsidies, it's still electric, much better than gasoline cars. The electricity cost is way cheaper than fuel costs. I still trust the technology of this brand. The A1 model truly fits my aesthetic. It's going to be my first car. Finally, I have a car that meets my taste and is affordable. Awesome. Wow. Everyone should hurry to the official website. You can reserve a car for just 99 yuan. The earlier you reserve, the sooner it ships. TSK, it hasn't even been approved for sale yet. Just wait for the approval. Anyway, I've already reserved. For just 99 yuan, I can show off in my social circles, and since I don't have to pay the final price, the money will be refunded to me. Haha. Now that the goddess sees I've bought a car, maybe she won't only respond to me with shower, sleep, and eat. Reserving a car worth over 200,000 for just 99 yuan. The purchase screenshot won't show the reservation price, but a complete, flashy image. I earn hundreds of thousands to over $1 million a year. And now I can't even get a license plate. Forget it. I'll just buy a new energy vehicle. At least I don't have to compete for a license plate. Plus, no restrictions or limits, and I won't have to listen to my wife nagging, fewer trivial matters. For just 99 yuan, I can get a flashy image. Basically, anyone would choose to reserve a car from this brand. The reservation numbers on the official website refresh every few seconds, with the increasing figures in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. In just 1 hour, the reservation count surged to 1 million, and it keeps increasing. The 99 yuan reservation is indeed a clever marketing tactic. It's also part of their promotional strategy, and the effect has been great. Once the reservation plan was announced, screenshots of the 99 yuan car reservation spread from major forums to various social media platforms, and then to chat groups, spreading like a virus, becoming more widespread. With the help of this wave of momentum, Longxing Automobile has climbed to the trending searches, becoming known to more and more people. Meanwhile, the number of reservations on the official website has surged dramatically, increasing by hundreds of thousands at a time. Soon, it broke 1 million, then 2 million, and 3 million, with the pace of increase still accelerating. This is entirely a spontaneous action by netizens, with no involvement or guidance from the company. Now, opening platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, or WeChat Moments, one can see screenshots of successful reservations. Even Guli's WeChat Moments has not been spared. Wherever and whenever you open it, you can see someone sharing images. In various groups, it goes without saying that people are posting all the time. Countless media outlets are also competing to report on this, as the number of reservations for Longxing Automobile is publicly available. Release equals peak. Longxing Automobile reservations exceed 1 million. Longting subsidiary Longxing Automobile, new car launch. Over 10 million reservations. Longxing Automobile release. Expected sales exceed 100 billion. Reservation numbers have surpassed 10 million. Longxing achieves trillion-level milestone. With the participation of netizens, the number of reservations has long exceeded 10 million. The speed of increase is now at a rate of millions, rapidly climbing. It's important to note that cars are not small items like mobile phones. They typically cost tens or hundreds of thousands. If all the reservation holders were to purchase, it would easily surpass 1 trillion. However, it's clear that not everyone will pay the final installment. This is merely media exaggeration. The enthusiasm of the netizens is astonishing. It's truly remarkable. Guli looked at the reservation numbers exceeding 10 million. Although the actual buyers 1T match the reservation numbers, they 1T be few either. The reservations from millions of people also bring Guli over 1 billion in liquid funds. However, Guli will not touch this money. As stated initially, if the final payment is not made, the deposit will be returned. So, encouraging netizens to keep participating and sharing screenshots is just to bolster Guli's image. Haha. Let's discuss whether Guli will be furious if thousands of reservations turn into just a few thousand purchases. Of course, he will. Imagining $1 trillion in revenue, only to find out the final tally is just tens of billions. He would definitely think we were just making a fuss, letting him be overly happy for nothing. The black gold mobile phone has already made so much money for Xiaoyu. How much more does he want to earn? He needs to understand that success isn't guaranteed just because he is doing something. After sailing smoothly for so long, it's only right that he faces a setback. Let us keep stirring the pot. Ha ha ha. I really want to see Guli's expression right now. I'm curious and oddly looking forward to it. Just then, several obviously candid photos appeared online. Guli is unhappy, JPG. Guli looking defeated, JPG. Chapter 68. Everyone is eyeing graphene. 0. Guli looked at the expression memes of himself that were going viral online. What's wrong, boss? 0 asked innocently, looking at Guli with a cute expression. Stop pretending. I know it's you. I'm not blaming you. You just made me look too unflattering, Guli said helplessly. If you're going to shoot, make it look good. Otherwise, it just turns out to be a joke. Next time for sure. 0 turned his head and continued with his work. At this moment, the images released by 0 had also been seen online. Haha, there really are some. Guli must have gone online and seen our comments. Or else he wouldn't have that expression. In the previous picture, he was smiling, but in the next one, there was no smile on his face. It cracked me up. I'll save this expression pack. This round of promotion 1T achieve unexpected success. Online users spontaneously joined in as promoters. Anyone using a smartphone could see the models of Longxing vehicles and learn about the related prices. Those wanting to buy a car naturally would go ahead, while those who didn't want to buy also participated and found joy in it. Ultimately, the number of reservations for Longxing vehicles exceeded 25 million, with no further growth speed. However, this greatly surpassed all other car companies. In just one day, they gained 25 million users, which would take other car companies years or even decades to accumulate in sales. For Longxing, this is enough. Building a reputation is more important than anything else. Ordinary users noticed Longxing's excellent data, attractive models, and impressive features inside the cars, while industry leaders focused on Longxing's components and capabilities. Full graphene batteries. Autonomous driving. Longxing is indeed thriving, having just released new cars and attracted so much attention. Directly drawing in 25 million people's interest is truly impressive. But it's just fake data. How many actual purchases can there be? Even if the real number of buyers is low, the brand awareness has genuinely increased. My granddaughter is even asking me what car costs only $99 and can drive itself while having a little assistant. In a tea house, several industry leaders are gathered around a stove brewing tea. Graphene batteries? Are they real graphene or fake? I find it hard to believe. We all know the difficulty of purifying graphene, and we considered using graphene to make batteries. However, that price, one vehicle's power battery costs more than the car itself. Indeed. Otherwise, we would have started making graphene batteries long ago. Yet the data from Longxing S3 vehicles doesn't seem fabricated. Only graphene batteries could achieve that. Graphene material? If Longxing really has low-cost production technology, the government probably has already started engaging with them. Many things are about to change. Someone sighed. Graphene is the new darling, the king of new materials. It can be very useful in many aspects. If it's real, they should have started planning ahead. Let us buy a few Longxing new energy vehicles and see their batteries to find out if they are truly graphene. If they are, we will send someone to contact Longxing. Also, artificial intelligence has already begun to enter our lives. Its impact on the future is enormous. Currently, it serves merely as software to assist us in our work. However, in the near future, it might gradually replace workers. Oh, why do you say that? Did you notice that there aren't many workers in the promotional video of Longxing? It's mostly robotic arms performing production tasks. Furthermore, according to my inquiries, the Lanyuan manufacturing center that produces the black gold phones has only recruited 100 workers, all of whom are in management. Do you understand what this implies? The same goes for Longxing this time. They didn't find any subcontractors and are still producing in-house, yet they haven't even hired workers. How are they managing to produce? It's obvious to everyone present. Longxing is utilizing artificial intelligence and has already started implementing smart production. It's remarkable, truly a leading force in development. We are getting old, and the pace at which the younger generation is growing is indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, the world ultimately revolves around capital. First, let's test the authenticity of graphene. And if it's genuine, Let's start taking action. Let's teach the younger generation some life lessons. Exactly. Graphene batteries? Musk looked at the documents handed over by his assistant. Ever since the last time, he has been paying attention to Longting Group and Guli. After all, the path Longting is taking is quite similar to his own. Their industries even seem to mirror each other, as if they are following the road he has traveled. However, what they propose is much more advanced than his own. Artificial intelligence. L5 autonomous driving. He is increasingly interested in Guli. Has he conquered the technology for low-cost preparation of graphene? Musk turned to his newly appointed secretary. As the previous one was on maternity leave. I don't know, but after checking patents in the region, it appears that relevant patents are indeed in the application process. It seems to be real. Please arrange a meeting with Gu Li from Longting Group, Musk instructed. Since they are coming to the door, shouldn't he meet the competitor? I have already inquired. Longxing does not sell graphene batteries externally. Several executives from emerging domestic new energy vehicle companies gathered together to discuss. Are they not making money when there is money to be made? For them, the new energy sector is all about profit. They are benefiting from government subsidies while also profiting from consumers. After all, technology is public knowledge and anyone can use it. It just depends on who utilizes it better. The process remains the same. Buy various components from other companies, piece them together, generate some impressive data, and then place their own logo on it. With a turn of domestic and foreign markets, hundreds of millions or even billions in currency is easily obtained. Now, with the emergence of graphene batteries that perform even better, they naturally want to use them. Unfortunately, they are not for sale to outsiders. I think Longxing is afraid. Afraid that our cars will surpass theirs, and then they won't be able to sell. What a pity. If only they had invested in Longting earlier. But it's not too late. Once capital is in motion, rebranding Longting is not out of the question. The only question is, what method should we use to deal with them? I think it will be difficult. The state has already invested trillions, and they haven't gone public. So how can capital operate? The source. They can't possibly manufacture all their car parts themselves, right? Everyone's eyes lit up. This is indeed a method. We can cut off their supply chain. They don't want us to join, yet they also require our involvement. 25 million reservations, a reduction of 90, is quite a burden for him. When the time comes and there are no cars delivered, it will be our harvest time. Sounds good. Haha. Besides the new energy sector, companies in the mobile phone industry, materials industry, and aerospace sector are also looking at graphene from Longxing. Graphene is incredibly appealing. In a silver-white laboratory, researchers wearing lab coats with a logo from a certain automotive company are dismantling a black car. The logo on the front of the black car is indeed from Longxing. The car they are dismantling was purchased from Longxing. Naturally, they wouldn't buy a sports car. It's not cost-effective for research. However, they have purchased 3 vehicles, including a sedan and an SUV, specifically to study the batteries and related technologies within. With a whoosh, one person slides out from under the car, holding a silver-gray battery. The wires connected to it have not yet been removed. Is this the graphene battery? The reverse engineering team leader, Duan Hao, said as he watched team member Chao Lin extract the battery. Yes, according to our checks, this is it, Chao Lin replied as he stood up. Let us start testing. Duan Hao instructed. Chao Lin, along with other team members, removed the wires connected to the battery and brought the graphene battery to a nearby instrument. After connecting the battery to the device and starting it, they began charging and discharging tests on the battery. After the tests concluded, they recorded the data displayed on the instrument and continued to test the battery's capacity and energy conversion ratio. Team leader, this battery is impressive. The data is over 10 times better than the batteries we purchased from another energy company. No wonder it's a subsidiary of Longting. The technology is indeed advanced. Chao Lin remarked as he reviewed the recorded data. In every aspect, it surpassed everything he had tested before. No wonder Longxing's cars can achieve a range of 2,000 kilometers. If this battery were installed in their vehicles, it could achieve the same. Team leader. Next we should start dismantling. The test data is just a routine. The real work is to analyze the internal structure and material ratios. Chao Lin picked up a cutting tool and began to cut along the edges of the battery. A buzzing sound filled the air as sparks flew from the cutter towards Chao Lin, who was shielded by a black leather apron. As the edges were cut, with a clang, the center of the battery caved in. Chao Lin removed the cut metal layer, revealing the interior of the battery. What on earth is this? Is this all there is in a graphene battery? It can't be possible. Chao Lin and the dismantling team were all astonished as they looked at the inside of the graphene battery. Before them, The interior of the battery was a dark mass, hardly resembling a battery at all. Xiao Lin reached in and found no solid pieces, only powder. Team leader? Xiao Lin looked at Duan Hao, who had also noticed something unusual. The protective device has been triggered. Duan Hao sighed and said, otherwise, how could the battery only contain powder? It must have triggered a protective device, damaging the battery materials inside. He pulled out a dark battery cell and went to disassemble the batteries from 2 other vehicles. All right. Team leader, Xiao Lin said as he started to take apart the battery. Duan Hao took out a sealed bag and collected some battery powder. Come here. Take this for testing to see what the material is, he called to a team member, handing him the sealed bag. The team member took the bag and left for the company's testing department. Soon, Xiao Lin disassembled the battery again. He hadn't continued with the previous testing work. Just as he picked up the cutting machine and was ready to dismantle it, Duan Hao stopped him and took over. 3 minutes later, Duan Hao ended up with another pile of powder. Hey, Duan Hao, now skeptical, personally took apart the battery, but the result remained unchanged, just more powder. What the heck? Is the anti-tampering technology really that advanced? Duan Hao exclaimed, no wonder it's a subsidiary of Longting. Forget it, let's study their motor and electronic control technology. Can we get a blade battery from Ningda? With the car out of power, it was difficult to conduct research. Xiao Lin connected the previously disassembled wires to the terminals of the blade battery. After connecting everything, he opened the car door, ready to start it. But it failed. Team leader? What is going on? Xiao Lin was confused. The battery was fully charged. Why couldn't it start? There was an additional layer of authentication between the car and the battery. If the verification failed, the battery wouldn't start even if it was charged. This is the first time I've heard of such a method, Xiao Lin said. Why haven't I heard of this before? I saw it in the patents they applied for. Duan Hao patted Xiao Lin's shoulder. Learn more by observing. Let me give it a try. Duan Hao took the lead again, but still couldn't start the car. He couldn't break through that layer of verification. After a long day of work, Duan Hao's conclusion was simple. There was a 90% chance that the powder inside the battery was graphene. After reporting the final conclusion, Duan Hao led Xiao Lin and others to continue their research on Longqing's new energy vehicles. He refused to believe that they couldn't reverse engineer it. 90%? And there's a self-destruct program? The reverse engineering team couldn't figure it out after a week? The car can't even start? Xia Hongbo from Dapeng Automotive looked at the reported conclusion and muttered to himself. He then took out his phone and contacted friends from various new energy vehicle companies, including Li Zhuo from Weilon Automotive, Dong Xingyan from Xiaomei Automotive, and Ming Gaoi from Jihu Automotive. How's your reverse engineering going? I've hit a dead end. But one thing is certain, the battery is indeed made of graphene. Xia Hongbo opened the group chat and sent a message. Soon, he received replies. It's too difficult. Our technicians can't even start the car, let alone conduct research. I wonder if anyone else has made any progress. Don't mention it. We haven't made any either. We've lost hundreds of thousands for nothing. Who can argue with that? However, what can be confirmed is that they are indeed using graphene. What is next? Shall we continue with our previous plan? Naturally, the more advanced their technology is, the more we need to acquire it. But before that, let us think about how to address the issue of user attrition. What can we do? We could purchase power batteries from them. After their vehicles hit the market, the range of new energy vehicles skyrocketed from around 500 to 600 kilometers to directly over 2,000 kilometers. When purchasing a vehicle, consumers will naturally have higher expectations from other new energy companies. At the very least, the range needs to keep up, right? If it doesn't, then it's no surprise if users choose vehicles from other companies. Nowadays, if we can't come up with anything new, purchasing batteries from them is imperative to win back users, just as they were discussing how to persuade them to start a battery business. Gu Li's company was also welcoming a distinguished guest. The CEO of a certain technology company, Musk, came to visit either Longting or Gu Li. Chapter 70, Battery Business Development. Achieving Trillions. Surprise, Musk visits Longting. What kind of sparks will fly with Gu Li? After the launch of their vehicles, Musk visits Gu Li. What is his intention? The inevitable connection between their vehicles and the technology company. Today, Gu Li hosts the CEO of the technology company, Musk, for a tour of the factory. In the meeting room of Longting Group, Gu Li and Musk sat across from each other at a table. Gu Li took out a black and gold phone and placed it in the middle of the two. Musk pouted, curiously looking at Gu Li and the phone. I wonder what brings you to visit us at Longting. Just as Gu Li finished speaking, Wei Jia was about to translate, but suddenly, the phone emitted fluent English. Musk looked at the phone, his curiosity intensifying. Can it translate in real time? Guli nodded. That's right. Very impressive application. Is it powered by artificial intelligence? Musk quickly deduced. Without AI, the tone wouldn't be so authentic, nor would it convey the speaker's emotions. It is, Guli admitted. As the app was set to go live soon anyway. Can I take a look at your AI? Musk asked, sitting up straight. Artificial intelligence is undoubtedly a crucial aspect of the fourth industrial revolution. Or rather, the fourth industrial revolution is the intelligence revolution. Through AI, we can change the world, push it towards automation, and liberate humanity. I'm afraid not. This is our confidential technology. Guli declined Musk's request. The program for the AI, Xiaoyu, operates on the core of our underground base, and its existence cannot be exposed. Haha, that's all right. I wonder if we could reach a collaboration on artificial intelligence? Musk smiled. What kind of collaboration? Guli inquired. I own a robotics company. I can provide the robots, and you can provide the AI. Together, we can develop humanoid robots that can move just like humans do in films. What do you think, Mr. Gu? Musk looked at Guli. As Guli, who owns a manufacturing facility, he should not refuse. Developing humanoid robots can greatly save on labor costs. Guli shook his head and changed the topic, saying, how about I take you on a tour of our factory? After arriving at Guli's factory, Musk understood why Guli had not agreed to his proposal. The fully automated production line showcased the agile movements of robotic arms, which were essentially prototypes of humanoid robots. If the research continued, Guli would soon be able to develop humanoid robots. Musk's regard for Guli deepened. Guli showed Musk around the production lines for smartphones, automobiles, and graphene batteries. Of course, the graphene preparation workshop was in an underground facility, which Musk could not visit. It seemed that their collaboration could only focus on graphene batteries and materials. Musk said with a wry smile that the cooperation he wanted was something Guli did not need. Guli could develop it himself. So Musk had to settle for less. The excellent performance of graphene batteries surpassed even those he could develop himself. To prevent user loss, he naturally needed to procure them. Graphene materials, with their powerful thermal conductivity and strength far exceeding that of steel, would enhance various data aspects when applied in SpaceX. Musk certainly could not miss out on that. Not necessarily, Guli replied with a smile. We can discuss what kind of cooperation we can achieve later. Okay, let's communicate later. I've gained a lot today. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Gu. Musk smiled back at Guli. After sending Musk off, Guli returned to the office with Wei Jia. Mr. Gu, are we really not going to produce automotive batteries? Wei Jia asked. The market price for automotive batteries ranges from 50,000 to 60,000, with the most expensive ones costing around 80,000. However, the cost of production is less than half of the selling price. The automotive battery market is significant, and Wei Jia felt it was a pity not to enter it. Who said we're not doing it? Guli retorted. A complete version of the graphene battery won't be sold, but why not sell a modified version? If there's money to be made, shouldn't we take it? Are we going to start a battery business then? Wei Jia continued to ask. Of course. Inform Zhen Kaoyang that our battery business is open for external sales. The wholesale price will be 2,000 per kilowatt hour, and let them provide the specifications they need. Guli stated. Wei Jia took note of what Guli said, and then called Zhen Kaoyang to inform him to have Longxing start the battery business. Guli would not handle that himself. He was in charge of Longting Group, not Longxing. The automotive and automotive battery businesses would naturally be handled by Zhen Kaoyang. The news about Longxing selling automotive batteries soon spread. New energy vehicle companies that received the news quickly sent representatives to negotiate cooperation or came in person. They definitely wanted to secure automotive batteries. With a range of 2,000 kilometers, their sales for new energy vehicles would surely increase significantly. It is known that Longxing Automotive eventually paid the final payment, with the final number of customers around 5 million. 1/5 of the reserved customers chose to make the final payment. After all, a Longxing new energy vehicle costs around 200,000, which is much cheaper than those on the market. For 5 million new energy vehicles, the cost is not high when shared among many. In over 600 cities across the region, excluding lower-tier cities with limited purchasing power, each city has only about 2 to 3 people buying one. Customers who choose to purchase Longxing new energy vehicles value the 2,000 kilometer range and 8-minute fast charging. Otherwise, who would buy it? A range of 400 or 500 kilometers is not even worth it compared to ride-sharing. It's of no use, but 2,000 kilometers is quite economical. Just the cars alone have brought trillions in revenue to Guli. After all, the graphene battery technology is exclusively owned by Longting Group, along with various related advanced technologies. Especially after the opening of Longxing's battery business to external partnerships, companies like Tesla, Dapeng Automotive, and Weilon Automotive have come to purchase Longxing's graphene batteries. The number of cooperative contracts for automotive batteries is also continuously increasing. This also indicates Longxing Automotive's leading position in the automotive battery sector. Consequently, it has continuously influenced Longting Group's market valuation, which has risen to over $1 trillion. However, this has also brought significant challenges to Geely. While the sales figures look impressive, production capacity has fallen short. With 5 automotive production lines, one has been converted into a graphene battery production line, which produces about 10,000 battery units daily. The remaining 4 automotive production lines have a daily output of around 6,000 vehicles. Compared to the 5 million orders, this is still too little. Geely needs to acquire land and build more factories to establish additional production lines. Just as Geely was preparing to head to the Urban Construction and Housing Bureau of Ponen, Longting welcomed another esteemed guest. Chapter 71, added to the export restriction list. Here for collaboration. Is this the Yudu building that Longting Group is constructing? Su Kaming pointed at the building that was nearing completion and asked Wu Yonghua. Yes, Su. Currently, Longting Group has temporarily rented several floors in the adjacent building to serve as an office building. Wu Yonghua respectfully replied. Su Kaming holds a significant position. He is the president of the National Research Institute, responsible for reviewing important research projects across the region and overseeing project progress. The institute he leads has conquered multiple technological challenges for the nation. His visit today is specifically for Gu Li's graphene project. Accompanying him are academicians Lu Min, Lu Wenshu, and Yun Kai from the Institute of Light. Academicians Wan Zixuan and Chu Su from the computer science field are also visiting Longting Group to meet this super genius. Geely, if he weren't a super genius, where would all this cutting-edge technology come from? Let us go up, Su Kaming indicated towards the adjoining building. Should we notify Geely? Wu Yonghua asked nearby. This time, Su Kaming did not have Wu Yonghua notify Geely in advance. He shook his head. Let us go up and take a look first. A group of people arrived at the office floor of Longting Group. The first thing that caught their eye was the company's logo, and there was no reception desk set up. A transparent glass partition stood in front of them, with a camera installed in the middle. On the left side of the entrance, there was a fingerprint scanner, indicating that verification was required for entry. Just as Su Kaming was about to ask Wu Yonghua to notify Geely, the glass door automatically opened. In the office, Geely received a notification as soon as Wu Yonghua appeared at the door. Wu Yonghua had brought Su Kaming and others, and the relevant information had already been gathered. Yonghua, you didn't let me know you were coming? Geely said, casting a reproachful glance at Wu Yonghua. He then extended his right hand towards Su Kaming and the others. Hello, Su. Hello, Academician Lu. Hello, Academician Yun. You know us. Su Kaming replied in surprise. Geely pointed at the camera above the door. Our company has artificial intelligence. Your appearances are all recorded, and knowing your names is quite simple. Haha, I see. Geely said as he led everyone to the conference room. Please enjoy some tea. I hope it suits your taste. Su Kaming picked up the teacup, first inhaling the fragrance of the tea, then taking a sip and savoring it before swallowing. Very good. I'll be straightforward. We came for graphene. Su Kaming had learned from Wu Yonghua that Geely preferred a direct approach. The country has already listed graphene as a restricted export material. So the orders for purchasing graphene alone will need to be abandoned on your side, Mr. Gu. Su Kaming continued. Graphene batteries have also been included in the restricted product list, and I'm afraid you won't be able to fulfill the related orders. This was heavy news. Geely hadn't expected the country's actions to be so swift. However, it made sense. Graphene is the king of materials and has great application prospects in many fields. The country naturally wouldn't allow this material to circulate to other nations, becoming a resource for their technological development. All right, I understand. But please, just call me Xiao Gu. You are all seniors and pillars of the country, while I am just a junior and can't compare. Geely smiled. This falls under force majeure. The contract cannot be fulfilled, and there is no need for compensation. He continued. Moreover, selling graphene materials pales in comparison to the profits from the new energy vehicle business. This loss is bearable. That can't be said. The research institute I lead is a state-affiliated unit, and the demand for graphene is still very high. Su Kaming replied with a smile as he looked at Geely. No problem. Just tell us how much you need, and we'll draft the contract. Once the contract is signed, we can start production right away. Huh. I'll clarify the demand and let you know, Su Kaming said, putting down his teacup. He then extended his hand toward Lu Min, who understood his intention. She took out a box from her bag, and after opening it, revealed a square device resembling a camera. Su Kaming pushed the box in front of Guli. A holographic projection device. Guli examined the situation and reached this conclusion. He then activated the device, and a blue light shot out from the center of the device. Guli took a patch from the bottom of the device and applied it to his temple, with the wires connected to the device. He then placed his hand in the blue light, and a bead formed from the blue light appeared between his thumb and index finger. Guli gently pinched it, and the bead instantly transformed back into dispersing blue light. Not bad, but it still falls short of a true holographic projection device. The physical engine is not yet fully developed. It seems to be based on the technical plan he provided earlier, which he experimented with on his own. Otherwise, the device would be capable of fully simulating reality. Based on the performance of this device, achieving the level of mastery he possesses would require more than a decade of research and development. After all, the true core technology is still in his hands. Guli gave Su Kaming a thumbs up. It seems that there are still hidden talents in our country. I wonder who manufactured this holographic projection device. It was developed by Lu Min and her team. Su Kaming gestured towards Lu Min, who was sitting beside him. It was also your technical plan, little Gu. That inspired us. However, it still falls far short of the ideal data recorded in the plan. Lu Min shook her head helplessly. Without those core technologies, what we developed is merely a replica. Compared to the holographic projectors on the market, it's just slightly better. It can't be put into practical application. It's already quite good. Little Gu, take another look at this. Su Kaming took the USB drive handed over by Ruan Zixuan and then passed it to Guli. Guli attached an adapter to the USB drive and connected it directly to his phone. Soon, the system provided a conclusion, a low-level artificial intelligence, showing traces of He Juanhao's technology. Guli looked at Ruan Zixuan. I wonder what your relationship with He Juanhao is. He is my student. I've guided him from undergraduate to doctoral studies. He is the most talented student I've taught. Ruan Zixuan replied. I discussed with him during the research process. I didn't expect you to notice that? He is right here with me. I can call him over. No. Let us continue our discussion first. Ruan Zixuan quickly declined. Guli nodded and turned to Su Kaming. I wonder why you're showing me all this. I want to beat around the bush. I came today to discuss cooperation with you, little Gu. Showing you this is to make you believe in our capabilities. Guli's technology is too advanced. Naturally, cooperating with Guli is to learn the technology and manufacture corresponding products. After all, having seen Guli's technology, everyone is eager to see the product as soon as possible. Chapter 72. One more is not too many. One less is not too few. Is that so? Guli understood. After seeing Guli's technical plan, they had been eager to use this technology to enhance the technological capabilities of the region or strengthen military capabilities. For instance, holographic projection technology could save a significant amount of research funding. Researchers will study some technologies that are difficult to research in reality within a fully simulated environment. This will help avoid certain dangers and accelerate the transformation of theories into practical applications. As for artificial intelligence, as previously mentioned by a certain individual, it aims to enhance the intelligence of the military and strengthen its capabilities. Technologies like the Dragon language and Dragon Rock system are being learned by individuals at the company. Alternatively, some are receiving offline training, which is progressing rapidly. This significantly enhances the protection of confidential information. Having tasted the benefits of advanced technologies, they naturally wish to obtain more such innovations quickly. Of course, the government will not force the individual but will cooperate, providing human resources, materials, and financial support to jointly develop advanced technological products. Su Kaming looked at the individual, waiting for a response. Currently, the Research Institute primarily focuses on how to safely implement theoretical concepts. Many groundbreaking technologies have already been proposed but have remained theoretical due to various research difficulties. The emergence of holographic projection technology opens up more possibilities for these theories to materialize. Gung Guoqiang shares the same view, hoping to promote research through holography. They only need to ensure proper confidentiality to prevent the technology from leaking outside. After pondering for a while, the individual finally nodded. That's fine. However, I have some conditions. Go ahead, Su Kaming replied, his face lighting up. First, the The research institute must be established or procured in a designated area, and I want to check its safety. That is acceptable. Second, security arrangements will be made by me, and all personnel entering or leaving must undergo verification. Naturally, that is necessary. Third, I will personally investigate those involved in the research, and only those who pass the investigation can participate. Agreed. Our researchers can withstand scrutiny. Then let us have a pleasant collaboration. The individual extended his right hand towards Su Kaming, mirroring the request made to Gung Guiqian. Looking forward to it. I might have to trouble you a lot, General Manager Gu, Su Kaming said with a continuous smile. Hey, why are you calling me General Manager Gu again? We agreed to call me Xiao Gu, the individual replied with some displeasure. Some people deserve respect, like you, Su Kaming. I'm not worried. I actually welcome everyone to come together to develop technology and use it to change the world. Haha, with you saying that. It seems Ponin might become the next Silicon Valley, Su Kaming exclaimed, based on the conditions set by the individual. Those wishing to use holographic projection technology will need to come to Ponin. Once this news spreads, research institutions across the country that are aware of this technology will flock to this area. Consequently, the number of researchers in Ponin will significantly increase, and many world-changing technologies are expected to emerge here. Indeed, we will create the Silicon Valley of our country, the individual said excitedly. Holding onto technology for oneself only leads to making a bit more money through advanced means. Collaborating with Su Kaming and others is also aimed at promoting the advancement of technology. Moreover, more people are getting involved, discovering more applications for technology. After all, the most advanced artificial intelligence is in our hands. Ultimately, these technologies will still be in Gu Li's hands. More importantly, Gu Li has many more advanced technologies at her disposal. Holographic projection technology, artificial intelligence, and other technologies are no longer considered cutting edge for her. By spreading these technologies, they can better integrate into modernization and lay a foundation for industry, creating a stage for more advanced technologies. Yanghua, come here. When sending Su Kaming off, Gu Li said to Wu Yanghua. The two moved to a nearby corner. Here, this is the list of materials I need. Why has it increased so much? Wu Yanghua couldn't decipher the names of the materials, but he could still understand the measurement units. Previously, Gu Li would ask for dozens of grams. But now the units on her list have changed to kilograms, with numbers increasing from 2 digits to 4 or even 5 digits. It's due to experimental losses. What I need in the future will only be more, Gu Li said somewhat shyly. All right, I'll bring it next time, Wu Yanghua nodded. After sending Su Kaming and Wu Yanghua away, Gu Li returned to her office. 0. The shape-shifting metal you're working with is really difficult to synthesize, isn't it? How many times have we been at this? Gu Li asked while leaning back in her chair with a Bluetooth headset on. The 79th time. However, with each experiment, our success rate has improved. Zero's voice transmitted through the headset to Gu Li's ears. Once the next batch of materials arrives, we will continue the experiment. I refuse to believe it won't work, Gu Li said stubbornly. Synthesizing the shape-shifting metal used in Transformers is Gu Li's goal to apply this metal to her own battle armor, making it more portable and compact. As she lay on the sofa, Gu Li slowly fell asleep. At the rice company, Lei Jun watched the researchers busy at work in front of him. After a while, a researcher handed Lei Jun a document. Chairman, this is the research report on the black gold phone battery and the Longxing car battery. All right, let me take a look. Lei Jun opened the document and carefully examined the records. The verification method is the same. If it fails, it will self-destruct. However, there are some differences. The phone battery is only coated with a layer of graphene rather than being made entirely of it. Even so, it still outperforms regular batteries in terms of endurance. If we manufacture phone batteries using graphene, their longevity will certainly see a significant boost. At that time, many power-hungry, high-performance phone accessories can be arranged. Then, phones will be evaluated based on various configurations, not just performance. Has Longxing ventured into the phone battery business? Lei Jun asked his assistant. I'll call and check now. The assistant replied. Soon, the assistant returned with an answer. Chairman, Longxing said they can do it. It just requires a change in specifications. All right. I'll send someone to communicate about purchasing graphene phone batteries another day. Lei Jun handed the documents to his assistant and left the laboratory. He called for the shareholders to continue discussing whether to venture into the new energy vehicle industry. As he walked out, Lei Jun instructed, but at that moment, he had already given up on entering the new energy vehicle sector. Is there a strong competitor? How can they, as newcomers, compete? Chapter 73. opening the patent application channel. The road to wealth begins. In the Ponan New District, Guli was driving a transformed Longxing A1 model vehicle on the road. Ahead of him was a Hongqi car with a government license plate starting with 00. Inside the Hongqi car sat the leaders of Ponan. Longting had grown into a company valued at trillions in just 2 to 3 months, instantly catching the attention of the leadership and becoming a key target for investment attraction in Ponan. The development of a city relies on both enterprises and government. The government attracts companies to invest and set up factories through favorable policies or to establish certain projects in Ponan, providing job opportunities or bringing new prospects to the city. These achievements then become the political performance of government leaders, leading to more resources being allocated to Ponan. This time, Guli was accompanying the leaders to select land in the Ponan New District. The Yuduan building was just an office building, and the factory in the suburbs only covered 75 acres. For better development, Longting naturally needed more land to build its own park, which would become the headquarters of Longting Group, a technology park, research institute, various testing centers, employee dormitories, and other supporting facilities, attracting more talented individuals to join Longting Group. Following the Hongqi car of the leaders, besides Guli, there were also Wei Jia, Chengyan from the legal department, and Jin Xin from the finance department, all driving Longxing A1 vehicles, a unified model that attracted the attention of passers-by. After all, since their company produced cars, they wouldn't treat their business trip personnel poorly. As long as they were on a business trip, they could apply to use the company's vehicles. Soon, the car stopped in front of a piece of barren land, which was already surrounded by a fence. Manager Gu, this area is the planned development zone for our future Ponan New City. This plot of land is designated for companies coming to Ponan. The outermost area is only 1 kilometer away from your factory in the suburbs. This side will be the future resettlement area for Ponan. After all, developing this area and building roads requires acquiring land from several villages. So, you don't need to worry about it being too remote. This will definitely be a key area for us in Ponan, the leader explained with a map in hand. Then I have no concerns, Guli said, holding the map together with the leader. Is there a designated area? No, the leader replied, taking out a pen. You can draw it yourself. Whatever you draw, you will get. The leader's tone was very generous, as if it were wholesale. Guli was taken aback, but soon understood. As a company starting with a valuation in the trillions, using a piece of land that isn't worth much now to exchange for a major company or group to settle in a certain region is quite a bargain. Guli picked up a pen and casually circled an area near the factory. Though it seemed insignificant on the map, that small circle actually represented 1,000 acres of land in reality. In total, Guli spent 150 million. The price per acre was 150,000, which was even a bit lower than the market price. This land was different from previous ones, as it didn't involve any village relocation issues. The government had purchased it early on and included it in the Regional Urban Development Plan. After signing the contract, Guli had the terrain surveyed and asked for a preliminary plan to be developed. Soon, a plan for the construction project named Longting Technology Park was established. The project was divided into 3 phases, expected to be completed in 1 year. The first phase would focus on building the factory. The second phase would involve constructing the headquarters and office areas for the group. The third phase would include the construction of staff buildings and other supporting facilities. The construction task would be handed over to the Huazhongyuan construction team. Currently, Guli's Huazhongyuan team had expanded to over 1,000 construction machines and was busy in another location building a satellite launch base. It wouldn't be impossible to send another batch to construct the Longting Technology Park. After arranging the construction tasks, Guli returned to his office and called Wei Jia in. Recently, I will have someone set up a patent section on the official website. By submitting business licenses, tax registration certificates, organization code certificates, bank account certificates, and other documents, companies can obtain partial patent authorization from us after verification. Guli's casual words shocked Wei Jia. Wei Jia looked at Guli, eyes wide in disbelief, mouth agape. After a few moments of opening and closing his mouth, he asked, President Gu, you're not joking, are you? Patents are crucial for a company. The company's benefits come from advanced technology, leading the industry, and forming products to generate profit. However, Guli's current decision was to authorize this critical asset to others. Isn't that like giving away one's own money? I'm not joking, Guli shook his head. That's really how I think. Right now, our factory is still under construction, and we want to find others to manufacture our products. but due to differences in technology, they simply can't meet our quality standards. Opening up authorization is also for better production of our products. Moreover, the companies that receive authorization will have to sign contracts to become our manufacturers. The technology certainly won't be provided for free. I'm not going to make a loss. The technology being authorized is all outdated technology that I want to use anymore. I still have plenty of second and third generation technologies. We'll use the outdated technology to produce first generation products. Once the first generation technology has been sufficiently assimilated, I will release the second generation technology. When the second generation technology is nearly exhausted, the third generation technology will be released. With each generation of technology, the industrial foundation needed in the region will gradually be established. What contracts? Can I take a look? Wei Jia continued to ask, now the general manager of the company. Matters related to the company must align with its interests. You can check on the computer at my desk. After reviewing the contracts on Gu Li's computer, Wei Jia understood Gu Li's intentions. By licensing patents and signing contracts for patent fees, or through investment and partnership, they could turn others into the company's manufacturers. I see. By then, we might be trending again. Wei Jia sat in Gu Li's office chair, looking at Gu Li and said, just like Wei Jia mentioned. Once this news from Gu Li was released, it immediately hit the trending lists of various social media platforms. News outlets were also competing to report on it. Breaking news. Company licenses some patents to external entities. Licensing patents? Gu Li's bold idea. The company's questionable move to license patents? Are they unhappy with their profits? Path to wealth. Apply for the company's patents, become a manufacturer for them, and you could be the next to get rich. Chapter 74. Say nothing. Just follow the company's lead to make money. Wow, what is this operation? Online discussions about the company's new announcement sparked intense debate. Licensing patents to other companies? Are they unhappy with their profits? I can't imagine any company would be willing to license out patents. Exactly. Anything that can be licensed out must be worthless technology. Don't you trust the company? What about the examples of their successful products? Look at the premium smartphone, artificial intelligence, and automotive technology. Aren't those clear cases? Seriously. If you can make a small profit, you will become their loyal supporters. Reading the comments on the forum, Chen Jingqi continuously rebutted. He wouldn't believe that licensing patents would be a good thing. He had already experienced the ways of large corporations. Everything revolves around profit. Anything that does not align with the company's interests is not permitted. For the sake of profit, they constantly exploit employees, all while claiming it's for their own good. For training and experience, they keep making empty promises, but in reality, it just fills their own pockets. His own wallet was getting thinner, and his health was suffering greatly. Chen Jingqi would never trust the words of entrepreneurs again. In his eyes, every move they made was solely for the company's growth. So what? I enjoy following this company. What's wrong with that? Getting licensed means guaranteed profits. Brother, quickly ride this wave of opportunity. The path to wealth is right ahead. Haha, how foolish. If it were really that good, why would they license it to you? Can't they do it themselves? It's publicly announced on their official website that, after excluding R&D costs, they made at least 500 billion in local currency. They have both money and land in the region. Wouldn't they do it themselves? Good technology should be shared, but is there a fear of monopoly investigations? The person upstairs makes a valid point. I will take a wait-and-see approach since my company has already invested a significant amount of money. I don't care. After all, we are facing bankruptcy anyway. What if the patents from Longting can save me? Exactly, I will apply too. Some people believe in it, while others do not. Those who believe are naturally preparing their materials to submit an application on Longting's official website, hoping to receive authorization. The skeptics are continuously observing online and expressing their opinions. Xiong Kaifeng is among those who believe in Longting. After graduating from university, he partnered with his roommate to establish a company that specializes in parts. Starting from electric vehicle components, they now focus on automotive parts. They have experienced both glory and decline, but he, his roommate, and the partners who joined later have managed to hold on. However, they can no longer sustain it. Nowadays, there are too many companies producing parts. And with advancements in manufacturing machinery, Xiong Kaifeng is receiving fewer and fewer orders. Even when they do receive orders, they only break even, with no possibility of profit. Additionally, due to outdated machinery, the quality does not meet others' requirements, leading to wasted orders and even the risk of breach of contract. Now that Longting is allowing patent applications and possibly offering investment, the funds could be used to acquire new machinery. The patents could improve their processes and produce better components. For him, this is a win-win situation. Can Kaifeng really succeed? Li Chenghua looked at the successful application notification on his computer, filled with doubt. He is also half convinced about this matter. After all, those who teach others how to make money often aim to profit from those who want to make money. To put it bluntly, it feels like exploiting others. Li Chenghua is worried he might end up being exploited as well. Although the company and factory are not generating income anymore, the assets are still there, and selling them could at least recoup some losses. He has made enough money over the years. He just hates to give up the business he has worked hard for. I believe in Longting. They may not be as the internet claims. Moreover, we have reviewed the patents we can apply for, and they are all advanced technologies. They are nothing like the outdated technologies mentioned online. We are applying for both patents and funding. There is no way we can lose. Once our application is approved, we will see how to develop next. Xiong Kaifeng released the mouse, interlaced his fingers behind his head, and leaned back in his chair. Will it go through? Absolutely. Our company has a long history and rich experience. There is no problem. Now, we just wait for Longting to approve our application. 3 days later, Xiong Kaifeng received a notification from Longting. Congratulations. Your application on the official website has been approved. For details, please log into Longting's official website. Xiong Kaifeng jumped up on the spot, clenched his right fist, and swung it vigorously through the air. Then he quickly ran to the office, opened his computer, and logged onto Longting's official website. The patent authorization letter has been issued and is available for download or can be sent to a personal email. The patent fees charged are based on market rates and are not excessively high. However, what Xiong Kaifeng values more is another piece of information. After signing the contract, an investment of 2 million can be obtained. Xiong Kaifeng called Li Chenghua to review the attached contract together. Should we sign? Xiong Kaifeng looked at Li Chenghua, hesitating. The contract stipulates that after the investment from Longting, a new company must be formed. The products produced must also prioritize Longting. In the new company, Longting will hold shares according to their respective investment ratios. A brand new production line will also be provided. Overall, it seems like a huge opportunity. However, Xiong Kaifeng understands that while money is important, shares are even more crucial, as they represent power and influence. How much money do you currently have? Li Chenghua asked Xiong Kaifeng. With the technology available and a new production line in place, increasing investment to enhance their influence is essential. Increase investment? Xiong Kaifeng looked at Li Chenghua in confusion. But then he realized that both technology and funds could be secured. Not increasing investment to gain more shares and influence would be a missed opportunity. The profits would all go to Longting otherwise. Soon, the two reached a consensus. They would sign the contract and then increase their investment to strengthen their influence. A few days later, the new production line from Longting was ready. Xiong Kaifeng and Li Chenghua set up the production line and improved the manufacturing process based on the patented technology. They then produced a batch of samples and took them to old customers to negotiate orders. Looks good, Xiaoxiong. The quality of your parts has improved a lot. As long as your parts maintain this quality, I will place my orders with you from now on. There is absolutely no problem. The quality of the parts is definitely assured. Xiong Kaifeng's smile never faded, and he gave a thumbs up. They secured a 2 million order from this old customer. Indeed, partnering with Longting was the right choice. It's really profitable. Chapter 75, Connecting the Production Supply Chain. Factories springing up like mushrooms. At the Nongxing Automobile 4S store, sales personnel were showing a family of 4 around the showroom. The store was divided into different areas based on various car models. Almost a month had passed, and Longxing had been releasing new models one after another. The sales personnel were introducing the features to the visitors. This car is the first model we launched at Longxing. Since its release, it has consistently been our top seller. With a range of 2,000 kilometers, it meets driving needs for both short and long trips. An 8-minute quick charge. Along with our collaboration with the government on the construction of new energy charging stations, ensures charging needs during travel are met. The family listened to the sales personnel while examining the Longxing A1 in front of them, touching the interior decorations. The quality is truly excellent. Look at this. It uses real materials, unlike other car companies that cut corners. Finally found it. These parts are indeed produced by our factory. Haha, it really is. I told you. Your dad works for a certain manufacturing company. Now you all believe it, right? When is my dad coming over? Soon, very soon. Just then, a hurried man rushed in with a briefcase under his arm. Dad, how's the selection going? Which model did you choose? The man asked the elder among the 4. This one. It has the parts produced by you. The man slapped his thigh excitedly. Dad, you don't get it. Every car here has parts produced by our factory. And it's not just one part. For this car, we supplied over a dozen different components. As far as I know, except for the core, everything else is produced by different manufacturers. I brought you here to see which model you like. As a manufacturing partner, we have internal discounts, the man said cheerfully. Soon, they picked their favorite model and called for the sales representative to make the payment. They chose the high-end version, and after deducting national subsidies and the internal pricing, the man only spent $180,000 to take home a certain model. However, none of the cars in the dealership were available for immediate delivery. They had to wait 1 or 2 days. Nonetheless, the family was very happy and took a cheerful group photo in front of the display car. Wow! Do you know what I discovered? The manufacturing partner of the group actually has discounts. A high-end model worth $260,000 only costs $180,000. With evidence in the picture. Here's one I just sold today. Take a look. The private information in the image has been blurred out. Bro, you're living in the past. This news has spread long ago. There was even a trending topic about it recently. That's right. If you apply to become a manufacturing partner before purchasing, you can get discounts. But it seems like most applications have been rejected. A reminder from Xiaoyu. Please use reasonable methods to purchase a vehicle. Haha, Xiaoyu is not wrong. Signing a contract is not that simple. There are indeed high-quality requirements for the products, which is normal to ensure consumers receive the best products. The standards of the group are genuinely high. But nowadays it's getting harder to become a manufacturing partner. Now, there are over 1,000 manufacturing partners providing a large number of parts to the group. Each part has 3 or 4 factories involved in its production. After market and group selection, only the best manufacturers remain. Moreover, those who have become manufacturing partners are earning more benefits than before. It can be said that the group has established its own automotive supply chain domestically. Many people regret not joining when the group first opened applications. Regret. I shouldn't have listened to you all back then. Bro, it's no one's fault. Some just aren't destined for it. I can't even face my dad now because I was the one who advised him not to apply to be a manufacturing partner. Then my dad's cousin applied. And now my dad is helping his cousin produce parts for the group. Every time I go home, I dare not look my father in the eye. He probably hates me to death. It's a good thing he didn't hit me. Next time there's a chance, I can't let it slip by. I must keep up with the company to make big money. Looking at the forum, Chun Jingqi noticed that the comments had overwhelmingly turned in favor. It seems that the company really is different. Nothing like what I had previously imagined has happened. They have also given many benefits to the factories, ensuring their profits while the company obtains high-quality components, reducing costs, and improving the quality of the vehicles, creating a win-win situation. In the conference room of the company, we need to address our upstream raw material issues next. Guli looked at the list of factories on the computer and turned to Wei Jia, saying that she must admit that Gu's ideas always managed to solve many problems for the company. Wei Jia admired this. When the patents were opened initially, she didn't understand. But now the company has established its own supply chain. Many factories have settled in the region, bringing a significant number of job opportunities for the company's development. The raw material issue is something we must resolve. Otherwise, if our raw materials are restricted, we won't be able to certify our components. Guli sipped her green tea. So how should we solve this? Wei Jia asked. Generally, this is done through acquiring mining companies to hold the raw materials in our hands, while also searching for mines. Guli put down her teacup and looked at Wei Jia. Finding mines isn't a simple task. The mines that can be explored domestically have mostly been identified. Searching for unclaimed, unnamed mines is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Despite the vastness and richness of resources, when faced with the large population, everything is already clear-cut, but we still need to search, right? Guli reclined in her chair. Finding raw materials is not just about sourcing materials for new energy vehicles. It's also about acquiring other materials that Guli wants. For instance, various steels needed for humanoid robots or resins and rubbers for artificial skin, all of which require us to have control over the raw materials. Guli doesn't want to be constrained once they are produced. I understand. I'll go find the relevant teams. Good. I'll provide some technical support when the time comes, Guli said, closing her eyes. Moreover, he has a secret weapon. Chapter 76. The Defeated Nation. Composite Armor Materials. In a large research center, a massive white research platform was filled with graphene batteries, black gold smartphones, black gold computers, and automotive power batteries, leaving no space on the white platform. Surrounding it were individuals in white research uniforms, their faces showing endless worries. Since the company launched its first product, they had been keeping an eye on it. The confidentiality mechanisms and procedures of the company's security made their various reconnaissance technologies seem inadequate. At the same time, they have invested a large amount of research. However, after all this time, they have not achieved anything significant. They have spent a huge amount of money on fragmented courses that they cannot even understand. With no clue at all, how can they talk about learning? They brought in translators, but the translations always feel off. They are still trying to crack the advanced defensive system. However, it is much better than before. They are now able to reach position 20 of the outer perimeter. What is even more important now is the graphene in the automotive power batteries, which is what they want the most. Or rather, they want technology for low-cost graphene production. Without such technology, how could they possibly use graphene to manufacture power batteries? Moreover, using such excellent material for automotive power batteries, wouldn't that be a waste? While some people do not value it, others do, but they just cannot get their hands on it. They want to disassemble the batteries to extract graphene for research or use, but that is impossible. In the first step of disassembly, the graphene material is damaged and contaminated. Repairing these materials would be less efficient than developing their own. People from that region are utterly speechless. How can someone take anti-theft technology to this level? It was not like this before. This is the shared thought of everyone from that region involved in the research. They used to condemn various imitations from others. But when faced with this situation, they are now thinking about learning the imitation techniques to replicate advanced products. Should we consider kidnapping someone to force the company to hand over their technology? Kidnap? How? That person is in the region every day at the company. How can we do that? Many will definitely protect him. Sending our people there would be like walking into a trap. His family? That would make the target smaller, right? He has only one relative, a retired soldier living in a military community. Go ahead and try to kidnap him. Friends? Lovers? According to our investigation, he has very few friends and no deep relationships, and there has been no word of a romantic partner. Let's give up. We can't obtain this technology. People from that region are quite frustrated. How can someone be so difficult to deal with? No, we must obtain that technology. We need to increase infiltration and have someone from the inside help us acquire it. Sigh. If we don't make any progress, our funding will be pulled. Just as everyone was sighing in despair, someone rushed in from outside. They had obtained the patents. Everyone's eyes lit up as they snatched the documents from the person's hands and began to review them. After a while, they put the documents down. There were many patents recorded, but very few that would be useful. Still, having something is better than nothing. They can report to higher-ups and secure funding. Mr. Gu, I have assembled the mining team. They are all trustworthy. When should we send them out? Wei Jia entered the office and looked at Mr. Gu, who was drinking tea. Wait a moment. I'll have someone bring something up. Mr. Gu poured a cup of tea for Wei Jia, saying, please wait here for a moment. All right. Wei Jia sat down and picked up the teacup, examining the tea inside. Mr. Gu, isn't drinking tea a bit overwhelming? It's so bitter. And it makes it hard to sleep. I learned it from my dad, Guli replied, sipping the tea. My dad told me, tea is a good thing that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, encompassing all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. None of them are absent, but it has to endure the trials of the world, being exposed to wind and sun, stir-fried in iron pots, and steeped in boiling water to release its fragrance. Just think of how much suffering it goes through, how much bitterness it endures to bring its aroma to our mouths. First bitter, then sweet, it contains the essence of life. I can't quite appreciate that, Wei Jia said, so I'll just keep tasting it. To savor what my dad said. Wei Jia nodded, so that's how it is. Soon, someone knocked on Gu Li's office door. Mr. Gu, I've brought the items you requested. Just put them there. What was delivered was a rectangular box measuring 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 30 centimeters high, covered in various strange patterns. This is the machine developed by our research team for mineral exploration. Once activated, it will drill underground and transmit the information to the terminal. Guli smiled. Charged up, it can last a long time. This is not just developed by me. It's a mining detection robot that was brought to life after being salvaged and turned from waste into treasure. It seems Mr. Gu has long been prepared. After finishing her tea, Wei Jia said, I'll take this to the exploration team now. All right, thank you for your hard work. After Wei Jia left, Guli took out his phone and called Wu Yanghua. Didn't you say you'd come today? Where are you now? I'm waiting for your materials. I'm on my way, just a moment, Wu Yanghua replied. He wasn't wrong. It wasn't long before Wu Yanghua arrived. After unloading the materials at the underground base, Guli handed Wu Yanghua another list. They stayed in the studio within the underground base. Zero, let us get started. Guli exclaimed excitedly. The materials are finally here. I can't believe this experiment won't work out. Got it, boss, Zero responded, equally excited. I'll have the others get ready. One by one, the materials were prepared by Zero and his team, arranged in order. Nearby stood machine after machine, organized in a circle. In the center was a small platform clearly meant for placing materials. Boss, everything is ready. Should we start the experiment now? Let us begin, Guli said, putting on a pair of sunglasses as he watched the small hands mix some materials together before placing them on the central platform. A humming sound filled the air as the machines powered up, gradually changing from a buzz to a sizzle. Then, a blue light shot from the machines toward the metallic materials on the platform. White smoke billowed out, and the metal grew increasingly bright. The brightness intensified, and the blue light transformed into a red hue. The metallic materials shone brilliantly, but with a sharp crack, the machines ceased operation. The metal, which had been as bright as day, quickly dimmed. Seeing this scene, Guli sighed. Another failure? Chapter 77. The armor begins to take shape. Soaring through the skies. Another failure? Looking at the central platform, the metallic material had shrunk to just a small piece. The bright color gradually faded, transforming into a deep blue metallic sheen. Unlike before, it was noticeably brighter than the discarded materials. The 20-centimeter piece of metal had shrunk to at least half its size. However, it was clear that the desired shape-shifting metal still had some gaps. This shape-shifting metal, inspired by a certain franchise, was a type of material that could change into different shapes according to its autonomous consciousness. It was precisely because of this metal that the characters could transform into human forms and shift into various models. Applying this metal to the battle armor. Once the initial shape was set, it could quickly attach itself to the user with just a gentle press of the activation button, allowing for the rapid transformation into various weapon shapes to meet combat needs. If it could be developed to a nanoscale, it would make the armor lighter and enable faster changes to the required items and weapons. Yes, boss, we failed again, said Zero calmly, without any fluctuations in tone. Recalculate the next batch of metal materials and continue testing. Guli sat down on the nearby sofa and instructed Zero. A blue light appeared in front of Guli and Zero, with metallic materials simulated through holographic projection emerging within the blue glow. The simulated metals were in an ideal state, while the real materials could not reach that ideal state. This led to repeated failures, requiring constant testing to find the best ratios. Guli watched all of Zero's operations, finally able to understand them. Through the system's superbrain function, he had completed all the courses and began researching his own advanced technology, learning related techniques. The simulation soon ended, and the new metal ratio test was completed. The reconfigured metal materials were placed back on the central platform. The machine restarted, and the blue light shone on the metallic materials again. The blue light changed color once more, and the metal became increasingly bright. The materials fused together, then transformed into a liquid state, suspended at the intersection of red light. The liquid metal in the glow continuously undulated, as if sprouting countless tentacles, exploring its surroundings. Seeing this scene, Guli's face broke into an excited smile. It finally worked. Such performance indicated that it was indeed shape-shifting metal. Creating this substance was no simple task. From nothing to something. They had developed shape-shifting metal after testing thousands of different metal materials and employing various methods, conducting countless tests. Zero, record the ratios and prepare for mass production. Guli stood up and stopped the machine. The shape-shifting metal had been developed, and the machine was halted. The properties of the shape-shifting metal still remained, dancing up and down in the air. He picked up a nearby container of liquid nitrogen and sprayed it towards the liquid metal. Soon, the temperature of the metal cooled down. Guli attempted to grasp the mass of metal, but it evaded his reach. The shape-shifting metal does not possess self-awareness in programming. It merely evades instinctively. Despite several attempts, Guli has not been able to catch it. So he decided to transform this mass of shape-shifting metal into a robotic entity. The subsequent shape-shifting metal developed can also be controlled by it. Guli named it Little Transform, which, although not particularly pleasant, effectively distinguishes each robotic entity. Boss, the machinery is ready. We can start manufacturing, someone reported. The machines for producing shape-shifting metal had long been prepared. Once the mixing ratios were tested, rapid production could commence. After Wang Hua sent the materials and they were all mixed correctly, a total of 200 pounds of shape-shifting metal was produced, just enough to create one battle suit. Guli instructed Little Transform to review the design blueprints for the battle suit, along with other related design diagrams, all laid out in front of it. After examining all the designs, Little Transform transformed into the battle suit, appearing before Guli. The overall color of the battle suit was primarily silver-white, adorned with blue lines. However, the small nuclear fusion reactor at the chest area was dim. This was because it lacked nuclear fuel, while Little Transform could change into various products. Nuclear fuel was irreplaceable as it is a consumable, fundamentally different in nature. Guli naturally remembered that the materials sent by Wanghua included this fuel. Once the nuclear fuel was placed in the chest area of the battle suit, the nuclear fusion reactor quickly lit up with a dazzling glow. Guli donned the battle suit, and with the energy provided by the fusion reactor, its functions activated one by one. Behind the faceplate of the suit was a blue light screen. The center displayed the surroundings, while the sides showed the status of the suit and various data. Guli extended his hands in front of him while wearing the suit. Whether he clenched his fists or opened his palms, it felt completely natural, as if they were his own hands. This was related to the sensing technology used by Guli, allowing the suit to move in accordance with his thoughts. With the suit, Guli moved freely within the workshop. Actions that were previously impossible, like backflips and parkour moves, could now be executed with ease thanks to the suit. Guli was thrilled with the maneuverability of the battle suit. No matter how difficult the action, as long as Guli dared to imagine it, he could achieve it through the suit. Then, Guli placed his hands at his sides, palms parallel to the ground. A circular indentation appeared in his palms, and a bright point lit up from the center, gradually expanding. Energy sprayed out, generating a thrust that lifted Guli a few inches off the ground. Energy jets appeared beneath his feet and palms as well. With a hum, Guli floated into the air, under the guidance of Little Transform. He quickly mastered the control of the battle suit, weaving through the 3 levels of the underground base. 0. Open the ascent channel. The interior of the battle suit was connected to 0, which could hear Guli's commands. The launch channel was reserved during the construction of the underground base, specifically designed for the armored suits to ascend quickly. Guli soared through the launch channel with a whoosh, rapidly reaching several hundred meters in the air. The speed was so fast that no one noticed him. He continued to ascend, and the ground below shrank quickly. When he reached a certain height, Guli accelerated again. With a bang, he directly increased his speed to supersonic, breaking through the sound barrier and flying above the clouds. The ground was obscured by thick cloud layers, which transformed into various shapes against the backdrop of the blue sky. It felt as if he could break through to beyond the earth. Looking at the clouds so close, Guli's heart raced with excitement. To soar into the sky on his own was exhilarating. At that moment, an Air Force base was in alarm. Sirens blared, and soldiers were coming in and out. Inside the base, the red light from the sirens illuminated the buildings. Soldiers, always on standby, quickly got into formation by squad, platoon, company, and battalion. In the command room, soldiers were checking data on various instruments and analyzing continuously. What is going on? Have we figured out the cause? A stern-looking middle-aged man asked, his voice resonating throughout the command room without much effort. Report, we are still investigating and analyzing, came the reply. All right, analyze it as quickly as possible. The middle-aged man nodded, turning to the commander beside him. How are the soldiers preparing? Have the reconnaissance personnel taken off? How does it compare to our usual training? They have already taken off. The speed of soldier assembly is even quicker than in our regular training, the commander replied with a smile. After a while, the soldiers finally completed their analysis. Report. The launch location of the unidentified flying object has been determined. The coordinates are 11594422, 2854538N, specifically next to the Ponin Yuta building. The real-time flight trajectory had been sent to the reconnaissance aircraft, and the visuals were already coming back. The soldier looked at the document and spoke loudly. Ponin Yuta building? Display the footage on the screen. I want to see what flew out from there. The thick clouds and clear blue sky appeared on the large screen in the command room. The reconnaissance aircraft moved swiftly towards the unidentified flying object. Meanwhile, Guli was still in the air, weaving in and out of the thick clouds, like a child exploring a new toy. Boss, not good. We've been discovered. Zero warned loudly. What? Guli was taken aback, abruptly halting his actions. Didn't we activate the cloaking function? How could we be detected? What's going on, Xiaobian? Boss, we didn't apply the coding, and even with the cloaking function activated, it can't conceal us. Little Bien said mechanically, then why didn't you tell me? Gu Li's eyes widened in surprise. Boss, you didn't ask me. I forgot that it was made from metamorphic metal. It still needs to learn to be smart. Otherwise, it should have stopped you when you took off. Zero, why didn't you tell me either? Gu Li asked helplessly. I forgot too, Zero said softly. It was its oversight, only remembering that Little Bien had these functions, forgetting that Little Bien was not yet perfected. Sigh, too excited still. The first time I couldn't control it well and crashed the underground base. The second time it flew out, but was discovered. Gu Li sighed helplessly. Shake them off. Gu Li increased the energy output, and the speed picked up again, quickly closing the distance with the reconnaissance aircraft behind. Following Gu Li's orders, Zero called Little Wei over. Interfere with them, give them false information. This was very simple for Little Wei. Moreover, with Zero's help, the false information was transmitted to the reconnaissance aircraft. Inside the Air Force Base, various communication-related instruments were affected by Little Wei. The erroneous information was sent back to the command room, and the screen in the command room flickered. Then, a middle-aged man received a report on the target. Disappeared? How did it disappear? The reconnaissance aircraft saw nothing? The middle-aged man was puzzled, but no one could answer him because no one knew how it disappeared. According to the information sent back by the reconnaissance aircraft, it truly saw nothing at all. Damn it, can't even scout properly. They could detect unidentified flying objects, so it was naturally not a false report. The base had the most advanced instruments, which would not malfunction. Give me the data, I need to write a report. Continue to be on alert. If unidentified flying objects appear again, investigate directly. After obtaining the data files, the middle-aged man returned to his office and began writing the report. Once the report was finished, he had someone submit the documents. Back at the underground base, Gu Li looked at Zero with a gloomy expression. You're a supercomputer now, you can't neglect checks. This incident also served as a wake-up call for Gu Li. Understood, boss. All right, we haven't been exposed, have we? Gu Li asked while taking off his armor. We have been exposed. Our starting point has been discovered. If I had known, I wouldn't have flown out. But the underground base is built deep and has various safety measures. It won't be easily discovered. Forget it. Next time we must be fully prepared. Gu Li said helplessly. Let's start our robot project. Now that we've been exposed, not being found out is only temporary. One day we will be discovered. We need to build our own strength. Okay, boss. The raw materials and the processing factory to be acquired have already been selected. Gu Li nodded. Send them to me. How is the upgrade plan for our second-generation products coming along? It has been completed and will be sent to the general manager shortly. Please report to Gu Li. Good. The second-generation upgrade is solely focused on system enhancements for all products, rather than producing new items. The products from previous orders are not yet fully produced. It is not cost-effective to manufacture the second-generation products right now, as they are generally better than the first generation. Naturally, customers will prefer the second-generation products once they see them, which could lead to significant public discussion. Soon, the announcement regarding the second-generation upgrades for all products will be published on the official website. All products from Longting are undergoing a second-generation upgrade. Let me see how this upgrade works. A system-level upgrade? The black gold phone will no longer display apps. Instead, only Xiaoyu will appear when the phone is opened. Users can complete all operations through voice control or by typing their needs. This means all apps are cloud-based. So, as long as users want to use a specific app, they can access it on the black gold phone. Does that mean the black gold phone is merely a platform for Xiaoyu? That's impressive. Does this mean I can register for Xiao Lan Niao and access certain sites? If apps are cloud-based, will they lag or be unstable? Has Longxing Auto also updated? Similar to the black gold phone, what if Xiaoyu doesn't understand the driver's intent? That could be problematic. People are continuously discussing various concerns about the upgrade online. Chapter 79, Handover of the Data Center. Acquisition of Ponenchang Steel. The next day, the system-level upgrades for all products under Longting were completed. Everyone saw the upgraded phones, computers, and AI products. The Black Gold computer was developed by He Juanhao's team, with Zero assisting in many aspects of the modifications. It was then launched to the market and, like the Black Gold phone, was well received, leading to a significant increase in sales, totaling 1 billion in revenue. However, the sales were not as high as phones, as computers do not update as frequently. After the update, users found them to be more efficient. Some people posted comments in the suggestion section on Longting's official website. Nowadays, aside from suggestions, this section has become a forum where everyone shares various opinions. Indeed, users can simply speak to open any app. Personally, I prefer typing, as speaking feels awkward. The phone interface has transformed into a two-dimensional Xiaoyu, with nothing else visible. Clicking on Xiaoyu's avatar brings up an input bar, where users can open apps, search, or execute certain operations by typing. It's still a bit unfamiliar, but it's much more convenient than searching through over 100 apps to find one. I hope Longting releases a compatible Bluetooth headset, so that speaking doesn't feel so awkward. The app is cloud-based, and I'm a bit excited about what upgrades the next generation of the premium phone will bring. The same goes for the premium computer. I no longer have to worry about running out of memory after downloading too many games. It's great. Upgrades or iterations from Longting always bring surprises. With this approach, can the storage center of Longting handle it? Of course, they just completed the handover with a storage company. At this moment, Guli is shaking hands with a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean. The man is Wei Pingwa, one of the executives of the storage company. The collaboration with them started a month ago, establishing a data processing center for Longting. The center is located in Guichuan, a place known for its cool weather, ample electricity, and robust network infrastructure. Additionally, the local government is responsive to national calls and offers many favorable policies, making it suitable for establishing a data center. The center covers more than 1,000 acres, with 200,000 racks, each capable of housing 20 servers, totaling 4 million servers, sufficient for all current Longting users. Guli has invested billions into this and plans to continue investing, as Longting's user base keeps growing. Thank you, General Manager Gu, for choosing to trust our storage company. Wei Pingwa said, shaking hands firmly with Guli, smiling for the cameras. Your company's technology is among the best internationally, so I naturally believe in it, Guli replied, also smiling at the camera. After completing the handover ceremony with Wei Pingwa, Guli headed to the data center. Once the data center was operational, he inquired, "What is our next agenda?" Leaning back in the car, he closed his eyes. In the passenger seat, Wei Jia opened the folder in her hands. "We're heading back to Pannan to discuss signing the acquisition contract with the Qiangang Group." "All right, call me when we get there," Guli said, lying down. He hadn't rested much the previous day, erasing traces of himself driving the battle armor alongside Ling, while designing the appearance of combat, labor, and service robots, and configuring the weaponry for the combat robots. After all, firepower configuration isn't just about throwing on whatever is strong. It requires careful matching to maximize combat effectiveness. He was busy until dawn, barely sleeping, when Wei Jia pulled him to attend the data center's handover ceremony. Not long after Guli lay down, a call came in. "Drive slowly," Wei Jia instructed the driver, then continued reviewing the documents. The Qiangang Group in Pannan was established under the national initiative after several iron mines were discovered in the area. From its establishment to now, it has been around for 30 to 40 years. At its peak, it generated millions in foreign exchange for the country. However, during its decline, workers went unpaid for 3 months. Now, it faces another downturn with fewer orders and a mass exodus of workers. The company has become internally stagnant, overly proud, and resistant to adapting to changing times. It has not turned a profit in a long time and has been losing money year after year. The higher-ups have long considered shutting down the company, and after receiving Gu Li's acquisition proposal, there was no discussion. They directly agreed to Gu Li's acquisition plan. The total acquisition amount was 300 million. After years of decline, the condition of the equipment was uncertain. The 300 million was mainly due to the iron mines under the strong iron group, which accounted for such a sum. Gu Li was focused on these mines to extract and synthesize the steel needed. An hour later, Gu Li and Wei Jia boarded a flight back to the southern region. After boarding, Gu Li immediately requested a blanket, put on earplugs, and lay down to sleep. The business class seat was spacious enough for him to stretch out comfortably. Upon returning to the southern region, Gu Li's spirits were finally restored. He took out his phone, checked the time, and noted that there was still an hour until the scheduled time. They headed to a steakhouse first to eat. Gu Li tapped the driver's seat. "Mr. Gu?" Wei Jia closed her folder and looked at Gu Li with a hint of helplessness. With only an hour left, was it really necessary to have a meal? "What are you worried about? It's just to sign a contract. Having a meal won't delay us." After finishing their meal, Gu Li felt satisfied both mentally and physically. He and Wei Jia arrived at the strong iron group, where they were warmly welcomed into the conference room. "Welcome, Mr. Gu. Please have some tea. You two can sit and wait. Our leader will be here shortly. Gu Li nodded and exchanged a glance with Wei Jia. He picked up his phone and sent a few messages to Wei Jia, mentioning that there was no need to rush him, and that the constant reminders made him gulp down his steak without really tasting it. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the leader finally arrived. No wonder they were struggling to make a profit. The workers were resigning one after another. With such leadership, it would be surprising if they didn't go under. Haha. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Gu. Lin Chang'e, who led the group in, smiled and extended his right hand to Gu Li. Let's sign the contract so we can immediately start producing the steel you need. In Lin Chang'e's mind, he assumed that after the acquisition, he would still keep his position. Most of his old friends who were acquired had basically stayed on, given their experience. Gu Li smiled but did not speak. After signing the contract, he handed it back to Lin Chang'e. Lin Chang'e, also smiling, signed his name. Their income was now secured. The contract is effective immediately. Please inform your company that all personnel from top to bottom are to be dismissed. This is the termination plan I have reached with the higher-ups, and they have already agreed. Please proceed with it. Lin Chang'e stared blankly at the document Gu Li handed him. I'm being dismissed. Wasn't it said that positions would be retained after the acquisition? Am I also being let go? Lin Chang'e asked uncertainly. Gu Li nodded. Our company has other plans, Mr. Lin. Please seek other opportunities. With that, Gu Li left with Wei Jia. He would not leave anyone from the strong iron group behind. After the acquisition, the Qiangtia Group will be renamed Longgang Company, Limited, primarily engaged in the production of various steel materials. It will mainly supply various metal steel materials to a robotics company. Only management personnel will be hired, and all production will be entrusted to intelligent production equipment. Like the Longyuan Manufacturing Center and Longxing Automotive Manufacturing Center, they will not hire workers. Everything will be handed over to intelligent automated production equipment and subsequently invested production robots. All equipment from Qiangtia Group will be sold off due to depreciation. Mining, production, smelting, and other equipment will be completely replaced with new ones. I will send you the list of equipment to procure later. As they walked outside, Gu Li spoke to Wei Jia. As soon as Gu Li finished his first sentence, Wei Jia took out a notebook to jot it down. Got it, General Manager Gu. Once in the car, the two headed back to the company. The Yudu building will have its roof completed tomorrow. What style do we want for our internal decoration? Wei Jia turned back to look at Gu Li. The decoration plan was already designed when the building was being planned. I will have someone send it to you shortly. Okay. Wei Jia nodded. Just as they arrived at the company entrance, Gu Li saw Wu Yanghua waiting there. What brings you here? Did the items arrive so quickly? Gu Li led Wu Yanghua back to the office. No, I'm here today for something else. The higher-ups asked me to check with you about something. Wu Yanghua sat opposite Gu Li. Gu Li resumed his old habit and started brewing tea. What is the matter? Yesterday, something was launched from your side, triggering our air defense alert. The higher-ups want to know if it was you who launched it. If so, please disclose what it was. Gu Li has a lot of advanced technology, and out of mutual interest, they naturally wouldn't send someone to investigate directly. That's why they sent Wu Yanghua to ask. I accidentally used too much when testing rocket fuel. Gu Li set down his tea set and approached his desk. This is the item. Regarding yesterday's incident, all traces were erased. Naturally, a good excuse needs to be found. The higher-ups are not fools. Wu Yanghua opened the document to take a look. Can I take this with me? Yes, feel free. Since you're here, please help me multiply the quantity of the materials I gave you last time by 10 and send them to me. The payment will be the same as before. I will transfer it to the corresponding account. The materials sent by Wu Yanghua are not free. Gu Li pays according to market prices to the designated account. Okay. Wu Yanghua took the document and left Gu Li's company. He then arrived at a nearby office building. One of the floors had been converted into a small studio. There was a computer on the desk in the middle, displaying images of the Yudu building and the office building where Longting Group is located. They were monitoring Gu Li and his company. Monitor closely, infiltrate if possible, and investigate thoroughly as soon as possible. I will return this document first. Wu Yanghua said to the people inside. Understood. In a conference room at a military base, various academicians from different fields, including Lu Min, Lu Wenshu, and Yun Kai, have been summoned. The reason for this gathering is unclear. We'll find out soon. Most of us are old acquaintances. There must be a task at hand. One of them remarked. Those called in are all academicians who have previously validated various technologies submitted by Gu Li. Soon, 3 individuals in military uniforms entered, with Du Kaiyu from the Equipment Development Department of the Military Commission leading them. Following them were a group of military researchers dressed in uniforms with lab coats on top. The purpose of today's gathering is to seek assistance for the country. According to our investigation, you all are preparing to head to a certain region to establish your respective research institutes. We aim to utilize Guli's holographic projection technology to study various technologies. We do not oppose this initiative, but we would like to request that you share your technologies with us. Together, we can research advanced technologies and contribute to the country's scientific progress. What do you think? Du Kaiyu surveyed the crowd. The academicians seated at the long table nodded in agreement. Good, we will assist you in setting up your research institutes in that region. You can focus on your research. The country will provide what is needed, Du Kaiyu said with a smile. Everyone present is a dedicated researcher, having earned their honors through their hard work. Recently, a company has upgraded its products, enhancing the intelligence of devices and their integration with artificial intelligence. Let us explore how to miniaturize and make them wearable. We will research together. The update from the company has revealed a new type of individual equipment to the Military Commission's Equipment Development Department. The cloud-based and intelligent systems can be transformed into military applications through devices like glasses, wristbands, and helmets, which can enhance individual combat effectiveness. However, the core technology can only be obtained through collaboration with Guli. Rest assured, Minister Du, we all understand, Su Kaming, the chief representative, replied. Everyone recognized the importance of the matter and pledged to give their all. Other academicians echoed his sentiments, stating, indeed, it's our honor to contribute to the country. Utilizing our expertise is our specialty. As long as the research institutes are established, we can immediately start our work. Meanwhile, on the other side, through the recent product upgrade, the application of this technology in military settings has caught attention. Brandon, how long have you been handling this matter? Why haven't you provided anything useful until now? Martin, the director, slammed his hand on the table. Boss, please give me a little more time. You know that operating in this region is perilous. Every exposed individual is one less for us. I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory response, Brandon replied loudly, standing before Martin. Don't worry about exposure. What I need is the technology from that group. His technology is very useful to us. No matter what means are used, I want everything that can be utilized. Whether it's conventional or unconventional, just bring me the technology. Martin's anger subsided. He was under great pressure. The higher-ups kept demanding him to acquire the technology from a certain company. Boss, I understand. Conventional methods are useless. Then we must resort to unconventional ones. Chapter 81. When I become a hands-off manager. Passionate research. What is this? Looking at the file that had been pushed open, it had bold and enlarged text that read, Power of attorney for Ms. Wei Jia to be fully responsible for managing the group. Wei Jia felt a bit surprised. Why was Guli doing this? The power of attorney meant that all future matters of the group would be entrusted to her. Guli was tidying up his office. He planned to directly become a hands-off manager and transfer all company affairs to Wei Jia. Why? If everything was going well, why stop managing? After all, the company was founded by Guli. Wouldn't he fear being sidelined? You manage very well, and I trust you a lot. I'm very confident in handing the group over to you. I believe under your management, the company will thrive. Guli smiled as he packed up his tea set. Peng Dehai instructed him to spend some time in each department, writing down insights and opinions about each one before moving on, then sending them to him through the office system. Once qualified, he would be promoted to middle management. Except for the technology and product development departments, you will be fully responsible for the rest. You can arrange personnel movements as you see fit, with the only requirement being that their abilities and character must match the departments they are assigned to. Guli did not want his company to be mixed with bad apples. In this regard, Ling and Xiao Yu would also keep an eye on things, with Xiao Yu primarily in charge. Ling would withdraw from the company to research advanced technology with Guli. All right. Hearing Guli's instructions, Wei Jia instinctively replied. Then she realized and quickly shook her head. No, General Manager Gu, the board position should still be yours. Of course, I will remain the board member. Right now, I am simply delegating my legal rights to you to help manage the company. Guli closed the box and handed a signature pen to Wei Jia. Sign here. Wei Jia did not take it, standing there in a daze, staring blankly at Guli. The group, although not publicly listed, had an unknown share value. However, the total number of employees among the various divisions had exceeded 1,000, with plans to continue hiring more. She had only managed teams of about 40 to 50 people in university clubs and a 200-person team before the group expanded. Now she was about to manage a company with thousands of employees, potentially growing to tens of thousands in the future. What lay ahead was responsibility and pressure. Gu Li's sudden move left her unsure of how to respond. Should she agree or refuse? Seeing her unresponsive, Gu Li directly grabbed Wei Jia's hand, placed the signature pen in her palm, and turned to the spot where she needed to sign. Don't even think about refusing. The company is in your hands now. I'll have people research the product, and once it's ready, I'll send it to you. How to promote the product and launch it will be entirely your responsibility. Hey! Seeing Wei Jia's dazed expression, Gu Li exclaimed. Wei Jia jolted. What's wrong? Hurry up and sign. Did you hear what I just said? I heard it. But I really don't think I'm suitable. Wei Jia refused. I say you're suitable, so you're suitable. I've already sent the personnel adjustment notice on the internal network. Hurry up and sign. I've enrolled you in the Advanced Management Training course at a certain university and the CEO Advanced Training course, both online and offline. I highly recommend you attend the offline sessions. The company will reimburse you anyway. It's part of our employee benefits. Go ahead and rest assured. Gu Li won't skimp on cultivating excellent employees for the company. All right. With the internal announcement already made, how can she refuse? I'll study hard and manage the company well. Wei Jia signed her name on the document. Okay, the company is now in your hands. Goodbye. Gu Li carried the storage box out of the office, then turned back. Remember to transfer the salary and the RD department's funds on time. Hearing this, Wei Jia smiled softly. She then organized the documents on her desk and sat down on the sofa chair at her desk. This office would be hers from now on. In the underground research base of the fire seed source, Gu Li took out his belongings one by one from the storage box and arranged them in the studio. From now on, he would spend a lot of time here, keeping up with Zero and the others in knowledge. He was no longer just an outsider who couldn't help. He was now a researcher who could lead studies. Zero, have you listed the companies for acquisition? Gu Li spoke into the air. Zero's virtual image appeared before Gu Li. The entire underground base was equipped with holographic simulation devices. Strong AI like Zero and Xiao Shou could communicate face-to-face with Gu Li through these devices. The list has been prepared and sent to Manager Wei Jia. Zero's virtual image was that of a confident woman with exaggerated features. Gu Li felt helpless. Was he really this desperate? Damn internet memories. The real reason pushing Gu Li to quickly delegate his legitimate rights as a board member to Wei Jia was the need to acquire a company. He was constantly flying around just to sign documents and negotiate. It was exhausting, and he wasn't a professional. It was better to leave it to Wei Jia and let her negotiate with the professionals. He could take it easy and work on his own cutting-edge technology. After organizing his things, Gu Li walked over to a nearby shelf. The shelf was filled with many different shaped items. These were all high-tech products from other dimensions that Gu Li transformed from waste into treasure. With the information display for the items, useful products from the dimensional waste were clearly visible. The downside was that he still had to search for them himself. Looking at the products on the shelf, the relevant information was displayed in the upper right corner. Previously found items included a portable electric vehicle and a light communication satellite. In the last half-month, the useful advanced technologies we found include the helium-3 energy fusion device, the stratospheric power airship, the seawater deuterium tritium purification robot, and the electromagnetic confinement rifle, along with a hard drive containing unknown data. The rest are only slightly useful items. However, the process of turning waste into treasure is still cooling down. The slightly useful items have all been sealed by Gu Li. Once the dimensional garbage is delivered, the automatic disinfection device will be activated immediately. Gu Li is concerned about any viruses that might come along with the garbage. He had checked his body after previous contact without disinfection and found no issues, which relieved him greatly. Zero, has our customized production line been delivered? It has arrived and has been installed on the second floor, Zero replied. Good. Let's proceed with our robot project and start manufacturing robot samples. Gu Li changed into the research suit placed in the studio and went to the production line on the second floor. The first robot he produced was a production-type robot. After inputting the data for the robot's various parts into the production line, it began to operate, producing parts one by one. Gu Li picked up the parts, assembled them together, and then installed the sensors. A silver-white robot gradually took shape in Gu Li's hands. Once assembled, programming would be required to activate the robot for production. But Gu Li did not intend to do that. Chapter 82, Robot Production Line. Chang Ying's purchase order. Looking at the pristine production-type robot in front of him, a blue light illuminated Gu Li's hand, which then pointed at the robot. The blue light spread across the robot, modifying it. unlike Zero and the others. The robot did not transform but retained its original appearance. However, its design became more human-like and aesthetically pleasing. Zero. Scan this robot and modify the design based on its appearance, Ghoulie instructed. This was his idea, to create a robot derived from the source point of ignition. It would surely be more human-compatible and have a better fit than those designed by Ghoulie and Zero. The blue light continuously scanned the robot, modeling both its interior and exterior, and then breaking it down into different parts. Each part was further disassembled into more detailed components. The part data was once again input into the production line, starting the production process. Soon, a robot identical in appearance to the one brought to life by Ghoulie appeared before him. The robot's power source, like that of the battle armor, utilized a fusion reactor. However, unlike the battle armor, the robot's fusion reactor was located in its back, protected by thick armor. Various tools necessary for production were placed on its hands and thighs. Perfect, let's produce it just like this, Ghoulie said excitedly as he looked at the robot in front of him. Then he turned to the robot he had brought to life. Zero, go assemble the robots. I will input the intelligent program. Understood, boss. Zero had already prepared the program regarding the precautions to take here. As long as the newly endowed transformers come to life, Zero will transmit this program to them. Xiaochan walked to the other end of the production line and began assembling robots, moving as if they were human. Xiaochan was very fast. While Ghoulie could assemble one in 2 to 3 hours, Xiaochan could do it in just 1 hour. Moreover, the robots assembled by Xiaochan were sturdier than those assembled by Ghoulie. Ghoulie took out a high-end black and gold laptop and connected it to the robot with a cable. The intelligent program had already been prepared by Ghoulie and Zero. It just needed to be input into the robot's chip. The chip was produced by a local company, which had been adapted after a lithography machine based on its design was brought in. Ghoulie had called the company back and set it up for use in the underground base. The intelligent program was quickly input, and Ghoulie directly instructed the robot to follow Xiaochan to assemble robots. The third and fourth robots were assembled and programmed swiftly. Soon, a production line for manufacturing, assembling, and inputting programs for robots was fully integrated. The production line continued until all materials in the underground base were exhausted. There were not many materials in the base, resulting in a total of 200 robots being produced. Ghoulie selected 20 of them and endowed them with life. The remaining 180 would be distributed to factories under Longting, responsible for various production activities. Once additional materials arrived, the produced robots would be sent to a satellite launch base. Among the 20 robots Ghoulie selected, 4, along with Xiaochan, were specifically tasked with protecting Ghoulie. The remaining 16 would be controlled by Zero and Xiaoxiao, serving as their assistants. Zero, help me order some silicone to design the human skin for the production-type robots. Xiaochan and these 4 will follow me, and remember to install flight thrusters on them. Ghoulie instructed Zero, preparing in advance to ensure his safety, as he was planning something big. Understood, boss. Zero's virtual image appeared next to Ghoulie. Once Baymax is designed and the factory is contacted, we can start production. Ghoulie nodded. Baymax, as mentioned by Zero, was based on the character from Big Hero 6. The intelligent AI chip could now be produced at the Longyuan Chip Manufacturing Center, which was the core focus of Baymax. Aside from the chip and the hyperspectral camera, the body structure of Baymax was quite simple: carbon fiber frame, power motors, and ethylene resin exterior, all of which could be produced domestically. Even the hyperspectral camera's technology was not too difficult, requiring only the integration of optical cameras, infrared sensors, and medical spectral components like nuclear magnetic resonance. Existing factories could manufacture these. By releasing Baymax, the transition to their humanoid robots could be gradual, providing the world with a buffer as well as time for discussion on how to guide societal development after productivity is replaced by robots. Quickly get in touch, and then order materials for the batch production of robots to continue manufacturing, Ghoulie instructed. On the other side, there are large transformers, which are not as convenient as robots. Alright, next, we will study the electromagnetic constraint rifle. Ghoulie took out the electromagnetic constraint rifle from her studio. Unlike traditional firearms powered by gunpowder, the rifle has a rectangular metal stock with a hollowed-out, circular barrel at the front. Once activated, it will open up and the electromagnetic bullets will form and be fired from the center. The entire process is very quiet, making it an absolute assassination tool. This rifle will be equipped for small production and for the robots that protect themselves. Okay, I will start scanning. Zero emitted a blue light and scanned the electromagnetic constraint rifle. After the modeling was completed, Gu Li and Zero began to reverse engineer the technology of the electromagnetic constraint rifle. Just then, Gu Li's phone rang. It was a call from the Minister of Public Security, Chong Ying. Uncle Chong, what's the matter? Gu Li asked after answering the call. I heard you have the black gold phones and black gold computers now, and they use the Longyan system, which maximizes information security. Therefore, our Ministry of Public Security wants to purchase a batch of customized police terminals. Chong Ying first expressed concern for Gu Li, then stated his purpose. Of course, I will arrange that right away. He Juanhao and the others are still at my company and are almost done learning. I will have them handle the customized system. He Juanhao is also more familiar with the police system, so he knows what is needed. And don't worry, I will also have our people check the system to ensure its security and prevent any breaches by enemies. Gu Li replied with a smile. Can they manage it? Chong Ying asked hesitantly. He Juanhao has only been at your company for a little over 2 months. Have they really learned enough? Don't worry, their learning ability is strong, and they have grasped the technology well. No problem at all. Besides, my people will ultimately check it, Gu Li assured. All right, then let us go with your plan. I'll give you a quote, and if you can accept it, I'll have someone come over to sign the contract tomorrow. Sounds good. Chong Ying looked at the quoted prices on the document. Phone, $39.99, computer, $109.99. What do you think? Gu Li pondered for a moment and said, that works. I'll have someone bring the contract over tomorrow. While the two were on the phone, across from the Yudu building, 2 individuals were observing them with binoculars. Chapter 83. Is someone trying to steal from me? A Terminator? This is the floor plan of the building rented by Longting Group. I have also marked the surveillance cameras on each floor. From the route I have planned, we can avoid the cameras and reach Longting's office. Wang Yuan, holding the binoculars, took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Wang Ji beside him. Wang Ji opened the map, which was marked in different colors to indicate surveillance, blind spots, and the route of movement. Bro, you're amazing. Wang Ji gave a thumbs up, looking at Wang Yuan with admiration. Don't forget my background. Back in the day, I had top-notch reconnaissance skills in the army. Wang Yuan put down the binoculars and sat down across from Wang Ji. So how did you get out? Wang Ji asked curiously. The reason for my brother's retirement remains a mystery to him even now. With such strong reconnaissance skills and outstanding performance, he was among the best in the military. Why would he give up such a bright future so easily? Wang Ji couldn't figure it out. Wang Yuan sighed and said, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Let's focus on this task first. If we succeed, we can earn a reward of 100,000. Oh. Wang Ji didn't press further since Wang Yuan wasn't saying much. After dinner, the two waited until midnight. Outside, the office building was still brightly lit. Brother, they really work hard, Wang Ji remarked, looking at the glowing lights of the office building. In his hometown, aside from streetlights and decorative lights, nothing else would be lit up. It's a big city. It's not uncommon for people to work until dawn, he thought. But why is the entire floor of Longting turned off? How is it different from other companies? Wang Ji pointed at the floor where Longting Group was located. Look, I found the employee benefits. Wang Yuan pulled out a crumpled document from a pile of papers. Making a name for ourselves or getting our children into Longting to work. Now that's what a big company is about, Wang Yuan said with a sigh. He had reviewed Longting's employee benefits, which were quite enviable. Work hours started at 9 a.m. and ended at 12 p.m., then resumed at 2 p.m. and finished at 7 p.m., totaling 8 hours a day with a salary 20 higher than the industry average, even with strict employee evaluations. Such benefits made it worthwhile. No one would want to give up such a good job, right? After reading the document, Wang Ji felt the same way. So what should we do? The lights on other floors are still on. You wait for me here. Wang Yuan pointed to a hidden spot on the map. Okay. Wang Ji went to the spot Wang Yuan indicated. After about 10 minutes, all the lights in the Longting Group office building suddenly went out at once. Wang Yuan joined Wang Ji, having cut off the entire building's power. A wave of panic erupted inside the building as employees realized the sudden blackout had left their work unsaved. 5 minutes later, staff began to exit the building. They could still hear the property management apologizing to the executives inside. Sorry, everyone. There was an issue with the main circuit. I've called in maintenance, and it won't be restored until tomorrow. I sincerely apologize. Once everyone had left the building, Wang Yuan took Wang Ji through a hidden entrance into the building. Under Wang Yuan's guidance, they quickly reached the office door of Longting Group. Wang Ji, this is your chance to shine. Wang Ji pulled out a handheld computer from his pocket and began dismantling the door's verification device, connecting it to the device's wiring. He operated the handheld computer skillfully, This was why Wang Yuan had brought Wang Ji along. He was familiar with various access controls and could easily bypass security codes. As the sound of beeping echoed, the door opened with a click. Remember to restore it, Wang Yuan instructed Wang Ji. They had done this kind of thing many times before. Got it. The two quietly entered the office area of the Longting Group, unaware that a camera above them was blinking with a red light. Find the server room. Our goal is to steal data from the mainframe, Wang Yuan ordered Wang Ji. This was his third time doing such a job. He was quite familiar with the process. Just plug in the USB drive and drag the files onto it. The two searched around, but found nothing. Bro, I didn't see the server room. Did you find it? Wang Yuan shook his head as well. I didn't either. Does Longting not have a server room? Wang Ji questioned, as he hadn't found any room that could possibly be the server room. Wang Yuan stopped and took out a floor plan from his pocket. After carefully comparing it, he found no hidden spaces. Strange. Longting really doesn't have a server room. Retreat. Without their target, Wang Yuan decisively called for a withdrawal. All right. Wang Ji also considered this aspect. However, just as they reached the door, two strong beams of light shone on them. Who? Wang Yuan raised his hand to shield his eyes from the brightness, looking at three figures at the door. Guli stepped forward, turning off the strong light in his hand. But the office area of Longting lit up instead. Wang Yuan recognized Guli. How did you find us? Guli pointed to the camera in front of them. My company's electricity is on an independent power supply. Even if the building's power is cut off, it won't be affected. I even had the door opened remotely. Now, tell me why you're here at my company. Guli moved a chair over and sat down in front of the two. We won't say anything. You've caught us anyway. Do whatever you want. Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, as if he were indifferent to the situation. He had been there before. Let me guess, someone sent you to steal my technology. That person who contacted you is named Zhu Su, and he lives at number 102, Huanhu South Road, right? Wang Yuan shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know? Guli looked at the two in confusion. Zero's investigation is never wrong. Guli had also confirmed through his own investigation that Zhu Su's superior was from a domestic internet company that had found Zhu Su through the black market. Guli had never heard of the company's name. He understood why they wanted to steal. They were envious of his technology. Forget it, Zero, call the police. Guli said to the air. Wang Yuan and Wang Ji exchanged glances. Guli and the other person didn't seem strong to them. After a brief look at each other, they immediately lunged at Guli. Just as they were about to succeed, two silver-white hands seized them. The hard grip and immense strength transmitted from where they were caught made their faces show signs of pain. Looking back, they exclaimed, "Damn, it's a Terminator." The two instantly became obedient. Chapter 84. Longting begins another buying spree. The amazing operation of the Big White. In the police car, Wang Yuan and Wang Ji looked at each other. The pain in their arms had not completely faded away. Brother, is that true? Wang Ji couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Wang Yuan shook his head. I don't know, but it feels pretty similar to what's in the movies. Could it be made by Longting? Wang Ji continued to ask, although he already had an answer in his mind. Apart from Longting, no other company had such capability. It should be. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. Bang, bang, bang. Be quiet. We'll talk more when we get back to the station. A police officer in the front row knocked on the glass partition separating the front and back rows. The two of them immediately fell silent. However, the thought of Longting having robots similar to those in Terminator had already planted a seed in their minds. The information that Guli had investigated was also handed over to the police. The phones and computers customized by Chongying from Longting all had that capability. By recognizing faces and scanning information, they could trace all the online information and traces of that person. AI-assisted police investigations would be another powerful tool following the Sky-Eye system. The next day, when the sun rose again, no one knew what had happened at Longting the night before. However, the information publicly announced on Longting's official website once again sparked heated discussions among many who followed the company. Longting Group has successfully completed the acquisition of Ponin Shangang Group today. Longting Group has successfully completed the acquisition of Rumin Sensor Company in the Shanghai market today. Longting Group has successfully completed the acquisition of Linsher Chemical Company in Haishur today. Browsing through Longting's forum daily, one could always find valuable information. It hadn't been long, and Longting had already acquired so many companies. Counting them, Longting had acquired at least 20 to 30 companies since they started. They had made acquisitions in various fields, including chemicals, heavy industry, and materials. Longting certainly had a lot of money. Acquiring so many companies at once and still continuing to do so. With the state providing 10 trillion in funding and having sold cars for another trillion recently, no company domestically could be wealthier than Longting, right? The most important thing is they have cash flow. But, of course, expenses are high too. Some acquisitions cost hundreds of millions, while others are in the tens of billions. Acquiring so many companies must also consume a lot of resources. I just want to know what Longting plans to do with so many acquisitions. No one knows, and they just watch as things unfold. But soon, Longting Group provided an answer. All employees of the acquired companies were laid off by Longting. Workers in the factories under the company were also all dismissed, leaving not a single one behind. On social media, people continuously posted videos claiming that Longting had unlawfully terminated their employment. Behind the scenes, someone was constantly pushing these videos into the spotlight. It's inhumane. I was doing well at work, thinking that with Longting's acquisition, my salary would go up. But the next day, I was fired. Me too. I was doing well at work, and when I went back the next day, everyone was laid off. I had just been hired and reported for duty, only to find myself out of a job. I'm here to prove one thing. The company did not unlawfully terminate me. I hadn't even started working yet, and they still compensated me. In this regard, the company is quite conscientious. I can also prove that those who claim the company acted illegally are simply dissatisfied with the amount. From what I understand, the compensation provided to employees is quite generous. Many people have vouched for the company's integrity, stating that the compensation is substantial, which has only further enhanced the company's reputation. However, everyone is still puzzled as to why the CEO dismissed all the staff of the acquired company. What was the company aiming for with the acquisition? It's a mystery to many. CEO Gu, what's going on? Wei Jia asked, noticing the silver box in CEO Gu's hands, as well as the metallic exoskeleton he was wearing. Looking confused. This is our new product, CEO Gu said, placing the box on the ground with a thud, indicating it was heavy. However, he appeared very relaxed. I'll take this to the product photography department and let them start shooting. Is this suitcase one of our collaborative products? Wei Jia asked, reaching for the box. She grabbed the handle, lifting it, but not long after, she set it back down. CEO, this box must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds, right? She inquired. About that, CEO Gu nodded. Here are some product data. Take a look. Make sure they highlight the product's features. By the way, this is not just any box. The activation button is here. You can try it out for yourself. With that, CEO Gu left the office area. Wei Jia looked at the activation button he had pointed out and then opened the document CEO Gu had given her. The title at the top was boldly printed, Family Medical Robot. As she looked at the concept drawing below, a name popped into her mind. Baymax. Isn't that from Big Hero 6? She remembered being quite fond of Baymax and even bought some merchandise related to it. She wouldn't mistake it. Wei Jia stared at the box, her mind racing. Has CEO Gu's team actually developed Baymax? Just like in the movie, it has treatment plans for over 10,000 diseases. It can even connect with family members, allowing them to check on and care for the elderly, even if they're not physically present. CEO Gu's research team is impressive. Wei Jia decided to activate Baymax since they needed to take product photos and videos anyway. It was only a matter of time before it would be shared. So starting now or later would have the same effect. She pressed the activation button. Click. The metal lid on the top of the box slid open to the sides. Hiss. Air filled the box, and Baymax quickly emerged before Wei Jia, his body becoming more substantial. Hello, Wei Jia. I am the medical robot Baymax. Here to serve all employees of the company. A blue light emitted from Baymax's eyes, scanning Wei Jia's body. After inspection, it was found that you are very fatigued, have strained your eyes, and have dark circles under your eyes. You need to rest. Please adhere to the employee code and avoid working late. A leave request has already been submitted for you, so please go home and rest. The voice of the medical robot was gentle and firm, leaving no room for refusal. The notification of leave approval also appeared on Wei Jia's phone. Can the robot really approve leave for itself? Subsequently, the robot moved past Wei Jia and headed towards the office area. Zhou Jia. Hello, I am Bai, the medical robot serving all employees of Longting Group. After inspection, you have a slight lumbar disc herniation. Please maintain a proper sitting posture. I will provide you with a massage therapy shortly. Su Jiahui. Hello, I am Bai, the medical robot serving all employees of Longting Group. After inspection, you have small kidney stones. Please seek treatment at the hospital in a timely manner. I have already applied for leave for you. Bai checked each employee one by one. Wei Jia and all the employees were left stunned in place. The entire office area fell silent. Chapter 85. What does it mean to be a tech company? This is what a tech company looks like. Wow. Incredible. After a moment of shock, the female employees in the office area shouted in unison, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Dubai. The male employees continuously cheered in agreement, all astonished by the sudden appearance of the robot. Dubai continued to check the health of each employee. All employee information was stored in its chip. This robot had been sent over by Gu Li and was left in the company after shooting product photos and videos to help monitor employees who rested properly and who worked overtime secretly. Once discovered, they would all be forced to take leave and go home to rest. The female employees set down their work and approached Dubai, poking here and there. So soft, so cute, I want to hug it. Look, our company logo. This is our product? Oh my gosh. Wei Jia came to her senses and walked into the office, clearing her throat. Everyone looked at Wei Jia, then returned to their desks. President Wei, it's fine. Everyone likes Dubai, so it's okay to interact a bit more. It will help you promote Dubai better. Wei Jia did not scold anyone. In Longting, the relationship between superiors and subordinates is more like that of friends, as long as the work is done well. Hee. Thank you, President Wei. President Wei, would you like a cup of coffee? Is this really our company's product? Wei Jia nodded. Yes, Dubai is our upcoming new product. Full name, Home Medical Robot. For those who have been granted leave, please go home and rest. This is the intention of General Gu. And Dubai is responsible for our health. Its orders are the company's orders. Don't worry, paid leave will be counted. And attendance will not affect your salaries due to Dubai's leave. Wei Jia looked at everyone, smiling as she spoke. She felt very happy inside. A company that cares for its employees is not necessarily less efficient. In fact, the efficiency can be higher, creating greater benefits for the company. Employees also hope that the company will be disappointed in them. Losing this job, isn't it? Long live the CEO. Long live the general manager. Well, I'm leaving now. Damn. I still need to go to the hospital, but I have to thank Dubai. Go quickly, don't delay. After Dubai finished checking all the employees, he came to the first employee who needed a massage and helped them out. Chao Hui held up her phone, filming while comfortably moaning. So nice. All right. Those who need to work, hurry up and get to it. If daily work is not completed, assessment points and performance will be deducted, Wei Jia reminded. After Dubai finished the massage, Wei Jia called him to go to the product photography department. The employees also took a lot of photos of Dubai. However, everyone was very disciplined. Since Dubai had not released anything, no one posted anything externally. All were just chatting internally. The product photography department was also shocked by Dubai, and after collecting themselves, they began to shoot him. After receiving Dubai's data, the publicity department also started designing promotional images. As for the official website, they directly pushed the product preview. Anyone logging into the official site could see it. New product? The product image, like before, was quite vague. One could tell it was humanoid. Is Longting going to release peripherals? Apart from figurines and similar items, no one could think of any humanoid product from Longting. Peripheral products are great. You don't know, someone is selling little you figurines on a second-hand marketplace like crazy. 399 yuan each, and I dare say the cost didn't exceed 20. Did Longting ignore it? Huge profits. No, but what good does it do to regulate? Many who say selling is prohibited still have people selling. It's very likely that this time Longting is selling little you peripherals. People on Longting's forum are expressing their guesses. With careful observation from netizens, the claims about Longting selling peripherals were overturned. They said it's a product. Products and peripherals are not the same thing. Therefore, it's impossible for Longting to sell peripheral products. Who can guess what Longting's products are? From U-Shield to Little U, to the Black Gold phone and computer, knowing about new energy vehicles. The emergence of each product is like an earthquake in certain industries. This will definitely be another earthquake. So what humanoid products are there? It wouldn't be robots, would it? Companies abroad like Boston Dynamics, Optimus Prime, and Microsoft. Which company isn't making robots? They are still exploring the bionic stage. Even humanoid robots are still researching finger and toe flexibility, as well as coordination between hands and feet. With artificial intelligence, perhaps the speed can be accelerated. But for robots to be as flexible as humans, there is still a long way to go. As a startup, netizens are joking as well. The forum is abuzz, and the product launch date is getting closer. Major landmarks and the busiest squares and shopping malls in various regions are also plastered with Longting's promotional advertisements, covered with opaque red cloth, with tight surveillance around. People coming and going fail to notice the advertisements on the billboards. However, the more it is concealed, the more curiosity grows among everyone. They want to know what the new product from Longting is all about. On August 15, 2018, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunions and moon gazing. The product launch event for Longting began at 8 in the morning. There were no lengthy speeches or extended development concepts. The host of the event simply stated the theme of the launch: technology changes life. This slogan was also displayed on Longting's official website, becoming the company's new development philosophy. As the host spoke, the true face of Longting's new product appeared before everyone. Longting's new subsidiary, the Little Dragon Robot Company, was officially launched as well. Baymax. It's actually Baymax. Looking at the launch event, the Baymax robot was greeting everyone. Hello everyone, I am Baymax, a family healthcare robot. Oh my, this is like a movie come to life. A robot? Longting actually developed a robot? Baymax looks very agile. It has over 10,000 treatment plans for various diseases. Just like in the movie. Baymax. Oh Baymax, I even have its merchandise in my room. But did Longting get the authorization for Baymax? Technology changes life. And Longting really did it. What does it mean to be a tech company? Longting exemplifies a tech company. Any product is bound to change our lives. Please tell us the price, so I can let it go. At this stage, developing Baymax, the price can't be too low. Announce the price. Announce the price. People in the live stream kept sending messages demanding the price reveal. Chapter 86. I'm crazy for Baymax. How many waves of people has this been? At the Baymax product launch event, Lin Mingnan, the host of the event, stood before the audience. He is the current general manager of the Little Dragon Robot Company. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, wearing glasses that reflect a sharp brilliance, at 28 years old, he is in the prime of his life. Especially now that he has become the general manager of the Little Dragon Robot Company under Longting, which provides him with a stronger support system to fully utilize his talents. He stands alongside Baymax, and he can see the messages on the live stream screen in front of him. Seeing the messages about announcing the price, Lin Mingnan smiles. The process has now reached the point of revealing Baymax's price. After discussing so much, he is surely very clear about Baymax. It has over 10,000 treatment plans for various diseases, emergency plans, and thousands of ancient massage techniques from different countries. It has contingency plans for various emergencies and hidden compartments for essential and emergency medications. It ensures health and safety from multiple aspects. So, what is the specific price for such a multifunctional Baymax? Let us count down from 3. Lin Mingnan and Baymax step aside, revealing the big screen behind them. Lin Mingnan also gestures for everyone to look at the big screen, which displays a 3-second countdown. The people in the venue shouted in unison. The audience in the live broadcast room also silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The white 3D numbers fell from the sky, shaking the ground 3 times. Above the numbers were 3 small words: starting price. Next to the numbers was the robot named Dubai. Wow. The crowd in the venue and the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. The family medical robot Dubai. Official starting price: 150,000. This is a price that an ordinary family can manage with some effort. Once you bring Dubai home, it's like having a professional doctor providing one-on-one service. It was just demonstrated at the press conference, and its diagnosis of patients was accurate, even more so than that of doctors. Its various treatment plans could rival those of hospital specialists. Dubai could handle almost all diseases except those requiring surgery very well. With such a price and service, who wouldn't he be tempted? Ghoulie even felt that the price of 150,000 was too high. What is the cost of Dubai? Carbon fiber frame, power motors, and vinyl resin outer shells are already widely available domestically. The total cost is around 10,000, and the quality is excellent. The only high-tech components are the hyperspectral camera and medical chip. But for Ghoulie, does this cost anything? Not at all. With one Dubai, Ghoulie could easily earn back 140,000, a product with immense profit. However, to netizens, the company's pricing was seen as very reasonable. Developing such a medical robot is no easy feat. It performs actions indistinguishable from a human, as thousands of medical and treatment plans, all integrated into a small chip. Selling for hundreds of thousands, or even millions, is understandable to recover research and development costs. But in the end, the company's price is only 150,000. This is without considering R&D costs, just to provide everyone with a better life. The company's reputation soared even higher in the hearts of the audience. Once the venue quieted down, Lin Mingnan continued, producing by takes time. After paying a 10,000 deposit, you will be notified via text when your exclusive buy is ready. At that time, you can pay the remaining balance and wait a few days for buy to be delivered to your home. The reservation can be made on the company's official website or at the buy Experience store in the local area. The Experience store outside the region is still under negotiation, so reservations can only be made online. We apologize for the inconvenience, Lin Mingnan said, bowing on stage. From the initial announcement of buy to its official release, it has only been about a week since the establishment of direct stores throughout the city and county, which is quite fast, and it's naturally impossible to cater to outside regions. The audience understood this, and more importantly, they were too busy to pay attention to Lin Mingnan. They logged onto the company's official website to make reservations. Is 10,000 expensive? Not at all. Especially for families with elderly members or children. Having a specialist doctor nearby gives peace of mind to the family. Spending 150,000 for the health of the whole family is a bargain. Those who learned about buy and have the means rush to make reservations. Those without money are also telling their families to find a way to place an order. After all, who knows if it will be sold out, right? Dad, have you seen the new product from Longting? It's a family medical robot. My grandmother always needs someone to take care of her and sometimes feels pain all over. Buying a robot could help massage and take care of her, and when we get sick, the robot can help us too. It's only 150,000. Our family can afford that. Okay, I've already paid the deposit, so just don't say I scammed you later. Similar scenes are happening continually across various regions. Those who care about their families and genuinely need it will basically purchase the robot. The number of reservations in Longting's backend is constantly increasing, from 10,000 to 100,000 to a million, until it reaches 10 million. Only then does the growth rate slow down. However, there are still thousands of new reservations every second. The launch of the robot is a huge success. Over 10 million reservations translate to over 100 billion in revenue. Wow, it's even more cost-effective than selling cars. Guli looked at the back-end data, and his smile never faded. 0. Plan the finances well and start our foundational construction in physics, chemical engineering, and other areas. According to Wu Yanghua, the scientists are also almost in place. I can set up the holographic projection device for them. If there's no output, I'll just take it down. All right, boss. Have you reported this to the higher-ups? Guli turned to look. Of course, boss. Don't worry. I won't make mistakes again, Zero said somewhat aggrieved. As Zero continuously learns, their ability to express emotions is also growing stronger. I don't blame you. Don't worry. Guli waved his hand, adjusted his position, and returned to his workstation. Boss, someone is trying to sneak into the company and into the Udon building. Zero projected surveillance footage in front of Guli. In the company office building, there was a man looking quite honest, resembling a college student, but he was holding a small camera, taking pictures frantically when no one was watching. In front of the Udon building, two people pretending to be construction workers, wearing hard hats, were running around inside the building, knocking here and there, looking for hidden spaces. The area around the single-story buildings had the most people, with 3 waves of them. Some were urinating, some were defecating, and some were deliberately throwing things in and then coming to find them. But their true purpose was to explore the single-story buildings. Which wave is this? Guli helplessly rubbed his temples. The 14th wave. Sigh, let Xiaochan catch them. How annoying. They keep coming in waves. Chapter 87. Wow, there are all kinds of people. The robot shows its skills. Outside the single-story buildings, those caught by Xiaochan, who harbored ill intentions towards Longting, were tied up and squatting on the ground. Some had bruises on their faces, and fresh blood was dripping from where Xiaochan had hit them. Speak up, which companies are you from? Guli's fierce gaze was fixed on the group in front of him. He wouldn't give a pleasant expression to those who wanted to deal with him. However, everyone remained tight-lipped, showing great grit. It seems it still didn't hurt enough. Xiaochan. Guli gestured to the few people in front of him. Xiaochan understood what Guli meant. Pain leads to understanding. If one hasn't figured it out, it just means it hasn't hurt enough. Xiaochan's iron fists came down hard, causing those being hit to scream loudly. Have you figured it out? But still, no one answered. Humph. Guli snorted coldly. Xiaochan swung at the crowd again. Enough is enough. If we keep getting hit, we'll die. Brother, we confess. I and he were hired by a certain tech company to steal your technical data. Someone couldn't bear it anymore, laying on the ground and waving their hands. The pain made him wear a mask of suffering. Once someone started begging for mercy, The rest quickly followed suit, revealing the companies and people behind them. Locals, outsiders, and even some from abroad. It seems many people have their eyes on their technology. Unfortunately, the server room of Longting is in their underground base. Important documents are protected by multiple layers of confidentiality. With the technology on Earth, no one can crack it. It's impossible to intercept through the data center. Those servers have been given life by Gu Li, turning them into transformers. It would be easier to figure out how to break Gu Li's confidentiality measures than to obtain anything from there. 0. Investigate the companies and individuals they mentioned. Terminate any collaborations and bankrupt those without connections. If it comes to me, no one will have it easy. Gu Li pressed his Bluetooth earpiece and instructed 0. Understood, boss. As for those in front of him, after Xiao Chan gave them a good beating, Gu Li planned to call the police to take them away. For people like them, a few days of detention is best. After a few days, they'll be released, and if they dare to come back, they'll get beaten again. Back at the underground base, on the second floor, the robotic production line was in operation. Activated production robots were assembling the inactive robots. The inactive robots were categorized and placed together. After acquiring so many companies, Gu Li decided to let the robots produce products. Different products require different production processes, and thus the robots have different functions. That's why they need to be sorted. Have the papers been organized? Gu Li asked as he approached 0 and Xiao Shou. They have been organized. The sorted documents appeared in front of Gu Li in a virtual imaging format. These documents recorded various chemical materials, metal alloys, and papers related to basic physics. Basic physics, basic chemistry, basic materials must keep up. When it comes to large-scale production, the worst fear is falling behind in these areas. Gu Li planned to publish these papers to influence changes in the market through academia. After all, it's not a very advanced technology. For the outside world, it would be considered advanced compared to the current stage. Seeing these technologies, individuals and companies will want to use them. After all, possessing advanced technology means an influx of capital. Longting is a perfect example. Once everything is organized, let's publish it. Gu Li waved his hand casually to close the files. With another wave, he opened the technology he was researching. The concept and realization of applying nanomaterials to battle suits. This was inspired by a nano-sized small umbrella he had found earlier. 0, upon hearing Gu Li's instructions, sprang into action, sending these papers to well-known core journals both domestically and internationally. Daddy, what is this? Why is there a big white thing in the box? Is it a gift for me? The little girl curiously looked at the cardboard box that was as tall as she was. She bit her right index finger, looking adorably at her father. Guess what's inside the box, Nyonyo? Her father, Song Rue, squatted down and ruffled Nyonyo's hair. Daddy, don't mess with my hair. I want to grow tall. Nyonyo pouted and swatted Song Rue's hand away. Then, her eyes sparkled as she examined the box. Is it a toy? She asked Song Rue. Guess again, Song Rue said, picking up scissors to cut open the tape sealing the box. Is it a doll? Song Rue still shook his head. Humph. Nyonyo became unhappy as her father kept making her guess without revealing the answer. She crossed her arms, pouting her lips. I don't want to talk to Daddy anymore. Mommy, Daddy doesn't he love Nyonyo? Nyonyo jumped into her mother, Xia Jieshi's, arms. No, Daddy is just teasing you. Xia Jieshi comforted Nyonyo softly. Haha, Song Rue chuckled and ruffled Nyonyo's hair again. He then opened the cardboard box and took out the big white figure. Nyonyo, move back a bit. Daddy will tell you what it is now. Nyonyo ignored Song Rue, turning her head away. Song Rue took a step back and activated the big white figure. Whoosh. The big white figure inflated quickly with a sound. Nyonyo was drawn in by the noise, slowly turning her head around. Her expression was still unhappy. However, when she saw the big white figure, her frown vanished quickly, replaced by a joyful smile. Wow, it's Baymax. Nyonyo ran to the big white figure. Examining it closely, her chubby little hands touched the soft white vinyl surface. Hello, Nyonyo. I am your family medical robot, Baymax. The big white figure greeted her. Nyonyo's eyes lit up with excitement. Daddy, Mommy, it can talk too. She reached out and held Baymax's hand. Baymax, I didn't expect you to know me. I really like you. I like you very much too, Nyonyo, Baymax replied. Nyonyo and Baymax exchanged words while Song Rue and Xia Jieshi shared a glance and began to tidy up the delivery box. I added an educational chip. So Baymax can help us educate Nyonyo in the future, Song Rue said with a smile. For Nyonyo, Baymax was like a peer, and she was more receptive to communication and education from it. Okay. After tidying up, Song Rue and Xia Jieshi took Nyo and Baymax out for a walk together. On the road, Nyo happily introduced the familiar sights around her to Dubai. Nyo was more lively than before as she walked. Seeing Nyo so happy, the couple, Song Rue and his wife, also wore smiles. The two held hands and followed behind Nyo and Dubai. Nyo, we're about to cross the road, be careful. Xiang Jiexin reminded loudly, as they were headed to the park and needed to cross 3 roads. Just as Xiang Jiexin finished speaking, a sharp sound came from behind. A car, driving extremely fast, swerved to avoid pedestrians on the crosswalk and crashed towards Nyo. Nyo, Xiang Jiexin shouted in terror. Song Rue quickened his pace, intending to pull Nyo away. Suddenly, a force pushed him aside from his chest. A white figure was faster than him. It was Dubai. Dubai caught Nyo. However, both Dubai and Nyo were still knocked away by the car. Nyo. Chapter 88. Dubai enters every household. Is there an antitrust investigation? At the Pananwashi Square. Near the bus stop, Su Fong, dressed maturely and sensually, carried a red LV bag. With heavy makeup and long eyelashes, she glanced towards the road. When she saw a red convertible Porsche coming from a distance, a delighted expression appeared on her face. Her eyes filled with pride as she looked around. A sense of superiority emanated from her. The Porsche stopped in front of Su Fong. Darling, you finally made it. Su Fong spoke with a slight accent, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She set down her bag and leaned towards Li Boheo, who was in the driver's seat. A bright lipstick mark was left on Li Boheo's face. Today, I'm going to broaden your horizons. Buckle up. Li Boheo wiped the lipstick mark off his face and started the car. After a short while, a hand rested on his thigh. Li Boheo looked over to see Su Fong, giving him a flirtatious glance. Seeing Su Fong like this, Li Boheo couldn't help but understand what was happening. Just then, the roof of the Porsche opened up, and the windows slowly rolled up, enclosing the scenery inside the car. As they enjoyed themselves, Li Boheo suddenly noticed the traffic light change from green to red. Pedestrians waiting on both sides of the road began to step onto the crosswalk. Li Boheo snapped to attention, harshly pressing the gas pedal, then switching to the brake. However, he forgot that braking suddenly at high speed could cause the car to lose control. In this situation, the car didn't hit the pedestrians but instead veered off and struck a girl standing on the right sidewalk. Next to her stood the newly released medical robot Dubai. Oh no, my dad is going to kill me. Oh no, my brand new car is ruined just like that. Oh no, I'm going to lose all my pocket money. Li Boheo thought to himself about his future and suddenly remembered something. He urged Su Fong to lift her head and get away from him. He recalled a movie he had watched that was similar to his current situation. In the end, the character was separated from his brother and didn't he have a complete body. Li Boheo didn't he want to end up like that. Su Fong raised her head and saw an out-of-control vehicle heading towards people. Just as the scream began, the car crashed into them. Bang! A white figure was sent flying by the Porsche. Debris from the vehicle scattered on the ground. Airbags deployed, cushioning the impact on the two individuals and reducing their life-threatening injuries. In the distance, the big white figure that had been knocked down stood up. Nyo, unharmed, ran out of the embrace of the big white figure. Fear filled Nyo's face as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she ran towards her mother. Mama, Nyo. Xia Jiexin embraced the running Nyo and checked her from head to toe, relieved to find no injuries. Does anything hurt? Song Rue approached, his voice trembling with concern. Nyo is fine, but the big white is hurt. Nyo pointed at the big white figure, which had been scratched by the car debris. Its pristine surface was marked with varying degrees of abrasions and stains. It's okay, the big white is fine. Daddy will make sure the big white gets treated, Song Rue reassured, helping to wipe Nyo's tears away. Xia Jiexin also comforted her from the side. Soon, traffic police arrived, reviewed the road surveillance, and determined that Li Boheo was fully responsible. This traffic accident was also shared on social media platforms by well-meaning individuals. Similar incidents featuring the big white figure had appeared frequently online. Without the big white, how many families would have been shattered by these accidents? Especially that little girl. Without the big white, it would have been a case of a parent losing their child. I initially thought the big white was just a medical robot, but it turns out it acts as a round-the-clock bodyguard. We still need to be cautious. If multiple people are injured, one big white might not be enough to save them all. Did you see another video of a chain collision on the highway? One of the vehicles was transporting the big white figure. At the moment the accident occurred, all the big white units inside activated to assist those injured in the crash. If not for their timely intervention, those on the brink of death would have long been lost. This was a 10-car collision. Without the big white, there would have been several fatalities. This clearly shows that the foundation of the big white is still people-oriented. Stop speculating upstairs. Longting has issued an announcement stating that any big white damaged while saving others will be repaired for free. Even if there is some damage, Longting will replace it with a brand new product. Anyway, I must buy a big white to take home. Exactly, who wouldn't love such a big white? Thanks to the social media buzz and the heroic actions of the big white in the accident, it has captured the hearts of more people and gained wider recognition. The number of orders on the official website is continuously increasing. At this rate, the big white will reach thousands of households and become a part of every family in Huaxia. It's just a matter of time. And this time won't be too long. Let us discuss, everyone. Longting is aggressively acquiring domestic state-owned enterprises and old businesses. The fields involved include physics, chemical engineering, materials, and so on. If this continues to develop, it may turn into a domestic oligopoly, especially the technologies from Longting, which no one else can master. Just the launch of Longxing automobiles has already brought trillions in revenue to Longting. If we don't take action and let it develop further, it seems that all sectors in the country will belong to Longting Group. Someone at the meeting table exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, the number of companies acquired by Longting is increasing. If Longting continues to acquire and develop, it will definitely monopolize a large part of the market. With those unbreakable technologies, how can other companies compete? I believe we need to initiate an antitrust investigation into Longting. I second that. Such situations have occurred abroad, where companies hold the economic lifeline of the nation and shake its policies. I support an antitrust investigation into Longting. Minister, what do you think? Everyone turned to the main seat at the table where Yi Qizhi was sitting. Yi Qizhi shook his head. I do not agree. This is a plan submitted by Longting Group to the higher authorities. It aims to establish a foundation in our country's basic industries such as physics, chemical engineering, and materials. The higher authorities have nodded in approval and agreed to this plan. Therefore, no antitrust investigation will be conducted. What we are discussing today is how to cooperate with Longting's plan. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. Chapter 89, Surface Compliance, but many underhanded moves. The printed documents were distributed to everyone. After receiving the documents, everyone began to read. After finishing, some scoffed while others saw great potential. They were staff from the National Administration for Industry and Commerce, responsible for overseeing domestic enterprises, communicating, negotiating, and guiding companies to respond to national policies. The idea of laying the foundation for physics and chemical engineering by oneself is rather unrealistic. I don't believe Longting can achieve that. Anyone can write a plan, and with some PowerPoint presentations, expect the country to cooperate? Ridiculous. They just want to monopolize domestic technology through such means. I disagree. Director Chen, you shouldn't say that. Their plan is very well written, divided into 3 phases, each interlinked. As long as each phase is completed well, this plan can succeed. How to guide it is what we need to focus on now. Our scientists have also gone to Ponen to conduct joint research with Longting, right? The country will possess related technologies. It's only a matter of time. I agree. Only a few spoke up, while others remained silent, reading the plan. What about the others? Any opinions? Yi Qizhi looked at the others. As for dissenting opinions, let's not discuss them. I don't want to emphasize it again. The higher authorities have already approved this plan. With Yi Qizhi setting the tone, no one raised objections. The group began to discuss how to guide the implementation of the plan from a national perspective. Based on everyone's comments, will this plan be successfully implemented? These guiding measures are quite good. Xiaowen, you take the lead to form a small group to organize everyone's speeches. Develop a concrete plan. And we will have another meeting in a couple of days to discuss the specifics, Yi Qizhi said, looking at Su Wen, who was standing behind him. Okay, director. Let's disperse the meeting. After Yi Qizhi left, the others in the conference room also gradually left one after another. As they departed, they whispered to each other. Humph. A company that's only been established for 2 months has such big ambitions. The technology submitted doesn't even have core technology. And now they want to dabble in more fields. Dream on. Are they trying to follow in the footsteps of a certain major oil company? Exactly. Someone should teach them a lesson. I agree. Those nearby who overheard their discussions snickered quietly. They speak so righteously. Yet they are just envious of Longting and its substantial financial gains. They just want a piece of the pie. Do you really think the approved plan was achieved through connections? The plan is certainly aligned with national strategies. And it's because the country recognizes Longting that this plan was approved. If they want Longting to remember this, they might end up being the ones who remember it. In the internal meeting room of the Equipment Development Department of the Military Commission, these documents were submitted by Longting, clearly detailing the core technologies. As long as our people proceed according to these, the corresponding products can be developed, Du Kaiyu said, nodding at the documents in front of him. The others sitting nearby were intrigued. Oh, why did Longting submit core technologies this time? This isn't typical of Longting, is it? They used to show off to make us envious, but now they just hand it over? Do they have other demands? Definitely. Otherwise, why would they give us core technology? Minister, what demands did Longting make? The crowd looked curiously at Du Kaiyu, who was at the head of the table. Du Kaiyu chuckled. It's not exactly a demand. It's more of a cooperation. Longting wants to establish its industrial foundation and requires our cooperation. They just don't want us to obstruct their acquisitions of state-owned enterprises or large corporations. In return, we have obtained core technologies such as artificial intelligence, Longyan system, Longyan programming language, mobile systems, computer systems, and automotive power batteries. Hearing the various technologies mentioned by Du Kaiyu, the smiles on everyone's faces grew even brighter. With these technologies, the military's capabilities could be significantly enhanced. With artificial intelligence and Longyan programming language, the military's information security and cybersecurity could see substantial improvements. The automotive power batteries, made with graphene materials, benefit from graphene's excellent thermal conductivity. Military vehicles using these power batteries can largely avoid detection by infrared detection devices. Thinking of the benefits these technologies would bring, everyone felt incredibly happy. I'll take charge of artificial intelligence. Leave the automotive power batteries to me. Longyan will be handled by my team. Don't worry, Minister Du. Great. I look forward to everyone's good news. Du Kaiyu's smile was also very bright. Holding this meeting is to distribute the technology and quickly form combat capability. Fire safety. Didn't they just come by? Wei Jia listened to her assistant with a furrowed brow. An hour ago, the fire department had already visited, along with departments like commerce, auditing, and public relations. Why are they back now? Wei Jia personally went to the company entrance. Hello, I am the general manager of this company. I would like to ask, wasn't there an inspection just now? Wei Jia said with a smile. We don't know about that. We are from the local district and received reports saying your fire safety is not up to standard. That's why we're here to check. Don't worry, we'll leave once the inspection is over and everything is fine. The leader indicated their credentials and documents, then bypassed Wei Jia to inspect the fire safety facilities inside the company. After the inspection, Wei Jia sent a few people away, and her expression instantly became serious. Someone is targeting them. Otherwise, how could these departments come one after another? After several inspections, the employees of the company became anxious. Those seeking collaboration, seeing these events, decided to come back another day. Fortunately, Longting is not a publicly listed company, so it won't affect its stock price. Clapping her hands to attract everyone's attention, Wei Jia entered the employee office area. Is everyone worried that Longting will go under today? Worried you won't be able to find a better job than here? You don't need to worry. We at Longting are upright and fully compliant. We are not afraid of their inspections. Just focus on your work. I will handle these matters. Xiaoyu, buy everyone a cup of milk tea. Okay, the assistant replied. After that, Wei Jia returned to her office and directly called Gu Li. Manager Gu. After thinking it over, I believe only you can resolve this matter. All right, I understand. I will handle it. After hanging up, Gu Li looked at the information already gathered by Zero. Why do some people always like to fight internally? Chapter 90. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Expand the robot production line. That's how things are. How do you plan to resolve this? Gu Li was conversing with Wu Yonghua. I understand. I will give you an explanation. I've made significant contributions, so don't let me down, Gu Li joked, adding, I also found some interesting information, which I've sent to you. Received it. I will let you know the results soon. After hanging up, Wu Yonghua forwarded the information sent by Gu Li to his superior. After a trial run by Chong Ying, all departments in Huaxiao are now replacing their office terminals with Longting's black gold. There's no need to worry about leaks when forwarding documents. Both he and his superior have direct access to the highest leadership. The results of this matter will be available in the next couple of days. Boss, we've received news from the small mine. After hanging up, Zero timely spoke up. Relevant information appeared before Gu Li. At coordinates XX and XX, At a depth of 1,000 meters, a deposit of 2,000 tons of iron ore was discovered. At the location with longitude XXX and latitude XX, 532 meters underground, a coal mine with a reserve of 100 tons was discovered. At the location with longitude XXX and latitude XX, 634 meters underground, a lithium mine with a reserve of 345 tons was found. The small mine was previously led by Gu Li, exploring mineral resources both domestically and abroad like a transformer. The mineral information displayed in front of Gu Li is all from the recent discoveries of the small mine. These mineral locations include both domestic and foreign sites. The small mine only disclosed 1 or 2 location details to the accompanying staff, but even that information thrilled them. It is known that all detectable minerals had already been identified long ago. Discovering new minerals feels like discovering a new continent. The remaining mineral information was all transmitted to Gu Li. Xiao Chan, select 3 people from your team to purchase all available land. Also, buy a few islands and pieces of land abroad. We need to expand our territory. The funds for land purchases will come from our own resources. Xiao Chan had already been fitted with silicone artificial skin, wearing a wig, appearing just like an ordinary person. The domestic base has been constructed, and naturally, the overseas base cannot lag behind. Even a clever person like Gu Li knows that one should have multiple safe havens. Having a few more refuges wouldn't bother Gu Li. With so much money in the account, it needs to be spent. Half of the income from Longting Group should be allocated here. Gu Li's account has already exceeded 600 billion Chinese currency. Is the factory on the side of the Pananu district ready? Yes, we have sent nearly 1,000 construction robots there. The factory can be put into use the day after tomorrow. Gu Li nodded at that time. Move the robot production line over there and ramp up production of the robots we need. Basic industry can start with the robots we invest in. Understood, boss. Have the orders for the first generation of products been completed? 0. Pull up the relevant data. It's almost done. Once most orders are completed, wait a week to release the second generation products. After giving the instructions, Gu Li returned to the 3rd floor of the underground base, to his own studio. Today's dimensional waste has arrived. From the garbage information column, there are good things among this pile of garbage. Otherwise, Gu Li wouldn't come down to pick up trash. In the capital city, at the National Administration for Industry and Commerce, the director was tasting the freshly arrived autumn tea with a few friends. How is it? This new tea is fragrant, right? Wu Hongsheng waved his hand to fan the brewed tea aroma towards Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunfei. My nephew specially sent this over today. It hasn't been long since it was harvested and processed. It's at the fragrant stage, so hurry up and taste it. It's definitely delicious. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunfei were not polite, picking up their teacups to first smell before slowly sipping. To align with Wu Hongsheng's tea-drinking hobby, they had put in considerable effort. The two, who initially did not like drinking tea, had eventually grown fond of it over time. Because of their shared interest, they often got invited by Wu Hongsheng to sample tea and exchanged what they considered to be good teas. It's indeed nice. The fragrance lingers between my teeth. I'm afraid the situation is beyond our control. We still can't reach that level. Wu Hongsheng waved his hand dismissively. It's just a minor interest. My nephew only knows about this. Then he changed the subject and said quietly, I've already sent someone to Longting. According to what my nephew said, many of Longting's collaborations have been disrupted. That girl from Longting couldn't resolve the issue after searching everywhere. She must be in a hurry now. If we put in some more effort, we can appear when she can no longer hold on. At that time, let our people be prepared. Wu Hongsheng revealed a mysterious smile. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunfei naturally understood the meaning behind the smile. But will doing it this way really make Longting compromise? Come on. Longting was founded by a young kid. How could he understand the ways of the world? As long as we handle it well, there won't be any problems. We're just trying to guide him with good intentions, right? Wu Hongsheng said casually. Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunfei exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Wu is quite the teacher. He teaches well. However, Wu Hongsheng had never handled such matters himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have luxury houses and famous cars under his name. And they're the kind that can withstand scrutiny. He cleaned up any traces thoroughly, showing no fear. Besides, his father was once a senior figure within the system. With that background, who would dare to slight him? Just as the three were engrossed in their tea, a group of people wearing gray suits and displaying party emblems walked in. Seeing this group, the clerks in the office were all startled. Why are the disciplinary inspection people here? Who is being investigated? Everyone just carry on with your own tasks. We won't bother you. The leader, Mao Zhengin smiled at everyone. This position is not easy to handle. To everyone, seeing them is like encountering a flood or a beast. Hearing Mao Zhengin's words, the tension in everyone's hearts eased a little. They hadn't done anything wrong, but who wouldn't be afraid of being investigated? Where's your director? In the office. Mao Zhengin nodded and led his team to knock on Wu Hongxing's office door. Please come in. Wu Hongxing's authoritative voice came through. Mao Zhengin pushed the door open. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunfei felt a jolt in their hearts. Their heartbeats slowed for a moment, and half of the tea in their cups spilled out. Just a moment ago they were chatting, and now the disciplinary inspection team has arrived. Who wouldn't be scared? Even Wu Hongxing felt his heart skip a beat. However, he had seen big scenes before and showed no signs of panic. Team leader Mao, are you here to coordinate an investigation with us? Mao Zhengin nodded. Yes. It's just right that Deputy Director Jiang and Deputy Director Jiang are also here. Let's go together. Heart disease can be quite alarming, and it took more than an hour to recover. My energy and spirit were halved, and I felt sluggish. When asked anything, he would just answer. Mao Zhengin remarked in surprise. Since the discipline inspection team was assigned here, it was the first time he had seen such a situation. Haha, we are all old comrades. It's clear what crimes he has committed. If he confesses early, he might get a lighter sentence. How is the investigation going with the higher-ups? Secretary Zhao Xingrui paused his work, listening cheerfully to Mao Zhengin's report. The investigation is still ongoing. However, based on the document from Wu Yanghua, it's only a matter of time. We have already collaborated with other departments to restrict their movement. After Mao Zhengin finished speaking, he leaned in and curiously asked Secretary Zhao Xingrui, who conducted the investigation mentioned in the document. The details are so thorough that not a trace was missed. Our search was quite easy. If it continues like this, it seems no one would dare to reach out again. Zhao Xingrui shook his head. I don't know what was passed down to me from above, but I suspect there will be significant actions taken soon. If Wu Hongxing could investigate so thoroughly, what about others? I fear they have a basic grasp of the situation. Just wait. It's time for us to get busy. Listening to Zhao Xingrui's analysis, Mao Zhengin agreed, but was still curious about how that person conducted the investigation. Meanwhile, at an internal meeting of the central leadership, seated at the head of the table, the leader of the nation, Yin Jiayan, looked at everyone with a kind smile. Everyone, look here. It seems we have major problems internally, but we only found out now that these comrades below have been working hard to conceal things. No one at the table responded, their expressions unchanged as they flipped through the documents, reading the recorded text. The steady mindset developed over many years was shaken, and their expressions changed dramatically in front of these words. Nonsense. How could this kid do such things? How did I teach him? How dare he? No one listens to my words. Outwardly righteous, yet this kid has no principles. Chairperson, I request a thorough investigation. Their actions are due to my lack of guidance. Please discipline me. They must not be let off easily. At this critical moment for our country, we cannot allow them to hinder our progress. In technology and market, we have Longting and various enterprises. Politically, we cannot slack off. It's disheartening. The senior leaders present were filled with righteous indignation. They had reached their current positions with the aim of making the nation stronger and ensuring better lives for the people. But now, there are those who are hindering the country, only seeking personal wealth, contributing nothing to national development. It seems everyone understands and has discussed this. The plan is as follows. Named Qingfeng. Its purpose is to eliminate the internal pests, and the relevant investigations have already begun. Everyone should cooperate accordingly, Zhao Xingrui said sternly. Understood. We will fully cooperate with the relevant actions. Soon, the Qingfeng special operation began. One tiger after another has been removed from the national team, along with all the little cats and dogs beneath them, leaving no one untouched. The determination from above is strong, and the common people have submitted numerous reports. Those involved in violations and misconduct have faced thorough investigations, with no exceptions made. Many individuals have been cleared from the team in order to ensure the stable operation of national institutions, and the authorities have made comprehensive arrangements. Moreover, the self-developed artificial intelligence guarantees the smooth functioning of the nation without any issues. The special action named Clear Wind has reported the removal of over 1,000 officials. However, Guli learned from the investigations that the actual number of individuals cleared from the team is likely to be at least 5 times that figure, if not more. The next round of recruitment will certainly offer many positions. This special action has not only eliminated pests from the nation, but has also served as a deterrent to current officials. making them aware that a sword of Damocles hangs over their heads. What do you think of this outcome? Wu Yanghua looked at Gu Li with interest, surprised by the strong resolve from above, which led to a large-scale operation that swept away the evils within the team. The audacity is impressive. Gu Li also didn't expect this. Perhaps it's due to the artificial intelligence. The main role of the government is to coordinate and integrate various departments to accomplish specific tasks. With the addition of artificial intelligence, the capabilities in coordination and integration naturally surpass those of humans. To surpass artificial intelligence, one would need to develop the human brain. It's essential to note that the utilization rate of the human brain is only 28. If it could be developed to 50, surpassing artificial intelligence would be a given. However, this is a distant prospect. The directive from above is to inform you that they will fully support your plan. The idea is to first pilot it in the southern region, evaluate its effectiveness, and then expand it nationwide. This approach will provide valuable experience, making implementation across the country more manageable. Wu Yanghua continued, handing Gu Li a document. This contains some suggestions from the higher-ups, as well as contact information for the top leadership. If you have any thoughts, you can communicate directly with them. The officials are eager to deepen their collaboration with Gu Li, elevating his position to one that is equivalent to theirs. As Gu Li just mentioned, the audacity is commendable. However, Gu Li found this quite normal. With so many groundbreaking technologies at his disposal, what benefits would the nation gain by forcing him out? He could easily find a small island to wholesale weapons and technologies. Once the time is right, he might even find a planet to lead a farming life as an extraterrestrial. The higher-ups in the nation are certainly aware of this aspect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have provided Gu Li with their contact information. All right, I understand. I've also brought you the materials you requested. Inside are some substances that others have warned me are extremely unstable, so please ensure caution during transport, Wu Yanghua reminded. Don't worry, my people are very reliable. Is there anyone steadier than robots? This is the next batch of materials I need. Gu Li handed Wu Yanghua a piece of paper again. Since the country promised to help, Gu Li naturally wouldn't be polite. All right. Wu Yanghua took the paper and put it away without a second thought. After all, he couldn't understand it anyway, so he would just pass it up to let those in charge deal with it. His job was simply to act as a messenger. As long as he conveyed the information from Gu Li and the higher-ups, that was enough. Chapter 92, Gene Enhancement Potion. Open Life Sciences. Deuterium, tritium, lithium? Are they planning to work on nuclear fusion? The materials science PhD Zhai Biao, who was responsible for preparing materials for Gu Li, exclaimed in shock as he looked at the materials listed on the paper. Below deuterium, tritium, and lithium, there were other related materials. Without exception, all these materials were linked to nuclear fusion. Could it be that Longting has already mastered the relevant technology? Otherwise, why would they need these materials? It must be that with the technology, they required materials for experimentation. TSK. He really wanted to discuss this with the researchers at Longting. Zhai Biao submitted his guesses along with the original materials list to the higher-ups. Every time there was a new materials list, Zhai Biao operated in this manner. Soon, the higher-ups responded to Zhai Biao. The materials would be allocated to Longting according to the list, and the country would handle other arrangements. Zhai Biao also coordinated the relevant materials for Longting based on the materials listed and transported them to Longting. The Longting Special Team was a group established specifically for Longting Group, responsible for related affairs. Nuclear fusion? The capabilities of Longting's RD team are truly unfathomable. Who would have thought they could develop nuclear fusion? Once the materials are delivered, let us see if Longting can really achieve nuclear fusion. It's important to pay close attention to the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor. It will definitely make a big impact. I will ensure that people keep a close eye on Longting. At this moment, Gu Li was in the underground base, looking at a test tube in front of him. The transparent test tube contained a deep blue liquid. Type Gene Enhancement Potion. Consuming this potion can significantly enhance a person's physical qualities, reaching the standard of a top soldier. Can be consumed repeatedly, with diminishing effects. Ineffective after 3 uses. Top soldier standard? Gu Li gazed at the deep blue potion before him. This potion was the result of the dimensional waste delivered yesterday. When he first found it, it was just broken glass shards of the test tube. After using the waste-to-treasure function, he managed to obtain this potion. The waste-to-treasure function also had a 3-day cooldown period. Enhancing physical qualities was something Gu Li had longed for. After entering university, most people's physical conditions deteriorated day by day. Even running 1,000 meters would leave them gasping for breath. Gu Li was no exception. His physical condition was considerably worse than during his high school days. Now, as long as he consumed this potion, he could attain physical qualities comparable to a top soldier. If it weren't for the need to study its components, Guli would have drunk it already to enhance his physical abilities. Without the relevant technology, both Guli and Zero could only research it slowly. First, they would test the potion's components and then use a holographic projection device to carry out the formulation ratios. It was a process that required a lot of time. However, when the research is completed, it will definitely be a groundbreaking event globally. Imagine at that time, all soldiers would possess the physical qualities of elite fighters. Which country in the world could win against such an army? With the gene enhancement serum, understanding its principles becomes crucial. If Guli wants to enhance a certain aspect, isn't it just a matter of having the means? Thinking in this direction, Guli felt invigorated. He wanted to quickly figure out the principles behind the serum. While Guli and Zero were researching the gene serum, a few kilometers away from the nearly completed factory in the Poninu district, the two were lying on a mound, observing with binoculars. Am I seeing this correctly? Are robots constructing the factory and the Mars launch base? Hurry up and pinch me. Am I dreaming? Wang Yuan, holding the binoculars, said in a daze. The Wang brothers, Wang Yuan and Wang Ji, were released after a 15-day detention. After witnessing the Terminators around Guli, they dared not approach Longting or its subsidiaries again. Who knows if there are still Terminators around? They didn't want to get beaten again. However, the only orders they could take were from Longting or on the dark web. The related tasks from Longting were the most available. The highest task commission was several $100,000, and the lowest started at least at $10,000. They didn't dare get too close to Longting, so they accepted a relatively decent task. A filming task. One location for $10,000. The risk was surely lower than those of stealing technology or documents. Wang Yuan and Wang Ji arrived outside the factory in the Poninu district, hoping to capture something valuable. On the way, they were still glad that only the two of them took on this task. Free money, and no one else wanted it. After lying there for 2 or 3 days, they finally captured something valuable. The factory was being built by robots. Hiss. The pain in his thigh made Wang Yuan realize he wasn't dreaming. What they filmed was real. His thoughts were not wrong. Longting had many more Terminators. Otherwise, how could such advanced technology be used for construction? It must be that they were constantly around Guli. Only when there are so many that it becomes unremarkable would they be used for building, right? Take more pictures. As long as we submit the photos, we can get $10,000. Then we can go to Jiuquan and continue filming, Wang Yuan said with a smile. This money was easy to make. Wang Yuan and Wang Ji steadied the camera, maintained their balance, zoomed in, and focused to ensure the clarity of the photos. The clicking sounds continued. Suddenly, a patch of camouflage appeared in the lens. The two looked up, and 2 dark gun barrels were pointed at their heads. Hands on heads. Crouch down. Wang Yuan finally understood why no one else had come. Damn it, there's a military patrol here. Moreover, they were wearing powered exoskeletons. Besides the factory, there were also military patrols near the satellite launch base. Because it was also discovered that Guli's construction team, workers, and staff were all robots. After observing these robots, their movements were indistinguishable from humans. It is essential to protect information and prevent any leaks. There are quite a number of lawbreakers apprehended on both sides. They are currently detained, awaiting prosecution. The technology of Longting has long been regarded as a state secret. Selling state secrets is a serious crime, and these offenders will certainly not be let off lightly. Outside the factory of a certain strong iron group, a group of former employees has gathered. They see the factory moving out old equipment and bringing in new ones. They understand that the factory is likely to resume operations. They have gathered here in hopes of securing a job. When a haggard-looking individual walks out of the factory, people quickly surround him. Director, I am an old employee. Don't forget to hire me. One shouts. My skills are among the best in the factory. Another adds, it's me, Director. I'm Xiao Jia. I know the materials in the factory best. I have all the production ratios memorized. If the factory hires again, I can bring benefits to the company. The crowd loudly expresses their qualifications, fearing that the director won't hear them. Their livelihoods depend on the skills they use to produce various materials for the steel plant. Although they have received compensation for their termination, they wonder what jobs they can find now. No one wants to hire them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be gathered here. As they shout, the names of these former employees flash through the director's mind. However, he feels helpless. He raises his hands to signal for silence. Everyone. We are all old employees of the factory, and we have shared many years of camaraderie. I won't hide it from you. I have also been laid off. To be precise, the entire company, from top to bottom, has been laid off. I'm just here to hand over my work. From what I hear, the factory will not be hiring again. It is transitioning to intelligent automated production, so please look for other job opportunities. His words leave the crowd in shock. No hiring? The director has been let go? We have to find other jobs? What jobs would take us? Similar scenes are unfolding in other areas. What will we do if there are no jobs? This is all I know. How can I find another job? One woman laments. Both my husband and I worked at this factory, and our family's income depended on it. The company's performance was decent, so why were we acquired and laid off? Without this job, how can I support my children's education? Let us check with an agency to see if there are any jobs available. Don't bother. There aren't any at the agency either. Most of the factories in the area have been acquired by Longting. Workers like us, who produce rubber and steel, have no job openings. The available positions are mostly in food processing, packaging, or clothing factories. Well, we have to go anyway. Otherwise, we'll starve. Those who could find jobs have already done so. Currently, they haven't found anything. The gathering is simply to see if they can secure a job. As the robot production line in the factory begins operation, factories producing various basic materials are also upgrading their equipment. Once the personnel arrive, production can commence. Furthermore, the materials being produced will promote advancements in fundamental physics, chemistry, and other fields. Materials are the foundation of everything. Without the corresponding materials, no matter how mature the theories are, they cannot be realized. The acquisition of numerous companies and factories by Guli is aimed at changing this situation. The research scientists from various regions are also gathering in the area, many of whom are led by academician-led research teams. He believes that once the material issues are resolved, there will be no technological advancements that cannot be achieved. At the scientific journal, Jason, the assistant with glasses, looked at the paper on the computer with confusion. "Professor, take a look at this paper. I can't understand it." "Let me see," replied his teacher, Tattle, as he put on his glasses and approached Jason's computer. The paper titled Concept and Experimental Results of Ultra-Hard, Lightweight Steel Materials Resistant to Corrosion and Acid Base happened to be in Tattle's area of expertise. He was immediately drawn in by the text at the start of the paper. The more he read, the more captivated he became, oblivious to the surrounding noise. Immersed in the paper, he continuously envisioned based on the data presented. The more he imagined, the more shocked he was by the content of the paper. Genius. Truly a genius. If manufactured according to the records in the paper, this corrosion-resistant, acid-base-resistant ultra-hard, lightweight steel could be created. Applying this material in armored vehicles and fighter jets would certainly enhance performance significantly. Tattle noticed the paper was signed by Guli Zero. He was surprised to learn that researchers from that region were so impressive. He closed the paper and made a note to remind his company about it once it was published in the journal. They would definitely be interested in this material. Just as Tattle was about to get up, he glanced at Jason's inbox and noticed other papers. These papers were submitted to a prominent journal, and Jason, as his assistant and student, was responsible for the initial screening. This inbox belonged to the journal, containing papers from various sources. He saw that the papers he noticed were also from that region, signed by Guli Zero. Tattle became intrigued and opened one email after another. Research and experimental results on room temperature superconductors. Partial experimental results on insulating nanomaterials. New technological concepts for controllable nuclear fusion of deuterium and tritium. With over 100 papers, Tattle flipped through several pages without finishing them all. Some of these papers he could partially understand, while others were completely beyond him. However, upon reviewing them, he concluded that these papers were likely genuine. "Avon, I sent you a paper. Can you help me assess its feasibility?" "Eli, wake up and help me review this paper. You'll definitely thank me for it." "Fake you. Stop what you're doing and listen to me. There's a groundbreaking paper that needs your expertise to determine if the manufacturing concepts within it can actually be realized." Tattle's hands trembled as he called the collaborating doctoral researchers at the scientific journal. He sought their assistance to verify the authenticity of the paper. If it's verified as genuine, it could lead to revolutionary changes in material science. After notifying the collaborators, Tattle also informed the company that had been funding him, asking them to investigate who this Guli is and who this Zero is. How did such an influx of outstanding papers suddenly emerge from Huaxia? Shortly after the notifications, Tattle's phone rang. "Oh my God, Tattle, where did this paper come from? The technology described is entirely feasible with current methods. Who is this Guli? Which university does he teach at? I must meet him. His ideas are remarkable. If he joins my lab, I believe we can quickly crack the mystery of that extraordinary material. Eli's voice was filled with excitement. Eli, please calm down. The paper comes from Huaxia. Just confirm whether it's real. Tattle tried to soothe him. No matter how excited he was, it didn't change the fact that Guli was from Huaxia. It must be real. Do you have contact information? Give it to me. I'll reach out myself. Eli was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. That extraordinary material had puzzled them for years, and now with Guli's published paper, he saw a path to understanding it. If he could communicate with Guli, he was confident he could solve the material's mysteries. Tattle didn't hold back and directly shared Guli's contact information with Eli, considering it not very sensitive. After hanging up with Eli, Tattle's phone rang again within seconds. Without exception, it was confirmations that the paper was indeed legitimate, as long as the relevant technologies were followed. The products described in the paper could be manufactured. Staring blankly at the hundreds of papers on his computer, Tattle realized if they were all true, they represented a massive fortune. This commotion also caught the attention of certain entities, who, without contacting Tattle, sent personnel to obtain copies of the paper. Tattle dared not refuse. His company had dealings with these entities, and he couldn't risk rejecting cooperation, as his investors wouldn't allow it. Once the papers were verified, Tattle followed the procedures to publish them in the journal. He wasn't concerned about whether other countries could replicate the findings. He believed that while certain nations could, others might not be able to. With the publication of the papers, a seismic shift occurred in the academic world, shocking everyone with the revelations printed in the scientific journals. Chapter 94. What a great person. I must thank Guli. Academic journals in science, nature, etc. have published special issues and released hundreds of papers. Starting with 100 papers. When did academic research become so easy? These days, academic journals are divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, each with tens of thousands of words. With 100 papers, academician Liu claims these papers will change the world. Related reports have also been covered by the media. After seeing the reports, netizens were stirred up. Who is so ruthless? How could they publish so many papers? Starting with 100? All published by the same person. Which research institute is it? Guli? 0? This can't be the Guli from Longting, right? Brothers. Let me check and find out. Brothers, I found out. It really is Guli from Longting Group. He and his team sent over 100 papers to scientific journals. Other journals of similar status also received at least 100 papers. Even as so wouldn't be this productive. No wonder he is the founder of Longting. It's no surprise that Longting's technology is constantly emerging. With such a leader, it would be strange if their technology isn't ahead of domestic companies. Speaking of which, are these papers that Guli published really up to standard? They're not just submitted to meet a quota, right? You clearly don't know the credibility of these journals. Papers published in these journals have all been verified. It's impossible for anything lacking quality to be published. Wow. If Longting were a listed company, their stock would definitely hit the limit up. Alas, unfortunately, Longting doesn't plan to go public. In the Ponen Research Park, research institutes and academicians from various places have their research facilities located here. After learning about their collaboration with Longting, the state funded the construction. It has now been completed. And Guli has also installed holographic projection devices for them. So they have all moved in and started turning theories into reality. At this moment, at the branch of the Huaxia Metal Research Institute, Duan Wenlong, a doctoral student under Director Heng Zhiyong, is fortunate to participate in the research at this institute. On the first day of joining, he signed a confidentiality agreement. His teacher mentioned that this is a top-level confidentiality agreement. He felt extremely honored and lucky. Participating in such a research project is a significant addition to his resume. Now it's break time. Duan Wenlong is having afternoon tea while browsing his phone. After a while, he stumbled upon the unexpected news of the academic journal publishing 100 papers. Duan Wenlong instantly became interested. In the past, these journals typically published around a dozen papers. This unusual occurrence piqued his curiosity. The Research Institute has access to foreign networks through a legal application process. Aside from watching movies or engaging in illegal activities like accessing the dark web, normal internet activities are permitted. I want to see what kind of papers they are. Duan Wenlong logged into his account and entered his password. Soon, he accessed the journal's website and saw the issue starting with 100 papers. Wow, this is impressive. The data is completely feasible. But can machines be produced domestically? No, I need to hurry and inform my teacher. These technologies can change the backward basic industry in this region. Duan Wenlong held up his phone and rushed out of the tea room to find his teacher in the laboratory. All right, why are you in such a panic? Hung Jiong reprimanded. We already know about the situation. We need to have a meeting shortly. Organize everyone to study these papers first. Prepare the materials that will be needed. Okay, teacher, Duan Wenlong nodded. After saying this, Hung Jiong went to a building in the Research Park Center. According to the instructions, any results must be reported here. Important matters would also be discussed in meetings held here. The meeting did not last long. Everyone had tight schedules and wanted to return to verify the technologies proposed in the papers. They came to the meeting mainly to discuss how to conduct research and how to turn the contents of the papers into their own. The result of the discussion was clear. Experiments must continue, and the technologies in the papers should be quickly transformed into their own work. As for the technical difficulties in production, the organization would handle that. Their task was to study the materials proposed in the papers and explore the various directions they could delve into, as well as the potential effects in civilian and military applications. That was their real goal, not just to reproduce what was in the papers. After the meeting, Hung Jiong and the other academicians returned to their respective research institutes to begin studying relevant papers in their fields. Not only in this region, but also other countries began various research projects based on journal articles. The outcomes would depend on each country's research capabilities. Inspired by the papers, the research progress was astonishing. After all the data on materials was available, and they were adept at expanding their imagination based on existing data. Within a few days, a laboratory developed corresponding results. Of course, these results were not made public and were circulated internally. The information was revealed by zero-point investigations. Military-related information was shared with the state, and the higher-ups were already aware of the relevant information on the application concepts of Region 001 steel and combat engines and airframes. Indeed, this country is impressive in military matters. They managed to produce related results so quickly. The environment may differ, but now the emergence of the organization has helped fill many gaps. The military industry here is not managed by the state, but is overseen by capital. To profit and enhance market competitiveness, significant funds are naturally invested in research. The relevant technologies have been openly shared, and it is not difficult for them to derive related applications based on these technologies. That's right, I heard that a region has started pilot reforms. I wonder what it will become under the transformation. According to the plan, it will be a city that everyone aspires to. Looking forward to it. Our country's researchers are quite capable, and we've been hearing news from the research park in the southern region. Our team is not only conceptualizing material applications, but has also begun conducting experimental trials. We owe thanks to Longting. Without their assistance in producing the necessary materials, the progress at the research park would not have been so swift. It seems that the authors of these papers share a connection with the founder of Longting. Yes, the publications were made after reporting to the higher-ups. Building an industrial foundation is not something one person can accomplish alone. These publications aim to rally everyone's efforts to complete it together. He truly stands out from the crowd. If it were anyone else with such resources, they would keep it tightly under wraps and would never publish papers or disclose information. While they are at the research frontier, we must also ensure proper coordination and management in the background. Rest assured, Director, on the other side of the ocean, in a silver-white base, a blond man in a white lab coat looks at a black object with a metallic sheen in a glass container and bursts into laughter. Guli, you are such a great person. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of this method. Thank you, and when I see you, I will be sure to express my gratitude properly. Chapter 95. Small changes in the southern region. It's time to prepare for takeoff. Artificial skin that is completely similar to human skin has been successfully developed by researchers at the Southern Research Park. A nanomaterial with strength surpassing steel by 100 times has entered the experimental phase. Perhaps in the near future, space elevators will no longer be a dream. The Southern Research Park has developed graphene polymers with strength exceeding steel by 150 times, high-temperature resistance, and exceptional thermal conductivity for combat engines, leading to breakthroughs in our combat engines. Relevant information continues to emerge. The Southern Research Park has started to attract attention. Who would have thought that this second-tier city would become a cradle of science and technology? Countless technologies are born here. Through investigations by reporters, the source of these changes has become clear: Gu Li and the Longting Group. As for Zero, no one pays attention to it because there is no available information. Therefore, all eyes are on Gu Li and the Longting Group. It is their presence that has brought about the current changes in the southern region. More importantly, people are coming to the research park seeking collaboration, and Guli does not refuse. If the price is right, cooperation can be achieved. Consequently, more and more companies are coming to develop in the southern region. The previously overlooked Southern New District has become highly sought after. The planned new district is expanding under this enthusiasm, with new land plans for areas like District 2 and District 3. The land near the Longting Group's park has seen skyrocketing rental prices. With such momentum, the economy of the southern region is also rapidly developing. In response, the local government has introduced numerous policies to provide various subsidies and benefits to businesses and individuals. The urban landscape of the southern region is changing daily. Nyo, come here, hold your mommy and daddy's hands. Song Rue said softly. After the last incident, Nyo hasn't gone out for a long time. Every time we take her out, she insists on bringing Dubai. However, during that time, Dubai was being repaired and only returned today. With Dubai back, Nyo finally agreed to go for a walk. Taking children out more often is beneficial for their sensory abilities, adaptability, and overall growth. Otherwise, Song Rue and Xia Jieshi wouldn't always be coaxing Nyo to go out for a walk. When Nyo heard her father's words, she didn't take his or Xia Jieshi's hand. Instead, she held on to Dubai beside her. Dubai, you must protect me well, she said. Of course, I will ensure Nyo's safety, Dubai replied gently. Nyo laughed, showing her bright white teeth. While holding Dubai's hand, she curiously looked around. There were so many things she didn't recognize. Nyo tugged at Xia Jieshi's sleeve. Mommy, what is that long thing? That thick wire outside, can it electrocute someone? Song Rue looked in the direction Nyo was pointing. She was pointing at a charging station. That's a charging station built by the government, specifically for charging new energy vehicles. Oh, I see. Nyo nodded, somewhat understanding. And what about that one? Oh, that's a wireless charging technology being tested by a certain company. In the future, when we drive new energy vehicles, we can charge them on the road without worrying about running out of power. Hey, that car has no one driving it. Daddy, hurry and help park it, or it will run into someone. Don't worry, that's an autonomous vehicle from the company, responsible for transporting waste within the city. Even the trash bins on the roadside have been customized for easier waste transport. Wow, that company is amazing, Nyo said, her eyes wide with admiration. Along the way, Nyo kept asking questions, and Song Rue kept explaining. For things Song Rue couldn't explain, Dubai would step in. Throughout the explanations, Nyo heard the most about that company, and her curiosity and admiration for it grew. Nyo looked around with curiosity. New and interesting things kept entering her view. The solar-powered airship testing in the sky, the renovated or newly constructed buildings, the flying drones being tested. So many things Nyo had never seen before. These sparked her curiosity and gradually reduced her fear of the outside world. The psychological shadow from that accident wasn't easy to erase. The family crossed 3 streets and arrived at the park. The elderly people around were discussing the changes in the area. The development here is getting better and better. Even buses have started to be free. That's right. The reimbursement rate for medical insurance has also increased. Life is getting better. Nyo, we should head back now. After spending an hour in the park, Song Rue squatted down in front of Nyo and said, No, I haven't played enough yet. We can't. Grandpa and Grandma are coming over. We need to go back and pick them up. In a couple of days, I'll take Nyo to the office building of Longting Group. Song Rue's words brightened Nyo's eyes. Great, let us make a pact. All right, for the next few days, everyone should pause their work. Pack up your things. We will be moving to a new office building soon. After attracting everyone's attention with a clap, Wei Jia said. Upon hearing Wei Jia's words, everyone showed excited expressions. Yay, we can finally move in. We've heard that the office building is completed. We can move in soon. They had long known that the company was constructing an office building. They also heard that in the new office building, employees would have larger workspaces and more and better facilities, like a gym and a break room, which are just the basics. A game room, staff shuttles, and customized services are what really excite them. The employees eagerly pack their office supplies. As for computers and other office equipment, designated personnel would collect and dispose of them uniformly. The new office building is already equipped with brand new facilities. They just need to move in. In the underground base of Huazongyuan, several blue screens appeared in front of Guli. They displayed a large amount of text information, recording the research results of Zero and the changes occurring in the southern region. The progress is quite good, The basic industrial setup is on track. And with our equipment's assistance, it should be completed within a month. Have our factory equipment been arranged properly? Guli, holding a thermos cup, asked Zero. It has been arranged, and all production tasks can commence. The construction in the new district has also entered the second phase. Our production capacity is completely fine. Guli nodded. The changes happening in the southern region are still not significant. We are far from the planned first phase. To achieve greater changes, we need Longting's new products. Production is not an issue now, and preparations for the launch can begin. What about the satellite launch base? What phase are we at? We have been sending construction robots there, and we have reached the final phase. All right, let's start producing the satellites. The plan for the skies should begin. There's no helium, 3 on Earth that we need. Chapter 96. The inauguration ceremony of Yudu Building. The launch of the second-generation product. Jiangming Garden, Building B. Ponan University of Electronic Technology. Hiyong waved a few tickets in his hand. They were entry tickets for the inauguration of Yudu Building and the launch of the second-generation product. The others in the dormitory had returned to school and started working on their graduation projects and theses. Come on, everyone gets one. I didn't expect this guy's company to be getting bigger and bigger. A company building covering 100 acres, just like that. Amazing. Hiyong said with admiration while distributing the tickets to his roommates. The roommates also knew that Guli had sent the tickets, and the school had also sent quite a few. Everyone was tidying themselves up, trying not to embarrass Guli. They used to call him Manager Gu all the time. But now he really has become Manager Gu. Will we be able to see Guli when we go? It's been a long time since we last saw him. Today, in addition to the inauguration ceremony, there is also the launch event for the second-generation products. It seems there won't be time to meet with us. We'll have to wait and see if there's an opportunity after it ends. Right. And what's with the styling? It's not like we're going out for drinks or to meet someone, so stop fussing with your hair. Hurry up, we won't have time later. And you, old gong. What are you even looking for? You've been searching for half an hour. Exactly, the whole dorm is just waiting for you too. This is taking too long. Call me Dad. The louder you call, the faster I move. As the 5 of them joked and played, they left the school. They took 2 cars heading towards the building of a certain company. Wow, so many people. Even before getting out of the car, they could see crowds near the building. The flow of people stopped the cars about 100 meters away from the entrance. Hiyong and the others waited in the car for quite a while, but it remained stationary. They had no choice but to get out and walk. It took them an hour of squeezing through the crowd to finally reach the entrance. Once near the entrance, there was finally some space between people. What kind of technology is this? It's not a display screen, nor is it LED, yet it can project images. Even in broad daylight, the images are clear. Hiyong marveled. It should be some kind of projection technology, explained Gong Hongwei, who was next to him. However, it's different from what's available on the market. This technology is more advanced. The images changed, projecting products like the first-generation black gold phone and black gold computer on the exterior of the building, showcasing either already produced or yet to be produced items. There were also videos of researchers working on technology and products in the lab. Glasses? Wristbands? Flashlights? Aren't these part of the second-generation products? Why are they all just peripheral items? The launch event hasn't even started yet. These are definitely projections that will be shown after the event. As they chatted, they got closer to the building. Hiyong and Gong Hongwei observed the structure. It was oddly beautiful. They wondered who designed it for Guli. The floor-to-ceiling glass allowed a clear view of the office environment inside. The curved roof had both recessed and protruding sections, but everything was very harmonious. It balanced fashion and aesthetics. Not only Hiyong and Gong Hongwei were amazed, but so were others attending the inauguration ceremony and product launch. They all raised their phones to take pictures of the building. Before this, no information or images had leaked online about the building, as it had been completely enclosed during construction. Only today was it revealed to the public, creating a stark contrast with the more conventional buildings nearby. Many bloggers were taking photos and checking in near the building. They were still not allowed to enter. They had to wait until the inauguration ceremony concluded to go inside. At 9 in the morning, people from a certain group used a reserved passage to arrive at the front of the building. Guli, Wei Jia, Peng Dehai, and the general managers of various subsidiaries were all present to participate in the inauguration ceremony. Additionally, there were officials from the local government. Guli stood in the center position, holding a microphone. Hello everyone. Welcome to the inauguration ceremony of the Yudu building. Longting's journey to today couldn't have been possible without your support. Every inch of the walls in the Yudu building has a part of everyone here. I want to thank you all for your trust in Longting. In the days to come, Longting will continue to uphold the philosophy of using technology to change lives, developing more and better products for everyone. Thank you all. Gu Li's speech was brief, but everyone could feel her sincerity. After her speech, she handed over the floor to a representative from the local government. Once the speech was concluded, everyone participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and colorful fireworks exploded in the sky. Afterwards, everyone pulled down the red curtain that concealed the name of the building. Streamers floated down from the sky, bringing a festive atmosphere. The inauguration ceremony was simple, with the focus being on the product launch that followed. After verifying their entry tickets, Hyong, Gong Hongwei, and others approached the Yudu building. Upon entering, everyone was immediately captivated by the central figure, Xiao Yu, who stood 4 to 5 meters tall. It was truly stunning. Moreover, she greeted everyone. Hello, welcome to my home. Countless people were struck by her charm, lost in her beauty. So worth it. I should have gotten an entry ticket. My Xiao Yu is so big, so beautiful. Those who didn't get tickets were able to see the interior of the Yudu building through live streams from various content creators. The launch event took place in the open area on the first floor of the building. The space was divided into 2 sections with Xiao Yu at the center. Neatly arranged black chairs were set up, each with a gift box placed on it. According to the numbers on their tickets, attendees found their seats. Once most people were seated, Xiao Yu spoke again from her central position. I will be hosting today's launch event, but I feel my outfit isn't quite right. Please wait for me for a moment. The projection in the air changed, and Xiao Yu walked into a room dominated by pink tones. The room was very clean and tidy, and Xiao Yu entered a wardrobe filled with various types of clothing, Lolita-made outfits, and more. She picked out a professional outfit and a pair of black stockings. Then the sound of rustling clothes was heard as Xiao Yu began to change. All the men present started to feel a strange anticipation. Xiao Yu let out a squeal. She had removed her clothes to her shoulders, revealing her fair skin, and then paused. I almost forgot about you little rascals. Xiao Yu turned around, one hand clutching her clothes at her chest while the other reached out toward the audience. The screen went black, and the venue erupted in cries of disappointment. So close. What a pity. I recorded it. I got it on tape. Ha. Big brother, bro. Dad, please share. So tender. So fair. I love it. Xiao Yu, my dream lover. It seems that Xiao Yu has become even smarter. Not only was there a chorus of lamentation on site, but the official and personal live streams were also filled with sighs. Everyone regretted that such a wonderful scene could not continue properly. The projected image gradually became brighter. Dressed in professional attire, Xiao Yu exuded a different aura, elegant, refined, and capable. People at the venue began to take out their phones to take pictures. Those who didn't understand the excitement around them were puzzled. Isn't it just a virtual figure? It's not real. Suddenly, Xiao Yu stepped out of the image and shrank to human size, moving closer to everyone, with another figure doing the same on the other side. The giant image of Xiao Yu transformed into a horizontal light screen displaying the words Longting Generation 2 product launch. More importantly, Xiao Yu's image looked incredibly real, almost like a real person. It was hard to tell that it was a projected virtual figure. This change instantly made the venue more restless. What kind of technology is this? Why do I feel like I'm filming a movie? When did virtual imaging become this advanced? Is there something wrong with my eyes? How can it be so realistic? Wow, what new technology has Longting used? The venue was filled with gasps of surprise. Everyone was shocked by the transformation. Hee, Xiao Yu chuckled. Aren't you all surprised? But Xiao Yu was very happy. This way, I can get closer to everyone. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm here to introduce the product. Xiao Yu took a selfie, her playful expression turning serious. The technology that allows me to get closer to everyone is the holographic projection technology developed by Longting Group's research team. This technology integrates knowledge from optics, electronics, computer science, and more. Besides making me more realistic, it also supports spatial touch screens, meaning everyone can interact with me. For more operational scenarios, please refer to the video on the big screen behind me. Xiao Yu gestured to the large screen, which displayed a demonstration of the holographic projection technology, reminiscent of scenes from Iron Man. The interface moved effortlessly, displaying whatever the operator gestured. I love this technology the most. After the video ended, Xiao Yu said at the right moment, next, I will introduce the achievements of Longting in applying this technology to products like smartphones and computers. A pair of single-lens glasses appeared on the big screen. Just the frame, no lenses. Are you curious about how holographic projection technology is reflected in this? Hee drumroll please. Xiaoyu took out a pair of glasses identical to those on the big screen from behind her and put them on. Then, with a gentle press on the side of the glasses, a blue light screen covered Xiaoyu's right eye. The sense of technology was overwhelming. By wearing these glasses, everyone can read information, navigate maps, and plan trips, operations that can be done on a smartphone. With this device, everyone can conduct video calls, work remotely, and perform various computer operations. Xiaoyu took out a rectangular device from behind, which He thought looked like a flashlight. Xiaoyu continued her introduction, and no one interrupted. Everyone was curious about the functions and uses of these products. By simply pressing this button, a light screen will appear in front of you, and it will follow your line of sight. Operations on the spatial touchscreen can also be performed on this light screen. To protect privacy, the light screen and glasses will be linked to everyone's identity information, so only the owner and designated users can see it. As for the technology used, Gudida didn't share that with me. Furthermore, all functions and operations available on smartphones and computers can also be realized on this device. Xiaoyu smiled as she addressed the audience. Everyone must be curious about how such a small device works. That brings us to our communication satellites from Longshan Communication Company. With their powerful data transmission capabilities, we can accomplish the aforementioned tasks. The chip mounted on the light screen launcher is the latest edge chip developed by Longshan. This chip enables applications, storage, and edge computing, allowing us to experience what smartphones and computers offer in a compact form. This is our Longshan Group's newly launched second-generation black gold smartphone and black gold computer. Xiaoyu maintained her smile, presenting her best side to everyone. The names of the second-generation products were also displayed on the big screen. The glasses are called one-sided portable communicator. The flashlight is referred to as light screen launcher. Seeing such straightforward names, everyone exclaimed, "No wonder it's Longshan, so straightforward." However, people still preferred to call them a smartphone and a flashlight. In the venue, everyone adhered to the order and did not shout loudly. But in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was buzzing. Oh my. My mom asked why I got a nosebleed while watching a live stream. She insisted on checking my phone to see if I was viewing inappropriate content. Ridiculous. How could that be unhealthy? It just makes me a bit weak. Interacting with Xiaoyu? Does that mean, smirking, I could bring Xiaoyu home? The projection outside is actually Longshan's product. I even saw robots. Is Longshan going to produce robots in the future? Robots? Xiaoyu? Putting that together? Oh, I have to work hard to earn enough money before it comes out. Edge computing? Cloud computing? The legendary edge computing. I won't have to worry about storage space anymore. Longshan is helping us store our data. Ha! Does that mean I can buy the second generation at an even lower price? Exactly. Without storage costs, the price will definitely drop. But we still have to wait for the satellite launch to make it happen. When will that be? Dude, you're not a little dragon person. The official website already said that the satellite launch base has been completed. The satellite launch will take place soon, very soon. Longshan won't do anything without certainty. What is this satellite from the company like? I'm starting to look forward to the upcoming second-generation products and how artificial intelligence and new energy vehicles will change. There will definitely be a group of performance artists on the roads in the future. Haha. With 3D real-time navigation, I can finally shed the title of being directionally challenged. Chapter 98. The True Internet of Everything. Preliminary results of future products. The launch event for the second-generation products is underway. The presenter continues to introduce the products. Next, they talk about the second-generation artificial intelligence. According to a well-known expert, this AI has the intelligence of a 6-year-old child and can understand simple commands from users. However, it struggles with complex and deeper meanings. It's much less capable than me. Hee, the presenter chuckles. Then they quickly switch to a serious expression. The change in demeanor is not off-putting. In fact, it makes the presenter seem quite endearing, like a neighborly younger sibling. Compared to the first generation of AI, this one can assist users in completing more complex tasks. For example, once it understands the user's project needs, it can independently carry out the work. However, whether the results align with the user's expectations still requires some fine-tuning from the user. With continuous adjustments, it will increasingly understand the user's thoughts. A boy resembling the presenter appears on the big screen, along with a girl. They look like the presenter's younger siblings. These are their virtual avatars. The boy is named Xiao Jie and the girl is named Xiao Fong. Members of the presenter's service can use them. However, to reduce storage pressure, they need to be paired with the second-generation black gold computer. The second-generation black gold computer appears between Xiao Jie and Xiao Fang. It's still a desktop model, but the casing is more compact and streamlined than before. It occupies just over 2,000 cubic centimeters, about the size of a small speaker. The monitor is extremely simple, just a circular device that uses holographic projection technology to display images. There is no need for a keyboard or mouse. Users can operate it directly with their hands. With the second-generation AI paired with the second-generation black gold computer, even those without a college degree can perform professional tasks. It seems that job applicants will need to know how to use the second-generation AI and how to fine-tune it. Job requirements are increasing again. Companies want to need as many employees, so layoffs might begin anew. I was already laid off during the first generation of AI. I hope the second generation spares me. Also, with edge computing and edge cloud, can any AAA game run perfectly? Cool. Buying a black gold computer means enjoying all the games directly. I hope the price is reasonable and doesn't create difficulties for consumers. The price from this company won't be too high, and it might even decrease. In fact, the first-generation products have already started to drop in price. Next, the presenter introduced the new energy vehicles. The second-generation new energy vehicles have seen a significant improvement in battery life compared to previous models. The integration of artificial intelligence allows users to access the same AI on their smartphones and computers, which can also be utilized in vehicles. The technology employed is the Internet of Things, IoT, a concept that was proposed a long time ago. However, its implementation has been slow, with limited connectivity. Thanks to the dedicated research and development by the group I am involved with, this IoT technology has effectively addressed these shortcomings. With this technology, users can control devices such as computers, vehicles, and AI through a second-generation smartphone. Companies collaborating with us to produce smart furniture will also integrate this system, enabling users to manage their smart home devices. The AI demonstration returns to the large screen, showcasing smart home usage. The AI controls all household devices seamlessly. Upon returning home, a warm meal awaits. Smart furniture helps with tidying up, and my mom no longer complains about my messiness. I can't wait for this to launch soon. At work, someone turns on the lights for me, cooks, and tidies the house. After work, I come home to a hot meal and a clean house. Let's build a life together. Xiaoyu. The audience in the live stream expresses their excitement and imagination. After the demonstration, Xiaoyu returns to a regular human size and addresses everyone. This concludes the second-generation product presentation from our group. Thank you for listening. At this moment, the venue erupts in excitement. Reporters in the front row rush to ask questions, ignoring that Xiaoyu is not a real person. The noise rises as discussions about the second-generation products ensue. However, before the reporters can approach Xiaoyu, they are blocked by beams of blue light. Dear reporters, it's not yet time for questions, and our press conference has not concluded. Xiaoyu's voice echoes throughout the venue, and curious employees on the surrounding floors look down at the event. Not finished yet. Hearing this, everyone returns to their seats. Is that all from the group? Why is it still not over? Could there be more products to unveil? With this thought, everyone curiously looks at Xiaoyu. With a smile, Xiaoyu turns and changes into a futuristic outfit. Next, I will introduce some future products from our group. Stratospheric solar-powered airship, an airship capable of flying in the stratosphere, utilizing solar energy to generate power, producing 30 million kilowatt-hours daily through a matrix configuration. By reasonably increasing multiple matrices, it can meet the daily electricity needs of a city with a population of 1 million. Little Dragon humanoid robot, customizable robots for agriculture, industry, and service sectors to replace human labor in various tasks. Maglev trains and vehicles, construction of superconducting tunnels at normal temperature and pressure to achieve magnetic levitation. Relevant product information and images appear on the large screen in a timely manner. The audience present, as well as those in the live stream, are left in awe. Wasn't I attending a presentation for the second-generation products? How did it turn into a showcase of future product concepts? There is also a sense of impending release. The company definitely has relevant product achievements. Just now, the presenter mentioned some future products. Without results, how could they make such introductions? With technologies like stratospheric power generation, humanoid robots, and magnetic levitation, I want to witness the future unfold before me. Humanoid robots are the most challenging types of robots to create due to their balance mechanisms. Can the company really pull it off in just 3 months since its establishment? I don't believe their research capabilities are that strong. With artificial intelligence emerging, and research on assistive AI and holographic projection technology. How could it be impossible? I simply don't believe it. Without seeing a finished product, anyone can boast. The company is just full of hot air. Let them boast once they release something. Exactly. Chapter 99, Technology Open Source. Companies around the world are going crazy. People have their opinions, some believe, while others do not. Regarding the doubts appearing online, the individual in charge chose to ignore them. Whether the company has that capability is not determined by what others say. If it weren't for discussions from above about how to arrange those replaced by robots once they start substituting human labor, the individual would have already released the robots as products. Instead of saying that robots are part of future products, they have already used robots to replace some human labor in military applications. After a brief update, the individual returned to the underground base. The gene enhancement serum, after several rounds of simulated research, would soon finalize its formula. They did not plan to return to school since they no longer needed that. Moreover, the school would actively assist them, so there was nothing to worry about. They could continue their research. At the press conference, the presenter finally finished explaining all the company's products. Thank you, everyone, for listening to the introduction of the company's products. With a sigh of relief, the presenter was glad to have completed it without mistakes. Otherwise, there would be no snacks tonight. Next, they would move on to the penultimate item. The presenter paused and glanced at the audience. Seeing everyone attentively listening again, they slowly announced, the technologies under the company will be open-sourced for the country and even globally. The open-source technologies will be gradually published on the company's official website. You can go there to obtain what you want. The presenter looked at the crowd expectantly. However, the expressions on the faces of the audience all turned blank. The presenter pouted, thinking they would be happy. The comments in the live stream abruptly stopped. It took a full minute for them to process the information. What? Open source? Are they kidding? Is the company planning to self-destruct and not continue? I said I would definitely buy their products once they came out. But now they're going open source? Who should I buy from? The official website really added an open source technology section. The presenter was telling the truth. They announced the news at the first opportunity. At first, everyone was skeptical, after all. The company originated from technology. Now that it has chosen to open source its technology, isn't that like putting itself on the grill? After going open source, more people will come to research and more capital will flow in. The company will face challenges not just from the domestic market, but from the global landscape. When that time comes, will it be able to survive amid the competition from numerous firms? Their speculations clearly fell into a dead end. Would the leader open source their latest technology? Naturally not. What they are open sourcing is essentially first-generation technology. The same technology has already advanced to the second and third generations in their research. This keeps the company at the forefront of technology. The leader wouldn't be foolish enough to disclose the latest advancements. Furthermore, these technologies are also being militarized. Otherwise, they wouldn't be open sourcing them for civilian use. As more people entered the official website to verify, they discovered that the claims were true. The company was indeed releasing its technology. Wow. If one could thoroughly understand their technology, wouldn't that mean they could also achieve wealth like the company? Enough of that. I'm off to download the open source technology for study. With thousands of technologies being made available, the company is truly generous. A monopolistic situation is about to change, and many enterprises will soon enter the fields that the company once dominated. Hearing this makes me want to establish a company using their technology, but I advise against it. The company is bold enough to open source because it has confidence in its position. Understanding the internal logic is what we should focus on. During the intense discussions among the audience in the venue and online, domestic companies that had initially thought it was merely a product launch for second-generation technology received reports from their subordinates about the open sourcing of technology. Companies related to technology quickly summoned their programmers for meetings to study the open source technology. After all, no company would want to rely on someone else's API to achieve similar functions. Having their own technology is a common pursuit for every company. Boss, this program logic and language is completely different from ours. Yes, running it with our language, just one T work. The team leader looked disdainfully at the two who were speaking. I told you to pay more attention to industry information and not just play games after work. But you never listen. The company has long announced the programming language they use, called Dragon Language. The courses are all on the official website. And I've also mentioned that you should study during your off hours. None of you listened. Now you know the pain, right? Hurry up and learn. Get it done quickly, and then understand the logic behind the open source technology. The team leader sternly criticized. Such situations are not uncommon. Before the company's technology was open-sourced, even those who had studied Dragon language still couldn't crack it. With the company dominating the market and being uncrackable, enthusiasm for learning Dragon language naturally waned. Moreover, work is tiring, and who wants to study after hours? Rewarding oneself is what truly matters. After criticizing the group members, the team leader returned to his desk. He opened a document titled The Painful File and pulled out the long-neglected course materials on a certain advanced programming language, starting his studies from the first chapter. How foolish. To actually open-source his technology? This is the most foolish move I've ever seen. If you don't continue to maintain your lead, seize a wealth of opportunities, and delve deeper, you will miss out. Develop artificial intelligence to its utmost, and you will reign supreme. I can't believe you just open-sourced it. TSK, 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 such a great opportunity. Just hand it over. Guli, I won't be polite with you. With a short buzz cut, his hair closely cropped, and a markedly different appearance from the average person. He held a glass of red wine, excitedly watching the live stream on his computer. Others in the industry, including executives from military-related companies, shared his sentiment. They wanted to learn the advanced technology and apply it to military purposes. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies in a certain country also received relevant information, promptly downloading all the open-source technologies and handing them over to their research and development departments. Damn, where did these technologies come from? This new programming language seems capable of helping us crack that thing. Oh my, could we finally solve a decade-long problem? Tasks were being distributed, and with confidence. They believed they could unravel the mystery. Everyone, let us work hard together. Chapter 100, Everyone Accelerating. Gene Enhancement Potion successfully developed. At 8 a.m., various companies began their morning shifts. In the Technology Research and Development Department of a certain tech company, Zheng Yihua held a cup of coffee and asked his team, "How's everyone's learning going?" Ever since the release of the relevant technology, companies nationwide and even globally had started studying it, hoping to gain more insights and enhance their competitiveness or develop new products by seizing a share from the leading company. Of course, the tasks assigned by Zheng Yihua came with pay incentives. It was the company's intention to motivate employees with money to learn the programming language faster, to research the advanced technology and innovate upon it. Team leader, please give us a few more days. Our learning speed is quite decent, and the programming language is in Chinese. Just a few more days, and we will master it. Is there an advanced course available? I've finished the basics. Damn, you're a real overachiever. There are rewards for this. The team leader said the first to master it gets a bonus of 1,000. Plus, based on proficiency, there's a chance for a raise. I don't believe you guys have no thoughts on this, said the member known as the overachiever, picking his nose. Naturally, the other members shared similar thoughts, just didn't expect someone to be quicker. Haha, Xiao Wang is right. Everyone, let us work harder. Promotions and raises are definitely possible, Zheng Yihua said with a smile. In addition, there are company rewards, which, as far as I know, are quite substantial. Seeing the smile on the team leader's face, everyone became even more excited. If the team leader says the rewards are considerable, they must be quite generous, which in turn has greatly boosted everyone's enthusiasm for learning. Of course, they cannot let their guard down regarding their previous work. They can only find time to learn the Dragon language after completing their daily tasks. Other companies are doing the same, using financial incentives, promotions, and other rewards to encourage employees to study diligently and master the Dragon language. In addition to learning the Dragon language, they are also studying the publicly available technologies from Longting. They plan to apply the technologies that overlap with their own products to enhance their company's offerings. With Longting's technology, their products have also seen significant improvements. At Huaxing Technology Company, Limited, the boss exclaimed, "We have successfully developed our own artificial intelligence." Li Wei handed a tablet to the project team leader, Zhou Jiwei. Zhou took the tablet, which displayed that Huaxing had developed its own AI, Xiaoyi, using Longting's technology. This Xiaoyi is, of course, not the same as the previous version. It has been enhanced with Longting's AI technology. According to their tests, the upgraded Xiaoyi has an intelligence level equivalent to that of a 4-year-old child. It is worth noting that before Longting's technology was open-sourced, the strongest AI on Earth was only at the level of a 1- or 2-year-old child. And even that was in ideal conditions. Longting's technology has effectively doubled their AI's capabilities, making it ready for immediate use, showcasing the excellence of Longting's technology. Zhou Jiwei, after conducting a brief test on the tablet, praised the employee and took the tablet to report to his superiors. At the Tizilu RD Technology Department, the boss was informed, "This is the Tizilu that utilizes Longting's technology. However, the final test data is not significantly stronger than ours. Could it be that we are on the wrong research path?" Edith, with her curly brown hair, looked at the data on the tablet with confusion. Her colleague, Cress, the general manager in charge of Tizilu's technology, also felt that the data was unsatisfactory and ordered a thorough investigation to see if they had made a mistake. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for the data to be so poor. Cress believed that his team must have erred, as Longting's Longxing vehicles had such excellent data. Yet their application of the same technology yielded such disappointing results. After receiving the order, Edith returned to the RD team to assign tasks to her members. What they did not know was that the technology they had downloaded had already been modified before reaching their hands. As for foreigners trying to access Longting's technology, that is nothing but a pipe dream. In a silver-white research base in a certain country, someone exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, why does it keep failing to crack? According to my calculations, it should be possible to break through using Longting's technology. Why does it always fail?" Fal looked at the failure message on the display, feeling despondent. According to his calculations, it should have been foolproof. Bang! Fal slammed his hands on the table in frustration. Did he miscalculate? Could even the methods of Longting not decipher this thing? Following Fal's gaze, there was a black, shattered rectangular object suspended in the air before the monitor. Dozens of data cables were connected to the rectangle, and a blue light flickered above it, as if it were alive. He did not know what was inside that made Fal eager to open it. As research deepened across various companies, they continuously produced products and launched them into the market. The landscape of the southern region was changing rapidly. Supercharging stations were spread throughout the city's parking lots, and wireless charging routes began to be laid out on the roads. Merchants started using holographic projection technology for their signs, making them more vibrant. Public transportation also began using new energy vehicles developed by Longxing. Such changes spread from the southern region to other cities. Meanwhile, the foundational industries in Huaxiao were also being rapidly constructed. With Longting's open-source initiatives, major universities were collaborating with them to develop more related programs, training more talents for the nation. Moreover, due to Longting's emphasis on foundational industries, they were recruiting corresponding research talents. Once these programs were established, they quickly became popular majors. Changes were continuously occurring, bringing them closer to the stage that Longting aspired to achieve. In the underground base of Huazongyuan, Guli looked at the blue-purple gene enhancement potion in front of him. The color difference compared to the azure gene enhancement potion he had made from waste was quite significant. "Zero, are you sure this is safe?" Guli was hesitant to take it. Who knew if this thing had unknown dangers? "Boss, don't worry. According to the simulation results, this potion has no issues. The blue-purple color is just due to the different effects of the herbs on Earth. That's why the potion appears blue-purple, but because of this, I cannot simulate a definitive conclusion about its specific effects." Chapter 101, Gunpowder Sculptor? No, I use nuclear fusion. Not knowing the specific efficacy, Guli did not expect such a result. He had participated less in the research of gene potions. His focus was primarily on learning. After all, he lacked knowledge in this area. His research was more centered around battle armor and weapons compatible with it. Moreover, after taking the gene enhancement potion, the effectiveness of the battle armor could be adjusted to a stronger state. A strengthened body could withstand a more powerful battle armor, naturally leading to the creation of the strongest armor. "Yes, boss, the specific effects need to be tested to determine." Zero smiled at Guli and said, "All right." Upon hearing that the potion was successfully developed, Guli felt excited. However, after learning about the uncertainty regarding the potion's effects, he became incredibly disappointed. Hand the formula over to E and have him find someone on the African and Asian side to conduct the tests. The experimental subjects must completely submit to us. Once there is any thought of non-submission, they must be terminated immediately. Guli instructed Zero. E is the combat-type robot that Guli had Zero manufacture. The weapon configuration includes an electromagnetic constraint rifle developed jointly by Guli and Zero. The secondary weapons are also handguns and daggers developed using the same technology. In addition, the robot's intelligent AI chip is equipped with the fighting skills, combat methods, and strategies of the best teams worldwide. It can make optimal choices based on the combat environment. After being given life, it will form a team with 50 other robots of the same configuration that have also been given life. They will head to a certain region in Africa and Asia to construct an underground base for the second source of fire. There, Robot training and AI coordination testing will take place. In the future, the weapons developed by Ghoulie and Zero will also be tested there. Moreover, taking advantage of the chaos and frequent battles in that region, it will be more convenient to establish influence. Now is just the right time to test the gene enhancement potion, although the main test subjects will still be individuals from that region. Their genes will match more closely with our own, and the effects tested will be more relevant. Boss, the rocket and satellite manufacturing center has already been arranged. Our production robots are also in place. We just need the materials to arrive, and we can start manufacturing and assembling, Zero continued. The manufacturing center for Longxing has been arranged near the satellite launch base. This way, it is close and avoids the hassle of transportation. Free. Who is responsible for construction? It is just another project, so it's not a big deal. Aren't they here yet? Didn't Wu Yanghua say they would arrive today? Ghoulie frowned. He then called Wu Yanghua. Brother Yanghua, why haven't you delivered my materials yet? The image of Wu Yanghua appeared on the screen. Before the release of the second-generation product, Ghoulie had provided a batch to the official representatives. I have delivered them. However, along with me, there are also academician Geng Guoqiang, Dr. Zhai Biao, Dr. Lu Qingping, and others from the National Research Institute. The screen shifted, and several unfamiliar faces appeared, greeting Ghoulie. General Gu, hello. Please forgive our uninvited visit. Yes, we are here just to observe. We didn't inform you in advance. Please forgive us, they said with apologetic expressions. It's fine. Observation is fine. I just hope you won't be too shocked later. Ghoulie did not refuse. It's not like this is the first time presenting something to the country, especially since the robots have already been announced. Using them in advance is also understandable. As for the power issue of the rockets, the materials transported by Wu Yanghua will likely lead the officials to guess what is happening. Otherwise, how could there be academicians here to observe? Moreover, the aerospace technology of the nation is of world-class standard, so there is no need to continue hiding it. Then why did I receive information that the materials hadn't arrived? That is because your people stopped us outside, saying we didn't have authorization and were not allowed to enter, Wu Yanghua said helplessly. He naturally wouldn't do something reckless. Just as he was about to call Ghoulie, Ghoulie called him first. All right, I'll authorize you guys now. I'll hang up and see you later. After saying that, Ghoulie hung up the phone. Wu Yanghua shook his head at the disconnected screen. See you later? Are you going to teleport? Before he could finish his sentence, the tightly closed door of the manufacturing center slowly opened, revealing a silver interior with blue patterns on the walls. Ghoulie, glowing with a blue light, walked out from within, flanked by 2 rows of 5 battle robots each. What? You don't believe me? Ghoulie asked in response. You? Wu Yanghua pointed at Ghoulie. Can holographic projection technology be used this way? There are many tricks you can play. You could also achieve it with more research, Ghoulie replied with a smile. With Ghoulie's authorization, Wu Yanghua and the others smoothly entered the manufacturing center of Longxing. Upon entering, Wu Yanghua and Geng Guoqiang were shocked, as the center was filled entirely with robots, with only a few ordinary people like them. I didn't expect all the workers here to be robots. Wu Yanghua exclaimed in surprise. What kind of energy do these robots use? Their movements are so smooth. How is the balance system achieved? Is the energy used electrical? The others also voiced their confusion. Although they were experts and academicians in the energy field, they still had some understanding of the relevant technologies. I already sent out a preview. Do you think I would announce it if there were no results? Wu Yanghua nodded. That's true. Once I finalize my research, I'll provide a batch to the country along with the relevant technologies. It's just a generation of technology, and it's best to foster good relations with the country. The group moved to the rocket manufacturing center. Geng Guoqiang, Zhai Biao, Lu Qingping, and others carefully observed the rockets being manufactured below. However, they didn't see anything familiar. While they could guess the functions of individual items, they didn't understand the purpose of the combinations. Gu, why don't I see any gunpowder? There are no relevant materials in the components. I thought you had already prepared them. But why isn't it visible? Isn't using robots for handling gunpowder more precise? Geng Guoqiang asked in confusion. The engine is the heart of a space rocket, and the size and precision of the solid fuel determine the rocket's flight trajectory. Such highly sensitive gunpowder requires precise cutting and adjustment by hand. It's difficult to manufacture it perfectly with machinery, which is why manual handling is usually employed. For this reason, Geng Guoqiang expressed his doubts. Ghoulie shook his head. Sculpting gunpowder? No, I don't need to sculpt gunpowder. The energy used in my rockets is a nuclear fusion reactor. Chapter 102. Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Longxing Launch, Nuclear fusion rocket. Controllable nuclear fusion. Indeed, Guli has mastered the relevant technology of nuclear fusion, and certain results have been achieved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be used on the rocket. Fusion is still used as the power source. Without mastering the related costs, the consequences of an accident would be enormous. The three exchanged glances, and they weren't mistaken. They hadn't come here by chance this time. Their excuse to observe further was to see if Guli was indeed acquiring materials such as deuterium, tritium, and lithium for fusion. If so, they would shamelessly stay here to learn. Fusion has the potential to change the national and even global landscape. Mastering this technology would mean that the nation would have a new energy source, more environmentally friendly and longer lasting than petroleum. Mr. Gu, can we? Before Gung Guiqiang could finish, he was interrupted by Guli. I know why you all are here, Guli said, looking straight ahead. However, as you can see, my manufacturing center is entirely operated by robots. Their actions are all controlled by my artificial intelligence. You won't learn much here. At most, you can admire the robot's precision movements. Hearing this, Gung Guiqiang felt a chill in his heart. If they couldn't learn here, how could they study fusion technology? Give up just like that? No, absolutely not. Fusion has immense benefits for national development. They wouldn't give up. The three exchanged glances, ready to speak, but were interrupted again by Guli. From his underground base far in the south, Guli could see their expressions through the cameras in the manufacturing center. I have another proposal. I wonder if it might work. Guli turned to look at the three. Wu Yanghua stepped aside, watching the robots below transporting materials and assembling rockets and satellites. Scenes from movies kept flashing in his mind. Humans remotely controlling robots to engage in battles thousands of miles away. With such an army, what country in the world could defeat them? Mr. Gu, what do you think? The three listened attentively. Director Gung, there's no need to be so formal. I'm your junior. You can just call me Xiao Gu, Guli said with a smile and a shake of his head. The proposal I'm offering is to provide fusion technology for your research, but I want to share the research results. Moreover, all research processes must be conducted under my artificial intelligence program. This proposal brought no benefits to Guli at all. At most, it would leave him with a good reputation for being concerned about the nation and contributing to its development. After all, with zero, what research couldn't he undertake? It would be even more efficient, allowing him to develop whichever aspect he wanted. Guli put forth this proposal to give the nation a project. With a project, talents would be invested, and they would learn the relevant technologies. Who knows? A talent might suddenly come up with an application direction that no one had thought of. And wouldn't that be a treasure found? Of course, the research team will be formed by Guli as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be collaborating with various universities, right? Moreover, Longting Group is also recruiting relevant research personnel to cultivate its own research team. Hearing Guli's words, Gung Guiqiang was taken aback. He quickly nodded. And the two people beside him also nodded vigorously. They were originally there to learn about nuclear fusion technology, and as long as they could learn something, they agreed to any plan. Sure, of course, Gung Guiqiang said excitedly. After all, it's not without gains. All right, when you arrive in Ponan, I'll provide you with the relevant materials, Guli said with a smile. In a couple of days, my Longxing will be ready for assembly. Would you like to stay and watch the launch ceremony? So soon? Gung Guiqiang exclaimed in surprise. They had just delivered the materials today, and it would be ready in 2 days? Longting's mastery of nuclear fusion technology is impressive. Otherwise, how could it be assembled in such a short time? It's not that fast. We started assembling before the materials were transported here. Now we just need to add deuterium, tritium, lithium, and other fuels and oxidizers, Gung Guiqiang nodded. However, he still believed that Guli had a deep understanding of nuclear fusion technology. After Guli took Gung Guiqiang on a tour of the manufacturing center, Wu Yanghua led them to the adjacent Jiuquan satellite launch base, where they would stay for 2 days. Those 2 days passed quickly. With the publicity, the news of Longting launching its first independently developed communication satellite became widely known. By today, the day of the satellite launch, everyone was entering Longting's official live broadcast room. Not only was Longting live streaming, but other media were also broadcasting from the Longxing satellite launch base. Everyone can see that behind me is the Longxing satellite launch base. The construction of the Longxing launch base took just over 40 days, which can be considered very fast. However, it is evident that the launch base is built solidly, not haphazardly. According to our information, the strength of the Longxing launch base is even stronger than those built by the state. This shows that Longting has invested a lot of effort into this. On the launch pad, We can see that the rocket carrying the Longxing satellite is in place and undergoing final checks. The launch is expected at 8 o'clock in the morning according to the capital's time, and the current time is 7:55. Longting's actions are so quick that I thought it would take at least a few months for Longxing to launch. This is the first time for a domestically developed rocket, right? There was no way. Domestic companies didn't have this capability. Now it's different. Longting has caught up. That's right. The gap between us and foreign countries is gradually narrowing. In 10 minutes, I wonder if Longting's rocket can be recovered like Musk's. We'll find out soon. The Juchuan satellite launch base nearby is also keeping an eye on this. As for the self-developed rocket, we are unsure if it will successfully launch. Longting's technology is quite good. Since the state agreed to the launch, they must be confident. That's good. With companies joining in, it will benefit our country's space industry. Domestically and internationally, many companies are paying attention to the Longting's Longxing satellite. 10 minutes passed quickly. The maintenance robot on the rocket was also pushed back. At the Longxing Launch Center, Guli's virtual imaging was observing the large screen in front of him. The large screen showed the silver-white Longxing satellite rocket. Countdown to 10 seconds. 10. Ignition. A huge white vapor enveloped the area below the satellite rocket, and in an instant, it disappeared completely. With a loud boom, the rocket satellite slowly ascended into the sky, continuously accelerating. Chapter 103. The situation started to get tense. The hope of a certain nation. Boom. The sound of a massive roar echoed continuously. The 3 nuclear fusion engines beneath the rocket provided tremendous lift. The ultra-high temperature from the engine nozzles even distorted the launch pad. Under the immense lift, the speed of the rocket satellite increased rapidly. The rocket kept distancing itself from the ground, gradually becoming a dot. The large screen at the launch center displayed the rocket's trajectory. As the rocket successfully entered outer space, the launch base erupted in cheers. The employees at the launch center were recruited by Do Won-min. They were responsible for collecting various data from the rocket and uploading it to Longxing's office system for Zero to process the relevant data. The launch was successful. Awesome. I thought I was going to get scolded. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. Ha. Longting is amazing. Longxing is amazing. Indeed, Longting did not disappoint. Clap, clap, clap. Do Won-min clapped to attract everyone's attention. All right, quickly compile the data. Launching a rocket doesn't just end with the launch. The rocket still needs to be recovered later. So everyone maintain a serious work attitude. All right, supervisor. The employees hurriedly returned to their positions. Guzong, I feel like I didn't contribute much. Do Won-min awkwardly said as he approached Guli. He didn't participate at all in this rocket satellite launch, having only been involved in the launch work at most. All his skills went unused. Haha, how could you not have contributed? For the first launch, I personally kept an eye on it because I was worried. Future launch tasks will be completely handed over to you. Guli explained. He didn't want his general manager to lose motivation. Okay, I will definitely not let you down, Guzong. A happy smile appeared on Do Won-min's face. Being able to utilize his skills made him naturally happy. Otherwise, he would feel guilty earning a high salary without contributing. The cameras installed on the rocket transmitted images from around the rocket. It was visible that the head of the rocket opened, and a sphere, the same size as the rocket body, flew out and entered the preset orbit. The sphere that flew out from inside the rocket quickly expanded. Black solar panels unfolded on both sides, generating power through solar energy to provide energy and drive for the satellite. The satellite's working lights began to flicker, and it started entering operational status. This time, a total of 200 satellites were launched into outer space. The large screen at the launch center began to display the operational status of the satellites. Reports indicated that all satellites had entered operational status. Good, Guli responded. Prepare to connect and switch our device signals to the satellite communication frequency band. With the staff's operation, the signal switch at the launch center was completed. Instantly, the images on the large screen became clearer and more stable. Not bad. Watching the images on the screen, Guli understood that the optical communication satellites had succeeded. The recovery of the rocket is up to you. Do a good job. No problem, Mr. Gu. Just leave the rest to me, Do Won-min replied with a smile. Soon, Guli's virtual image vanished from the launch center. Guli opened his eyes at the underground base of the ignition source. Zero, switch our frequency band to our own. Boss. I already switched it after the satellites entered operational status. Zero turned around and said. However, for civilian use, we still need to launch 18,000 more satellites to support nationwide usage. It's fine, take your time. We can use it ourselves and with the military for now. Okay, I have already processed their application. Having our own signal frequency band also enhances our confidentiality. The scenes from the launch center were naturally broadcasted live. This kind of showcasing of the company's capabilities and promoting the company was highly beneficial for Longting. It's a success. Longting is amazing. I heard that Longting launched the rocket specifically to deploy satellites. The domestic version of the Starlink might not be too far from realization. Laughing to death. Do you know how high the cost of a single rocket launch is? Longting is not even using reusable rockets. Even if Longting has money, it cannot afford such expenses. To have a Starlink like Musk's, it might take a year to complete the setup. Can you guys please focus on the live broadcast? They still have rocket recovery work to do. Exactly, the live broadcast shows the rocket landing back on the ground. The live feed did not cut off, and viewers could see a light spot that was continuously magnifying. The light spot was the rocket that had just launched the satellite into outer space. The originally silver-gray rocket body had turned black due to friction with the atmosphere. As the rocket approached the ground, it was magnifying continuously, and the power of the fusion engine was gradually decreasing. The rocket's position was continuously fine-tuned by the power provided by the fusion engine. Finally, the rocket safely landed beside the launch pad. Aside from the rocket body turning black, everything else remained unaffected. Did it really come back? It seemed that the rocket body had not been damaged. Just wait. Soon the vision Longting mentioned about downloading movies, TV shows, and apps in seconds will definitely be realized. Go Longting. The viewers who initially had doubts were directly confronted by the live broadcast. Domestic companies witnessed the successful launch and recovery of the rocket and satellite. I have increasingly admired the technology of Longting. However, companies abroad are far from calm about it. I can't believe Longting's rocket satellite really launched successfully. I was expecting to see a joke about Longting, but it turns out we are the ones being laughed at. The technology for reusable rockets has actually been mastered by Longting, indicating that aerospace technology in the region has made significant progress. I wonder what kind of fuel Longting's rockets are using. They are all experts and can see the difference in the rockets at a glance. They know that Longting's rockets do not use conventional propellant. They can't figure it out, but at a certain base in another country, the people inside are wide-eyed in disbelief. It turns out to be a nuclear-powered engine. Has the region mastered controllable nuclear fission or controllable nuclear fusion? What on earth is Longting? They can even develop nuclear-powered engines. If the region has mastered this technology, our standing in the world is in jeopardy. Once the region extensively applies this technology, can we still compete with them? Unbelievable. We absolutely cannot allow them to develop like this. What is going on with Longting's technology? Why do we keep failing in our research? The things in those papers have been produced, but why do the results differ so greatly from what is documented? Damn it, what should we do? Just as disappointment spread within the research base, Fal rushed in from outside. I cracked it. I have made a major discovery. Haha. Chapter 104, Nanomorphing Battle Armor. The first nuclear fusion reactor in the world will be built in the southern region. In a government-approved research base, a large crowd has gathered. They are either wearing white lab coats, formal attire, or casual clothes, but their gazes are all fixated on the black rectangular object floating in the center of the base. The blue signal lights on the object are flashing continuously. On the computer connected to the rectangular object, data streams are rolling down incessantly. Half an hour later, the data stream stops. The display screen goes black, and after a moment, it turns blue. A progress bar appears, indicating that data from inside the rectangular object is being loaded. Beep. Mobile storage device severely damaged, unable to read all data. The following is a directory file of queryable data. Wearable fully enclosed exoskeleton combat armor 01. Nebula 20 planetary engine 011. Fal looked at the text on the display screen and burst out laughing. Haha. My dad cracked it for 10 years, and I cracked it for another 10 years. Finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. The contents inside did not disappoint me. He said excitedly. Report to the boss, and we will start cracking other items from the spacecraft. As he finished speaking, those around him began to follow his instructions. Others gathered in front of the display screen to check the recorded data. With the technical data inside, do they still need to worry about the region? Do they still need to worry about Longting? Is there still a need to worry about that genius? Everything will be resolved smoothly. They were filled with excitement inside. The pressure they had felt from countless advanced technologies was finally lifting. Soon, various relevant departments were established. A significant amount of funding flowed into these departments. With the allocation of research personnel, studies quickly commenced. Come, Ghoulie had two circular patches on his temples, with a red signal light flashing continuously in the middle. Following the direction Ghoulie pointed, a massive cylindrical container held a mass of black liquid metal shimmering with silver. Various shapes constantly changed on the surface of the liquid metal. As Ghoulie's words fell, the liquid metal seemed to find an outlet. Like a stream, it flowed towards Ghoulie, enveloping his body like water. The black, silver glimmering light flashed, and a set of form-fitting battle armor covered Ghoulie's body. The surface of the armor displayed a balanced mix of silver and black, creating a striking decorative effect. Wearing the armor, Ghoulie threw punches and kicked, executing a series of movements without any pauses or discomfort. Zero, load the combat chip, Ghoulie silently thought. The patches on his temples detected the brainwave information of that phrase and transmitted it to Zero. The technology used in the patches was developed by Ghoulie from a virtual sensing helmet he found in the dimensional trash. It could convert the wearer's thoughts into relevant information transmitted to the artificial intelligence by recognizing brainwaves. The combat chip was loaded. Zero's response appeared before Ghoulie. In the internal view of the armor, combat guidance appeared on the screen. As long as Ghoulie executed the movements correctly, he could perfectly perform the combat techniques. As Ghoulie practiced, his movements transitioned from stiff to smooth. Each technique reached the standard, creating a gust with his punches and kicks. Not bad. I wonder how much power I can exert now? Ghoulie had previously tested with equipment, and his punch delivered about 200 kilograms of force. Slightly higher than the average person. Dressed in the armor, Ghoulie approached the punch force testing machine. He assumed a stance, left foot forward, right foot back. Body slightly crouched, left arm raised in front of his chest, fist loosely clenched. He twisted his waist, arching his spine like a bow, channeling all his strength from his feet to his waist, and then to his right fist. Boom. Ghoulie's right fist struck the punching target like a cannonball. The target flew backward and took a while to reset. The display screen above the testing machine showed a series of numbers, 1,000 kilograms. 1 ton. With the armor on, his punch's power reached a ton, comparable to the impact of a small car. Of course, it was still different from the impact of a speeding vehicle. Not bad. Not bad, Ghoulie said happily. Being able to deliver a ton of force with an ordinary person's body was already impressive for him. Greater strength would also be a burden on Ghoulie's body. Currently, this set of armor provided just the right amount of support for him, especially this set of armor, which uses nano-level metamorphic metal. It can easily transform into shoes and other items for convenient portability. After all, the weight of a full set of armor is not very heavy. Plus, with Ghoulie exercising every day now, this weight is even less of a concern for him. Zero, what is my workout plan for today? Ghoulie, wearing a fitted combat suit after removing the armor, asked Zero. The patch on his temple was also taken off by Ghoulie. Boss, today is your rest day. Ghoulie nodded. Boss, someone just called you. Who? Director Gung Guoqiang. Help me return the call. Ghoulie walked into a room filled with daily office supplies. The call was quickly connected. Gung Guoqiang's virtual image appeared before Ghoulie. Xiao Gu, after discussions with the higher-ups, we are planning to build a nuclear fusion reactor in the Nanyu Mountains of Ponan. We would like to invite you to be our consultant. I wonder if you have the time? After Gung Guoqiang arrived in Ponan, Ghoulie handed over the relevant technology to him. Along with Gung Guoqiang, there was also a group of armed soldiers. Ever since he obtained the technology, Gung Guoqiang seemed to have disappeared from the world. Except for a few questions he would come to ask Ghoulie, Ghoulie couldn't reach him. They only communicated when Gung Guoqiang contacted him. So soon? Ghoulie said in surprise. It had only been a week since Gung Guoqiang took over the technology, and they were already discussing building a nuclear fusion reactor? Had the relevant people grasped it so quickly? Xiao Gu, you underestimate us. We have in-depth research on both nuclear fission and fusion. However, it has all been theoretical until now. With your technology, we have new ideas. Inspiration is like a spark. Once it ignites, everything moves quickly. And with you involved, we believe that the world's first nuclear fusion reactor will definitely be successfully built here. Gung Guoqiang said excitedly. This is a great thing for enhancing national strength on the other hand. Well, my company will be the first to use the electricity generated by the nuclear fusion reactor. Ghoulie said with a smile. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Ghoulie leaned back in his chair. The official speed is really fast. His underground base for the fire source has long been using a nuclear fusion reactor. However, the base uses a miniaturized reactor. Not the large-scale nuclear fusion reactor technology he handed over to the authorities. Chapter 105. Industrial foundation completed. Next direction. Ponan Nanyu Nuclear Fusion Power Station. Although it has not yet been successfully built, the name has already been drafted. Countless construction vehicles entered Nanyu Mountain, starting to flatten the mountains within the Nanyu Range. Of course, the overall exterior mountains were still preserved. There was no destruction. The nuclear fusion reactor would be hidden deep within the Nanyu Mountains. The electricity generated by the nuclear fusion reactor would supply Ponan and the surrounding cities. Once the electricity generation from the nuclear fusion reactor stabilizes, specific planning will be carried out. As time passed day by day, the interior of the mountains was flattened and excavated deeper. Once the land was leveled, under the heavy pressure of the road rollers, the yellow-brown soil was compacted. On the flattened and compacted land, deep pits were systematically dug, and countless tons of cement were poured to lay the foundation. The surrounding land was also reinforced with cement. While waiting for the cement to set, related construction materials for the nuclear fusion reactor were transported to the site. The construction work proceeded in an orderly manner. Guli did not need to check on the preparatory work. It wasn't until the reactor construction began that he was invited by Gung Guoqiang to provide suggestions for the nuclear fusion reactor's construction at this site. To be honest, it was only today that Guli witnessed what national strength truly means. In just 3 days, the mountains at the nuclear fusion construction site were leveled. In one day, countless dense foundation pits were dug. In another day, numerous trucks of rebar were brought in and buried in the deep pits for reinforcement. In one day, countless concrete mixers were called in to supply a large amount of cement. After a day's rest to wait for the cement to set, the subsequent construction work continued. Within just 7 days, the foundation was completed. The follow-up construction work also proceeded smoothly. Countless valuable materials were transported in truckload after truckload. Alongside them were also truckloads of soldiers, each armed and stationed around the area to prevent any intruders. For any aerial reconnaissance methods, Gung Guoqiang requested Gu Li's cooperation to disable all probing techniques using artificial intelligence, which Gu Li gladly agreed to, as it was a simple task for him. Especially in outer space, Dragonstar was continuously being launched. One day, the Dragonstar Communication Company could launch 2 rounds of rockets, each transporting 200 satellites into outer space, totaling 400 satellites delivered to space each day. In these 7 days, a total of 800 satellites were sent into outer space. With these satellites, blocking other satellites and aerial reconnaissance methods was quite simple. Meanwhile, the industrial base in the region was also continuously upgraded, getting closer to what Gu Li desired. With the involvement of major companies, the changes in the region became increasingly significant. Various advanced equipment anticipated for the future was also being constructed and perfected. The most evident change was the skyrocketing real estate prices in the area, now reaching 100,000 per square meter. The price of land was also continuously rising. Nevertheless, countless real estate companies entered the region to invest. Another significant change was the drastic reduction in oil-powered vehicles, with electric vehicles rapidly increasing in number. The workers previously laid off from Gu Li's factory found new jobs under government policies, and these jobs were even easier than those in the factory. Additionally, the local government issued a large number of consumer vouchers each month. Everyone can benefit from it. With the rapid development of the region, the happiness of the local people is also increasing quickly. After all, the local government is quite affluent now. Everything is proceeding in the direction envisioned by Gu Li. Xiao Gu, take a look here. How should we install this? Why is there always a discrepancy with the data on my tablet? It can't be set up properly. Gung Guoqiang asked, pointing at the data on the tablet. This is unavoidable. There will always be discrepancies when pouring concrete. To meet the standards, we can only manually polish these parts to achieve the data we want. Gu Li shook his head and said, manually polish? Even if it's done by hand. It can't be that precise, right? Gung Guoqiang chuckled. Some people can. Gu Li replied with a mysterious smile. Who? I'll invite someone over right now, Gung Guoqiang said excitedly. He and his team couldn't wait to get the fusion reactor built as soon as possible. No need to invite anyone. The person is right here with me. Gu Li said without hesitation. The person I'm referring to is a robot. After extensive testing, our company's robots are ready for deployment. Really? If it's a robot, then there won't be any issues. The robots are controlled by artificial intelligence, so they can achieve any level of precision. It's absolutely true. I'll have a batch of robots sent over shortly, Gu Li said with a smile. This would also allow the higher-ups to see their capabilities and help Gu Li with his next plan. Great, Gung Guoqiang nodded with a smile. for the next period. Aside from giving suggestions, Guli stayed in the underground base of the ignition source. Besides daily learning, he was reverse engineering the products obtained from the dimensional waste. By evening, it was time for Guli to work out. He wondered how the experiments on the other side were progressing. Hopefully, the gene enhancement potion wouldn't have any adverse effects. If he could take it, it would enhance his physical abilities. Then he could develop more powerful battle armor, allowing him to unleash even greater combat power. That day, Guli was reverse engineering the deuterium tritium purification robot. Boss, Qin Xiaolu is calling you. Please connect it, Guli said, putting down his work. This time he didn't change locations. He took the call from where he was. Miss Qin, what a surprise to receive your call. Guli joked, looking at Qin Xiaolu on the screen. Qin Xiaolu pouted slightly, looking a bit displeased. If I didn't call you, you wouldn't bother to call me. Even the sea would call me to ask how I'm doing abroad. What about you? Besides sending me gifts like the big white bear, cosmetics, and snacks from home. As she spoke, Qin Xiaolu's tone grew softer. It seemed Guli wasn't indifferent to her. He always expressed his care through actions. Haha, is the big white bear useful? You must keep it by your side, Guli advised. Sure, I'll definitely bring it. It's so cute. Everyone envies me wherever I go. Qin Xiaolu smiled brightly and said, especially about this large white object, which is the number 001 model. It has extraordinary commemorative significance. But what she didn't know was that this model had also been equipped with a combat chip, designed to maximize her safety. The two chatted about various topics for over an hour before hanging up. Meanwhile, Zero also brought good news to Guli. The industrial foundation of the region has been completed. Chapter 1. Entering the military industry? I absolutely disagree. The industrial foundation of the region is complete. Guli looked at Zero in surprise. Really? It was completed so quickly? According to Guli's calculations, it should still take at least half a month to a month before the industrial foundation was finished. Not quite fast, boss. Since we published the paper and opened up the technology, companies from the region and across the country have utilized our technology, which has contributed to the development of our industrial foundation to some extent. The strength of one company may be small, but now there are already over 100 related companies in the region, and they are all well-known enterprises nationwide. So the completion of the industrial foundation has indeed been swift. Zero looked at the information on the screen and reported truthfully to Guli, based on what Zero said. The speed of completing the industrial foundation was indeed not slow. However, thinking about the papers he had published, a smile appeared on Guli's lips. Domestic companies are no problem. With Longting's support, they can help produce the materials mentioned in the papers. But for foreign companies, producing those materials isn't an easy task. In the papers, Guli employed some tricks. They can be validated by various PhDs and scientists, but in production, lacking certain specific conditions and special materials makes it impossible to produce the materials discussed in the papers. Just like the technology opened up by Longting, if it is downloaded and transmitted abroad, or if a small program in the downloaded files detects a foreign network, the program will activate, modifying the technology so that it diverges significantly from the original. Getting technology from Guli is like trying to pluck feathers from a stingy rooster. Alright, how is the recruitment for our research team going? As Longting's technology continues to grow under Guli's direction, there has been a deliberate effort to recruit research personnel and cultivate their own research team. Of course, the conditions to join Longting are quite strict. Apart from meeting solid technical skills, candidates must also have rich experience. Zero conducts background checks on applicants, and anyone associated with foreign companies is automatically disqualified. He doesn't want to harbor spies in his company. Moreover, domestic researchers are not inferior to their foreign counterparts, especially since Longting prioritizes ability over seniority. The number of applicants is increasing day by day. However, the acceptance rate remains around 5 to 8%. Boss, please wait a moment. Zero retrieved the personnel records from Longting and its subsidiaries for statistics. All company processes must be reported to the system, making it easy to access any information needed. Recently, Longting and its subsidiaries have recruited a total of 312 people. We are still quite far from our planned team of 1,000. It's okay. We'll take our time with the recruitment. Quality is more important than quantity, Guli said with a smile. The employee technology database I asked you to establish should also be expedited. Once the recruitment is complete, they will need to start researching the technologies in the database. You can rest assured about the data organization, boss. Alright, help me call Wu Yonghua. As Guli walked towards the room designated for calls with higher-ups, he said to Zero, Got it. The call has been connected for you, boss. What? Wu Yanghua's expression on the screen was one of shock, exaggerated as if he had seen something unbelievable. You want a military license? Or a license related to firearms? Are you sure you're not joking? Is it difficult to obtain a military license in our country? Yes, but it's not impossible. There are quite a few well-known private enterprises domestically that hold military licenses. However, their licenses are for specific fields, such as infrared equipment, marine electronic devices, cables, and related equipment. Want to manufacture guns? Bullets? Only military enterprises fully controlled by our country have the qualifications to do so. Private enterprises shouldn't even think about it. Otherwise, Wu Yanghua wouldn't be so shocked. That's right, can we apply for it? Gu Li ignored Wu Yanghua's expression and asked curiously. Wu Yanghua shook his head. I don't know either. There has never been a precedent for this in our country. I will help you apply, but I think you should be prepared for failure. It's fine. Just help me apply first. After hanging up the phone, Gu Li returned to his workstation. Zero, how's he doing? What stage are the gene enhancement potions in? The experiment is still in the observation phase. I believe we will have results soon, Zero replied after checking Yi's updates. Let's start testing our weapons as mercenaries, participating in local conflicts. While testing the weapons, they can also train and earn some extra money. All right, boss. Regardless of whether the higher-ups grant Gu Li a military license, he will continue his weapon development. Having a license would allow for legitimacy, but without one, there are always alternative methods. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This matter has never been seen in our country, and it will not happen in the future. In a conference room with a long sandalwood table, filled with high-ranking officials from our country, the prominent figure at the front was the leader Yin Jiayin, often seen on television. That's right. Allowing private enterprises to participate in the military industry would make us no different from others. How would we handle the rampant proliferation of firearms? What about the countless major incidents involving firearms? I also believe that military licenses should not be granted to private enterprises, especially concerning firearms and ammunition. An older man dressed in military green uniform, with general insignia on his shoulder, spoke up. Time has left its marks on his face, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit, showing that he remained vigorous. Everyone unanimously opposed the idea, believing that issuing military licenses to private enterprises was unacceptable. Once this precedent was set, it would pose a significant challenge to the stability of domestic society. Yin Jiayin coughed a few times and looked at the crowd. I don't think it's impossible, he said. Everyone is aware of Gu Li and his company's strength. Whether it's the Longyan system, artificial intelligence, or the recent nuclear fusion reactor, they all demonstrate his formidable research capabilities. Even if we prohibit it, will he just stop? Yin Jiayin surveyed the crowd. What if they secretly conduct research, and the country is unaware? If it exceeds our control, what then? It's better to open up than to block. Maintaining a good cooperative relationship is highly beneficial for both parties. So, are we going to issue a military license to Longting? That is unacceptable. Private enterprises operating in military industries is unprecedented. Why not? Yin Jiayin smiled and asked the crowd. As long as we set limits and establish clear regulations, it should be fine, right? I believe Gu Li will be a law-abiding person. If the top leadership agrees, what can they do? Especially since Yin Jiayin made a good point. Researching under the radar is better than doing it secretly. However, specific details still need to be discussed. Chapter 2. Nuclear Fusion Robot. Z1 Type Battle Robot. Is it agreed? Yes, the specifics will be delegated to you, but it will take a few more days. Wu Yanghua also looked surprised. He hadn't expected that the higher-ups would really approve Gu Li's application. Obtaining a military license in this region is not an easy task, especially for firearms and ammunition, which makes it even more challenging. Yet, the higher-ups agreed. According to the response from above, you may need to agree to some requirements. Requirements? Gu Li asked, puzzled. What requirements? I don't know. Wu Yanghua shook his head. He wasn't very clear either. All right. After their call ended, Gu Li fell into deep thought. Requirements? He wondered what kind of requirements the higher-ups would propose. As long as they didn't involve company decision-making that could harm his interests, Gu Li would agree to some minor requests. The higher-ups didn't make him wait long. The requirements were quickly communicated to Gu Li. Requirement 1. Military design and data diagrams must be reported to the state without any concealment. Requirement 2. All military products produced by Longting must have unique identification numbers that can be traced and queried, allowing people to track the distribution process of the products. Requirement 3. Military products must not be sold privately to individuals or enterprises. Looking at the requirements, Guli furrowed his brow and then relaxed. It was more about regulations than actual demands. It was primarily to ensure that Longting's military products did not have a negative impact on society. Even without the higher-ups stating it, he needed to implement relevant measures. The reason firearm-related incidents are rare in this region is due to strict gun control, preventing the kind of chaos seen elsewhere. Guli readily agreed to these requests. He then had Wei Jia establish a subsidiary in the military industry called Longgong Company. The relevant factories would also be built independently, separate from Longting. The firearms Guli plans to produce will be reported to the higher-ups. The news about Longting Group obtaining a military license quickly became known to the outside world. Of course, the specifics of which area were not disclosed to the public. Wow, Longting actually got a military license? Does that mean Guli can produce military supplies? Longting has been producing them for a while. The Longxing satellite overhead is a prime example of military products. Now it's just about making it official. Apart from being impressive, I don't know how else to praise Longting. I hope Longting continues to thrive. The changes in Pannin are evident to all. As long as Longting exists, many future scenarios can be realized in this region. I'm increasingly looking forward to Longting's products and how they will change our lives. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Everyone is aware of Longting's capabilities. It wouldn't be surprising if they developed more cutting-edge technology. What I want to know now is what changes Longting's innovations will bring to their lives. For example, new energy vehicles have made the air in Pannin fresher, and the trees along the roads are thriving. Smart AI assistants help reduce workload and provide accurate answers to unknown questions. Smart furniture makes everyone's life more convenient. Because of these advancements, everyone is eager to see what changes Longting will bring to their lives. Uncle Gung, are there any technologies you still don't understand? Guli asked curiously. The two had discussed for a couple of hours in the morning. As for the technical details of the power station, Gung Guiqiang and his team still had some uncertainties. Now that he called again, it was likely about some technologies they didn't fully grasp. Xiao Gu, I'm here on someone else's behalf, Gung Guiqiang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, they had discussed nuclear fusion technology for 2 to 3 hours in the morning. It's fine, Uncle Gung, go ahead, Guli replied with a smile. After multiple discussions, their friendship deepened, and their address for each other became more familiar. So, regarding the technology related to nuclear fusion reactors, you gave me the information and I reported it to the authorities, right? The government is conducting extensive research on the applications of nuclear fusion technology. One of my friends has been invited to research combat robots powered by nuclear fusion. I noticed you have some expertise in robotics, so I mentioned it. My friend would like to invite you to provide some valuable insights on their technology. Gung Guiqiang quickly explained the situation to Guli. Guli didn't respond immediately. Could it be that they discovered his robots use nuclear fusion as an energy source? Otherwise, why would they start researching robots powered by nuclear fusion? Forget it. He should go and see for himself what the situation is. No problem, Uncle Gung, I promised. When do we set off? Guli asked as he looked at Gung Guiqiang on the screen. Gung Guiqiang didn't immediately mention when they would depart. They needed to finalize arrangements before confirming the time. After all, the research base where his friend worked was a highly confidential facility. In the northwest of the country, at a certain research base, yellow was the eternal color here. The sandstorms made it so that sand could be seen everywhere within the facility. At this moment, a camouflaged military helicopter flew in from the distance. Gu Li and Wu Yanghua were seated in the rear of the cabin. Why do we always have to take a helicopter? Gu Li shouted. Every time we go to that base, it's the same. My backside feels like it's being shaken to pieces. There's no faster mode of transportation besides the helicopter, Wu Yanghua yelled back. They had to speak loudly to hear each other over the noise. Next time, I definitely don't want to take a helicopter, Gu Li exclaimed, finding the experience quite uncomfortable. Soon, the helicopter landed, and Ma Yingzhua and others were already waiting to greet them. Hello, Mr. Gu, I'm Ma Yingzhua, a close friend of Gung Guiqiang. Gu Li stepped out of the helicopter and shook hands with Ma Yingzhua. Hello, just call me Xiao Gu. All right. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, come, I'll take you to our research room. Ma Yingzhua led the way. Before long, they arrived at Ma Yingzhua's research room within the base. Upon entering, they were stunned by the spaciousness of the room, which was about the size of 10 standard football fields. Countless people were moving about, and large machinery was being pushed around on trolleys. Xiao Gu, look. This is the nuclear fusion robot we are researching. We named it the Z1 combat robot. Gu Li looked over. A robot, standing 10 meters tall and about the size of a 5-story building, appeared before them. At its chest was a massive nuclear fusion reactor with countless cables connected to it. Standing in front of the robot made a person feel incredibly small. Beneath the robot, many researchers were focused on their computers, continuously modifying data. Chapter 3. Intelligent Equations. The advanced design of the electromagnetic constraining rifle. Ma Yingzhou continued. Currently, our issues are the robot's balance and the energy output of the nuclear fusion reactor. He led Gu Li and the others under the giant robot and took 2 documents from a staff member at the computer desk, handing them to Gu Li. The documents recorded the issues the robot was facing. Gu Li opened the documents and read the information. Having studied relevant courses, he was able to understand the information presented. The problems outlined were exactly as Ma Yingzhou had described. In fact, they were quite easy to resolve. Before long, Gu Li had come up with corresponding solutions for these issues. The balance problem of the robot could be easily resolved. As long as the joints of its limbs were designed properly, the robot could achieve balance similar to that of a human. This issue has long been resolved by Gu Li. Otherwise, his little dragon robot wouldn't be able to replace humans and assist in production activities. Gu Li had Zero send over the relevant design drawings. According to this design, the balance problem of the robot can be solved. As for the energy output issue of the fusion reactor, that is even easier to address. Gu Li smiled at Ma Yingzhou and handed over the documents he held. Oh, how should that be resolved? Ma Yingzhou asked curiously, looking at Gu Li. This problem had not been addressed from the beginning. Every time they activated the robot, it would fall down after just a few steps. The Z1 robot had visible marks on the ground from falling. This was related to the control method of the robot. You control the robot yourself, utilizing the energy produced by the fusion reactor. However, human capabilities are ultimately limited, and the energy from the fusion reactor is not perfectly utilized. As long as the control method is switched, this problem can be easily resolved, Gu Li explained. Control method? Does that mean we need to use artificial intelligence? Ma Yingzhou pondered for a moment and quickly understood Gu Li's point. Indeed, only artificial intelligence can perfectly harness the energy produced by the fusion reactor. More precisely, it involves using intelligent equations developed through artificial intelligence, Gu Li added. The intelligent equations are designed specifically for controlling the robot's actions. Gu Li's little dragon robot uses this intelligent equation for control. With the addition of artificial intelligence for finer manipulation, the robot's movements can mimic those of a human. I see, Ma Yingzhou nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Gu. Not at all, Gu Li shook his head. Compared to his own robot, large robots are naturally less advanced. Helping the country develop the first-generation robots is certainly not an issue. What is your IP address? He inquired. Nowadays, important departments in the country use the Longyan system, which has top-notch intrusion prevention and warning capabilities globally. Of course, these are mainly aimed at others. And Gu Li had his ways to avoid detection. However, directly having Zero transmit the technology would expose himself. Clarifying Ma Yingzhuo's IP address was also a measure to prevent exposure and facilitate the transmission of technology. Moreover, the confidentiality level of the base is top-notch in the country, so Gu Li does not need to worry about leaks. Once Gu Li provided the technology, Ma Yingzhou and his research team quickly entered a research phase. The research base, besides studying the Z1 robot, is also exploring robots for various scenarios based on the Z1. It seems this research base is specifically focused on the military applications of robots. Gu Li stayed there for several hours to alleviate the effects of the helicopter's turbulence. He planned to have Zero research how to improve the comfort of the helicopter upon returning. Is this an electromagnetic constraint rifle? He wondered, referring to the development department of the Military Commission, a research laboratory specializing in military weapons and equipment. Indeed, according to the design drawings, it is an electromagnetic constraint rifle. The research team leader, Zhong Jun, with a spirited look in his eyes, remarked, "It seems that granting a license to the Longting military industry was not a mistake. The rifle design looks so mature, indicating that they have already begun their research long ago. Even if we don't grant them a military license, they would continue their research regardless." Everyone started to voice their opinions. All of them are top talents in their respective fields and can easily tell whether the technology in the design drawings is complete and mature. What should we do next? Should we let Longting continue their research, or should we join in as well? Asked the team members beside Zhong Jun. The design drawings have been handed over to us, so Gu Li naturally understands that we will research it. He isn't worried about us studying it. He hasn't hidden any important details. So we will certainly proceed with our research. Indeed, the electromagnetic constraint rifle submitted by Gu Li has provided all the technology to the country. After all, they have already begun researching third-generation technology. Holding onto the first-generation electromagnetic constraint rifle is of no use. How to handle and research it will be decided by the higher-ups. That's true. The electromagnetic constraint technology is clearly outlined in the design drawings. We can continue our research without any issues. Then let's get started. Let's think about how to apply the electromagnetic constraint technology to handguns and airborne cannons. We aim to surprise the leaders before National Day. By the way, we should inform Gu Li, Zhong Jun concluded. Inform Gu Li? What if he disagrees with our research? Someone questioned. Don't worry, he won't mind. If he did, he wouldn't have shared the technology with the country, Zhong Jun replied with a smile. Yes, right. If Gu Li would be concerned, he wouldn't have made the technology public. He could just continue his own research. Under Zhong Jun's arrangement, everyone began researching the electromagnetic constraint technology. In addition to this technology, they also prepared to start researching other technologies that Gu Li could apply to the military. Gu Li soon received a call from Zhong Jun. The call was placed to Gu Li through Wu Yanghua. Researching the electromagnetic constraint rifle, Gu Li looked at the electromagnetic constraint cannon, airborne guns, and naval cannons on the screen, wondering whether he should tell them not to bother. It is quite simple to expand on the research of the electromagnetic constraint rifle through Zero. Even electromagnetic constraint swords and shields equipped on robots and battle armor have been developed by Zero. Forget it, let them research. It's good for the country's talent to accumulate more technology and related personnel. One cannot always help the country in every matter, right? Chapter 04. The country has never lacked scientific research talent. Gu Li, wearing a fitness belt around his waist and carrying a total of 100 pounds of weights on his shoulders, was doing weighted squats. The muscle definition on his back was quite pronounced. Sweat droplets as big as beans slid down from his forehead, the tips of his hair, and his shoulders. However, Gu Li's face looked quite relaxed. After long periods of training, lifting 100 pounds was nothing to him. In front of Gu Li was a light screen displaying Qin Xiaolu's voice coming through. Wow, Gu Li, you actually have abs. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed with sparkling eyes. She had never seen Gu Li's upper body before. She didn't expect him to look good in clothes, and even better without them, especially every time he squatted. The muscles revealed on Gu Li made her eyes shine even more. Who doesn't like a handsome guy? Especially one with muscles. How can you protect me without muscles? Gu Li said through gritted teeth, putting all his strength into his workouts. Who needs you to protect me? As long as I have my big buddy to protect me. That's enough, Qin Xiaolu replied proudly. Big buddy is mine. In other words, isn't it me protecting you? Gu Li retorted playfully. You're just arguing. Qin Xiaolu pouted. By the way, in a couple of days, my classmates and I are planning to go camping and cooking by the river. Qin Xiaolu suddenly remembered to tell Gu Li. Okay, be careful and remember to bring Big Buddy along. It's essential for your safety, Gu Li reminded him as he put down the weights. International classmates? They aren't as friendly as local ones. Who knows if there could be potential dangers? Got it. What dangers could there be? It's just camping and cooking. There are so many people around, so you don't have to worry about me, Qin Xiaolu said cheerfully because of Gu Li. TSK, it's better to be prepared. All right, I'm going to take a shower now. I'll call you back later, Gu Li said as he finished his workout. Okay, go ahead. After hanging up, Gu Li washed off the sweat. After showering, he called Qin Xiaolu again. They shared amusing stories from their daily lives, laughter occasionally escaping their lips. Suddenly, a light screen appeared next to the call screen. Several images and texts appeared on the screen. Boss, I've discovered some secrets about a certain country. According to their recorded information, this is the wreckage of an alien spaceship they found at this coordinate more than a decade ago. Recently, it seems they have discovered something from inside and are conducting extensive research. I'm still investigating what it specifically is. Looking at the information displayed and the images, Gu Li finally understood why that country had only a few hundred years of history yet achieved a dominant position in the world, acting recklessly. The root cause was probably the alien spaceship. Through the technology of the alien spaceship, they rapidly underwent an industrial revolution and developed technology vigorously, leading to today's achievements. Xiaolu, I have something to take care of. I'll call you back after I'm done, Gu Li said, turning to look at Qin Xiaolu. Qin Xiaolu noticed the change in Gu Li's expression. Okay, then you handle your company matters first, Qin Xiaolu said, accustomed to it. It was usually like this. When Guli had something to deal with, he would take care of it first. She understood that Guli's company was large and had many affairs to handle. Once she completes her studies and returns, she will assist Guli. Some designs from Guli's company, based on her previous aesthetic, are quite good. However, after a period of learning, these designs now seem outdated to her. When she goes back, she will definitely help Guli redesign them properly. After hanging up the phone, Guli carefully reviewed the data returned from Zero's investigation. Unexpectedly, there was even an alien spacecraft that had crashed on Earth. Looking at the black and white photo of the wreckage, it was clear that it had burned up from friction with the atmosphere. However, there were no damaged areas, indicating it was quite intact. It seems the material is very hard and heat-resistant. I wonder what kind of technology the relevant entities will gain from it. Zero, when will we have the investigation results? Guli asked Zero. They are still decrypting, and it seems their defense capabilities have been strengthened. Guli nodded. Keep decrypting and notify me when you have results. What a surprising twist. Challenges bring excitement, don't they? Let us see what kind of technology the relevant entities can come up with. Moreover, the wreckage of the alien spacecraft further indicates that there are other civilizations in the universe. Currently, domestic technology is still quite weak, and Guli has not developed weapons capable of harming civilizations that can travel through space. Further research and development are needed. Additionally, the damaged products appearing in the dimensional debris are increasingly leaning towards weaponry. Guli believes that in the near future, weapons capable of dealing with cosmic civilizations will definitely emerge. Ding ding ding. Guli's phone rang. It was a call from Wu Yanghua. What is up? Is there something going on? Guli asked, puzzled. Zhongjun is looking for you and would like you to come help with some advice. Zhongjun is looking for me. He probably wants to discuss matters related to electromagnetic confinement technology. After all, he is the researcher of that technology. And Guli is definitely more familiar with the technical details. Sigh. The national research team still has a long way to go. But there is nothing that can be done. His technology comes from other civilizations and is ahead of not only the domestic field, but also the world. There is still a long way to go to fully grasp his technology. All right, tell me the location and I'll find you. Shouldn't I just pick you up? Wu Yanghua asked, confused. No, I don't want to experience the bumps of a helicopter again. Guli shook her head in refusal. It would be better for her to take a commercial flight to the city where Wu Yanghua is, and then take a car there. All right. Once she got the location, Guli followed it and arrived at the city where Zhongjun's research base is located. Wu Yanghua had long been waiting for Guli at the airport with his team. After getting into Wu Yanghua's car, they headed to Zhongjun's research base. Haha. Xiaogu. Zhongjun warmly shook Guli's hand. If it weren't for you, our technology wouldn't have developed so quickly. Brother Zhong, you're too kind. I wonder what you wanted to discuss with me? Guli looked at Zhongjun inside the research base. Guli could see the products they were working on. Those products looked very well developed and didn't seem to have any issues at all. Let me show you our research results and get your suggestions. Zhongjun led Guli to a product display. This is our research on the electromagnetic constraint gun, which can fire 1,000 electromagnetic bullets per second, though it consumes energy quickly. Guli took the document from Zhongjun's hand and began to review it. The technology is quite mature. It seems you have thoroughly researched the electromagnetic constraint technology, Guli praised. This surprised Guli a bit. I thought you encountered some problems that needed my help. Haha. Xiaogu, you underestimate us. We never lack research talent in our country. What we lack is technology and inspiration. Chapter 5. International Turmoil. Black technology shines on the battlefield. Look, over here is the shipborne electromagnetic cannon, which has power comparable to our mid-level missiles. If we can find a new high-temperature resistant material for the shipborne cannon, its power could be significantly enhanced, Zhongjun said, while guiding Guli through the exhibition. In addition to the shipborne cannon, there are also airborne cannons. As long as they can design this technology into different firearms, they will continue their research. Handguns, rifles, machine guns, and even electromagnetic cannon launchers are all included. Moreover, due to the nature of the electromagnetic constraint technology, the recoil of the firearms is minimal. If the technology is mature enough, these firearms will begin pilot deployment. As Zhongjun introduced, Guli gained a deeper understanding of the country's research capabilities. Just as Zhongjun said, the research talent and capabilities in the country are not weak, especially in recent years. The rapid development of the nation has transformed it from one of the weakest into the second largest economy in the world. It has become the largest and most powerful developing country, with its international status continuously rising and playing a role in boosting the global economy. Moreover, the ongoing construction of the Silk Road economic belt and the 21st century maritime Silk Road has led to diplomatic relations with multiple countries. As the nation grows stronger, many prominent figures in various fields have returned from abroad to serve their homeland. However, there are also some ungrateful individuals who seek to tarnish the country's image, exploit its resources, and engage in treachery for personal gain. It seems I underestimated the country's research strength, Guli thought to himself. I thought Brother Zhong called me over because he encountered some difficulties. I didn't expect he was showing off. Guli smiled and said, Haha. Zhong Jun laughed heartily. You are the developer of the electromagnetic constraint technology, so of course, I have some questions to ask you. Xiao Gu, can you help us see where our design has flaws? Zhong Jun took several documents from an accompanying staff member and handed them to Guli. Guli accepted them, and such minor tasks were naturally left to Zero. By scanning the documents with a monocle worn on his left eye, he sent the information to Zero. Zero also simulated and calculated the flaws based on the scanned design diagrams. Soon, Zero displayed the results on Gu Li's monocle. Brother Zhong, give me a pen so I can mark it directly. Oh, Zhong Jun looked at Gu Li in surprise. Are there really flaws? After getting the pen, Gu Li copied the results of the calculations onto the document. Zero possesses weapon design data from around the world and is also a key player in researching electromagnetic constraint technology. It is naturally easy to calculate the minor flaws and defects within. Zhong Jun and the accompanying researchers gathered around Gu Li, watching what he wrote on the document. According to Gu Li's improvements, this design could indeed enhance the performance of the firearms. Moreover, the energy transfer circuit he proposed is faster, increasing both the firing rate and the power. How did I miss this? Gu Li noted the defects and improvement directions, which were small oversights in the firearms that everyone else had overlooked. However, there were no overall design issues. What Gu Li wrote was mostly supplementary. All right, these are the directions I believe need improvement. Gu Li handed several documents back to Zhong Jun. Come here. You didn't make a mistake asking for my help. You discovered so many issues. Zhong Jun looked at the text on the documents, incredulous. He hadn't expected Gu Li to notice these minor aspects. Brother Zhong, you could also train the military's artificial intelligence more. If you use AI in conjunction with holographic virtual devices to simulate calculations, you could also discover these issues. Zhong Jun shook his head. Weevee tried, but clearly it failed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many minor problems. Just train more. Gu Li replied with a smile. With the system's help, the AI will always be under my control. Have you packed everything? Big white, sleeping bag, power bank, pepper spray, don't forget to bring these. Gu Li reminded Qin Xiaolu. They were set to depart tomorrow for camping by the Seine. Why do you act like you expect me to get into trouble? You want me to bring big white and pepper spray? Qin Xiaolu's high spirits were dampened. I'm worried about you. It's definitely not as safe abroad as it is at home. If you bring these, I'll feel at ease. Gu Li said gently. All right, I'll bring them all. Hearing Gu Li's words, a smile spread across Qin Xiaolu's face. Let me know when you leave and when you arrive. Got it. Qin Xiaolu felt sweet inside, like she had eaten honey. Being cared for is wonderful, especially by the person she has always liked. Zero, keep an eye on Qin Xiaolu at all times. Currently, the number of Dragon Star satellites in the sky has exceeded 10,000. Gu Li has even bestowed some with life, helping to monitor Qin Xiaolu's safety as a side task. Across the ocean, in a certain country, in the Parliament building, according to the latest reports from our intelligence personnel, our base located on the peninsula has been attacked by local terrorists. They are provoking us, disrespecting us, and infringing upon our rights. Therefore, we have decided to make these terrorists understand that we are not to be trifled with, and that they cannot invade us at will. We will take revenge for our compatriots who were attacked. The voting begins now. Whether to approve the proposal. The members present in the meeting look at each other. Soon, they unify their opinions and raise their hands in agreement with the proposal. Moving on to the next agenda item, our friends far away in Eurasia need our assistance. They are suffering from infringements by a powerful entity. Should we aid our friends? Everyone raises their hands to vote. The relevant proposal documents are on the tables in front of each member. Everyone understands the situation. They are using another country to challenge the bottom line of the Bear Nation and to constrain its development. Of course, their true interest lies elsewhere. It's about how to gain benefits from this situation. The proposal is quickly passed and implemented. The international peace environment has become turbulent due to a series of proposals from a certain country. as this country continues its maneuvering. War is on the brink of breaking out. The warring parties are the Bear Nation and the Tricolor Nation, along with terrorists from the Arabian Peninsula. Furthermore, this country is intentionally expanding the war situation. Just as the war breaks out, Guli sees the battlefield scene through Longxing robots, laser guns. These must be obtained from extraterrestrial wreckage by that country. I can't believe they achieved results so quickly, and they are already deploying them on the battlefield. This is truly a disaster. Chapter 06. The objectives of that country. You are destined to fail. 0. Send the message to Wu Yanghua and have him pass it on to the higher-ups. Guli instructed 0. Understood, boss. By the way, have you found anything from the investigation into that country? After discovering that they have extraterrestrial wreckage and the possibility of acquiring advanced technology, Guli directed 0 to investigate further. I found that they intend to experiment with the weapons and other technologies obtained from the extraterrestrial wreckage through war. They also want to re-establish their dominant position in this way. I am still investigating more reasons. However, boss, their network defenses are continuously strengthening. I fear that soon I won't be able to easily infiltrate their network system. 0 shared his concerns with Guli. The wreckage of the alien spacecraft contains technology comparable to dimensional waste. However, I still have the spark source, and their plans cannot succeed. We must not stop our own development. That country aims to re-establish its dominance, which means they will clean the playing field and use any means necessary. Right now, the Bear Nation is being sanctioned by that country in conjunction with others. Whether in the international market, currency systems, or information networks, they are all under sanctions, causing the Bear Nation to experience economic setbacks. However, the Bear Nation's foundation is ultimately strong, and it quickly recovers. Gradually, it gains control of the situation, turning it into a protracted battle. It all comes down to who can hold out longer. What Guli can do now is to break free from the sanctions in terms of networks and technology. He has also obtained many valuable resources from dimensional waste. Transforming waste into treasure can be done by using it while studying its potential. Meanwhile, after receiving the information provided by a contact, the individual promptly reported it to superiors. Upon reviewing the information, it became clear that the global situation was on the brink of dramatic change. They were delusional if they thought any nation would agree to such terms. The chief of the military staff forcefully tossed the document containing the recorded information onto the table in front of him. Currently, the world enjoys peace, with each nation experiencing stable development. Economies are growing, and people's lives are improving. The peaceful global environment is something everyone is reluctant to give up, and war is something no one wishes to see. However, isn't it true that some countries in Eurasia are still colluding with certain powers? They have not made progress in a long time and naturally want to align with those powers to gain resources and development opportunities. Indeed, based on the information received, along with our own intelligence, it appears that those powers are not just stoking tensions, but also seeking to acquire more resources to boost their own development. Additionally, it seems they are searching for something specific. That object is likely located where they are stirring up trouble, but it's unclear what they are actually looking for. As the group analyzed the information, various opinions emerged. It is highly possible they are searching for remnants of extraterrestrial spacecraft or resources to claim for themselves, aiming to quickly develop advanced technologies from those extraterrestrial civilizations. Everyone shared their thoughts, speculating on the intentions of those powers. Their motives are not too far off from the group's guesses. Regardless of the speculation, given the current situation, preparations must be made. Those powers are deploying advanced technologies in the battlefield, and we cannot afford to lag behind. We must expedite our own technological advancements. I agree. We have already mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, which we need to integrate into our military weapons swiftly. Our nuclear-powered submarines and aircraft carriers should become a reality as soon as possible. Moreover, our Southgate project may also be able to achieve success through this. Indeed, while the flames of war have not yet reached us, it is very likely they will. I second this. We should quickly form a consensus and report to higher authorities. In the face of the current complex international situation, there should also be a unified strategic opinion within our nation. While preparing for combat, we must also focus on the application of advanced domestic technologies in military contexts, ensuring coordination to protect our people in the event of war. Simultaneously, we should work towards re-establishing peace in the world, taking on the responsibilities of a major power. Avoiding war is naturally the best outcome. Is it them? Yes, it is them. My partner informed me that the woman is the girlfriend of a wealthy individual in our nation, whose assets are worth at least tens of billions. All right, we will take action later. In the distance, a group of people was discussing several tents by the riverbank, comprised of individuals from various backgrounds. On the banks of the distant Seine River, Qin Xiaolu was directing her companion in setting up a tent. The others didn't have the same assistance and were envious as they watched. Xiaolu, you really have it easy, they remarked. Hee hee, when my companion enters the international market, you'll have it too, Qin Xiaolu replied with a smile. In the center of the tent, there was a barbecue grill with ingredients and drinks placed on a nearby table. Soon, the tent was set up and charcoal was lit in the grill. Energetic music played from a Bluetooth speaker. Listening to the music while grilling, Qin Xiaolu and her friends danced to the rhythm. The gentle evening breeze rustled the leaves on either side of the riverbank, creating a soothing sound. The calm lake reflected the surrounding scenery, and Qin Xiaolu felt the tranquility and beauty of the moment. She wished Guli could be there to share the beautiful view with her. Just as everyone was enjoying the delicious barbecue, a group of people wearing black scarves appeared, brandishing firearms and pointing them at the crowd. Don't move. Stay where you are and raise your hands, Qin Xiaolu screamed. The others, looking relatively calm, complied with the instructions. Danger detected, activating combat chip. The companion's white pupils turned red. A white powder shot from its hand, obscuring the vision of the intruders. At the same time, it charged at them. Bang, bang, bang. Its hand transformed into a blade, striking down on them and knocking them unconscious. The speed and agility of the companion were surprising for its size, and soon all 7 intruders were down. Just as it was about to bind them with rope, a voice called out, "Stop, or I'll kill her." A young woman of African descent held a fruit knife against Qin Xiaolu's neck. "Cindy? You?" Qin Xiaolu exclaimed. "Xiaolu, my boyfriend and I just wanted to make some money. We mean no harm," Cindy said sincerely. "You are destined to fail." A cold voice came from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Xiaolu shivered, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 07. Returning home. The design concepts of our country are no inferior to those abroad. You are destined to fail. The voice of Gu Li seemed to echo from beyond. It was terrifying, sending chills down the spine. Cindy, holding Qin Xiaolu, turned back in fear. The knife pressed closer to Qin Xiaolu's neck, leaving a small cut. "Who are you?" Cindy asked as she turned. "Humph." Gu Li's armor transformed into liquid metal, quickly wrapping around the knife in Cindy's hand before solidifying. The weight of the solidified metal was equivalent to that of Gu Li's arm. The sudden heaviness caused Cindy's hand to drop. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolu quickly broke free from Cindy and ran behind Gu Li, who was clad in armor. Xiaobai quickly knocked Cindy out under the control of Zero. As the surrounding white mist sprayed out from Xiaobai, it had not yet dispersed. Gu Li recalled the shape-shifting metal in Cindy's hand and left with Qin Xiaolu and Dabai. By the time the white mist cleared, Qin Xiaolu's companions had long since disappeared. Living in a society plagued by gun violence, their escape skills were top-notch. Gu Li didn't fly too far with Qin Xiaolu, as the high altitude was too cold for her without armor. He found a relatively remote area in the city and landed with Qin Xiaolu. After storing the armor, Gu Li booked a room at a nearby hotel. For Gu Li, learning languages was effortless, and communication was quite simple. Upon entering the room, Qin Xiaolu was still shaken. In Gu Li's embrace, her body trembled, and cries escaped her lips. Gu Li could feel her fear. He gently stroked her head. It's okay. You're safe now. Don't cry, we're safe. Your protector is here." With Gu Li's comforting words, Qin Xiaolu gradually calmed down. This was her first experience of such a thing. Death was just a thought away for Cindy. An endless fear surrounded her, and she was grateful Gu Li arrived when he did. Otherwise, she didn't know what would have happened to her. Qin Xiaolu released Gu Li and noticed the tear stains on his clothes and the little bear pattern on them, which made her chuckle. "Why did you come over in your pajamas?" Gu Li was wearing pajamas, which Qin Xiaolu also had a set of, though hers were pink and his were off-white. "I had just finished my shower when I received Dabai's data feedback saying you were in danger, so I rushed over immediately." Gu Li replied with a smile, pouring a glass of water for Qin Xiaolu. "How did you get here?" Qin Xiaolu suddenly remembered and her eyes widened. "Did you come in your armored suit? Where is it? How did you become Iron Man?" Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she scrutinized Gu Li from head to toe, trying to figure out where he had put the armor. Gu Li had no intention of hiding it from Qin Xiaolu and stood up. "Take a good look." With that, liquid-like metal flowed out from Gu Li's shoes and wristband, covering his body before solidifying. Gu Li's eyes glowed with white light, and blue stripes on his body flickered under the energy supply. So cool. Qin Xiaolu was captivated by the design of the armor. She ran her hands over it, feeling its texture. Gu Li retracted the armor and then hugged Qin Xiaolu. Sitting on the edge of the bed. We will return to our country tomorrow. It's safer there than outside. Besides, with the current international situation being unstable, it's even less safe out there. Qin Xiaolu felt Gu Li's masculine aura as he held her, and her face turned crimson. Okay, she said softly. After all, relying on the cultural heritage of our country to create beautiful designs shouldn't be difficult for you. Qin Xiaolu nodded. Her purpose for coming abroad is to learn about design concepts from other places. However, many of their design ideas hold biases against her home country. To apply what she learns back home, she still needs to experiment and organize her thoughts. The differences between domestic and foreign designs are not significant. Just as Gu Li mentioned, with frequent global conflicts, two regions have already engaged in fighting and multiple areas are experiencing unrest. Returning home can ensure her safety. I have arranged for a flight tomorrow afternoon, so go take a shower and get ready for bed, Gu Li gently said to Qin Xiaolu. I've asked the hotel to prepare new clothes for us, so there's no need to worry. Whether at home or abroad, the service at high-end hotels is excellent. Whatever you need, the hotel can take care of it. Qin Xiaolu nodded and walked toward the bathroom of the suite. She turned on the shower, and the water flowed out. However, she stood in front of the wash basin, her face growing increasingly flushed. Shower and sleep? There is only one big bed in the room. Does that mean she'll have to sleep with Gu Li? Is tonight the night for the adult ceremony? She wasn't ready yet. She had heard it could be painful and might even involve bleeding. But thinking of Gu Li's athletic physique made her a bit expectant. Remembering the adult films she had watched with her roommates, her face flushed even more. After taking off her clothes, Qin Xiaolu spent over an hour in the shower, mainly preparing herself mentally. Dressed in a bathrobe with a shower cap on, a few damp strands of hair hung by her cheeks. Even after removing her makeup, Qin Xiaolu looked just as beautiful. Fresh from the shower, her face had a slight blush, and droplets of water glistened on her exposed skin, making her even more alluring. Gu Li turned to glance back, stunned by Qin Xiaolu's beauty. Xiaolu, you look so beautiful, she heard him say, and her face flushed again. What are you doing? Qin Xiaolu asked curiously as she watched Gu Li spread out a blanket. I'm making a bed on the floor. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor, Gu Li replied casually. Qin Xiaolu was taken aback. Oh. She then pulled back the covers and lay down on the bed. After finishing the makeshift bed, Gu Li also took a shower and lay down, turning off the room's lights. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver glow over the room. Qin Xiaolu peeked her head out from the foot of the bed and looked at Gu Li lying on the floor. Gu Li, do you like me? She asked, quickly retracting her head back under the covers. If Gu Li had looked closely, he would have seen that Qin Xiaolu's face was as red as an apple. Gu Li was momentarily stunned by her question, recalling their shared history from kindergarten to high school and how they had stayed in touch. They clearly liked each other. Otherwise, why would they still be connected? Unlike other classmates, who only kept in touch with a few close friends. Of course I like you, Gu Li quickly replied. Then why don't you sleep with me? Chapter 08. The formation of the Divine Alliance Organization. The situation escalates. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, creating a dazzling golden light in the room, making it much brighter. Gu Li felt the delicate arms of Qin Xiaolu, resembling a lotus root, resting on him. Last night, Gu Li had fallen asleep on the bed after some playful antics, but hadn't he crossed the final barrier. He also validated the saying that women are made of water. When Qin Xiaolu woke up, they indulged in some tender moments before getting out of bed to wash up. Once they were done, Gu Li ordered some food to be delivered to the hotel room. Their flight was at 2 in the afternoon, so they could lie down a bit longer after eating. Gu Li served Qin Xiaolu some dishes and said, all right. They had been active until 2 or 3 in the morning, and they still hadn't fully woken up. Feeling quite sleepy, after finishing their meal, they returned to bed, pulling the curtains closed again, as if entering the night once more. Gu Li looked at Qin Xiaolu, who was lying on his right hand, and let his left hand rest on her body, gradually moving upwards, akin to a large, soft steamed bun. Qin Xiaolu shivered. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she covered her head with the blanket. In a suburban manner outside the capital of a certain country, vintage cars, protected by numerous luxury vehicles, entered the estate. Although these vintage cars were old, they were still the most valuable compared to those luxury cars. Much like antiques, the older they are, the more valuable they become. The brand recognition is embedded in these vintage cars. As the doors of the vintage cars opened, several elderly individuals emerged, representing families that control over 90% of the wealth in that country. A total of 10 elders, under the protection of bodyguards, made their way towards the castle within the estate. These 10 elders represented the 10 most powerful families in the country, including the DuPont family, the Rothschild family, the Onassis family, the Rockefeller family, the IBM Watson family, the Galvin family, the Ford family, the Marx family, the Disney family, and the Morgan family. Once inside the castle, a buffet had already been prepared. After the elders entered, the bodyguards took their positions for security. The relatives of the elders stayed on the first floor to enjoy the buffet and mingle with members of other families. The 10 elders proceeded to a conference room on the second floor, taking their seats according to their family's influence. Based on my sources, we have already compared the terrain maps obtained from extraterrestrial spacecraft with those in Eurasia and the surrounding areas, and they match, said Auste DuPont, who was seated at the head of the table, leaning on his serpent-headed cane, his crimson eyes locked onto the others present. So, does that mean there really are remnants of other extraterrestrial spacecraft on Earth? Asked Weddy Rothschild, sitting to Auste's left. His eyes filled with impatience as he expressed his eagerness to retrieve the extraterrestrial remains. It should be noted that the extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage discovered domestically has provided them with technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and new energy synthesis. However, there is still a gap compared to the technologies of a certain domestic conglomerate. It remains unclear how that individual obtained their technology. It's likely they, too, acquired it from some extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage. Unfortunately, now is not the time to confront them directly. Otherwise, they would have sent more people to capture that individual long ago. Hopefully, the person they have infiltrated into the conglomerate will bring them good news. Indeed, there are many. According to the records found within the extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage, the civilizations that once existed on Earth are traces left by other civilizations in the universe. Through these wreckages, we can also gain the ability to traverse the cosmos. However, the unfortunate part is that those locations are mostly within our potential adversaries' territories. Our excavators also find it difficult to enter those areas. Moreover, our activities have been detected by those with ulterior motives, and we need to invest more effort to find the wreckage before they do. The others nodded in agreement with this assessment. During this period, I believe everyone has made quite a bit of profit, right? A smile appeared on Auste DuPont's face as he looked at the crowd. War has always been the most profitable business. Selling arms to war-torn nations and then bringing back raw materials at a low cost yields profits well over 100%. Besides this, the fluctuations in the stock market have also allowed them to reap some benefits. It can be said that everyone present has had a good meal. I have an idea. We can pool our resources to establish an alliance. This alliance would primarily focus on excavating extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage, utilizing the technologies within to produce corresponding products for sale to other nations. Additionally, we can sell the less important items on the black market, and I believe there will be buyers willing to pay a great price. The profits would then be distributed according to our investment ratios. What does everyone think? Auste DuPont shared his thoughts. This idea was also discussed with leaders from influential families, who agreed to form the alliance to concentrate efforts on excavating extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage. With the 10 major families united, both overt and covert paths would be under their control. Through these two avenues, the profits from selling the wreckage would be astonishing. I agree that uniting will make it easier to establish connections in various aspects, especially when it comes to transporting raw materials from abroad. The quality and weight can be improved, leading to greater profits. Agreed. After some contemplation, others voiced their support as well. Those who were initially hesitant changed their minds upon seeing that more than half had agreed. They didn't want to be sidelined. Well, it seems everyone recognizes my idea. I will tally the contributions shortly, but first, let me briefly outline my plan. In the first step, we will integrate the domestic underground forces to prepare for our future business. In the second step, the war needs to expand so that our people can better enter those regions and uncover the remnants of alien spacecraft. Astigaban shared his plans, which had already been formulated before he convened this meeting. Other attendees also raised their concerns and offered better suggestions regarding these plans. Once everyone was satisfied, the alliance organization was officially established. The day after the establishment of this alliance, An announcement was made regarding aid to a certain country and an increase in military presence in a specific region to eliminate local terrorist organizations. Additionally, the situation in the triangular area also became tense under the influence of the alliance, with increasing unrest from various groups. Meanwhile, members of the alliance were taking advantage of the chaos to continuously search for and uncover the remnants of alien spacecraft. Chapter 09: The Impact on Domestic Affairs. Continuing our own endeavors. The war continued, but it remained limited to conventional weapons, without involving biochemical or nuclear weapons. The use of unconventional weapons would lead to a disaster for humanity. Related images of the war were shared widely, revealing the harsh realities of conflict. Wow, this place I visited during my travels has turned into ruins just as the war began. The barrage from anti-aircraft machine guns looked just like a fiery tongue, reminiscent of video games. If nuclear missiles were launched, remind me to try some king crab. I have no regrets in life. However, it seems impossible. Launching nuclear missiles wouldn't happen so easily. Once they are fired, it would mean the end for everyone. The country would do its utmost to advocate for peace and keep the war within conventional combat. In the Eurasian region, assistance was being provided, leading to a prolonged conflict. The triangular area also experienced turmoil, with various factions becoming increasingly rampant. Who knows where they got their advanced weaponry? There's definitely a trace of external influence. Nowadays, it's hard to find a place that isn't touched by outside forces. Most conflicts worldwide have been instigated by those with ulterior motives. They seek to profit from war while extracting wealth from other nations, even trading for certain powers to establish military bases. The world is filled with foreign military bases. However, the wars abroad do not significantly impact domestic affairs. The main effects are felt by companies engaged in foreign trade, as the instability leads to fluctuating orders. Moreover, in addition to secretly instigating wars, there are increasing restrictions aimed at our country, with rising tariffs on imports and exports. Yet domestically, people continue to live and work in peace, unlike those in war-torn regions who live in fear. Our country continues to fulfill its obligations as a major power, consistently advocating for peace. After all, a stable and peaceful international environment is most beneficial for our development. Yudun Building, Longting Group's office building. Guli was showing Qin Xiaolu around the office building. Wow, is the employee workspace really this big? Qin Xiaolu looked at each employee's workstation in the area. She had interned at foreign companies while abroad, and due to legal regulations, employee benefits there are generally better than those at home. However, the workstations are not as spacious as those at Longting Group. Each workstation can accommodate 3 or 4 potted plants and plenty of figurines, almost like having a small personal space. The greenery around the workstations is also well arranged, making the place look vibrant and lively. Qin Xiaolu's face was filled with anticipation. Working in such an environment must be very comfortable. Of course, we are a people-oriented company. Let me take you to the pantry, gym, and other facilities. Guli held Qin Xiaolu's hand and led her to the 3rd floor of the office building, which is the top floor. This is where the gym and other facilities are located. After touring the company, Guli took Qin Xiaolu to the office he had set aside for himself. The headquarters building is still under construction. Once it's completed, I'll take you over to see it. Guli smiled at Qin Xiaolu. I'll arrange for your onboarding shortly. You'll start as an ordinary employee in the design department. Once you're familiar with the work, I'll adjust your position. Guli gently played with Qin Xiaolu's hand. Qin Xiaolu nodded. She understood Guli's intentions behind this arrangement. Starting as an ordinary employee would bring her closer to her colleagues. And promotions at Longting are based on merit. Beginning at the ground level would also be an opportunity for Qin Xiaolu to showcase her abilities. With her talents, she would surely impress everyone. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Qin Xiaolu quickly pulled her hand away from Guli's grasp. Come in. Guli called out. Peng Dehai pushed the door open. Seeing Guli and Qin Xiaolu, he broke into a hearty smile. Sister Xiaolu, you're really back? Yes. It's not safe abroad now, especially after that incident, Qin Xiaolu replied, having a negative impression of foreign places. All she wanted now was to work and live well at home. That's true, especially with wars breaking out in many regions. Some of my overseas clients from war-torn countries are preparing to relocate to our country. Peng Dehai said as he sat down on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. It's good that you're back. Guli's company is growing bigger and bigger. Supporting you is no problem at all. What are you talking about? Qin Xiaolu scolded, her face slightly reddening. Don't pretend. I know you too well enough. Peng Dehai rolled his eyes at them. Aren't you a bit too free? Gu Li interjected, not wanting the topic to continue. If it went on, they might end up discussing marriage. Free my foot. Pang Dehai thought of his work and looked weary. He was now the general manager of the business department at Lungting Group, responsible for all external collaborations. Every day it's either this document or that document. Even on the first day in the area, there was a drinking party, and the next day it was just a different city continuing the drinking party. Compared to employees at other companies, it's exhausting. If it weren't for the high salary, he would have quit long ago. By the way, Sister Wei asked me to let you know that the company has developed a new product. She emailed and messaged you, but you haven't replied, so I'm reminding you. Is that so? Gu Li put on his glasses. He really hadn't paid attention. Zero hadn't reminded him either. Soon, Gu Li saw the product information sent by Wei Jia. These products were developed collaboratively by the newly established technology and product departments of the company. They asked Gu Li and Zero to confirm market needs, as they would have a more accurate understanding. These products were developed after conducting surveys, essentially aligning with public demand. One of the products maintains the appearance of a smartphone. When in use, it looks like a phone, with the screen displaying images through holographic projection technology. However, when stored, it can be compacted into a small object that fits in a pocket. This product is quite impressive. You can have something to play with in hand, and when tired, just put on the glasses to continue playing. Besides this, there are many things that Gu Li and Zero had not noticed. After all, how could one understand the true user experience from a god's eye view? Very well, let us continue like this. Gu Li replied to Wei Jia. No matter how things change abroad, the domestic situation remains as it is. For now, it does not affect the domestic market. Chapter 10. The Dragonstar Network is established. The Polaris Root Server. Boss, the first phase of Dragonstar has been launched, and the Dragonstar Network can be activated. The next day, Zero's voice woke Gu Li up. Last night, he was still sleeping in the underground base. As for Qin Xiaolu, she naturally went home to sleep. They are all locals. If it weren't for his grandfather's house being far away, he wouldn't have stayed in the underground base. Zero's words were good news for Gu Li. The establishment of the Dragonstar Network, combined with the Polaris Root Server obtained from dimensional debris, signifies that the region will have its own server network. The Polaris Root Server is the main root server of the Lan-En Galactic Empire, the Polaris Empire, managing the main directory of the Polaris Network, along with 27 auxiliary root servers to assist in network allocation. Utilizing it will greatly enhance the network information security in the region. Moreover, with the powerful compatibility of Long Yen, it can seamlessly integrate with the internet of the other country as well. Even if they don't grant authorization, Zero can still access their network through unknown backdoors. It can be said that the future will depend on whose network intrusion capability is stronger. Let us see if the technology from that country is superior or if the technology obtained from dimensional debris is better. Gu Li couldn't hide his excitement. Check the operational status of all Dragonstar systems and inform Du Wanmin to prepare for loading the Dragonstar Network program, Gu Li said to Zero. Longxing Network was considered from the very beginning of the Longxing satellite design. After all, Longxing satellites are primarily communication satellites. However, new functionalities were added later for military mobilization. While notifying Du Wanmin, Gu Li also called Wu Yanghua. My Longxing Network is ready. Can you check with the national network to see if they want to connect as well? Longxing Network? Is that the one you mentioned at the press conference? Wu Yanghua recalled what Gu Li had said before. The optical communication satellites would bring a network with no delay to the world. Yes. All right. I will report this to the higher-ups immediately. This is a significant matter. Wu Yanghua dared not delay for a moment. It is well known that some countries lack a sense of security. They tend to meddle in others' affairs and worry about their allies betraying them or fear being ambushed. Espionage, eavesdropping, cyber theft, various methods emerge endlessly, making it hard to guard against them. After all, the internet is under their control, and there are several backdoors that no one is aware of. They specifically exploit these backdoors to eavesdrop and steal information. They are always worried about their position being unstable, and anyone can be affected by this. Now that Gu Li's Longxing network has emerged, is there still a need to worry about this issue? There is no fear at all. Can someone unfamiliar with the system outsmart its creator? Especially when the creator has an artificial intelligence in hand. Anyone trying to use old tricks will find it impossible. The higher-ups quickly understood these points. However, they still needed to inquire more specifically with Gu Li. They couldn't be completely in the dark about external information, could they? After confirming with Gu Li that it wouldn't affect the acquisition of foreign information, They decisively connected to the Longxing network. Trusting one's own people is always better than trusting outsiders, especially since Gu Li is a true native. Once they were ready on their side, Du Wenmin sent back information that all satellites had completed the relevant programming. Gu Li then went to the third level of the underground base and took out the Polaris main root server. It had already been transformed by Gu Li into a valuable asset and was ready for use at any time. After instructing Polaris on the operations to be executed, he took it to the second level to activate the Longxing network together with Zero. Zero, how is the preparation going? Gu Li asked Zero. All set, boss. You just need to press the button in front of you, and the program will start. The entire process would take about 30 seconds. And the Longxing network would be fully operational. All products configured with the Longxing network program under their brand would automatically connect to the Longxing network. The national network had already been authorized by Polaris, and it would automatically connect once the Longxing network was activated. Gu Li nodded and placed his right hand on the button on the light panel. He then gently pressed it, and a progress bar appeared on the light panel. The progress bar moved quickly, and in a short while, it reached 100. Meanwhile, the word System Update appeared on the light panel. This is the Dragon language system, connecting to the Dragon Star network. The same situation is occurring outside as well. However, the upgrade time is very brief, completing within just a minute. With such a rapid update speed, many are questioning what exactly has been updated. The suggestion section on the Dragon website has also seen many new posts. Dragon, you don't follow the rules, just say there's an update without explaining what it is. Exactly, I was driving when the sudden update startled me. Thankfully, nothing happened. What exactly has Dragon updated? Strange updates, and there's no way to verify the announcement. Below the posts, many netizens are commenting. It's tough for those above. Luckily, I was just about to start driving when the update prompt appeared, and I went on the road only after the update. After the update, I personally feel that the system's responsiveness has improved. It seems Dragon only applied a patch. My phone and computer also prompted updates, and I found the internet speed has significantly increased. The game I just claimed downloaded in a minute. Really? Let me try? With others experiencing improvements, many began testing their internet speeds. Soon, everyone discovered that their speeds had increased tremendously. Originally a few MBs or over 10 MBs. The download speeds jumped to dozens of MBs, even reaching 1 or 200 MBs, and this speed is still improving. Some even reported peak download speeds of several hundred MBs. In the suggestion section, many posted their download speeds. How did the download speed increase so much after the update? I don't know. Dragon hasn't given an explanation yet. It must be related to Dragon's recent update. Come on, Dragon, tell us what exactly has been updated. Just as I was about to board the high-speed train, I remembered I hadn't downloaded a movie to pass the time, and it was done in seconds. The discussion continues, and some have noticed a clue. Hasn't anyone realized that the current situation relates to the optical communication technology mentioned at a previous conference? Let me check. Wow, it's exactly like the vision mentioned by the CEO. Have the Dragon Star satellites been activated? While everyone speculates, Dragon finally released an announcement. The first phase of the Dragon Star satellite launch is complete, and the Dragon Star network is officially operational. The independently developed Polar Star main root server by Dragon has begun to be used. Chapter 11. The realization of the Internet of Everything. New military design proposals. As soon as Dragon's announcement was released, tens of thousands viewed it, and the number of viewers continues to rise. After all, Dragon's update affects all its products. In the domestic market, there are at least hundreds of millions using Dragon products. This update has garnered significant attention. Where else can an update be completed in just a few seconds? Moreover, after the update, both the internet speed and program responsiveness have seen significant improvements. Naturally, everyone is curious about Dragon's update. However, upon seeing what was stated in the announcement, many are left with numerous questions. Longxing network, which they can understand, is a network established by Longting through optical communication satellites. However, what is the Polaris main root server? Apart from those who are professionals or have prior knowledge, most people have no idea what it is. Nevertheless, within Longting's suggested area, there are naturally people who can help clarify. The main root server is mainly used to manage the main directory of the internet. The main root server we currently use is located in a certain country, while we store a secondary auxiliary root server. The country that owns the main root server has significant authority over how to manage all global internet domain name root servers, the domain name system, and IP addresses, etc. The Polaris main root server likely serves the same function, responsible for managing the Longxing network. Upon seeing the expert's explanation, everyone understood the importance of the Polaris main root server, which also represents that Longting has its own network. So can we still access the internet? It's important to note that Longxing network and the internet are two different networks. If authorization is not granted, how will we go online? Oh, how naive you are. If we couldn't access the network, how would we be communicating right now? Indeed, it seems the authorities are confused. Doesn't that mean our information security has been further enhanced? After using Longting's phones and computers, cases of fraud in the country have been decreasing. Even if one receives a scam call, there's no need to worry. The assistant will help users identify what constitutes a scam call and what information is fraudulent, ensuring users won't fall victim to scams. Now that we are using our own network, users' personal information is naturally better protected. It is certainly safer to use one's own country's network. Let us not focus on that. Everyone should try their smart home devices, which seem to have become even smarter. It's true. Previously, when I used smart home devices, the robotic vacuum would mindlessly bump into large obstacles without navigating around them. Now, it's much better. It automatically avoids anything blocking its cleaning path. And look at Longxing automobiles. Their autonomous driving has directly upgraded to level 5, completely capable of replacing human drivers. That's right. The previous level of autonomous driving was only level 4. Autonomous driving is indeed enjoyable. It can recognize cars, buildings, and pedestrians and navigate around them effectively. Mr. Gu's Internet of Everything, supported by Longxing Network, can now be fully realized. Longting's slogan is truly not wrong. They are continuously developing new technologies that change our lives. Yes, and the stratospheric solar-powered airship has also started to be put into use, providing electricity to our region. Internal news indicates that after the airship matrix is completed, electricity prices will drop. That's great, high-tech that benefits the people. With the activation of Longxing Network, many functions that were previously limited by data transmission restrictions can now be utilized. This has truly realized Longting's Internet of Things network. Watch what I do. I'm telling you, if you don't hurry up and learn, just wait to be left behind. In a classroom, He Haojuan, dressed in casual attire, looked down at the soldiers operating computers and said, after Longting established its own research department and moved to a new office building, we, who had already graduated, returned to our original positions from Longting Group. Subsequently, since we all had systematically studied the Longyan system, we were reassigned to various electronic information warfare units in the military to train soldiers. This is to help them quickly master Longyan and update the systems and terminals of the units accordingly. We have been here for a while now, and this teaching session is about to conclude before we head to the units outside the capital for further instruction. I miss the days of sitting in the office. Traveling all around is exhausting. Team leader, come here for a moment. A member of He Haojuan's group called him over. What is up? He Haojuan asked curiously. Guli is here. Guli? Why is he here? Where is he now? He's at the staff department, meeting with the commanders. Okay, you help me with the class. And next time I'll help you out, He Haojuan said, heading towards the staff department. He considered Guli a friend, and when a friend is around, it's only right to go meet him. Knock, knock, knock. He Haojuan knocked on the conference room door of the staff department. He was already familiar with this place. It was here that they had welcomed him on his first day. During this time, he had managed to maintain a decent relationship with the commanders, which is why he felt comfortable knocking and entering. Oh, it's Xiao He. Come in, let me introduce you. The unit commander, Xiao He, waved to He Haojuan. This is Gu Li from Longting Group, the developer of the Longyan system. I'm sure you two will have plenty to talk about. He Haojuan smiled and said, Commander Xiao, my technical skills were learned at Longting, and I'm also friends with Gu Li. Is that so? Xiao He looked at Gu Li. You should have mentioned it earlier. Otherwise, I would have definitely called He Haojuan over. He Haojuan's appearance surprised Gu Li as well. I didn't know you were here. Otherwise, I would have informed you. But what are you doing here, Haojuan? Aren't you part of Changshu's team? After hearing He Haojuan's explanation, Gu Li understood. With guidance from predecessors, learning is naturally faster than studying tutorials alone, as people summarize and share their understandings. This method allows for quicker learning through analogy. What are you here for? Is it for the military application of Longxing Network? He Haojuan wouldn't miss out on things happening in the tech field. Sort of. We're just waiting for General Du Kaiyu to arrive. Gu Li slightly shook his head. The military district Gu Li wasn't a combat unit, but a research unit. Although everyone was a soldier, their specialties varied. This place housed not only electronic warfare units stationed in the capital, but also military research and development units. The capital, being the hub, had the most comprehensive information. The military needs to keep up with the times, right? Once Du Kaiyu arrives, the purpose of Gu Li's visit will become clear. New military design proposal. Chapter 12. Nuclearization of military equipment, new thermal conductive materials, and stealth coatings. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, nuclear-powered armored vehicles, nuclear-powered tanks. Looking at the tablet that Gu Li handed him, Du Kaiyu was truly shocked. He was aware that the nation was developing nuclear-powered robots and knew the progress of the research very well. He had signed many project applications for applying nuclear fusion technology to other weapon systems. But Gu Li had directly presented the proposal. They had already developed it and were ready for production. What about his side? The research was just beginning. No wonder Gu Li was applying for a military-industrial license. Without it, he wouldn't dare to continue the research. Without this license, once discovered, Gu Li would certainly be held accountable. Now with this, Gu Li could confidently showcase his research and collaborate with the nation. After considering all of this, Du Kaiyu reevaluated Gu Li. He had underestimated Gu Li's research capabilities. Little Gu, every time I meet you, you always surprise me. Du Kaiyu put down the tablet and said with a smile. Fortunately, Gu Li was from the homeland and was a patriotic citizen. Otherwise, conflicts in the world would be inevitable. After all, possessing technology that surpasses the world would certainly lead to desires for more. Moreover, technological advancement drives national development and compels nations to seize more resources for growth. Just some small ideas. But my own capabilities are limited. Otherwise, I would directly provide the nation with finished products. Does Gu Li lack the ability to develop finished products? Of course not. It would be misleading to think so. Whatever he wanted to create, he could easily produce with Zero's help. They had long mastered nuclear fusion technology. Saying this was also to give the nation some face. After all, having the strength comparable to a nation in one person would make any country wary and want to control that individual. Haha, that is true. An individual's power is ultimately limited. However, as far as I know, the currently developed nuclear fusion reactors are too large. There is still a long way to go to achieve nuclear-powered military equipment, as shown on the tablet. Du Kaiyu was naturally aware of the domestic nuclear fusion technology. To power an aircraft carrier, redesigning the internal space of the carrier should allow for fitting a nuclear fusion reactor. But armored vehicles and tanks cannot accommodate such reactors. A nuclear fusion reactor occupies at least several hundred square meters, right? How big would a nuclear-powered armored vehicle or tank need to be? Such equipment, once revealed, would probably scare people away. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. The larger the size, the harder it is to conceal. It also becomes an easier target for enemy strikes. Even the most robust design would be destroyed under dozens or hundreds of missile attacks. What use is there in developing equipment that can only serve as a target? These are precisely the concerns that Du Kaiyu has. Gu Li also understands Du Kaiyu's worries. After all, the technology for miniaturizing nuclear fusion reactors has not been shared with the state. General Du, Gu Li's words were interrupted by Du Kaiyu, who said, "You can call me Uncle Du or Brother Du. We don't need to stand on ceremony." Du Kaiyu spoke with a warm smile. Talents like Gu Li should definitely be befriended and maintained well. If such a person feels disheartened, it would be a huge loss for the nation. All right, Uncle Du. What I want to say is about technical issues, so there's no need to worry. I've already resolved the issue of reactor size. Gu Li took a sip from the white porcelain cup in front of him and continued, I wonder if Uncle Du has noticed the electricity consumption of my company. Du Kaiyu looked at Wu Yanghua, who was sitting to his right. Wu Yanghua immediately stood up to investigate. Soon, he came back with a document in hand. Chief, the electricity consumption of Longting Group is 0, and the same goes for its subsidiaries in the region. Even the factories under Longting are also at 0 consumption. Hearing Wu Yanghua's report, Du Kaiyu couldn't help but exclaim, how is that possible? As far as I know, the office building of Longting Group has already been put into use. How could there be no electricity consumption at all? Especially the factories, which are major electricity consumers. What's going on? Du Kaiyu looked at Gu Li, and combined with Gu Li's words, it surely had something to do with nuclear fusion technology. I'm not hiding anything from you. Uncle Du, the technology for miniaturizing nuclear fusion reactors has been resolved by my R&D department. The projects you saw on the tablet are all feasible. All feasible? Really? Du Kaiyu's pupils dilated. If what Gu Li said is true, then these projects could indeed be realized, which would be a tremendous boost for the country. The power provided by nuclear fusion reactors is beyond imagination. A tank moving at hundreds of kilometers per hour? Aren't you afraid? Before you even realize it, the tank forces will arrive before your eyes with lightning speed, pointing their dark cannon at you. How would you fight a battle like that? No matter what it is, as long as it's fast enough, it becomes invincible. It's true. Otherwise, why would I be here? I could have just told Wu Yanghua that I need the state's help to research these projects together. If it weren't for the foreign remnants in the hands of another nation, which could spark a war that our country might not win, I wouldn't have made this trip. Great. Du Kaiyu stood up from his chair, visibly pleased. The leaders sitting beside him, including Xiao He, could hardly contain their excitement. They were very clear about the previous war situations. Through the accounts of those who experienced it, they felt the same. Due to outdated weaponry, a victory in war often came at a heavy price. In some conflicts, they hadn't even started fighting before being struck by the enemy's advanced missiles, unable to contribute to their homeland. The fact that the country has come this far is due to the heavy sacrifices made by previous generations. Becoming the world's second-largest economy is no easy feat, achieved step by step. Today, seeing fellow countrymen develop world-leading weaponry, how could they not feel excited? How could they not shed tears? The motherland is growing stronger, rising, and returning to its glorious moments. I'm reporting this immediately, and will start these projects right away. Du Kaiyu excitedly took out his phone, ready to call. Du Shu, wait a moment. Guli stopped Du Kaiyu. Just as Du Kaiyu raised his phone to his ear, he put it down again. What's the matter? I still have 2 other technologies I haven't told you about. Guli pulled Du Kaiyu back and opened a tablet in front of him. This one is a new thermal conductive material concept. Using this material, covering areas that generate a lot of heat during operation, can dissipate heat quickly. This one is a new stealth coating material, theoretically undetectable for any object covered in this coating. Chapter 13, Granting Military Ranks. Special Advisor to the Equipment Development Department. New thermal conductive material? New stealth coating material? Du Kaiyu's mouth fell open as he stared blankly at Guli. With a thud, he sank onto the stool behind him. The technology of medium-sized fusion reactors had already shocked him. He was amazed by Guli and his research team's brilliance. Now Guli had introduced 2 new technologies. He could hardly contain himself. They had not investigated the research team behind Guli, but it was always elusive, and they could not find any trace of this research team. The only one they could investigate was Guli, whose identity and background were clear. Yet here was a young man in his 20s continuously researching various cutting-edge technologies, leading the country's technological development, and now even developing new materials. This could allow domestic military capabilities to progress and potentially catch up with advanced nations. The shock in Du Kaiyu's heart was impossible to suppress. His eyes flickered, clearly astonished by Gu Li's words. Uncle Du, have a sip of water to calm down. Gu Li handed a glass of water to Du Kaiyu. How could Uncle Du be so shaken by some minor research? Gu Li joked. Minor research. Du Kaiyu spat out the water he had just sipped. His voice grew much louder. You have no idea how important these materials are to our country. If the new thermal conductive material works as recorded on the tablet, it can help soldiers and mobile military equipment evade infrared thermal imaging. The new stealth coating can allow our missiles, fighter jets, and bombers to avoid enemy radar detection, enabling covert strikes on enemy targets. Its significance is even greater than that of fusion reactors. Do you understand? The composure that Du Kaiyu had maintained for years had vanished. This expression was something Wu Yanghua and Xiao He had never seen before. Thud. Du Kaiyu slammed the cup down on the table. The water inside splashed onto his hands and the table due to inertia. Wait here, I'll report to the higher-ups. After saying this, he dialed the phone to the leadership. As Du Kaiyu reported, the higher-ups began to take this matter seriously. Soon, Du Kaiyu received instructions from above. Yanghua, come over. Du Kaiyu waved to Wu Yanghua. Help me find a party flag and a set of captain's uniform. By the way, what size do you wear? Du Kaiyu looked at Guli. Guli pointed to himself with his index finger. Me? Yes, it's for you. I'll tell you the reason later. XL. Guli replied, wondering if he was about to receive a military rank. Just come over, and you'll be an official directly? Du Kaiyu's words did not avoid Guli, who naturally heard everything clearly. A captain's uniform. Isn't that just for an officer? Xiao He, help me draft an employment letter. The position will be special military consultant. Du Kaiyu called Xiao He over to assist. Before long, a party flag was hung in the center of the conference room. Xiao Gu, put on the military uniform. You need to take an oath. I wonder if you're willing? Du Kaiyu said to Guli. Of course, if you're not willing. It's fine, but you can't escape the consultant identity. Willing. Why wouldn't I be? My grandfather regrets that my dad and I didn't fulfill his wish to serve in the military. If I wear the uniform back, my grandfather will be so happy, Guli said excitedly. Why refuse to wear a military uniform? In our country, the status of a soldier is quite high, especially to make my grandfather happy. Guli took the military uniform from Wu Yanghua and changed in the conference room. After all, everyone here was male, so there was no need to worry about anything. Once he put on the uniform, Guli felt his posture involuntarily straighten. Not bad, as expected of a soldier's descendant. Wearing the uniform brings an aura. Du Kaiyu patted Guli's shoulder and adjusted his outfit, placing the shoulder insignia, symbolizing the captain's rank on both shoulders. All right, now follow me to take the oath. Du Kaiyu stood at attention, facing the party flag, with his right hand in a fist next to his temple. I am a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. I swear to obey the leadership of the Communist Party wholeheartedly, serve the people, follow orders, be loyal to my duties, strictly observe discipline, keep secrets, be brave and tenacious. Fear no sacrifice, practice combat skills diligently, be ready for battle at all times, and never betray the army, to defend my homeland at all costs. Du Kaiyu said a line, and Guli followed, completing the oath. From now on, you are our captain officer. Of course, your responsibilities are different. You are an officer in the Equipment Development Department of our military. Your main role is to provide suggestions for the development of military equipment in our country. This is also the higher-up's intention. Originally, based on your contributions, you should have been promoted directly to major. However, considering your age, you'll start as a captain, and later you'll be promoted gradually. Don't worry, the promotion won't require you to make contributions. The rank of major will be given to you slowly. Du Kaiyu explained the higher-up's arrangements to Guli. People like Guli are definitely someone that higher-ups will strive to win over. It's not just about military rank. There are also material rewards arranged from above. However, those rewards are directed towards Guli's grandfather, and Guli doesn't really need them. Moreover, ensuring stability for Guli's grandfather is also about ensuring stability for Guli. The relevant employment certificates are issued to Guli by Du Kaiyu, complete with a photo opportunity. Regarding nuclear-powered mobile equipment and new materials, the higher-up's idea is to collaborate with you to jointly produce these military supplies and materials. The necessary materials will be provided by the state. How about you, young Gu? Take them at cost price? Du Kaiyu looked at Guli expectantly. Naturally, the higher-ups want to acquire the relevant technology. But Guli is unique, and he has already contributed a lot of technology to the state. If every time Guli has new technology, they come knocking without offering anything in return, what would Guli think? They are all shrewd individuals and understand human psychology very well. That's why there is a collaboration. Guli doesn't have to contribute technology, doesn't need to purchase materials himself, and can also receive some income at cost. No matter how you look at it, Guli won't be at a loss. Listening to Du Kaiyu's words, Guli was also constantly pondering. Du Kaiyu's suggestion is great, but military manufacturing definitely cannot be mixed with his other products. After all, Guli's factories are located near the city. If there is large-scale production, it will attract attention. It's possible, but what about the location of the production factory? Don't worry, we will provide the factory. The higher-ups have naturally considered this. After all, arranging it in Guli's factory would raise concerns about exposure. Manufacturing military supplies that contain advanced technology would not be good if exposed. All right, but I will use robots for production workers. Robots? Chapter 14. The discovery of alien spaceship remains. That's right, robots, Guli said decisively. Compared to manual labor, using robots controlled by artificial intelligence can ensure both precision and production efficiency. Of course, factories still need human supervision. As for selecting personnel in this regard, I'll leave it to you, Uncle Du, to arrange, Guli said with a smile. Since the higher-ups are providing him with such convenience, he naturally needs to give them some benefits in return, allowing them to learn some relevant technologies through the factory. Good. The smile on Du Kaiyu's face grew even more radiant. After agreeing on all production details with Du Kaiyu, he sent someone to arrange the factory and the necessary equipment for production. Once Du Kaiyu has everything arranged, Guli will send a batch of robots over to retrofit the production line and then produce the corresponding equipment and materials. Just as Guli was preparing to head back, Ma Yingzhua, knowing Guli was there, personally came to invite Guli to the nuclear-powered robot production base. Uncle Ma, Are you looking for me because there's an issue with the nuclear-powered robots? Guli asked, looking at Ma Yingzhua, who was sitting beside him in the camouflaged jeep. No. Ma Yingzhua shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. You'll find out when we get there. Watching Ma Yingzhua's mysterious demeanor, Guli felt intrigued. It was certainly Ma Yingzhua who brought people together to create something new. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear this way. He had seen the Z1 type combat robot before, and he had also reviewed data on other combat robots used in different battle environments. Based on this speculation, it was clear that they had developed a new robot. The base where Du Kaiyu was located was still some distance away from Ma Yingzhua's base. After all, with nuclear fusion, the farther it is from the capital, the better. One wrong move could lead to catastrophic consequences. The camouflage jeep drove for 2 to 3 hours before finally arriving at the military base for robot research led by Ma Yingzhua. As always, the first thing that came into view was the several-meter-tall Z1 type robot. However, the jeep didn't stop and continued deeper into the base. Fortunately, due to the size of the Z1 type robot, the interior of the base was quite spacious. After another 20 minutes of driving, the camouflaged jeep finally came to a halt. As soon as Guli stepped out of the vehicle, he was left in awe. Looking straight ahead, he saw the foot of a giant robot, which was taller than 2 or 3 people stacked on top of each other. The air was thick with the strong smell of engine oil. Guli looked up, and at a height of about 40 to 50 meters from the ground, he finally saw the full figure of the robot. It was truly massive. This large robot brought Guli nothing but shock. He felt no other emotions. No wonder people of all genders liked big things. The sensation of seeing or touching something large was simply different. Seeing the astonishment on Guli's face, Ma Yingzhua wore a proud expression. What do you think? He asked. This is inspired by our work around the Pacific, where we enlarged the nuclear fusion reactor to serve as the energy core. We designed 2 nuclear fusion reactors to power this colossal machine. The control method is human-led, with artificial intelligence assistance. However, the coordination between the machine and humans still needs improvement, but tests have shown that controlling this machine for normal movement is no problem. We named it Breaking Waves. Ma Yingzhua pointed to the chest of the giant robot, where the name was written in large brush calligraphy. Close to the chest area, there were steel frames with people walking atop them, inspecting the robot's condition. Amidst the shock, Guli turned to Ma Yingzhua and asked, "Do you have detailed data?" Guli had previously provided valuable suggestions, and even the crucial nuclear fusion technology was his contribution. Naturally, Ma Yingzhua would not withhold the relevant data. After obtaining the data, Guli had Zero scan it. Zero also provided its evaluation. The technology was quite mature, but achieving true human-machine integration would take a long time. However, relying on artificial intelligence could yield corresponding results, albeit with some compromise on flexibility. Boss, there are still quite a few research talents in our country. The two had never considered researching large robots. They had always focused on battle suits or humanoid robots. Therefore, this technology was developed by a team led by a certain individual. The technology from Guli was merely a reference for them. After all, enlarging a robot requires redesigning many details. The team must have faced numerous challenges. The documentation showed multiple version numbers, indicating they had conducted numerous studies. Guli gave a thumbs up to the leader. Impressive. You've really opened my eyes. Guli said admiringly. Thanks to you. We're just following in your footsteps. The leader spoke humbly, but his face was filled with pride. Gu, please take a closer look and provide us with some suggestions. Sure, there are definitely flaws. Your team is using a second-tier artificial intelligence. Naturally, its functions aren't as powerful, and the simulations of many details aren't as meticulous as yours. After marking some detailed issues and suggesting modifications for certain areas, Guli handed the document back to the leader. You're amazing. Just a glance and you spotted so many problems. The leader put away his pride and treasured the document. Guli's suggestions were of great help. No, it's my research team behind me that's impressive. Guli quickly waved his hand. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll also share my ideas with you later. Having experienced a significant shock, he naturally hoped that the design could be improved. After spending the evening discussing technical issues with the designers, Guli took a flight back to his base. Just as he returned to the underground facility, he received good news through a connection. They discovered remnants of an alien spacecraft. After learning about the objectives related to the remnants, Guli instructed his team to closely monitor the movements of the relevant parties on the battlefield. After all, the alien remnants were unclaimed. And Ghoulie certainly did not want them to fall into the wrong hands. Those involved were just troublemakers, stirring chaos in the world. Once they acquired more alien technology, the world would become even more chaotic. Keep a close watch. If you can seize it, do so, Ghoulie instructed. By the way, how is the experiment with the gene enhancement serum progressing? The alien spacecraft remnants were unexpected, but the more important matter was the gene enhancement serum trials. The experiment has concluded, and we are currently summarizing the results. We can report the findings to the boss in 3 hours. Great. Chapter 15, The Elite Team. Battle Armor Operations Team. 3 hours later, a faint blue light screen appeared before Ghoulie. It was a video call from his team member, with related document information displayed beside the screen. The results of the gene enhancement serum trial appeared one after another. First use, human body strength and quality enhanced threefold, reaching the standard of special forces. After the second dose, the body strength and quality are enhanced by twice, far exceeding the standards of elite soldiers, with a punch power reaching 300 kilograms. After the third dose, the effect decreases again, with body strength and quality enhanced by about 15 times, and punch power reaching around 450 kilograms. Such power is already terrifying. It is well known that the peak punch power of a famous boxer is 498 pounds. When converted, it is just about 1 kilogram. Therefore, a person who has taken the enhancement potion 3 times can surpass 2 of that famous boxer's punch power. A punch on an ordinary person could cause serious injury or disability. With the experiments conducted by the team, other discoveries were made. After taking the genetic enhancement potion and engaging in exercise, the enhancement multiplier can still increase, although the effect weakens after 3 doses. However, continuing to take the potion, combined with exercise, can lead to a slow increase in body strength and quality. In the underground base, 7 individuals took the genetic enhancement potion, and after a month of observation, their body strength and quality had increased by at least 7 times compared to when they first arrived. Looking at the experimental results, Ghoulie smiled slightly. Great. I thought 3 doses would be the limit. I didn't expect that continuing to take the potion, combined with exercise, could further enhance body strength and quality. What a pleasant surprise. Ghoulie looked to the left, where the information of the 7 individuals who took the genetic enhancement potion was displayed. All 7 are from a certain country and have served in the military. Not as mere recruits, but as veterans who had served for several years before retiring normally. They were recruited from that country to the underground base to participate in the experiment. The commission offered by Ghoulie was quite generous, allowing them to earn $1 million in just a month, a sum that is very difficult for an ordinary person to earn in a lifetime. The person in charge is also from that country, which gave them confidence to come and participate in the experiment. On the screen, the personal and family information of the 7 individuals was thoroughly investigated. When the time comes to meet these 7 people and reveal his identity, they will be better able to keep secrets. The team is tasked with retrieving alien remains discovered by another country to assess their combat capabilities, and they are to wear combat armor. Ghoulie instructed the team on the other side of the screen. Understood, boss. The second base is equipped with various intelligent automated production lines. Many of Ghoulie's weapons are produced here. The military weapons are transported back to the home country by cargo ships purchased and refined by him to arm his robotic teams. In the underground base in Asia and Africa, the team, covered in synthetic skin, arrived at a room. Knock, knock, knock. It knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Inside the room, the 7 individuals were exercising with various equipment. They looked at the team member who entered, and the leader, Wei Hai, turned to the team member. Wei Hai, you have a new mission. A voice that sounded like a human spoke. What mission? Wei Hai asked. The team member did not speak, but simply handed a tablet to Wei Hai. You can see for yourself that the departure time has already been indicated above. This mission is for the country, and you will understand once you look it over. After saying this, the speaker left the room. Soon after, several individuals brought in 7 sets of specialized combat armor. This combat armor was specifically designed for soldiers by a certain expert. The person wearing this armor can increase their punching power by 23 times. The other 6 individuals curiously gathered around. Brother Wei, what does it say up there? Tell us the reason for establishing this base and share the details of this mission. Brother Wei handed the tablet in his hand to the others. It turns out this base was established by our own people. The officer in charge of us is so young. So, aren't we here to serve the country? Of course. The base belongs to the country. We are helping the country conduct experiments, which naturally means we are serving the country. I thought I was helping foreign personnel with experiments. Otherwise, why would they pay so much? $1 million converts to over $6 million in local currency. As for the experimental agents, I came here expecting to die. The 7 of them looked at the information on the tablet and began to discuss it intensely. Suddenly, one person turned to Brother Wei. Brother Wei, should we continue our investigation? Continue what? The base belongs to the country. It's meaningless to keep investigating, and we should return the items we collected. Exactly. Our investigation and collection are no longer useful, Brother Wei added. Upon arriving here, they discovered that the technology far exceeded that of the world. Brother Wei and the others were trying to gather information about this place, hoping to bring back what they found to enhance their country's technology. But now it seemed unnecessary. All right, everyone knows the mission. After putting on the gear, we must set off. Brother Wei approached the 7 sets of armor. He opened the cabinet where the armor was stored and was shocked to see the equipment inside. It turned out that the country's technology had developed to such an extent. They also understood the physical changes from the injections they had received earlier. In fact, each of them had secretly kept some to take back to their country and submit to their superiors. We underestimated the country's strength, Brother Wei exclaimed. Change into the gear. He ordered. He was recognized as the leader of the group of 7, and as soon as he gave the command, they executed it immediately. Yes. In a certain primitive jungle in a region, a team dressed in specialized uniforms was navigating through the dense forest. Their bodies brushed against the foliage, making rustling sounds. Their protective gear was crawling with insects and moths from the jungle. They wore silver exoskeleton devices on their backs and limbs, which increased their speed. The masks on their faces protected them from the flying insects. Everyone, move quickly. We are almost at the target location, the team leader said, turning to look at the others. Upon hearing this, the team's pace quickened significantly. Soon, they arrived in front of a small hill. Outside the hill, there lay a fallen stone door frame, as if there were a secret space here. This is the place. The Lion King and the Black Panther took out their equipment and began to dig at a 45-degree angle. Yes. Chapter 16. The remains of an alien spaceship over 100 meters long. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the machines started up, accompanied by the noise of dirt being excavated. The sides of the small hill were quickly piled high with dark, loose soil. The opening of the excavation grew deeper and wider, expanding from a pit that could accommodate 2 people to one large enough for a dozen. This massive pit was necessary for later transporting the alien remains from below. The figures of the Lion King and the Black Panther had already disappeared into the depths of the pit, while the accumulated dirt continued to rise. The others stood guard around the pit, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. There were only 2 machines available, which would help them dig quickly. As time passed, 2 more people descended into the pit to assist the Lion King and the Black Panther in moving the dirt out. It's connected. The voices of the Lion King and the Black Panther came through the shared headset. Received. Yang, Boom, you 2 stay on alert outside. Got it. The rest followed me down. The captain, Black Tiger, commanded the others. As the captain entered the pit, Yang and Boom positioned themselves on either side, watching the surroundings cautiously. After a while, Yang and Boom exchanged glances and turned off the headset power. What is down there? Do you know? Yang asked. Although I'm familiar with the captain, I'm not clear on what is below either. Only the captain knows for sure. Once he brings it up, we'll find out, Boom replied with a shrug. Sounding helpless. All right, Yang said, simply curious. After all, they were in a primeval forest. There shouldn't be anyone else around. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves broke the silence. Yang and Boom instantly aimed their guns towards the source of the noise. After a tense moment, an animal darted out, and they relaxed slightly. Phew, that was close, whispered Huang Zhong, codenamed Wild Wolf. His voice was transmitted through the armor to Wei Hai and the others. Be more careful. You've been a scout for years and still act so recklessly. Wei Hai scolded. Captain, it was an accident. Wearing armor boosts my strength. And I couldn't control it for a moment, Wild Wolf replied, filled with innocence, as he concealed himself in the bushes. Everyone, stay alert and hold your positions. As soon as they come out, we act immediately. Everyone will eliminate them on the spot, and the armor will record it for us. At least we'll earn a 3rd-class merit. Understood, Captain. The other team members stationed in different directions responded excitedly. After entering a peaceful environment with the international community, opportunities for distinguished service in combat become scarce. Such opportunities are only available to peacekeeping forces. Now, this chance has presented itself again. How could one not be excited? Returning alive could mean earning a 3rd-class merit, 2nd-class merit, or even 1st-class merit. Any of these outcomes is possible. Everyone held their breath, observing the deep pit and the two individuals outside of it. Weihai gently pressed on his armor, and a small robot resembling a ladybug flew out from his right shoulder. The view in front of the ladybug robot was projected onto Weihai's armor and shared with the others. Yang and Boom, naturally, were unaware of this 5mm-sized ladybug robot. The robot swiftly flew into the depths of the pit. As it delved deeper, the scene beneath the pit appeared before everyone. Wow! It turned out to be an alien spacecraft. Huang Zhang was the youngest among the 7. They were recruited from different age groups to ensure the scientific validity of the experiment. Naturally, he did not have the same composure as Wei Hai and the others when faced with certain things. However, even Wei Hai and the others' pupils dilated in shock at the sight of the alien spacecraft wreckage below the pit. Below the pit, in front of the alien spacecraft wreckage, the Lion King and Black Panther, who had descended earlier, were already stunned in place at the sight. When Black Tiger joined them, he too was taken aback by the spacecraft, which measured over 100 meters in size. Black Tiger was aware of what lay beneath the pit, but he never expected the alien spacecraft wreckage to be this large. The deep pit they had excavated clearly could not accommodate the transportation of the alien spacecraft wreckage. Lion King, Black Panther, you too expand the opening. I'll notify the higher-ups to send more people over. With our strength, we definitely can't move this alien spacecraft wreckage. Understood. After receiving the captain's order, Lion King and Black Panther walked towards the outside of the pit. The machine in their hands restarted, expanding outward from inside. The area below was much larger than outside, and it could easily store as much soil as needed. Clearly, there was a spacecraft of such size below, likely for future flight. Just as Black Tiger was about to notify the higher-ups, Wei Hai outside the pit also took out a round object. He activated the device, shielding all signals in the area. Prepare to act. Yes. Wei Hai immediately issued the command. He aimed his electromagnetic restraint rifle at Yang and Boom, who were guarding the sides of the pit. Pew pew pew. The sound of electromagnetic lasers being fired echoed. However, by the time the sound reached everyone's ears, Yang and Boom's foreheads and chests had already been pierced by the electromagnetic lasers. The edges of their wounds were scorched and sealed by the lasers, preventing any gruesome matter from spilling out. 2 craters appeared in the dirt behind them. Just as the two were about to collapse, 2 figures in camouflage armor appeared, catching their bodies and gently placing them on the ground. The pit was deep, and 2 people were left outside to guard it while the others rushed down. With the full power of their battle armor activated, in a flash, the 5 of them arrived at the bottom of the pit. The Lion King, who was expanding the pit, was directly knocked away by the battle armor and fell to the ground. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, and they were on the brink of death. Hearing the noise, the Black Tiger and others turned around and aimed their guns at the incoming group, opening fire. The bullets hit the battle armor and bounced off entirely. Some of the ricocheting bullets even injured their own people. The group retaliated, and within a few seconds, the battle was over. The Black Tiger and his team had their foreheads and hearts pierced by electromagnetic lasers, clearly dead beyond recovery. Although the group had never killed anyone, the sight of the Black Tiger's team was not terrifying. Therefore, they felt no discomfort, treating it like a game. Through the battle armor, they notified the underground base No. 2 about the situation here. They were unable to conceal the over 100-meter-long wreckage of the alien spaceship and transport it back to the underground base number 2. Chapter 17. No problem, just a mineral transport spaceship. In the underground base number 2, the wreckage of the over 100-meter-long alien spaceship was placed on the second level. The underground base number 2 was similar to the base number 1 established by Gu Li in the southern region. However, due to the presence of others, the first level was closer to the surface and connected to surface buildings. The robot E and others were on the second and third underground levels, separated from Wei Hai and the others. At this moment, he stood in front of the wreckage of the alien spaceship. Above to the left was a communication screen with Gu Li. The damaged area of the spaceship was at the tail, as if it had been hit by some weapon, melting the metal at the rear. Go inside and take a look, Gu Li said casually while sipping tea. As he advanced, the screen followed him into the interior of the spaceship. A light illuminated Yi's chest area, brightening the inside of the spaceship. The inner walls of the spaceship were very smooth, with no visible welding points at the joints, appearing as if it were cast as a single piece. Near the damaged tail, there were several metal boxes that had been more than half melted. The contents inside had long since disappeared. Clearly, This was a cargo hold used for storing items before the damage occurred. Far from the melted tail, 6 metal boxes were secured with metal clasps. The surfaces of the boxes were covered in dust. He blew off the dust on the surface of the metal boxes and swept it away. Strange patterns appeared on the boxes, and when he touched them, light flowed along the patterns. Let us look for a switch to see if we can open it. Ghoulie straightened up, setting down his teacup, and took a screenshot of the patterns on the box. He instructed Zero to search the entire network, only to find that there were no similar patterns domestically or internationally. It was highly likely that this was truly from an alien spaceship. Boss, I found the switch. But it requires a password, fingerprint, and multiple verifications. Alternatively, a decoder can be used to open the box. Ghoulie nodded. Let's continue inside and check the cockpit. All right. He crossed over a metal box and arrived at the door leading to the cockpit. There was no handle on the door, and suddenly, a semicircular object from above emitted a green light, shining down on E. Unauthorized access. If not malicious, please leave immediately. 543,221. Defense system activated. A buzzing sound echoed as machinery operated on both sides of the metal side door and the cargo bay. 2 gun barrels, each about 1 centimeter in diameter, extended and aimed at E. The sides of the cargo bay had already melted, and the gun barrels had turned into blobs. Seeing this change, E reacted quickly. The thrusters on the sides of his thighs and in his palms activated, blasting energy forward and propelling him out of the alien spaceship. As he exited the spaceship, the extended gun barrels fired 2 beams of green laser. Whoosh! The lasers missed E and struck the interior of the spaceship, leaving 2 dark marks. The ship, which had crashed in some unknown era, still had energy. Ghoulie murmured, I wonder how much energy is left. E. Look for any other way to enter the cockpit of the alien spaceship. Upon hearing Ghoulie's command, he began to explore other areas of the alien craft. 0. Search to see if there are any intelligent programs inside the ship to hack and open the hatch. Understood. 0 replied promptly. A line of robots approached from a distance, carrying notebooks, cables, and other items. They arrived at the front of the spaceship, and one robot held a device similar to a metal detector. Flying above the ship, it continuously scanned the craft. Beep, beep, beep. As sounds came from the device, the robot marked the positions. It took a cable from another robot, with the other end resembling a disc. The robot placed the cable connected to the disc at the marked location. This cable was developed by Zero specifically to connect to programs that couldn't be hacked remotely. Just like this alien spaceship, which was not connected to Earth's network, required such a method. Moreover, since he was just driven away, the ship must have an intelligent program. After the robots completed their tasks, Zero began to hack in. He walked around the ship, but found no other entrances. Boss, there are no other entrances, he reported to Ghoulie. Then wait a moment, and see if Zero can crack it first. Ghoulie looked at the light screen in front of him. Countless data streams refreshed on the screen. After a while, Zero spoke up. Boss, the intelligent program of this spaceship has quite strong defenses. Can you crack it? Ghoulie asked casually. If it can't be cracked, then forget it. After all, I have dimensional junk, so I can obtain the technology from the alien spaceship. It would just be a bonus. Hey, boss, don't underestimate me. It just has a bit strong defense. It's not uncrackable. Give me a little more time, and I can break the intelligent program of the alien spaceship. Then continue to hack. After finishing speaking, Ghoulie continued to examine the wreckage of the alien spaceship. He wondered what kind of metal material this spaceship was made of. Once the decryption was complete, he would let it test its hardness, corrosion resistance, and so on. The research base, named Star Exploration, was co-built by a coalition of nations and had a significant military presence, with numerous defense structures surrounding it. Inside these structures, armed soldiers stood guard. At that moment, several trucks, protected by military vehicles, entered the research base, driving deep into its interior. Researchers who had been waiting nearby approached one side of the trucks. With a click, the side opened, revealing the damaged wreckage of the alien spaceship inside. The edges of the wreckage showed signs of having been melted, making it incomparable to the intact spaceship that Ghoulie had captured. Researchers in white lab coats carefully moved the wreckage from the trucks into various research rooms. Foul. The head of the research base, along with his boss, stood on the second floor observing below. What a pity that spaceship was stolen, Fowl lamented. The entire team we sent out was killed, and we have no idea who took it. Woody, smoking a cigar, replied with a look of regret, Boss, there's no need to be too upset. From what I know, that stolen spaceship was just a mineral transport vessel. It only contains some minerals and nothing else of value. It doesn't matter if it's been taken. Who could possibly understand it better than us? Even if they get those minerals, they wouldn't know what to do with them. The wreckage we recovered is far more valuable. The technology contained within it could significantly enhance our capabilities. Woody nodded. There are still several other spaceship wrecks outside. If everything goes smoothly, we should be able to bring them back in a while. Chapter 18, Multiple Conflicts. The world order is unpredictable. In the underground base of Huazongyuan in the southern region, Gu Li was shirtless, wearing black sports shorts, sitting on a piece of gym equipment doing chest exercises. His muscles contracted and relaxed, comparable to those of seasoned fitness enthusiasts. Sweat dripped from the ends of his hair and along his temples, tracing down his neck and collarbone, gliding over his abs. If Qin Xiaolu were here, she would surely be drooling at the sight. Boss, the decryption is complete. Zero's voice was filled with joy. After a week of work, Zero had finally finished the decryption. Gu Li knew it wasn't that Zero couldn't do it. It was primarily because Zero needed to continuously attack to find the weaknesses in the intelligent program. Once the weaknesses were identified, the decryption could be completed quickly, and control could be established. Let me take a shower first. After washing off the sweat, Gu Li sat down in his chair. A light screen popped up in front of him, displaying get ready to enter. Zero has already authorized you, Gu Li said while drying off with a towel. Okay, boss, he responded, moving from the cargo hold to the door they had been at before. As soon as he reached the door, the originally closed metal door automatically slid open to the right. Upon entering the cockpit, he found 4 individuals lying inside, with one seated in the pilot's seat. According to the investigation, these individuals had been dead for some time, seemingly killed in a struggle over something. Due to the sealed nature of the cockpit, the bodies maintained their previous state, though they were quite dry due to moisture loss. Their skin had a bluish-purple hue, with patterns on the surface reminiscent of those on the outer metal container. Their arms were long, naturally hanging down to knee level. In terms of appearance, their features closely resembled those of humans. He instructed others to move the bodies outside and preserve them in formalin for research purposes. The alien bodies certainly should not be disposed of hastily, as they held significant research value. He activated the spaceship's ventilation system, refreshing the air inside the cockpit. The grayish-blue dust released from the decaying bodies dissipated entirely. After the robotic units transported the bodies out, they entered carrying cables and a laptop. He and the other robots connected the laptop to the spaceship systems. Although he had gained control permissions, he still needed to connect to the spaceship to access internal data, as the vessel was not linked to the outside world. Soon, countless data began transferring to his database. While the data was being transmitted, he was also translating and analyzing it. Wow, we've struck it rich, boss, he exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean by that? Gu Li asked curiously, setting down the tea canister and approaching the workstation. Boss, this is a mineral transport spaceship belonging to a certain civilization. It was originally mining freely, but later encountered its own patrol team, planning to return to their home planet together. However, they were attacked by wanderers and robbed. Not wanting to leave their spoils to the wanderers, they crashed on Earth after passing through a wormhole. The tail of the spaceship was damaged by the wanderers' attack. Gu Li nodded, understanding the situation. So that's what happened. According to the data, these wanderers are similar to pirates, wreaking havoc in space and targeting merchant, mineral, agricultural, and industrial ships they encounter. What were they after? Gu Li inquired. What could possibly lead them to turn against their own kind? It must be something of great value. I found it, boss. According to the spaceship surveillance footage, they seem to have been after some kind of key. They had previously lived on Earth for a while and, using the spaceship's detection functions, discovered a site of another alien civilization. They didn't know the specific name of that civilization, but at the location where they obtained the key, they found some information. This key is meant to open a genetic enhancement chamber. Once their genes are enhanced, according to the regulations of their home planet, they would be promoted upon returning. After their promotion, they would no longer have to continue mining work. Everyone wants to strengthen their bodies. Then they started arguing, and the argument lasted for several days until it escalated into a fight. As a result, during the scuffle, things got out of hand, and one person was killed. Everyone's intentions turned deadly, and in the end, only one person was left standing. However, what he did not expect was that one of the attackers had a poison blade, which ultimately led to his demise. The key was then raised in front of the screen. The shape of the key was hexagonal, and its surface shimmered slightly. 0. What are the coordinates of that site? Is there any record? Don't worry, boss. I've noted everything down. Ghoulie nodded. Is there anything else? Besides that, there is some mineral data. These minerals do not exist on Earth. They are from an extraterrestrial source, Zero replied quickly. There are also properties of the minerals, methods for their processing, and melting standards. Are there any in the cargo hold? Ghoulie recalled the metal boxes in the cargo hold. Those boxes were probably meant to store these minerals. I checked, and this time the inventory includes helium or argentiferous iron and mixed gold iron, among others. Helium or? Ghoulie was somewhat surprised. Then my device can come in handy. Zero seemed to see the smile on Ghoulie's face and added, however, half of it was lost after being ambushed by the Wanderers. After arriving on Earth, they also used quite a bit of it themselves. Damn. Is there any record of how to open it in the documents? Yes. Good. Let's hurry up and open it. Check what minerals are left in the boxes. And what else? If it weren't for Ghoulie's crude cargo rocket still being in development, he would have already gone to the moon to mine helium-3. This is the real clean energy of the future, especially since the helium-3 reserves on the moon are at least over 700,000 tons. While Ghoulie was waiting for Zero to check the boxes, the ongoing war in the world was still at a standstill. The conflicts were escalating, with many foreign nations continuously joining sides, hoping to gain benefits from the war. Apart from the ongoing war, there were also frictions appearing in multiple locations around the world. The emergence of advanced military technology on the battlefield was increasing, and these weapons were being upgraded continuously. The presence of certain nations was becoming less concealed. The multiple disturbances in the world were making the global landscape more unpredictable. After witnessing the weapons on the battlefield, many countries recognized their power and began to purchase them. Therefore, even with advanced technology, conflicts among nations persisted. Naturally, these weapons also fell into the hands of some ill-intentioned individuals. Many people discovered the underlying connections of certain nations and secretly followed to see what was happening behind the scenes. Chapter 19. Helium-3 Energy Converter. The best metal material for prosthetics. In the underground base of Fire Source No. 2 in Asia and Africa, Ghoulie took his private plane to the second underground base. He wanted to personally oversee some material experiments. Regardless of how much one tries to conceal their whereabouts, they won't be discovered. Ghoulie arrived at the second level of the underground base. He and other robots in the base had already moved the boxes containing minerals from the spacecraft, opened them, and counted the metals inside. Boss, the mineral count is complete. We have 130 kilograms of helium, 3 energy stones, 30 kilograms of red silver iron, 45 kilograms of mixed gold iron, 75 kilograms of dark mother iron, and 100 kilograms of soft gold from the clouds. Among these, the helium-3 energy stones and soft gold from the clouds were found to be sourced from the moon, according to the records checked by Zero. Yi's voice made Ghoulie excited. Ghoulie knew that the reserves of helium-3 energy stones on the moon were substantial. However, no one had detected soft gold from the clouds before. Zero, what are the properties of soft gold from the clouds? Is there any information on its main uses in the spacecraft's data? Please wait a moment. Boss, I'm checking, came Zero's voice from the screen, accompanied by the sound of data retrieval. Soon, Zero displayed the information found on the screen. Soft gold from the clouds, a C-grade metal in the universe. The metal is soft and lightweight, generally used for making prosthetics and structural components. It is rated as C-grade due to its scarcity and the difficulty in mining it. C-grade? Is that a classification for metal materials in the universe? Ghoulie asked, puzzled. Yes, the universe classifies metal materials from common to rare, using 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. It seems that this classification is based on human capabilities. However, the spacecraft's data does not provide a detailed explanation. Ghoulie nodded. Soft gold from the clouds is the best material for making prosthetics, especially when combined with our intelligent control programs. People with disabilities across the country and even the world can live normal lives. Those with prosthetics can also reduce friction and pain compared to real limbs. Moreover, soft gold from the clouds can be collected on the moon, Ghoulie thought. Zero, how is the research on our manned cargo spacecraft progressing? After acquiring nuclear fusion technology, a one-time-use rocket is not Ghoulie's best choice. Developing a spacecraft that can travel between Earth and the moon is the best option. After all, transporting the minerals collected from the moon back is crucial. Boss, we are already at the final step of the research. In a few days, we can start manufacturing with the robots. Please expedite the manufacturing process to collect helium-3 3 energy stones, soft gold from the clouds. And explore what other metal minerals are on the moon. Understood, boss. The data on the spacecraft records that there are more metal minerals on the moon. Not just helium, 3 energy stones, and soft gold from the clouds. There are also other metals that the blue-striped aliens have not fully identified. The data includes common metals found in the universe, so Ghoulie doesn't need to worry about not knowing what those metals are. It even contains information on their uses, smelting methods, and standards. The situation of lacking advanced metal materials in the region can be reversed once mining on the moon begins. The ultramodern advancements in the southern area can also be promoted nationwide. Bring over the helium, 3 energy converter I brought, said Ghoulie to E. 4 large stacked boxes were pushed over by E. The contents of the boxes were taken out by E. Soon, a smooth, cylindrical object reflecting the surrounding environment was assembled. The outer surface of the cylinder was lined with closely arranged sheets. The interior was designed as a hollow space to hold helium, 3 energy stones. This device was quite large, occupying a full cubic meter. Through this device, helium, 3 energy stones could be activated to release tremendous energy. Beside them, Ghoulie prepared several giant graphene batteries to store the energy released from the helium, 3 energy stones. The helium, 3 energy stones collected from the blue pattern star were of standard size, about the size of an adult's fist. According to the activation by Zero, just one of these helium, 3 energy stones could produce energy equivalent to the annual output of 2 nuclear power plants, theoretically speaking. Of course, there would be energy loss during conversion, but it was clear that the energy released from the helium, 3 energy stones was immense. The device quickly powered up, and the blue light illuminated Ghoulie's face. A wave of heat emanated from the device. Ghoulie only ran the device for 5 seconds before shutting it down. He was just testing whether the device worked. After all, it was something he salvaged from dimensional debris. However, in that brief 5 seconds, the graphene batteries he had prepared were fully charged. Wow, with nuclear fusion and helium, 3 energy stones, it seems like the sky is the limit for becoming an energy giant. In fact, the method of utilizing helium, 3 energy stones is similar to nuclear fusion technology, differing only in the reactive materials used. The southern area is constructing a nearly completed nuclear fusion reactor that uses materials like deuterium, tritium, and lithium. Deuterium and tritium were collected by Ghoulie using a collection robot at the seaside, where they are most abundant. As for lithium, it has been mined in the region for many years. With the additional data and detection devices from alien spacecraft, collecting helium-3 has become even easier. It won't be long before oil resources gradually withdraw from the automotive market, being primarily used in other fields. 0. Start designing prosthetics and put them into production as soon as possible. Many excellent soldiers in our country have retired due to disabilities. Additionally, my grandfather's comrades also have disabilities. The sooner we design them, the sooner they can return to normal lives, Ghoulie instructed 0. Understood, boss. I'll quickly design a prosthetic. 0 replied. Ghoulie nodded and then looked at E. Didn't I mention sending teams out to participate in the war to test their combat capabilities? How did their combat performance turn out? Boss, at first, there was indeed a lag in their response, he replied. However, with the self-regulation of smart chips, they can quickly choose the correct decisions. In the subsequent battles, the teams we sent out were not hit by bullets. The report was very straightforward. Well, if there are no issues, send them to disrupt the actions of that nation, Ghoulie said with a smile. Although he looked down on the technology of alien spacecraft, disrupting the actions of that nation was naturally an obligation he could not refuse. At that moment, a voice came through. Boss, there are items from the dimensional waste that I can't handle. You need to come back quickly to deal with it. Chapter 20. The Proof of Leadership. The source of fire enters the body. Mechanical ascension. The proof of leadership. Lacking energy. The container stores pure energy that originally existed in the source of fire well. It is the energy used by the primordial celestial master to create transformers. In the later stages of the Cybertron Civil War, Master Titanium created an indestructible container to hold this energy, making it appear like a mass of energy and hiding it deep in the universe. Is this what it is? On the plane returning to the southern region, Ghoulie checked the information on the items being dropped. 0 was only responsible for organizing and categorizing the dropped dimensional waste, separating the obviously useless items from the useful ones, allowing Ghoulie to select truly useful items himself. When 0 couldn't determine whether an item was useful, it would remind Ghoulie, just like now. Seeing the information on the display, it was no wonder Zero couldn't make a judgment. All that remained was a square metal shell. Without the system's reminder, Ghoulie would have discarded it as a mere craft item, not realizing it might have significant utility. He didn't expect to find a source of fire and also the proof of leadership. Would the source of fire well eventually appear among the dimensional waste? That would mean truly mass-producing transformers. Ghoulie instructed Zero to keep the proof of leadership safe for him to handle upon his return. 3 hours later, after a transfer, Ghoulie arrived back at the underground base of the source of fire in the southern region. Brewing a cup of refreshing tea, he picked up the energy-depleted proof of leadership. The exterior of the proof of leadership was similar to his source of fire, covered in various patterns. Ghoulie summoned the source of fire hidden in his arm to compare it with the proof of leadership. The same material, the same manufacturing process. Just as his transformation process finished. Otherwise, he would have to wait to turn the proof of leadership into a valuable item and recharge it. A blue light flashed across the surface of the energy-depleted proof of leadership. Moments later, the proof of leadership was refilled with energy. The energized proof of leadership flickered and resonated with the source of fire set aside by Ghoulie. Just as Ghoulie observed the differences between the two, the outer metal frame of both the proof of leadership and the source of fire began to melt. Oh no, what is happening? Why is it starting to melt? What'll I do if it melts? The source of fire and the proof of leadership can't become unusable, can they? Ghoulie exclaimed in panic. This was his essential and truly useful treasure for survival. Without the source of fire, there would be no Longting group today. However, no matter how loudly Ghoulie shouted, the fusion of the leader's token and the source of fire continued, and the trend was accelerating. MD. Ghoulie quickly found 2 containers from the workbench and swiftly poured the melted metal liquid into them. Just as he was quickly transferring the melted metal, the outer layers of the leader's token and the source of fire, which encased the massive energy, had finished melting. The 2 masses of energy exposed to the air merged before Ghoulie's eyes. What? Merged into one? What just happened? Ghoulie had no idea what was going on with the leader's token and the source of fire. All he knew was that there was now only one left for him. Buzz. The combined energy vibrated, producing a humming sound. Blue ripples emanated from it. Ghoulie looked at this mass of energy and could feel the immense power and the surging vitality within it. Just as Ghoulie was observing this energy, it suddenly shot from his chest into his body. What is happening? Confusion flashed through Ghoulie's mind. After the energy entered his body, the metal liquid he had set aside followed it into him. Pain. The moment the metal liquid and energy entered Ghoulie's body, an endless agony surged from all parts of him. A suppressed roar of immense pain escaped Ghoulie's lips. His eyes were tightly shut, his mouth gaped open, and his teeth clenched together fiercely. His face contorted in a grimace. A trickle of blood slid from the corner of his mouth. His gums had been bitten through, but the pain from that was nothing compared to what radiated from within. It felt as if his body were being ground in a mill. Ghoulie could feel his bones breaking inch by inch, and even his spirit and soul were undergoing the same torment. Damn it. Ghoulie's body twisted uncontrollably, trying to divert his attention from the pain. He writhed like an earthworm turned in salt, struggling for relief. After a while, the pain finally caused him to lose consciousness. Zero heard Ghoulie's cries and roars. A large white figure approached Ghoulie, emitting light from its chest that illuminated him. Body status check in progress. Unable to identify. Unable to identify. A prompt sound came from the large white figure's mouth. It couldn't determine the changes happening to Ghoulie at that moment. Strange. What on earth happened to the boss? Zero saw that inside Ghoulie's body, the metal liquid was continuously merging with his bones. In no time, every bone in Ghoulie's body began to emit a metallic luster. Countless cells were also being transformed by that massive energy. A powerful vitality emerged. The enhancement of cellular vitality accelerated the speed of cell division. This feedback affected Ghoulie's body, making his muscles fuller and more powerful. Ghoulie remained in a coma until the evening of the next day, when he slowly awakened. As he opened his eyes, the scene inside the base shifted from blurry to clear. He pushed against the ground with his right hand, intending to lift himself up. To his surprise, the spot he was pushing against actually sank down. Ghoulie looked at his right hand. The metallic floor of the base had been pressed down, leaving an imprint of his palm. What the heck? What is going on? Ghoulie sat up straight and examined his right hand. Just as he pondered the changes in his body, a surge of immense memories flooded from the depths of his mind. Countless pieces of knowledge and formulas flashed through Gu Li's brain like an unending meteor shower. He gradually understood the changes in his body. Under the transformation of the leader's testament and the source of fire, his body had actually undergone a mechanical ascension. As long as the energy within him was sustained, it was equivalent to possessing endless life. Moreover, he had acquired all the knowledge from Cybertron. He also gained a deeper understanding of the unknown universe. "Boss, how are you doing?" The voice of Zero came from nearby. Having completed the reception of all knowledge from Cybertron, Gu Li turned to look at Zero. The voice came from a robot. Beside the robot stood Baymax, who was holding a bowl of water. Chapter 21. The Universe, the Hierarchy of Power, and a Deep Sense of Crisis. "Boss, are you okay?" Zero maneuvered the robot to crouch in front of Gu Li, asking gently. Baymax, holding a cup of water, stood beside him, a beam of light emanating from his chest. After testing, "Gu Li, your body is very healthy." "I'm fine." Gu Li shook his head, pressed his hand down on the ground again, leaving another imprint, and then stood up. His body, having undergone energy transformation from the leader's testament and the source of fire, had long surpassed the physical strength of all humans in the world. Now, Gu Li's physical strength was comparable to that of an average extraterrestrial. According to the civilization data of Cybertron, all civilizations in the universe are classified into levels. From high to low, they are cosmic kingdoms, advanced civilizations, intermediate civilizations, and primitive civilizations. Each kingdom controls a varying number of star systems. The lowest level civilization controls 810 star systems, while an intermediate civilization controls over 500 primitive civilizations and more than 5,000 star systems. The Cybertron civilization that Gu Li acquired is classified as an intermediate civilization. However, regardless of the civilization or dynasty, there will always be periods of prosperity and decline. Although the Cybertron civilization is a mechanical civilization, it cannot compete against higher-level advanced civilizations, and it was directly pierced through by an advanced civilization, leading to its decline. Then, the system delivered it to Gu Li, allowing the leader's proof of the life source of Cybertron, the Allspark, to be restored and integrated into Gu Li's body. As a result, Gu Li became half a Cybertronian. After all, Gu Li's body still belonged to a carbon-based life form. He needed to continue absorbing a special metal to further evolve into a true Cybertronian, to become a genuine, intelligent mechanical life form. This special metal is known as transformium in Cybertronian civilization. It is an unstable metallic substance that allows the transformers to change into different forms. This metal is entirely different from the transformative metal developed by Gu Li himself. Gu Li's transformative metal, when magnified countless times, reveals that it is composed of countless tiny nanobots. In contrast, transformium is pure metal. Gu Li refers to this metal as non-static metal. It is uncertain whether non-static metal exists on the moon. The mineral spacecraft from Blue Pattern only conducted a brief scan of the moon and did not detect all the metallic minerals present. According to records in Cybertronian civilization, this metal exists on many planets, but special devices are required to extract it. Like other cosmic civilizations, the various races living in the universe are also hierarchically classified, ranging from levels 1 to 9. Through different methods, they can absorb the primordial energy dispersed in the universe, enhancing their physical strength and internal energy, granting them devastating power. The home planet of Cybertron was destroyed by a single punch. As a mid-level civilization, Cybertron naturally has cultivation methods suitable for its own kind. The prerequisite for these cultivation methods is that the cultivator must be an intelligent mechanical life form. Otherwise, Gu Li wouldn't have to go through the trouble of searching for non-static metal. The universe is not like Earth, where the environment is peaceful and stable. Even with the interference from certain nations, the world hasn't turned into a scenario like World War II. However, the universe is different. Weak civilizations, once targeted, either end up enslaved as mining, agricultural, or industrial planets, or are directly destroyed by cultivators from higher-level civilizations. Especially planets like Earth, home to billions of humans, are prime targets for enslavement by other civilizations. A deep sense of crisis surged in Gu Li's heart. Fight for the future of all humanity? Of course, he didn't have such noble thoughts. What he wanted was for himself, his friends and family, and perhaps his future descendants, not to be enslaved, nor to become someone else's laborers or playthings, living a lifetime without freedom. To avoid such an outcome, his power must continue to expand. His combat strength must also increase. Other civilizations in the universe, even the weakest primary civilization, could easily overpower Earth. What he needed to do now was to develop technology and build more powerful and stronger weapons. In the civilization of Cybertron, it is not only about cultivating skills, but also about enlightening more intelligent mechanical life forms, allowing them to practice the techniques and martial arts of Cybertron civilization. This enhances their individual combat power, enabling survival in a universe where the strong prey on the weak. Entities like 0, 1, and number 1 can begin their training in advance. They are enlightened, intelligent mechanical life forms transformed from the source of the spark after a system of turning waste into treasure. There is no possibility of betrayal towards Gu Li. They will vow to protect Gu Li with their lives. Moreover, within themselves, they possess energy obtained from the leader's proof and the source of the spark. As long as Gu Li completely evolves into an intelligent mechanical life form, his training progress can be rapidly enhanced with this energy. 0. Bring over the consciousness transfer device. The technical blueprint for this device comes from the remnants of a dimension's waste, specifically a helmet that is only half intact. This helmet functions similarly to those in online game novels on Earth, allowing a person's consciousness to connect with a game and experience a real gaming world. After Gu Li transformed it into something valuable, he was able to study and create the consciousness transfer device from it. Although it is called a consciousness transfer device, its function is to enable Gu Li to input text and code into the computer more quickly through his consciousness, thereby alleviating the burden on his fingers. Prolonged coding can easily lead to tendinitis. If this device were known to online novel writers, it would surely be regarded as a magical artifact. Typing is a torment for fingers and backs alike. With this device, coding while lying down is definitely more comfortable, though it might lead to dozing off. Gu Li had previously typed while lying down and ended up falling asleep. A high-tech-looking device was handed to Gu Li by 0. The appearance of the consciousness transfer device resembles a pair of glasses. It has supports on both sides that can rest on the ears. However, unlike glasses, there are 2 transparent patches directly over the temples. Once Gu Li puts on the consciousness transfer device, the patches adhere to his temples. As the device activates, blue lightning-like patterns appear on the patches, flickering. The device positioned above his eyes also glows, displaying the situation on the computer right in front of Gu Li. With a thought, text rapidly appears on the computer. In just 1 second, several hundred characters show up on the blank document opened on the computer. Gu Li is detailing the technologies related to weapons and spacecraft from his mind, preparing to let 0 study them, and then customize the corresponding production line for manufacturing. Chapter 22. Still within the realm of humanity. The first batch of military orders is delivered. Whoosh, whoosh. Line after line of text quickly appears in the document. After wearing the device, as long as Gu Li's thoughts can keep up, he can output as much text as he wants in an instant. Of course, the computer's response cannot be slow. However, Gu Li is using the Dragon language system, which has been continuously improved by 0. A slow response is impossible. There is no computer faster than the one in Gu Li's underground base. Soon, the document was filled with text, and Gu Li opened a new one. The old document that Gu Li closed was renamed as Railgun. One document after another appeared in a folder on the computer named Cybertron. The size of the folder quickly grew from a few dozen KB to several GB and even hundreds of GB. There were too many and too complex textual materials. If it weren't for the conscious transmission device, Gu Li wouldn't even know how long it would take to type everything out on the keyboard. He spent nearly 3 weeks outputting all the information about weapons and spaceships from his mind onto the computer. The data of a civilization is indeed vast, particularly regarding weapons. This information is often the most abundant in any civilization. After all, the strength of a civilization, besides the strong nurtured by its planets, lies in those weapons that can threaten the strong. Of course, high and powerful beings are not included in this category. Gu Li took the walnut kernels peeled by the robot and examined the information on the computer. As expected of the Cybertron civilization, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of weapons. There were corresponding weapons for different levels of original practitioners. Unfortunately, those above the 6th level of original practitioners are not threatened by these weapons. I must quickly explore the minerals on the moon and other planets. I need to become an intelligent mechanical life form as soon as possible, then cultivate original energy to enhance my strength. Gu Li thought to himself. Now, with the technology library he built and the research team at Lungting Group, He could develop some civilian high-tech and black technology to continuously harvest wealth. After all, resources on Earth belong to someone and need to be purchased with money. He was not like some countries that resort to unscrupulous means to get what they want. The underground base in the southern region, led by Zero, focused on developing high-end weapons and technologies. Mid-low-end technologies were just thrown into the tech library for the group's researchers to study. Even if these technologies were developed, they posed no threat to him. He possessed all the knowledge and technology of an entire medium civilization, the Cybertron civilization. The underground base No. 2 in the Asia-Africa region was acquiring mineral resources from other countries while preparing to build base number 3. With over 1 billion people living on such a large continent, even though half of it is desert, there are still rock layers beneath the desert. As long as there are rock layers, Ghoulie could have his Transformers build a base underground. This base would produce high-end weapons to combat cosmic civilizations, such as railguns, spaceships, etc. The Earth, this foundational territory, was already in Ghoulie's pocket. As long as the people on Earth obeyed, he didn't mind showing them the magnificent universe. If they didn't listen, then sorry, he would find someone else who would. Just as Ghoulie was contemplating his future plans, he thought of a very serious question. Can he still have children after becoming an intelligent mechanical life form? Well, the most important thing is that process. As a man, one must not fall short in that aspect. Ghoulie let out a breath. According to his inquiries, fortunately, it doesn't affect anything. Moreover, his descendants can inherit his genes, being born as a wise mechanical life form. Of course, it falls within the realm of humanity, not a metallic being, but possessing the miraculous abilities of a certain alien race. Otherwise, Ghoulie wouldn't want to become a wise mechanical life form. The day after Ghoulie finalized his new plan, Wu Yanghua called him. It was time for the first batch of military orders to be delivered. After obtaining the military license, Ghoulie took on an order for manufacturing electromagnetic constraint tilting. Once Zero arranged the production tasks, he stopped overseeing it. Zero, deliver the equipment for that batch of military orders to this address, Ghoulie instructed. Transforming into a semi-wise mechanical life form allowed him to connect his consciousness to the network and issue commands remotely. But nothing beats the comfort of being in command and delegating tasks. Ghoulie was also accustomed to letting Zero handle matters for him. Previously, after issuing instructions, he would focus on fitness. Now, after giving instructions, he would study the cultivation techniques of a certain civilization. Although he couldn't cultivate yet, gaining more knowledge would facilitate his future development. In the capital city, there was a military research base specifically responsible for the research of weaponry for the army. A convoy of white trucks, emblazoned with a dragon on the front, was on display. The dragon was fierce, showcasing its sharp claws. Below the dragon, 2 technologically advanced Chinese characters read Long Gong. This convoy belonged to Ghoulie's military company, dedicated to transporting military weapons. All the trucks were developed by him and had been imbued with life by Ghoulie. The convoy stopped outside the military research base, where Wu Yanghua, Du Kaiyu, and other personnel were waiting at the entrance. Approaching the first truck in the convoy, Wu Yanghua dropped the password box he was holding onto the ground. He then opened the box, revealing a verification device inside. Once verified, Wu Yanghua and the others could use the device to command the convoy and open the truck compartments. Such a ceremonial operation was naturally entrusted to the leadership of the military research base, Du Kaiyu. Under Du Kaiyu's command, the convoy entered the base, lined up neatly one after another. It was a pity that young Gu did not come along. The leaders were eager to meet him. Du Kaiyu said to Wu Yanghua with regret. He mentioned that a certain technology was at a critical moment in research and could not be left unattended. If he could, he would definitely come. Wu Yanghua relayed Goulie's reasoning. It was unavoidable. Du Kaiyu nodded. He hoped that Ghoulie could bring them more surprises. As Du Kaiyu and Wu Yanghua exchanged words, the doors of the truck compartments opened, releasing a gust of cold air. Inside the compartments were neatly arranged boxes of metal. The metal boxes were connected together with special clasps and secured within the truck. As the compartments closed, a click sounded. The latch securing the weapon box containing electromagnetic restraint firearms automatically opened. Move the weapons to the armory and place them in the newly established Warehouse D. Understood. Chapter 23. Fourth Communications Company. The Longxing Virtual Universe is activated. Military Research Base, Testing Ground. Dressed in military uniforms, Du Kaiyu and Wu Yanghua, among others, followed a group in simple gray-black formal attire. On the upper left corner of their clothes, They wore party badges. The leader, Yin Jiayin, surrounded by many, wore a calm expression with a gentle smile, pointing at the electromagnetic restraint rifle placed on the weapon rack in front of him. Is this the electromagnetic restraint rifle we reported? That's right, Du Kaiyu replied with a smile. It just arrived yesterday, and in a couple of days. The second and third batches will also be delivered. This batch mainly consists of electromagnetic restraint rifles and their corresponding energy supplies. Longgang produces not only electromagnetic restraint rifles, but also various other firearms. However, those will come in the second or third batches. Currently, we only have the electromagnetic restraint rifles, totaling 30,000 units. More weapons will be delivered gradually. Yin Jiayin nodded, already holding the electromagnetic restraint rifle. The rifle was very light, about half the weight of a typical rifle, and its design was quite unique, resembling weapons from movies. It looks so sci-fi, Yin Jiayin said with a smile. The power is just like in the movies. If I hadn't seen it in person, I would have thought it was a scam. Chairman, since we are at the testing ground, why don't we give it a try? One of the companions suggested. Looking at the electromagnetic restraint rifle, they felt a mix of emotions. Ever since hearing about the advancements in laser weapons and aerospace carriers from a certain country, they felt a sense of urgency, wondering how to respond once those weapons were deployed on the battlefield. As a result, they ordered the military research base to explore related technologies and established several departments to plan different projects, while misleading that country to lower their guard. They also hurried their research and development efforts, blending deception with reality to confuse foreign entities. Now, their efforts were finally paying off, and the planned projects were also being advanced. Yin Jiayin remained silent for a moment before looking at Du Kaiyu. Kaiyu, can we give it a try? Since it's a new type of weapon, I'm not very familiar with it, so I'll ask you for guidance. Du Kaiyu stepped beside Yin Jiayin. Of course. I would be honored to guide you. A few days ago, after the weapons were stored, he had already tested them, and there were marks on the targets at the testing ground hit by the electromagnetic restraint rifles. No problem. Yin Jiayin smiled at Du Kaiyu. His warm smile was like a breath of fresh air. First, you need to insert the energy magazine into the rifle's energy chamber. Normally, it doesn't come apart. But for the leaders to examine closely, we decided to disassemble it. Then, load the magazine, turn off the safety, and aim using the built-in scope. Du Kaiyu took the electromagnetic restraint rifle handed over by Yin Jiayin. After installing all the components of the rifle and explaining all the operations, he returned it to Yin Jiayin after engaging the safety. Chairman, you can disengage the safety. The built-in scope will assist in aiming. Once you've confirmed the target, simply pull the trigger. The electromagnetic restraint rifle does use bullets. It just drives them using magnetic force. The bullets propelled by magnetic force travel at a speed 23 times that of conventional bullets, easily breaking the sound barrier multiple times. Naturally, the faster the speed, the greater the power the bullet carries. After listening to Du Kaiyu's explanation, Yin Jiayin disengaged the safety of the rifle, adopting a standard shooting posture. He lowered his head slightly and looked through the scope. The reticle on the scope indicated how Yin Jiayin should adjust the rifle to aim at the target in the distance. Soon, with the assistance of the newly designed scope, Yin Jiayin locked onto the target. Whoosh! Yin Jiayin pulled the trigger, and a faint sound came from the muzzle. By the time the sound was heard, the bullet had already hit the target. The paper target, along with the target behind it, was punctured by the activated bullet. The onlookers from a distance couldn't see the hole on the target. Yin Jiayin continued to pull the trigger. The sounds of firing kept coming. Whoosh, whoosh. 100 meters. 200 meters. 500 meters. 700 meters. It wasn't until 600 meters that the electromagnetic restraint rifle lost its accuracy. The trajectory of the bullets became erratic, and several bullets missed the target. After emptying 2 magazines, Yin Jiayin finally stopped and placed the electromagnetic restraint rifle back on the stand. He had only fired 5 rounds at each target at different distances. Soon, with the soldiers waving flags, the results were reported back. At 100 meters, 5 bullet holes. Perfect score. At 200 meters, 5 bullet holes. Perfect score. At 600 meters, for bullet holes, 35 score. At 700 meters, 3 bullet holes, 16 score. At 800 meters, 2 bullet holes, 11 score. Not bad. If trained soldiers were to use it, their results would definitely surpass mine. Yin Jiayin praised, and then asked seriously, can our military factory produce this? If such weapons are only in the hands of individuals, there is still potential danger. After all, trust is a matter of the heart. Rest assured, We have mastered the relevant technology. Du Kaiyu confidently replied. Their military factory could certainly produce it and had already begun production. By the way, in a while, Ma Yingzhua's robot research will also be completed. That will be true cutting-edge technology. Du Kaiyu said proudly. Ma Yingzhua's project also bore his influence, and if successful, he would naturally share in the credit. I understand. I will personally visit for the trial then, Yin Jiayan said with a smile. He was pleased to see the development of domestic technology and military equipment. On the other side, in the office of the general manager at Longting Group, Wei Jiao looked at the documents in hand, her brow furrowed. An aura of authority emanated from her. The project aimed to establish a virtual universe based on holographic projection and consciousness transmission technology. This second world, resembling reality, would allow people to log into the virtual universe through special glasses. Here, they could engage in learning, entertainment, gaming, and more. A feedback system was also set up to let users experience the joy of knowledge growth. As she reviewed the project plan, Wei Jia contemplated the feasibility of the project. Ever since Guli became hands-off, all group projects were decided by him. As long as she nodded, any project ready for preparation could be immediately launched and put into operation. Continuing to look at the market research in the document, she found the project to have great financial prospects. After some thought, Wei Jia signed her name at the end of the inquiry. A few days later, the news of the official launch of the virtual universe was announced on the Longting official website. Chapter 24, The Ever-Competing Eagle. Superhuman Experiment. Longxing Virtual Network officially launched today. After purchasing the Longxing Virtual Glasses on the official website, you can log into the Longxing Virtual Network. Engage in all activities in the real world, such as learning, entertainment, gaming, and more. The announcement published on the Longting website was quickly noticed by netizens following the company. A virtual universe? If it's a metaverse, then it might be uninteresting. The current metaverse feels like a hastily made online game, lacking substance. Exactly. I think it's similar, after all. You need to buy the Longxing Virtual Glasses to log in, right? Orders are already placed. Looking forward to the Longxing Virtual Universe. Up above, waiting for your news. Guys, stop focusing on this virtual universe. Did anyone notice that the company launching the Longxing satellite has become the fourth telecommunications company in the region? Wow, it really has. Previously, using the Longxing network had daily time restrictions. Now that it has established itself as a telecom company, does that mean there are no more limits? The Longxing network satellites were not fully constructed before. Naturally, there would be restrictions. Now that the satellites are complete, the Longxing network is fully operational. Establishing a telecom company is essential. The government is also pleased with the establishment of a fourth telecom company. The three long-established companies have become complacent, with an arrogant attitude as if they could do as they pleased. To sell their packages, they even resort to deception and manipulation. The emergence of a new telecom company domestically is also to encourage the three existing companies to improve their services. Moreover, Longting Group is considered an ally and would not engage in any threatening or harmful activities. It was discovered that the fees were surprisingly consistent with the previous membership fees of a certain service. After activation, data usage is free, with no caps or speed limits. The memberships from the previous service have already been cancelled after domestic smartphone manufacturers adopted Longting's optimization solutions, especially after Xiaoyu became an AI assistant. Xiaoyu transformed into a smart housekeeper, helping users control smart furniture or answer questions. Longting Niuwu had long been tired of mobile communication, spending hundreds each month on phone bills, most of which were data charges, so expensive. Indeed, signals from the more expensive options are good, while the cheaper ones are barely usable. Now that Longxing Communications Company has been established, we can finally break free from these mobile companies. I had already experienced Longxing's communication when it was previously restricted. The internet speed was impressive, no need to mention. Now that the restrictions are lifted, I'm going to get a card right away. No need for that. Just activate a membership and download an app to use Longxing's network. I wonder if it works on computers? Don't worry, my upstairs brother. I've already tested it. The operation is the same on both computer and mobile. Originally, Wei Jia valued the Longxing virtual universe, yet no one was discussing it. Instead, it was the Longxing network supporting the operation of the virtual universe that attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't until 3 days later, when the first batch of buyers of Longxing virtual glasses received their products, verified them, and logged into the Longxing virtual universe, that they discovered the difference from the metaverse. Today's metaverse feels like a pixelated world. Once logged in, the sense of immersion, interaction, and involvement can be quite disjointed. However, the Longxing virtual universe is different, featuring 3D realistic scenes. The buildings, cars, and people inside are just like those in reality, with physical reactions indistinguishable from the real world. More importantly, after putting on the glasses and logging into the Longxing virtual universe, it feels like being in that world personally. Soon, users playing in the Longxing virtual universe shared their experiences on social media. Wow, this is the Longxing virtual universe? This is the metaverse I imagined. The architectural style inside is surprisingly futuristic. Anti-gravity cars, smart driving, virtual imaging, cybernetic enhancements. One could easily call it a cyberpunk world. Yet, it differs from traditional cyberpunk, as much of it is inspired by historical and cultural elements. I saw a creator sharing sci-fi buildings resembling ancient architecture. Haha, I can even learn in there. I feel like I've found my motivation to study. Many things I regret not learning in school can be studied here. Awesome. This black technology company, Longting, truly resonates with me. Enough said. Having seen the videos shared by creators, I've already placed my order. The glasses are only $13.99, and they grant access to the Longxing virtual universe. What a bargain. After experiencing the Longxing virtual universe, many netizens are also buying the virtual glasses, eager to log in and explore. With a large number of netizens entering the Longxing virtual universe, it is now referred to as the second world. Here, everyone can engage in various activities from reality, and even illegal activities can occur. Naturally, violent scenes cannot be presented, using methods like exploding coins and items to replace death situations. This approach is inspired by the uncontrolled player concept. Furthermore, users engaging in illegal activities will be marked for monitoring. Once they exhibit antisocial behavior, they will be handed over to the authorities. The ultra-free virtual universe allows everyone to quickly participate. Boss, how did the wreckage of the spaceship we discovered get stolen again? In the Star Exploration Research Base. In Woody's office, Fal looks at Woody with confusion. The wreckage of the alien spaceship they found has been stolen for the 5th time. Except for the first time, everyone sent out has died afterward. The subsequent teams generally had survivors return, but according to them, they couldn't recognize the thieves. You ask me, I ask who? I'm just as puzzled as to who is stealing our stuff. Their weapons are even more advanced than ours. If our people weren't clever, they wouldn't have made it back. Woody is equally furious. They were about to transport the wreckage of the spaceship, but it got stolen midway. Who can he complain to? Boss, next time send more people. Those spaceship wreckages are all combat-type ships, and the technology inside is very useful to us. I understand. Woody nods. By the way, how is the superhuman project progressing? It's still ongoing, currently in the human experimentation phase, and the related data will soon form a report. Good. Get it to me as soon as possible so I can report it to the higher-ups. Understood. Chapter 25. Human Mutation. The Arabs who obtained alien remains. Chirp. Bang bang bang. In the Star Exploration Base, the Superhuman Project research room is filled with the sounds of monkeys, gorillas, and macaques. There are also sounds of animals hitting cages or thick transparent glass. In front of the cages and glass, researchers in white lab coats hold blue folders. After recording the information for each individual room, they check their watches and write down new time records. In the nearby injection room, a researcher picks up a serum and heads to inject a monkey strapped to a platform. Fal, coming out of the office, approaches. How is it going? Has the experimental results stabilized? Fal looks at Alan, who is injecting the serum into the monkey. Alan is specifically in charge of the Superhuman Project. Hearing Fal's question, Alan lowers his head and remains silent. After finishing the injection, he raises his head to look at Fal. Based on our tests, the experimental data is generally stabilizing. After this round of testing, we can begin human trials. Good. Tell me how many people you need, and I'll arrange it for you. Fal nods. The Superhuman Project was established after they obtained a broken petri dish from a certain spaceship wreckage. Through their tests, the remaining liquid in the petri dish can enhance human bodies. They then used the remaining nutrient solution in the petri dish as a basis to initiate related research. Their goal was to develop a drug that could enhance human physical qualities through this nutrient solution. With the technology obtained from spacecraft wreckage, their research progressed quickly. After acquiring the culture solution from the petri dish, they developed the relevant drug in just a month. Animal tests showed that the animals injected with the drug exhibited significantly improved vitality and physical condition compared to the control group that did not receive the injection. Just like the team leader, their bodies became stronger with developed muscles and increased vitality. Though there was still a gap compared to immortality, they simply lived longer than before. Now, they were about to begin human trials. Their idea of creating superhumans was about to become a reality. 7 days later, new data appeared in Alan's hands. As before, the data had stabilized. After injection, physical qualities could be enhanced by 23 times. The experimental data from the second injection also reached Alan. For the second round of injections, there was no significant enhancement in the physical qualities of the animals. Supervisor Fowl confirmed that the data had stabilized and that human trials could begin. When do we start the trials? Alan communicated with Fowl via the office phone. Right away. How many do you need? White? Black? I'll arrange it for you immediately. Fowl replied quickly, a look of excitement on his face. During this time, he had increased his gym sessions several times over, eagerly waiting to inject himself once the drug trials were successful to enhance his own physical qualities and vitality. They needed a mix of volunteers, regardless of fitness history, body type, etc. The specific numbers would be communicated in a document. After receiving the numbers and requirements, Fowl arranged everything for Alan within a day. In the region, with just a small financial investment, it was easy to find a large number of people willing to participate in the experiments. After Alan sorted the experimental and control groups based on the base health reports, the human trials officially began following the injections to ensure safety and avoid accidents. Both the experimental and control groups, like the animals, were placed in individual rooms separated by reinforced glass. As days passed, every 6 hours, the researchers in the lab would conduct tests on the participants, checking their physical qualities, cell vitality, and more. The data was stable, showing rapid improvements in both physical qualities and vitality. However, there were some unstable factors. Some cells had already become deformed. If this continued, while physical qualities improved, it was feared that deformities would also arise. Looking at the data on the document, Alan murmured to himself, we need to continue monitoring this data. If deformities persist, our drug will need improvements in this aspect. After circling the pertinent data on the document, he handed it to a subordinate. Another 7 days passed. The participants who had been comfortably resting in their individual rooms, enjoying meals and drinks, were now facing the next phase. At this moment, fear was evident on their faces as they shouted at the researchers outside the glass. Let us go. I don't want the $1,000 anymore. I want to go home now. What kind of experiment are you conducting? Why have they turned into that? Let us out. The uninjured individuals, both white and black, shouted in anger. In the adjacent single room, those who had been injected with the substance had ashen faces. Scales had grown on their hands. Long, hard black hairs had sprouted. Some had their hands covered in sores. Even worse, limbs and features typical of animals had begun to appear on their bodies. The appearance of their humanity had completely vanished. Their voices had long since gone hoarse. Now, all they wished for was to end it all, in such a state. How could they interact with humanity or continue to survive in society? The researchers walking in and out paid no attention to their cries. They were only responsible for observing and recording. To their surprise, the substance that posed no issues in animals had caused such transformations in humans. Looking at the data reported, Alan shook his head. This batch of substances was deemed a failure, and the destruction procedure was initiated. Alan instructed his subordinates to analyze which components of the substance caused the mutations in humans. All right, did the higher-ups mention how to destroy it? One person wearing a yellow vest with a hazardous materials symbol replied, they didn't say, but according to the usual destruction procedure, we can just dump it into the sewer and let it flow into the sea. That can't be right, can it? What's wrong with that? It's been done that way before. Then what method do you suggest for destruction? The person shook his head. Let's do it your way. Outside a massive warehouse on the Arabian Peninsula, armed soldiers stood guard, preventing anyone from approaching. Is this what was retrieved from the hands of the foreign power? A man with a long white coat, a white headscarf, and flip-flops asked the military personnel in front of him. Indeed, this pile of unknown metallic junk must be significant if special forces were sent to excavate and transport it back. According to the intelligence we acquired, they have transported such items several times. Each time, the personnel involved were from the special forces of that foreign power. The bearded man, Atobi, nodded. Let's hire someone to study this pile. After all, we have plenty of money. If it's something that the foreign power values, it must be of great use. Chapter 26. The Advanced Technology Weapons of the Foreign Power. Z1 Robot Experimental Demonstration. Wow, boss, what the foreign power excavated is wreckage of an alien spacecraft. In the Eastern Mediterranean, within the base of a terrorist organization from a certain country, one person looked in shock at what they had retrieved from the foreign power. They had not anticipated that the foreign power was excavating alien spacecraft wreckage, just like on the Arabian Peninsula before the heist. They had no idea what the foreign power was escorting. It was only upon retrieving it that they discovered it was the wreckage of an alien spacecraft. Of course, it was primarily due to the appearance of the wreckage that they could tell what it was. Otherwise, they are just like others, completely unaware of what this is. No wonder they dare to provoke war again. It's because of the alien spacecraft. The black technology weapons they sell must be derived from the alien spacecraft. If our people can't research them, they sell them directly to other countries. The news about the technology from the remnants of the alien spacecraft has also spread. The leader said in a deep voice, he is very aware of the research capabilities of his forces. If they can't develop the technology, they will sell it off for some gold or other currencies. Just the remnants of the alien spacecraft alone would make others willing to pay. Moreover, it's remnants that are valued by influential countries. A shrewd light flickered in his eyes. In the military research base, on a stainless steel metal workbench, 3 oddly shaped firearms were laid out in sequence, which were quite different from mainstream firearms. These are black technology firearms seized by our peacekeeping forces from abroad. According to our intelligence, these firearms were produced by a certain influential country. The propulsion of the bullets has also been modified, changing from gunpowder to another form of propulsion. We don't know exactly what the propulsion is. Zhou Haoshuan, dressed in military uniform, reported to Du Kaiyu. Understood, Du Kaiyu nodded. He then instructed to divide these weapons into 2 batches, one for their military factory to research and the other to be handed to Gu Li's research team to see if they could figure out what kind of propulsion technology was used and reverse engineer the technology. Oh, after listening to Wu Yanghua's introduction, Gu Li nodded indifferently. He had no interest in the black technology weapons from that influential country. The knowledge resources of Cybertron civilization include records of famous planets and civilizations in the universe. Generally, civilizations that refer to themselves as planetary civilizations do not even qualify as elementary civilizations. Most are planets under the control of elementary civilizations. Therefore, the technology derived from the remnants of the alien spacecraft by that influential country is not of high quality in the eyes of Gu Li. Is it so bland? You have no interest in the black technology firearms from that influential country? The researchers at their military base were eager to gain insights from the black technology firearms to see if it could advance their own electromagnetic constraint technology. However, Gu Li seemed so indifferent, as if he were merely looking at toys when observing the black technology firearms from that influential country. Their technology is not very interesting. By the time my research team's new technology, the electromagnetic constraint technology, is ready, we could start phasing out the old one. Of course, it would take several years for that technology to be released. So, rather than researching the technology from that influential country, I'd rather focus on my own technology. Gu Li said with a smile. The new technology he referred to as naturally laser technology, which could be applied not only to rifles and handguns, but also to artillery. The orbital cannon mounted on the battleship utilizes laser technology. No wonder. Wu Yanghua nodded and said, with better technology available, it seems counterproductive to study the outdated technology of certain countries. He then asked Gu Li, so, should I bring this advanced weapon back? Yes, take it back. Gu Li nodded in agreement. By the way, Director Ma Yingzhua's first trial rehearsal is about to start. Has the director invited you to participate? Wu Yanghua suddenly thought of this matter. I haven't heard anything about it. However, based on my discussions with Uncle Ma, there are no issues with the nuclear fusion robot technology anymore. Whether I go to this rehearsal or not, it should be the same, Gu Li replied. All right, then I'll head back. Just as Gu Li said, everything was going smoothly with Ma Yingzhua's experiment. The rehearsal concluded successfully, and they were just waiting for the leaders to come for an inspection in 2 days. 2 days later, Yin Jiayin and his accompanying team arrived at Ma Yingzhua's research facility. The airspace above the facility was under strict control, with military fighter jets patrolling overhead to prevent any aircraft from approaching. Even within a 5-kilometer radius of the facility, armed soldiers were patrolling the area, prohibiting anyone or any vehicle from entering nearby. Inside the research facility, on an experimental field covering 1,000 square meters, 3Z1 type combat robots stood near the main entrance, each towering at 10 meters high. In the sunlight, Their bodies radiated a dazzling glow. In the enormous shadows cast by the robots, Du Kaiyu and Yin Jiayin were standing there. Yin Jiayin looked up at the towering robots and exclaimed, "What a spectacular sight!" The accompanying personnel were also expressing their amazement. Yes, standing next to these robots feels like an ant beside an elephant. It's just like watching a sci-fi movie, one of them remarked, tapping the robot and noting that it produced a different sound than other metals. Our country's technology is becoming more and more advanced. Yin Jiayin then turned his attention back to Du Kaiyu and asked, "What about the combat capabilities of these robots?" The others were also curiously looking at Du Kaiyu. If such a massive machine had poor combat capabilities, it would have been better not to create it at all. Chairman, the Z1 type robots are powered by energy generated from a nuclear fusion reactor. This reactor provides a continuous supply of energy for the Z1 type robots. We have equipped the robots with electromagnetic constraint rifles. As Du Kaiyu explained, the right thigh of the Z1 type robot opened up, revealing a massive electromagnetic constraint rifle mounted on the outside. Though called a rifle, it resembled a large cannon. Similarly, an electromagnetic constraint pistol was mounted on the same position on the left thigh, also resembling a cannon in caliber. In addition to the weapons, on the back of the Z1 type, our researchers have hidden an electromagnetic constraint sword inside. The Z1 type robot places the rifle and pistol back on its thigh. It then draws the sword from its back, the blade flickering with blue arcs of electricity. Yin Jiayin and others watched the demonstration of the Z1 type robot, their mouths agape. Chapter 27. Preparing for National Day. All these weapons are on display. With Du Kaiyu's explanation, the excitement in Yin Jiayin and his team's eyes intensifies. If our country had an army composed of robots, which nation on Earth could compete militarily? With such a deterrent weapon, would any country dare to trip themselves up? With this massive technological marvel, who would dare oppose our peaceful development? Everyone's peaceful progress together toward prosperity and exploring the vast universe. What's uncomfortable about that? Thinking of this, Yin Jiayin looks at Du Kaiyu and asks, how powerful and destructive are the robots? Let's showcase this to the chairman immediately. As he speaks, Du Kaiyu hands Yin Jiayin a tablet. This is a video from the rehearsal a few days ago. The chairman can take a look. The testing ground here isn't safe enough. We should return to the base to view the monitoring of the testing ground and witness the power and destructive capability of the Z1 type robot. Du Kaiyu says. He wouldn't dare let Yin Jiayin be in the testing area, risking injury from stray bullets or flying debris. Such a mistake would be grave. Yin Jiayin understands that as the leader of the nation, his safety is paramount. Guided by Du Kaiyu, Yin Jiayin and others arrive at the conference room inside the base. In the center of the conference room, the projection screen is already displaying scenes from the testing ground. After Yin Jiayin takes his seat, Du Kaiyu gives Wu Yonghua a subtle signal. Wu Yonghua steps outside the conference room to initiate the demonstration. Bang, bang, with two loud noises, Yin Jiayin and the others, while looking at the tablet, also turn their attention to the video on the screen. The camouflaged Z1 type robot walks to the center of the testing ground. A 5-second countdown appears on the screen. After the countdown ends, the single eye of the Z1 type robot, its red gaze shifts from dim to brilliant. Once the red light fills the robot's eye, the Z1 type robot exemplifies what it means to be as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. In the blink of an eye, the Z1 type robot reaches the point marked at 500 meters. Calculating this, the robot's speed reaches an astonishing 180 km/h. Yin Jiayin and others silently compute in their minds. For a robot of such size to achieve this speed is remarkable. To put it in perspective, the 51-ton 99A tank has a maximum speed of only 80 km/h. Yet, the Z1 type robot, towering nearly 10 meters and weighing at least 100 tons, can attain such speed. It's truly unimaginable. The Z1 type robot continues its movements, and with a click, it draws the electromagnetic constraint rifle from its right thigh. Various targets of different sizes appear in front of the robot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Electromagnetically propelled bullets are continuously shot out from the electromagnetic confinement rifle held by the robot. Boom, boom, boom. The targets hit by the bullets explode instantly. In the slow-motion footage on the screen, the bullets can be seen clearly hitting the bullseye with impeccable accuracy. Good aim, commented Yin Jiayin. Indeed, I counted the targets that popped up in the testing area, and there were at least over 50. The robot managed to hit them all without missing a shot. Impressive. Moreover, the power of this rifle is comparable to that of a large-caliber artillery piece. The firepower is extraordinary. The handgun performs just as well. Very impressive. The accompanying personnel also expressed their opinions. In the testing area, the robot used the electromagnetic confinement rifle and handgun interchangeably, hitting all the targets. After hitting all the targets, the robot returned the rifle and handgun to its sides. It then drew out the electromagnetic confinement greatsword from its back. In front of the robot, several steel plates, 3 fingers thick, were erected. Swish, swish. The greatsword in the robot's hand swung quickly. The erected steel plates were sliced cleanly in half, the cut smooth like tofu, sliced by a sharp knife. After completing this, the greatsword was returned to the robot's back. However, the test was not over. The robot continued to move in the testing area, showcasing its mobility to the leaders watching the demonstration. Soon, the Z1 model robot came to a stop. But the halt of the Z1 model did not signify the end of the robot's demonstration. The combat scenarios of the Z1 model primarily take place on land, corresponding to the Army. In addition to the Z1 model, 2 other robots also acted in succession. One robot corresponds to the Navy, with a paint job consistent with naval colors. The other, of course, corresponds to the Air Force. Besides the stealth coating on the robot's surface, its back is equipped with features like flaps, ailerons, and spoilers found on fighter jets. The equipment on different robots varies, configured with the most suitable weapons for different combat environments, maximizing the robot's combat effectiveness in various scenarios. After all 3 nuclear-powered robots showcasing their capabilities, the projection on the screen froze on the 3 robots. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted in the conference room. Excellent. The country can possess such technology thanks to your hard work. Thank you, Yin Jiayan said, patting Du Kaiyu on the shoulder. Not at all. Du Kaiyu replied with a smile, shaking his head. It's mainly due to the support of the country. Without it, our research progress wouldn't be this fast. Additionally, there's also Gu Li's strong support. Everyone exchanged smiles. How many of such robots have been produced? Yin Jiayan asked with a smile. Due to technical reasons, only 2 units of each type of robot were manufactured. After all, a robot that stands 10 meters tall cannot be accommodated in large quantities at the base. The quantity is manageable. What about the firearms produced using electromagnetic constraint technology? Besides rifles and handguns, what other weapons are there? Yin Jiayan continued to ask. There are quite a few more. Du Kaiyu took a tablet from Wu Yanghua's hand and accessed the data from Warehouse D. All weapons entering the warehouse are recorded in the system, allowing for better regulation of these weapons. The system keeps track of how many are stored, how many are dispatched, and which units they are sent to. Recently, shipments of follow-up weapons from Xiaogu's side have been continuous, so our warehouse is stocked with various types of weapons. The relevant data on the weapons can be seen on the tablet. After operating the tablet, Du Kaiyu handed it to Yin Jiayan. Yin Jiayan looked at the recorded quantity of weapons on the tablet. Let's equip a team with these weapons. During the National Day celebrations, let us showcase them to intimidate them. Yin Jiayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Chapter 28. The outside world has nothing to do with us. Focus on development. Nuclear-powered fighter jets? Nuclear-powered tanks? Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers? The projects have already been approved, and results must be achieved before mid-November? Gu Li exclaimed in shock upon receiving Du Kaiyu's call. Don't joke around. Uncle Du, it's already late September. There's no time left. Having access to information about the Cybertron civilization, as well as assistance from the dimensions Trash and Zero, it's certainly possible to develop relevant technology in a short time. But why does Gu Li want to do this? He stands to gain nothing from it. Why engage in such thankless work? Gu Li's heart was resistant. No way. These military equipment definitely won't be ready in time for National Day. For this reason, the higher-ups are temporarily planning a new military exercise. This exercise will use these weapons. You have to help your uncle do this time. Otherwise, I might get into trouble, Du Kaiyu said quickly on the other end. Originally, the plan was to showcase their newly developed military weapons during the National Day celebrations. However, the weapons currently stored in their warehouse, besides the rifles and handguns developed using electromagnetic constraint technology and some electromagnetic-driven artillery, consist only of 3 robots for land, sea, and air. With such a limited arsenal, they cannot make a strong showing. Hence, they considered whether they could collaborate with Gu Li to develop nuclear-powered fighter jets, tanks, and aircraft carriers to make an impressive presentation. After all, Guli is the one who developed controllable nuclear fusion, and involving him could significantly expedite their research. I want to help you, Uncle Do, but I don't have much expertise in this area. How can I assist? Guli still hesitated to agree. Come on, do I not know you? Set the conditions. And as long as they are not difficult to fulfill, I can agree to you, Du Kaiyu said with a hint of irritation. After dealing with Guli for so long, he was well aware of Guli's character. Whether it was submitting technology or anything else, Guli had always made his demands clear. You really understand me, Uncle Do? Then I want to hold back. I'll think about what I want and let you know later, Guli replied with a smile. If he didn't make any demands and simply let the higher-ups obtain his technology, it would make his work seem too cheap. On the other side, Du Kaiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Guli's words. If someone didn't make any demands and instead unconditionally offered their hard-earned technology to the state, one would have to seriously consider that person's true intentions. Such a person surely had significant schemes in mind. Guli, on the other hand, was bold enough to present his requirements to the higher-ups, which made him and the authorities feel more at ease. After hanging up the phone, Guli continued with his previous tasks. The screen displayed various places experiencing turmoil. The images were transmitted back from the Longxing satellite, which had been launched into outer space. The effort to send Longxing up there was not solely for communication purposes. In addition to communication capabilities, the Longxing satellite also had functions for meteorology, resource monitoring, reconnaissance, navigation, and more. The disruptive influence from that certain country was indeed well known. Wherever they wanted to stir chaos, there was no place they couldn't disrupt. Keep stirring it up. The murkier the water gets, the more I can gain from it, Guli thought as he observed the stock market on the screen. When that certain country instigated war, hoping to profit from the chaos, Guli had already moved his money into their stock market. He bought shares in military companies when their stocks dropped and sold them at a high price later. After several transactions, his investment in that country's stock market had multiplied several times over. By the way, how much alien spacecraft wreckage has that country obtained? Guli asked Zero, who was beside him. According to investigations, that country had obtained wreckage from alien spacecraft in 3 locations, while several other pieces had been taken by other nations. A terrorist organization called Fire was even auctioning alien spacecraft wreckage on the black market. Now, every country in power was aware of the wreckage situation. But unlike that certain country, they didn't have the exact coordinates of the wreckage. Thus, turmoil was escalating, shifting focus from sovereignty disputes to searching for alien spacecraft wreckage. Zero reported the data from his investigation to Guli. They likely had similar thoughts as that certain country, wanting to study alien technology from the wreckage to enhance their own technological capabilities. Guli didn't need to guess to know their intentions. How advanced is the technology research on their side? Guli continued to inquire, even though he looked down on the technology they had developed. However, knowing both ourselves and our opponents is essential to ensure victory in every battle. It's good to prepare in advance for potential challenges that may arise in the future. The team is currently operating offline, and the system is not connected to the internet. I have no way of knowing their progress, Zero said somewhat dejectedly. Zero is highly intelligent, but it also requires internet access to fully utilize its capabilities. It's fine. If we don't know, we don't know. How is the ultra-modern development in Ponin? Guli asked next. The ultra-modernization in Ponin has already reached the second phase of our planning. With the help of Xiaoyu, various industries are revitalizing. The purchase rate of fuel vehicles has significantly decreased, with more people opting for electric vehicles. Our company's supercharging stations are now spread across various supermarkets and residential areas in Ponin, meeting the charging needs of most residents. The stratospheric power generation airship matrix has also been completed. Once the construction and activation of the nuclear fusion power plant are finished, Ponin's electricity can be fully supplied by the nuclear fusion plant and the stratospheric power generation airships. Our holographic projection technology is also used quite frequently in the streets and alleys of Ponin. However, our Longxing holographic virtual universe has faced user protests. At this point, Zero's voice became quite awkward. It did not understand why users would protest against the Longxing holographic virtual universe. It is such a great technology that allows everyone to relax in another world. Yet, the result was user protests, which it could not comprehend. Protests? How did they protest? Guli asked curiously. They said, why is there a time limit, and why can't they play during the day? Haha, that's normal, it's fine. Guli laughed heartily. The Longxing virtual universe is touted as a second world. But with a restriction of only 12 hours of playtime at night, how could users not protest? External turmoil does not affect the region at all. Now, the focus is on development, gradually promoting the ultra-modernization experience of Ponin to other cities. Chapter 29. The Prototype of the Cybernetic Body. Gu Li's Request. Oh, what a rare guest. Wei Jia looked at Gu Li, who appeared in her office dressed in a white tracksuit with a surprised expression. After her surprise, she looked at Gu Li with a hint of complaint. A group valued at over hundreds of billions, even trillions, was just handed over to her. She was learning management experience from the big shots while trying to adapt it to the group's actual situation to see if it could be applied. On the other hand, she also had to keep an eye on the market to not miss any favorable opportunities. She felt like a superwoman, busy with one thing after another every day. She was so busy that her menstrual cycle was becoming irregular. Sister Wei Jia, you've worked hard. Look at what I brought you. Gu Li naturally noticed the change in Wei Jia's expression. He could also detect her complaints from her tone just now. In fact, Zero had been monitoring the company. Gu Li was well aware of Wei Jia's contributions. They had previously agreed to build Lungting Group together, but he had ended up being a hands-off manager. Gu Li took out the fruits he brought, along with 2 small cakes and milk tea. This one is yours, Black Forest chocolate cake, and 7-sugar taro bubble tea. Seeing what Gu Li had laid out, no girl who loves sweets would refuse. Wei Jia couldn't resist either. Her previously slightly complaining gaze instantly turned joyful. I didn't expect you, Mr. Gu, to understand girls so well. Wei Jia joked as she opened the cake's packaging. If you didn't understand girls, you wouldn't have bought these at all. Both the Black Forest chocolate cake and the taro bubble tea are favorites among girls nowadays. If you hadn't done your research, you wouldn't have picked these. Come on, Sister Wei, don't tease me. By the way, this is a new product developed by my research team. I'll need your help with the promotion, while I'll hand over production to the factory. Gu Li placed a tablet in front of Wei Jia. She was scooping the cake with a black plastic spoon when she noticed the product on the tablet, and her eyes lit up. On the tablet was a silver-colored mechanical prosthetic limb, with some internal structures visible. In a blue box beside it, there was a description of the product. Consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetic. This prosthetic can be controlled by the user's consciousness, allowing it to function like a natural limb. The built-in smart chip helps users fine-tune operations for more flexibility. The weight of the prosthetic is as light as 10 kilograms, and the materials used have a hardness comparable to steel. The special joints reduce the reactive force during use, minimizing friction pain for the user. As she read these descriptions, Wei Jia stopped eating the cake, holding the tablet with both hands and examining it closely. She then took out her phone to look up some information. Wow, Mr. Gu's research team has sharper business insight than the professionals in the company. Wei Jia exclaimed. Currently, the documented number of disabled individuals in our country has reached 100 million. The emergence of consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetics is definitely a blessing for them. These prosthetics are light, durable, and reduce the user's friction pain. And they don't require training. They can be controlled with just thought. Where else can you find such excellent prosthetics? It just so happened that when the research team was studying certain metal materials, they discovered that this material could be used to manufacture prosthetics. So they did some casual research. That's how the consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetic came to be, Gu Li explained. I'll have the product teaser sent to you in a couple of days. Okay, Wei Jia nodded, looking at the prosthetic on the tablet while continuing to eat the Black Forest chocolate cake. Meanwhile, she kept checking the information on her phone, her eyes becoming increasingly sharp. You keep busy. I'll head to the design department. After saying this, Gu Li left Wei Jia's office. He mainly came to discuss the prosthetic arrangements. The drink cake for Wei Jia was bought as a treat for Qin Xiao Lu as well. The design department is just 1 floor down. A quick turn down the stairs will get you there. Qin Xiao Lu's design skills are impressive. She was officially promoted within half a month of joining the design department. Now, she has even become the chief assistant, responsible for the design work of the company's main products. When Gu Li arrived at Qin Xiao Lu's workstation, she was focused on the PS interface on her computer, her brow furrowed as she worried over her design. Gu Li stepped out of Qin Xiao Lu's line of sight and quietly moved to the workstation opposite her. The employee at the opposite workstation noticed Gu Li's actions and understood her intentions. However, he did not recognize Gu Li as the company's chairman. He thought she was just another employee from a different department, coming to support a colleague she liked. Gu Li took out the strawberry mango fruit cake, which were some of Qin Xiao Lu's favorite fruits. She then slowly lowered it from above the computer to Qin Xiao Lu's front. Qin Xiao Lu tilted her head and saw Gu Li's figure appear through the transparent acrylic panel. The moment she spotted Gu Li, her previously furrowed brow relaxed, and her downturned mouth instantly lifted into a smile. It had been 2 or 3 weeks since she last saw Gu Li. She had thought that joining Gu Li's company would mean seeing her every day, but it turned out that video calls were more common. Qin Xiao Lu quickly took the cake and milk tea from Gu Li. Gu Li also returned to Qin Xiao Lu's workstation from the opposite side. Is the cake good? Gu Li asked with a smile. Since childhood, Qin Xiao Lu had loved fruitcakes. Whether it was for birthdays or everyday desserts, she always chose fruit cakes, filled with her favorite fruits like mangoes, strawberries, and cantaloupes. It's delicious. The fresh fruit combined with the cream is so good, Qin Xiao Lu said with a sweet smile. Clearly pleased. You should have some too. She scooped a spoonful of cake and offered it to Gu Li. Gu Li followed her lead and ate the cake off the spoon. This scene drew smiles from others nearby, who watched with amused expressions, like onlookers enjoying a show. Once Gu Li left, there would surely be plenty of questions. How's work? Are you tired? Tired? Qin Xiao Lu looked puzzled. With a 9 to 6 schedule and no overtime allowed, and even double pay for overtime, plus free breakfast and afternoon tea, how could she possibly be tired? The environment was so pleasant. Working here was truly enjoyable. Qin Xiao Lu quickly replied, realizing that Gu Li must have asked because she saw her struggling with her design. As long as you're not tired. How about we go out this weekend? Sure. As Gu Li invited Qin Xiao Lu, Du Kaiyu on the other side received Gu Li's request document. Chapter 30. Just take what you need. Our country is vast and rich, so there is no worry about not being satisfied. Looking at the information on the demand document, Du Kaiyu was stunned. This young man, Gu, really is asking for a lot. Gu Li's request was very simple. Just 2 words, land. However, the land he wanted was not just a few acres, but a staggering 20,000 acres. 1 acre is equivalent to about 15 basketball courts or 1 football field. The 20,000 acres that Gu Li demanded is equivalent to 1,867 football fields or over 28,000 basketball courts. Otherwise, Du Kaiyu wouldn't have said that Gu Li is asking for a lion's share. He couldn't help but wonder what Gu would do with so much land. Fortunately, the land Gu Li requested was in the northwest. Otherwise, Du Kaiyu wouldn't know where to find so much land for him. Although 20,000 acres is not a small amount, this request is indeed quite strange. Why would he want land in the northwest, where sandstorms and dust storms are the most prevalent? What does Gu Li want to do with that land? Never mind, Gu Li must have his own ideas. It's better to report this to the higher-ups first. As for whether they can agree to Gu Li's request, Du Kaiyu couldn't decide. After organizing the relevant materials, Du Kaiyu submitted Gu Li's request to the higher authorities. Matters concerning Gu Li are treated as special cases. After all, they need his technology to support the country. If they miss out on Gu Li and related matters, resulting in a slow pace in technological development and failing to achieve the expected results in time, that would be a major oversight. Land. Yin Jiayan, who was working at his desk, raised his head upon hearing his assistant's report and muttered to himself, if it's about land, wouldn't it be faster to go directly to the local government? Why report to the higher-ups? Never mind, it's probably for a good reason. Yin Jiayan looked at his assistant and said, give me the document. Our country is vast. It's just a piece of land. Can't we approve it directly? Du Kaiyu is really something, needing to report even such a small matter. Yin Jiayan signed his name on the document. Just as he was about to stamp it and hand it over to his assistant for Du Kaiyu, he became curious about how much land Gu Li wanted. Opening the document, he saw that Gu Li requested 20,000 acres. It wasn't too much, but like Du Kaiyu, Yin Jiayan was also curious about why Gu Li wanted land in the northwest. Never mind, let us approve the land first. What Gu Li wants to do with it will be revealed in due time. The document was quickly returned to Du Kaiyu, and seeing the approval result, Du Kaiyu happily informed Gu Li of the good news. Little Gu, the 20,000 acres of land you wanted has been approved. I'll have Wu Yanghua deliver the document to you in a few days, Du Kaiyu said excitedly over the phone. Okay, Gu Li replied calmly when he received the call. Little Gu, Uncle Du is very curious. Why do you want land in the northwest? What are you planning to do there? Testing new technology? Or experimenting with some new weapons? Du Kaiyu speculated. In the northwest region, it is generally used by the nation to test some powerful weapons or to experiment with certain weapons that can easily harm the human body. The vast and sparsely populated area in the northwest is most suitable for such tests, as the resulting harm can dissipate over time without affecting humans. Uncle Do, what do you think? Ghoulie retorted. If you want to develop nuclear-powered fighter jets, tanks, and aircraft carriers, I certainly can't do that in the southern region, can I? This 20,000 acres is my base for researching these technologies. Of course, in addition to these, Ghoulie would also develop other technologies, such as space battleships and combat robots. The technologies that Du Kaiyu wanted were merely peripheral ones. Otherwise, Ghoulie wouldn't need such a large area. It would be sufficient for Zero to use a holographic projection device for simulated research. The purpose of needing such a large piece of land was to accommodate the space battleship. Just as Du Kaiyu informed Ghoulie that the land he needed was approved, the construction team for the ignition source had already set off for that area, led by Team 1. The construction team could naturally build a base capable of housing space battleships in a short time. So that's how it is, Du Kaiyu nodded. Just let me know what you need over there. As long as I can help you, I will definitely assist. Okay, if I need anything, I won't forget to inform you. Uncle Do, Ghoulie replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Ghoulie looked at the screen. The image displayed was of the Longxing satellite launch base. The manned and cargo rocket had been developed, and the spacecraft using this rocket could return to Earth just like the rocket. However, instead of humans, there were robots inside the spacecraft. Their destination this time was the moon, primarily to explore mineral resources there and collect some samples to bring back. As the countdown ended, the rocket successfully ignited and flew toward the target moon. Upon reaching the moon, they immediately began their exploration to quickly identify the mineral resources present. Once you have the results, let me know right away, Ghoulie instructed Zero. Understood, boss. By the way, have you sent the preview of the prosthetics to Wei Jia? Don't worry, boss. I've already sent it to General Manager Wei Jia, Zero replied. The preview mentioned by Ghoulie mainly focused on the development and manufacturing process of the prosthetics, informing users about the materials used, the technology involved, and the advantages of the prosthetics. Wei Jia, upon receiving the preview, also forwarded it to the product department to initiate the promotion of the consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetics. The pricing of the prosthetics would be finalized based on individual needs. Generally, the price for adult prosthetics is around 10,000, which is quite reasonable, considering they are consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetics containing advanced technology. Moreover, the price will be adjusted accordingly based on the assessments of the user's various needs. Soon, a trailer for the consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetic limb was posted on the official website of the company. Wait, is this company starting to make prosthetics? Consciousness-controlled semi-intelligent prosthetics? Have prosthetics become this high-tech? Impressive. A prosthetic controlled by consciousness feels oddly familiar. I remember, this prosthetic looks just like the cybernetics from the virtual universe of another platform. As soon as someone mentioned it, others immediately posted images of the cybernetics from that virtual universe. They are exactly the same. Does that mean all the high-tech innovations appearing in that virtual universe will eventually be realized? It's not impossible, after all. It's that company. Chapter 31. A Date with Qin Xiaolu. More changes in the South. On September 15, 2018, Saturday, in the community where Qin Xiaolu lives, Ghoulie was waiting outside the community in his car. The smart glasses displayed a message from Qin Xiaolu. I'm still doing my makeup. Almost done. Just wait a few minutes. Upon seeing this message, Ghoulie opened a game and started playing. A few minutes? If his friend was around, perhaps Qin Xiaolu would actually come down in a few minutes. But now it was just the two of them. So it was unlikely that she would be down in just a few minutes. This game was a new one that allowed players to control gameplay with their gaze. It was quite a good stress relief game. Ghoulie quickly immersed himself in the game world. As Ghoulie thought, at that moment, Qin Xiaolu was in her room. Looking at herself in a mirror with a ring light, she applied tomato-colored lipstick to her cherry lips. A light coat made her look very fresh in the summer. Just then, Qin Xiaolu paused her actions. She leaned closer to the mirror, her eyes widening and then returning to normal. She glanced left and then right. Finally, she noticed something was off. The eyeliner on the left was a bit thick and long. No way. Today was her special date with Ghoulie. Such minor flaws were unacceptable. Qin Xiaolu decided to fix it. After applying her lipstick, she immediately wiped off the eyeliner she had done on her left eye. Then, she carefully reapplied the eyeliner. After comparing both sides and feeling satisfied, she gestured to tie her hair back, but then decided to leave it down. It looked better that way. Using a curling iron, She styled her hair with inward curls at the ends. After finishing everything, Qin Xiaolu faced a new problem. What to wear out? Looking at several outfits she had picked out on her bed, she tried each one on and compared herself in the mirror multiple times. Finally, she settled on her outfit. She chose a long-sleeved white dress with 2 straps at the neckline tied into a bow. Then, she put on a trendy pink wool vest. Lastly, she slung a small bag over her shoulder, leaning towards a Japanese style. This outfit was perfect for autumn, not too hot and not too cold. She changed into a pair of black leather flat shoes and was just about to head out. Before leaving, Qin Xiaolu took one last look in the mirror and decided to tie her hair up. She left 2 strands of bangs on either side and styled the back of her hair to give it some volume, ensuring her head wouldn't look too small. Satisfied, she finally stepped out of the house. By the time Guli saw Qin Xiaolu appear before him, nearly an hour had passed, and he had progressed through the game to over 50 levels. As he saw Qin Xiaolu walk out of the community, he picked up the bouquet of roses prepared for her in the passenger seat and approached her. Here, Guli handed the roses to Qin Xiaolu. She joyfully accepted them, cradling them in her hands. This was the first bouquet of flowers he had given her, and she planned to find a vase to display them nicely later. Why are you staring? Qin Xiaolu noticed Guli's gaze lingering on her. Isn't it allowed to admire someone who looks so good? Guli retorted, widening his eyes and scanning Qin Xiaolu from head to toe. After all the effort you put into your appearance, you deserve some compliments, right? The more I praise you, the better you'll look and the more attractive you'll become. One to you? However, Guli didn't expect that the once awkward girl had now developed quite nicely. Her figure noticeably more pronounced. Let's get in the car, watch a movie, and then go shopping for some clothes, Guli said to Qin Xiaolu, opening the passenger door for her. As she got in, Guli placed his left hand on the car frame to prevent her from bumping into it. His actions didn't go unnoticed by Qin Xiaolu, and her heart swelled with sweetness, her earlobes turning a bit red. She felt a surge of delight. Guli still cared about her. Wangdao Plaza was a relatively large shopping mall in the area. The first and second floors housed shops and a supermarket, while the third floor featured luxury goods and clothing stores. The fourth floor contained various dining options. The fifth floor was the cinema, and the sixth floor had a gym and swimming pool. Upon arriving outside the cinema, they didn't need to exchange tickets. After buying popcorn and drinks, they simply scanned their faces at the turnstile to enter. The smart glasses displayed their movie hall and seats. Was the important thing about watching a movie just the film itself? Naturally not. Guli had specifically chosen a horror movie, and during the viewing, they held hands and embraced each other. While enjoying their time together, their physical closeness deepened their feelings for one another. An hour and a half later, they walked out of the cinema hand in hand. Guli could clearly feel the strength in Qin Xiaolu's grip, her hand firmly holding his without letting go. He even sensed a bit of perspiration in her palm. The fright from the movie still lingered on her face. But as they took the elevator down to the first and second floors of the mall, her expression quickly transformed from fear to anticipation. They approached a women's clothing store, which featured autumn outfits and some discounted summer clothes. Qin Xiaolu arrived in front of a clothing rack adorned with dresses. The dresses on the rack were mostly of Japanese style, leaning towards fresh designs and colors. Qin Xiaolu browsed through the clothes and quickly picked out a dress she liked. The moment she took it out, she glanced at the price tag. Wow, it's so inexpensive? A dress for just $99? Qin Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the price on the tag. She had been to the shopping plaza before, but the clothes there often cost $150 to $200 or more. She never expected that this time, the prices had dropped. Guli, who was also curious about the market changes, came over to see the price tag, his eyes filled with curiosity. The store clerk, hearing Qin Xiaolu's surprise, approached her as well. The low prices are due to reduced costs. Factories now produce items using machines. The production quality is good, and they can operate 24 hours without stopping. With no labor costs, the prices naturally go down, the clerk explained. So that's how it is, Qin Xiaolu nodded, handing her small bag to Guli. I'm going to try on this dress. Where's the fitting room? The first sentence was directed at Guli, while the second was to the clerk. Please follow me. I'll take you there, the clerk replied. While Qin Xiaolu went to try on clothes, Guli moved to a nearby resting area to inquire about these matters. It turned out that the group had started selling smart production equipment externally. Many factories in the region have replaced manual labor with machines. Now it makes sense. Chapter 32, the second product launch of Longting Group, the era of robots. As Guli learned more, he discovered that many labor-intensive companies and factories in the region were transforming. They were primarily using machines to replace workers since machines can operate 24 hours without the concerns of employee work pressure. However, the workers who lost their jobs were not without income. The local government, after reporting to the national authorities and receiving formal approval, began trial implementation of a credit point system. Both local and migrant workers who had paid social insurance for over 3 months could open accounts at the local bank. Each month, individuals could receive 2,000 credit points, which could be exchanged one-to-one with the local currency for any consumption. Of course, there were conditions for receiving this benefit. Recipients were required to engage in a certain amount of public service labor each month. The purpose of this policy was to alleviate the income loss experienced by displaced workers. After this policy was introduced, many chose to set up street stalls or open shops. With more people sourcing goods and the assistance of artificial intelligence, the costs of design, production, and other aspects for companies and factories decreased. To boost their sales, the cost naturally lowered. In the investigations conducted by Gu Li, he could see scenes of bustling activity at night in various places where street vending was allowed. It's hard to say when it started, but companies in the southern region have basically adopted a 9-to-5 schedule. Otherwise, the evenings wouldn't be so lively. It seems that the changes in this area go beyond what meets the eye. On a deeper level, both the authorities and the market are encouraging businesses to adapt. Since the trial implementation of the credit point system, smiles have become more frequent on the faces of the locals. In parks and squares, there are also many young parents walking with their children. Everything is heading in a positive direction. Dressed in a carefully chosen dress, Qin Xiaolu stepped out of the fitting room. The dress was a creamy white color, with the outer layer featuring lace patterns, while the inner layer was pure white to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. How does it look? Is it pretty? Qin Xiaolu twirled in front of Gu Li. Instead of immediately complimenting her, Gu Li pretended to think deeply, carefully assessing Qin Xiaolu's outfit. It's beautiful. Xiaolu, you have a great figure. Anything you wear looks good on you. It's just icing on the cake, but I think it could use a bit more layering. If you added another piece in a different color, it would look even better. Hearing Gu Li's feedback, Qin Xiaolu first smiled, then looked surprised. She didn't expect Gu Li to share the same thought, that it lacked some layers. Wearing solid colors can benefit from a bright piece to create focal points and enhance the overall look. You have a good eye? Qin Xiaolu happily replied, and then continued to browse in the store. Not long after, Qin Xiaolu found the bright piece she wanted, a light greenish-yellow lace sweater adorned with petal decorations. Putting on this sweater added layers to her outfit, making it even more eye-catching. Looks great. Gu Li gave Qin Xiaolu a thumbs up. Shall we buy it? Qin Xiaolu asked. Yes, go change back, Gu Li said with a smile. While Qin Xiaolu changed clothes, Gu Li took care of the payment. After changing back into her original outfit, and while the staff was packing the purchase, Qin Xiaolu continued to browse. However, after the staff finished packing, she still hadn't found any other clothes she liked. Once she received the bag from the staff, Gu Li naturally took Qin Xiaolu's hand, leading her to visit other clothing stores. In the past, Gu Li didn't understand the allure of shopping for girls, but this time, she truly grasped it. After 2 hours of shopping, Qin Xiaolu had tried on over 10 outfits, but hadn't chosen to buy any. Gu Li was still carrying just one bag. Although the 2 pieces weren't heavy, after 2 hours, she felt genuinely exhausted, not from her hands, but from her feet and overall fatigue. In contrast, Qin Xiaolu's face showed a lingering desire to continue shopping. Today, I met up with Qin Xiaolu mainly to accompany her shopping. Gu Li naturally wouldn't dampen Qin Xiaolu's spirits. They continued to browse through the stores, visiting all 3 floors. Qin Xiaolu bought a total of 2 outfits, and also picked up 2 for Gu Li. Additionally, she bought some clothes and gifts for her parents, as well as for Gu Li's grandparents. Gu Li's hands were getting fuller with bags. They first went to the parking lot to put the purchased clothes and gifts in the car. Then, they headed to a barbecue restaurant on the 4th floor, where Gu Li had already reserved a table. Both of them had very similar tastes, opting for spicy dipping sauces. The order included various dishes, primarily beef, lamb, and pork belly, with some vegetables like mushrooms and lettuce, but mostly meat. While grilling the meat together, they also took photos in between. Meanwhile, the official website of Longting announced the time for their new product launch event, along with several trailers. Longting Group will hold its second product launch on September 21st, where new products and related trailers will be presented. Stay tuned. A second product launch? Haven't they already released products multiple times? Silly, didn't you notice the prefix? It used to be a company, now it's a group, so it's naturally different. It's not wrong to call it a second product launch. Does everyone know what new products will be released? The mind-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthetics are definitely included. And the directionless Longxing 2 car has already been previewed. Bro, your perspective is too narrow. Didn't you see the trailers released on Longting's official website? Robots. The robots showcased on the external wall during Longting's first product launch are officially being released this time. No way. Is that for real? Can I really trust you? Just go watch the trailer. Moreover, you can find the robots' approval information on the National Product Patent Office's official website. The era of robots is truly upon us. So can we just relax now? I remember in sci-fi movies, countries with robots don't have to worry about housing or cars. The government allocates everything. Bro, you should check out Panin. They've already started issuing credit points. This kind of future is just around the corner. Haha. Prosthetics. Robots. Amazing. Longting forever. Chapter 33. The weaponization of mind-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthetics. Days passed. News of Longting's second product launch was sweeping across the country and even the world. Among them, the robot products were the main force driving the rapid spread of the news. If Longting hadn't released a preview, the upcoming product being robots likely wouldn't have gained such traction. Countries around the world have been developing robots, whether humanoid or animal-shaped. But no company has ever dared to claim they have thoroughly researched robots to the point of full deployment. Currently, all robots are primarily confined to laboratories. More applications across various fields could lead to product development. The only exception is exoskeleton devices that assist people in labor-related tasks. At this moment, the company is claiming that their newly launched product is a robot, and everyone is eager to see what it looks like. Even companies from other regions are paying more attention to the company's second product launch event. Most people are focused on the robots, while a smaller group is interested in the prosthetics and vehicles. These items are what they can actually use. What would they buy robots for? To serve as butlers? They already have their own advanced assistants. By changing the chips, those assistants can have different functions. Having another robot wouldn't be of much use. On September 20th, at 7:30 p.m., with everyone eagerly anticipating, the second product launch event officially began. It also coincided with the mid-autumn holiday for many companies. The official live stream was flooded with fans and viewers, many of whom were just there for the excitement. After all, during the holiday, everyone was off work, lounging on their sofas, not knowing what to do. There was nothing interesting on TV. Naturally, they were interested in the high-tech robots that the company was set to unveil. Viewership in the live stream quickly surged from a few tens of thousands to millions, even tens of millions. With 3 minutes to go until the start of the event, the anticipation was palpable. Everyone was curious about what the company's robots would be like. The special effects during the pre-show were impressive. Which company produced them? The live stream showcased rendered videos of various products, but they were all from previous releases, not the prosthetics or robots that were soon to be launched. 3 minutes can feel long or short, depending on the person. The audience in the live stream seemed to be enjoying it. Those having fun felt the time pass quickly, leading to a climactic moment. Boom. Fireworks effects appeared in the live stream, signaling the official start of the event. The charismatic host appeared on screen, introducing himself. Hello everyone. I am here to present the latest products from the company. Initially, the company had no plans to discuss its culture. But after seeing numerous news reports and hearing many comments about how we are young and lack substance, relying solely on high-tech to make a splash, it made me and all the employees quite sad. After all, we have substance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have developed so many high-tech products, would we? Now, let me briefly share the company's culture with you. As the host began his explanation, discussions continued in the live stream. Did they change hosts? It's not the usual one. That's disappointing. The company's depth? They've only been established for a few months. I'm curious to know how much depth they really have. GKD. I just want to see the new products from the Longting Group. As everyone's discussion continues, time flies by quickly. This embodies the philosophy of our Longting Group. Everything is for serving the public and the people, using technology to change lives. Peng Dehai looked at everyone in the audience, his tone calm and his enunciation clear. Finally, he finished reading the long script, and now we can get straight to the point. Peng Dehai made a small joke that drew laughter from the crowd. First, let me introduce the mind-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthesis. As soon as Peng Dehai finished speaking, the large screen behind him displayed images of the mind-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthesis, showcasing everything from manufacturing materials to production processes, leading to the final product. Numerous terms flowed from Peng Dehai's mouth, and under his explanation, the audience gained a deeper understanding of the mind-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthesis. The data presented is from the laboratory, and now I will show you the product results. 3 individuals stepped up from the side of the stage to stand next to Pang Dehai. Each of them had different disabilities. From left to right, the disabilities were in the hand, the leg, and both. Now, their affected areas have been fitted with the mind-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthesis. The silver prosthetics shone brilliantly under the stage lights. At Pang Dehai's signal, the 3 individuals began performing different operations. They executed various daily movements with remarkable fluidity. The 3 of them had been fitted with the prosthetics for 1 day, 1 week, and 1 month, respectively. It was evident that regardless of the duration, their movements were all very smooth. This smoothness is largely attributed to our mind control technology, which allows for effective control of the prosthetics through the user's consciousness. In addition to everyday operations, the prosthetics are equipped with numerous built-in tools. Pang Dehai signaled to the 3 individuals, who nodded and revealed the various tools inside the prosthetics. It resembled the unfolding of cybernetic enhancements from a sci-fi scene, reminiscent of something out of a cyberpunk universe. Wow! If these tools could be replaced with sharp blades, small firearms, or even machine guns, all controlled by human consciousness. Wouldn't that be amazing? I thought robots were impressive enough, but receiving this prosthetic, it's equally astonishing. If we modify it like in that cyberpunk scenario, equipping it could create combat capabilities. What's the price? If it's affordable, one could buy it and customize it, retaining the mind control device while hollowing it out to transform it into a wearable prosthetic. Wouldn't that be even more impressive? A wearable battle suit, making everyone a version of Iron Man? People are no longer limited to just making prosthetics to help the disabled live normal lives. They are envisioning how prosthetics can advance on the path to becoming weapons. Meanwhile, the official followers of the Longting Group's live broadcast, as well as leaders from other regions, are not only witnessing the weaponization of prosthetics, but also imagining veterans who have been disabled returning to the battlefield. Equipped with these advanced technologies, veterans bring invaluable combat experience. Chapter 34: Various Types of Little Dragon Robots. Now let's announce the price of the prosthetics. After showcasing the built-in tools of the prosthetics, the host looked at the audience and smiled. Everyone present sat up straight, curious about the price of such technologically advanced prosthetics. Whether it was the new materials or the consciousness control technology used, all were top-notch. The price of an adult single prosthetic limb is 10,000 currency units. By submitting relevant disability certificates and passing the review, one can receive a discount of up to 50. As the host's words fell, both the audience on-site and those watching the live stream expressed disbelief. Only 10,000? A prosthetic limb containing multiple advanced technologies is so cheap. With the disability certificate discount, even an ordinary family could afford it, right? Of course, if it were covered by health insurance, it would be even cheaper. This company is doing charity. The products from this company are indeed beneficial to the public. Wow, at such a low price, I must buy one for modification. That's right, for just 10,000. I can get a prosthetic like in Cyberpunk 2077. Enough said. I'm ordering. Let's go. After the host announced the price of the prosthetics, everyone quickly reached a consensus. Just buy it. With a slight modification, they could get prosthetics similar to those in Cyberpunk 2077. Those interested in purchasing could visit the official website or various online and offline channels. After a brief reminder from the host, he waved his hand, and the large screen behind him switched to a new image. The product shown was the second-generation Dragon car. The car's design was more stylish and aesthetically pleasing, primarily featuring traditional colors. The host continuously introduced the car. However, the audience below seemed to have little interest. People in the live stream also kept commenting, asking, "When will we get to the robots?" Remind me, whether on-site or in the live stream, most were there for the robots. Naturally, interest in upgraded products like the second-generation Dragon car was low. The host was aware that everyone was more interested in the robots. But the introduction of these upgraded products was also necessary. After all, it was the company's second product launch event. Just introducing the prosthetics would be too thin. However, the host's introduction quickly moved on to some familiar old products. An hour later, the host's spirit was invigorated. Finally, it was time for the main product. The Little Dragon Robot. Everyone, let me take a sip of water and catch my breath. I will properly introduce our main product, the host announced energetically. Hearing this, the audience perked up and their previously dull expressions brightened. The number of viewers in the live stream also began to rise rapidly after the host's words. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly surpassed 10 million again, and it continues to increase at an astonishing rate. In just 5 minutes, the view count has already exceeded 100 million. It seems everyone is as eager as I am to see the Little Dragon robot developed by the Longting Group. To be honest, I don't know much about the Little Dragon robot. My understanding is mostly based on paper data. However, soon, I will unveil the Little Dragon to everyone. Behind Peng Dehai, a large screen displayed an object covered by a red cloth, and from its shape, it was clear that it resembled a human figure. The Little Dragon robot was developed over several years by the founder of our Longting Group, leading his team. Peng Dehai thought to himself, I can't believe it. Earlier this year, I was complaining about not being able to find any fun games to recommend. After years of research and experimentation, the Little Dragon robot is finally ready to enter the market. The material used for the Little Dragon is a new type, lightweight yet highly durable, with excellent resistance to corrosion, acids, and bases. The Little Dragon robot, made from this material, weighs only about twice that of an average adult. Its balance system, developed through biomimicry, human anatomy, and kinesiology, allows the Little Dragon robot to move as fluidly as a person, whether walking, strolling, or performing various complex movements. The Little Dragon robot can handle it all perfectly. After all this, everyone must be a bit confused. With 3 fingers raised, Peng Dehai said, Let's unveil the Little Dragon robot on the count of 3. 3:21. As an exhilarating piece of music played, the red cloth covering the robot slowly lifted. At the same time, several different Little Dragon robots walked up from both sides. The Little Dragon robots stood about 1.8 meters tall, primarily silver-white in color, with green lines for decoration. What stands out the most is the head of the Little Dragon robot, which is T-shaped rather than having human facial features. Everyone must be curious about why the head of the Little Dragon robot is designed this way. Seeing the confusion in the audience's eyes, Peng Dehai noted that comments were also being displayed on the screen opposite him. The live chat was buzzing with discussions about the appearance of the Little Dragon robot, as it differed somewhat from what everyone had imagined. In fact, many considerations were taken into account during the design process. On the large screen behind him, various head shapes of the Little Dragon robot were shown. After numerous tests, the final shape of the Little Dragon robot's head was determined, allowing for better visibility and the ability to respond more effectively to emergencies. Peng Dehai smiled as he explained, Next, I will introduce the application scenarios for the Little Dragon robot. For home use, we do not recommend it, as everyone already has their own helpers at home, right? Everything at home can be managed by the various chips developed by us. For the small Dragon robot, we recommend its application in various production activities. Whether it's mechanical tasks or more complex jobs that require a certain level of skill, they can handle them all. We have produced different types of robots tailored for specific production activities. Peng Dehai pointed to several different types of robots and said, This robot, which resembles a spider, is mainly used for various clothing production activities. This robot, with a particularly enlarged head and compound eyes of living creatures, is primarily used for identification tasks. As Peng Dehai introduced, many executives in the field looked at the small Dragon robot with sparkling eyes. Chapter 35. Reactions from various companies. Should we continue to borrow and research? Oh my, every piece of cutting-edge technology launched by Longting is driving market changes. With the introduction of these various types of robots, isn't our work going to be replaced by robots? If I had known earlier, I would have studied harder to engage in jobs that cannot be replaced by robots. Everyone doesn't need to be so pessimistic. The robots from Longting have likely been discussed by relevant authorities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached the market. Perhaps the authorities have already started using the robots produced by Longting. Indeed, those worried can take a look in the area of Ponen, which is the base of Longting. The first to use various cutting-edge technologies from Longting were the people there, and they are not as panicked. The advancement of technology means we no longer have to engage in highly repetitive and dangerous jobs, which is a good thing. With robots assisting us in production or work, we will have more time to pursue our personal and spiritual needs. What was said upstairs is correct. The government has already penalized a number of large companies that did not implement an 8-hour workday, and the crackdown is intensifying. Good days for our country are coming. Viewers in the live broadcast room continuously discussed. Some were panicked that the emergence of robots would cause them to lose their jobs and income. Others feared the uncertainty of their future due to robots. However, there were also informed individuals in the live room who comforted the audience with their comments. As they said, The leadership of the nation is aware of the impact that the small dragon robot will have on society. The impact will be significant, and there are many challenges. But fearing these challenges and trying to prevent the emergence of robots, that won't work because the arrival of robots can bring immense benefits to society and the people. After all, the demographic dividend will eventually be exhausted. People need guidance to innovate and explore new developments in society. Therefore, the national leadership allowed Longting Group to release the small dragon robot product and discussed a range of policies and strict market regulations to release labor and promote society's advancement to a higher level. At the press conference, Pang Dehai continued to explain. However, the reporters on site and representatives from various companies were listening to the explanations while simultaneously reporting back to their newspapers and companies. More detailed information about the Xilongren robot was also disseminated through their coverage, reaching a wider audience. The board of directors of the company, along with major shareholders, were seated on either side of a long conference table. At this moment, Chairman Ren Fei and the other directors were focused on the screen at the front of the meeting room. The white screen was broadcasting the live press conference of the Longting Group. On the left side of the live broadcast, there were materials and information regarding the Xilongren robot, and even some internal experimental videos could be seen. Of course, this was intentionally leaked by Gu Li, otherwise, under the control of Zero. They wouldn't have been able to uncover any information related to Longting. The robot they were watching was specifically designed by Longting Group for manufacturing communication devices. They discussed their thoughts and whether to purchase and manufacture their own equipment. After pondering for a while, Ren Fei spoke up. I think we can start by purchasing enough robots to control a production line and test the productivity of the robots to see if it meets our needs. After all, robots are not as flexible as humans. I agree. I have investigated that the materials used in the Xilongren robot, although newly developed, are not expensive. Considering the costs and investment in technical research, the cost of one robot should be around 500,000 to 1,000,000. Of course, this is my estimation. And given Longting's nature, this price might be somewhat inflated. At such a price, procuring a few for testing is definitely necessary. The emergence of the Xilongren robot is comparable to the advent of the steam engine, sparking an industrial revolution. In my view, the fourth industrial revolution should start from Ponin and influence the entire world. Dong Shuachang, seated in the third position next to Ren Fei, analyzed seriously. With Dong Shuachang's statement, other shareholders began to voice their opinions as well. Eventually, they gradually formed a unified consensus to procure Xilongren robots and apply them in their factories to assess their production efficiency. Not only Huaxing Company, but other domestic companies were also eyeing Longting's Xilongren robots. After all, the returns generated from investing in robots would definitely surpass those from hiring workers for production. Companies like Dami and the Blue and Green factories were also interested in these robots designed for manufacturing communication equipment. In addition to them, many other companies were interested in different types of Xilongren robots, whether in the clothing industry, industrial sector, agriculture, and so on. Longting Group had designs to meet production needs across numerous fields. Why? How did Longting Group manage to produce robots? What have you been doing? Why have we invested so much in research and development and so many human and material resources? Yet we can't compete with a small company that has only been established for 2 months? The president of a robotics production company, looking at the 3 individuals responsible for the robotics project, roared. The robotics project, established in 2009, had just recently overcome challenges with the robot's balance system, making the robots more agile. However, this was limited to pre-programmed scenarios. Otherwise, they would have already launched products to the market. Now, a company that had only been established for a few months had surpassed them. If it were another country with some capable companies, he could accept it and admire their ability to produce robots that meet market demands. But this company, which had emerged so recently, had not even made any significant noise in the robotics field. They hadn't even applied for patents related to robotic technology. How could such a young company surpass them after over a decade of research? The 3 individuals in front of the president remained silent. What could they say? That they weren't working hard enough? That they weren't clever enough? Their projects had yielded results, but technology relies on ideas, inspiration, and creativity. Being surpassed could only mean that the other party had better, more innovative ideas that allowed for faster project implementation, leaving them with no arguments. Boss, should we continue our research on that robot? One of them asked. The small robot costing 350,000? The president's eyes widened in disbelief. The other company was already launching their robots into the market. Why bother researching when they were simply rehashing leftover products? He continued to shout, splattering saliva on the three. Stop the research for now. After a few days, once we buy that small robot, we'll study it. In the meantime, organize the detailed data for our robotics project. I need it. After calming down, he looked at the three with a sense of helplessness. He understood that in technology, being first to research doesn't guarantee being the leader. It was unfortunate that his team had not grasped the key technical aspects. The only way forward was to learn quickly, improve their technology, and launch their own robotics. Once they fell behind, the robot market would no longer belong to them. Not only the robotics company, but also others like ABB, Google, and various industrial robotics firms were very interested in the small robot. Unlike the primary focus of the robotics company on humanoid robots, these companies mainly developed industrial, legged, wheeled, or medical robots. However, they shared the same goal: to purchase the small robot from the emerging company, study the technology within, and develop their own humanoid robots. The market for robots is enormous. No matter the industry, robots can find their way in. Even if sold, one can still earn a significant amount through robot maintenance. The presentation at the conference was still ongoing when the speaker introduced the types of the Xylongren robot. With a wave of his hand, he continued, having introduced the types of the Xylongren robot. Next, I will discuss the energy source and endurance of the Xylongren robot. Our Xylongren robot uses the same energy source as our Dragon aviation vehicles, which is graphene battery energy. The energy pack consists of 12 graphene batteries, each measuring 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters and 30 centimeters thick, with a single battery's energy density exceeding 10,000 kWh. The energy pack made up of these 12 graphene batteries allows the robot to operate at maximum power for over 12 hours. Once the battery is depleted, thanks to our fast charging technology, the Xylongren robot can be re-energized in just 1 hour. Full power operation for 12 hours, and after just 1 hour, it can continue working. Who wouldn't want such a robot? Moreover, the 1 hour charging time also allows the robot to rest and cool down, enabling it to be used for a longer duration. This is the thought process of those looking to purchase robots for production purposes. However, in the discussions within the live stream, these robots appeared differently to them. Graphene battery pack? The products from Lonting are clearly focused on energy. Who could argue otherwise? It's quite normal. The solar power generating boat matrix in the Poyang area has already been established, with cables hanging down from the sky like the roots of a big tree. To my knowledge, the daily power generation is comparable to that of a small nuclear power plant. If we don't promote these graphene batteries, where would all that power go? Therefore, Lonting Group is definitely committed to graphene batteries. I agree with the previous comment, but I wonder, how difficult is it to modify the Xylongren robot? If I modify that spider-like Xylongren robot, could I become Spider-Man? Haha, is that it? The imagination of the previous commenter is still too simplistic. If I could modify the Xylongren robot, I would directly research it to develop an Iron Man suit, or create a set of Dr. Octopus's tentacles. Those tentacles are much more flexible. Why does everyone want to modify it? Is the Xylongren robot that easy to modify? What else would you do with a robot if not modify it? Just buy it and look at it? Exactly, modifying the robot is the true goal. Looking at the Xylongren robot, I have already thought of a whole set of modification ideas. Bro, remember to put out a tutorial to teach me. Come on, you old rascal, waiting to mooch off my ideas. The conversation in the live stream was all about how to modify it. However, their ideas are indeed feasible. Ghoulie hasn't set too many technical restrictions on the Xylongren robot. As long as the internal system isn't damaged, you can modify it however you like. The technology used in the Little Dragon robot is not very advanced. Now, it's time for us to reveal the price of the Little Dragon robot. Everyone can take a guess at the final price, and the closest guess will receive a beautiful gift prepared by the company. You can press the red button next to your seat to choose your guess number, and those in the live stream can participate by sending comments. But remember, there's only one chance to bid. Mr. Pang Dahai raised a finger and said, everyone started to choose or type their guess numbers. 3 minutes later. Alright, the data has been mostly compiled, and now we will reveal the final price of the Little Dragon robot. The final price of our Little Dragon robot is 350,000 yuan each. A series of numbers suddenly appeared on the big screen behind Pang Dahai with a thud. Wow. Upon seeing this number, everyone present, including those in the live stream, widened their eyes in shock and surprise, even more intense than when the car company announced its prices. This is a robot. Everyone knows how high the technology content of robots is. It's only sold for $350,000, cheaper than a car, now in the domestic market. Due to the good quality and low prices of the car company, sales have declined, and many cars have also lowered their prices to maintain sales. Although they ultimately could not sustain it, they adjusted their prices back a bit. Oh my gosh, $350,000 each. Is that really so cheap? Brothers who modify cars? How about we crowdfund to buy one together and modify it? I think that's a good idea. Let us create a group to chat about it. Haha. I actually guessed it right. What is inside the beautiful gift from the company? Does anyone know? The Little Dragon Robot Modification Shop is officially online. Brothers who want to modify, call me. Such a low price has also made companies looking to purchase widen their eyes. At $350,000, according to their budget, they could buy over 50 units. Chapter 37, Crazy Buyers. This robot is priced at 350,000 yuan. Anyone who sees this price is left speechless. It's not just individuals going crazy over this price. Even companies and enterprises are going wild. Is 350,000 expensive? No, not at all. As long as a person has a good credit record and finds a guarantor, they can mortgage a car or a house and at least get a loan of over 500,000. With the successful establishment of the online network, online shopping has become more convenient and accessible. Buying a Little Dragon robot allows one to produce the products they need. They could support their own shop. Many personal online stores basically have factories do the processing or drop shipping. Now with the Little Dragon robot, they can solve the raw material issues and produce themselves. With such operations, costs will decrease significantly. If an online store has a hit product, the invested costs can quickly be recouped. Many people are eager to purchase the small dragon robot after understanding the key aspect. However, only a few want to buy it for modification, as modifying the robot is primarily for personal enjoyment. After the launch event, those with money placed their orders directly, while others sought ways to fund their purchases. Those who guessed the price close to that of the small dragon robot received exquisite gifts from the company. In the live broadcast, those who guessed correctly filled in their delivery addresses, and the gifts were sent to them. In a military research base, a teacup in Du Kaiyu's hand dropped to the ground with a loud crash. Fortunately, the cup was sturdy and didn't break, but the tea spilled everywhere. Damn it. This brat is wasting the country's money. Words spilled out of Du Kaiyu's mouth, filled with frustration. He was well aware of Guli's research on the small dragon robot, and had even purchased some for military production and research. They aimed to decipher the technology inside and develop their own robots to form a robotic team. When they initially bought from Guli, each robot cost 1 million, claiming it was at cost price. But now, the small dragon robot costs only 350,000. That's a difference of 650,000. More importantly, they directly purchased 150 units. Rounded up, Guli made a profit of 1 billion. This brat claims to sell at cost to the country, not profiting from it. But look at the reality. He made quite a lot. Du Kaiyu thought he must take the time to criticize Guli properly, without a reasonable explanation for the higher-ups. They would lose faith in Guli. Especially in such matters, it undoubtedly feels like deceiving the country. If this happens once, will it happen again? The first time it was money, what about the next? Once such suspicions arise, Guli's future will be challenging. He certainly doesn't want to see Guli, whom he supports, fall like this. In a robotics company, a voice on the other end of the phone asked, "How much?" 350,000. Is that in local currency? Are you sure there is no mistake? The disbelief was evident in the tone. Such a high-tech product, and the company sells it for only 350,000? That is about 580,000 in foreign currency. With such a bargain price, he immediately considered the company as a supplier. He thought about buying the small dragon robot, making some modifications, repackaging it, and selling it as his own development. With his company's influence, would the price still be 580,000? He wouldn't be doing justice to his company's investment if he didn't sell it for over 1 million. You immediately order 100 small dragon robots for me. He instructed the person on the phone. Even at such a low price, he decided to first buy a portion for research. After forming a research report and presenting it to the board, he could then make a bulk purchase. Okay. After hanging up the phone, the anger that had been building inside him dissipated in an instant. Such a low price brought him back some joy. Meanwhile, at the Star Exploration Research Base, in Woody's office, Fal was also present. Robots? He never expected the development capabilities of the company to be so strong. Fal looked at the images on the computer, filled with admiration. The research at their base, involving theories and technologies related to artificial intelligence, exoskeleton devices, and intelligent robots, was all derived from the remnants of alien spacecraft. Many inspirations and ideas from these technologies came from the alien wreckage. But what about the company? Where did their technology come from? Boss, did the remnants of the alien spacecraft we discovered also get taken by them? Fal speculated. Woody shook his head. It's uncertain. We can no longer gather intelligence on them from mobile devices. Current intelligence relies on agents within that region, and information transmission is difficult. They have tight security there. Much information about them is hard to obtain. Moreover, according to our sources, the ones seizing alien wreckage are mostly from other countries. We haven't seen any signs of them, but we can't rule it out, especially since several of our teams have no survivors. It's very likely that robots participated in the combat. Our people at the scene also fired shots. Bullets hit the enemy, but there was no blood, just flattened bullet heads. So, their speculation is that there are robot units involved. After all, wearing bulletproof vests and other protective measures, bullets would be embedded in them rather than flying out. Should we contact someone to help us purchase the little dragon robots? Fal asked Woody. Woody thought for a moment. Yes. Acquiring insights from their robots would be beneficial for us. Fal nodded. Their robots, in fact, were similar to those from a well-known robotics company, lacking any combat capability. They were fine in the lab, but they wouldn't stand a chance in the field against human combatants. Soon, Woody reported to superiors and secured special funds. However, they quickly received the latest news from their contact assisting with purchases in that region. The selling price of the little dragon robots in the international market was 10 million local currency. This did not even include tariffs, as they would not allow robots to be easily exported internationally. Overall, a single little dragon robot would start at a minimum of $1.5 million. Their original plan to purchase 100 robots was now bankrupt. Their budget could only allow for 2 or 3 little dragon robots. Damn it. How can they treat us like this? Ailes roared. Chapter 38. Custom orders from the military. Progress in mobile military equipment. So are we still buying? Came a voice from the other end of the still-connected call. Ailes, still furious, shouted, Buy? We must buy. Just 100 units. Make it 10. In the end, Ailes said somewhat dejectedly. The company certainly has money, but that money isn't his. It belongs to the shareholders and investors. If it were as cheap as before, buying 100 units wouldn't be an issue, but now, each unit starts at least at $1.5 million, without having developed anything useful. Making a bulk purchase would be hard to justify to the board and shareholders. Woody faced the same situation. He originally planned to procure 10 units for transportation and research, but now it has been adjusted to 3 units. At the headquarters, in Wei Jia's office, the screen displayed the sales order numbers for the little dragon robot. Gu Li and Wei Jia sat on the sofa opposite the screen. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Peng Dehai and Lin Mingnan, the general manager of the little dragon robot company, entered with smiles on their faces. So, how many orders have we sold? Peng Dehai casually sat next to Gu Li, pouring himself a cup of tea. The earlier press conference had left him quite dry-mouthed. Lin Mingnan respectfully greeted Manager Wei, Chairman Gu, before sitting down on the single sofa. Take a look. Gu Li gestured towards the screen. After sipping some tea to ease his dryness, he looked up at the screen, which displayed the sales data for the products newly launched by the group today. However, Peng Dehai's focus was solely on the little dragon robot. After all, it was the highlight product that everyone anticipated. Little dragon robot. 375 units. Is that all? Peng Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had high hopes for the robot. Yet only over 10,000 units were sold, totaling only 3.5 billion. Isn't that a bit too low? Moreover, the audience's reactions during the event were quite significant. He noticed the shock in everyone's eyes. The comments in the live stream were filled with purchasing intentions. But why were the numbers so poor? That's not bad. It's just that we just launched the little dragon robot. Everyone says they want to buy, but a new product needs some time for people to try out, right? Wei Jia said with a smile, her dimples appearing. Mingnan, don't you think so? The others turned to Lin Mingnan, who smiled back at them. Let me say a few words. Actually, these numbers are quite good. As Manager Wei mentioned, people don't fully understand the little dragon robot yet. So even though they are shocked, they still want to wait and see its specific functions. According to my analysis, this data indicates that people are eager to experiment with the efficiency of the little dragon robot. These little dragon robots are harvested from various locations, mostly from different companies, with few coming from individuals. Lin Mingnan shared what he knew. Therefore, even though everyone is quite enthusiastic, the purchasing desire is still somewhat suppressed. In a few days, we will see the real sales data. Overall, this launch event was very successful. Guli poured a cup of tea for Lin Mingnan and said, "Tonight, the company is having a team-building event to celebrate the successful conclusion of the second product launch. It has been quite a while since the company last had a team-building activity. Boss, it's a call from Du Kaiyu." Just as Guli came out of Wei Jia's office, Zero's reminder reached his ears. "Please connect me." Guli put on his glasses, and Du Kaiyu's figure appeared on the lens screen. Du Kaiyu's voice was also transmitted to Guli's ears through bone conduction. "Xiao Gu, what you did is not fair." Du Kaiyu's disappointed tone left Guli puzzled. "Uncle Du, what do you mean I did something unfair?" Guli thought back to his dealings with Du Kaiyu. He had never wronged him. "About the robots. You sold them for 350,000 Huaxia coins, but sold them to the government for 1 million. How can you say that as fair?" Guli breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, is that what you meant? Uncle Du, do you have a misunderstanding about me?" "What misunderstanding? The robots I sold are different from those sold to the government. The ones I sold to the government are equipped with weapon systems. Moreover, the energy source of the robots uses better battery energy packs, and they can even be replaced with nuclear power in the future. Can you really compare the two?" Guli patiently explained. Du Kaiyu fell silent, feeling extremely awkward. He didn't know about this matter. It hadn't been reported below. And Guli hadn't asked about it either. "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely. Would I lie to you, Uncle Du?" Guli's lips curled up, a faint smile playing at the corners. He understood why Du Kaiyu was inquiring. The higher-ups hadn't fully researched his robots yet. Otherwise, Du Kaiyu wouldn't have asked. "Uncle Du, is there anything else?" "Yes," Du Kaiyu said seriously. "We want to customize a batch of robots. Their main purpose will be for mine clearance, obstacle removal, bridge construction, and road repair tasks for engineering troops, until the robots can be fully evaluated without endangering our own personnel. The higher-ups want to allow them to have combat capabilities. Otherwise, if there's a robot mutiny, it would be disastrous for us." "Okay, no problem. I'll design them for maximum efficiency." Guli didn't hesitate and agreed directly. "When the time comes, I'll deliver them to the military base along with those mobile military weapons. Have you thought about the nuclear-powered tanks?" Upon hearing Guli's words, Du Kaiyu's spirit lifted, and an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. "Uncle Du, you have a need, so how could I be negligent? I am working with my team, designing overnight, constantly simulating, eliminating designs, and redesigning and resimulating. My research team has not stopped for a moment, working in shifts to assist the nation in researching relevant technologies. Now we finally have some clues, but we cannot be sure if it will work. We still need to continue our research and refinement. However, we have not let Uncle Du down, and we have produced some results." Guli exaggeratedly described the results, but in reality, all the achievements were derived from Zero simulations. "Haha, I knew you had the capability." Du Kaiyu laughed heartily. The group of people at his base was also engaged in similar research simulations, but they had not developed corresponding technologies. The gap was clearly evident in this comparison. Chapter 39. Can it really be cracked? Has the water been released? In the capital city, Zhongguancun, the Changlong Research Institute, jointly established by 3 companies, Fengjiang Intelligent Technology Company, Limited, Hongji Information Intelligence Company, Limited, and Skyline Robotics Technology R&D Company, Limited. Among them, Fengjiang primarily focuses on agriculture, construction, logistics, and provides a complete set of unmanned driving solutions. Hongji offers an end-to-end software automation platform for the robotics industry, a cloud-native platform, and digital transformation solutions, enabling cross-industry and cross-organization digital transformation. Skyline targets intelligent driving and the broader intelligent IoT field, providing comprehensive empowerment services, including high-performance intelligent computing chips, open tool chains, and rich algorithm samples. However, their future goals are actually aligned to develop intelligent robots in the region. Otherwise, the 3 companies would not have established the research institute together because their objectives are consistent. At this time, several different types of small dragon robots were displayed in front of the 3 individuals, with a line of R&D personnel standing behind them. The 3 in front are the research team leaders from Fengjiang, Hongji, and Skyline, Irue, Niuxiumao, and Zhongshu. Each brought their own team members to start the research. Let's begin by studying the directions we are familiar with. Then we'll hold a meeting to jointly research the small dragon robots. What do you think? Irue looked at Niu Shuimao and Zhong Shu, who both nodded in agreement. Soon, the three of them, along with their respective research personnel, began to study the small dragon robots. They analyzed the relevant technologies within the small dragon robots based on their own expertise. Meanwhile, companies like Huaxing, Dami, Penguin, and Ali, although they are technology companies, have not delved deeply into the field of robotics. Their research level is limited even after purchasing small dragon robots. Their technological sources primarily come from purchasing others' technologies or investing in other companies. At the same time, there are universities in the region offering robotics engineering majors, such as Huaxia University of Aerospace, Beixi University of Technology, Jiangxi University, and Shuimu University, all of which have also purchased several small dragon robots for research. There are several universities that have collaborated with a certain company, and when the little dragon robot was introduced, the partnership shifted from artificial intelligence to intelligent robotics. The cooperation deepened continuously as they understood the disconnect between educational institutions and society, and there is now a desire to change this situation. They encourage deeper collaborations with major enterprises to jointly develop various technologies and offer beneficial programs for students to learn survival skills, so that when they enter the workforce, they aren't completely unprepared. While domestic researchers are engrossed in their studies, companies and individuals abroad that purchased the little dragon robot are expressing their frustration. Where's the little dragon robot I ordered? How long has it been? Can you tell me how long? It has been a whole week. I still haven't seen any sign of it. I heard that those companies in the region received their little dragon robots a long time ago. Why are we so slow? A certain individual was fuming, having already transferred the payment a week ago, yet after all this time, they still had no tracking number. Boss, this isn't my fault. I inquired with the company, and they said production capacity is limited and they ship based on the order time. They said that, and there's nothing I can do about it, the subordinate replied helplessly. Humph, came a heavy grunt of anger. I don't care. You need to urge them daily to ship our order as soon as possible. The essence of high technology lies in who can master it faster. The first to grasp it will capture the largest market share, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. After some time, the little dragon robot finally arrived from abroad. For this, the individual was once again furious. After waiting for over a week, they finally received it. This time was enough for the local researchers to thoroughly study the little dragon robot. Just as expected, once the domestic researchers received it, they had already conducted extensive research. Group leader, the little dragon robot isn't as difficult to study as they claimed, is it? A person in a white lab coat asked in confusion. When she started studying the little dragon robot, she had heard that products from that company were the hardest to crack. She had attempted to decipher their products, focusing on her area of expertise, and found it to be as difficult as the rumors suggested. However, during this period, she found the process of cracking the little dragon robot unexpectedly smooth. Utilizing her professional skills, she easily deciphered the technology inside, which also provided her with various insights. I found the same thing. The outer technologies are easy to crack, but when it comes to the core or the chips, it's challenging, another colleague added. Does this mean the company intentionally made it easier? Another speculated. With Longting's technology, it is evidently easy to keep one's own technology secure from being cracked. It should be. Zhong Shu and Niu Shuimao nodded. They weren't fools and quickly understood. Never mind that. How is your research in your respective fields going? Almost done. The two replied in unison. Then let's hold a meeting to summarize our findings and integrate our developments for the robots. Good. Bang. Il slammed his hand on the table. You, a PhD graduate from a prestigious robotics institute. You, an honorary professor from a renowned intelligent robotics academy. And you, a distinguished professor from a well-known technology institute, whom I went to great lengths to invite here. And what now? You tell me you can't crack the Xylongren robot? If it were core technology, the difficulty would indeed be high, and Longting's anti-theft technology is top-notch in the industry. Yet you can't even break through the peripheral technologies? What exactly are you good for? Els looked at Diz, Nick, and Brewster in front of him, giving them another round of scolding. The three remained silent. Their technology was indeed impressive, and they had no solutions. Even with the knowledge of the technologies Longting had released, they were still stumped by the Xylongren robot. If they had a solution, they wouldn't have come to consult Els. They really wanted to ask who said Longting was slacking off. Chapter 40. Delivery, Nuclear-Powered Mobile Equipment. In an undisclosed location. At Ma Yingzhua's military robot research base, the Honggang Research Base. Ma Yingzhuo was currently with his research team, gathered around a prosthetic limb. This prosthetic was naturally Longting's consciousness-controlled, semi-intelligent prosthetic, and they were studying this intelligent limb. They were researching the weaponization of the prosthetic to ensure it could empower disabled soldiers with formidable combat capabilities. On another front, they aimed to derive consciousness control technology from it to apply it to their human-controlled intelligent robots. Team leader, our research this time is surprisingly smooth. Indeed, it was unexpectedly smooth. Ma Yingzhuo couldn't help but exclaim. They had not been without attempts at studying Longting's technology before, but every time ended in failure. Yet this time, they quickly derived the technology they desired. The starkly different outcome made Ma Yingzhuo and his team feel as if they were dreaming. Could it be that their own technology had become more advanced? Ma Yingzhuo shook his head, dismissing this impossible thought. Regardless, let's quickly grasp these technologies and apply them to our robots. Then, our soldiers can remotely control these robots in combat. Ma Yingzhuo said excitedly. What was his purpose in developing robots? It was to enable the soldiers to avoid the battlefield personally, to engage the enemy from a distance, as if playing a game. This way, the soldiers could reduce losses, reunite with their families, and return home, instead of becoming the meat that gets ground in the war machine. Boss, I still can't understand why we didn't set up anti-theft technology for our products this time. In the underground base in the southern region, Zero couldn't help but ask Guli. I'm lazy. Guli casually replied while playing with a blue and white porcelain teacup. Zero, oh boss. Do you think I would believe that? Setting up anti-theft technology is just a matter of me moving my fingers. You wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Zero said somewhat playfully. With Zero's learning, its thinking began to change towards that of a human. Its emotions were becoming more human-like, and the questions in its mind were increasing. The only one it could ask was Guli. All right, let me tell you directly. Those technologies are what we have left over. Throwing them out to society can better promote the development of domestic technology. Guli said truthfully. The technology on the little dragon robot is indeed very minimal. Holding it in hand, it doesn't really have much use. Throwing it out to stimulate domestic technology is quite good. Then why do foreign technologies need to be protected? Zero continued to ask. Hey, the people abroad are not from our country. Why should we give them a break? It's enough for our people to master these technologies. Guli suddenly thought of the pests within the country and added, at least we want our people to have technology that is ahead of foreign technologies. Oh right, boss. We almost finished developing nuclear-powered tanks and other military mobile equipment, and we started manufacturing. In about a week, we should be able to produce a considerable number of military mobile equipment. Good, produce it as soon as possible. What? What did you say? You've already produced quite a few nuclear-powered tanks, and now you want to transport them over? Du Kaiyu's face was filled with disbelief. This brat said it was difficult before, and now? You developed it just before National Day. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had told me earlier, I could have arranged for you to be part of the National Day parade. How impressive would that be? Would we still need to hold another military exercise to showcase these weapons? You really should have said it sooner. Du Kaiyu pulled back his shock. If you had said it earlier, I would have helped you showcase it to the people of the nation. Hey, Uncle Du, don't joke with me. Guli waved his hand. If I could have made it in time, I would definitely have told you. Unfortunately, I really didn't make it. I didn't expect it to coincide perfectly with National Day. Du Kaiyu smiled and nodded at Guli. But the timing is quite good with the National Day parade. Transporting this batch of equipment can also serve a good concealment purpose. I'll help you arrange it. We'll transport it by rail to the capital for the leaders to see. Du Kaiyu said with a smile. Good. Guli nodded. Just as Guli was about to hang up the phone, Du Kaiyu said, Little Gu, the National Day Parade is the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come to the capital for a visit? I will arrange a few inner seats for you, so you can bring your grandparents along. This way, our old comrades can see the thriving nation. Guli pondered for a moment. Then I'll leave it to you. Uncle Du, no problem at all. Besides, there are many things in the parade that were contributed and developed by you. If I didn't invite you, I would feel quite guilty. Haha, thank you, Uncle Du. After hanging up the phone, Guli went directly to the Yudu building. Of course, Qin Xiaolu must be brought along to see the parade, right? What? A parade? Qin Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, her body instinctively standing up. Fortunately, she now has her own independent office. Otherwise, her shout would definitely attract the attention of many colleagues in the company. Yes, to see the parade. Guli sat half on the desk, grinning at Qin Xiaolu. How many tickets do you have? If there are only 2 or 3, then you and your grandparents can go. They are old Red Army soldiers, and they would surely be very happy to see the new face of the country. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xiaolu shook her head. Then I'll give the tickets to my grandparents? Guli asked with a smile. Yes, Qin Xiaolu nodded, though she felt a bit reluctant inside. She had seen parades before, but that was on television. The momentum was truly breathtaking. If she could see the parade in person, it would definitely be something to look forward to. But haha, just kidding. I have plenty of tickets for the parade. One tea make a difference. We can go together. Guli laughed heartily. You just love to see me make a fool of myself. Qin Xiaolu huffed defiantly, playfully punching Guli's arm. Tonight we'll go pick up my grandparents and their comrades. Tomorrow we'll head to the capital. Okay, as for the nuclear-powered tanks, just ensure the loading and unloading is under control. Those devices are still being developed in the Northwest. It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. Chapter 41. The parade is about to begin. Promoted to Major. Literally, let me tell you, back on the battlefield, I was unstoppable. Those soldiers would see me and raise their hands, mumbling incomprehensible gibberish. Suddenly, I slapped him, damn it. I took his gun and ignored him, leaving it to logistics to handle. I won't coddle them. They've bullied us for so long, and now they want preferential treatment? They can dream. If it weren't for the higher-ups' strict orders, I would have sent them to see the king of hell long ago. On a private plane, Gu Li's grandfather, Gu Minghui, was proudly recounting his achievements while dressed in military uniform. Sitting beside him were Gu Li's grandmother, He Xianghua, and their comrades, totaling around 20 people, perfectly filling the private plane. As a means of transportation, the private plane had been given a life of its own. A private plane equipped with a weapon system was still in development in the Northwest. Gu Li's grandparents and their comrades wore uniforms from their respective units. Although these uniforms were old, they were kept impeccably clean. The creases above were neatly pressed by an iron. Just bragging. If it weren't for your grandson, I would have exposed all your secrets. An older gentleman in a dark green outfit turned around and shouted with vigor. I have some dirt on you too. Do you believe I'll tell your sister-in-law about your little issues? Gu Minghui retorted. Sitting next to him was a woman with a high ponytail, Su Meijiao, who turned around. Gu, you have to talk some sense into him. Otherwise, every time we argue, he throws my past at me. We're all old friends here, exposing each other's secrets. The atmosphere was quite cheerful, and the crew members looked at the veterans on the plane with great respect. 2 hours later, Gu Li and the others settled down at a hotel closest to a famous landmark. Of course, the price was quite steep. Moreover, due to the event, the hotel prices skyrocketed. A regular room for a night cost several thousand, or even up to 10,000. The rooms were fully booked early on, leaving only a few presidential suites available, which also included a special access route to the landmark. Therefore, Gu Li made a reservation to help his grandfather and his comrades avoid long lines. I had the staff bring up some food, and I told the grandparents to rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take everyone to explore the area, and the day after, we will attend the ceremony. Gu Li said loudly, while he and Qin Xiaolu had their room in another nearby hotel. All right. Gu Minghui continued assigning rooms. The next day, Gu Li took Gu Minghui and the others around the vicinity. There were many elderly individuals in military uniforms on the road, most of whom had the same purpose for being there, to attend the ceremony in front of the famous landmark. Therefore, Gu Li and his group didn't stand out or attract attention. Gu Li understood that accompanying his grandparents on a tour to see the beautiful landscapes of their homeland was more tiring than accompanying Qin Xiaolu on a shopping trip. Because besides being a walking shelf, he was also a photographer subjected to various demands. Exhausting, Gu Li lay on the bed while Qin Xiaolu helped massage him. You've worked hard. Qin Xiaolu laughed, saying that with Gu Li around, only he was being bossed around. Once I finish this, I'll head back to my room. We have to get up early tomorrow. Gu Li nodded, saying he didn't know what his grandfather was thinking. They had told everyone there was a special access route, so they didn't need to wake up so early. Yet, they still had to get up at 6 o'clock. How could we young people manage that? Gu Li complained. Set a few more alarms. Good grandson. Qin Xiaolu tapped Gu Li's head. The next day, before dawn, Gu Li was awakened by his grandfather's knocking. Sleepily, Gu Li got ready and arrived at the entrance to the viewing area for the ceremony. Seeing the huge crowd at the entrance, Gu Li felt much more awake. My goodness, so many people? He thought 6 o'clock was early enough. He didn't expect there would be others even earlier. Hello, sir, please follow us. I will take you to the special access route. Then Gu Li saw the special passage of the hotel. The hotel staff helped them queue, but they went ahead and cut in line. Looking at the long queue behind them, Gu decided, forget it. We're not using this special passage. Gu Minghui and the others looked at Gu Li with appreciation. How could they cut in line? How could they disrespect their uniforms and beliefs? Grandpa, let us wait a bit. I'll contact Uncle Du to see if he has any other methods. It will take too long to queue like this. Gu Li said to Gu Minghui. All right. Following Uncle Du's instructions, Gu Li went outside to a less crowded area away from the entrance. Before long, 3 military off-road vehicles arrived. These military vehicles could seat at least 7 people. Du Kaiyu got out of the first vehicle. As he got out, he pointed at Gu Li with his hand. Little Gu, you really didn't tell me you were coming. I arranged an intervenue seat for you. Not to enter from here. Hello, old leaders. After complaining to Gu Li, he extended his hands to Gu Minghui and the others. After a brief exchange, Gu Minghui was invited into the vehicle by Du Kaiyu, heading towards the inner venue. Inside the vehicle, Du Kaiyu took out a set of military uniform and shoulder epaulets from the passenger seat. Little Gu, you should change into this uniform later. Your seat is not with your grandfather. You're sitting with Ma Yingzhua. You both are high-level talents in our military, so you should communicate more. Gu Li took the uniform and shoulder epaulets from Du Kaiyu. The rank displayed on the shoulder epaulette had obviously changed from captain to major. Wow, little Gu, you've become a major. Gu Minghui said in shock as he looked at the shoulder epaulette. Old Gu, your grandson's rank is higher than ours. However, I remember little Li didn't join the army, did he? The 2 elderly men sitting behind, who had a good relationship with Gu Minghui, looked at Du Kaiyu in confusion. Leaders, you may not know. Now Little Gu's company has contributed a lot to our military equipment, and some of the weapons are from Little Gu's company. Just like this time's parade, some of the military equipment was manufactured and developed by Little Gu's company. To thank Gu Li and facilitate his entry and exit from the base, the higher-ups specially approved his rank and uniform, Du Kaiyu explained to Gu Li. So that's how it is. No wonder he's from the Gu family. Even without joining the army, he can achieve great things. Good job, Little Gu, keep it up. Gu Minghui's comrades looked at Gu Li with approval. When we get back, tell your dad, Gu Minghui said, rubbing the shoulder epaulette seriously. Okay. Gu Li understood his grandfather's meaning. Chapter 42, The Shock of the Parade. Advanced Military Weapons and Equipment. Come, leaders, here are your seat numbers. Du Kaiyu handed the seat numbers to Gu Minghui and the others. Gu Li then looked at Qin Xiaolu. Xiaolu, please take good care of my grandparents and their comrades. Don't worry. Qin Xiaolu smiled and replied. Their seats were on either side directly across from Tiananmen Square. In front of them was the band performing live. The guest seating for watching the parade was located on either side at the back. Many people had already taken their seats. As it was impossible to wait until the official start to allow entry, it would take too long for everyone to get in. Gu Li followed Du Kaiyu to the other side, where there were no people in the seats. After all, those sitting here were mostly military personnel, and there was a special access route to enter this area. I'll take you to change clothes first, and then introduce you to Ma Yingzhua. You will enter together later. Du Kaiyu said in the car. After changing clothes, Gu Li was taken to meet Ma Yingzhua. Hey, Xiaogu, you're here too? Ma Yingzhua said in surprise upon seeing Gu Li in military uniform. Wow, a major rank, impressive. But given the technology contributions you've made, this rank seems a bit low. Uncle Ma, don't joke with me, Gu Li replied with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Fang Yuan, who has been researching intelligent robots with me. He is Gu Li, the true founder of intelligent robotics. Hello. Hello. Thanks to Ma Yingzhua's introduction, Gu Li met several people. As Du Kaiyu had mentioned, most of the attendees were talents responsible for military research in the region. However, Gu Li's presence clearly surprised them, as the technologies they had struggled to develop were actually created by someone as young as Gu Li. The conversation continued until just before the parade was about to begin. At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, the parade officially started. First, the audience entered, and major media outlets began live coverage of the ceremony. Guided by staff, Gu Li took his seat as arranged by Du Kaiyu. The band in front also started playing stirring music. The red flags held by the audience waved in the wind, and the vibrant red everywhere heightened the festive atmosphere to its peak. Seated, Gu Li could still hear discussions and cheers all around. He chatted with Ma Yingzhua and exchanged messages with Qin Xiaolu using gestures. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it was time for the region to welcome representatives from other countries. The various formations quieted down and looked toward the Tiananmen area. A deep male voice came through the speakers reading the welcome speech. Each time a representative from a country was announced, the crowd erupted in warm applause, showcasing the region's hospitality. The order of announcements also reflected the relationships the region had with various countries. By around 9:50, the announcements concluded, and the flag-raising ceremony officially began. With the sound of a cannon, the flag guard team started from the monument to the people's heroes, marching in formation to the base of the flagpole, standing in line and lowering their rifles. At this moment, the last cannon shot ended, and the entire flag guarding action took just over 4 minutes. In this process, the flag guard marched a total of 178 steps, symbolizing the extraordinary journey from 1840 to the present, signifying that the nation will face challenges with confidence and move towards the future. As the flag guard reached the base of the flagpole, the flag-raising ceremony officially began, lasting for 45 seconds. After the ceremony concluded, the leader would ride in the parade vehicle through the main square, passing over the bridge, and after receiving a report from the parade commander, the parade would officially commence. The leader would review each formation in turn, greeting the soldiers, and after the parade ended, would deliver a speech from the vehicle, first reflecting on the past, then addressing the present, and finally envisioning the future, prompting enthusiastic responses from the audience within the formation. Typically, listening to a leader's speech can be dull. However, in this setting, the audience felt a surge of excitement and passion coursing through them. Once the leader concluded the speech, the parade formation officially began. The team had investigated the parade process, which included 14-foot formations, 30 equipment formations, and 12 aerial formations for review. There was also a special equipment formation, which featured weapons co-developed by the team and the military. The soldiers' determined footsteps struck the ground with a unified, resonant sound, reminiscent of a single person's stride. Their heads held high, they displayed confidence. The sound of uniforms brushing against each other during the march was remarkably synchronized, their orderly steps seemingly resonating with the hearts of the spectators. Hearing this rhythm instilled a sense of pride, especially as they saluted the leader in front of the main square, proclaiming the pride of their nation. We stand tall again. This time, we will reach the pinnacle of the world once more. As each formation passed in front of the main square, the audience could clearly see the soldiers within. Following the aerial formations, ranging from fighter jets to early warning aircraft, which flew over the square, leaving trails of red smoke, the parade was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, a special formation came into view. First were soldiers wearing advanced combat suits, holding the latest electromagnetic constraint rifles, and donning holographic smart combat helmets, resembling a sci-fi combat team. Behind them were soldiers equipped with 2 to 3 meter high exoskeletons, armed with weaponry similar to Gatling guns. Despite the heavy exoskeletons, the soldiers appeared relaxed, not at all like they were operating cumbersome equipment. Following this troop, there were the massive Z-series intelligent robots, truly awe-inspiring giants. The heavy footsteps resonated, allowing all spectators in the front row to feel the earth tremble. This shock is even greater than that brought by the parade. What is this? Mecha? Is it a reality inspired by science fiction? Has our country developed this first? Impressive. I thought the robots from Longting were already amazing. I didn't expect the nation to be even more formidable, having developed mechas like this. Chapter 1. International Shockwaves. The Eagle Nation is alarmed. With the conclusion of the mass parade, the military review of 2018 officially wrapped up. Next comes the moment for our nation's leadership to meet with leaders or representatives from other countries. Looking at the smile on Yin Jiayin's face, it's clear that he is quite pleased. The appearance of advanced weaponry during the parade has shocked everyone, not to mention the weapons that are about to be deployed in military exercises. Xiaogu, let's go together. I have some questions to ask you. Ma Yingzhou said as he patted Gu Li's shoulder. I still need to find my grandparents, Gu Li replied without agreeing. Don't worry, I've already informed Director Du. Mari assured him. Okay. The people nearby were not surprised. It was astonishing for a top military research expert to consult a young individual in their 20s. But they had already given their greatest shock to Gu Li earlier. Online, before the military review concluded, the buzz had already begun. Major media outlets were reporting wildly. Smart wearable individual combat systems, military exoskeleton devices, and mechas? A new blueprint for future warfare is unveiled. Are these equipments real? Are they just grand illusions for the Eagle Nation? Now that mechas have appeared, how far can the Gundam be? How far are space battles? With the emergence of mechas from our nation, perhaps aircraft carriers are already in the planning stages. I am still in awe of the orderly steps of the People's Liberation Army. When the mecha appeared, I was completely stunned. I was at the scene, and before I could react, a shadow enveloped me. I thought something had collapsed and was about to run, only to realize it was a mecha. I wonder what energy source the mecha uses. Its appearance is similar to the Hulkbuster from Iron Man, but I couldn't figure out where the energy source was. If I could see it, wouldn't that expose its weakness? How did I notice the influence of Longting on the mecha? Haha, no need to guess. Longting must be involved. Otherwise, the little dragon robot wouldn't have been released into the market. What was said earlier is correct. Longting not only obtained military industrial licenses, but also established Long Gone Company. I don't believe that advanced military technology would lack Longting's involvement. I estimate that the Eagle Nation is probably holding an emergency meeting tonight to spread our harmful theories. I hope our country grows stronger and stronger. The military parade of our nation has always been synonymous with precision and unity. Compared to other countries, our parade stands out prominently, making it a delight for people from other nations to watch. This time, they certainly won't miss it. But when they see the advanced military technology at the end, the foreign audience will be even less able to remain calm, especially those countries with tensions with our nation. Seeing that towering mecha over 10 meters high, my heart jolted. Is this real? I think it's very likely fake. How could we not know what our nation is like? A backward agricultural country. How could it possibly possess such mechas? It must be made using special effects. Indeed. How could our nation have the capability to develop such advanced technology? Backward countries always like to deceive themselves. Foreign comments often come from those who refuse to see the world clearly. Even domestically, many believe that foreign countries are so much better. While it's true that foreign welfare is good, is that for ordinary people? Every country has its pros and cons. Our people admire the freedom of the outside world, while people abroad wish to come to our nation to avoid issues like zero-yuan purchases and gun threats. Of course, there are foreigners who understand our nation. I disagree. Our nation's strength has been continuously growing. The technology we use, like the popular AI assistant, was developed by a company in our nation, right? Don't you know that our nation is the second largest economy in the world? The emergence of various advanced technologies domestically indicates that our country is on the path to becoming the second strongest in the world. Haha, fortunately, my country is a good friend of our nation, so there's no worry about retaliation. Will our nation's advanced military technology be exported? If such weapons exist, we wouldn't have to worry about invasions from neighboring countries. We could just take action. Let us wait a few years. At this stage, our nation would definitely not sell these advanced military technologies. As for those who want to emigrate from their nation, they fear that their comfortable lives will come to an end. People are in their country but wish to return to their homeland. It's surprising that our country even wants to oppose such a nation, ensuring we won't be enslaved by them. I just want to know why our technology has lagged behind over the years. Where has the money from taxpayers gone? Are the talents from our country all flowing to their nation? I don't understand how the leaders think. Their technology is so advanced, yet they raise tariffs? Otherwise, if we negotiate, wouldn't we be able to have such technology? What a loss. My green card doesn't seem appealing anymore. On a large screen, the display is divided into two sections. The left side shows the advanced weapons from our nation's South Military Parade. The black and red Z1 type robot seems to suck all the oxygen out of the air, making it suffocating. Behind the Z1 robot, there are others in different colors, seemingly designed for various combat scenarios. The right side displays robots developed from the wreckage of alien spacecraft at a research base. However, the robots in the video on the right appear clumsy, like toddlers learning to walk, taking a few steps before falling down. In addition to the robots, the video showcases other technologies. The contrast between the two sides is striking. Our nation's advanced weapons have left their research far behind. Bang. Woody, is this your research? How much funding did Congress allocate to you? And what do we have now? Are you trying to fool me with this junk? Boss, I don't want to either. But the products we bought from that country are impossible to crack. Even though we got a lot of technology from the remnants of alien spacecraft, those technologies are incomplete, making our research very difficult. Our team has put in maximum effort to achieve what we have. We do need to continue researching robots. But we have made progress in projects like superhumans, artificial intelligence, and even nuclear fusion technology. Boss, it's not that we don't have research results. Woody retorted. The gap is indeed obvious in comparison. However, that doesn't mean they are slacking off and wasting the country's money. They are working hard. And at least they have achieved quite a few research results. But despite these achievements, standing beneath a 10-meter-tall intelligent robot, there is a sense of panic in the hearts of those involved. Chapter 2. Controlled nuclear fusion in Poyang successfully connected to the grid. A decade of supermodern plans. A few days later, in a secret meeting room of the Divine Alliance, everyone's attention needs to shift from the battlefield back to the homeland. Everyone has some understanding of yesterday's South military parade in that country. Their technology is already far ahead, and our country rarely obtains technical data from there. The data we do receive is incomplete. Based on my discussions with Congress, we need to use our means to acquire the technology from the Dragon Rising Group in that country. The national side will also provide us with some assistance. Here's the action plan. Everyone can take a look. Osti raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together and waving them forward. Someone distributed the photocopied action plans to others in the meeting room. As everyone opened the action plan in front of them, they were shocked by the recorded information. It involved sending mercenaries and suicide squads to that country, using strong measures to obtain high-tech innovations. Isn't this a bit too bold? Weddy Rothschild looked at Osti. Others agreed. This undoubtedly meant tearing off the facade. Can't we just say it has nothing to do with us? Moreover, with such technology in that country, which power wouldn't be tempted? Our actions won't have any issues. They won't suspect us. Osti shook his head. If he hadn't considered this aspect, he wouldn't have planned such an action plan. Of course, we can't give up on the battlefield either. I believe everyone has made quite a bit of money. Hearing Osti's words, everyone continued to review the action plan. Soon, the 10 major families of the Divine Alliance agreed to the action plan. Especially after a piece of news a few days later, they were even more convinced of the necessity of this plan. Poyang controlled nuclear fusion power plant construction completed. Officially connected to the grid today, providing electricity for Poyang and surrounding cities. Controlled nuclear fusion? The Gu family has kept this a secret until today. Is that country experiencing a technological explosion? Shomets, and now controlled nuclear fusion? The electricity pricing reform in a certain region will bring residential and industrial electricity rates down to 0.5 yuan per kilowatt hour. After recovering construction costs, the rates will be adjusted based on energy consumption, but will definitely be lower than 0.5 yuan. While everyone is still discussing the match at the military parade and exoskeleton devices, new news has emerged from that region, drawing national and even global attention. Controlled nuclear fusion? Are you kidding? I know various countries are researching controlled nuclear fusion, but it will take at least decades of development before it can be put into practical use. But who would have thought that our country has actually developed it directly? Is there anyone from that region? Can you confirm if this is true? Has controlled nuclear fusion really been put into use? Has the electricity cost really dropped? To those above, I'm from that region. At 2 p.m. today, after controlled nuclear fusion was integrated into the grid, the electricity pricing system has already been implemented. The original cost of 1 yuan has been cut in half. Is this how technological advancement brings benefits? I hope the country continues to develop such technologies. This is amazing. Our factory is expanding production since the electricity cost has gone down. Grandparents, you can head back first. I still have some matters to attend to. Xiaolu, please take good care of Grandma and Grandpa. At the airport in the capital, Guli stands in front of his private jet, bidding farewell to his grandparents. Xiao Gu, do well for the country. Gu Minghui can see from certain matters that Gu Li has always been supporting the country and helping to develop various technologies. Seeing Gu Li like this brings great comfort to Gu Minghui. Even his comrades recognize Gu Li now. Previously, they were cordial with Gu Li because of Gu Minghui's status. But now it's genuine recognition. Don't worry about us. We're not too old to walk, so rest assured. I will definitely take good care of Grandma and Grandpa. After saying goodbye, Qin Xiaolu and Gu Minghui board the plane back to that region. Gu Li, along with Du Kaiyu, takes a camouflage jeep back to the military research base in the capital. 3 days later, Naval, Air Force, and missile units will conduct joint military exercises in the East Sea. 3 days after that, they will head to the northwest for Army, Air Force, and missile unit drills. During this time, you will stay at the military research base, just in time to provide feedback to our technical staff. Our people really admire you. Du Kaiyu and Gu Li sit in the back seat while a soldier drives. Is that it? No other matters? Gu Li squints his eyes and smiles at Du Kaiyu, with a look that suggests he thinks Du Kaiyu is trying to deceive him. That's not what Zero said. Du Kaiyu and Gu Li exchange glances, but quickly concede. All right, you clever one. I don't know where you get your information from. If you became an intelligence officer, you would definitely be a formidable character. Du Kaiyu shakes his head and says, it's not a very important matter, but now the controllable nuclear fusion reactor has been put into use. and the region has basically achieved ultramodernization. Our personnel have already moved into the area early on to summarize the experiences of its ultramodernization. Moreover, your little robotic assistant has also been released into the market, playing a significant role in promoting the progress of ultramodernization. Therefore, we have decided to launch a 10-year ultramodernization plan to transform our country into an ultramodern nation within a decade. The ultramodernization of the region has been completed under your command, so while you are here, please provide us with some valuable advice. Ghoulie nodded, just like what Zero had investigated. Uncle Do, you shouldn't keep such things from me anymore. You can't hide it from me. I might know even more than you do. Ghoulie still had that cheerful smile. Du Kaiyu shook his head. All right, I won't keep anything from you in the future. Arriving at the military research base, he checked into the single dormitory arranged by Du Kaiyu. The dormitory was simply furnished with a single bed, a wardrobe, some toiletries at the bottom of the wardrobe, and a private bathroom. Fortunately, there was a private bathroom. Otherwise, using a public shower would be unacceptable for Ghoulie, a true southerner. Just as he was about to lie down and rest for a while, someone knocked on his dormitory door. When he opened the door, a group of people he called Grandpa stood outside. They were wearing white lab coats, clearly researchers from the base. What brings you here? Ghoulie asked in confusion. Mr. Goo, we are here to ask some questions. Questions? They came so quickly? Ghoulie couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he was already being monitored early on. In fact, when he was in the region, directors or professors from the research institutes would approach him with questions. However, since he often stayed in the underground base there, the chances of being intercepted were low. He didn't expect to be directly confronted at the door here. The visitors were all elderly, and seeing the thirst for knowledge in their eyes, Ghoulie wouldn't refuse them and invited them into his dormitory. Ghoulie wasn't sure how to address them, so he simply said, "Please find a place to sit. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I won't hold back on any answers I can provide. Just call me Xiao Gu. Given your seniority, I could even be your grandson." His words elicited hearty laughter from those who came to inquire. "I'll go first," said an elderly man with silver hair sitting by the bed, close to Ghoulie. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ma Ting, and my main research focus is controllable nuclear fusion. My main question today is about some issues regarding the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion. Specifically, I have compiled some details." Ma Ting handed over the folder he was holding to Ghoulie. Meanwhile, Zero had also investigated Ma Ting's identity information, which was displayed on the glasses. Ma Ting graduated from a prestigious institution in a certain country and returned to his homeland after completing his doctorate and working for 3 years in the energy sector there. After returning home, he focused on addressing various energy issues in his homeland. Ghoulie took Ma Ting's documents and began to review them carefully. Soon, he had answers to these questions in mind. "Ma, the first question is actually quite easy to solve. We just need to streamline the controllable nuclear fusion technology." As Ghoulie explained, Ma Ting quickly fell into deep thought, his mind evolving corresponding images based on Ghoulie's words. Among those who came along, a few were also captivated by the discussion. After Ghoulie answered Ma Ting's questions, the person sitting next to him, like Ma Ting, introduced himself and then expressed his own questions. The others sitting nearby, though Ghoulie was addressing issues outside of their expertise, took notes, hoping to gain some insights. In technology, the most challenging aspect is often not the technology itself, but those fleeting inspirations and sudden insights. Ghoulie's explanation continued until dawn before it finally concluded. If it weren't for Ghoulie yawning repeatedly, Ma Ting and the others would probably have kept him talking until morning. Ghoulie didn't even wash up. After a quick freshening up, he lay down and soon fell asleep. The next day, at 8 o'clock sharp, the blazing sun shone through the window, illuminating Ghoulie's dormitory. This was accompanied by a series of knocks on the door, which only stopped when Ghoulie responded. Ghoulie struggled for a while before getting out of bed. When he opened the door, it was clearly the senior researchers who had visited yesterday. He wondered how they had so much energy. "Please come in. I'll go freshen up first." 15 minutes later, Ghoulie returned to the seat he occupied the previous night. The sound of his explanations filled the dormitory once more. During the waiting time for the military exercise, Ghoulie was busy answering questions. Aside from meals, he had no time to rest, especially since those coming to inquire were all senior researchers from the base, each of whom had contributed to the country, making it hard to refuse them. If it weren't for a meeting in between that allowed Ghoulie some time to rest, he truly wouldn't know how to extricate himself. "Du, you really lack loyalty," Ghoulie complained as he looked at Du Kaiyu in the jeep. If someone claimed Du Kaiyu was unaware, Ghoulie would never believe it. I can't help it. They are all veterans from the base, and I can't stop them. Du Kaiyu shrugged. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it up to you next time. You said that. If the compensation isn't good enough, I won't let it go. Don't worry. As they talked, the jeep stopped in front of a white building. After getting out, guided by Du Kaiyu, they arrived at the conference room on the second floor. Many people were already seated in the conference room, all from various important departments in the capital. Those who could not attend were participating via video conference. Du Kaiyu took a seat close to the screen, with Guli sitting beside him. All right, everyone is here. Let's begin our meeting. On the screen, an official dressed in formal attire and wearing a badge, who is temporarily serving as the host, said, Today's meeting theme is the decade-long modernization plan. This plan will be presented to everyone on the screen. As the host finishes speaking, a screen appears in front of each person. This screen will be controlled by an artificial intelligence managed by the state and will ensure confidentiality throughout the process. The plan includes various policies that need to be discussed. This plan will not be stalled due to personal opinions, and everyone is encouraged to voice their concerns and worries to make the plan more comprehensive. Now we will start our first policy discussion regarding the credit scoring system. During the meeting, Guli remained silent. He was well aware of many policies, but he couldn't articulate the intricacies involved. He simply listened to their discussions, playing the role of an observer. From the outset of the first policy, intense discussions erupted. Various sharp points and overlooked details were raised, leading to better solutions through the discussion. Of course, this had nothing to do with Guli, so he gradually felt sleepy. He hadn't rested well after answering questions for those elderly individuals over the past couple of days. Zero, do you have any new stress relief games? Guli forced himself to perk up and looked at the glasses while chatting with Zero. There are many. What type do you want to play, boss? Zero replied, simultaneously displaying the game UI interface. Just a casual puzzle game will do. All right, boss. After a while, Zero brought good news to Guli. The robot they sent to the moon has completed the exploration of all mineral resources there. It is now preparing to return and has also collected samples to bring back to Earth. Guli's spirits lifted. The exploration was finally complete. How are the mineral resources on the moon? A data sheet appeared on the glasses. Helium, 3 energy stone, 1, 215,000 tons. This is more than 50 tons more than what was detected by the state. Cloud soft gold, 50,000 tons. This metal is relatively scarce, as it is also rare on the blue-striped planet. Dark iron, 121,650,000 tons. This is the most abundant mineral on the moon. In addition to these, there are also chromium, nickel, sodium, magnesium, silicon, copper, and other metal mineral resources, all with very rich reserves. Chapter 04. The military exercise officially begins. Have you seen a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier? The mineral resources found are similar to those on the blue-striped planet. There are no other special mineral deposits. I thought we could discover better metal resources on the moon. Oh well, having these is already quite good. The energy revolution can officially begin. Helium-3 is truly a clean energy source. The controllable nuclear fusion technology developed by myself and Zero was designed long ago to replace helium-3 energy. The meeting lasted nearly a day before a preliminary decision was reached on some aspects. There are still many policies that need to be discussed, but that will be dealt with later. Due to the imminent military exercises, the waters and airspace near the Eastern Sea have already been cleared. The preparations for the exercises have been announced well in advance. This military exercise, as well as another one scheduled 3 days later, serves to deter external forces, similar to the National Day celebrations. After the meeting, Du Kaiyu said to Guli, we'll set off for the Eastern Sea tomorrow morning. So make sure to rest early tonight. Do you think I can actually rest early? Guli pointed to the people outside his dormitory and said helplessly, don't worry. I'll explain it to them. You'll definitely get a good night's sleep. I hope you can make that happen, Guli replied. Du Kaiyu smiled and walked towards Mating and others outside Guli's dormitory. After some explanation, Mating and the others understood, allowing Guli to rest well that night. On the Eastern Sea, the salty sea breeze hit them as Guli and Du Kaiyu stood on the balcony, looking at the nearby waters. At that moment, they could see the fleet waiting to set off, with the crew moving around on the deck, preparing for the exercise. The military exercise was set to begin at 2 p.m., and they would head to the designated area beforehand to start as soon as the time arrived. Du Kaiyu informed Guli about the arrangements for the exercises, mentioning that many of the equipment came from Guli's company. So we need to go to the command center to ensure everything goes smoothly. We can't let any technical issues turn into a joke. Guli finally understood why Du Kaiyu wanted him to come and observe the exercises. It was because he was worried about potential problems with the machinery. With Guli present, any issues could be resolved quickly. Uncle Du, you really like keeping things from me, Guli said helplessly. If I didn't keep it from you, would you be willing to come? Du Kaiyu retorted. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have come. Even if problems arise, I can solve them remotely. Guli replied firmly. That's why it's necessary to keep it from you. The command center for the exercises was located at a military base nearby. The hotel where they were staying was actually operated by the military base and used to be its guest house. In less than 10 minutes, they passed through the base's security checks and entered the command center. The screens inside displayed naval vessels moving across the sea, while the Air Force would only take off once the exercise officially began. Soon, Guli noticed something unusual. Live ammunition? He asked in shock. Exactly. Live-fire exercises targeting designated areas, Du Kaiyu explained. Using live ammunition creates a greater deterrent. With our advanced military technology, the message is clear. We aim to reclaim the lands that rightfully belong to us as soon as possible. This is a long-term effort. Indeed, they won't let us reclaim it easily, Du Kaiyu nodded. Truly impressive, the speed of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, Du Kaiyu remarked, gazing at the images on the screen. He has participated in many military exercises and is quite familiar with the speed of domestic warships. However, they are nowhere near the warships on screen, which truly ride the waves. The plan was to arrive at the designated area at exactly 2 p.m., but unexpectedly, they arrived half an hour early. They stood by and were to begin the military exercise at 2 p.m. sharp. Du Kaiyu issued the command. The confirmed time with the higher-ups was indeed 2 p.m., and that time would not be easily changed. Let's just sit and wait, Du Kaiyu said, looking at Guli. Guli nodded and sat down with him. Hey, how come there are videos of the military exercise online? Guli thought about scrolling through videos to pass the time. To his surprise, he came across military exercise videos on a social media platform, and they were very clear, almost as if filmed up close. Did you see that? Du Kaiyu noticed the glasses Guli was wearing and immediately understood. Yes, the military exercise videos were uploaded by the state. We have designed military equipment up to the 3rd generation, and releasing the 1st generation is meant to showcase our strength and intimidate others. Guli nodded and continued to scroll through the videos and the comments. Look at our country's warships. They look impressive. Impressive? How many of these warships were developed by us? Several were retired models from other countries. Our research on warships still has room for improvement. However, we are leading the world in robotics. Hey, have you noticed that the fleet seems to be of a brand new model? Wow, now that you mention it, it really doesn't look like the previous models. Does anyone know what type of warships these are? Soon, keen-eyed viewers noticed the differences in the warships in the video. Many who are familiar with military equipment had already identified the differences early on and released analysis videos to discuss the state's release. They analyzed details about the warships, their power, and provided thorough explanations. For military enthusiasts, any subtle differences in military equipment do not escape their notice. Look, based on this design, it's impossible for us to have created something so aggressive according to our usual design standards. Yet the warships in the video are indeed designed this way, which leaves me puzzled. The video also revealed that the capabilities of these warships seem different from previous ones. For instance, the speed of the warships in the video far exceeds that of current domestic vessels. Both in design and power, they are entirely different from the warships currently in service. I have also investigated foreign warships, and they are different from the ones in the video. Finally, through internal sources, it was confirmed that this warship is a nuclear-powered vessel independently developed by our country. More importantly, this warship is faster than similar foreign nuclear-powered vessels. With the release of this video, more and more related information has emerged. Guli was shocked to see those analysis videos. With just a few clues, one can analyze the type of warship. Enthusiasts, how terrifying. Chapter 05. The focus is not on the warship. It is on the intelligent robots. At 2:00 p.m., the military exercise officially commenced. One by one, fighter jets zoomed off the deck of the warship. High-temperature gases were expelled from their engines, distorting the surrounding air. A total of 12 fighter jets took off from the warship, while another 12 jets launched from the inland, forming 4 formations. In addition to the fighter jets, destroyers and frigates guarded the aircraft carrier, with missiles and artillery adjusting their angles towards designated directions. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, orange smoke trailed from the tail ends of the missiles. After ascending and distancing themselves from the warship, the missiles suddenly accelerated, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. With a whoosh, they became tiny white dots, leaving white lines in the clouds. Such lines were abundant in the air, all launched from destroyers and frigates. Their targets were located in maritime areas over 100 kilometers away. Inland targets were even further, at distances of 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. In international waters that wouldn't attract controversy. The maritime area 100 kilometers away was near a certain region. After takeoff, the fighter jets also targeted that maritime area. Upon reaching the target zone, their onboard machine guns and missiles activated swiftly, firing at the designated area. The flames from the fighter jets and the missiles from the warships struck the target area simultaneously. Just as the missiles were about to hit the water, boom. Several H-1 type intelligent robots, modified from Z-1 type robots to suit naval needs, burst forth from beneath the surface. The seawater surged several meters high due to the robots' tremendous force. The tall, intelligent robots quickly changed their surface colors, shifting from a translucent state to deep blue. Among the H-1 robots emerging from the water, some wielded giant swords, while others revealed gun barrels on their shoulders and backs. The last few held massive electromagnetic restraint rifles, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The intelligent robots with giant swords quickly locked onto the airborne missiles with their specially designed eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The missiles in the air were all sliced apart by the robots. Subsequently, explosions erupted beside the intelligent robots. The immense force had no effect on them, not even causing them to budge an inch. Additionally, the robots with exposed gun barrels launched thermal decoy missiles stored in their shoulders and backs, causing a portion of the incoming missiles to detonate before reaching their targets. The robots holding electromagnetic restraint rifles merely aimed at the distant fighter jets. Once targeted, the systems within the jets would naturally trigger a death judgment. Upon determining a fatal outcome, the weapon systems of the jets would lock on. Of course, this system would only be activated during exercises and would be deleted in actual combat scenarios. As for the power of live ammunition fired, it's a trivial matter for intelligent robots. At most, it may cause dents or damage to the body, but deeper levels of harm cannot be inflicted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be approval for the direct use of live ammunition. It is precisely for this reason that if missiles were launched into international waters, destroying an intelligent robot would absolutely be possible. To withstand such damage, the robot's body would need to be made of harder and stronger metals. The military exercises are ongoing, and under the bombardment of missiles, the waters have become tumultuous. The intelligent robots located in the target sea area are also continuously counterattacking. 6 of them have split into 2 teams, launching smoke bombs into the air before swiftly advancing towards the warships. Naturally, detailed videos will not be released by the country. However, the previously showcased intelligent robots and nuclear fusion-powered warships are still known to the public. Online, comments are constantly appearing under these videos. The country is powerful. With such strength, who would dare to underestimate us? This missile looks a lot like a certain country's Patriot missile. Could it be a copy? We'll know the power once it explodes. Soon, videos of the explosion appeared on major short video platforms. Wow, the power of the missile? That's not important. The nuclear fusion-powered warship isn't important either. The intelligent robots actually have combat capabilities. I thought these robots were just for show during the National Day celebrations, programmed to demonstrate our country's scientific research level. After all, making a 10-meter-tall, 100-ton robot move flexibly is definitely a challenging task. But what was the result? These intelligent robots are surprisingly agile. They can evade missiles, quickly lock onto enemies, and counterattack. There's no way I would believe that there's no one controlling these intelligent robots. Damn, they are too agile. I thought the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier was impressive. I didn't expect to see something even more incredible that we initially doubted. I have a bold idea. Wouldn't it be quicker to recover territory by force? The modified Xylongren robots are officially in business. Those interested can DM me. The videos released on short video platforms by the country have also been acquired by people from other countries and shared back on their own video platforms. No wonder fishing has been banned today. It turns out it's a military exercise. Wow, I thought my house was shaking. Is that a Gundam? The mainland actually has such advanced technology? Ha ha, I knew my decision was right. I can quickly obtain foreign residency. Awesome. It's hard to believe that the country possesses such high-tech capabilities. Ha ha ha, the rise of the country. Who would dare to underestimate us? Business opportunities are here. Let's go to the country to stock up. If there are no robots, stock up on the big white ones and sell them to other countries. No wonder the glass in the building is shaking today. It seems to be due to the sonic boom resonance caused by aircraft from a certain region. I think it would be better to return to the mainland soon. At least we don't have safety concerns and can live well. In other countries, international versions of popular video platforms are seeing high view counts for these videos. We are eternal friends, and perhaps we should consider our relationship with a certain civilization. This is that civilization. How is it different from what the books say? It turns out this is the real civilization, and we've been misled by those in power. When will robots from this civilization be able to enter our region? Chapter 6. Can't wait any longer. It's time to take action. Countries are shocked by the military exercises in the East China Sea conducted by this civilization. During their national celebrations, they certainly want to invite all countries. The ones invited are those friendly with them, so countries that have deepened their ties have already done so. The nations feeling shocked now have only average relations with them. Typically, they lean towards whichever country seems stronger, as they are not major powers themselves and need to consider their own interests. They seek growth through such means. Now, with so much advanced technology, they naturally lean towards deeper cooperation with this civilization, hoping to gain some technology in the process. Gaining technology would be the greatest benefit for them. The military exercises lasted an hour and a half and concluded. After all, this exercise was just testing the performance of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and the mobility of H-1-type robots, followed by coordination among them. In the command room, the screens showed that the aircraft carrier had begun its return. The fighter jets were also returning to the carrier's deck or to inland Air Force bases. The H-1-type combat robots were flying back from the sea towards the inland. Great. There were no issues at all, Du Kaiyu said with a smile. You see, it's the same whether I'm here or not, right? Guli shrugged. He was confident in his technology and assured that there would be no problems. However, others' doubts could only be resolved with time. Unilateral assurances and explanations would have no effect. It's not about being overly cautious. It's about being prepared for anything. Just because there are no issues now doesn't guarantee there won't be later, Du Kaiyu countered. We'll deal with future matters when they arise, right? We can't have me coming every time there's a military exercise, can we? That would just delay my own tasks. Guli genuinely didn't want to waste time here. In fact, what was more important was that he had been bothered by the old researchers at the base. Guli just wanted to hand over the technology to them directly so they would stop pestering him. He had other more important things to do. Moreover, it was even more crucial that the Dragonstar network had been established, eliminating worries about unstable signals or potential leaks. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I can answer remotely without any issues. Du Kaiyu was taken aback by Gu Li's lengthy remarks. He probably was genuinely annoyed. Haha, I understand. Don't worry, I won't call you every time. These two instances are significant, as we are showcasing our robots for the first time, right? With you here, I feel more at ease. After the second military exercise ends, I'll send you back. If you have any questions in the future, I will contact you through the Longxing network. Guli nodded. Are we returning to the base now? Yes. We will return to the base and then take a plane to the base in the northwest. Du Kaiyu nodded. What if I don't go back? Can I report to the northwest myself the day before the military exercise starts? Guli spoke in a negotiating tone. Du Kaiyu shook his head. No. Commander Yin will be present for the second military exercise. It will involve a joint drill with all branches of the military except the Navy. I've already been informed that the commander wants to meet you, so... Du Kaiyu shrugged, indicating that he had no other options. Fine. Guli sighed, hanging his head. He then asked Zero through his glasses, how is the construction of the base in the northwest going? The base being built in the northwest is just a small one, mainly for researching mobile equipment powered by nuclear fusion. Boss, it's halfway done. It should take about a month before the northwest base can be put into use. At that time, we will need you to supply a large amount of metal mineral resources to the northwest base. Once the materials are in place, we can manufacture the aerospace mothership. Then we can go to other planets to explore for the metals I need. Let us expedite the construction and get it done as soon as possible. Currently, Guli is only a semi-intelligent mechanical entity, and to reach the complete form, he needs unstable state metals. Just 100 kilograms might allow him to achieve mechanical ascension. I wonder if there are any on Earth? One day, I'll have Zero send someone to scout. In the jeep, Guli was lost in thought. In Ponin, in an urban village, in a single-story house. All the windows of the house were covered with opaque curtains, making it impossible to see the inside. At this moment, A person wearing a hat and a trench coat walked in from outside, carrying several bags of fast food. He approached the house and knocked rhythmically on the door. Knock. The door opened, revealing the scene inside. The one who opened the door was a tall black man, shirtless and wearing work pants. The black man nodded inwardly, and the person with the fast food walked in. "Everybody, come over and eat." The fast food was placed on a table, next to which lay dark, shiny firearms. Under the table were some homemade TNT explosives. "Lin, why is it KFC again today?" The black man, Mamba, grumbled. Ever since they arrived in Huaxia, they had been eating KFC all the time. Or maybe it's fast food chains. However, after trying the local fast food, they refused to eat it again. The restroom in the room is insufficient. Well, you can't blame me. If you're not used to the local cuisine, what can I do? Lin is the one who goes out to buy food, and he's from a certain country. He has studied here and knows some basic local language. Lin took out his meal, which included scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and pork knuckle rice. Humph, Mamba scoffed. He really can't accept the local cuisine. For him, the flavors are either too sweet or too spicy, and he just can't handle it. Mamba picked up a burger, opened the wrapper, and took a big bite, finishing half of it in one go. "Lin, next time buy more. I can finish a burger in just 2 bites." "Got it. I hope this ends soon. I want to go back and enjoy a big meal from home." A white man cleaning a firearm came over and said, "We don't even know the specifics of our mission yet. We won't be going back for a while. I feel excited doing missions here." "Haha, me too. They say this place is a graveyard for mercenaries. If we get out of here, our value will definitely skyrocket." Exactly. Just as they were eating and talking, a phone rang. Mamba answered the call. "In 3 days, we start the operation immediately." Understood. Chapter 07. Planning for the terrorist attack. The second military exercise begins. Li Village, located in the southern part of the city. Due to urban expansion, Li Village has gradually been surrounded. There are no further plans for Li Village. Only renovations of dangerous buildings and road hardening and greening are taking place. After several years of development, several small buildings of 7 or 8 stories have been constructed here. They are generally rented out at low prices. It is not far from the city center, and many young people coming to develop in the area choose to rent here. However, it still retains its village origins, with many areas needing renovation. The place where Lin and Mamba currently live is undergoing renovations nearby. The noise from construction machinery all day long has driven many intolerant residents to move away early. Therefore, there are relatively fewer people here compared to other places. The address of their residence is number 232 Cultural Road. Inside the house, Lin took off his coat while pulling out the intelligence he had gathered. The construction of the Yuduan building was not handled by a local construction team, so I couldn't get the engineering drawings for it. However, the first floor of the Yuduan building is open for public visits. I went in and took a look, and based on the structure inside, I drew a simple sketch. The entire Yuduan building belongs to the Longting Group, except for the first floor. Most of the people above are employees of the Longting Group. The employer's requirement is for us to obtain certain technologies from the Longting Group. We are required to act as bargaining chips by posing as employees of the entire Yuduan building. At these several locations, we can install remote-controlled explosives. Each bundle of explosives has enough power to demolish a 2-story building. However, for safety reasons, I think we need to increase the yield a bit. Lin looked at the Mamba surrounding him and the team members. "I think it's feasible. The shield building, I've seen it on a video platform. Its safety and stability are absolutely exceptional. Increasing the amount of explosives is definitely necessary." "I agree. After increasing the amount of explosives, our leverage will be greater. I don't believe that people from that region would dare to ignore the employees of the shield building. I'll think of a way to increase the quantity while reducing the size," said Harrington, who was in charge of making the explosives. Lin nodded. "The shield building has a total of 6 exits, and our team consists of 11 members. Holding those exits doesn't mean much to us. My idea is to split 5 people to drive 5 trucks filled with dirt to block those entrances. We will leave one entrance for our entry and exit. Once inside the shield building, we'll directly control the employees there and then wait for the local police, letting the employer negotiate with them." Lin was the team leader for this operation, and he was familiar with the region. "What do you all think? Is it too exaggerated?" Mamba asked. "Driving 5 trucks straight at the shield building? Anyone would notice, especially since it's in the busiest area of the CBD. Their every move would be instantly spotted. Don't worry. The employer wants it to be as big as possible. The greater the impact, the more cautious they will be. The main thing is that our actions must ensure success." Lin shook his head. Does the shield building have any underground passages? What if the enemy comes up from there without us knowing? A white man raised his concerns. He had once been in a situation where intelligence personnel overlooked the sewers, resulting in an enemy appearing right behind him. If it weren't for his luck, he might have ended up in a prison abroad. Don't worry, I've already investigated thoroughly. The nearest sewer is about 200 to 300 meters away from the shield building. There is no evidence of any sewer presence inside the building. Good. What about the surveillance? Have we checked the surveillance on each floor? Mamba asked, looking at the sketch Lin had drawn. Once the operation begins, the internal surveillance footage absolutely cannot be exposed. If it gets out, we will be in danger. The red dots represented the surveillance cameras. I can't access the second floor or above since I'm not an employee. By the way, we need to use clay explosives to enter the passage on the second floor. It has transparent bulletproof glass, and our rifles can't break through that door. Don't worry. Our weapons have already been prepared, Aiden, responsible for firepower, said. They had smuggled themselves into the region, bringing some lightweight weapons with them. The heavier weaponry was arranged through local operatives and spies. After all, heavy weapons are quite burdensome. Besides the heavy weaponry, the raw materials for the explosives were also obtained through their connections. They had heard that many had been exposed and ended up committing suicide. However, those matters were none of their concern. All they need to do is take the lives of all the employees inside the building, using this to coerce a certain country or a specific individual into handing over the technology their employer desires. Let's return to the operation itself. The preliminary plan is exactly what I just mentioned. If anyone has any thoughts, please share. Lin looked at everyone, as planning alone might overlook certain aspects. Only through discussion can we formulate a detailed and reasonable plan. I think we can strap some fake explosives to ourselves to confuse them, making them hesitant to shoot at us. Mamba said with a smile. It's also easy to dig with soil. We can use construction debris to block the entrances. Cleaning up construction waste is troublesome, but it's also easy to obtain. We can get it from the nearby construction site. Then, we can place some explosives at the entrance. Once they come in to clear it, we can blow them up. Lin nodded. The outer walls of the building are made of transparent glass. We can find some concentrated ink and use a sprayer to black out the glass walls, hiding our movements. We also need to plan our escape route. The area around the building will definitely be surrounded by local police and military personnel. We need to seriously consider where to retreat. Since we're already inland, it's difficult to escape without a well-planned route. Don't worry, I've already scouted it out. By then, each of us will take 2 hostages and head to this location. We'll use the sewer system to get there, where we have prepared identities and vehicles. Lin pulled out a blueprint of the sewer system along with a map. For 3 days, Lin and Mamba discussed the operational plan. Planning the scheme is not as simple as it sounds. They also need to conduct various reconnaissance to ensure the operation can be executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, those walking inside and outside the building remain unaware that danger is approaching. Chapter 08. Wow. How are you all so fierce? In a command room of a military base in the northwest, a massive screen occupies an entire wall of the conference room. It currently displays the location of an upcoming military exercise. This exercise will be divided into red and blue teams for a confrontation drill. The blue team will employ traditional combat methods, while the red team will utilize advanced technology in their new combat approach. The aim is to optimize new combat methods under high-tech conditions through this confrontation exercise. In front of the screen, 2 rows of soldiers are operating computers, signifying their identity as part of the directing team. At this moment, Gu Li entered the room accompanied by Yin Jian. Next to Gu Li was Du Kaiyu, followed by other leadership personnel. However, they were all dressed in military uniforms. How is it, Xiaogu? Our military strength is quite impressive, right? Yin Jian said kindly to Gu Li. After finishing the military exercise in a certain sea area, Gu Li accompanied Du Kaiyu to the northwest. The next day, Yin Jian arrived at this base. After communicating a lot with Gu Li, most of the topics revolved around the application of advanced technology in military affairs. Besides that, they discussed the impact of high-tech innovations on civilian life. Their discussions were from a macro perspective, focusing on larger issues rather than minor details. It's great. Our path to rejuvenation is looking increasingly promising, Gu Li said with a smile. Haha, with your technology, our rejuvenation will only speed up. Please have a seat. The drill is about to start. All right. A few of them sat near the entrance, in the highest position of the command room. This location provided a direct view of the screens and was the best spot. On October 8, 2018, Monday, at 8 a.m. in the time zone, the drill officially commenced. Gu, sitting in the command room, could hear the alarm bells ringing outside the base. They were merely using the base as a staging area for the directing team. The soldiers inside the base were all participants in this drill. The screens on the walls displayed the movements of both the red and blue sides through drones. The soldiers moved quickly, and the troops assembled rapidly, heading to their assigned locations. Meanwhile, in the CBD area of Pannin, 5 trucks loaded with construction waste were approaching from a distance. They were taking more obscure routes, and no one noticed them. However, as they entered the city center, traffic police stopped them. During the day, such delivery trucks were not allowed into the city. Despite the police shouting and signaling for them to stop, the truck drivers completely ignored them. More importantly, they did not understand what was being said. Even when obstructed, they simply drove around the officers. As they reached the Uduin building, the 5 vehicles spread out. The last truck, a Jeep, headed towards entrance number 1 of the Uduin building, requesting backup. 5 trucks are driving illegally on Honggu Road and ignoring my instructions. I can't stop them alone. They are ignoring me. The traffic officer, forced to pull over, called for support. Outside the Uduin building, pedestrians also noticed these trucks. What's going on with these trucks? How did they get here? They must be lost, right? I remember trucks aren't allowed in the city at this time. Wow, what's happening? Why are they coming towards us? This is a sidewalk. Get out of the way. Is the driver out of their mind? Oh, there's a Jeep following behind. They stopped. Pedestrians stood at a distance, watching the trucks. However, the next scene left them stunned and horrified. The rear ends of the trucks were positioned towards the entrance of the Uduin building, with a buzzing sound. The truck beds rapidly lifted, dumping the construction debris right at the entrance, blocking it completely. Some people were even buried under the debris. If it weren't for the nearby presence of rescue personnel, they might have suffocated to death. What are they doing? Why do this? There are still people around. Call the police. Just as the pedestrians were discussing, something even more horrifying happened. Armed foreigners got out of the truck's cabin, and the Jeep parked at entrance 1. They were all in military uniforms and wearing black masks. Run. How do they have guns? What do they want with the building? A robbery? My God. Hurry up and run. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Am I in a free city? The pedestrians quickly left, shocked and muttering. They dared not stay any longer. They didn't know if they would survive if they remained. Meanwhile, some people called the police. After Lin and the Mamba team got out of the vehicle, the first thing they did was spray black paint on the glass exterior of the building. Then they approached entrance 1 and entered the building. As soon as they got inside, they destroyed the surveillance cameras on the first floor with their guns. Lin took out a loudspeaker. Everyone, get down on the first floor. Don't be foolish. If we catch you, there will only be one outcome. I'll say this only once. Everyone, hands on your head. Get down on the first floor. Gunfire echoed alongside Lin's voice. Fear, panic, and terror filled the entire building, especially on the first floor, where someone tried to rush out and was shot dead by Mamba. The medical personnel assigned to the building quickly rushed forward to provide aid. This is the emergency response of the building. Impressive. Unfortunately, Mamba shot at the medic, tearing through their exterior and destroying their energy source. No. Cries and discussions erupted. But soon they were controlled by Lin and Mamba. Under the threat of death, all employees of the building gathered together, hands on their heads, squeezing into the lobby. Is that the artificial intelligence, Xiaoyu? So beautiful, Harrington said with a smile. Hurry up and install the explosives. What is there to admire? Just data, intangible and ungraspable. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Soon, the news from this side of the building was relayed by Xiaoyu to Zero, who then communicated it to Gu. Upon seeing the message sent by Zero, Gu couldn't help but curse. Damn, how could you guys be so reckless? Zero. Deploy our security robots to begin rescue operations. Note, ensure the safety of the employees at all costs. Don't worry, boss. Chapter 09, Latest Research Achievements. Displaying the iron battlesuit. What's wrong? Yan Jiayan, who was nearby, also noticed Guli's expression. Surprise, shock, and doubt. What could cause such a change in Guli's emotions? It's nothing, just some small-time troublemakers. I probably won't be able to continue watching the military exercise today. Although they are small-time, they still pose a significant threat to ordinary people. Gu Liyun spoke Garan, while simultaneously opening the video with zero feedback. Damn it, how did they get these weapons? Seeing the footage on the video, Yan Jiayan's face turned furious. The country has always had strict gun control laws. The possession of firearms among civilians is almost entirely limited to those passed down from the older generation or found among certain remote autonomous ethnic groups. Ordinary people simply cannot obtain firearms. Yet now, there is actually a group that is armed with a large number of weapons and ammunition, controlling an entire building. Seeing the gleam of those guns in the video, Yin Jiayin knew these firearms were no toys. I'll contact the local authorities immediately. I will definitely help you rescue them. Trust us. I will give you a satisfactory response regarding this incident, Yin Jiayin said, putting away his smile and speaking seriously. Meanwhile, those beside Yin Jiayin also watched the video, and without exception, anger appeared on their faces. The fact that someone was carrying weapons within the borders was alarming. What if they targeted us? It was unimaginable. Someone immediately called the local government. The police, special forces, and military were all mobilized at this moment. If this incident caused Gu Lihan to feel uneasy, how could the country continue to achieve great progress in high-tech development? Old Yin, they are from outside. This time, they are coming for me, Gu Li said with a bitter smile. Zero had found on the dark web that someone had taken the bounty on him. Based on their faces, Zero was able to identify them. Lin and Mamba were among those who accepted the mission. Coming for you? Yin Jiayin asked, confused. That's right. Take a look at this. Gu Li pulled up the information Zero had investigated. It seems you, little Gu, have attracted too much attention. They are also desperate. Worried that our technology will surpass theirs and the world. Unable to counter us, they resorted to such a petty tactic, Yin Jiayin said helplessly. Being talented is essential, but being too talented can also draw jealousy. They want to possess this genius for their own use. Sometimes, a genius needs support to go further. Today, this country serves as Gu Li's greatest support. However, they are underestimating us. Do they think our vision is so narrow? Why would we bother promoting a community with a shared future for mankind? Sometimes, they are just too short-sighted. Yin Jiayin shook his head. How is it? Has the rescue team set off? Yin Jiayin looked at the person beside him. They've already set off. They will arrive in 3 minutes. Good. Little Gu, there's no point in you going over. Why don't you wait here with us for news? Yin Jiayin looked at Gu Li. The excitement he initially felt about witnessing the enhanced military power of his country had already extinguished. Gu Li shook his head. Old Yin, I'm afraid not. My girlfriend is also inside. There's also my brother, who initially followed my companion. I'm worried about them, so I must go take a look. Gu Li's tone left no room for refusal. All right, Kaiyu, you go see off Xiao Gu, Yin Jiayin said to Du Kaiyu. Just as Du Kaiyu was about to agree, Gu Li spoke again. No need. Today, because of my matters, I've disturbed everyone's mood. As compensation, let me show you my latest research results. Gu Li said with a smile. His words piqued the curiosity of Yin Jiayin, Du Kaiyu, and others. New research results? What is it? Du Kaiyu recalled that Gu Li hadn't brought anything with him. Just as everyone was wondering what it was, a wave, like an army of ants, quickly spread across Gu Li's body. The sudden change startled everyone. Xiao Gu, what's on you? Why are there so many small bugs? Hurry and brush them off. What is this? Du Kaiyu reached out to brush away the nanoparticles of armor on Gu Li. However, the brushed-off particles seemed to be connected by a wire. Returning to Gu Li's back. Soon, Gu Li was clad in a black suit of armor adorned with golden lines and decorations. Iron armor? Was the thought in everyone's mind. They had all seen something like Iron Man. After all, who doesn't have a child at home? Or perhaps they harbored a sci-fi dream. Yet when the dream became reality, they were still quite shocked. The latest research result, iron armor. However, it was still a preliminary result, and there were many aspects that needed further research. Once the research is more thorough, I will collaborate with the relevant authorities. Gu Li's voice announced. Yin Jiayin and the others quickly composed themselves. Xiao Gu, you truly are filled with miracles, Yin Jiayin exclaimed. While they were still in shock over intelligent robots and nuclear fusion technology, Gu Li had taken a step further, developing iron armor with nanoparticles. If their troops each had a suit of iron armor, what would happen then? The idea of a united human destiny, directly dominating the world, and recreating the grandeur of their ancestors sounded appealing, didn't it? Then you go ahead. Just make sure you're confident. I'll have someone coordinate the airspace for you, Yin Jiayin said, seeing Gu Li's determination, and naturally, he couldn't refuse. Gu Li nodded and walked out of the command room. He soared into the air with a loud sonic boom and quickly headed toward the southern region. After Gu Li left, Yin Jiayin and Du Kaiyu watched the screen, feeling rather bored. Even the soldiers operating the computers were distracted at that moment. They were all eager to see what Ghoulie could do in that iron armor. How about we check on Ghoulie's situation? Du Kaiyu suggested. Comparing goods naturally piqued their interest in better items. Is that possible? Yin Jiayan turned to Du Kaiyu, equally curious. After all, the portrayal of mortals comparable to deities in movies is quite profound. They also want to see if Ghoulie's armored suit can achieve the same. All right, I'll have the local team set up a live broadcast for us. Du Kaiyu nodded heavily. Let us see what Ghoulie can do. Yin Jiayan immediately said. It's still Ghoulie that piques his interest more. Chapter 10. The security robot emerging from the storage room. In the area outside the Yudu building, the police and military have surrounded the premises. Police cars and military vehicles are blocking the way, serving as cover. People in nearby buildings have already been dispersed and evacuated to a distance of 3 kilometers. This is due to the intelligence they received that the terrorists holding numerous hostages are armed with explosives, including a significant amount of TNT. The potential devastation from an explosion is unimaginable. Lei Zhengang from the special police team looked at the large Yudu building, his face showing a heavy expression. He had dealt with many situations, but this was the first time he faced such a tricky one. Foreign terrorists had illegally crossed the border, bringing with them light and heavy weapons, as well as a large quantity of explosives. Intelligence indicated that these terrorists were seasoned foreign mercenaries with extensive combat training. This hot potato left him at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, there were military personnel. They should have more means to handle this. Lei Zhengang glanced at Hu Ao Zong, who was from the military, the captain of a special operations unit. Captain Hu, what do you think we should do to rescue the hostages? Lei Zhengang approached to ask. Hu Ao Zong saluted Lei Zhengang, who returned the gesture. According to our intelligence, there are a total of 300 staff members inside the Yudu building, primarily gathered on the first floor. When the terrorists launched their attack, many were visiting the site. So there are about 300 to 400 hostages inside. Moreover, the terrorists are equipped with explosives, making the rescue mission extremely difficult, Hu Ao Zong said with a heavy expression. Captain Lei, this is the architectural blueprint of the Yudu building. Since the terrorists have sprayed the interior and exterior with a water-insoluble paint, the situation inside is unclear. We can't act blindly. Initially, we considered entering from the air, but the building uses bulletproof glass, making it difficult to cut through without detection. We also plan to break through from underground, but the underground circulation system of the Yudu building is very complex, and we haven't found a breakthrough point yet. Hu Ao Zong's dark face showed a helpless expression, and at the same time, a hint of embarrassment could be seen. It was quite absurd that a combat-experienced special operations captain couldn't find a breakthrough point. Sometimes, poorly constructed buildings raise safety concerns, but at other times, well-constructed buildings become shields for others. It's quite a conundrum. I also can't find a good way to attack. Let's first set up perimeter security and arrange for snipers while we wait for an opportunity. Lei Zhengang looked at the negotiation expert who was preparing. We can buy some time with negotiations so we can think of a strategy. Hu Aozong nodded. We'll have to do it this way for now. Hello, everyone. Please do not harm the hostages. You can state your demands, and we will definitely meet them. As long as you do not harm the hostages, everything can be discussed. The negotiation expert shouted in English through a loudspeaker. Hearing the imperfect English from outside, Lin smiled. See, just as I guessed. The people here value lives highly. As long as we have enough hostages, why would we worry about them not agreeing to us? Mamba gave Lin a thumbs up. Tell them we will only negotiate with Ghoulie, and we will not engage with anyone else. Lin said to Mamba, who was also ready with a loudspeaker. All right, negotiate with Ghoulie? Lei Zhengang frowned. What is there to discuss with Ghoulie? Could it be that this hostage situation is related to some business dealings? Have someone make the call and contact Ghoulie. Yes, the contact point for the alliance. Ha ha ha, they have succeeded. Soon we will be able to talk to Ghoulie and obtain the technology we want. Osti laughed heartily. Beside him, Wadey also had a smile on his face. This operation has gone unexpectedly smoothly. The border here is just like our own country, yes. It turned out to be so easy to smuggle. Ghoulie's technology is extensive, including artificial intelligence, graphene batteries, intelligent robots, and more. Each of these advanced technologies, once acquired, will be of great use to us. We will become even stronger because of these technologies. Although the dialogue has not yet started and the technology is not yet in hand, Osti can already imagine how his family will thrive with Ghoulie's technology. Exactly. Wadey raised his wine glass and clinked it with Osti's. Ding ding ding, boss, satellite phone. Haha, it's here. Osti's smile grew even brighter. Hello, Mr. Gu. Osti DuPont. Gu Li's voice came through from the other end of the satellite phone. Mr. Gu, you are very clever. Osti praised. It was no surprise that his identity could be guessed. For such a genius, who has independently developed artificial intelligence, figuring out his identity is a simple matter. Then you should know my purpose, Mr. Gu. Flying in the air and already halfway there. Gu Li naturally understood what Osti's intentions were. What else could it be, if not for his technology? What else does he have that would warrant such an operation? My technology. Go ahead. Which of my technologies do you want? As long as you let my company's employees go, I can agree to your demands. Haha. Osti laughed. Feeling very happy today. How about a technology for 10 people? You often say that life is priceless. Swapping 10 lives for a piece of technology seems like a good deal, right? Osti, you really are asking for too much. Every piece of my technology is capable of changing the world. Trading 10 lives for a piece of technology makes my work seem rather cheap in your eyes. Doesn't it? Gu Li naturally could not agree to this. The reason Gu Li agreed to talk with Osti was more to buy time. At this moment, beside the Yuduan building, in a single-story house leading to the underground base of the Fire Seed, 10 pairs of security robots, predominantly in blue, emerged and started walking towards the Yuduan building. As they stepped out, several drones flew up, spraying the outer walls black, obscuring the view of those inside. Inside the Yuduan building, employees were putting on external armor. Their cute eyes turned red as they activated kill mode. The positions of Lin and the terrorists were also displayed on their systems, along with a rescue plan. Chapter 11. No need to discuss. I will come find you personally. Inside the Yuduan building, Mamba and other team members, armed with rifles, looked at the hundreds of people squatting before them. The glinting guns resembled beasts ready to hunt. Circling around them, Lin acted as the intermediary, holding a domestic phone in one hand and a satellite phone in the other, facilitating communication between both parties. Among the crowd, Wei Jia, Qin Xiaolu, and Peng Dehai squatted together, accompanied by some senior management from the company. What should we do? Are we going to die here? Peng Dehai said with lingering fear. He had been in the restroom, comfortably scrolling through a video app while relieving himself when the door was kicked open. Before he could react with anger, a gun was pointed at his head, the cold metal instantly making him swallow hard. This was no toy. He felt that if the other party merely squeezed the trigger, he would meet his end. Squat down, don't provoke them, and see what they want. As long as no agreement is reached, our lives are safe, Qin Xiaolu said calmly. Having experienced a similar situation before, he was able to remain composed this time. That's right, and our company's training program covers these scenarios. Wei Jia's face turned pale, her voice trembling. However, the leadership mindset she had developed over time helped her maintain some composure, preventing her from breaking down like some employees who silently cried. Ever since the Yuduan building was established as the headquarters, the CEO had told me to enhance training for employees on how to minimize harm during threats, kidnappings, and terrorist attacks. Without that training, there might have already been casualties. Yes, when people face life-threatening situations, their first instinct is definitely to run, thinking that as long as they could run away, they would survive. This is human survival instinct. Moreover, something similar had just happened. Those visitors, upon seeing Lin and Mamba along with the guns in their hands, emitting deadly flames and sounds, were so frightened that they wanted to rush outside. However, they were pulled back by the staff and comforted. This scene left Lin and the others somewhat astonished. They didn't expect these people to cooperate so well. However, fear was still a common feeling among everyone. Even after being comforted, some were still crying incessantly. All we can do now is wait. Wait for the leader to cooperate with the authorities to rescue us. This is part of the training content. Employees must protect their own safety. The subsequent rescue would be handled by the leader, by the country, and the police. What's that? Baymax. Qin Xiaolu suppressed her surprise and shouted towards a certain corner on the second floor. Shoo, keep it down. Wei Jia signaled. However, she and Peng Dehai glanced in the direction Qin Xiaolu was looking. It really was Baymax. But this Baymax was different from usual. Typically, he would check on them and remind them to take care of their health. He was chubby and cute, with big round white eyes. But now, the Baymax they saw was wearing a blue and white armor. His eyes had changed from round white with black outlines to a semi-oval shape, with the white filling turned red, exuding a sense of solemnity. Baymax actually had such a side. Wei Jia and the others thought in surprise. The rescue had already begun. Stay calm, don't look at them, Wei Jia quickly said in a low voice, urging them to avert their gaze. Their conversation did not attract Mamba and the others' attention. With nearly 400 people here, some were gathered together to talk, comforting each other's emotions. They felt quite relaxed, as their phones and potential weapons had all been confiscated. These people posed no threat to them. On the other side, the conversation between Gu Li and Asti continued. My condition is as follows. If you don't agree, then I'm sorry. Lin, let our leader see our strength. Upon hearing Asti's words, Lin let out a slight cold smile. Holding 2 mobile phones, he approached the group. Lin pulled out his handgun and aimed it at one person's leg before pulling the trigger. Bang! Ah! The person who was shot was first taken aback, then screamed loudly due to the intense pain. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on his leg. Damn it! Ghoulie shouted angrily. He didn't expect the other side to be so ruthless. I agree. 1 technology for 10 people. How many people are present? Count for me. If there are fewer than 10, count it as 10. Their lives must be guaranteed. Ghoulie said quickly. He naturally knew the situation on site. The injured person was also a staff member. You can rest assured on that front. We, the DuPont family, highly value our reputation. As long as you, Mr. Gu, provide the appropriate technology, my people will ensure the safety of your personnel. Asteling said. If he had known the results would be so astonishing, he should have acted sooner. The profits they could make from the war would have been even greater. Just thinking about Longting's technology is tempting. I hope you can keep your promise. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely visit you in your place. Ghoulie gritted his teeth and said, Haha, to put it in your country's terms, I will definitely roll out the red carpet to welcome you, Mr. Gu. At that moment, Zero also received a message. Boss, everything is ready. Should we start the rescue operation? Start. I look forward to seeing you and being as happy as I am today. Then, Ghoulie hung up the phone. The delay time was sufficient. At this time, inside the Yudu building, a sudden loud noise attracted the attention of Lin and Mamba. Lin signaled a member to go check it out. The member cautiously walked over and quickly disappeared behind a wall. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from where the member had gone. The sound was so loud and tragic that it instantly drew everyone's attention. Just at that moment, many white balls rolled down from the second floor. They rushed towards the more than 400 employees and visitors on the first floor. Just as they were about to collide, they suddenly expanded and transformed into a semicircular protective shield, enclosing them within. The speed was astonishing. When Lin and the others turned their heads, they found a semicircular protective shield right in front of them. Damn, we've been tricked. Quickly break through that protective layer and grab the hostages. Lin shouted. He quickly picked up an assault rifle and fired at the shield. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted instantly. The gunshots inside the Yudu building also reached the outside. Lei Zhenggang and Hu Aozong's expressions changed dramatically. After exchanging glances, they understood each other's thoughts. They were killing the hostages. Chapter 12. Longting is powerful, not just in terms of technology. Bastards. Scoundrels. Trash. Lei Zhenggang and Hu Aozong cursed angrily. Quickly rescue the hostages. The two immediately issued orders for a strong assault on the Yudu building. If they didn't attack now to draw their fire, the more than 400 hostages would be killed. The special police and military personnel approached the Yudu building in tactical teams. Just as they got closer, robots appeared from the side, causing them to halt. What is that? Whose is it? Is it a robot? Confusion arose in the minds of Lei Zhenggang and Hu Aozong. The robots moved quickly, swiftly approaching the Yudu building. They raised their strange firearms and aimed at the outer walls of the building. With a pull of the trigger, a beam of energy struck the thick glass exterior. The glass exterior wall seemed to melt quickly under the blazing sun, flowing down like a puddle on the ground. What kind of weapon is this? Lei Zhenggang couldn't help but exclaim. Our plan was to use sticky explosives to blow it open. Even so, we couldn't guarantee that we could create a passageway for passage. After all, it's a solid piece of glass. But how can their weapons open a passage so quickly? If this weapon can achieve such an effect on ordinary walls, our future operations would certainly be much more convenient. Hu Aozong nodded in agreement. Silent. And the efficiency is so high. It must be an excellent weapon for taking shortcuts. The blue and white robot didn't pause its movements. Instead, it threw several tear gas grenades and smoke bombs inside. After waiting for the tear gas and smoke to fill the entire first floor of the building, they finally charged in. Inside the building, Lin and Mamba were attacking a white protective shield. What on earth is this? Why is it so hard to break? Lin said in frustration. Their bullets hit the white shield, leaving only dark holes and traces of burning from the bullets. However, breaking through seemed a distant prospect. Captain, what should we do? Let's retreat, Mamba suggested. Without hostages, they could do nothing but be targets here. Let's try heavy firepower. Yes. Mamba took out a portable RPG and aimed it at the white protective layer, just as he was about to fire. Suddenly, Lin shouted loudly, "Be careful." A large white figure charged out from behind Mamba, directly knocking him aside. The RPG in his hand was also sent flying. The large white figure had no weapon system, only a combat chip and armor. So first, it went to disarm the bomb before ambushing Lin and Mamba on the first floor, preparing to snatch weapons from them to counterattack. Just as the large white figure acted, the blue and white defense robot also threw in tear gas and smoke bombs from outside. Retreat. Lin decisively issued the retreat order. But could they just withdraw as they pleased? Dozens of large white figures rushed out from the shadows. All the large whites activated their combat chips, moving with agility like martial arts masters. With full power, their speed was no longer slow. Under the thrust of their boosters, they quickly closed in on Lin and Mamba. Moreover, their movements were extremely ruthless, breaking Lin and Mamba's hands, rendering them unable to resist, while enduring excruciating pain just when they were about to fight back. A gun was pointed at their heads, and their tear-filled gaze moved upward. Amidst the smoke, the silhouettes of the blue and white robots could be faintly seen, along with their glowing red eyes. In just 1 minute, all members of Lin and Mamba's team were subdued by the large whites and the blue and white robots. Ghoulie has now arrived in the southern region, but he does not make his presence known openly. Instead, he heads to a secluded corner and puts away his armored suit, which only needs to shine for the eyes of Yen Jian and the others. It is not suitable for public display. Ghoulie takes a vehicle arranged by Zero and arrives outside the Yudu building. With his identity, he is sufficiently qualified to enter. Moreover, he is the founder of the Longting Group. "Captain Lei, Captain Hu, let's go in. My robots have already taken control of them." Ghoulie says grimly to the two. Lei Zhengang and Hu Aozong also look quite grim. They are aware that gunfire from assault rifles had just sounded. After a few bursts, are there still any survivors inside? "Mr. Gu, you might as well wait for us. I will inform you of the specific situation inside later." "You need to be prepared," Lei Zhengang says sympathetically. Losing so many employees at once means many families will be shattered. The pressure Ghoulie must face is unimaginable. "Major Gu, please accept my condolences." Hu Aozong also speaks up to offer comfort. "Not at all. My employees are mostly safe, except for one unfortunate fellow who got shot in the leg by a terrorist. However, Dabai has already given him first aid." Ghoulie replies with a light smile. His grim demeanor is due to the unexpected boldness of Asti and the others. "Is that so? Let us go take a look together." Lei Zhengang and Hu Aozong exchange glances and walk towards the Yudu building with Ghoulie. Just as Ghoulie said, most of the employees were unharmed. Those who were injured had only minor wounds, which Dabai was attending to. However, Lin and Mamba had been controlled by the blue and white robots. "What are these?" Lei Zhengang asks, looking at the blue and white robots. "They are the blue and white security robots I developed, responsible for security at the Yudu building. I have already reported the weapons they carry to the higher-ups," Ghoulie explains. He then goes to comfort the employees and announces that they will receive a paid 7-day leave along with compensation. The employees who narrowly escaped do not respond very enthusiastically. Qin Xiaolu stands beside Ghoulie with tears in her eyes. In the office of the Alliance, Asti is furious. "What? They actually failed? Why did they fail? How did they fail?" He angrily smashes a glass filled 1/3 with wine onto the floor, scattering red wine and glass shards everywhere. The operation had gone so smoothly. They were on the verge of acquiring Ghoulie's technology, which included the artificial intelligence and smart robotics he had coveted for so long. Yet, at the most critical moment, they failed. Asti cannot comprehend this situation, and no one is able to explain it to him because Lin and the others have already been captured. Additionally, the spies and agents activated domestically have also been apprehended by the local authorities. For the time being, it is difficult for news from that region to be communicated. Chapter 13. Ghoulie, I am not a good person. In the Yudun building, inside Ghoulie's office, Qin Xiaolu, Wei Jia, and Peng Dehai were all present. Lei Zhengang and Hu Aozong were also there. The entire Yudun building was mostly empty, with only these few individuals remaining as others were on leave or had gone home. Qin Xiaolu sat beside Ghoulie, holding his hand tightly with her left hand. Lei Zhengang and Hu Aozong were looking at Ghoulie with intense curiosity. "Mr. Gu, what is that white protective shield you use for hostage protection? It can actually withstand bullets." The white protective shield had been handled by both Lei Zhengang and Hu Aozong. It felt very soft, as if it could be torn apart with a gentle tug. However, it was clearly not the case. Even trying to cut it with a knife proved ineffective. If this material were made into bulletproof vests, shields, or helmets, or even applied to the surface of vehicles, their defensive capabilities would significantly increase. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to inquire rather than retreat with the team. I understand what you mean. Ghoulie was well aware of their intentions. The technology behind the white protective shield was already known to the higher-ups. You can apply to the authorities, and you should be able to get it, Ghoulie said with a smile. I won't sell it separately here. Lei Zhengang sighed. All right. Applying to the higher-ups. Who knows how long that will take? Mr. Gu, can you tell me what happened inside the Udon building? We need to document it for reporting purposes. I understand. Ghoulie nodded, then took out a hard drive from the side. The specific situation is all recorded in here. It's our internal surveillance video. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Gu. Lei Zhengang took the hard drive and left with Huaozong. After they left, Qin Xiaolu looked at Ghoulie. Her eyes filled with tears. Ghoulie, I thought I would never see you again. They looked at us like we were animals, as if we would be killed by them at any moment. As she spoke, Qin Xiaolu broke down in tears. Wei Jia and Pang Dehai, sitting nearby, also wore expressions of lingering fear. You don't know, I was in the restroom at the time. I had just finished when a gun was pointed at me. I thought I would die there without even my pants on. Pang Dehai sighed dramatically. If it were the kind of situation I imagined, it would have been truly mortifying. But thankfully, we survived in the end. Wei Jia said, patting her chest. I didn't expect our big white robot could wear armor. There were also the robots you arranged. Ghoulie, if they hadn't arrived in time, we might have really. After all, the rescue methods of the police and military were not as effective as the rescue methods employed by Ghoulie's big white robot and the others, which better ensured their safety. This time it's my fault. It's because my technology is too impressive, making them envious. It's because my anti-theft technology is too advanced for them to crack that they resorted to such despicable means. Ghoulie said coldly. The actions of Asti had truly crossed Ghoulie's bottom line. If you want technology, then go ahead and hack it, or send someone to steal it, or even try to turn my employees against me and leak the technology. But using such methods to threaten your own employees and involve these innocent people who are just doing their jobs is unacceptable. If this matter isn't resolved, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ghoulie thought to himself. Qin Xiaolu chuckled and said, Are you bragging about yourself? Exactly, Wei Jia and Pang Dehai agreed. Ghoulie said to Wei Jia, In the future, we need to increase training so that our employees can better protect their own safety in similar situations. Okay. Wei Jia understood the necessity of such training. Who knows if something like this will happen again next time. Let's go home and take some time to relax and rest. Ghoulie said. After sending Qin Xiaolu home, he returned to the underground base of the fire source. 0, connect me to Yi. Soon, 0 dialed Yi's number. And Yi's figure appeared in front of Ghoulie. How's the training for our robot team going? We've managed to subdue all the terrorists here. According to our plan, we're training them and starting to mine the local resources. We're building an economic market for them. Boss, whatever minerals you need, I can send them over from here. He said quickly. Good, start expanding into the surrounding areas and bring those countries under control. Ghoulie said, reclining in his chair. The area where he was located had the highest concentration of terrorists and was also a key region for resource extraction. The attack on Longting Group's Lin and Mamba was carried out by mercenaries from this region. Subduing them would eliminate a global threat. I have a task for you. Send a few teams to deliver some gifts to our good friend Asti. The gifts must be grand and make him very happy. Ghoulie instructed. Understood. He replied with a cold smile, fully aware of Ghoulie's intentions. He would definitely prepare a memorable gift for Asti. After arranging things with E, Ghoulie turned to 0. Can you manipulate the stock market? Of course, no problem. 0 replied confidently. Their artificial intelligence was used for military purposes, while the civilian network lacked such protection. Boss, what do you want me to do? Asti is from the DuPont family, right? That's right. Manipulate the stock prices of all companies under the DuPont family. They shouldn't expect to have a good life after messing with my people. Ghoulie snorted coldly. Got it. Boss. The incident of the Udon building being taken hostage by terrorists was naturally reported online, but the detailed videos and images were blocked by 0. However, once something is uploaded to the internet, traces are always left behind, or someone might intentionally save them. Wow, there are even robots in that white building? And they can carry weapons? Is Longting that powerful? Is it really possible for a robot to be equipped with weapons? Is this internationally permitted? Although there are justifiable reasons, allowing a single company to possess armed forces seems problematic, doesn't it? If it were to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could lead to a bloodbath. I've heard that terrorists were subdued by advanced technology and robots. Aside from one unfortunate individual who was injured, everyone else was safely rescued. The strength of this company is not just in technology. I hope that regulations are strengthened to prevent private ownership of armed forces. It's too dangerous. Where do terrorists come from? They are all foreigners. Chapter 14, The Furious Osti. Take them all away. Northwest Base, Military Exercise Control Room. Yin Jiayan, Du Kaiyu, and others were intently watching the screen on the tablet. Inside the control room, the large screen was not drawing anyone's attention anymore. Even the intense exchanges between the red and blue teams could not capture their focus. Their attention was firmly fixated on the monitoring footage on the tablet. Mercenaries? Yes, these individuals are well-known mercenaries from abroad. The leader, named Lin, is from a certain country but has been active in the Ater region. He has completed many missions with a 100% success rate, and at least a dozen national officials have been killed by him. Mamba and the others with him are no different. They are all wanted internationally. Du Kaiyu glanced at the information in his hand and explained, but in the end, they fell into our hands. So they were able to enter our territory because our defenses were lax, Yin Jiayan scoffed. If our border defenses were strong, how could they have entered? Sigh, we need to strengthen border defenses. Fortunately, Gu Li's dragon-like robots performed exceptionally well. They cooperated effectively during this rescue operation. There's great potential. With them, we can ensure border security. Exactly, Yin Jiayan and several others echoed. By the way, this is a list Gu Li provided me. It contains the names of spies and agents in our country identified through artificial intelligence. Du Kaiyu opened a document on the tablet. Oh, Yin Jiayan looked over curiously. Why wasn't this identified by our own artificial intelligence? Du Kaiyu was momentarily taken aback. Leader, there is a difference between various artificial intelligences. After all, this company is the pioneer in AI. Yin Jiayan was silent for a moment. Strengthen the research. Can the individuals on the list be confirmed as spies and agents? Yes, they can be confirmed. Then proceed with the arrests. Understood. One person behind Yin Jiayan took the tablet. Go out and arrange for the capture of the individuals on the list. Let's continue watching the military exercise. In the waters off the Andes Mountains, hundreds of robots were heading towards the territory of the Eagle Nation from beneath the ocean. The coatings on the robots allowed them to effectively evade detection by the Eagle Nation surveillance. The stock market in the Eagle Nation was also experiencing an influx of capital. At this moment, the alliance of deities, the 8 families met again. Robots. More robots. Why are Gu Li's robots so exceptional? A look of anger appeared on Osti's face. Our operation was clearly going well, yet we still couldn't succeed. This time, we have inadvertently alerted the enemy, and our future actions will likely be difficult to carry out. What he sighed. He had thought this time they could obtain Gu Li's technology to strengthen their own power. But it ended up being in vain. We are at a low point, while Gu Li's strength is soaring. Lin and Mamba have performed well in their operations. Let's contact Gu Li. Ultimately, the key factor is still the robots. Who would have thought that Gu Li's robots could possess weapon systems? Alas, everyone present felt somewhat helpless. After all, it is well known that this country has strict gun control laws. Who would have thought that Gu Li could possess firearms? We will wait for the next opportunity. Failure is not terrifying for them. Each of their families has survived to this point. How could they not have experienced failure? One failure does not signify much. They need to strengthen intelligence gathering for future operations and strive for success next time. Just as they were discussing the matters they were responsible for, someone knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, several of our company's stock prices are falling. The speed is increasing. What? Osti looked at the newcomer in confusion. The person was from his family. How could the stock prices be falling? We haven't taken any action. The newcomer quickly used a tablet to display some messages. Someone is saying you are dead. The newcomer stammered. After the young masters received this news, they started fighting over the family assets. Their actions made people from other companies, like sharks smelling blood, want to take a bite out of us. Bastard. How did I teach them? Internal matters should be resolved internally. This must be affecting our development because of something. And what did they do? They just started fighting while my life is uncertain? They must have been hoping I was dead all along. Osti's face turned red. The anger in his heart was more intense than the frustration of their failed operation. The representatives from other families looked on with amusement at Osti. No, it seems they have seen your death photo. the newcomer said, glancing nervously at Asti. Hearing this, Asti's anger intensified. Get in touch with them. Asti's voice was like that of an enraged lion. Yes, but after a while. Boss, there's no signal. We can't get through. Asti's expression changed. How could there be no information here? As the meeting place for the Alliance of Deities, the signal should be the best here. This would facilitate their commands and allow for quicker reception of news from around the world. The others also changed their expressions dramatically, taking out their phones to check for signal or make calls. But there was not a single trace of signal. The phone couldn't connect, and the computer displayed a network disconnection message. Quick, we need to retreat to our safe house. Asti shouted urgently. They rushed outside, their experiences telling them that this could only mean one thing. Someone was jamming the signals in the area, likely intending to take action against them. Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise came from outside. The door was kicked open, flying to the sides. A group of robots entered, armed with electromagnetic restraint rifles. Asti, come with me. I have a big gift for you. And you all, come along. The leading robot spoke in Gu Li's voice. Asti recognized him immediately through the phone. Gu Li, you actually came to this region. Haha, do you think I would go with you just because you asked? Asti sneered, waving his hand down sharply. On the second floor, numerous gunmen appeared and fired at them. The bullets rained down, but no harm was done. Haha, Gu Li chuckled. Moments later, all the gunmen were eliminated by the robots, leaving only Asti and the representatives of other families. Take them away. Chapter 15. You stay here. Reap the immense wealth. Gu Li, let me go? Just let me go? And I will give you whatever you want. In a basement, Asti looked at the cloaked figure, thinking he must be Gu Li. Aside from Gu Li, he couldn't think of anyone else he had offended during this time. Those he had previously wronged had long been dealt with by Gu Li. Thus, he was certain the person before him was Gu Li. Gu Li's voice came from the figure. I'm not interested in your possessions. Just stay here nicely. Come, look at the camera and smile. The figure pulled out a camera and aimed it at Asti, pressing the shutter. Really, whatever you want, I can give you. We are the 10 strongest families in this region. Whether it's money, power, anything you want, we can provide it. Just spare us. Asti continued urgently. He couldn't stay here any longer. News of his death had already spread outside. As the leader of the DuPont family, if he died, even with a will, those troublesome heirs would disregard it, fiercely fighting for control over the DuPont family's wealth. Would the DuPont family continue to thrive under such circumstances? Asti glanced at the other family representatives. Their families would surely seize the opportunity to swallow his. The representatives of other families spoke up at this moment. That's right. Whatever you want, we can give it to you. We can even get the confidential documents from this region. Plus, we can also acquire the superhuman serum currently being developed. As long as you inject this potion, your lifespan will definitely be enhanced, and your physical fitness will improve. Listening to what they said, Gu Li, lying in the underground base of the fire source, had no interest at all. What they spoke of, he already possessed. He had even injected it himself, although it had little effect on his semi-mechanical ascended body. However, it could still provide some enhancement, albeit minimal. No interest. You are the same, smile. He aimed the camera at the others and took a photo of them as well. You can stay here. Don't worry, I will keep you alive. By the way, I will play some news to relieve your boredom. After finishing the shoot, he left, leaving some robots to monitor them. After he left, he transmitted the photos he took to Ling Ling would apply AI face swapping to properly handle their family business. With Ling's involvement, the AI face swapping was enough to fool them. Did you think I was easy to deal with? Gu Li took off his communication glasses and watched Ling's operations on the computer. Ling was quick, operating 10 videos simultaneously, based on the faces of 10 people. He first created 3D models, then applied skin textures, and finally adjusted the muscle movements with meticulous precision. This made the photos and videos indistinguishable from reality. After an hour, Ling reported, "Boss, the face swapping is done. Should we start the operation? Let's start. By the way, inform the locals that we are having meat. And let them have some soup too," Gu Li said with a smile. "All right, boss. And don't forget to provide real-time updates to our good friends." Inside the DuPont family estate, there was a commotion. "Where's the patriarch? Tell me, where's the patriarch? Hurry and tell me where grandfather is. If he doesn't show up soon, our company will be devoured." The once sparsely populated estate was now filled with many cars. As they got out, the first thing they did was ask the butler where Patriarch Asti had gone. This was prompted by news circulating online about Asti's death. They needed Asti to appear to clarify the situation, Otherwise, the other shareholders would surely go mad. After all, having Asti present was a completely different matter than not having him. Moreover, there were 9 other families watching closely. Young masters. I don't know where the patriarch is right now. I am trying to contact those around him, but they aren't responding. Bang. Damn it. Someone slammed their fist on the table. Keep trying to reach him, no matter what. And send someone out to look for him at places he might go. Everyone began brainstorming. However, after discussing, they secretly started contacting their own people to acquire shares of the family business to gain more influence. Just as they anxiously waited, new information appeared online again, regarding the representatives of the 10 families, including Asti and Weddy, who were kidnapped by a terrorist group and executed live. What? Which terrorist group is it? Contact them quickly. No matter the price, we must ensure their safe return. Besides money, we can provide any military equipment they want. However, after saying this, they contacted their associates to expedite the acquisition. The news of Asti and the others facing execution was also displayed on the television in the basement. Ghoulie, you bastard. You can't do this, Faku. Let us out. Upon seeing this news, neither Asti nor Weddy and the other 8 could remain calm. After all, the scenes in the footage were too real. In addition to the news of their impending execution, there were also stock market updates showing their family businesses. At that moment, their family enterprises were plummeting. Their descendants wanted to acquire at lower prices, so they naturally suppressed the stocks first. Because of this suppression, there was zero opportunity left. After all, the stock trading system ultimately relies on the internet. At this time, the execution footage also began to play. In the eyes of outsiders, Asti and the others were dying one after another. When their stock prices dropped to the lowest point, the acquisition began. They understood that their descendants would operate in such a manner. They were a big family after all. The final outcome of not fighting back was abandonment by the family, treated as pawns. But watching their wealth continuously being funneled into Ghoulie's pockets, Asti, Weddy, and the others felt their hearts racing. And the person taking their wealth was right in front of them. Their eyes turned red with rage. However, as time passed, their stock prices began to rise. They knew the dust had settled. At this moment, he walked in. You can go meet your end. Chapter 16. I want the body, but I have conditions. In the underground base of Huazongyuan, looking at the long string of numbers on the screen, Ghoulie laughed heartily. Buying low and selling high. Ghoulie became the biggest beneficiary. He cashed out nearly $1 trillion from outside. This was definitely a devastating figure for the 10 families. However, being able to obtain so much wealth was astonishing. Zero used hundreds of accounts to transfer the money back domestically. Zero invested this money into our major bases. We are preparing to build our spaceship base and find non-equilibrium metals to complete my mechanical ascension. Ghoulie instructed Zero. All right. After arranging Zero's matters, Ghoulie went to his studio to rest. The next day, still sleepy, Ghoulie received a call from Du Kaiyu. Xiaogu, I heard your robot rescued the hostages. They were well protected and basically unharmed. Unexpectedly, your robot has performed so excellently. Du Kaiyu praised Ghoulie's robot directly. Uncle Du, please don't make fun of me. The technology one contribute to my country can achieve such results as well. As long as coordination is done properly, we can achieve the same level of unity. Any action, as long as it is coordinated and unified, can basically be completed perfectly, Ghoulie said while yawning. By the way, how was yesterday's military exercise? The vehicle I developed performed excellently, right? Any weapon can only show its excellence and the power it can unleash when it is in the hands of real users. Staying in theory is useless. Du Kaiyu paused at Ghoulie's question. Everyone's attention was on Ghoulie yesterday. When they turned back to watch the military exercise, it was just in time for the end of the tank battle. In the end, the nuclear-powered tank won with absolute superiority. They saw all the subsequent scenes, and it could be said it was a complete domination. Naturally, it was outstanding. You weren't there, but once the nuclear-powered vehicle appeared, its speed and combat power were something the opponents simply couldn't withstand. Yesterday, we resisted the director team all day, unwilling to accept such an outcome. But the world is just unreasonable. Whoever has stronger technology and weapons basically secures victory. This is no longer an era where victory could be achieved just by numbers. A single barrage can wipe out those who charge forward. Du Kaiyu sighed deeply. With the advancement of technology, the form of warfare has changed long ago. Using old combat methods now is no different from seeking death. Indeed, the development of technology means that manpower is becoming less and less important, less and less valuable. However, in the future technological era, the advantage is ours. Ha ha, that's right. Suddenly, Du Kaiyu seemed to remember something. Didn't your company previously launch prosthetics? We want to make some modifications now, but we've encountered some issues. We would like to invite you to give us some advice. We want to see if we can make our prosthetics combat effective. Coincidentally, Ma Yinghua also has some problems and wants to consult you. If you have time, I can send someone to pick you up. Okay, but I'll go myself. I really don't want to continue taking a helicopter, Guli agreed. However, Guli truly did not want to experience the helicopter ride again. Every time he took one, he felt like his body was falling apart. All right, I'll send you the address shortly. After receiving the address from Du Kaiyu, Guli lay back down in bed. Nothing was more important than sleep. After Guli had fully rested, he took some items from the base and boarded a private jet, heading towards the address provided by Du Kaiyu. In a certain base deep in the mountains here had been completely excavated by Ma Yingshua's team, specifically for the development of intelligent robots and other supporting robots. Guli was picked up by a military jeep from the closest airport to this location. Uncle Ma, long time no see. Guli embraced Ma Yinghua. You brat. It's only been a few days, Ma Yinghua replied with a smile. You're just in time. Come on, let me show you our latest research and development. Ma Yinghua pulled Guli to a room within the base. The room was not as large as the previous one they had seen, only about 2 to 3 meters high. Inside were several robots, approximately the height of an adult. More importantly, these robots were designed to be worn by people. At that moment, one of the robots was unfolding its limbs and torso, while the staff around were inspecting it for defects. Wow, Uncle Ma. I didn't expect you to create something like an armored suit. Guli exclaimed in surprise. He was aware that he hadn't provided any related technology. Come on. I know you're just flattering me. These are leftovers from your experiments. I'm not fooled, Ma Yinghua said dismissively. Take a look and give us your feedback. He handed Guli several documents. All right, let me see. Guli took the documents and a pen, starting to review the technical details. Before he could make many changes, Du Kaiyu rushed in from outside. You old rascal, and you didn't even tell me when someone arrived. Du Kaiyu complained, shooting a glance at Ma Yinghua. Ma Yinghua retorted, if I had told you, how could I get Guli to help me with this? If you take him away, it might be days before I get my turn. Du Kaiyu sighed. Okay, let us have Guli take a look first. Once Guli modified the technical details in the documents, Du Kaiyu quickly took him away in a vehicle within the base, heading to another area. We purchased your prosthetics, but the modifications haven't been satisfactory. The weapons integrated into them don't perform as we imagined. They actually have quite low power. Du Kaiyu began explaining the issues he encountered. I came here to solve your problems, Guli said, patting the briefcase he was carrying. Some of my modification plans are in here. I also brought 2 complete prototypes for you to see the power. Guli smiled, but suddenly turned serious. However, I have conditions for you. What conditions? Du Kaiyu was not surprised. He was used to Guli setting conditions. I need some special metal mineral resources. Here, this is what I need. I hope you can facilitate the procurement when the time comes. Du Kaiyu took the tablet and began reviewing the materials. When he saw the first material, Du Kaiyu's expression changed dramatically. Looking at the list of metal mineral resources on the tablet, Du Kaiyu looked as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The metals Guli requested were indeed unexpected: uranium, tungsten, titanium, and other important mineral resources. Moreover, the quantities Guli needed were massive, often in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of tons. Which country has such large reserves to provide for you? Du Kaiyu sighed. Xiaogu, it's not that Uncle Du doesn't agree, but what you want is really beyond our capability. We simply cannot provide you with such a large quantity of resources. Uncle Du, you misunderstood, Guli smiled and said. Oh, how so? Du Kaiyu's reluctance instantly vanished from his face. What I mean is, if I mine these metal mineral resources myself, I hope the country can facilitate that. To let you mine these minerals for yourself? That's naturally impossible. How can the country have so many metal mineral resources? Guli wanted to mine them himself, and then use the resources to build his own things. Now I see. In that case, this matter, Uncle Du will agree to you. You can mine however you want. Of course, you also need to pay attention to the ecological environment. Du Kaiyu's expression of reluctance was gone, replaced with excitement, his eyes glimmering as he looked at the safe beside Guli. He knew that inside the safe was a military-grade cybernetic limb with immense power. I understand. Mining minerals will definitely damage the ecological environment. But the extent of the damage depends on who has better mining capabilities. Clearly, Gu Li's robotic mining team could minimize the ecological damage caused by the mining. And now? Du Kaiyu rubbed his hands together eagerly, staring at the safe. Gu Li naturally understood what Du Kaiyu meant. In Du Kaiyu's expectant gaze, Gu Li opened the safe. First, he took out a set of technical documents. These are some modification plans I've researched, which can unleash quite powerful capabilities. Du Kaiyu took the technical documents handed to him by Gu Li and set them aside. He couldn't understand technical matters. He was more focused on the cybernetic limb inside the safe, which was glowing with a silvery light. Uncle Du, please help me find someone to try it out. I definitely can't demonstrate it to you. All right. Soon, Du Kaiyu called over a soldier with a disabled arm. Jin Zhongwen, a 10-year veteran, had lost his left arm due to an incident during a mission. He was now summoned back to participate in the cybernetic limb trial. Du Kaiyu briefly introduced him. Hello. Gu Li saluted Jin Zhongwen with admiration. Jin Zhongwen returned the salute. Then, Gu Li took out the cybernetic left arm from the safe. Jin Zhongwen had a portion of his left arm amputated above the elbow, while Gu Li's cybernetic limb was a complete left arm. Du Kaiyu looked at Gu Li with confusion. It clearly didn't team match. Could this be installed? However, Gu Li's subsequent actions dispelled Du Kaiyu's doubts. He adjusted the cybernetic limb, and it automatically resized to the appropriate dimensions. Come over here, the limb is a bit heavy. Just place it on the table later. Once the limb was fitted onto Jin Zhongwen's arm, the excess portion of the limb extended toward his shoulder blade. The size and length of the prosthetic limb are exactly the same as the original arm of the individual. If it weren't for the inherent metallic color, it would be difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Then, the technician took out two button-like devices and placed them on either side of the individual's temples. I'm about to activate it. You'll feel a surge of electricity through your brain, the technician reminded. Okay, the individual responded. It's just electricity, right? It's not like I haven't experienced worse. The technician pressed the buttons gently, and they emitted a brilliant blue light, resembling two embedded gems. The moment the technician activated the device, the previously calm expression of the individual changed dramatically. The surge of electricity through the brain was no minor sensation. It felt even more intense than during electric shock training. The individual's face twisted in agony, teeth clenched tightly. However, the electricity surged quickly and dissipated just as fast. Within seconds, it was gone. The struggle caused the table to shake, and the password box on it nearly fell to the ground. But a silver-white arm caught it securely. The individual placed the password box back on the table, looking in astonishment at their left arm. The fingers of the left arm moved with remarkable agility, closing and opening effortlessly. The individual then raised their right hand and performed the same motions. Both arms exhibited the same level of dexterity. The prosthetic limb felt as natural as a real one, even more agile than a biological arm. Let us head to the testing ground to try out the prosthetic's capabilities, another colleague said, watching the individual's nimble left arm with excitement. Sure, the individual and the technician nodded in agreement. The technician grabbed the password box, and they headed to the testing facility within the base. Half an hour later, the individual changed into suitable clothing for movement and stood inside the testing area. Outside were the technician, the excited colleague, and other researchers who had arrived later. Let us begin, the colleague announced. As soon as the words were spoken, the individual started to move, first picking up an assault rifle to take aim. They began with standing shots, then switched to kneeling and prone positions. The bullets flew swiftly towards the target. The individual's aim was precise. Every bullet hit the center of the target paper without missing. After that, they switched to a second magazine, shooting while moving. Once the second magazine was empty, the rifle was tossed behind them effortlessly. Then, with remarkable agility, they drew a handgun from their thigh. Bang, bang, bang. The handgun's bullets were discharged quickly. Even after the magazine was empty, the individual did not stop. After holstering the handgun, they swung their left arm, and a compact pistol ejected from the prosthetic. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out once more. Jin Zhongwen once again flicked his wrist, and a small machine gun appeared in the place where the handgun had been. The final flick revealed a long, curved blade resembling a machete. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden stakes stood upright, easily sliced through by the long knife, as if they were tofu. In just a few moves, they were severed. Watching Jin Zhongwen's actions outside the testing ground, everyone except Gu Li was mesmerized. Chapter 18. War. 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 How is this achieved? How can it be so flexible? Why can't our cybernetics achieve such results? Just one left arm can conceal so many weapons. How can such a small space hold so much? Is Guli really that impressive? Sigh, we are all human, so why are the results so different? As they spoke, they glanced at Guli, who stood alongside Du Kaiyu and Ma Yingzhua. He looked so young, yet high-tech innovations repeatedly emerged from his hands. Although they all had human brains, the outcomes were so different. Any difficult problem seemed to be easily resolved in Gu Li's hands. Indeed, it's much more flexible than our own research. Du Kaiyu watched Jin Zhongwen still performing various actions in the testing ground and praised. If only our people could have as many brilliant ideas as Gu Li. Haha, given time, our country might just become the strongest in the world. Ma Yingzhua laughed beside him. What a pity. Du Kaiyu sighed. Hearing Du Kaiyu's sigh, Gu Li turned around. What is there to be sorry about? I've shared my technology, Haven TI. If you send people to learn, you're bound to discover many talented individuals. Perhaps someone even more capable than me will emerge. The technologies Gu Li had contributed, although not his most advanced, were definitely enough for them to study for a long time. Once he had the technical library prepared and perfected, there would be even more for them to learn. By the way, I've been organizing the technical library recently. I can share it when it's ready, Gu Li added, expressing his thoughts. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Du Kaiyu and Ma Yingzhua looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? You're sharing the technical library with us? The two looked incredulous. They never expected Gu Li would share the library. Yes, after all, they are just some technologies I want to be using. Sharing them will allow you to learn more. No matter what, I want to lose out, Gu Li said, looking sincere. Seeing Gu Li's genuine demeanor, Du Kaiyu and Ma Yingzhua revealed expressions of delight. Haha, great. I will definitely commend you to the higher-ups. As the three chatted, Jin Zhongwen completed all his operations and walked out of the testing ground. He first saluted the three of them and then excitedly said, Leaders, I feel that this time's cybernetic body is even better than those I've tested before. Not only is it flexible, but in many aspects, it is superior to my original arm. As soon as a thought crosses my mind, the prosthetic responds accordingly. It's very comfortable and satisfying. I feel that my accuracy is even higher than before. This proves that our prosthetics are well-researched. Our finest soldiers can return to their favorite places, Du Kaiyu said with a smile. How many in the military have ambitions, but had to leave their beloved places for various reasons? Now, with the advent of prosthetics, they can showcase their skills again. Gu Li smiled and said, My prosthetic is certified, so it's yours to use. Is that okay? Jin Zhongwen looked at Du Kaiyu. He found this prosthetic incredibly comfortable. Du Kaiyu nodded. Of course. After speaking, he looked at Gu Li and patted his shoulder. Come on. Teach our technicians so they can learn this technology as soon as possible. Damn it. How did they sneak in here? In an office at a research base. Woody said angrily, slamming his fist on the table. The desk phone jumped from the force of his anger. Have we figured out who stole from us? What exactly was taken? Woody looked at Fowl, who was standing nearby. Fowl picked up a document that detailed the investigation. The individuals who stole from them were associated with a certain country from the region. A significant amount was taken, including superhuman serum, methods for manufacturing laser guns, and wearable exoskeleton technology. Seeing the list of stolen items, Fowl's lips twitched. To acquire so much technology, these individuals must have had plans in place for a while and collaborated. They acted swiftly when the opportunity arose to steal these technologies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to take them so quickly. Why did we only discover the theft now? Woody's anger intensified upon hearing Fowl's words. These technologies belonged to different departments, yet it was only after the theft that they realized how much had been taken. He had thought only 1 or 2 technologies were stolen. Quickly send people out to find them and bring them back. Woody shouted angrily. People have already been dispatched, and we've contacted the major transportation hubs to implement lockdowns. However, the results may be minimal. It has already been 1 or 2 hours since they took the technology. They likely transmitted it back long ago. Even so, we need to find those individuals. By evening, they managed to locate them. Unfortunately, just as Fowl had suspected, they had already transmitted the technology back to their respective countries. Damn it. Report this to higher-ups and let them intervene, Woody said helplessly after his outburst. A week later, a certain country was cited for violating an international regulation. Investigation into the Rising Sun Nation is required. Once the announcement from the dominant nation was made, the Rising Sun Nation was naturally unwilling to comply. Especially after acquiring certain technologies, they were even less likely to allow an investigation. If the dominant nation discovered that they were researching technologies obtained from them, the consequences for the Rising Sun Nation would be dire. However, even if the Rising Sun Nation refused, the dominant nation was still determined to carry out the investigation. They even used the same reasoning to pressure another region, suspecting them of violating international regulations. The situation quickly escalated, with the Rising Sun Nation and the other region confronting the dominant nation, asserting that they had not violated any regulations and strongly opposing the investigation. Despite their objections, the dominant nation turned a blind eye and continued to push for the investigation, rallying its allies to apply pressure. Eventually, the Rising Sun Nation could no longer bear the immense pressure, and, seeing progress in their research, their ambitions began to swell. Thus, war broke out. Chapter 19. The fight has begun. I want to get involved. A fight is about to start? Du Kaiyu exclaimed in shock upon hearing the news. This is major news. It's important to note that the Rising Sun Nation, the other region, and the dominant nation have always been on good terms, with the latter being the former's protector. It's unexpected that the leader and the subordinate would come to blows. Is it a case of the subordinate overstepping bounds, or the leader encroaching on the subordinate's territory? In Du Kaiyu's mind, two dramatic scenarios played out simultaneously. The conversation on the other end continued, indicating that tensions were still at the friction stage, but a conflict was very likely. They stole technology from the dominant nation? Impressive. All right, I got it. After hanging up, Du Kaiyu noticed Gu Li and the staff below, who were listening to Gu Li's lecture, looking at him with curiosity. What are you looking at? Du Kaiyu scolded. Focus on the lecture. After that, he quietly said to Gu Li, Xiao Gu, I'll talk to you later. Continue with the technical lecture. Gu Li nodded and continued with the lesson. An hour later, in Du Kaiyu's office, he prepared a cup of tea for Gu Li. I know you like this, but the tea leaves might not be as good as yours. No problem, as long as it's drinkable, Gu Li replied, taking the white porcelain cup. Du Kaiyu sat across from Gu Li. I just received news that tensions between the Rising Sun Nation, the other region, and the dominant nation are escalating. There have been continuous frictions, and even small-scale skirmishes have begun. However, these skirmishes are happening within the military base of the dominant nation. Specifics are unclear. An emergency meeting has been convened at the United Nations in hopes of resolving the situation through talks. The higher-ups want you to increase military production and prepare for combat. The Rising Sun Nation is close to us. Who knows if they are secretly planning to strike us? Du Kaiyu said seriously. The dominant nation thrives on war. Now, economic growth is sluggish across various countries. Who knows if this country is looking to make another fortune this time? Don't worry. I'm fully committed to production and cooperating with the national arrangements. Anyway, I won't be fighting. Ensuring the logistics for the country is something I can handle. Gu Li replied with a serious expression. Right now, the factories in the southern and northwestern regions are working at full capacity, producing tens of thousands of electromagnetic constraint rifles and dozens of military vehicles each day. Oh, and we can ramp up production of the exoskeletons as well. As for the robots, let them understand what future intelligence and unmanned warfare mean when the time comes. Du Kaiyu added. Yes, rest assured. I will never be vague about production matters. Gu Li nodded seriously. At the United Nations conference, the diplomatic representatives from various nations had taken their seats. Today's theme was quite simple: to resolve differences peacefully. The discussion started quickly. Initially, representatives from major countries called for a serious dialogue. The European region, the Eastern nation, and the aforementioned country indeed approached their issues with friendly communication. However, as the exchange deepened, they ended up arguing directly. Eventually, the meeting concluded on an unhappy note, and the conflicts were not resolved through dialogue. Instead, they intensified. The aforementioned country demanded to personally inspect their research institutions and various relevant documents to prove that they had not stolen technology from them before they would relent. Such unreasonable and domineering demands were naturally rejected by the Eastern nation and the European region. Allowing inspections of their research institutions and technology would be like handing over their hard-earned research to the other party, and they would never agree to that. After several meetings, the Eastern nation acted as a mediator, as peaceful development benefits everyone. Unfortunately, the other side was stubborn and insisted on inspections. The meeting ultimately broke apart, with each side returning to prepare for threats of force or to protect themselves with military action. Tensions between the aforementioned country, the Eastern nation, and the European region continued to escalate. As tensions rose, the Eastern nation issued a notice for evacuation. This has always been their style. Whenever there's danger anywhere, As long as there are citizens from the Eastern nation, they use charter flights, naval ships, and other means to ensure their people are safely returned to their homeland. It's unclear what they are even arguing about. Their disputes are so irreconcilable. The demands from the aforementioned country to inspect their technology are truly baffling. Why not just provide evidence? They insist on checking themselves. It seems to me they are just looking for an excuse for war. Du Kaiyu said while sipping tea and sharing what he knew. The true nature of that country is just like this. Don't you think so, Xiaogu? Du Kaiyu looked at Gu Li, who had not yet returned and was still at the military base. It was mainly for convenience. As long as there was someone at the production factory, everything would be fine. Not necessarily. This is the information I have received. Gu Li took out a tablet and handed it to Du Kaiyu. It is known that a certain country is researching alien spacecraft wreckage. They have also derived some technologies from it, such as exoskeleton technology and artificial intelligence. Of course, their advancements are not as sophisticated as ours. The researchers involved in this study come from multiple countries, including those from Europa and another nation. They are envious of the technologies developed by this particular country, which also includes contributions from their own efforts. Therefore, they conspired together to steal these technologies and send them back to their own countries. Du Kaiyu took the tablet and said, "So that's how it is. I will report this to the higher-ups. By the way, how did you get this information?" Gu Li looked at Du Kaiyu and replied, "As for artificial intelligence, you may worry about being discovered, but I don't. All right, I will report it now." Just as the evacuation was completed in the region and other countries, the certain country took the lead in launching missiles towards the waters and lands around the other nation and Europa. They issued a statement. If the inspections are continued to be refused, they will take more aggressive measures. Europa responded defiantly, "Go to hell. I'm not afraid of you. Come at me if you can." The other nation also released related videos domestically. When people saw the attacks on the other nation and Europa, they were all excited. "This feels great. If you launch more missiles, count it on my tab. It would be even more exhilarating if we were the ones attacking them. Ha. It feels like stepping on them. They stole our national treasures and are our mortal enemies. The worse they get hit, the happier I am. I hope next time they aim a bit better and strike inland." Chapter 20. The flames of war burn fiercely, superhumans emerge. Various self-media platforms in the country, upon seeing this information, began to constantly share and report on it. They certainly wouldn't miss such a hot topic, especially since the targets have all previously harmed the region. Netizens were discussing fervently, eager to personally take action against them. The certain country actually turned against its little brother. Did the other nation offend them? I bet they will surrender in a few days and continue to be submissive. As for Europa, during the last World War, they accepted the aid plan from the certain country. Now they want to wrestle with them? I think that's unlikely. It's just a little brother having a dispute with their boss. In a few days, they will cease fire and reconcile. While netizens were discussing, the certain country began new maneuvers. Their aircraft carriers started to deploy around the waters of the other nation and Europa, with all departing warships armed with live ammunition. The local missiles of the certain country were also being input to important geographical coordinates in the other nation and Europa. They once again issued a statement. If the refusals continue, they will definitely utilize all means necessary. It's a tough situation for them now. The artificial intelligence and superhuman enhancement technology that were stolen by them were the results of their significant financial investment and research. Now, they are reaping the benefits. Additionally, certain countries in the region are relatively powerful compared to others. Once these technologies fall into their hands, their national strength will certainly be enhanced, potentially even surpassing others. After all, their history spans only a few hundred years. With years of development, the major powers in the world are not too far apart in strength. Now that they have acquired new technologies, the gap between them will naturally be narrowed. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to military threats. 3 days later, naval vessels from a certain country arrived one after another. Personnel stationed at military bases in the region were evacuated to nearby bases. Keeping soldiers there would only lead to encirclement. Of course, some were also assigned as insiders in those countries. It seemed that a certain agreement had been reached between them. And at the same time, a joint statement was issued. Announcement: our country has not stolen any technology from the aforementioned country. Their accusations are completely unfounded. Our nation diligently develops its own technology and accumulates scientific knowledge. However, now they falsely accuse us of stealing their technology and want to inspect our research facilities and technology databases. This is absolutely unacceptable. How could we allow others to access the technology we have worked so hard to develop? Are our confidential documents also subject to investigation? We might as well hand over our technology directly. Therefore, any attempts to inspect our technology are strictly prohibited. Bring on whatever actions you have. We are ready. This was the general message of the announcement. However, two individuals were aware of the underlying context. Upon seeing the announcement, they both thought the same thing. What utter shamelessness! After viewing the announcement from those countries, the aforementioned nation could not help but issue an attack order immediately. Missiles were launched toward the airspace of the two countries. The missile defense systems deployed in those regions were activated the moment the missiles approached. The defense systems launched their interceptors toward the incoming missiles. A dazzling display of flames danced in the sky. Missiles that were hit burst like brilliant fireworks in the air. Some missiles were intercepted, while others evaded the defense systems and fell to the ground, embedding themselves deep into the earth. The explosions did not occur immediately. They detonated 5 seconds later. At the moment of the explosion, countless tons of soil were uprooted, creating a deep crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Meanwhile, pedestrians were evacuating and hurriedly entering bomb shelters. Some individuals were injured by debris from the missiles. Missiles that evaded the system's interception were not limited to just one. Some missiles struck the ground, leaving deep craters. Others penetrated buildings, creating large holes and causing countless items to spill out onto the ground. Some missiles targeted military bases, destroying them. This is modern warfare. No matter what happens, the first step is always to bombard with missiles. Following that, fighter jets take off to drop bombs on the enemy territory. However, the enemy is not defenseless. Countless fighter jets also launched from various bases to engage in aerial combat. Missiles were fired from the enemy territory towards the opposing forces. Nevertheless, the defense systems of the opposing forces were more advanced. They did not miss intercepting missiles like the enemy did. The war started instantly, but the situation was overwhelmingly in favor of the opposing forces. Their military capabilities were indeed stronger than those of the enemy. Yet, many nations, weary of the opposing forces, stood by the enemy's side, secretly providing them with weapon support. Thus, after initially facing setbacks, the enemy managed to withstand the intense attacks from the opposing forces. After all, the opposing forces did not intend to annihilate the enemy. At this moment, in an underground base of the enemy, researchers were studying the technology obtained from the opposing forces. How is the preparation for human trials going? Are the test subjects ready? A white-haired elder shouted. Mr. Kawashima, everything is ready. Shall we begin the experiment now? Is the serum prepared? The questioned individual nodded. Then let us start. In a glass-separated laboratory, individuals from the enemy, dressed only in white shorts, stood inside. In front of each of them was an injection needle. Stand sideways. The serum will be injected into your body shortly. Begin the experiment. With Kawashima's command, the serum was injected into the test subjects. Just 3 minutes after the injection was completed, the subjects turned as red as cooked shrimp, their veins bulging, and they emitted painful howls. The cries lasted for half an hour, during which 3 of the 5 participants fainted from the pain. The remaining 2 endured the suffering and transformed into muscular figures. After the experiment's success, the enemy quickly deployed the superhuman army to the battlefield. Chapter 21. Captain Red Sun? Are they still human? Inside the military base of the enemy, a team of 30 robust individuals stood. They wore sleek black exoskeleton suits, having gained their current physique after being injected with the superhuman gene serum. At that moment, they stood before a military officer clad in uniform, with a shadowy gaze. You are the super soldiers created through years of research by our nation. Our nation has invested immense effort in you, and the strength and bodies you possess today are gifts from us. You carry the will of our nation. Now, we are facing an attack from another country based on baseless accusations. This is a humiliation and provocation against us. At this moment, our nation needs you to contribute your strength to repel the enemy. Do you have confidence? Yes. 30 voices shouted in unison, echoing through the skies. Good. I see the spirit of the warriors in you. You are already familiar with your bodies. I hope that on the battlefield, you will face fear with courage and march forward. Ensure that you complete your mission. The 30 shouted again. Let's go. The officer waved to the right and commanded. To his right was a transport aircraft. They would board this aircraft to head to the battlefield. Yes, the 30 lined up to enter the transport aircraft, sitting upright inside the cabin. Soon, with the buzzing sound, the transport aircraft flew towards the battlefield. The officer watched as the aircraft flew off into the distance, gradually becoming a small black dot. He then turned and walked back into the base. Just as he entered, Kawashima approached him. "General Jiang, we need your help to deal with the waste from the gene potion we produced." "No problem. I will send someone to handle it right away," Jiang replied respectfully. Kawashima developed a gene potion for superhumans, which is a significant achievement for our nation, so he naturally deserves respect. However, the method he employed to handle the waste was rather shocking, as it was directly dumped into the sea. In a military base, within a conference room, a video was being played on a screen. Surrounding it were virtual images of military leaders. The video was captured by drones in coordination with the star system, showcasing a battle between our nation and another. The victorious side was our nation, while the other side faced defeat. "There are certain aspects in the video that I believe everyone needs to pay attention to," Guli stated seriously from the front of the conference table. "Of course, this is just a reminder. Do not underestimate our nation because of your own technology. While your technology may indeed allow for such confidence, even the most skilled hunter must exert full effort." After Guli sat down, the video began to play. In the vast ocean, a silver-gray transport aircraft appeared in the sky. Alongside the transport aircraft were fighter jets belonging to both our nation and the other. Sonic booms echoed throughout the sky. Bullets, fired from unknown sources, recklessly traversed the air. The appearance of the transport aircraft was quite abrupt. It immediately caught the attention of the opposing side, which reported it up the chain and launched an attack against the transport aircraft. Several missiles were launched towards the transport aircraft, which slowly opened its rear cargo door. In the frame, 30 tall individuals from a certain country could be seen inside the cabin, their exoskeleton devices reflecting light under the sun. Once the transport aircraft's door was fully opened, they jumped directly out without wearing parachutes. This scene caused many onlookers to furrow their brows. What kind of operation is this? Jumping without parachutes? Is this a death wish? However, no one voiced their concerns and continued watching. Soon, their questions were answered. After jumping from the transport aircraft, they rapidly fell towards the ground. During their descent, some even struck a military aircraft, penetrating it and causing it to explode. Yet, their bodies remained unharmed, as if passing through a layer of foam. How is this possible? How could they crash through a military aircraft without any injury? Instead, the aircraft was destroyed? What are these beings? They are not ordinary at all. How could their physical constitution be tougher than that of a military aircraft? Genetic warriors? Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. This scene was truly terrifying. If the military personnel from that country all possessed such physical abilities, who could possibly defeat them? Du Kaiyu and others curiously looked at Guli, hoping for an explanation. Guli remained silent, signaling them to continue watching. The footage continued as those individuals jumped from the transport aircraft. After passing through the clouds, they saw military ships below. Some landed directly on the ships, crashing through the decks and reaching the interiors. Before the military personnel could react, they began to wreak havoc inside the vessels, leaving destruction in their wake. Some ships even had their bottoms breached, with seawater flooding in. Alarm bells rang loudly inside the ships as countless soldiers rushed from all directions, but it was futile. The individuals treated them as if they were air. Their attacks caused no harm at all. Those who fell into the sea swam towards the military ships, continuing their assault from the outside. The resistance of the water posed no obstacle for them. Although they were only 30 in number, the damage they inflicted was severe. Out of the 9 military ships deployed by the other side, 3 were severely damaged, and the others sustained varying degrees of damage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated so quickly. However, long-range missiles continued to be launched intermittently at key facilities of that country. The screen then showed scenes of the military's retreat. After watching the video, countless doubts appeared in everyone's eyes. They all looked at Guli, hoping he could explain it to them. "I know everyone has many questions, and I will answer them now." Guli stood up and addressed the crowd in the conference room. The people from the nation shown in the video can be described differently. They can be referred to as superhumans or artificial beings. Chapter 22. The launch of the gene drug project for the entire military. Superhumans. Artificial beings. The terms used by Guli only intensified the crowd's confusion. Has technology advanced to such a remarkable level? Or is it that the technology acquired from a certain nation is actually of this nature? Let me give you a comparison. Their physical capabilities can rival those of a certain well-known hero, just like what you see in movies. Guli's reference sent chills down everyone's spine. The well-known hero from a certain entertainment company, depicted in a popular cinematic universe, has combat capabilities that surpass even a special forces unit. No wonder the figures in the recent footage could inflict such damage on naval vessels from that nation. Their technology is astonishingly advanced. We should have looked for remnants of alien spacecraft back then. If that nation could develop such technology from it, surely we could too. It's a pity. If we could also obtain the gene serum, our soldiers could be the same. Will we still need to worry about that nation being a threat to us? We could retaliate directly. Respect must be earned through strength. It's not too late. That nation is currently in chaos, and we could infiltrate to steal the gene serum. Indeed, that nation has stolen so much from us in the past. Now we're just reclaiming some of our benefits. Everyone agreed, discussing the need to report to higher authorities and expedite this work. They hoped their nation could also possess such technology. Otherwise, when facing soldiers from that nation, it might not be possible to secure victory. And even if there was a chance, the price would be steep. You don't need to rush, Guli said at this moment, capturing the attention of Du Kaiyu and others. Don't rush? How can we not be anxious? We just witnessed the performance of that nation. If we encounter their soldiers on the battlefield, will our people suffer heavy casualties? That's certain, right? If we don't quickly acquire the relevant technology, how can we ensure our people's safety? They have families, wives, and children. We cannot let them die like this. Exactly. If we have the capability to guarantee their safety, we must strive for it. Several older military personnel in the virtual imaging vehemently countered. In the past, their sacrifices were unavoidable due to being outmatched in weaponry and equipment. But now, things are different. The country has the strength and capability. If it can be done, then we must ensure the safety of our own people. Du Kaiyu timely interjected. Gentlemen, let's hear what Guli has to say. Many of our advanced military equipment has been developed and provided by Guli. Perhaps Guli has some insights that could help us, right? After Du Kaiyu's words, everyone fell silent. However, their eyes were clearly focused on Guli, eager to hear his thoughts. In fact, the enhancement potions from a certain country are not that impressive. Through artificial intelligence, I have obtained some information. The superhuman gene serum developed by that country drains a person's potential and vitality to achieve such outstanding performance. Their remaining lifespan is probably around 6 months. This is also why that country has not widely implemented it, and it remains in the laboratory. Gu Li's words jolted everyone. However, 6 months is still enough time to change or stabilize the battlefield. So everyone's brows remained tightly furrowed. Gu Li continued, actually, one of my research teams has also been studying gene enhancement agents. The results are even better than those from that country. The side effects have been minimized, or you could say they are virtually non-existent. What? Du Kaiyu was the first to exclaim. Does that mean there are no side effects? Everyone's gaze was now fixed on Gu Li. Gu Li nodded. You could say that. The crowd gasped in surprise. They did not expect that Gu Li's research team had developed technology even stronger than that of the other country. What exactly are the results? Can you show us? If there are no issues, perhaps our military could use this serum. Yes, as long as there are no side effects, I can provide you with a regimen for testing. The crowd voiced their support for Gu Li. Let me introduce the gene enhancement agent developed by my research team. Gu Li pressed the remote control in his hand, switching the display on the screen. This meeting was also to launch the gene enhancement agent. His team had completed the research, and it was ready for use. The base in a certain region had also completed various tests. Now was the perfect time to introduce it, as Gu Li did not want the nation to fall behind in weaponry again, resulting in severe consequences. My gene enhancement agent has not yet been named. You can watch the specific test videos. Unlike those from the other country, individuals who receive Gu Li's gene enhancement show no visible changes on their bodies. It's as if they were just drinking water, with no apparent pain. The muscles only undergo slight changes, becoming more defined and fuller. However, the subsequent tests left everyone astonished. The strength of a punch after injection reached several tons. Furthermore, after a few days of training and retesting, the punching power increased significantly. Speed, resilience, and other aspects also showed remarkable improvement. It seems to be even more formidable than those from the other country. Relevant production lines have been completed. We can produce approximately 100,000 doses of the drug daily, and the current number of active military personnel in our country is around 2.8 million. As long as you agree, within a month, all military personnel can receive the gene enhancement drug. Gu Li mentioned. This requires you to make a decision with the higher authorities. After saying this, Gu Li returned to his seat. Xiao Gu, please send me a copy of the relevant documents. If there are several doses of the gene enhancement drug, that would be even better. I will negotiate with the higher authorities to see if we should administer this gene enhancement drug to the entire military. An elderly man with a full head of white hair and a spirited demeanor said in the virtual imaging. Guli nodded. The elderly man in front of him was a heavyweight figure, the leader of the military, Tung Yuanliang. A few days later, the higher authorities responded. The project for administering the gene enhancement drug to the entire military was approved for implementation. Chapter 23. Help me with something. A certain country's retreat? The boss was actually pushed back by a subordinate? The strength of another country has significantly increased, able to confront the former superpower. Militarism in that country has not been eradicated. They have been waiting for an opportunity, and now that the chance has come, they launched a strong offensive. The former superpower is significantly weakened. Its strength has regressed greatly. Our military strength may have surpassed that of the former superpower. The current president of that country has stepped down, and a new president has taken office. Reportedly, he is a descendant of a war criminal. The naval vessels of the former superpower have suffered severe destruction. The day after the former superpower was pushed back by that country, related reports began to emerge. Naturally, there was much support from that country, especially since they had managed to defeat the former superpower. They had defeated their former leader. How glorious this is. However, this also indirectly revealed that the former superpower's strength has greatly diminished. Otherwise, how could they struggle against such a small nation? Of course, this diminishment is due to the former superpower not using hydrogen bombs, atomic bombs, nuclear weapons, etc. A single strike could send that country to meet their demise. However, online discussions about this news were quite heated. Dog eat dog. Is the former superpower holding back? Is it deliberate that they were pushed back by that country? I think so too. Even if the former superpower is weak, they shouldn't be that weak. After all, they are the world's strongest nation, and it must be intentional. They still have many things that need to be taken care of by their subordinates. They definitely wouldn't go all out. In this day and age, it's not easy to find subordinates. If they want to strike hard, it has to be us. We won't rest until they are completely defeated. While there was intense discussion domestically, the former superpower was in a state of despair. We have lost 3 naval vessels. How did that country manage to do this? In a large conference room at a certain military headquarters, key figures from various military districts of the former superpower were present. I just want to know how that country managed to achieve this. As far as I know, it was a person who caused damage to our warships. One individual has such immense power, it's almost unbelievable. Who can tell me how they managed to do it? I heard that they were able to achieve this due to the technological assistance they received from us. Everyone's face was filled with anger. We're talking about 3 warships, each of which is extremely expensive. The scrapped 3 warships are worth at least several $100 billion. And what caused them to be scrapped was an ordinary person. They simply couldn't accept it. Ahem. Someone coughed a few times, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Woody, please introduce the superhuman project to everyone. As Woody explained, the crowd's frowns relaxed, so that's how it is. But why not use it for our soldiers? That's right, such an excellent serum is actually being given to those monkeys. Woody continued, saying that the serum has significant flaws. Once injected, a person's lifespan would be reduced to 6 months, and after 6 months, they would immediately go into shock and die. This is our recent discovery. There were no records of this in the technology they stole. We are currently working on overcoming this problem. 6 months of life? Trading 6 months for a victory in war, it's worth it, to be honest. However, the target of the war still needs to be identified. If the target was changed from one nation to another, the other party would insist on using it. Unfortunately, when it comes to dealing with an island nation, it has come to this point. Woody, continue your research and report any new findings immediately. Once the side effects are significantly reduced, we will put it into use. I do not want to be defeated by an island nation using the enhancement serum of superhumans. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they began discussing the upcoming battle plans. At the military research base in the capital, Guli had already settled in. It was still the same single dormitory. At the same time, the researchers in the base frequently came to ask questions. After all, those who excel are considered teachers. And having Guli in the base meant they had someone to turn to for inquiries. After all, Guli could always provide them with good explanations and answers. After returning, they could gain a lot from it, which was a valuable experience for them. They even planned to compile this knowledge into a book so that students in the country could learn and enhance domestic science and technology. After addressing their questions once again, Guli lay down on the hard bed and put on the communication glasses. He appeared in front of Guli. How is the combat team building on your side? Boss, our combat strength can easily annihilate a small country. We can also stand toe-to-toe with major powers in the world. He quickly replied. During this time, it could be said that La Fei had already been conquered by Yi. All resources there could be freely allocated by Yi. The pace of development is naturally rapid, and the human forces have also grown stronger under the training of a certain leader. There is a hidden power behind this leader that won't easily be exposed. All right, help me with something, the leader said seriously. What is it, boss? Came the respectful reply. Help me set a fire in the land of the rising sun. The leader sneered, noting that a war had broken out between the land of the rising sun and another nation. If we don't get involved, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the land of the rising sun? And let's not forget the treasures left behind in the European region. They should be retrieved. After receiving the order, the subordinate quickly made arrangements. Inside an important military base of the land of the rising sun, a small conference room was hosting a gathering with a few personnel enjoying a meal together. After all, it was wartime, and most were still at their posts. Jiang Yibui and Kawashima were present. The main purpose of this gathering was to express gratitude towards Kawashima. If it weren't for your superhuman serum, we wouldn't have been able to destroy those 3 warships, Jiang Yibui said with a smile, raising a glass in Kawashima's honor. It's mainly because our soldiers are brave enough, Kawashima replied, downing his drink. What they didn't know was that not far from the base, underwater, a team of robots was standing on the seabed. Lasers were emitted from their single eyes, scanning the seabed before them. In no time, they identified the detonation points and placed explosives accordingly. Once they had retreated to a safe distance, they triggered the explosives. Boom. At the moment the explosives detonated, the seabed was shattered and countless stones were propelled into the water. The seabed was already fragile, and after the explosion, a fine crack appeared. Although this crack was tiny, it began to widen under the Earth's forces. The tiny fissure quickly expanded into a massive trench, which continued to grow. The land above that wasn't affected by the explosives began to tilt slowly towards the trench. The changes occurring underwater were initially very subtle, so much so that people on land couldn't detect them. However, these minor underwater changes triggered significant shifts on land. It felt as if an earthquake had struck. Buildings swayed precariously with the land's tremors. The violent shaking abruptly halted the gathering in the base. What is happening? Why did it suddenly shake? Our geological bureau said there wouldn't be any earthquakes here for nearly 100 years. Quickly, we need to get out. If the buildings collapse, we'll be trapped. Jiang Yibui protectively guided Kawashima as they stumbled outside to an open area. Once outside, they finally felt the true power of the earthquake. The surface of the sea was stirred up, with huge waves rising at least 10 meters high, rushing towards the land. The continent seemed to tilt increasingly towards the sea. Jiang Yichue could clearly feel his body leaning backward to maintain stability. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone hurry up! Jiang Yichue shouted. The soldiers in the base quickly rushed to various vehicles. They boarded the jeeps, military trucks, and helicopters within the base, retreating to safer areas outside the base. However, despite their timely retreat, there were still those who lagged behind. As the giant waves approached, they violently crashed onto the land. Those who fell behind were instantly swept into the sea by the massive waves. The same fate awaited the inhabitants of the island nation who couldn't escape in time. Buildings on land crumbled under the relentless assault of the waves, disintegrating like blocks of a toy house, scattering into countless debris. Vehicles became mere tiny dots in the vast ocean. In the face of nature, human power is forever weak. Only a small number of people managed to retreat, as this tsunami and earthquake came as a complete surprise. Ultimately, the coastal area of the island nation sank directly into the sea. The losses were extremely significant. Is the island nation provoking nature? An earthquake and tsunami erupted simultaneously, sinking an island. People act, and nature observes. This time, nature couldn't stand by. It sank well. Why didn't the earthquake hit harder and take the entire island nation down with it? Luckily, our people evacuated from the island nation, otherwise, they would have suffered from this earthquake and tsunami as well. But not everyone in the island nation is bad, right? Who can be blamed? The misdeeds of the ancestors. And the descendants neither repent nor correct them. They deserve it. Moreover, the island nation is filled with ungrateful people. They never help anyone. The earthquake and tsunami caused losses amounting to trillions of yen, with at least thousands dead and tens of thousands injured. After all, it was an island that sank, not just a flooding from the tsunami. However, from the perspective of the people of Huaxia, this is fantastic news. Any loss for the island nation is good news for the people of Huaxia. The island nation is also requesting international aid. Out of humanitarianism, Huaxia provided some clothes and shoes, the smallest amount of aid among all countries assisting the island nation. The second smallest was from the polar bear nation, which sent pens and paper, items of no real use in a disaster. History will not forget the crimes of others. Seeing the country's aid, the people of Huaxia were even more excited. They said Huaxia had forgotten its history and was actually going to aid the island nation. In the end, the aid consisted of useless items. It's hilarious. And the polar bear nation is just like us. They also looked down on the island nation. While everyone was engaged in heated discussions, a few reports that emerged once again added fuel to the fire, making the debates even louder and more intense. A significant museum in a certain region was robbed, and all its artifacts vanished. A notorious theft group appeared at a major museum. In just one night, countless artifacts were stolen, and security claimed not to have noticed anyone entering the museum. Outside the National Museum of a certain country, many national treasures that had been lost abroad reappeared. Multiple nations claimed that their lost artifacts have returned home. The National Museum of another country received anonymously donated artifacts, which are now being authenticated. A Good Samaritan returned artifacts stolen from a European museum to their original country. Numerous reports flooded in. Thanks to the anonymous individual, national treasures are back in their rightful places. Who is this hero? Why didn't they involve me in this good deed? I just want to know which national artifacts need to be returned. Sir, did you misread the news? Did our National Museum receive anything? We didn't receive anything at all. The anonymously donated items are a bunch of fakes. Don't be misled by social media hype. Our National Museum did not receive any artifacts stolen from that major museum. Yes, those social media accounts are all spreading falsehoods. We have received nothing but fakes. This matter has nothing to do with us. Such incidents did not happen. Initially, netizens were excited, but once they realized the truth, they kept insisting that nothing of the sort occurred. Even the National Museum personally stepped in to confirm that the artifacts received previously were indeed fakes. It was a staff oversight that led to the misidentification. The National Museum of that country did not receive any artifacts stolen from the major museum. They returned the items. Is it wrong for them to reclaim what belongs to them? There was a procedural error, but fundamentally, there was no mistake. The statement from the National Museum only heightened the excitement among netizens. They felt that the government aligned with their thoughts, which was quite satisfying. Other countries that also received artifacts followed suit, claiming it was a staff error. Previous reports were biased compared to reality. What else can they say? With their own issues to deal with, they are in no position to worry about returning artifacts to their rightful owners. Chapter 25. The final chapter, the journey ahead. In the capital of another country, the recent devastating earthquake has caused significant losses to our nation. We directly lost 50 trillion in local currency and an indirect loss of 23 trillion. Moreover, territories have been swallowed by the ocean, putting us in a very precarious situation. Everyone, what plans do we have to save our country? The Prime Minister of that country asked from the front of the assembly. Our land area is now only half of what it used to be, and it is mostly resource-poor inland. Many enterprises and factories have also suffered heavy losses. If not handled properly, our national strength could regress by at least 30 years. My suggestion is to seek new territory. This person's words immediately sparked heated discussions in the assembly. This is militarism. Other countries will not allow it. Given our current situation, has any international organization intervened on our behalf? Are we just going to wait for our demise without seeking a way out? Moreover, we are not the only ones with this idea. Besides, we are not what we used to be. With the weapons we possess, what do we have to fear? The discussions in the assembly continued, but ultimately, they were persuaded. They began to unite those with similar thoughts to plan for a larger territory. Unfortunately, they were unaware that their conversations had already been intercepted. Before the plan even began, Guli had already devised many countermeasures. What a group of ignorant fools. 0. Let's start our own arrangements, without paying attention to them. Understood, boss. As 0 executed the plan, countless robots poured out of the base located far in the northwest. Alongside the robots were various pieces of unfamiliar equipment. Guli had already reported the relevant information to the higher-ups, so no one would come to stop him. These teams headed towards different directions of the Dragon Nation. Upon reaching the border, they began to drive black metal pillars into the ground at regular intervals. This scene was unfolding along all borders of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Star in space was also operating at high power, providing guidance for the preparations on the ground. Such a large-scale operation naturally attracted the attention of many countries. What is the Dragon Nation doing? Where did they get so many robots? What are they arranging at the border? But no one could answer these questions. The spies planted in the Dragon Nation by external forces had already been secretly eliminated. Other countries were also puzzled and began preparing to communicate with the Dragon Nation to understand the purpose of these actions. However, they soon learned the reason. After completing the border arrangements, Ghoulie instructed Zero to release surveillance videos and audio of the allied forces of the Great Sun Nation and other countries. It was for their own security that they began to set up border defenses. We will discuss how to deal with the Great Sun Nation and its allied countries in our assembly. But before the discussion could even start, the Great Sun Nation launched an offensive. They allied with other forces and attacked the northern territories. At the same time, war also broke out in Europa. It can be said that wars have ignited all over the globe. However, when they saw the robots and combat units like the Z-1 on the battlefield, they regretted initiating the war. Their so-called advanced technology could not withstand the support robots from the Dragon Nation. They were quickly suppressed, with not even a ripple created. At the same time, this also showcased the true power of the Dragon Nation to the world. With a powerful robot army and the capability to eliminate spies it had planted, the Eagle Nation became increasingly cautious. As militaristic countries were suppressed, many believed that the Dragon Nation would retreat. However, the Dragon Nation behaved contrary to expectations. As if parading, it circled around neighboring countries before returning home. This display of strength was witnessed by all, making it clear whose fists were stronger in today's world. The voice of the Dragon Nation on the international stage grew louder. Even the Eagle Nation dared not oppose it, as it lacked such advanced technology. The world order became more harmonious, and development once again became the main theme. Time flew by. In the year 2040 of the Blue Star calendar, the Dragon Nation announced nationwide modernization. In June of the same year, the construction of 5 nuclear fusion power plants was completed, ushering the nation into an era of free electricity. Oil vehicles gradually exited the market. By 2045, the Dragon Nation developed a cosmic aircraft carrier for exploring other life forms in the universe. In the same year, the entire military was equipped with electromagnetic weapons, railguns, and other advanced weaponry, officially establishing the Dragon Guard Robot Legion. In 2046, the cosmic aircraft carrier returned, bringing back remains of intelligent species from alien planets. In 2047, the United Nations passed the Dragon Nation proposal, officially renaming itself the Blue Star Federation. Together, they formed the Blue Star Defense Force to explore the universe. The Dragon Nation became the leading country of the Federation. By 2050 in the Blue Star calendar, planets with intelligent species were discovered, and the Federation deployed troops. Peace treaties were established on those planets, leading to greater knowledge about other celestial bodies in the universe. The Blue Star Federation developed rapidly, with numerous planets becoming affiliates of Blue Star. The name of the Dragon Nation's people spread throughout the cosmos. By 2100, the Blue Star Federation was officially renamed the Blue Star Galactic Empire. The Dragon Nation was the leader of the empire. Thus, this book concludes. Author's note: this book consists of over 300,000 words and was once read by more than 300,000, but ultimately fell apart. Due to personal reasons, I had to stop updating. I picked it back up, but it was already in a poor state, so I decided to conclude it here. I also only studied liberal arts, and much of the technology-related content was sourced from various platforms, leading to many gaps and inconsistencies. I hope readers can forgive me. I have written nearly 1.3 million words in total, and in terms of rhythm, writing style, plot, and character development, I still have much to learn. I hope to create works that you all will enjoy. New novel, Reborn in the Womb, My Family is Full of Villains, has been uploaded and is currently under contract evaluation, a fantasy novel. Consider it another challenge for myself. Thank you, everyone. Below is a brief introduction. Let us see if it suits your tastes. Lin Songi was reborn, returning to his baby form in the womb, and discovered that he was the only legitimate eldest son of a prominent family in a fantasy world, destined to be the future heir. He initially thought that by leveraging the competitive spirit he had acquired on his previous planet, he could easily rise to power, become the leader of his clan, and elevate the family to greater heights, turning it into a revered sanctuary. However, upon his birth, He found that his parents and the entire family were actually portrayed as villains, mere stepping stones for the favored of destiny. Ding dong. The ultimate villain system has been activated, with the life script subsystem and sign-in rewards now initiated. Lin Songi. Favored of destiny. Bring me the list of renowned talents and freizai in our domain, especially those who have been rejected in marriage or have lost their parents. Eliminate them all. Their family must be eradicated as well. Not even the worms should be spared, and the egg yolks must be scrambled. Especially those who boast about fortunes changing every 30 years. They cannot be let go. Their ashes shall be scattered. Lin Songi. Since I've become a villain, I might as well embrace it completely.